Queens, Midtown High School. Midtown High is the most prestigious college preparatory school in Queens, drawing nearly all the district's top students. For years, this school has been a steady source of talented candidates for renowned universities. Today, the campus was especially lively, with students bustling about every corner. Every so often, you'd spot someone carrying a sleek, futuristic device, all heading toward a towering, lighthouse-shaped academic building. Some students cradled spherical gadgets filled with liquid. Others lugged angular boxes. A few carried devices bristling with wires and flickering lights. And there was even someone brandishing what looked like a lightsaber straight out of a movie. Confidence shone on every face as students strode purposefully toward their goals. Today was Midtown High Science and Technology Expo, and every class had to complete a research project, either individually or in teams. If a project truly stood out, the school would submit a special application to the Federal Intellectual Property Council, marking a significant achievement in the students' records. Students filed into the exhibition hall with their creations in hand, searching for open spaces to display their work. The prime spots had already been claimed by the early birds. The hall was spacious. Despite the dazzling array of projects and the steady stream of visitors, the venue never felt cramped. Most spectators clustered around the various exhibits. The audience wasn't just made up of students and teachers. Many representatives from tech companies were present as well, hoping to spot clever ideas or practical inventions among the displays. Young minds often sparked the most unexpected surprises. The size of the crowd around an exhibit usually reflected its popularity. Once an exhibit's safety was confirmed, some visitors eagerly began hands-on trials. "Hey Parker, have you seen Bai Yang?" In a quieter corner, where the crowd had thinned, a chubby little boy in a hoodie stood on tiptoe, peering around as he asked the shy, slightly taller boy next to him. The two boys looked to be about 5 or 6 years old, clearly not students here. Parker searched the room, but finally shrugged in resignation. "I don't see him either. Didn't he say he'd be in the expo too? Maybe he's still in bed." Ned, the chubby boy, rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "I doubt it. He's the one who invited us. I can't wait to see his Atom 1. Parker glanced hopefully toward the entrance, his eyes full of anticipation. Lately, a new sci-fi sports movie called S.H.I.E.L.D. had been released in America. The film was packed with high-tech machines and thrilling competitions, two elements that had fired up the imaginations of countless young people. In fact, before the movie even hit theaters, it had sparked plenty of debate, mainly because of its director. To everyone's surprise, he was just a high school student. Before the official release of the film, many industry insiders were not optimistic about its prospects. To everyone's surprise, however, the movie managed to hit theaters smoothly, leaving quite a few people astonished. No one could figure out how this high school student director had managed to secure funding. Even more astounding was that, despite widespread skepticism and a meager number of theater showings, this film, titled S.H.I.E.L.D., rose from adversity just like the robot Atom in the story, fighting its way forward with unstoppable momentum and steadily drawing in more and more viewers. In its first month on screens, the film worked a miracle. The box office numbers climbed week after week. Not only did it hold onto the top spot in the North American weekend box office for several consecutive weeks, it even broke the record previously set by the classic boxing movie Rocky. As a result, the film was met with an enthusiastic response among New York's teenagers. Some magazines even ran news about it above the usual celebrity gossip about Stark Industries' President Tony Stark, which became a notable highlight in the industry. The movie's imaginative vision of future technology and its heartfelt depiction of the bond between father and son won widespread praise from audiences. Meanwhile, White Wolf Studios, the company behind the film's production and distribution, quickly became a household name. Parker, full name Peter Parker, would one day become Spider-Man. For now, he was just a young boy, barely in elementary school, obviously, not yet bitten by that infamous mutated spider. By his side was a slightly chubby, dark-skinned boy, his future best friend, Ned Leeds. They lived in the same neighborhood and attended the same elementary school. At this moment, the two of them were gazing expectantly at the doorway. Finally, a tall, gentle-looking boy walked in. Although his appearance wasn't particularly striking, there was a warmth about him that made him remarkably approachable, drawing people in almost at once. "Hey, over here!" Parker and Ned, spotting him, waved excitedly and dashed over. Their enthusiasm caught the attention of those nearby, and soon all eyes were on the boy at the entrance. Many of the girls looked at him with admiration, while the boys showed respect. But just as the two rushed forward, a sudden commotion broke out ahead. Parker and Ned were forced to stop abruptly, nearly losing their balance. With a thud, they landed in a rather awkward heap. "Whoa!" exclaimed a nearby black boy, quickly hurrying over to help his friend up. "Thompson, what are you doing?" he demanded angrily, supporting his friend as he glared at the arrogant-looking Thompson. Sympathy rippled through the onlookers. Although Parker and Ned excelled in their studies, they were clearly not as strong physically, especially compared to someone like Thompson, who played on the football team. Fighting back would only make things more embarrassing for them. Hey, Townsend, haven't I already warned you not to bully others? Did you forget what the captain taught you? A voice rose from the edge of the crowd. Moments later, Bai Yang, who had just been standing by the entrance, pushed through the sea of students and walked in. At the sight of Bai Yang's gentle face, Townsend's expression darkened. He couldn't help but recall all the times he'd been sent sprawling by Yang on the football field. When Townsend first joined the rugby team, his impressive athleticism quickly made him a core player. Everyone believed that, barring any surprises, he'd become team captain within a year by merit alone. But then, after a falling out with the captain, the team organized a secret, no-holds-barred rugby match. The catch? Their only opponent was Bai Yang. With no rules, just raw strength and stamina. The match was barely distinguishable from a brawl. Back then, Townsend stood with his teammates and made no effort to hide his mockery of Bai Yang, who faced them all alone. In his eyes, Bai Yang was just a weak clown. Yet Bai Yang simply responded with a gentle smile, as if he didn't mind at all, which only made Townsend more certain of his judgment. But as soon as the game began, Townsend found himself pinned to the ground again and again, unable to fight back. Their whole team suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of an opponent whose methods were both relentless and formidable. Only then did Townsend realize who the real fool was. After the match, Townsend went to ask the captain about it. The captain's expression was complicated as he answered, "Don't mess with him. Even if you're looking for a fight, don't do it at school. That's all I can say." Perhaps Bai Yang's gentle demeanor was simply a mask for his true strength. Now, facing Bai Yang's ever-calm gaze, Townsend couldn't help but feel a pang of uncertainty. But surrounded by so many people, he refused to back down and forced himself to stand his ground. "Captain, playing ball and getting into fights are two different things. I'd advise you not to meddle," Townsend said, his chin held high, his tone forceful, though he still addressed Bai Yang respectfully as captain. As soon as he finished, a few of his friends stepped up beside him, as if to back him up. "Townsend, maybe we shouldn't mess with him," whispered the friend on his right, stealing a nervous glance at Bai Yang. But now that the words had been said, backing down would only make them look weak. "I think you owe your classmates an apology," Bai Yang said, his tone as gentle as ever, his eyes fixed on Townsend as he gestured to the two students standing at the back. You want me to apologize to those two freaks?" Townsend sneered, glaring at the two classmates, both thin, dark-skinned, and clearly the targets of his scorn. "To be honest, man, I don't like trouble either," Bai Yang sighed, exasperated. "But it just so happens I brought my work with me today." With that, he turned toward the entrance and called out, "Martin, come in." When Townsend heard this, he pressed his lips together ever so slightly. Did he say he didn't like it? If Townsend hadn't seen him on the basketball court, and if not for the rumors swirling around school, just looking at his gentle expression now, he might almost have believed him. Before he had time to dwell on it, a metallic scraping sound echoed from the entrance of the exhibition hall, and a tall shadow appeared in the doorway. Everyone's attention was drawn at once. They all turned their heads toward the entrance. A robot, taller than the average adult, walked in, following a young boy. Although this robot wasn't enormous, nor did it have a menacing look. Its head was covered with a metal mesh mask reminiscent of a Western swordsman, and behind the mesh, two orange-yellow lights glowed like eyes, giving it a rather cute, innocent appearance. Under the gaze of the crowd, the little boy showed no sign of fear. He bounced forward cheerfully, swinging his arms, and began to dance. Right behind him, the robot Adam mimicked his every move perfectly, their actions in perfect sync. The crisp rhythm of metal echoed throughout the exhibition hall. Gradually, people snapped out of their astonishment. Recognizing the familiar scene before them, the entire hall burst into life, erupting with thunderous cheers. The excited crowd shouted and called out, the atmosphere reaching a fever pitch. What they were witnessing was a vivid recreation of the scene from the movie S.H.I.E.L.D, where the boy brings Adam onto the stage and dances before the fight. The film had only just left theaters, but its popularity remained sky-high. Nearly every teenager in the Big Apple knew it well. Weekend box office numbers have been propped up by fans just like these. The audience instinctively parted to form a passage, giving the boy and Adam space to perform. "Yang, I'm here," the little boy called out happily, running over to Bai Yang. "Thank you, you've worked hard. Once I'm done with the demonstration, I'll return it to you," Bai Yang said warmly, giving the boy's head an affectionate pat. This little boy was none other than Martin Tak, the star of S.H.I.E.L.D, brought here by Logan. Rumor had it he attended their school as well. Bai Yang then took the control bracelet from Martin, made Adam wave hello, and turned to Townsend. "Personally, I think apologizing is a much better idea than being thrown out by this guy." When Townsend saw the robot Adam looming behind Bayang, he swallowed hard. His sidekick, standing next to him, instinctively took a step back. They had no desire to test their bodies against steel. So, have you thought it over? I've got other things to take care of. Bayang spread his hands in a gesture of impatience, while Adam behind him extended his own hand in perfect sync. Townsend hesitated, but in the end he lowered his head and, gritting his teeth, muttered to the bespectacled boy who looked somewhat frail, his voice barely audible. Sorry, he managed, his face flushing bright red. It's fine, really. The skinny boy on the ground hurriedly waved his hands, surprised but eager to show it was nothing. Isn't this wonderful? Bayang said to them with a satisfied smile, inviting Tang Si and the others. Come on, I think you must be quite interested in Adam. Let me show you. America is a nation that values freedom, but ever since Bayang arrived at Midtown High, the school's rules and regulations had grown stricter under his influence. Yet his academic performance had always been outstanding, and he had brought the school no small amount of honor. Because of this, whether it was teachers or the principal, they would often side with him when handling matters. Moreover, the changes Bayang brought made the school's management more stable, attracting the attention of more parents and students. In this school, one could say that everyone was compelled to show him a measure of respect. Though Tang Si felt a little awkward, he found it impossible to suppress his curiosity, especially with that robot looming behind him. Pushing aside his embarrassment, he followed along. He'd seen the film S.H.I.E.L.D. before, but now, to witness a fighting robot from a movie come alive before his very eyes filled him with both shock and excitement. In his previous life, Bayang had been a native of Blue Star. During an expedition to the Arctic, he was searching for a rare material when he accidentally fell into a pitch-black cavern. When he next opened his eyes, he had become a child in a welfare home in Queens. He was found collapsed beside a pile of garbage, his face and body mottled with bruises and swelling. The moment he awoke, the searing pain and overwhelming hunger nearly caused him to lose consciousness again. But he knew that if he passed out once more, he might never wake up. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to crawl out of the trash heap, inching through a dark alleyway. The sudden glare of sunlight blinded him, and he fainted again. When he next came to, he was already in the welfare home, and the kindly old director was gently applying ointment to his wounds. After Bayang recovered, he discovered that he had gained a system. This system allowed its host to travel into the worlds of movies and receive missions. Upon completing each mission, he could return to his original world. Later, he was required to turn these experiences into films, and depending on their popularity, he could receive technological items or rewards from the movie worlds, though he could never bring back any characters. The first film the system unlocked was S.H.I.E.L.D, and the mission was to design and build a robot with his own hands. However, these technologies were utterly unfamiliar to him, let alone anything from the future. So while attending school, he threw himself into study, using his spare time to teach himself electronics, microelectronics, control engineering, computer science, and most crucially, human-machine interaction at the library in Queens. Fortunately, the world of S.H.I.E.L.D had highly advanced technology, and since this was his entry-level mission, the system provided all the materials he needed. All he had to do was focus on learning and putting his knowledge into practice. At last, after years of hard work, he finally succeeded 2 years ago. He designed and built his very first fighting robot in the world of S.H.I.E.L.D. Yet, the moment he created his own fighting robot wasn't the most exhilarating point for him. What truly thrilled him was the newbie reward the system granted him after the film premiered: affinity for science and magic. With his talent, Bayang was no longer a clueless outsider when it came to technology or magic. He could now swiftly learn and master both disciplines. He had finally overcome the daunting leap from nothing to something. Now, standing before him was Adam, the very first fighting robot he had built with the money he earned from the movie. With all eyes on him, Bayang walked onto the stage, Adam following closely behind. Hello everyone, I'm Bayang. I believe I'm no stranger to most of you, and today, I brought the exhibit you see behind me. Bayang gestured towards Adam. I'm sure many of you have seen in the movie. That's right, this is the fighting robot from S.H.I.E.L.D, Adam. He paused briefly, then continued, and there's one more thing I want to share. I was actually the director of that film. With a gentle smile, Bayang set down the microphone and quietly waited for the audience to process this revelation. The exhibition hall instantly buzzed with excitement. Luckily, there were no reporters present, or Bayang would have been swarmed by the media. I knew it. I told you it was Yang who made that movie. Ned, the chubby kid, exclaimed, giving Peter a hearty slap on the back. Peter nearly lost his balance. This is awesome. No wonder we haven't seen him around lately. If Aunt May hadn't kept in touch with him, I would have thought he'd vanished. I have a feeling our school is about to become famous because of Yang. I can already picture tomorrow's headlines. Midtown High's genius director, genius scientist, genius student. It's unbelievable. He's incredible. A chorus of exclamations and admiration rose from the crowd below the stage. Once Bai Yang saw everyone had mostly accepted the news, he continued. Next, I'll demonstrate some of Adam's abilities. As you can see, Adam is equipped with a motion learning system. You probably noticed how he mimicked Martin's movements when coming through the door. Besides learning movements, Adam can also be controlled by a remote. Martin handed over the prepped remote as Bai Yang spoke. Kick, jab, sidekick, jump. With each command, Adam performed a series of complex actions smoothly, drawing a continuous stream of astonished gasps from the audience. After the demonstration, Bai Yang turned to face the eager eyes in the audience. Spreading his hands, he said, "Besides what I just showed you, Adam has many more features. Its capabilities are exactly the same as Adam in the film." "Senior, can I go up for a photo?" An excited girl with black curly hair raised her hand and jumped as she asked. "Of course you can." Bai Yang nodded with a warm smile. With his permission, the curly-haired girl immediately handed her phone to her friend. Then, her face glowing with excitement, hurried over to stand next to Adam. Meanwhile, the representatives from the tech companies looked visibly anxious, each of them quickly calling their superiors to report in. The robots standing before them had already far surpassed the scope of any negotiation they could handle alone. They had to request instructions from higher up and perhaps even contact their company executives directly. As professionals in the field of technology, they understood the value of this robot all too well. Even just its image learning capability had already broken through the technical barriers that many research institutions were currently facing, attracting widespread attention. Not to mention, this robot also possessed a fully developed human-computer interaction system. Human-computer interaction technology had long been a challenging frontier for many companies, particularly when it came to the speed of data transmission. Yet here stood a high school student who had already solved both interaction and information transfer bottlenecks. Any one of these breakthroughs would be enough to cause a stir in the industry. After the group photo, the excited girl couldn't resist giving Bai Yang a hug and planting a quick kiss on his cheek before leaving, visibly delighted. Afterwards, other students who wanted to follow her lead were tactfully but firmly sidestepped by Bai Yang. He was concerned that turning down only certain people might be seen as showing favoritism, so he chose to avoid such situations from the very beginning. The crowd at the exhibition grew larger and larger. What had been a somewhat spacious venue quickly became packed. People clustered around Adam and Bai Yang, snapping photos and recording videos with their phones. As evening gradually fell, the atmosphere remained lively, with even more participants joining in. "Mr. Bai, is there any delay in Adam's image processing function?" someone asked. "The delay is just 0.013 seconds, practically unnoticeable. Will using the controller interfere with image-based controls?" "No, you can freely switch between operating modes." All afternoon, Bai Yang patiently answered question after question until his voice grew hoarse. Glancing out the window, he saw that night had fallen and was reminded of Aunt May's instructions to come home for dinner. So, after politely refusing a buyer's acquisition offer, Bai Yang picked up the microphone and said, "It's getting late, and I need to get home for dinner. That's all for today's exhibition. Today was just a technical demonstration. If you're interested in collaborating, you can contact my teacher. I want to make it clear that the technology itself is not for sale, but I can provide you with chips and technical support." With that, Bai Yang gently roused Martin, who was nodding off, and gathered the other two kids. They'd been standing around for hours and were clearly tired. Turning to Peter, Bai Yang said, "Peter, let's go. Aunt May is probably finishing up dinner soon, and I'd rather not hear her nag." All right. Ned, do you want to come with us? I can ask Aunt May to make a bit more food." Peter, brimming with excitement, quickly agreed to Bai Yang's suggestion and then turned to invite Ned as well. "No, it's getting pretty late. I should head home soon." Ned glanced out the window at the streetlights glowing brightly in the night. Checking the time, he saw it was almost 8 o'clock. His mom was probably already worried. After all, he was still just a kid. If he hadn't been with Bai Yang, his mother might have come out looking for him by now. That's a shame. After saying their goodbyes, Bai Yang exchanged a few words with the teacher from the exhibition, then led the 3 kids out of the venue. With their departure, the exhibition officially came to an end. Tomorrow, Midtown High would surely be even more lively. No sooner had they walked out the school gate than Peter, unable to contain his excitement, blurted out, "Man, you're amazing. Were you really the director of Real Steel?" "Yes, that's what's kept me so busy lately. I've been filming that movie." "That's awesome. When a movie came out, I made sure to see it. It was incredible. How did you come up with those ideas? Is making a movie really hard?" "I remember it was a real dark horse. Suddenly everyone was talking about it. and so many people were blown away. I heard Facebook was buzzing about it for weeks. Peter couldn't stop talking, especially when he was excited. His words just tumbled out nonstop. Martin, slumped on Adam's back, watched Peter's enthusiasm with a hint of resignation in his eyes. They waited by the school gate for a while, until a large truck rumbled up from down the street. The truck stopped, and a well-built man in a brown jacket climbed down from the driver's seat. "Hey, Young, how did your exhibition go today?" "It went really well. How about your side? What did the professor say?" Bayang walked to the back seat, opening the trunk, which was filled with repair tools. "The professor was really pleased. He even asked me to thank you especially. No need to be so polite. If it weren't for your investment, this film wouldn't have made it to theaters so quickly." Bayang handed the control wristband to Martin, then added, "By the way, you'll probably need to attend quite a few events in the coming days, so I'll have to trouble you with that." "Huh, that does sound like a lot. Why didn't you go to Hank in the first place?" "I couldn't. He has a hard time controlling himself at times, and he might scare people. That's why I need to rely on you. Once I help you become a superstar, you'll gain more recognition, and you'll both find it easier to handle the pressure from society. Isn't that what you've always hoped for?" "Right. This is my younger brother, Peter Parker," Bayang said, introducing Peter to Logan. "I'm Logan Howlett." Logan smiled and reached out his hand to Peter. Hi. You're the guy from S.H.I.E.L.D. Wow, your fighting scenes were amazing, especially your uppercut at the end. That was just incredible." Peter gushed with the excitement of a true fan, making Logan look a little embarrassed. Just then, Martin and Adam stepped into the compartment as well. "Would you like to come over to our place for a bit?" Logan closed the rear door of the car and extended the invitation to Bayang. "No, that's all right. I haven't been home in ages. If I don't go back tonight, I'll definitely get an earful." Bayang already foresaw Aunt May's inevitable nagging and couldn't help but feel a slight headache. He suspected Peter's chattiness was probably inherited from Aunt May. "Well then, see you around, Yang." "See you, Logan." Bayang waved to Logan, who was about to get into the car. The filming of S.H.I.E.L.D. had actually been a bumpy road for Bayang. Because he was so young, he could only apply for filming rights under his school's name. Luckily, he had a good reputation at school, and they quickly gave their approval. But after that, funding became the biggest hurdle. After all, who would want to invest in a high school student's movie? It just sounded way too risky. After several failed attempts, Bayang happened to meet Logan, the Wolverine. He thought the mutant school, where Professor X worked, might be able to provide some financial backing, and mutants would probably be more sympathetic to their situation. So he struck up a conversation with Logan. However, Bayang didn't dare approach the professor directly, so he asked Logan to pass on his request. He figured he'd only visit the Mutant Academy himself once he had some ability to defend against psychic powers. The professor himself turned out to be quite interested in the project. Even though funds were tight, he managed to scrape together a bit from his living expenses and let Logan invest in S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, with so many kids to take care of, he couldn't just spend money recklessly. After securing the funds, the next step was to assemble a team, though he encountered numerous obstacles along the way. Even to the point where everything ground to a halt, Bayang never considered giving up. He understood clearly that if he could just create that first piece of work, the road ahead would be much smoother. Creating something from nothing is an entirely different challenge than building upon what already exists. "Let's go home," Bayang said. Just then, little Peter gazed longingly at the departing truck. Seeing Bayang leave, he quickly hurried after him. Night had fallen, but in Big Apple City, the lights still blazed as if daylight had never left. Only the narrow, shadowy alleys yawned like the jaws of some great beast, making people wary of drawing near. The two of them walked side by side on the way home. Peter was always full of stories, chattering excitedly next to Bayang as they made their way down the street. "You got bullied again today." Bayang suddenly stopped, turning to look at Peter. He noticed a fresh bruise just below Peter's lip. Peter had been speaking with enthusiasm, but at those words, he fell instantly silent. "I can always protect you, but I can't stay by your side forever. You really need to work on your temperament," Bayang said, his voice calm. Peter had arrived here about 2 years ago. Back then, Bayang had only just found his footing at Midtown High, and Aunt May had taken special care to remind him to look after his younger brother. Bayang had taken this responsibility as a matter of course. When Aunt May wasn't home, he would cook an extra portion for Peter. Back in elementary school, he'd even stood up for Peter a few times. But since they didn't attend the same school, there were plenty of others who took advantage of the opportunity to pick on Peter, and Peter always kept silent about it. Sometimes, this made Bayang feel a mix of anger and helplessness. Still, Bayang had his own share of problems. He couldn't watch over Peter every moment. That's exactly why he had to teach Peter to protect himself whenever he had the chance. He couldn't predict what kind of person Peter would grow up to be, but for now, Peter at least needed to start changing. "I'm sorry." Peter lowered his head, his voice barely above a whisper. Why are you apologizing? Bai Yang's tone was low and probing. I just don't want my problems to trouble you. Peter hesitated, answering softly. If you really don't want me to worry, then stop letting people bully you. If someone tries to hurt you, fight back. If you can't handle it, I'll help you. Be brave. And if you really can't solve something, leave it to me. Bai Yang pressed his hand firmly on Peter's head, his voice unwavering. Do you hear me? Okay. Peter bit his lip, his nose stinging with emotion. In the past, Peter had felt only the respect due to an older brother, and Bai Yang had often been lost in his own world. It was Aunt May who mostly held the family together. That's more like it. Tomorrow, you'll start learning martial arts with me. Don't let yourself get knocked down by a single punch again. That's just too embarrassing. Bai Yang ruffled Peter's hair and flashed him a grin. Laughing and chatting, the two of them soon made their way home. Bai Yang was about 6 years old when he first snuck into the library. On his way home that night, he came across Aunt May, who had been stopped by a drunken stranger. At that time, May was in her 30s, though she looked barely past her 20s, tall and strikingly beautiful. With the body of a 6-year-old, there was no way he could take on an adult drunk. So Bai Yang pulled out a simple homemade stun baton and knocked the man out cold. Afterwards, Bai Yang hurried back to the orphanage, knowing that the elderly director had probably been waiting for him for a long while. He never imagined that the woman he'd saved by chance that night would turn out to be May Parker, Peter's aunt. The next day, May Parker seemed to notice the orphanage uniform Bai Yang wore and came over to ask about him. In the end, she decided to take him in. Maybe it was out of sympathy or maybe out of gratitude, but from that day on, Bai Yang became part of her family. When Bai Yang turned 15 and had just started high school, 4-year-old Peter moved in too. From then on, Bai Yang became Peter's big brother. Now, Bai Yang was 17 and in his last year of high school, while Peter was 6, just entering elementary school. He pushed open the door to find a woman with long, flame-orange hair peeking out from the kitchen. Hey, you two are finally back. Dinner's going to take a little while longer, so be patient, okay? Let me help, Bai Yang called out, tying on an apron as he stepped into the kitchen. You're just in time. Can you slice these potatoes for me? Aunt May gave him a task the moment he entered. No problem. Are you making stir-fried, shredded potatoes? And tofu too. Bai Yang glanced at the ingredients and seasonings in the kitchen, curiosity in his voice. Are you planning Chinese food tonight? Exactly. I actually went to Chinatown recently and learned a few dishes. I promise it'll taste great. Aunt May waved her spatula with pride. All right, let's see what you've got. Just don't burn anything. Bai Yang picked up a knife and began slicing the potatoes. With Bai Yang helping out, dinner was ready in no time. Looking at the Chinese dishes laid out on the table, it was clear Aunt May had put in quite a bit of effort to improve her cooking skills lately. Over the years, Aunt May was now in her 40s, but her skin and figure were still impeccably maintained. Dressed in a camisole, her figure was stunning. Standing next to Bai Yang, they looked more like siblings than a middle-aged woman and a teenager. After dinner, the three of them sat together in the living room, each with a bag of potato chips in hand, happily snacking away. Oh, by the way, Aunt May, here's a bank card for you. It's the money I made recently. Bai Yang suddenly remembered something. He got up, took a bank card out of his bag, and handed it to Aunt May. How much is it? Is it enough to make our little genius skip the library? Aunt May joked as she took the card from him. Over $10 million, Bai Yang replied, munching on potato chips without even looking up. Over 10 million? Aunt May frowned at that, her expression turning tense. How did you get so much money? Aren't you going to ask if I'm lying to you? Seeing her grow serious, Bai Yang quickly sat up straight. At some point, the TV in front of them had been switched off, leaving the room in sudden silence. A loud crunching sound broke the hush. Stop that, Peter! Aunt May called out sternly to little Peter, who was still eating chips off to the side. Peter immediately stopped chewing and sat up straight just like Bai Yang. Aunt May, I made this money from directing a film, Bai Yang hurried to explain. He had thought Aunt May would be happy to receive the money, but to his surprise, her first concern was where it came from. Her worry was understandable, of course. After all, Bai Yang was still just a high school student. The idea that a teenager could earn over $10 million was hard to believe. She even feared he might have gotten into something illegal. Aunt May had raised Bai Yang for many years, and she knew he was a good student, destined for a top university and a bright future. She didn't want Bai Yang to risk everything, and perhaps his future, just to ease the family's burden. That would be a guilt she'd carry for life. Before Aunt May could press further, Bai Yang quickly added, it's from that movie that just came out, S.H.I.E.L.D. The box office has already passed 100 million. As the director, I earned over 10 million myself. If you don't believe me, you can check tomorrow's newspaper or go online right now and see. Look up who directed S.H.I.E.L.D. Seeing Aunt May still half convinced, Bai Yang handed her his phone. No need. I have my own phone. Aunt May raised an eyebrow, refusing his phone as she pulled out her own to search. She hadn't seen the movie, but she had heard people talk about it. Best family film of the year. Intense boxing action, heartfelt father-son bond. Highly recommended. A stunning comeback. When is the sequel coming out? Can't wait. As soon as she opened the comment section, she was greeted with a flood of rave reviews. Then, in the credits, she found that familiar name, Bai Yang. Since Bai Yang's name was rare in the Big Apple, she didn't really doubt it was someone else. Aunt May read for a long while, finally sure of the truth. Quietly, she let out a sigh of relief. So, have you decided how you're going to use this money? Aunt May pressed on with a gentle smile. I'll donate half to the old director. You know how old I am now. As for the rest, you can spend it as you see fit. I have more than enough for myself. Unless something unexpected happened. In a few days the system would refresh with the second movie, and he would enter a new world. For him, over 10 million was far too much to spend as pocket money, yet if he tried to use it to start a robot fighting arena, it would be nowhere near enough. In truth, this money didn't really matter to him. Giving part of it to the old director would help lighten Aunt May's burden as well. All right, you can leave the money with me for now. What matters most is that you focus on your studies. I won't touch a penny. Once you get into college, I'll give it all back to you. As she spoke, Aunt May reached out her hand to Bai Yang. It's fine. Use it if you need it. Honestly, this money was meant for you all along. There's no need to set it aside just for me. Bai Yang shrugged with easy indifference. Aunt May, I can take care of myself now. Don't worry, it won't affect my studies. He understood what Aunt May was worried about. I believe you, but who knows if you'll be able to resist temptation. What if you pick up bad habits like gambling? In the Big Apple City, gambling and things like it had already ruined too many families. She was only afraid that, with money in his hands, Bai Yang might be tempted to try something dangerous. Right now, Peter and Bai Yang made up her whole world. She didn't want to lose either of them. Then, unable to hold back her curiosity, Aunt May started fussing over Bai Yang with a stream of reminders. As night deepened, Aunt May gently hurried Bai Yang and Peter upstairs to bed. Oh, and when you donate the money to the old director, don't say it's from me. Otherwise, he might not accept it. Thinking of that kindly yet stubborn old man warmed Bai Yang's heart. I'm counting on you for this, Aunt May. Of course, no problem at all, my little lucky star. Aunt May winked playfully. We love you. Good night. Bai Yang and Peter hugged Aunt May together. I love you both, too. Good night, Aunt May replied, her face radiant with happiness as she hugged them back. After the lights went out, Bai Yang returned to his room. After washing up, he flopped onto his bed and quickly slipped into a deep, peaceful sleep. He had been tense for so long, never really resting. But now that everything had finally settled, he could let himself truly relax. The next morning, the gates of Midtown High School were already packed with cars and crowds of people. Everyone clutched documents in their hands, while reporters with cameras gathered on the outskirts. The crowd swarmed around the school gates, blocking every possible entrance. Soon enough, the city patrol team arrived in a hurry, breakfasts in hand, ready to take charge of the scene. When Bai Yang finished his breakfast and arrived at school, the sight before him left him utterly astonished. The entrance was packed with people, and a lively commotion made it seem like the heart of downtown. He looked at the tightly clustered crowd and listened to the anxious shouts of the security team. Trying to squeeze his way in, he was quickly pushed back out, left breathless, and standing where he started, gazing helplessly at the sea of people. Scanning his surroundings, he noticed that many students wore the same puzzled expression as he did, staring in bewilderment at the scene. Some, however, looked excited, their faces lit up with eager anticipation. If he weren't worried about causing a disturbance, Bai Yang would have loved to rush inside and see what was going on. Hey, Bai Yang, do you know what's happening? A tall, burly boy with blonde hair and blue eyes ran over, pointing at the crowd as he called out to him. Maybe they're here to interview me? Bai Yang shrugged, uncertainty in his voice. Huh? Did someone expose your reign over the school? But surely that wouldn't draw such a huge crowd. Snake replied, sounding dead serious. Didn't you check the school forum yesterday? A bespectacled boy nearby joined the conversation, turning to ask Snake. Forum? What forum? Snake scratched his head. He'd skipped class all day yesterday, hanging out elsewhere, and rarely paid attention to the school forum. He'd much rather browse other websites than read the forum. You'd better see for yourself. Toby shook his head, not bothering to explain further, and walked over to Bai Yang. I didn't bring Adam with me. He's on tour in Las Vegas. Seeing the eager look in Toby's eyes, Bai Yang knew what he wanted to ask and explained before Toby could speak. Oh, that's too bad. I was hoping to try it myself, Toby replied with genuine disappointment, as if he'd just missed out on something important. I've already given Adam to someone else, but I might start a robot fighting club with a partner in the future. If you're interested, I'll invite you to join. Bai Yang knew Toby was a robotics enthusiast, and Adam's appearance had excited plenty of tech and competition fans. But Adam was now with Martin. Really? Like in a movie, Real Steel? Toby asked excitedly. That's right. We might even need to recruit designers, so you'd better work hard, Bai Yang said with a smile. Such a big project was impossible for him to manage alone, and sharing the opportunities was good for everyone. On one hand, it would ease his own burden. On the other, in a capital-driven society, it was a way to better protect himself. Of course, he would never reveal the core technology. Not even the U.S. government or military would allow him to make it public. As for being threatened or morally coerced, the fact that he was a high school student actually became his best shield. Unless those politicians truly had no scruples and demanded a teenager hand over such technology. But even if they shamelessly made such demands, those who had already gotten their share would never agree to it. Besides, with Aunt May and Parker supporting him from behind the scenes, he was basically in no real danger. On the contrary, what he really needed to guard against were those fanatical members of Hydra. At that moment, after watching the video posted on the forum, he stared at Bai Yang with an expression as if he were gazing at a rare treasure. It's real. There's no one inside the machine, Bai Yang confirmed, raising his eyebrows. Oh my god, you actually built a robot. Why didn't you tell me sooner? If you had, I wouldn't have skipped class yesterday. Snake waved his hands excitedly, then complained a little. Let's just figure out how to get into school. Bai Yang ignored his complaints and pointed at the main gate, which was completely surrounded. It's fine, I know a path behind the school. We can get in that way. Snake immediately took the lead. Originally, seeing the scene at the front gate, he had been thinking about finding another excuse to skip class. After all, not being able to get in was a perfect excuse. But now, no matter what, he was determined to get Bai Yang inside. After leaving the front gate, Snake led them along the school's perimeter wall, and before long, they came to a quiet little path. Bai Yang and Toby exchanged a glance and shrugged helplessly. You had to admit, Snake really was a master at skipping class. Even hidden paths like this didn't escape him. The path was overgrown with weeds on both sides, clearly seldom traveled, though the scenery was actually quite nice. I stumbled across this place when I was out on a date with a girl. Sigh. She was really cute, but we only dated for 2 weeks before she left me for another guy. I haven't come here much since then, Snake said as he led the way. Maybe you didn't make her feel safe? Toby pushed up his glasses and responded seriously. Nonsense. I took her boxing every day. That's my favorite sport. Maybe it was for the best that she left. Toby hesitated for a moment, then glanced at Bai Yang in silence. Agreed, Bai Yang nodded, trying to hold back a laugh. The three of them kept chatting as they walked on. Just then, something purple caught Toby's eye. Curious, he walked over to take a closer look. A pair of purple lace panties was hanging from a low branch in the tall grass. Looks like you're not the only one who knows about this place. Toby picked up the panties with 2 fingers. Who knew our school had such interesting girls? In such a remote place, maybe she just forgot to put them back on after it was over. She must have felt quite breezy on her way home. Toby analyzed seriously, then casually tossed the underwear to the ground. Maybe they belonged to a guy, Bai Yang suddenly added in a low voice. Snake and Toby nodded in agreement. Along the way, Bai Yang noticed broken eggshells and traces of blood still visible on the ground, making him frown slightly. Clearly, bullying continued to exist at Midtown High, though it had become more concealed. The three soon crossed the path and arrived before an iron gate entwined with weeds. Looks like we'll have to climb over, Snake said, taking a few steps back to prepare for a jump. I'll go in and open the gate for you. Bai Yang estimated the height, bent his knees, and dashed forward before leaping up. To Snake and Toby's astonishment, Bai Yang cleared the 3-meter-high gate almost effortlessly, with barely any running start. My god, how did you do that? Snake stared in disbelief at Bai Yang on the other side, while Toby glanced down, studying Bai Yang's shoes. These are my own invention, translocation shoes. They can support over 100 kilos with ease, but the power only lasts for 1 use, Bai Yang explained with a touch of regret as he unlatched the gate from inside. That's incredible. You're a genius. Snake circled around Bai Yang, his curiosity fixed on the shoes. It's really nothing. Military tech is way more advanced than anything I can make. Military technology usually stayed decades ahead of civilian use. 20 years. What did that mean? Perhaps while you were still dreaming up ideas, the military had already mastered them. Bai Yang didn't consider his invention all that remarkable, especially in a world filled with superpowers and advanced technology. Let's go. We'd better get to class. Who knows if lessons will even happen today? Bai Yang waved his hand, and the three of them headed toward their classroom. Toby was a top student with a passion for robotics. He'd assembled plenty of small robots himself and participated in many competitions, but those robots moved slowly, more like toy cars than anything else. He and Bai Yang had met while representing their school at a math competition. As for Snake, he and Bai Yang became acquainted through a fight. In the beginning, Snake, short on cash, collected protection fees at school. Bayang, determined to clean up the campus, sought Snake out for a negotiation. That so-called negotiation was, in truth, a brawl. After a few rounds, Snake was thoroughly convinced by Bai Yang's skills. Afterwards, on Bai Yang's suggestion, Snake started selling cigarettes at school. With a steady income, his life stabilized, and he gradually came to trust Bai Yang, so much so that he'd do whatever Bai Yang asked. Later on, Snake made a point of learning boxing. As fights on campus became less frequent, he simply became a boxing coach. Not much interested in studying, he skipped classes every day to spend time in the boxing gym. Just as the three of them were passing the playground, a girl with bright red hair and a fresh look jogged toward them. Her hair was a deep wine red, her features delicate, but her overall demeanor was somewhat reserved. "Hi, are you Bayang? Mr. Sman asked you to go to his office," she said softly, her head lowered. "Okay, you two go ahead to class. I'll go find the teacher," Bayang nodded, saying goodbye to his companions. After the other two left, Bayang walked with the girl who had called him over, heading toward the teacher's building. "What's your name?" Noticing she kept her head down and said nothing, Bayang took the initiative to ask. "Hannah. My name is Hannah. Nice to meet you," she replied, a little nervous, as if she hadn't expected him to start conversation. "I don't think I've seen you before. Did you just transfer here?" Bayang asked as they walked. "Yes, it's been almost a month now." She tucked her wine-red hair behind her ear. "How's it going? No one's been giving you a hard time, have they?" Hannah was silent for a moment. Bayang glanced at her, puzzled. "No, it's been pretty good here," Hannah finally replied, forcing a faint smile. "Really? By the way, do you know there's a little path behind a school playground?" Bayang asked casually, a mischievous twinkle in his eye. "I do. Have you been there too?" She looked surprised when she heard that. "Not many people know about it. I only just found out today, because the main gate was blocked." As their conversation went on, Bai Yang's gentle manner seemed to help Hannah relax. She was no longer so tense. The teacher's building wasn't far, and soon the two of them arrived at Mr. Sman's office door. "Thank you. If you ever need any help, feel free to come find me," Bai Yang said. Hannah looked at Bai Yang as if she wanted to say something, but in the end she just lowered her head. "Oh, right. Here's my contact info," Bai Yang added, handing her a slip of paper, then pushed open the office door and went inside. It was only then that Hannah realized Bai Yang probably already knew the way, but had chosen to walk with her anyway. As Bai Yang entered the office, he immediately felt several pairs of eyes turn toward him. He nodded politely. "This is Bai Yang from our school. You can discuss the details with him directly. I'll be here as an intermediary," said the black-haired middle-aged man behind the desk, sounding a little resigned. "Hello, I'm John Mullen, head of Hammer Industries Weapons Division. And I'm Beck Larrington, director of Oscorp Industries," another introduced himself. "Hello, I'm Obadiah Stain, head of Stark Industries Development Department." There were only 3 people in the room, and the office space was just big enough to accommodate them. Each of them represented one of the 3 most important tech companies in the Big Apple. I recall Osborne Industries mainly focuses on biotechnology. Are you interested in this field as well? Yes, we're involved in related areas, but our emphasis is on serum and pharmaceutical development. Bai Yang looked around at the 3 men, his gaze lingering especially on the kindly-faced, bald, middle-aged man. Obadiah Stain, an old friend of Tony Stark's father and a major shareholder in Stark Industries. He would become the very first ironmonger. At this point in time, he was still managing the company, strategizing to weaken Tony Stark's control and seize the company for himself. Bai Yang hadn't expected him to show up in person. "Gentlemen, let me be clear. I'm willing to sell the image tracking technology and the mechanical energy connection technology, but the information transfer and human-computer interaction tech will not be for sale." "That won't do. What we value most are your information transfer and human-machine interface technologies," objected John Mullen from Hammer Industries. He was a gaunt, middle-aged man with slick-back hair and deep-set eyes. "These core technologies are not for sale, but I can provide the chips. I plan to set up a chip manufacturing plant. If you need them, you can purchase chips from me." After stating his terms, Bai Yang crossed his arms and quietly awaited their response. "Kid, we can offer you $300 million to buy out your technology. If you're willing to join our company, I can even give you a share of the business." Obadiah Stain was the first to make a generous offer. "Starting a factory is no small task. If you join us, we can establish a dedicated mechanical department just for you, and you'll get equity as well. Our company is willing to pay $500 million for your technology. And if you join Hammer Industries, we'd even let you head our weapons division." Imagine the thrill of unleashing full firepower, Hammer Industries countered, refusing to be outdone and raising the stakes. "If you need chips, you can buy them from me. Prices and transmission speeds will vary. As for other technologies, I'll be selling them through a bidding process." At this time, Iron Man had not yet appeared. Robots were still just a concept. All 3 tech companies were formidable players, and they clearly understood where the core technology of this robot lay. They also grasped the strategic implications that such a robot's emergence would bring. I don't want these technologies used for warfare, so the core tech must remain in my hands. I hope you understand, Bayang explained. No, we can direct these technologies toward national defense, but not for direct use in warfare. I'm sorry, but my intention is to apply these technologies to competitive sports, just like in the movies. That's why I plan to establish the Atom Club. Are you interested in investing in this venture? As for the core technology, you can stop trying to acquire it. I will not sell it. You may think I'm too young, but I won't change my mind. The three of them furrowed their brows, but faced with Bai Yang's unwavering resolve, they were left with no options. Watching as the prospect of immense wealth slipped through their fingers, they all felt a deep sense of frustration and reluctance. I'll give you some time to think it over. I'm going outside to meet with some others, Bai Yang said, seeing their complicated expressions. He stood up, preparing to leave. We agree. As he headed for the door, the three quickly called out to stop him. They understood that with limited profits, spreading themselves too thin would benefit no one. Very well, let me share my ideas, Bai Yang nodded and sat down again. The other three realized that this young man was no ordinary person, and all traces of condescension vanished from their attitudes. Clearly, neither money nor power could tempt Bai Yang. The only bargaining chip they held was technology, but even that couldn't compare to his. You should know that I'm also the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. The robot Atom was inspired by that film, which led me to develop this technology. That's why I hope these advances are never used for war, but are channeled into the world of competitive sports. If you want to purchase the chips, they must only be used for fighting robots. You're welcome to start your own clubs. While the profits may not rival those of war, if you manage to monopolize the entire robot fighting market, the returns will still be impressive. I'm sure you understand that, Bai Yang stated calmly, laying out his position. Furthermore, I will have Xavier's school safeguard the chips. We can work together, but I will not tolerate any attempts at theft. Bai Yang warned, his tone turning stern. With the professor's support, he could secure a measure of protection for himself. There was a brief silence in the office before the representative from Oscorp was the first to speak. Agreed. Our company would like to purchase the energy transmission technology outright. $3 million for exclusive rights. An outright purchase meant the technology would become Oscorp's alone. Our company offers $4 million for exclusive rights. Hammer Industries is willing to pay $4.5 million for exclusivity. In the end, each of the three companies secured a patent for one of the technologies. Bayang, here's my card. If you're ever interested in joining Stark Industries, you're always welcome. Not only that, but we can also provide you with the most advanced equipment to aid your research, Obadiah Stain said, handing over his business card before leaving. The other two quickly followed suit, offering theirs as well. He escorted the three guests to the door and watched them leave one after another. Only then did Bayang finally let out a long sigh of relief. I really don't want to face those reporters, he muttered, feeling a headache coming on at the thought of the swarm of journalists waiting outside. Still, for his own sake, he straightened his clothes and made his way toward the sports field. A makeshift stage had been set up on the field. The sunlight today was gentle, its warmth inviting people to stop and rest for a moment. The principal, who was in the middle of an interview, spotted Bai Yang and smiled, introducing him to the reporters. That's our student, Bai Yang. As Bai Yang approached the edge of the crowd, he immediately drew everyone's attention. The reporters, who had been waiting for quite some time, focused their gaze on him all at once. Walking along a special path cleared for him, Bai Yang made his way onto the stage, the camera flashes lighting up around him. The stage itself was a few wooden planks hastily assembled and covered with a red cloth, simple and unadorned. A far cry from a formal press conference setting. Hello, everyone. My name is Bai Yang, and I'm a senior at Zhongqing High School. Thank you all for coming, he said clearly, introducing himself into the microphone. A burst of camera clicks and applause rose from the crowd below. A female reporter wearing red-framed glasses and a business suit raised her microphone. May I ask if you really created a robot? Yes, I did. That robot is currently traveling with the film's lead actor on a tour in Las Vegas. If you're interested, you can see it in person at the event, Bai Yang replied with a nod. A burly male reporter followed up with another question. We've heard you're the director of the movie S.H.I.E.L.D. What inspired you to make this film? And what made you decide to build a robot? Clearly prepared, Bai Yang answered earnestly. For many boys, fighting robots are incredibly appealing. The film's release was made possible thanks to the support of my school, and I'm also grateful to the lead actor who helped secure our investment. I truly appreciate everyone's help along the way. Another reporter jumped in. We've heard that many companies want to buy your patent. How do you plan to handle this? Will your parents decide for you? No, that's my own decision. I've already sold the patent to Stark Industries, Oscorp, and Hammer Industries, Bai Yang answered frankly. The female reporter pressed further. Have you considered that if these companies use your patent for warfare, would you, as the inventor, feel guilty? That's a very good question. That's why I signed an agreement with them. The patent can only be used for robot competitions, Bai Yang explained. But that's too naive. An agreement alone can't really restrain them, the female reporter said, shaking her head in disappointment. I believe they will keep their promises, and I hope all of you will trust them as well. Bai Yang stood by his convictions, offering no further explanation. He then went on to reaffirm his love for peace, declaring that his future work would focus on developing robots for medical care and public service, steering clear of any involvement in warfare. The interview stretched through the entire morning, with Bai Yang fielding questions from nearly every reporter present. This time, they'd thoughtfully prepared water in advance, so at least his throat wasn't left burning like it was on fire. When the interview finally ended, the image of a peace-loving genius high schooler graced the front pages of every major newspaper. Bai Yang was cast as a brilliant scientist and visionary director, a prodigy with a touch of youthful innocence. In Big Apple City, this persona was beginning to take root. These titles endeared him to the peace advocates and won over the general public as well. After all, nobody really likes a warmonger. With the backing of the three major tech companies, the Robot Combat Club received a wave of publicity, and Bai Yang's reputation soared. The tech giant stocks even ticked up as a result. The Academy seized the opportunity to promote itself, and the principal's white-bearded smile threatened to split his face in two. For a while, Tony Stark's limelight was temporarily dimmed. Yet, after seeing Bai Yang's robots, Tony seemed inspired. He tuned out the media and dove headfirst into his own new designs, his desk filling up with fresh blueprints. Prestigious universities like Princeton soon sent admission offers to Midtown High, hoping to recruit Bai Yang early. But since these schools were too far from home, he had no intention of leaving. Here, senior year isn't quite the same as elsewhere. It's the third year of high school, or what Americans call 11th grade. The Bai Yang craze lasted for a week, but as Tony Stark returned to the spotlight, newspapers once again made him the headline. Meanwhile, after a week of negotiations, Bai Yang felt utterly drained, physically and mentally. He had to juggle offers from major corporations and the occasional visit from politicians. Whenever military representatives came hoping to acquire his technology, Bai Yang refused them all, insisting that he would never hand his inventions to anyone who might abuse them. This unwavering stance only earned him more respect from the public. Faced with his determination, the military officials could do nothing but leave, their expressions dark and sour. As time passed, Bai Yang's fame gradually faded, giving way to a new wave of attention. The three major tech companies each announced the creation of their own robot combat clubs, drawing countless eager eyes. On the other hand, Bai Yang and Professor X reached a partnership. Bai Yang would provide the technology, while Professor X would invest the capital. Together, they established a large chip manufacturing plant. Every day, the three major tech companies would come to purchase chips in bulk, which had kept the professor in high spirits lately. For him, it meant not only an increase in revenue, but more importantly, he saw hope for mutants to integrate into mainstream society. After his commercial performance, Logan became the spokesperson for the robotics club. To make things easier for him, the professor specially asked Jean to act as his agent at the academy. With the combined efforts of partnerships with major corporations and Logan's growing fame, the situation for mutants improved dramatically. And all these changes could be traced back to a single high school student. The professor had always hoped to thank the young man in person, but he sensed a certain wariness in the boy toward him. Understanding the reason for this guardedness, he refrained from using his abilities to communicate directly. Instead, he simply asked Logan to invite the boy to more events, hoping to ease his discomfort over time. As one robotics club after another sprang up across the Big Apple, this new sport gradually took the place of traditional fighting. However, it soon became apparent that these robots were not suited for the battlefield. Energy constraints alone severely limited their military applications. This was one of the reasons why the military hadn't stepped in by force. On one hand, they had to consider public opinion and couldn't act too aggressively. On the other, some high-ranking officials had expressly forbidden coercive measures. If this boy were to develop hostility toward the country, the consequences would far outweigh any potential gain. On the surface, the turmoil had subsided, but in the shadows, new risks were quietly taking root. As the robotics fighting clubs became more refined, the sport swiftly gained popularity throughout society. Meanwhile, Bai Yang was gradually returning to a peaceful routine. He attended school each day, spent his afternoons in the library, and, once home, focused on coaching Peter in combat. This calm lasted for a month. Then, one day, as Bai Yang was teaching Peter, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. The second movie has finished loading. Host, do you wish to enter the dream? Please note, once you enter, you cannot return. Time flow will be adjusted to a ratio of 100 to 1. The emotionless mechanical announcement made by Yang's eyes flicker subtly. Suppressing the surge of excitement inside, he continued patiently correcting Peter's training. Keep your punches steady, your footwork agile. Begin, he said, all the while adjusting Peter's movements. Peter was drenched in sweat, steam rising gently in the lamplight. Yang, you two should call a night. Go wash up and get ready for bed. Aunt May's voice came as she pushed open the door, calling out to them from the yard. All right, we'll be done soon, Bai Yang replied, then turned to Peter and said, finish this set of exercises, then go wash up and get to bed. After washing up, Bai Yang turned off the light, took a deep breath, and lay down on his bed, requesting entry into the dream. Preparing to enter. Countdown, 3, 2, 1. In the darkness, Bai Yang strained to open his eyes. He saw strips of wood hanging from the ceiling, bent and crisscrossed, resembling a miniature racetrack that stretched all the way to a small pink wooden house on the opposite side. Inside, a ragdoll cat was curled up, fast asleep. It was clear that this was a dedicated playground for a beloved cat. The owner must have adored their pet. On the right side of the room, a warm, yellow desk lamp cast a gentle glow. Directly in front of the bed, there was a computer, and beside it, a bookshelf lined with numerous books. Moonlight streamed in through the window, and the shadows of tree branches swayed softly across the floor. A student at San Francisco Institute of Technology? And there's that nerdy workshop. As Bai Yang cautiously took in his surroundings, he quickly absorbed and organized the memories now in his mind. His current identity was Ward Ent, a college student enrolled at the San Francisco Institute of Technology. According to these memories, the protagonist's older brother also studied at this school. Bai Yang was curious, just how far had the development of the Baymax robot come by now? But it was late, and all of that could wait until tomorrow. The next morning, following the routine he remembered, Bai Yang got up, washed, and sat down at the computer to gather information. He soon realized that this world was set in the animated film Big Hero 6. The story follows the protagonist, who, after his brother's death, discovers that others are using his technology for criminal purposes. To uncover the truth behind his brother's death, he follows the clues, gathers his brother's friends, and together they develop new weapons, journeying to a secluded island where they ultimately unmask the real criminal. In the battle against the villain, the protagonist discovers that the culprit is none other than Professor Robert, previously thought to be dead. Upon learning the truth, Hero nearly kills Robert, but is stopped by his teammates. In the end, Professor Robert takes the portal device to the villainous entrepreneur's launch event, trying to sabotage his plans. The protagonist team arrives just in time to stop him, and Hero, with Baymax, ventures into the portal and successfully rescues Professor Callahan's daughter. What made the whole movie so captivating with a lovable robot Baymax and a dazzling display of futuristic technology. Having gathered and sorted through all this information, Bai Yang began to plan his next steps. If his guess was correct, he'd only have a little over a month in this world before the story reached its conclusion. That meant he needed to master as much technology as possible in the limited time available. A perfect chance to test just how powerful the beginner's talent granted by the system truly was. Once he had settled on a direction, Bai Yang dressed and headed for the university library. He was eager to master the world's cutting-edge foundational technologies as soon as possible, laying the groundwork for his next steps. Though the environment was unfamiliar, Bai Yang felt perfectly at ease. Every day, he visited the library punctually to read, and during meals, he would enthusiastically seek out news about Professor Callahan and the Nerd's Workshop. Professor Callahan's research was at the forefront of the world, especially his work on spatial transmission technology, which fascinated Bai Yang. He believed it was essential to connect with Professor Callahan, and the Nerd's Workshop seemed the perfect gateway. Once Bai Yang had digested most of what the library had to offer, he submitted a research proposal to the university, expressing his wish to join the Nerd's Workshop and participate in their projects. His proposed topic was synchronous imaging and memory technology for robots. The Nerd's Workshop was a lab dedicated to robotics research. Bai Yang uploaded some incomplete materials along with his own hypotheses, and, as a result, his application and funding were swiftly approved. He arrived at a white building, pushed open the glass doors, and stepped inside. The interior resembled any ordinary academic building, with nothing outwardly remarkable about it. He took the elevator to the 4th floor. Following the signs, he soon found a room belonging to the Nerd's Workshop along the corridor. Although the Nerd's Workshop was affiliated with the university, its main backer was a student named Fred, who came from an extremely wealthy family. Bai Yang opened the door, and the scene before him made his eyes light up. Flying robotic dogs zipped overhead. An automated ping-pong robot batted balls back and forth. Remote control bots zipped around, there were mobility robots, and even a magnetic levitation bicycle gleaming in the corner. At that moment, a boy wearing a cap walked up to Bai Yang. "Hello, are you Warden?" Teddy asked warmly. "Yes, and you are?" Bai Yang replied. "My name is Teddy. Pleased to meet you. Welcome to the Nerd's Workshop." Teddy smiled and extended his hand. "Likewise. I look forward to working with you all." Bai Yang shook Teddy's hand in return. "Come on, I'll show you to your room. All the equipment you requested is there. Honestly, the stuff you asked for is pretty expensive." Bai Yang laughed. "Once we get results from the research, these expenses will seem trivial. By the way, is Fred around?" "He's not here today. Probably out playing mascot somewhere," Teddy replied with a grin. "He said he wanted a life-size dinosaur robot, one that can even breathe fire." "That's a bit beyond me," Bai Yang said, spreading his hands helplessly. "That's just Fred for you. Don't take it too seriously." Teddy looked a little embarrassed, but then, as if remembering something, added, "I heard you're working on an imaging learning system. I'm developing medical robots myself. Maybe we can exchange ideas in the future." "No problem. I'm quite interested in your medical robot as well. How's your progress going now?" "It's a long story. I still haven't found a suitable wiring solution for the integrated circuits," Teddy replied, frowning with frustration. "I'm developing an imaging-based learning system to pave the way for intelligent robots. I've also done some research on power systems. If you ever need help, just let me know." This system mainly works by capturing the movements of people or objects for imitation learning. It doesn't rely solely on programmed inputs. It can learn on its own. "That's fantastic. Thank you so much," Teddy said gratefully. Teddy led Bai Yang into a room crammed with various instruments and wires. "All right, this is your workbench. Next, I'll introduce you to the rest of the studio members." After helping Bai Yang get acquainted with the surroundings, Teddy prepared to introduce him to the others. "Let's hope there aren't any too eccentric geniuses among them," Bai Yang joked, following behind. "Don't worry, everyone here is easygoing. I'm sure you'll all get along very well," Teddy replied with confidence. The two of them stepped back outside the workshop and approached a girl with short black hair. "This is Lightning's sister, an expert in electromagnetic levitation technology," Teddy said, gesturing to the bicycle floating beside her. The girl, who was tinkering with the bike, looked up at Bai Yang as she chewed her gum. "And who's this?" "Warden. Nice to meet you." Bai Yang stepped forward and extended his hand. "A new member joining us today," Teddy added from the side. "Welcome to the Geek Studio," Lightning's sister said, giving Bai Yang a quick once-over before shaking his hand. "How did you manage to control the reverse current?" Bai Yang asked curiously, glancing at the levitating bike. "I wrote a program that precisely controls the polarity shifts of the magnets," Lightning's sister explained simply. "To be able to stably manipulate reverse current on a bike like this is really impressive. Amazing work," Bai Yang exclaimed with genuine admiration. "Thanks," she replied, accepting the compliment with a smile. The electromagnetic levitation wheels weren't just astonishingly fast, they also excelled at absorbing shocks. Whenever the wheel deviated from its intended position on rough terrain, the bike's electromagnetic field would amplify the restoring force in proportion to the displacement, swiftly pushing the wheel back to its designed track. The mechanism worked much like the inverse square law, effectively serving as a powerful shock absorber. Next, Teddy brought Bai Yang to another workstation. "Pulsed lasers, plasma, magnetic confinement," Bai Yang read aloud, taking in the flickering blue laser on the machine. Teddy turned to him in surprise after hearing these words. "That's right, exactly. With just a bit of magnetic confinement, laser-induced plasma technology can achieve an astonishing level of precision." A rather mature-looking young man walked over, introducing himself to Bai Yang with evident pride. "Are you working in this field too?" he asked Bai Yang with curiosity. "No, I just have a superficial understanding. I know the concepts, but I haven't studied them in depth." "I didn't expect that adding magnetic confinement would give it such powerful cutting capabilities," Bai Yang replied, shaking his head. "I've developed a dedicated system to control the precision. With this, the energy can be accurately confined, which is why the cutting is so effective," Mustard Infinity added proudly. "That's truly impressive." Bai Yang praised him sincerely. "Overall, this technology uses laser pulses to ionize air, but managing the energy has always been a tricky part." He then gave a brief self-introduction. Next, Teddy led Bai Yang over to a tall girl wearing square glasses. At that moment, she was intently heating a test tube with an alcohol lamp. Teddy glanced at Bai Yang, as if waiting to see his reaction. Bai Yang spread his hands in resignation and said, "I'm not very knowledgeable about chemistry." Teddy scratched the back of his head a bit awkwardly and explained with a laugh. "Haha, sorry, I thought you knew everything. This is Honey Lemon. She specializes in chemistry and is really interested in ancient alchemy." "Like a kind of priestess?" Bai Yang blurted out. Honey Lemon had just finished her experiment. Hearing Bai Yang's comment, she looked delighted and immediately walked over, saying, "I like that description." Bai Yang shrugged and added, "Actually, I kind of prefer the term wizard." "Wizard? I like that too," Honey Lemon replied thoughtfully. "My name is—" Soon enough, Bai Yang had greeted all the members of the workshop. In the days that followed, Bai Yang began to focus on his own robotics research. Everyone in the workshop was more than willing to share their insights and discoveries, and Bai Yang was no exception. When it came to intelligent systems, Bai Yang wasn't particularly skilled at first, but Teddy's research offered him plenty of valuable knowledge in that area. Fleetfoot, the cool older sister, was in charge of maglev technology. Honey Lemon specialized in chemistry. Mustard Infinity worked on laser-induced plasma, and Teddy was deeply involved in medical AI. All of these gave Bai Yang a wealth of new knowledge. At the same time, Bai Yang shared everything he had learned from his Steel Fist project without reservation. Moreover, he was able to offer practical suggestions to improve each person's research. As a result, he quickly earned everyone's recognition and trust. Feeling the ever-growing wealth of knowledge in his mind, Bai Yang couldn't help but marvel at the remarkable gifts the system had bestowed upon him. If it had been before, confronted with everyone's explanations, he might have struggled to understand and absorb it all so quickly. Perhaps he wouldn't have understood a thing. Before long, with Bai Yang and the others watching, Teddy's big white medical robot was completed without a hitch. Looking at the adorable big white standing before him, as sweet and soft as a cloud of cotton candy, Bai Yang felt his heart instantly soothed and uplifted. In every respect, appearance, materials, and functional design, this robot was the very picture of a perfect medical assistant. What mattered even more was that the medical chip now included the imaging learning feature that Bai Yang had developed. With ongoing training, Big White might one day be able to independently perform certain basic surgeries. "Wow, it really worked," Teddy exclaimed, so excited that he leapt up and gave Bai Yang a huge bear hug. "Congratulations." Bai Yang struggled to extricate himself from Teddy's exuberant embrace, then smiled and invited him. "My robot is finished too. Would you like to come take a look?" In truth, Bai Yang told himself, it was less a matter of research and more like a process of creation all over again. After all, he had already succeeded in building a robot once before. "Really? That fast?" Teddy asked in surprise. "The system components are already developed, and mechanical structure comes easily to me. Plus, by referencing a medical robot, I've added a fire rescue feature to mine this time. Let's go see it, then. I can't wait another second." Bursting with enthusiasm, Teddy hurried toward Bai Yang's workshop. Bai Yang shook his head helplessly and followed behind. Compared to Teddy's laboratory, Bai Yang's workshop was far more chaotic, with a web of wires crisscrossing the room in every direction. By the time Bai Yang arrived, Teddy was already standing in front of a robot nearly as tall as himself. This robot's exterior was coated in a high-temperature resistant red paint. Its hands ended in massive plastic pincers. Water-spraying pipes were fitted at the joints, and a crimson cape draped across its back, like a special badge of honor. The entire design radiated a bold, mechanical punk aesthetic. This robot is equipped with a fire rescue chip and sensors on its head to detect life signs. I've installed shock-absorbing devices on its feet for high-rise rescues. It can fall from 16 meters without issue. The outer shell is covered in aluminum silicate fiber, and the interior has a comprehensive cooling system. It can fully take the place of firefighters, entering dangerous fires to save people. As Bai Yang explained, he unplugged the power cable from the robot's back. If the chip malfunctions, it can switch to VR manual operation mode, making it perfect for emergency urban rescues. As Bai Yang finished speaking, the indicator lights on the robot flickered on, and it slowly rose to its feet. "I've named it Fire Chestnut, meaning snatching chestnuts from the fire," Bai Yang explained, reaching out his hand. The robot mimicked his gesture perfectly. But it can only operate for a short period. It's not suitable for prolonged missions in a forest fire. With his introduction complete, Bai Yang led Fire Chestnut outside to begin its testing. "Wow, I have to say, you really are a genius," Teddy exclaimed, circling Fire Chestnut in admiration. "It's actually thanks to the inspiration you gave me. Many of the design elements were inspired by Baymax," Bai Yang replied modestly. Under Bai Yang's guidance, the fiery red Fire Chestnut left the workshop and headed for the testing grounds. Just then, Teddy's phone suddenly rang. After answering, his expression turned anxious. Without another word, he hurried out of the workshop. "And I have something to take care of. I'll be back soon," he called, rushing off. It's about time, Bai Yang thought to himself. In a few days, there would be a Technology Expo, and he planned to bring his younger brother to visit his workshop. At the thought, Bai Yang's steps grew lighter and more energetic. During this period, although he had interacted with Professor Callahan, the professor consistently avoided any discussions about spatial technology. Bai Yang didn't dare to be too direct about his intentions, so he could only probe for information in more subtle ways. As a result, He ended up learning a great deal about magnetic bearing servo systems and the robotics laws the professor had proposed. If he truly couldn't get the information from the professor, Bai Yang would have to consider approaching the boss of Cray for a breakthrough. Although the project had been shut down years ago, he believed they must have kept some technical documentation. As Bai Yang led Fire Chestnut toward the testing area, they immediately drew the attention and admiration of those nearby. Wow, Aunt, you did it! The first to spot them was Fred, who was wearing his signature dinosaur jacket. He ran over excitedly, calling out the top of his voice. That's right. We're about to start testing, Bai Yang said, shaking his hand as Fire Chestnut mirrored the movement behind him. That's so cool. Let me give it a try, Aunt, please. Seeing the fiery red punk-style mech behind Bai Yang, Fred suddenly felt his dinosaur jacket was no match. Amazing. It really pulled it off. The members of the workshop gathered around, all thrilled and proud of Bai Yang's achievement. Honey Lemon was especially excited, unable to resist reaching out to touch the shell of Fire Chestnut. Perfect timing. You can help me test the flexibility of the machine. Honey Lemon, could I trouble you to handle the high-temperature resistance part? Everyone else, see if you spot any areas that could use improvement. I plan to use Fire Chestnut in fire rescue, so it needs to be heat-resistant, flame-retardant, and have strong shock absorption. Those are the main requirements. As Bai Yang spoke, he handed the control wristband to Fred. And you're amazing, Fred exclaimed, taking the wristband with excitement. Without wasting a second, he led Fire Chestnut toward an open area to begin testing. The power supply will only last for 2 hours, so don't run the battery dry. I don't want to have to help you carry the robot back at the end. Watching Fred walk away, Bai Yang called out a reminder. Fred didn't seem to hear. He headed straight for the elevator. Luckily, the elevator could support Fire Chestnut's weight, and they reached the spacious downstairs area without any trouble. The other team members, intrigued by Fire Chestnut, took the elevator down one after another to watch. For Bai Yang, none of that really mattered. The crucial data had already been collected. Now he mainly wanted to see if the fire alarm system he'd programmed could seamlessly coordinate with the robot. In the end, only Bai Yang and Honey Lemon remained in the original room. Honey Lemon needed to test the robot's heat resistance with a flamethrower, but moving the oxygen tank and the flamethrower by herself was proving difficult, so Bai Yang stayed behind to lend a hand. Let me do it. Seeing her struggle to drag the heavy tank and the flamethrower, Bai Yang stepped forward and took the tank from her. You're really strong. Honey Lemon's eyes widened as she watched Bai Yang lift the towering oxygen tank all by himself. Don't just stand there. Grab the flamethrower and come with me. This thing is heavy. Bai Yang's face flushed red as he urged her along. Oh, sorry. She hurriedly picked up the flamethrower and followed after him. By the time Bai Yang hauled the oxygen tank outside, Mustard Infinity had already gotten his hands on the control wristband. He was controlling Fire Chestnut to perform a series of impressive martial arts moves, the robot's cape billowing dramatically behind it. He even made the robot do a backflip, a heart-stopping sight that drew wild cheers from everyone. Just then, Teddy appeared, accompanied by a boy a little shorter than himself. The boy stared, transfixed, at Fire Chestnut as it flipped and spun across the floor. Teddy, come help us, Bai Yang called out, struggling under the weight of the oxygen tank. Coming, Teddy replied, giving his younger brother a playful pat on the head before hurrying over to Bai Yang. Are you using this to test the fireproofing? He asked, lending a hand while eyeing the flamethrower in Honey Lemon's grip. That's right. The gas mixture Lemon synthesized burns at a very high temperature. It's perfect for testing Fire Chestnut's resistance to fire. With that, Bai Yang and Teddy set the oxygen tank in place and brushed their hands off, ready for the next step. His name is Fire Chestnut. Did you make him? At that moment, Teddy's younger brother came running over. No one had noticed when he'd arrived. He stared wide-eyed at Poplar. Yes, I did. Is he your little brother? Poplar nodded, glancing at Teddy. That's right. He's a big fan of robot combat, so he came with me today to pick up a few things. I like robot combat too. In fact, my original intention in building Fire Chestnut was for the arena. Poplar raised an eyebrow as he spoke. But after seeing your brother's research, I realized that making rescue robots is also incredibly meaningful. So I made some adjustments to Fire Chestnut's programming. As he explained, he opened a valve, and Honey Lemon began calibrating the flamethrower. No, I think Fire Chestnut is absolutely perfect for robot combat. He could completely take the place of humans in the ring. It's a revolutionary breakthrough. Hero chimed in, his eyes shining with excitement. You might be right, Poplar replied, but I'd rather see my inventions help more people. Take Fire Chestnut, for example. He could replace firefighters in dangerous rescue missions inside burning buildings. One day, I hope to develop a whole range of rescue robots. As he spoke, he gestured toward Fire Chestnut, who had walked right up to them. Mustard boundless, face alight with excitement, handed a wristband to Poplar. Your robot is incredible. Its reaction time is virtually instantaneous. How did you achieve that? I strengthened the sensor signals and shortened the circuitry, Poplar explained as he took the wristband and slipped it onto his arm, stepping back a few paces. The image tracking system captures and replicates the operator's movements with pinpoint accuracy. The thicker and shorter the wires, the lower the resistance, and the more current they can handle. Of course, the choice of materials also plays a key role. Honey Lemon, is the calibration finished? Poplar called out to Lemon, who was still holding the flamethrower. All set. What temperature do you need? Honey Lemon replied. Set it to 400, Poplar said. In most cases, the temperature at a fire scene climbs to around 400 degrees Celsius within 10 to 15 minutes. If there are chemicals present, it can get even hotter. Got it. Honey Lemon gave a quick gesture and began adjusting the settings on the flamethrower. This particular flamethrower was designed specifically for heating tests, capable of reaching over 3,000 degrees Celsius. Its interior contained a mixture of chemicals, allowing Lemon to precisely control the temperature as needed. Once the adjustments were finished, she aimed the flamethrower at Fire Chestnut. With a thunderous roar, scorching flames burst forth like a wild beast unleashed, surging toward Fire Chestnut. In the dark of night, the blazing fire cast everyone's faces in a fierce red glow. All eyes were fixed on Fire Chestnut, now engulfed in flames, everyone holding their breath. Confronted with the intense heat, Fire Chestnut reacted instantly. Its internal cooling system kicked in the moment the temperature sensors detected the change, and the actuators swiftly activated the cooling mechanisms. On the outside, the red cape behind it suddenly tightened, then bent forward under the intense heat, completely enveloping Fire Chestnut. Flames continued to blast against its body, but Fire Chestnut remained completely unscathed. Bai Yang took a few steps forward, and Fire Chestnut also advanced steadily through the fire. The jets of flame persisted for 5 minutes. All right, Lemon. That's enough, Bai Yang shouted when the time was up. The torch was switched off, the flames gradually died down, and Fire Chestnut's form slowly emerged. As the fire ceased, water pipes at the joints quickly sprayed out streams of water to cool it down, and a cloud of steam, created by the high temperature, soon wrapped around the entire robot. Since the experiment was outdoors, the steam quickly dissipated into the open air. Only then did Bai Yang step closer, taking out a thermometer to check Fire Chestnut's temperature. The display read 42 degrees Celsius. Not bad. That means we've hit the target, Bai Yang said. This temperature is safe for human contact. It wouldn't cause burns or other issues. However, it's still not ready for real-world deployment. More testing is needed. At that moment, a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, dressed in a white lab coat, suddenly spoke up. Everyone's attention shifted from Fire Chestnut to the newcomer. Professor Callahan. Bai Yang greeted him immediately upon recognizing him. Is this your finished product? It looks more like a battle robot to me, Professor Callahan remarked, circling Fire Chestnut and giving it a careful assessment. Its striking appearance could certainly help attract the attention of survivors in a fire. Your research is impressive, but in the end, firefighters will have to conduct field tests. Once they've gathered enough data, your robot might truly be ready to join rescue operations, Callahan said approvingly. Yes, I'm leaving that part to Fred, Bai Yang replied, pointing to Fred, who had somehow changed into a dinosaur costume without anyone noticing. Professor Ken. Fred waved his clawed hand in greeting, looking a little embarrassed. Since Fred was the investor behind the studio, all the research outcomes naturally belonged to him as well. Bai Yang would still receive the recognition he deserved, along with opportunities for further investment. After all, without financial backing, many scientific projects would never get off the ground. Not every scientist has ample funding to support their work. So, are you planning to keep improving your project? Callahan, seemingly uninterested in the investors, turned his attention back to Bai Yang. Actually, I'm thinking of moving on to study space technology next. I hear Professor Bell has made great strides in that field, and I hope to join his team and learn from him, Bai Yang replied after a moment's thought. Space technology, Callahan's expression suddenly turned serious, as if he had just remembered something important. He glanced at Bai Yang again, appearing somewhat hesitant. Yes, I'm very interested in spatial teleportation technology. If this technology becomes a reality, it will usher in a new era for human transportation, Bai Yang replied, his eyes shining with anticipation. Callahan was silent for a moment, then suddenly spoke. Actually, I'm also researching spatial teleportation. If you want to learn more, you're welcome to come to me anytime. Really? Thank you so much, Bai Yang responded, gratitude evident in his voice. In truth, part of the reason Callahan was willing to mentor Bai Yang was because Bai Yang had once shared some unique insights about space and time. He had mentioned that time flows at different rates in different spaces, and that during spatial teleportation, the rate of time flow in the transmitted space could even drop to zero compared to the real world. These ideas deeply touched Callahan, reigniting hope in a heart that had long lain dormant. It inspired him to once again devote himself to the field of spatial teleportation research. He looked forward to finding new inspiration through his discussions with Bai Yang. If Bai Yang's hypothesis proved true, then perhaps his daughter hadn't truly left this world after all. Bai Yang hadn't expected Professor Callahan to agree to his request so suddenly, and for a moment he struggled to calm his racing thoughts. "Looks like we'll be studying together from now on," Teddy said, genuinely happy about Bai Yang joining them. "Yeah." Bai Yang nodded, feeling as though he was one step closer to his goal. "Were you picking up your little brother just now?" At that moment, he took a closer look at Xiaohong. The boy had a sprinkling of freckles across his face, and his hair was fluffy and slightly curly. "There's no helping it. He's always getting into trouble, so I have to go rescue him," Teddy said with a wry shrug. "I think you should consider developing a fighting robot," Xiaohong chimed in, clearly hoping Bai Yang would bring the combat robot to the market soon. "Maybe Fred would love to work on that, but it'll probably be about a year before the product is ready for release," Bai Yang replied casually. In this world, no matter how advanced the technology of the major companies was, fighting robots were still only in the testing phase. "Really? I can hardly wait," Xiaohong exclaimed, waving his arms in excitement. "Come on, I'll show you around my studio," Teddy said with a smile, ruffling Xiaohong's hair before leading him toward the elevator. Ever since witnessing the fire Chestnut robot, Xiaohong had all but forgotten the smaller-scale robot competitions. Compared to these life-sized robots, those little tournaments seemed like nothing more than children's games. "Want to come along?" Teddy asked, turning to Bai Yang as he stepped into the elevator. "Sure, I was just thinking of having a chat with Professor Callahan," Bai Yang replied, handing his wristband to Honey Lemon, who had been waiting patiently nearby before following the others. "You're not old enough to take part in official robot fights yet, are you?" Bai Yang suddenly asked in the elevator. I actually take part in underground robot battles." "Oh, so it's illegal matches. No wonder your brother was so worried just now," Bai Yang said, with a touch of surprise in his voice. Xiaohong glanced at his brother, looking a bit embarrassed, and fell silent. "My little brother is really talented. Once he gets into San Francisco Institute of Technology, he'll have even more room to grow," Teddy chimed in beside him, trying to ease Xiaohong's embarrassment with a little praise. "Can I see the robot you use in competitions?" With confidence, Xiaohong pulled out a small black robot. The robot was divided into 6 parts: torso, 2 legs, 2 arms, and a head. A magnetic levitation-bearing servo system. Impressive. Bai Yang turned the robot over in his hands, examining it with interest. "You recognize it?" Xiaohong was a little surprised, but then he remembered that Bai Yang had built such a complex robot earlier. His own creation suddenly didn't seem so special after all. "This was invented by Professor Callahan, the same professor who just invited me to join his team, and your brother's mentor as well," Bai Yang explained casually as he handed the robot back. "The research here is at the cutting edge of the world. Your robot is quite interesting too." Just then, the elevator doors slid open. Bai Yang said his goodbyes and headed toward Professor Callahan's office. "I'm going to find Professor Callahan now." Hearing Bai Yang's words, Xiaohong looked a bit downcast, silently following behind Teddy. Once inside the lab, Teddy began introducing him to the various equipment and projects. "This is the magnetic levitation bicycle being developed by Speedy Sister. This is Wasabi's laser-induced plasma experiment. And this is Honey Lemon's project." After introducing each one to his younger brother, Teddy led him to his own workspace. Baymax emerged from a charging pod and, under Xiaohong's curious gaze, proceeded to scan him. Meanwhile, Bai Yang arrived at Professor Callahan's office. Just outside the door, a knock sounded. Professor Callahan was gazing nostalgically at an old photograph. He quickly tucked the photo away, but for a fleeting moment, a man and a woman could be seen together in the picture. "Come in." He composed himself and called out. "Professor Callahan, it's me," Bai Yang said as he stepped inside, greeting him politely. "Oh, it's you. Please, have a seat." Professor Callahan gestured to the chair opposite him. Once Bai Yang was seated, Professor Callahan continued. "It's late. Why aren't you resting yet?" "Oh, I wanted to ask if you have any materials related to my research," Bai Yang explained his purpose. "No rush. Why don't you first tell me your understanding of space?" Callahan leaned back in his chair, adopting a posture that showed he was all ears. "Space is an objective form of existence that corresponds to time, yet the two are inseparable. According to the Big Bang Theory, the universe began expanding from a singularity, and its original unified state differentiated into various forms of existence and motion. The differences in position between objects are what we call space, while the changes in position are measured through time. Space is expressed through dimensions such as length, width, height, and size, and typically includes directions like up, down, left, and right as well. The concept of space is remarkably broad, encompassing cosmic space, cyberspace, mental space, digital space, and physical space. In geography and astronomy, space can refer to a specific area on the Earth's surface, and distinctions are made between absolute and relative space. Space is formed by different lines, which create shapes, and the enclosed regions are what we call space. Ultimately, space itself is relative. Bayang explained calmly. Professor Callahan nodded. It seems you have a solid foundation. Then, why don't you talk a bit more about the relationship between time and space? He pressed further. Sure. For example, on Miller's planet, 1 hour is equivalent to 7 years on Earth. If you compare it like that, as in those mythic stories, even if Cooper tries his hardest to return to Earth, his daughter Murphy will already be old. That's what happens when time doesn't synchronize. Bayang used the time difference between Miller's planet and Earth to illustrate his point. Professor Callahan fell silent, murmuring to himself, "Yes, why didn't I think of that?" Still, a hint of doubt lingered in his heart. After all, this was just a hypothesis. There was no experimental proof yet. Callahan took a moment to compose himself, his gaze complex as he looked at Bayang. You mainly study physical space, right? I've also done some research in a mathematical space. They continued their discussion for a while, until a knock from Teddy on the door pulled them back to reality. After this conversation, Callahan's eyes shone brighter than before. As they parted, he said to Bayang, "Go get some rest. Tomorrow, I'll bring you the relevant materials. This is a difficult topic. It might consume a lifetime's effort. Are you truly determined to see it through?" "I've long since prepared myself for this," Bayang replied earnestly, nodding his head. "Good. Come see me tomorrow. For some reasons, I can't continue this research, so I'll hand over all my previous notes to you. From here on, it's up to you." Callahan rose, walked to the door, and left after speaking. All right. Bayang followed him out of the room. In the days leading up to the technology exhibition, Bayang visited Professor Callahan every day to ask questions, wholly immersing himself in learning. That day, Bayang was sitting alone, flipping through the documents in his hands. Just then, someone approached him. "Ent, I hope I'm not disturbing you." Teddy's tone was cautious, as if he had something on his mind. "Not at all. I was just reviewing some files. Is there something you need?" Bayang closed the folder and looked at Teddy puzzled. "The Tech Expo is tomorrow. Would you like to go and check it out together?" Teddy looked at Bayang, clearly hoping he would agree. "The Tech Expo? It doesn't really have much to do with us, does it?" "Oh, right. Your younger brother is participating." Realization dawned on Bayang as he pointed at Teddy. "I don't have any experiments scheduled tomorrow, so you can count me in." "That's great. Just make sure you're on time." "Let's go support Xiao Hong together," Teddy said, his face lighting up with joy at Bai Yang's answer. "All right then, I won't keep you any longer. I'll go invite the others. See you." With that, he left the room, most likely off to find more people to join. Brain-computer interfaces, micro-robots, yet another high-tech project with real promise. Thinking of the technology Xiao Hong was developing, Bayang felt a growing sense of anticipation. The next day, Bayang set off for the expo hall with Xinxing and the other two women. Teddy would wait at home and head to the venue together with his brother. Fred had his own plans. He would accompany his father and bring the Fire Chestnut robot to the event for a signing and cooperation ceremony. Carrie, the owner of Cray Tech, would also be attending the expo. Even though Fred's father's business had nothing to do with technology, a partnership with Cray Tech, San Francisco's tech giant, was a rare and valuable opportunity for both parties. Today's expo was, without a doubt, the perfect occasion for it. Wasabi Infinity rode an electric scooter, with Bayang seated in the front passenger seat and the two women sitting in the back. He drove with exceptional care, following every traffic rule to the letter. Xinxing, who sat in the back, was used to fast driving. Now, with arms crossed and a hint of dissatisfaction on her face, she was clearly out of her element. She wanted to take the wheel right from the start, but the other two had firmly refused. Judging by their expressions, it seemed this wasn't the first time such a situation had come up. Before long, they found a parking spot and made their way to the entrance of the expo hall, waiting for the rest of the group to arrive. The first to show up was Teddy, riding his electric scooter with his brother in tow. Shortly after, Fred arrived, driving a truck with a cargo compartment. Two people climbed down from the truck, one tall, one short. The one who resembled Fred was obviously his father. Fred pointed at Bayang and the others waiting nearby, then walked over by himself. "Hey, sorry to keep you waiting." He greeted everyone with a wave. "Is that your truck over there?" Teddy asked curiously, pointing to the vehicle in the distance. "I brought Holly here. My father wants to collaborate with Cray Tech. That means I'm about to make a fortune." Bayang joked. "You're guaranteed a surprising return," Fred said, bumping fists with him. The Tech Expo is about to start. Let's head in. Today's Xiaohong's first public appearance. GMO Wujiang draped an arm around Xiaohong's shoulders, excitement sparkling in his voice. Come on, let's go. Together, they pushed a garbage bin into the exhibition hall. Inside the bin, Xiaohong had packed it full of his miniature robots. Bai Yang joined everyone, pushing the bin along the sidewalk, marveling at the assortment of odd and wonderful inventions all around. Don't be nervous, Xiaohong, Teddy encouraged, pushing the cart beside him. Nervous? Are you talking to a robot competitor? Xiaohong lifted his chin, trying to mask his feelings. He's totally nervous. Xinxing Yujia cut through his facade without hesitation. It's all right, don't worry, little guy. I'm fine, really. Your work is amazing, right, Yujia? Teddy asked. Less talk, more focus, she replied coolly. I really am fine. Xiaohong sighed softly to himself. They positioned the garbage bin and waited. Bai Yang noticed Professor Callahan in the crowd. He was a specially invited guest. At the front of the exhibition hall was a stage set up for the event. Every participant had to go up and showcase their creation. The next presenter, Xiaohong, please come to the stage. The announcer's voice echoed through the venue. Awesome, it's your turn. Good luck, don't be nervous. Let's take a group photo first. Honey Lemon was still buzzing with excitement, waving everyone over for a quick picture. All right, I'll head up now. Xiaohong readied himself to go on stage, a hint of nerves flickering across his face. He picked up the microphone a bit shyly and made his way onto the stage. For the first time, Xiaohong stood before a packed audience. The sight made his heart race. He swallowed hard, his nerves betraying him. The microphone was too close, and a harsh screech blared from the speakers. Hello, everyone. I'm Xiaohong. I made some inventions that I think are pretty cool, and I hope you like them. As he spoke, he put on a headband and pulled a tiny robot from his pocket. This is a miniature robot, but just as he activated it, the robot froze mid-movement, as if caught up in his own nervousness. Down below, Teddy waved encouragement. Deep breath. He gestured, placing both hands over his chest, signaling Xiaohong to relax. With Teddy's encouragement, Xiaohong took a deep breath, summoned his courage, and continued to demonstrate the miniature robots to everyone. They may look unimpressive on their own, but when they join forces... No sooner had he spoken than the other miniature robots, hidden inside a trash bin, surged out and streamed through the crowd, swarming onto the stage like a colony of ants. That's when things start to get interesting. A note of confidence crept into his voice as he spoke. The spectacular scene on stage drew the attention of many onlookers, and more people gathered around, curiosity shining in their eyes. These miniature robots are controlled by neural conduction sensors, he explained while removing his headband. Instantly, the robots scattered in all directions. When he slipped the headband back on, the miniature robots regrouped with remarkable speed. Whatever I want them to do, he directed the robots to transform into a hand that waved at the audience. That's exactly what they'll do. Cray, who had been deep in conversation with Fred's father, was also drawn over by the commotion. Before long, nearly everyone at the event had gathered in front of Xiaohong's booth. His demonstration had turned into a one-man show. Watching from the audience, Bai Yang was suddenly reminded of the scene from the Marvel movies where Yondu controlled his arrow with a whistle. He couldn't help but notice the uncanny similarity in how both systems operated. After the demonstration, Cray approached Xiaohong with a smile. When Cray expressed his interest in collaborating, Xiaohong was visibly excited. But just then, Professor Callahan appeared out of nowhere. Callahan's words were laced with veiled accusations, insinuating that Cray was a profit-driven businessman who had little respect for scientific achievement. It was clear that Xiaohong trusted Professor Callahan more, and so he politely declined Cray's offer. Thwarted, Cray was left with no choice but to walk away, his face clouded with frustration. When the exhibition ended, Teddy took his younger brother outside for a walk, hoping to get a sense of his true feelings and whether anything had changed inside him. Meanwhile, Xiaohong's miniature robots were left on display at the venue, open for everyone to observe and study. At that moment, Bai Yang, chatting with Honey Lemon and the others, suddenly noticed that Professor Callahan had disappeared. He knew all too well that the professor had likely gone to carry out his plans. Hatred, what a terrifying emotion, Bai Yang murmured quietly, making no move to stop anyone. He had once considered restarting the teleportation project himself, but the initiative had long since been banned, and Bai Yang had no intention of taking such a risk. Professor Callahan, however, was deeply familiar with the technology of teleportation, making him the perfect candidate to handle it. Fortunately, the Fire Chestnut robot was also present. Bai Yang's gaze lingered on Fire Chestnut for a moment before he turned and nudged the speedster beside him with his elbow. Hey guys, how about we go check in on Xiaohong and the others? By now, the surrounding exhibits had lost their appeal. At the sound of his suggestion, Fred was the first to agree enthusiastically. I agree. We should celebrate. Let's have a party tonight, he exclaimed, raising his hand with excitement. Just hope there's no wasabi this time. Wasabi Unlimited arched an eyebrow and followed the others outside. I actually like lemon, just not too much, someone chimed in. Maybe we could even have a race, another voice suggested. With laughter and cheerful chatter, everyone followed Bai Yang as they left the exhibition hall. But just as they reached the entrance, a sudden wave of panicked screams erupted from inside. Fire! There's a fire! Shrieks rang out, quickly followed by the blaring of alarms. The blaze spread at an alarming speed. The hall was full of wiring and flammable items, making the fire nearly impossible to contain. Thankfully, the space was large and the crowd wasn't dense, so people managed to evacuate without anyone being trampled. By the time everyone had safely made it out, the entire exhibition hall was engulfed in roaring flames, a wall of heat rising like a giant bonfire. The crowd gathered outside, shaken and breathless, staring in disbelief at the inferno. Outside, Teddy and Xiaohong realized something was wrong and rushed over. Teddy brought Xiaohong to the group, and their mother, seeing her children safe, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone huddled together, worried and anxious, comforting one another as they tried to make sense of what had happened. Just then, Teddy scanned the crowd, searching, but couldn't spot Professor Callahan anywhere. Professor Callahan's still inside. I have to save him, he shouted, and without hesitation, darted toward the burning building. Brother, Xiaohong called after him, face full of worry. Teddy glanced back at Xiaohong, but his resolve only grew stronger. For the sake of his mentor, he turned and charged straight into the flames. Xiaohong picked up the hat Teddy had dropped, clutching it tightly as he watched the fire with anxious eyes. Wait, Fire Chestnut is still inside. Bayang suddenly shouted, his voice urgent. That's right, that's right. Quick, Fred, get the controller, start it up. Wasabi Unlimited snapped to attention and urged Fred to act immediately. Wait for me, I'm going to find my dad. Fred jumped up, scanning the crowd desperately for his father. At last, he spotted him on the right side of the crowd, standing beside Cray. Dad, Dad, Fred called, waving frantically as he rushed over. His father, visibly anxious, had been searching the crowd. When he heard Fred's voice, he turned at once, his face lighting up with undisguised joy. Oh, Fred, thank goodness you're safe, he cried, pulling Fred into a tight, emotional hug. I'm fine, but my friends and Professor Callahan are still inside. Right now, only the Fire Chestnut robot has a chance of saving them, Fred said urgently. What? There's still people in there. Fred's father was stunned. He hurriedly fumbled through his pockets, searching for the control wristband. Wristband, where is it? Very quickly, he let out a sigh of relief and pulled out a red wristband. Hurry, start it up and switch to smart mode. Bai Yang and the others hurried over as well. All right, Fred's father immediately began operating the wristband screen. The wristband had two modes, manual control and smart control. Manual mode required pairing with VR glasses and was relatively safer, but the smart mode was still in the testing phase and carried higher risks. It's done. As the smart mode activated, Fred's father finally relaxed. At that moment, everyone's eyes turned to Bai Yang. Now, we can only rely on the smart system I designed. Bai Yang spread his hands, a hint of helplessness in his tone. This must be Mr. Ant, right? I'm glad to finally meet you. Just then, hearing Bai Yang's words, Kirai's eyes lit up, and he eagerly stepped forward to greet him. Sir, perhaps we can talk later. Bai Yang narrowed his eyes slightly, signaling that now wasn't the right time for a conversation. Oh, sorry. I've just always admired your inventions. Realizing his mistake, Kirai quickly reined in his enthusiasm, looking a bit embarrassed. Bai Yang nodded in understanding and turned his gaze toward the doorway. The others, too, looked toward the entrance, their eyes full of hope, wishing to see someone escape from the blaze. Just then, the fire department arrived at the scene, but the flames had already grown so fierce that no one could enter. The rescue operation became extremely difficult. The firefighters quickly connected the hoses and began spraying water toward the burning area. The Fire Chestnut robot is moving toward the door. Bai Yang stared intently at the wristband screen and suddenly spoke up. At his words, everyone's hearts raced, and they stared anxiously at the entrance. There it is. Using the wristband tracking, they saw the Fire Chestnut robot had reached the doorway. Look, it made it out. Honey Lemon cried out in delight. All eyes were glued to the scene as a bright red robot, looking as if it had been reborn from the flames, burst out of the fire, cradling an oval-shaped object in its arms. The appearance of the Fire Chestnut robot drew gasps of amazement from the crowd. What is that? Now, safely away from the blaze, the Fire Chestnut robot seemed to confirm there was no more danger and stopped spraying water to cool itself. Clouds of steam shimmered in the firelight, making the scene appear even more dramatic. That's amazing. Some of the younger onlookers thrilled by the sight of steam swirling around the robot's fiery red shell, pumped their fists in excitement. It had to be said, the combination of steam, the vivid red exterior, and the crisp mechanical lines gave the robot a striking sense of futurism and mechanical beauty, leaving a deep impression on everyone present. Still, most people were too worried about Teddy to appreciate the robot's design. They rushed toward the machine, anxious to see who had been rescued. As they drew near, the environmental capsule cradled in the fire chestnut's arms unfolded into a protective cloak, revealing the person it had saved. Teddy, his mother, rushed forward, her face etched with worry as she gazed at the man lying there with his eyes tightly shut. Doctor, someone needs emergency help here. Bai Yang handed the wristband to Fred and shouted for help. In no time, a team of doctors who had arrived with the firefighters came over with a stretcher. One of them first checked Teddy's carotid pulse. Then, they carefully lifted him onto the stretcher. Teddy was in very bad shape. Most of his clothes had been burned away, his exposed skin was bright red, and in some places, it was already charred. Doctor, how is he? Xiao Hong followed close behind, his voice trembling with anxiety. Are you a family member? I'm his younger brother. He's not in any immediate danger, the doctor replied. He's lost consciousness due to heavy smoke inhalation, and he has extensive burns over his body. We'll need further examinations for other possible complications. With that, the doctor hurried away with the ambulance team. Hearing this, their mother let out a sigh of relief, and Xiao Hong finally felt his heart settle. Then was Professor Callahan not rescued? Suddenly remembering his brother's mission, Xiao Hong turned to ask Bai Yang. I'm sorry, Bai Yang replied, regret clear in his voice as he inserted Fire Chestnut's chip into his computer to check the data. The sensors on Fire Chestnut did not detect any other signs of life. I'm truly sorry we couldn't save Professor Callahan. Bai Yang lowered his head, his voice heavy with remorse. It's not your fault. You did everything you could, Honey Lemon said softly, wrapping him in a gentle hug. Yes, if it hadn't been for your robot, Teddy might not have survived. You really did your best. Everyone offered words of comfort to Bai Yang. Yet Bai Yang still felt a lingering sense of loss, though he couldn't quite tell whether it was because they hadn't saved Professor Callahan or because he was hiding something from the others. The fire was gradually brought under control. When the fire chief finally had a moment, he walked over to Bai Yang and the group. Excuse me, sorry to interrupt. He addressed them politely, then pointed at Fire Chestnut, which was now in standby mode. May I ask whose robot this is? It's mine, Bai Yang replied, collecting himself and answering calmly. Really? Is it truly capable of participating in rescue operations? Yes, as you just witnessed. However, it's still in the testing phase, so we'll probably need your help with further tests in the future, Fred's father interjected from the side. That's wonderful. I can't thank you enough, the fire chief said, his voice choked with emotion. Every year, firefighters lost their lives during rescue operations. If robots could take their place, it would mean far fewer casualties among the team. You've all worked so hard. We'll do our best to get these fire rescue robots into actual service as soon as possible. The next day, news of Callahan's death in the fire swept through San Francisco, casting a pall of grief over the entire community. Since the professor had always lived alone, the Technical Institute took responsibility for arranging his funeral. On that day, all the students from the institute donned formal black attire and made their way to pay their last respects at Professor Callahan's funeral. Teddy was still in the hospital, undergoing treatment. Although he had regained consciousness, the extensive burns left him unable to move on his own. The doctors explained that after treating the damaged skin, they had grafted tilapia skin onto his wounds, and it would take a full month for him to recover completely. Amid the sorrow, people gradually began to leave. Meanwhile, Bai Yang spent his days locked away in the laboratory, refusing to see anyone. Everyone thought he was still overwhelmed by grief at Professor Callahan's passing. But Bai Yang knew in his heart that the professor was not truly gone. In secret, Callahan was making plans to restart the space teleportation device and prepare a counterattack against Cray. It seemed that in all this time, nothing Bai Yang had said could sway Professor Callahan's resolve. As for Xiao Hong's miniature robots, they represented a rare opportunity for the professor, one he had no intention of letting slip away. At this moment, Professor Callahan had quietly altered the settings on Xiao Hong's neural transmitter headband, using his own brainwaves to control the miniature robots. But the number of these robots was far from enough for his plans. Secretly, he set up a new production line in an abandoned factory to manufacture more mini-robots. At the same time, he procured materials through the black market, waiting for the right moment to head to the sealed-off island. Meanwhile, Bai Yang was fully immersed in the spatial technology documents that Callahan had entrusted to him. The notes were filled with the professor's insights and personal annotations, which made Bai Yang's learning process much easier. Outside, Xiaohong took Baymax to visit his brother. After checking on his brother's condition, he brought Baymax back home. But then he suddenly noticed that some of his mini-robots had moved, as if drawn by some unseen force. Perhaps because his brother, though injured, had survived, Xiaohong was not overwhelmed by grief. Instead, curiosity got the better of him. He picked up a mini-robot and followed its direction to investigate. Crossing several streets and catching a train, he soon arrived at a secluded factory. The mini-robots were leading him straight to the factory. He glanced at the tightly locked gates, then up at a window, left ajar above. After a while, breathless and flushed, he climbed up a stack of bricks and slipped in through the open window. The dim, cavernous space sent a shiver up his spine. Cautiously, he followed the direction indicated by the mini-robot. Before long, he found himself in an area where conveyor belts ran ceaselessly, carrying rows of miniature robots. At the end of the conveyor was a stack of barrels, each filled with even more mini-robots. He picked up one of the robots and examined it, only to realize it was identical to the ones he had made himself. Suddenly, a shadowy figure appeared. Xiaohong quickly ducked out of sight. Luckily, the person didn't notice him and entered the control room, checking over the equipment. Holding his breath, Xiaohong watched the blurry figure, tense and nervous, and decided he had to tell his brother and their friends. He retreated as quietly as possible. He didn't know how much time had passed before he finally made it back to the window he had climbed through, stepping carefully onto his makeshift staircase. But suddenly his right foot slipped. He tumbled down with a heavy thud. Xiaohong gasped in pain, but scrambled to his feet and dashed away as fast as he could. He had barely left when, like a swarm of ants, the mini-robots poured in. A figure in a black trench coat and a black and white mask stood beneath the window, staring at the scattered bricks for a long moment. Elsewhere, Xiaohong, still panting, made his way back to the street. Afterwards, Xiaohong kept his discovery secret from his brother and set out to investigate with the mysterious Lady Swift and the others. Bai Yang, who had also been invited, declined, saying he didn't have the time. Watching Xiaohong leave with a hint of regret, a flicker of emotion passed through Bai Yang's eyes. It seems it's about time I started making my own equipment, Bai Yang mused, having thoroughly studied the materials Callahan had given him. He planned to build a super sensor, capable of scanning an entire city, preparing for future rescue missions. Another device on his list was a jetpack, which would allow him to travel swiftly through any space. He also needed a spatial flux meter, essential for recording internal data. Looks like I'll be keeping busy again, Bai Yang said, stretching lazily. He packed up his instruments and got ready to purchase materials. Meanwhile, Cray had already finalized the contract for the Fire Chestnut robot with Fred's father. At the same time, Bai Yang received a hefty sum of money, more than enough to fund his projects. While Bai Yang was busy with his creations, Xiaohong and the others had already finished building their gear and happened to run into Professor Callahan on the island. But when they accidentally uncovered Professor Callahan's true identity, Xiaohong froze in shock, and the professor seized the moment to escape. At that crucial instant, Baymax's super sensor in his head had been damaged and failed to immediately detect Callahan's whereabouts. Piecing together clues from the security footage, they deduced that Professor Callahan must have gone to seek revenge against Cray. At that very moment, Cray had arrived at the Cray Tech Industrial Park for a press conference, ready to give his speech. This beautiful new campus is the pinnacle of my lifelong dream. I owe my presence here to every stumbling block along the way. Without them, I wouldn't be standing here today. As he spoke with confidence and excitement on stage, the audience's expressions suddenly shifted to terror as they stared behind him. Swarming down the walls like a nest of snakes, microbots appeared, quickly spreading across the venue. Within moments, a column formed from the black microbots, carrying Callahan forward until he stood face-to-face with Cray. Callahan? But you? Cray stared in shock, wrapped in the writhing microbots. My daughter, was she just another stepping stone on your path to success? Callahan growled, his rage barely contained. Your daughter, that was just an accident, Cray stammered, panic flickering across his face. No, you knew that experiment was dangerous. My daughter died because of your arrogance. As he spoke, Callahan commanded the microbots, carrying 3 spatial devices, to move toward the heart of the industrial park. What are you doing? Cray asked, sensing disaster, his voice trembling. The moment you sent Abby into that machine, I lost everything. Now it's your turn to feel that loss. The spatial devices fused together, then roared to life. No. Cray cried out in anguish, watching his life's work about to be sucked into oblivion. Just then, several figures burst onto the scene. It was Xiaohong and his friends, arriving just in time. Their attempts at persuasion failed, and everyone rushed to intervene. But even fully equipped, they were no match for the overwhelming swarm of microbots. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves plunged into peril. The speedster lady found herself trapped inside a sphere, while Wasabi was beset from both sides, and Fred was entangled and pulled up into the air. Honey Lemon narrowly dodged a sharp spike, only to see another attack rushing toward her. Just as everyone was at a loss, a streak of white light suddenly burst onto the scene. A slit quickly opened in the sphere, imprisoning the speedster lady, and a shower of sparks flashed around Fred, who tumbled safely to the ground. Honey Lemon, Wasabi, and the others were swiftly rescued as well, pulled free from danger. Honey Lemon cried out in delight as she was swept into a protective embrace. On the other side, the speedster lady, also held securely, looked over in astonishment. Everyone's attention was now riveted on Bai Yang, whose dramatic entrance had stolen the spotlight. Controlling the thrust of his jetpack, Bai Yang gently descended with the two women in his arms. "This isn't fair. I want a hug too," Wasabi suddenly called out, half joking, half serious. Just as Bai Yang was about to strike a heroic pose after setting the two down, he stumbled awkwardly. After shooting him a speechless glare, Bai Yang put away his lightsaber, turning his attention to Callahan, who was still at the controls. "Professor, your daughter is still alive." At Bai Yang's words, Callahan's face first lit up with hope, then twisted into a cold sneer. "That excuse is beneath you. It will only anger me further." With that, he prepared to unleash the microbots once more. "I've detected a life signature inside the dimensional device." Bai Yang's words halted him again. "Professor, as I've told you before, if we calculate based on the transmission time of objects, the flow of time inside the device is almost zero compared to the outside world." Bai Yang floated up to Callahan. "In other words, the dormant life signature I detected is your daughter." He tapped the glasses he wore as he spoke. "Is it true?" Callahan's eyes brimmed with hope, desperately wishing Bai Yang's words were real. "Yes, I'll go in and bring her out." "No, give me the glasses. Let me go in." Callahan looked at the student he'd only known for a few days, moved by his willingness to risk everything for him. "No, I have to go. You know, I study spatial science. Maybe the mysteries of space are hidden inside." With those words, Bai Yang soared upward, heading straight for the active device. "Let's hope your spatial data is accurate, Professor Callahan." A powerful suction seized him, and Bai Yang let himself be drawn into the dimensional device. Watching Bai Yang enter, hope flickered in Callahan's eyes, the same look he'd once seen in Hero and the others, back during the fire. At the same time, he commanded the microbots to shield the surrounding buildings, preventing them from being sucked into the device. Crossing the threshold of the dimensional gateway, Bai Yang entered another realm. Around him, chaos reigned, a dreamlike, swirling confusion, as if drifting through clouds of color in the depths of space. Instinctively, he pulled out a chronometer to measure the flow of time. Watching the frozen data, Bai Yang nodded to himself in quiet approval. As the surrounding space exerted its influence, alarms started blaring in his neural monitor. He quickly activated the advanced sensors embedded in his glasses. A flood of complex data snapped Bai Yang back to reality. The monitoring devices around him continued to operate. Guided by the signals from his sensors, Bai Yang soared forward. Luckily, very few buildings had been sucked in at this point, so he didn't have to dodge heaps of chaotic debris like Xiao Hong did in the original storyline. His jetpack propelled him steadily ahead. Soon, he came upon a stasis pod, inside which a woman dressed in white lay in deep sleep. Bai Yang retrieved a thruster from his backpack and attached it to the rear of the stasis pod. With a flick, he switched it on. Energy burst forth, and the recoil sent the stasis pod speeding forward. Just then, a wave of dizziness swept through his mind. The flow of time is unstable. Bai Yang's heart jolted. He immediately increased his speed, racing toward the exit. Callahan's spatial transmission device actually worked on the principle of space jump. Unlike spatial folding, space jump involved the manipulation of time, essentially the creation of an artificial wormhole. Without the protection of a pod, a human body wouldn't last long in this environment. In comparison, this particular space was relatively stable. Had it been turbulent, Bai Yang might have been sliced cleanly into molecules the moment he entered. The pain from that, whether it would last only an instant or feel eternal, was anyone's guess. Fighting through the physical discomfort, Bai Yang soon emerged from the exit and back into reality, stasis pod in tow. For reasons he couldn't explain, the moment he returned and gazed at the real world, Bai Yang felt a strange sense of unreality. He increased the output on his jetpack, eyes fixed on the downward pull as he charged ahead. The professor had seen the two of them by now. Without a moment to spare for excitement, he hastily sent a swarm of micro-robots racing toward Bai Yang. With the help of the robots tugging at him, Bayang quickly broke free from the device's pull and landed safely on solid ground, stasis pod secured. "Professor, destroy it now," Bayang shouted as soon as he touched down. The professor scrambled to have the micro-robots dismantle the spatial device, then smashed it for good measure. He finished the whole process in a matter of seconds. Afterward, he approached the stasis pod with utmost care. "Abby," he whispered, his hand trembling as he stroked the pod's exterior as if caressing her cheek. The next day, news of the incident at Cray Tech Innovation Park swept through San Francisco. At the hospital, Xiao Hong and the others, gathered around Teddy's bedside, couldn't help but share a knowing smile. "Oh, by the way, where's Ent?" Xiao Hong suddenly noticed Bai Yang's absence and asked in confusion. "He's gone to visit Professor Callahan in prison. I heard he still has a lot of questions about spatial theory he wants to ask in person," Honey Lemon replied, swinging her new backpack with a cheerful grin. This was an upgrade, made for her by Bai Yang. Not only could it synthesize various chemical spheres, but it could also generate a force field for protection when necessary. Its appearance had also been greatly improved. She was utterly enamored with this new satchel, unable to put it down. "Has he always been like this?" Xiao Hong asked curiously. He hadn't spent much time with Bai Yang and hadn't taken part in the team's collaborations, so he wasn't very familiar with him. He seems to have a real passion for science and seizes every moment to learn. During the time we've spent with him, he's always either asking questions or conducting experiments. It's rare to see him doing anything else, Teddy replied. Of all of them, he'd spent the most time with Bai Yang, and his admiration was plain to see. "That's right. If it hadn't been for him stepping in this time, we probably would have been finished," Mustard said with a look of profound relief. "He's so reliable. I have to convince my dad to recruit him to our company." "That's because you all were too reckless. Otherwise, you wouldn't have needed someone to come to your rescue," Teddy scolded gently. Hearing this, the group exchanged embarrassed smiles. Meanwhile, in a remote mountainous area near San Francisco, there was a prison surrounded on all sides by iron walls. Inside the prison, in the visitation area, Callahan, hands cuffed, gazed at Bai Yang across the table with deep gratitude. "Ent, I really don't know how to thank you," he said, his voice trembling with emotion. "Sharing all your knowledge with me will be the best way to thank me," Bai Yang replied with a smile. "Your daughter has already woken up, but she'll need to be observed in the hospital for a little while longer. In about a week, she should be able to come and visit you." "That's wonderful news," Callahan said, his heart full of relief. But as he looked down at his handcuffs, he let out a helpless sigh. "I shouldn't have let hatred cloud my judgment. If I had told you the truth, maybe things wouldn't have turned out this way. What's done is done. Still, you've contributed so much to society, and this time the consequences weren't too severe. Only Teddy got hurt because of you, so your sentence shouldn't be too harsh. Who knows? By the time you're out, you might even be a grandfather," Bai Yang comforted him. Barring any surprises, Callahan would likely have some of his freedoms restricted, but San Francisco's Federation would almost certainly take him in. In fact, they've been racking their brains for a way to get him to join the Federation. Hearing this, a smile spread across Callahan's face, as if he could already see that future. After addressing a few difficult questions, Bai Yang left the prison and lost himself once again in his research. Time was running short. While he still had access to the lab, he intended to further study and refine Xiao Hong's miniature robots. Return time had arrived. At this moment, Bai Yang was dressed in white, a silver headband resting on his brow. Before him hovered a slender spear, just 50 centimeters long and scarcely a centimeter thick, its entire surface pitch black. Bai Yang gazed at the floating arrow before him. With a single thought, the arrow shot forward, breaking free as if untethered. In the blink of an eye, it pierced the distant target ahead. This was a device inspired by Yondu's Yaka arrow from the Marvel Universe. He continued to command the silver arrow, making it dart and whirl through the lab with effortless grace. "Time's up. Prepare to awaken." The system's prompt echoed in Bai Yang's mind. The next instant, darkness swept over him. In the New Queens district, Bai Yang, still in slumber, suddenly snapped open his eyes, his pupils narrowing sharply. As his vision adjusted, he stared at the familiar ceiling overhead, then sat up and exhaled a heavy breath, the weight of sleep leaving his chest. Turning to glance at the clock, he murmured, 7 o'clock. Not too late, after all. Bai Yang closed his eyes again, steadying himself and trying to ease the lingering sense of time dislocation. After all, more than a month had passed in the world of Big Hero 6, while in reality, only a single night had slipped by. With filming, time seems to move faster and faster. I wonder how much it'll accelerate next time, he mused. The first time he'd entered a dream, there had been no time difference at all. Everything felt equal. Even after the storyline of Iron Fist ended, he lingered in that dream world, continuing to study. "Bai Yang, are you up?" Just then, Aunt May's voice came with a knock on the door, breaking his train of thought. The knock sent a jolt through him. He whipped his head toward the alarm clock. Oh shoot, I'm going to be late. In a flurry, Bai Yang threw off his covers and scrambled to get dressed. Coming, he called, pulling on his jacket as he hurried to the door. He opened it to find Aunt May's puzzled gaze upon him. What's wrong? I thought you'd already left. Bai Yang had always been up and ready on time before, but today was quite the exception. I've been a bit tired lately, overslept, Bai Yang replied, slipping past Aunt May on his way to the bathroom. Watching his flustered retreat, Aunt May could only shake her head with an amused smile. After washing up, Bai Yang hurriedly slung his backpack over his shoulder and dashed out toward school. Daylight had fully broken. Passing a breakfast shop, he grabbed a couple of egg sandwiches, eating as he ran. Oh, running late today? That's a rare sight, the breakfast lady remarked, surprised to see Bai Yang in such a rush. By the time he reached school, he'd finished his breakfast just as he passed the gate. The campus was nearly empty, and an odd sense of unease crept into his heart. He knew nothing serious would happen, but he couldn't quite shake the nerves. Looks like I'd better save these dream immersions for Sundays next time, he thought. This time, it had run a bit too long. Unlike his dream in Iron Fist, this one couldn't be left unfinished. It had to be seen through to the end. Once again facing those surprised, if not outright shocked, stares, Bai Yang greeted the teacher and found himself a seat. Hey, did you just come in late? Whispered the girl sitting next to him, adjusting her glasses as she leaned in. Yeah, there's a first time for everything in life. It's really nothing, Bai Yang replied with a calm roll of his eyes. Oh my gosh, you actually showed up late. Huh, I bet by the end of class, the whole school will know about it, she said, her tone full of gleeful mischief. Bai Yang was already something of a celebrity at school, and ever since he'd built the atom robot, everyone knew his name. At this school, even the smallest bit of gossip could fly through the halls in a matter of hours. Elika, can you answer this question? The teacher's gaze landed on her without warning. Bai Yang quickly ducked his head, silently wishing her luck. Elika bit her lip and stood up. Sorry, sir, I don't know the answer, she said, honesty shining in her voice. Then pay closer attention and don't let your mind wander. The teacher, a middle-aged man with thinning hair, admonished her gently before returning to his lesson. That's not fair. Why do you have to pick on me? She muttered under her breath as she sat down. This time, it was Bai Yang's turn to chuckle at her misfortune. Bai Yang was well-liked around the academy, not just by the teachers and principal, but by plenty of the students, too. As for those who didn't want to get along, Bai Yang had a way of making sure they kept their distance. In short, at this school, you might not know who the principal is, but you definitely know Bai Yang. Another uneventful day passed, but Bai Yang couldn't shake the feeling that something big was about to unfold in Big Apple City. When that time came, many hidden forces would surely reveal themselves. Saturday arrived, and Bai Yang met up with Logan for a fishing trip and a bit of conversation. Uncle Wolf had been busy lately, constantly touring with Martin. Even with his superhuman healing powers, the grind of working for capitalists had left him exhausted. And those capitalists were none other than the professor and Bai Yang themselves. The tour was finally winding down, and Logan had managed to carve out some time to rest. At first, facing huge crowds had been outside his comfort zone, but as time went on, he found he didn't mind it so much. He used to roam from place to place, always behind the wheel, never settling down. It was only after joining the Mutant Academy that things started to calm down for him. Though he could see the Academy situation wasn't exactly ideal, and there wasn't much he could do to change that. But now, thanks to Bai Yang, mutants were slowly starting to reconnect with the human world. For the first time, Logan found himself on the receiving end of admiration from ordinary people. The two of them held fishing rods, a stretch of tranquil lake before them, surrounded by lush, verdant vegetation. Seated on the grass, they savored the peace of the moment. How's the chip factory coming along? Bai Yang watched the motionless float bob on the water and asked casually. It's going well. Lately, we've taken in many mutants who've faced prejudice and given them work there. There's no need for me to thank you too much, but on behalf of the mutant community, I want to express our gratitude. We all have our own needs, Bai Yang replied. But mutants are too unpredictable. No one knows what might happen. If necessary, I can develop a vaccine that would suppress mutant abilities for those who wish to return to ordinary life. Many mutants, after all, had abilities they couldn't control, and some even despised their own powers. Really? If such a vaccine were created, it would change everything for mutants like us. Logan could easily imagine how much good the vaccine might do. I'm planning to start a medical technology company. In the future, I can offer your people protection, but you'll have to work for me in return. Bai Yang shook his head and laid out his terms. That's something you'll have to discuss with the professor. I can't make that decision, Logan said a bit awkwardly. After I establish the company, I plan to build partnerships with Hammer Technologies, Oscorp Industries, and Stark Industries. We'll focus solely on medical technologies, no weapons development. But I'll be in dire need of people to help run the company, and you're looking for a haven for mutants. It's mutually beneficial. Bai Yang wasn't in a hurry for an answer. He simply shared his plan, knowing it would reach Professor X sooner or later. Logan nodded and was about to speak when his expression suddenly froze. Just then, Bai Yang noticed Logan's fishing float quivering on the lake. His face darkened as he turned toward Logan. Professor X, it's quite rude to use your abilities in front of me without permission. Haven't you heard of respect? My apologies. I just couldn't wait any longer to meet you. Logan's manner had changed completely. It was now Professor X inhabiting his body. He had been listening in on their conversation, and upon hearing Bai Yang's proposal, he became so excited he couldn't resist reaching out to Logan. I'm sorry as well. Perhaps our cooperation must end here. With that, feeling the telltale ripple of psychic waves in his mind, Bai Yang turned, his expression cold, and walked away. Watching Bai Yang's indifferent retreat, Professor X realized he crossed a line and quickly released control of Logan's body. Regaining his senses, Logan hurried after Bai Yang. Bai Yang, wait for me. Logan's physical prowess far surpassed Bai Yang's, and he soon caught up. Meanwhile, on the other side, Professor X, who had just withdrawn his telepathy and was sitting in his wheelchair, looked unusually flustered. Professor, what's wrong? Asked a woman with long red hair, noticing the troubled look on his face. I used telepathy, and it angered that child. I was too impatient, he replied, regret written all over his face. After all, this was a rare chance to resolve the awkward position of mutants, and now it might be ruined by his own mistake. Maybe we could go and apologize in person, Jean Grey suggested. No, that child is very wary of me. He's already learned about us, or he wouldn't have made contact in the first place. If we show up uninvited, it might backfire. Professor X shook his head helplessly. Now, we can only rely on Logan, he said, letting out a weary sigh. He's still a high school student. Maybe he just lost his temper for a moment. Give him a couple of days. He'll probably calm down, Jean said, trying to comfort the professor as she watched his expression. I just hope he won't cut off all contact with us, the professor murmured, never expecting that something he considered routine would provoke such a strong reaction from a boy. Jean looked at the professor and could only fall silent, at a loss for what to do. Hey, Bai Yang, I'm really sorry about what just happened. But you know the situation we're in. You gave us hope, which is why the professor got so worked up, Logan said apologetically. There's no need. Let's both take some time to cool off and think about our own positions. We might be friends, but that doesn't mean the entire mutant community is. My friend, I believe there will be plenty of people interested in joining the chip technology effort. Bai Yang's face showed a trace of pain, and he paused briefly. Sorry, are you all right? Logan let out a sigh, noticing the change in Bai Yang's expression and asking with concern. I'm fine. I'll get in touch once I've made up my mind, Bai Yang replied, rubbing his forehead as he turned to leave. Logan watched the young man walk away. He wanted to call him back, but found he had nothing to say. What happened today really did cross a line. Thinking of Bai Yang's pale face, it was clear the professor had done something to upset him. With a heavy sigh, Logan turned and hurried back to the academy, frustration simmering inside him. Elsewhere, Bai Yang felt the electric currents in his mind return to normal, and his expression gradually eased. The red light flashing on the headband tied around his forehead slowly faded as well. This was a psychic shielding alarm Bai Yang had built himself. If anyone tried to invade his mind with telepathy, the device would instantly sound the alarm, then generate an electric current. It would first form a small magnetic shield, but if the telepathic force was too strong, it would increase the current, disrupt neural transmissions, and scramble his mental perceptions. In this way, even if someone attempts to invade his mind, all they would encounter is a swirling chaos. This device was an improved version of the neural transmission headband originally designed by S.H.I.E.L.D. Just moments ago, the psychic shielding alarm had gone off. The resulting current swiftly formed a barrier around his mind. The same current also affected Bai Yang himself, which explained why his face had turned so pale. The intruder seemed to sense this mental barrier and hastily withdrew their attempt at psychic control. Clearly, Professor X had just tried to read Bai Yang's thoughts. The conversation today ended on a sour note. After taking a moment to compose himself, Bai Yang began to review his financial situation. Among his assets was the money earned from patents he had sold to companies like Stark Industries. Next on the list was the profit generated by his chip factory. Recently, during discussions with Stark Industries, it seemed the company planned to send people to Afghanistan to sell weapons. This meant that Tony was about to become Iron Man. After his return, Tony would announce the closure of Stark's weapons division, causing the stock price to plummet and prompting many shareholders to sell off their shares. Seizing the opportunity, Tony would then buy back those shares at prices above market value, forcing these shareholders out one by one, until he had complete control of Stark Industries. And this was Bai Yang's chance. Not only could he take advantage of this moment to acquire Stark's arc reactor technology, but he could also snap up shares and gain a stake in Stark Industries. With Stark's cover, he could then establish Dubai Medical Technology. Using Stark Industries as a shield, his fledgling company would have a smooth launch. As Dubai technology matured, Bai Yang would leverage it to gain a controlling interest in Stark Industries. Eventually, Dubai Medical Technology would announce its independence from Stark Industries, becoming a standalone company, while Bai Yang would retain a majority of Stark's shares. However, a portion of the profits would no longer flow into Stark Industries. Of course, if Tony agreed, Stark Industries could be split into two divisions, one for Stark Industries and one for Dubai Medical Technology. Tony would sell new energy, Bai Yang would sell healthcare technology. Together, they could cooperate for mutual benefit, making money side by side. The original plan was to base Dubai technology at the Mutant Academy, since Bai Yang was still a high school student and had no one else to rely on. The professors and staff at the academy seemed like suitable candidates. However, after today's conversation, Bai Yang immediately activated Plan B. Plan B would be relatively more stable, requiring the support of Stark Industries, but would involve the risky task of traveling to Afghanistan to rescue Tony in order to earn his friendship. However, after what the professor did today, Bai Yang was ready to move on to Plan B. He wouldn't change partners for the chip factory. That was his way of repaying the professor for investing in Steel Fist. After all, the release of Steel Fist was absolutely crucial for Bai Yang. With that in mind, Bai Yang changed his route home and headed toward the school instead. He circled around the campus and stopped in front of the house not far from the school. The front yard was lush with neatly trimmed plants. On the lawn, a white Doberman carried a plate in its mouth, trotting toward an elderly man. Principal Angus. Bai Yang waved at the old man in the yard from outside the gate, greeting him before pressing the doorbell. "Come on in." Angus, dressed in a checkered shirt, greeted Bai Yang warmly as he welcomed him inside. The Doberman, recognizing Bai Yang, bounded over with its tail wagging excitedly. "Hey Tucker, long time no see." Bai Yang laughed, giving the dog's head a friendly scratch. "Here to request leave again?" Angus led him to a seat under a sunshade, asking with a teasing tone. "Yeah, I've been struck by inspiration again lately," Bai Yang replied, sheepishly scratching the back of his head. "Geniuses are something else," Angus remarked with a hint of admiration, then continued. "You've pretty much finished everything at high school, haven't you? Why not go to college? I've had so many universities break the rules and send me acceptance letters for you." Bai Yang poured himself a cup of tea with practiced ease, shrugged, and said, "It doesn't really matter where I study. Besides, Midtown High is close to my place, so there's no need for me to head off to college early." He took a sip and added, "And your tea still tastes the same as ever." "I'm old. I like the familiar things." "How long do you need off?" "At least a month." "Wow, you don't hold back, do you?" "It's for research. You know how it is," Bai Yang replied helplessly. "All right then, I'll approve it." "I was actually thinking of having you join a competition," Angus said, readily agreeing to Bai Yang's request. "By the way, I'm also looking to rent a lab this time. Do you have any recommendations?" This, in fact, was Bai Yang's main reason for coming, not just to request leave, but to find a lab. "What's wrong with the lab you used last time?" Angus asked, surprised. "This time I need a much bigger space. Some of the things I'll be working on might pack a bit of punch." "You're searching weapons?" Angus frowned, concerned. "Yeah, personal combat equipment. I want to be able to protect myself if it ever comes to that," Bai Yang explained. "Let me think." With that, the old man headed inside to rummage around. Bai Yang, left outside, idly played with the dog. Soon, Angus emerged from the house, walking over to Bai Yang with a black card in hand. "Tandar Experimental Technologies." He handed the card to Bai Yang. "This place used to be dedicated to explosive research, so it should suit your needs. But if you want any extra equipment, you'll have to buy it yourself." "Thank you so much." Bai Yang took the business card. On it was an image of a sleek, silver-white, arched building. After that, Bai Yang chatted with him for a while longer. Noticing that evening was falling, he headed back home. Meanwhile, back at the academy, Logan made his way straight to the professor's office. "Why did you have to do that?" He stormed up to the professor, who had been waiting for him, and demanded angrily. "I was only trying to be cautious. I didn't expect that boy to have a psychic shield," Professor X replied. "Damn it, do you even know what you've done?" Logan roared at the professor, his anger barely contained. "Logan, calm down." Jean quickly grabbed his arm to restrain him, while Scott's hand hovered tensely over his visor. Logan paced back and forth anxiously, struggling to contain his frustration. "If nothing unexpected happens, he probably won't work with us again. As for the chip, he said he might look for a new partner." Logan's words left everyone in the room silent. After getting permission for leave from the school, Bai Yang also asked Aunt May for some time off. Having settled things at home and school, Bai Yang felt at ease as he took the business card and headed for Tandar Laboratory. When he arrived at the laboratory by bus, a black-haired woman in professional attire was already waiting at the entrance. Hello. Are you here to hand over the keys? Bayang walked up with his backpack and asked. Katie, who had been waiting impatiently, looked at Bayang with a puzzled expression. Are you the one renting the lab? She had expected at least a college student, but the boy standing before her looked no older than a high schooler. Yes, Angus recommended me. I should have already paid your boss. Could I have the keys now? Bayang smiled as he reached out his hand. Oh, sorry, here are the keys. She hurriedly unclipped the keys hanging from her chest and handed them to him. And please show me the contract, she said, regaining her composure. Sure, here you go. Bayang accepted the keys, then took the contract out of his backpack and handed it to her. Thank you, she smiled, taking the document and reading it over. Bayang. She saw the signature and felt a flicker of recognition. She frowned, searching her memory, then suddenly it struck her. Are you Bayang from Zhongqing High School? She asked in surprise, pointing at him. Yes. Didn't your boss mention it? Bayang asked, a touch of impatience in his voice. Though the woman was clearly sharp, he didn't see why this had to delay him. So may I go in now? Sorry, let me introduce myself. My name is Wendy. I'm the assistant sent by the boss. Here's my contact information. Please feel free to reach out if you need anything. She put away the contract and handed over a business card. Hearing this, Bayang glanced at her, then pulled a list from his backpack. Since you're the assistant, could you help me purchase the materials and equipment listed here? He hadn't expected the company to be so considerate, assigning him a dedicated assistant. Oh, okay. Katie seemed a bit surprised to be put to work so soon. I'm in a bit of a hurry for these things, so please try to get them as soon as possible. While the lab equipment specified in the contract had already been taken care of, there were still many other devices he needed to purchase separately. Since he had no way of knowing when Tony Stark might head to Afghanistan, he had to get everything ready as soon as possible. With that, Bayang took out his keys, opened the door, and stepped into the laboratory. The lab was immaculate, the polished floors gleaming like mirrors. Passing through the lounge area, he made his way towards the main workroom. The laboratory was fitted with plenty of explosion-proof glass and a variety of materials used for volatile syntheses. Apart from that, the space was mostly empty. He flipped the main switch, and the brilliant white lights instantly flooded the previously dim workspace. Continuing on, he arrived at a courtyard behind the building, where numerous targets stood in neat rows. After making a full circuit of the lab, Bayang returned inside to begin calibrating the equipment. The calibration process took him the entire day. By evening, Katie returned to the lab, a small crew of workers trailing behind her as they unloaded supplies. Lots of the materials and equipment need to be ordered. The fastest deliveries will arrive within 3 days. The latest could take up to a week. In the lounge, Katie sat across from Bayang, checklist in hand. That long. Bayang frowned at the news. There's nothing to be done. Some of these machines only exist as single units in the whole city, so we have to rent them, and there's a waiting list. She sounded equally helpless. Where are those machines now? Bayang considered for a moment, then asked. Let me see. Hammer Industries has rented a few, and there are some at the Torta Lab and at Oscorp. She thought for a moment before replying. All right, I'll take care of it. Bayang nodded, pulled out his phone, and scrolled through his contacts. Hammer Industries, John Mullen. He tapped the number and made the call. The phone was answered almost immediately. Hello, who is this? John's voice came from his office, cautious but polite. This was his private line. Usually, only important clients or partners would call it. This is Bayang. It's a pleasure to speak with you again, Mr. Mullen. Oh, it's you. Have you finally made up your mind to join Hammer Industries? Don't worry. The offer I made before still stands, he said warmly. I'm sorry. Maybe I'll consider your company after I graduate from college. But for now, I want to focus on my studies, Bayang replied politely. That's perfectly fine. Our doors are always open for you. This time, I'm actually calling to ask for a favor. I'm working on a research project, but the equipment I need is currently with your company. If it's not urgently needed on your end, could I borrow it for a while? Of course. I'll pay the rental fee, Bayang requested. No problem. Just tell me what equipment you need. If it's not in use, I'll have someone deliver it to you. Thank you, Mr. John. Also, do you happen to have the contact information for the Torta Laboratory? Yes, I do. I'll send it to you in a bit. Great. Then I won't keep you any longer. After that, Bayang made several more phone calls. Katie looked at him with admiration. She hadn't expected this young man in front of her to not only be wealthy, but also so well-connected. If only he weren't so young, she thought, regretting that she herself wasn't a few years younger. After finishing his calls, Bayang let out a long sigh of relief. Once this is all over, he thought, I have to set up my own laboratory as soon as possible. That's it for today. Go home and wait for my news. It's getting late, so you should get off work too. You've worked hard today, Bayang said, then turned and headed towards the lab's inner rooms. There were still some instruments left to calibrate. Most likely, he'd be working into the early hours. The next day, Bayang's calls paid off. Most of the equipment was delivered, except for a few pieces that were urgently needed elsewhere. Within 3 days, all the instruments and materials Bai Yang required arrived at the lab. Katie, meanwhile, stayed at home, waiting for Bai Yang's updates at any moment. With the equipment ready, the devices in place, and the space prepared, Bai Yang finally began the manufacturing process. He laid out his blueprints. A silver-white humanoid made of steel, with massive wings on its back, resembling a mechanical angel. The laboratory flickered with bursts of light as Bai Yang threw himself into his work, lost in concentration. At the same time, his actions drew the attention of many, all speculating about what he might create this time. Over at Stark Industries, Obadiah Stane stared at a document in his hand, marked with the symbol of the 10 rings. He fell silent for a moment, a sinister expression flashing across his face before making a call. Meanwhile, Tony Stark was still making the rounds at various galas, an actress or starlet always on his arm. Danger was creeping ever closer, signaling the dawn of the Marvel era. A month later, Obadiah Stane had gradually finished collaborating with the Afghan side, and now he was simply waiting for the right moment to send Tony to Afghanistan. Meanwhile, inside Tandar Labs, on an open stretch of ground, Bai Yang soared through the air with an enormous pair of steel wings strapped to his back. Compared to the gigantic wings, Bai Yang himself seemed rather small and insignificant. Jets of blue-white flame burst from the silvery mechanical wings, carrying Bai Yang high above the ground. On either side of the wings, there were devices that looked almost like wheels. With a powerful sweep of the wings, Bai Yang rose to a certain altitude, then let the wings fall still and dove toward the earth. Suddenly, blue fire roared from the silvery steel wings, and he shot forward like a jet aircraft, gliding at tremendous speed through the air. Just then, the ground erupted with the crack and boom of gunfire. Muzzle flashes flickered, and countless bullets and shells tore through the sky toward Bai Yang. Bullets and shells hurtled ever closer, but Bai Yang remained utterly calm, cruising steadily onward. When the barrage closed to within about 500 meters, the wings finally responded. Steel feathers, slender and sharp, detached from the wings, fanning out to intercept every bullet and shell midair. Explosions blossomed, shrouding the sky in clouds of smoke. Yet the silvery steel feathers of his wings remained full and unscathed, as if untouched by the attack. After gliding through the air for a while longer, Bai Yang dove toward the ground. Numbers flickered across his smart glasses, tracking his altitude. Just before he reached the ground, the silver wings on his back suddenly split apart, scattering like a swarm of bees. The wheel-like devices zipped ahead, flying past Bai Yang and toward the earth. With a nimble roll in midair, Bai Yang landed smoothly, already seated atop a silver, motorcycle-shaped machine. The wheels were precisely the same ones that had formed part of his wings just moments before. The magnetic levitation motorcycle, assembled once more from swarming micro-robots, carried Bai Yang racing across the wide plaza, weaving skillfully around target after target. The scenery on either side blurred into streaks of color. Suddenly, a stone wall rose up in the path of the maglev bike. Through his data glasses, Bai Yang lowered his body. Twin blades of blue light flared at the front of the motorcycle. The micro-robots wrapped around Bai Yang, forming a protective cone. A moment later, the wall parted like soft clay, sliced cleanly by the luminous blades. From above, a streak of silver light could be seen darting across the plaza, chased by 4 or 5 blue trails. Every obstacle in their path seemed fragile as paper, instantly destroyed. The spectacle was breathtaking. After another burst of high-speed racing, Bai Yang brought the maglev motorcycle to a halt in front of the testing platform. As he dismounted, 3 more streaks of light darted to a stop right in front of him. The testing ground behind him was already in shambles, with a black robot busily repairing the damage everywhere. On the target the robot picked up, a scorched little hole could be clearly seen at the center of the red dot. Electromagnetic arrowhead. The tip was equipped with a laser-guided plasma emitter, capable of slicing through steel with ease. The base had an electromagnetic propulsion module, and the middle was fitted with microsensors that could react instantaneously to the wearer's neural signals. However, this came at the cost of high energy consumption, requiring frequent recharging and replacement. Bai Yang had also made further improvements to the neural transmission headband. He installed a smart computer processor inside, enabling it to process his neural signals rapidly and execute far more complex micro-robot control patterns. This allowed a smaller number of micro-robots to accomplish much more intricate tasks. Because his speed was so great, Bai Yang's nerves often couldn't keep up with the targets around him. This was where the computer processor stepped in, transmitting data to him in real time. Then, Bai Yang would micromanage the information received from the processor before sending instructions back to the individual micro-robots. Inside the computer processor were 2 modules, one for aerial combat mode, the other for ground operations. Flight mode tended to consume more power. On the ground, however, the demands on the processor were even greater. That's why, in the air, it was ideal to use the super sensor. No need to worry about information overload. Perfect for reconnaissance, interception, or pursuit. On the ground, to ensure smooth processing, the super sensor would be turned off, replaced by a sharp response sensor, best for breakthroughs and rescue operations. With a single thought, the three small arrows hovering in midair drifted gently into Bai Yang's hand. Leaving the motorcycle where it was, Bai Yang walked toward the laboratory. Inside the data room, he reviewed the test results for each target and nodded in satisfaction. The test site was too small for many experiments to proceed. Take the motorcycle form, for example. Besides the magnetic levitation acceleration, the jet propulsion mode hadn't even been used yet. If the jet acceleration were engaged, you might not even catch a glimpse of the machine, just a streak of flame marking its trail. But that mode was only suitable for straight-line travel. At such speeds, braking was impossible, and the only option was a slow deceleration. Of course, Bai Yang's ultimate vision was to replace all of these components with vibranium liquid metal. After spending half a day reviewing the data, he moved on to another workshop. This one was clean and orderly, surrounded by delicate instruments. Entering the lab, he headed straight for a rectangular box. Pressing the start button, the box opened swiftly and inflated with a hiss. A chubby, endearingly naive robot appeared in the center of the laboratory. "Hello, I'm Baymax, your personal health advisor. I'm going to scan you now." With an adorably blank look, he pointed his sensor at Bai Yang and performed a quick scan. A humanoid figure appeared on his round belly. "I've detected signs of neural fatigue. You need to rest as soon as possible. I am ready to administer a sleep spray. Would you like to proceed?" "No, thank you," Bai Yang replied with a gentle smile. The Baymax in front of him was the flagship product representing his own construction company's technological prowess. When it came to materials and intelligence, he always matched specifications based on the client's budget. After all, if he truly used the same advanced materials as this Baymax prototype, very few could afford to buy it. The main purpose of building Baymax was to attract attention from the outside world and hint that he'd been researching medical robots lately. At the same time, he planned to release the animated film Big Hero 6. Once the movie became a hit, he would ride the wave to establish Baymax Medical Technologies and sell medical robots. That evening, while Bai Yang was immersed in data analysis and comparisons, he was suddenly interrupted by a news report. Stark Industries. Tony Stark will depart for Afghanistan tomorrow to sell weapons. Below the headline were countless comments, many of which were angry, anti-war rants from peace advocates. "Looks like it's about time for me to set off as well," Bai Yang murmured to himself, phone in hand. The next day, Bai Yang called Obadiah Stane. "Hello, this is Bai Yang from Midtown High School. I believe you still remember me, Mr. Stane," he greeted politely. "Oh, yes, I remember you. I heard you've been working on some research lately. Any results so far?" Today was the day Tony was leaving for Afghanistan, and Obadiah, sitting in his office, could hardly contain his excitement. "I've made some progress, but there's still some knowledge I haven't been able to figure out. That's why I'd like to request a meeting with Mr. Stark." "Tony? What do you want to see him for?" Obadiah sounded genuinely surprised. "Well, I've heard that Mr. Stark isn't just an expert in weapons. He's also involved in intelligent computing. I was hoping to seek his advice." "Please, Mr. Stane, I would greatly appreciate it." "I'm sorry, but he's about to leave for Afghanistan. He probably doesn't have time right now." Obadiah replied with feigned regret. "That's all right. I could travel with him. I really hope he can pass on my request. I've already consulted many professors, but none could help me. Now, I can only hope Mr. Stark might offer some guidance." Bai Yang pleaded sincerely. Obadiah narrowed his eyes, falling deep into thought. This might be an opportunity. Perhaps he could get the Ten Rings gang to force the technology out of this kid as well. "All right, I'll do my best to persuade him. But you know how unpredictable he can be, so don't get your hopes up too high." Though he spoke modestly, he was already determined to seize this chance. A golden opportunity delivered to his door. He mustn't let it slip away. "Thank you so much, Mr. Stane," Bai Yang exclaimed, his gratitude shining through. After the two finished their conversation, Bai Yang picked up the box containing to buy and headed towards Stark Industries. On his way there, Obadiah Stane had already called Tony. "Tony, you wouldn't mind having an extra person along on this trip, would you?" "If it's a gorgeous woman, I wouldn't mind at all," Tony replied, strolling through his garage and picking out a sports car. "No, it's a high school student. You should know him, the little prodigy who built the combat robot not too long ago," Stane continued with a smile in his voice. "Oh, I've heard of him. Not a bad invention. Though it's nowhere near my level, it's still impressive. But if he's joining Stark Industries, he doesn't have to tag along with me, does he?" Tony, of course, was aware of the teenage genius from Queens whose reputation had recently soared. No. He doesn't plan to join Stark Industries just yet. The kid really admires you and has some urgent questions he hopes you can answer. If you can, try to draw him into Stark Industries. You know how vital his technology could be for our research on personal combat equipment. S.H.I.E.L.D. patiently tried to persuade him. If that kid joins us, his tech could be the turning point in our development. Think of it as a contribution to Stark Industries' future, he added, his words full of emotion. That's not going to happen. The limitations in energy technology are just too great. Tony bluntly shattered his hopes, though deep down, he couldn't entirely dismiss S.H.I.E.L.D.'s point. Fine, I'm about to leave. Have the kid hurry up. I don't like to wait around for people. Despite his arrogance, Tony truly valued Bai Yang's inventions when it came to scientific research. He also knew that the boy's family wasn't wealthy, and developing a robot required a considerable amount of money. Yet Bai Yang had managed to keep his research going by using funds earned from making movies. That, Tony had to admit, was worthy of respect. And according to Pepper, the kid was only 17. Inspired by him, Tony had even started to form new ideas about his own armor, though the energy problem continued to frustrate him. At this point, Tony still hadn't seen Obadiah's true colors and held him in high regard. All right, I'll let him know. The kid will be over the moon when he hears you're willing to teach him, S.H.I.E.L.D. said, pleased at having achieved his goal before hanging up. Bayang, oh, that's a bit much, isn't it? Sitting in the car, Bayang quickly answered Obadiah's S.H.I.E.L.D.'s call. When he heard that Tony had agreed, he thanked him excitedly. Before long, backpack slung over his shoulder, Bayang stepped out of the car and into the private jet hangar at Stark Industries. Hello, my name is Bayang. I'm here to see Mr. Tony Stark. He approached the front desk and greeted politely. Do you have an appointment? No, Mr. Obadiah sent me. Please wait a moment. The receptionist, surprised to see someone so young, nonetheless followed protocol and dialed the phone. Hello, Miss Potts. There's a young man here asking for Tony. He says Mr. Obadiah recommended him. Obadiah S.H.I.E.L.D.? Pepper, in the midst of arranging Tony's travel plans, sounded a bit puzzled. Yes. All right, just a moment. There was a pause on the other end, as if she was checking something. His name is Bayang, correct? Yes. She then hung up and turned to Bayang. Sir, someone will come to escort you in shortly. Please wait here. Thank you. Meanwhile, Tony had just arrived at his private jet, his sports car pulling up as he received Pepper's message. Happy, I need you to pick someone up at the front. He's a high school student. No problem, sir. After loading the luggage onto the plane, Happy replied cheerfully. He drove off toward the main terminal. A high school student? Since when did you start inviting high schoolers? Colonel Rhodey, hearing this, clearly misunderstood and put off whatever had made him late. What are you thinking? My uncle asked me to bring him along. And he's a guy. A prodigy from Midtown High. You must have heard of him, Tony said, a bit exasperated. Bayang, the high schooler who built that combat robot? Has he joined Stark Industries? Rhodey asked, surprised. No, he's just an admirer of mine, hoping to discuss some ideas with a fellow genius, Tony replied, pride evident in his voice. I think once he graduates, he should come straight to the Air Force. Rhodey was clearly trying to recruit him. That's up to you, Tony said, indifferent. Soon, Happy brought Bayang into the plane's cabin. Stepping into the luxurious jet, Bayang finally came face-to-face with the future Iron Man, Tony Stark, and his good friend, War Machine, Colonel Rhodes. You're Bayang? Tony looked up as Bayang entered, sizing him up with keen interest. He seems easy to get along with, Tony thought. Bayang had a backpack on his shoulders and another bag in hand, looking like he'd just come from a long journey, a headscarf tied around his head. Yes, it's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Stark, Mr. Rhodes, Bayang replied, setting his things down. Their connection was already known by many. After all, Tony Stark was a regular on the front page, the notorious playboy. If you'd come any later, we would have already taken off. He was a bit surprised that Bayang had managed to make it after all. In truth, he hadn't planned on bringing him along. By the way, don't your parents worry about you traveling alone? When it came to children, he wasn't nearly as overbearing. In fact, there was a trace of admiration in his tone. I live with my adoptive mother. I asked her for an extended leave, Bayang replied, taking a seat across from him. Looks like she doesn't know you're heading to Afghanistan. But don't worry, I'll make sure you come back in one piece this time. He could read between the lines of the teenager's words. I've seen your combat robot, quite an invention. Interested in joining Stark Industries. Resting his chin on his hand, he seemed to have gleaned a bit about Bai Yang's family situation. Sorry, but I'm not fond of dealing arms. Rhodey, who had been silent until now, shot Bai Yang an unexpected glance. Tony fell quiet for a moment, but he didn't seem surprised. After all, he'd already made his stance clear at the previous press conference. There's money to be made, and you're not the one pulling the trigger. Why not take the profit? Kids can be so naive. Tony shook his head, poured himself a drink, and continued. Want some sake? Oh, right. You're not old enough yet. Maybe in a year. For now, let's get you some juice. Thank you. A private flight attendant soon arrived and poured him a glass of juice. Looks like Rhodey and I will have to put our party plans on hold, Tony remarked with a hint of regret after taking a sip of sake. Are you still working on your robot project? Rhodey asked, curiosity piqued. Yes, but I plan to pivot toward medical robotics now. I've extracted tens of thousands of medical datasets from Oscorp, but the AI still isn't quite up to par. AI? That's quite a leap, Tony mused, considering the shift. Not really. The heart of any robot is its intelligence. As long as the two don't conflict, it works. Impressive. So, how far along is your prototype? Tony praised him, then pressed for more details. Would you like to see it? Bayang suddenly grinned. Of course. All right then, stretch out your arm. Bayang produced a roll of tape. What are you up to? Tony asked, curiosity getting the better of him as he held out his arm. Rhodey looked on with interest. Bayang was tempted to just go for it quickly, but decided that might be a touch rude. With Tony raising an eyebrow in suspicion, Bayang pressed the tape to his arm. Before Tony could react, Bayang yanked it off in one swift motion. Well, that's the polite way to do it. What was that for? Tony recoiled, stung, and glared at him, feeling thoroughly pranked. Rhodey, on the other hand, couldn't help but laugh at Tony's expense. Bayang simply folded his arms and glanced to the left, feigning innocence. Suddenly, the box nearby sprang to life. Under the astonished gaze of the two, a chubby, adorably clueless robot rose up and filled the space. It waddled over on its two short legs and stopped in front of him. Hello, I am Baymax, your personal healthcare companion. I noticed your cry of pain, which indicates you require medical attention. Your medical robot? Tony, momentarily forgetting the pain in his arm, stared at the endearing robot in wonder. Yes. On a scale of 1 to 10, how would you rate your pain? Now I will begin a scan. As Baymax spoke, he performed a quick scan of Tony. Scan complete. I have detected minor surface injuries on your arm, sluggish kidney function, excessive internal moisture, and multiple liver issues. It is imperative that you address your health promptly. Unsurprisingly, Tony's body, worn down by his days of drinking and indulgence, had accumulated a host of problems. Stop, enough. Tony interrupted Baymax with a headache, feeling even more uncomfortable under the odd looks from the other two. Please select a treatment method for your damaged skin. A range of treatment options then appeared on Baymax's stomach. Protein-based antibacterial spray. Tony's eyes lit up when he spotted one of the options. Okay, Baymax replied, already lifting his hand to administer the spray. No, I need the polymyxin spray instead. Tony didn't extend his arm, opting to switch to another choice. Switched. This time, Tony held out his arm. A fine mist sprayed from Baymax's fingertips onto Tony's slightly reddened arm. Looking at Baymax in front of him, Tony's curiosity was piqued. He got up and circled around the robot to inspect it. Polyethylene material? He poked Baymax's belly with his right index finger. Yes. Combined with its appearance, it's designed to look huggable. Bayang nodded in agreement. It's practically a walking marshmallow, Tony exclaimed, then leaned in close to Baymax's head. Light spectrum camera, he declared confidently. Correct. Carbon fiber frame? Handmade, load-bearing unit? No, the load-bearing unit is my own design. It can lift several hundred pounds. Well, it looks like you've put a lot of effort into this. Tony couldn't help but admire the young man's technical skills. Yes, though the artificial intelligence side still has some shortcomings. Honestly, I only started learning about robotics recently, Bayang said, a bit regretful. Still, it's impressive you've come this far. Baymax's AI had been significantly limited by Bayang. Tony was likely allergic to the protein spray. He'd chosen it deliberately to test Baymax, but the robot hadn't detected his allergy. Why do you turn him off? Tony sat back in his seat and pointed at Baymax. Just tell him, I'm satisfied with your care. All right, Marshmallow, I'm satisfied with your care. He gave Baymax's belly a friendly pat. Baymax turned and made his way back into his charging pod. What kind of battery does he use? Once Baymax had returned, Tony asked Bayang with curiosity. Lithium batteries. Supercapacitors make charging even faster. A solid choice. Yes, he'll be able to help a lot of people. Bayang's words left Tony momentarily silent. Rhodey, meanwhile, just watched in mild confusion. He understood bits and pieces, but much of it was beyond him. After seeing Bayang's research, Rhodey grew interested and started chatting with him, leaving Rhodey out of the loop for a while. As the flight gradually leveled off, the three of them unfastened their seat belts. What was it that Happy handed you just now? Tony gestured to the device at Bayang's waist, his curiosity piqued. A moment ago, Happy had specifically checked Bayang over. Aside from some toiletries in his backpack and an unusual device at his waist, there was also a large box filled with micro-robots. No firearms or weapons of any kind. Since these items hadn't been activated, nobody could tell what they were, just a slim rod, looking almost like a magic wand. The box of micro-robots was nothing more than a pile of raw materials to the untrained eye. Weapons. For self-defense. Bayang drew an electromagnetic arrowhead from the charging device. A little metal stick? Does it explode? Hearing it was a weapon, Tony's confidence immediately returned. Rhodey, on the other hand, felt a mix of nerves and curiosity. No, but it can hover in midair, move faster than a bullet, and make agile turns, Bayang explained, spinning the compact rod in his hand. Before Tony could respond, the tip of the small rod in Bayang's hand suddenly glowed with a sharp blue arrow of light. What's that? Tony frowned at the arrowhead in Bayang's hand, puzzled by its light and unable to figure out the principle behind it for the moment. It looked like a laser, but clearly, such a small rod couldn't possibly generate a laser of that intensity. Looks a bit like induced plasma, Rhodey ventured uncertainly. That's right, laser-induced plasma. Bayang shot him a surprised look. Don't look at me. I just happened to come across it once, Rhodey said, raising his hands in a helpless gesture. Laser-induced plasma, Tony repeated, still frowning. But how did you manage to contain it? He'd studied laser weapons before, but they required tremendous power. He'd considered laser-induced plasma as an improvement, but found there was simply no way to contain it. I've specially designed a system that can precisely contain the plasma inside, Bayang summarized briefly. If he were to explain in detail, it would take more than 10 hours. You made it yourself? The other man sounded almost incredulous. Yes, Bayang nodded. After all, he couldn't exactly say he learned it from Mustard Infinity. There was no such person in this world, and if anyone dug deeper, it would only cause unnecessary trouble. Bayang, you truly impress me. He had really thought this quiet young man had no interest in weapons, but here he was, silently inventing a weapon far ahead of its time. So, are you interested in joining our Air Force Research Division? Roddy suddenly asked in a low voice. Don't even think about it. I'd never sell this for use in war. I only made it to protect myself, Bayang replied as he guided the electromagnetic arrowhead to fly a few circles around the cabin. My God, is that a brain-machine interface? At this sight, Tony was visibly stunned. That's right. My neural control headband is hidden under my scarf, Bayang said, pointing to the scarf around his forehead. At this point, the only weaknesses I have left are in energy and artificial intelligence. As if all this isn't enough, do you have some kind of paranoia? Tony took the electromagnetic arrowhead, at a loss for words. Bayang, do you realize what this device represents? Tony suddenly turned serious. I do. It's endless wealth, power, and beautiful women, though I already have plenty of those, Tony added, showing off with a hint of irony. I develop weapons only to protect myself. My original goal has always been to build medical robots to help more people around the world. If the Baymax robot could be mass-produced, hospitals could have a fleet of medical nurses, and families facing emergencies would get early warnings. Robots could fully take over rescue missions for humans. Imagine a child about to drown. Baymax could intervene instantly. In a fire, rescue robots could replace firefighters. Any dangerous rescue operation, robots could do it instead. Can you picture such a world? Bayang's eyes shone with hope. Of course, I'm not saying robots should replace all human jobs, just in protection and rescue, to reduce unnecessary casualties. If robots really did free humanity from all labor, who could predict what would happen? Okay, that truly is a grand ideal. Even Tony, watching the boy's expression full of yearning, couldn't help but question his own purpose in inventing weapons. Thinking of all the insults hurled at Stark Industries online, he had never felt anything in particular before, but now, a sudden pang of guilt flickered in his heart. But then, recalling how Stark Industries' medical devices and agricultural research had saved millions, that guilt quickly faded away. Stark Industries had risen to power through war and was one of America's largest arms suppliers. But since Tony took over, in recent years the company had also begun developing medical technology and agricultural innovations. All weapons-related business had been handed over to Obadiah Stane. Rhodey didn't have much to say about this, but as for Bai Yang's ideals, he still held a deep respect. Tony played with the electromagnetic arrowhead in his hand for a moment before returning it to Bai Yang. Afterwards, Bai Yang unabashedly began asking Tony about various aspects of intelligent technology. To Tony's surprise, no matter what he explained, Bai Yang quickly grasped the concepts and even offered his own insights. Conversing with someone so sharp was truly a pleasure. This, however, left Colonel Rhodes in a tight spot. He had hoped to enjoy some perks aboard Tony's private jet, but with his kid around, all those dreams went up in smoke. Ah, those lovely flight attendants. The private jet swiftly landed at a military base in Afghanistan. After disembarking, they found a group of Afghan liaison officers waiting below. Tony stepped forward to shake hands with a general at the front, while Rhodey went off to oversee the weapons transport. Hello, General. Welcome, Mr. Stark. We're looking forward to seeing the weapon you're about to demonstrate. Thank you. The group exchanged handshakes. After that, Tony arrived at the demonstration site. Once the weapon was assembled, he stood before the assembled military personnel. Now, allow me to showcase Stark's ace in the hole, the very first anti-gravity missile launch system, complete with our own rapid response technology. For your reference, the Jericho missile. At a signal, the assembled missile swiftly adjusted its position. A single missile, trailing a white contrail, shot toward the mountains behind him. As it soared through the air, the missile split into countless smaller warheads, creating a blanket of destruction over the small mountain range ahead. A thunderous boom echoed through the distance, and even several kilometers away, everyone felt the shockwave reverberate through their bodies. Bai Yang squinted his eyes against the force of the blast. Talk about filthy rich. This was the very definition of overwhelming firepower through sheer wealth. After a bit of self-congratulatory speech, Tony pulled out a chilled drink he'd prepared and began to celebrate. So kid, how do you feel? Tony raised his glass, arching an eyebrow at Bai Yang. Man, you're loaded, Bai Yang replied, scrunching his mouth with a touch of envy. Tony burst out laughing at the sight of Bai Yang's sour expression. I never thought you'd say that. I made $500 million on this deal. Don't you have any thoughts about that? He took a sip of his chilled drink and asked with curiosity. No, I think my robots are just as profitable as your weapons. That's true. How about launching your product through Stark Industries? I can give you a bigger share of the profits. To be honest, Tony had high hopes for the future of the Baymax robots. Let's talk about it when Baymax's AI system is fully developed. Bayang didn't give him a direct answer. No problem. Just then his phone rang. Obi, what are you up to? He looked at the video call, where Obadiah was lying in bed. I can't sleep without knowing the result. How did it go? The truth was he really couldn't sleep, but not for the reason he claimed. It was more about wanting to see Tony one last time in advance. It went great. It's as lively as Christmas over here. By the way, Bai Yang's new creation is pretty impressive. Tony chuckled as he replied. Oh, that's good. Whether you can recruit him into Stark Industries is up to you. Even with a genius like you on board, what company would ever complain about having too many geniuses? Obadiah finished speaking and was about to hang up. All right, good night. There was a time difference between the two places. Over in the Big Apple, it was already night, while here, it was just past noon. Tony got ready to board a military jeep, planning to head to the base for a short rest before continuing negotiations. But as he was about to enter the first jeep, Rhodey came hurrying over. This is my jeep. Usually, the lead and rear vehicles are the most dangerous, while the ones in the middle are better protected. No, this is my action jeep. Tony closed the door, refusing to give in. Meanwhile, Bayang chose a jeep in the middle of the convoy. He made sure his suitcase was loaded on board. Inside were his miniature robots. As for riding with Tony, he had no intention of gambling with his life. If things went as expected, the vehicle at the front would be the one to get blown up. He couldn't be sure his miniature robots would be able to react in time. Besides, as Tony's Phoenix moment approached, Bayang didn't want to interfere. What he really wanted was to figure out a way to get his hands on Tony's miniature arc reactor. And if Tony didn't go through this ordeal, he would never decide to shut down Stark Industries' weapons division, and Bayang's Baymax Medical Technology wouldn't have a chance to join the fold. After all, Baymax Medical Technology focused on healthcare. If it joined the much-maligned Stark Industries, there was no doubt that sales would meet with heavy resistance. Even worse, conspiracy theorists might claim that the Baymax robots were actually war machines disguised as healthcare aids, meant to infiltrate civilian life. And besides, if Stark Industries stock didn't take a nosedive, how could he ever buy up shares from those shareholders? It all came down to one thing: not enough money. There wasn't anyone suitable to take charge of the company either, and their network of contacts was sorely lacking. Originally, Tony and Bayang were supposed to be sitting in the car in the middle of the convoy. Now, Tony was up front in a jeep, and Roddy had been relegated to the very last vehicle. Bayang adjusted his headband, activating the super sensor to keep constant watch on their surroundings. All the micro-robots stowed in the rear luggage compartment were now fully activated, poised, and ready for action. They hadn't been driving long when, up ahead, a group of figures were already lying in ambush. Watch out, there's an ambush ahead. Bayang called out casually, not really expecting anyone to heed his warning. With a thought, the shell of the suitcase burst open. Swarms of micro-robots shot out like a hive of bees, whirling around him and snapping together into a suit of armor that enveloped him completely. Bayang's whole body looked bulkier. After all, these weren't nanobots. Combined, they made him appear clumsy and oversized. What's he doing? One of the escorting soldiers wondered aloud as he watched the boy's strange maneuver. He's probably testing some new gadget. Looks pretty cool, actually, another soldier remarked, eyeing the micro-robots that covered Bayang with curiosity. Only the driver seemed to take Bayang's warning to heart. Glancing nervously out the window, he felt a growing sense of unease. That unease was soon justified. Without warning, a crackle of intense gunfire erupted around the convoy. The jeeps were raked by bullets. Ambush! We're under attack. Get ready. Return fire. The sudden assault threw the whole convoy into chaos. Kid, stay put in the car. Tommy, you stay here and protect him. With that, the others leaped out to engage the attackers. But clearly, against a group of well-prepared terrorists, the convoy was outmatched. They hadn't gotten far before bullets cut them down one by one. Watching his teammates fall, Tommy couldn't hold back any longer. Hey kid, stay put in the car. He said this quickly, then grabbed his gun, flung open the door, and rushed out. He hadn't made it far before a bullet struck him down. Bai Yang, however, had already prepared for this. He opened the car door, jets firing from his boots. The micro-robots snapped tight around him, forming a cocoon. Blue flames roared from the rear, propelling him forward like a rocket. Before the terrorists could even react, Bai Yang shot out of the battlefield in a streak of blue light, vanishing into the endless desert. He knew full well that his micro-robots weren't going to stand up to missiles. The terrorists could only stare, dumbstruck, at the trail he left behind. The battle ended quickly. Thanks to their combat experience, Roddy and a few others managed to escape by the skin of their teeth. But Tony, by then, had already slipped into unconsciousness. The Ten Rings had simply taken a commission from someone, targeting this convoy with orders, if possible, to kidnap one of the high school students traveling with it. But when they discovered Tony Stark, the CEO of Stark Industries, they immediately stopped their attack and captured him instead. As Tony's vital signs grew weaker, the leader hurriedly brought him back to their base and began searching for a doctor. As for Bai Yang's whereabouts, they found no trace. They then called Obadiah Stane, informing him that the price would have to go up if he truly wanted Tony Stark dead. Meanwhile, inside the terrorist hideout, the kidnapped doctor, Insan, began to treat Tony. As fate would have it, the outcome was much the same. With the help of a car battery, Insan installed an electromagnet in Tony's chest to hold back the shrapnel lodged in his bloodstream, keeping it from reaching his heart. When Tony regained consciousness, the Ten Rings leader demanded that he build them the Jericho missile. Tony refused outright, baffled by how they had gotten their hands on Stark Industries weapons. After enduring a harsh punishment at the hands of the leader, he was forced to temporarily comply. Here, he was no longer the powerful, respected CEO revered by all, just an ordinary man held captive. At this moment, his thoughts turned to his assistant, that considerate woman, and also to the high school student who had been with him. He wondered how the boy was faring now. I know everyone out there is looking for you, Stark, but in these remote mountains, they'll never find you, Insan said, sitting beside the dazed Tony. You've seen what's outside. All those things, they're your legacy. The work of your life is now in the hands of killers. Are you really willing to give up just like this? Outside, weapons bearing the Stark Industries logo were stacked everywhere. Tony struggled to understand why his creations had ended up in their hands. Is this the final act of defiance from the great Tony Stark? Insan raised his voice. Or are you going to do something about it? He had saved Tony, hoping that Tony could change, too. What else can I possibly do? No matter what I do, they'll kill me, Tony replied flatly, resignation in his tone. Even if they don't, I doubt I'll survive another week. He still clung to the car battery that kept him alive. In the dim cave, the two men sat by the flickering campfire. This is the most important week of your life, isn't it? Insan persisted, refusing to give up hope and trying to encourage him. Staring into the firelight, Tony's eyes slowly widened. The next morning, the cave bustled with intense activity. The terrorists moved all the equipment and materials inside, and whenever they needed a particular device, Ethan would translate their requests for their leader. Once everything was ready, Tony finally began preparations to build a miniature arc reactor. Meanwhile, after his escape, Bai Yang found a small town where he could rest and recharge his equipment. As soon as it was ready, he set off in the direction indicated by his tracking radar. That radar was following a tracker he had secretly placed on Tony. Before leaving the town, he sent Pepper a location pin, precisely the spot where the tracker was broadcasting from. As for the phone call, he'd scribbled down the number when he called from the front desk. His micro-robots glided behind him, seamlessly transforming into two silvery wings. A moment later, he soared into the sky, heading straight for his target. A silver figure streaked across the heavens, flying towards the distant horizon. At that very moment, Pepper, who was beside herself with worry, suddenly felt her phone vibrate. She hurriedly picked it up, but there was nothing, just a location in a remote corner of Afghanistan. When she saw it, she quickly handed it to Rhodey. Look, someone just sent me a satellite location. Could this be where Tony is? Rhodey frowned at the coordinates, but decided it was better to err on the side of caution. Doesn't matter if it is or isn't. We'll take a helicopter and search the area. After days without any word from Tony, hope had nearly faded for both of them. In flight mode, Bai Yang soon arrived near his destination. Gazing at the barren mountain range, he beat his iron wings and landed lightly on a patch of gray rock. He was close to the enemy's stronghold now. Any more flying would make him too easy to spot. After all, his micro-robots weren't made of vibranium or adamantium. If they were, he could simply bulldoze his way through. The wings broke apart, sliding down to his feet and lifting him gently from the ground. Bai Yang crept silently toward the enemy hideout. Back when he was designing his robots, he'd considered adding a biogene component, hoping they could self-repair or even camouflage themselves. But there hadn't been enough time to explore that, and he wasn't exactly an expert in biotech anyway. He could only hope that next time the system sent him into a world where bioengineering was advanced. The micro-robots merged and flowed together like liquid, enveloping Bai Yang as he advanced. Before long, he was right outside the enemy stronghold. He activated his sensors, sweeping the compound with a comprehensive scan. When he finally detected Tony's vital signs deep within a cave, he let out a sigh of relief. The one beside him had to be Ethan. To be honest, he had a good impression of Ethan. Even though life had dealt him a harsh hand, Ethan persevered, as if all the suffering in the world was nothing in his eyes. He always managed to stay optimistic. He was also a key guide for the emergence of Iron Man. Looking up at the sunlit sky, Bai Yang chose to hide and decided to wait until nightfall before making his move. Night quietly descended. The guards began changing shifts, as if convinced that this place was so well hidden no one could ever find it. Their patrols grew noticeably lax. Once the houses lit up with dim, flickering lights, Bai Yang began to move, silent as a shadow. A miniature robot landed at his feet, carrying him forward as he glided along smoothly. When he was close enough, Bai Yang lowered two lenses from his headband, peering past a rock to scan for enemies up ahead. At his waist, an electromagnetic arrowhead silently rose into the air. Once his imaging system locked onto the targets, an electromagnetic arrowhead streaked out, trailing a blue glow as it shot toward a patrolling guard. With three sharp, wet thuds, bodies were pierced in rapid succession. Just as the corpses were about to hit the ground, the miniature robot slipped beneath them, gently lowering each to the earth. Bai Yang darted past the three bodies, moving swiftly toward his next target. And so it went again and again. Like an assassin in the night, he claimed their lives without a sound. The electromagnetic arrowhead was finally showing its true power. But inevitably, someone noticed that something was wrong. A man, fresh from a round of gambling, spotted his comrades lying in a pool of blood. With no time to pull up his pants, he grabbed his rifle and fired wildly into the sky. The sudden burst of gunfire jolted every member of the 10 Rings awake. They rushed outside, weapons at the ready. What's going on? What happened? The leader of the 10 Rings glared furiously at the man who had opened fire. He pointed at the bodies on the ground. Damn it! Someone's infiltrated our camp. Find him. The leader, seeing the corpses, raised his gun and began shouting orders. Go. Check if anyone else is still alive. At that moment, a silver motorcycle suddenly appeared in a clearing outside the cave. Someone was seated on it. No one had time to wonder how a motorcycle had gotten in. There. That's the enemy. The leader sneered, leveling his gun at the motorcycle, finger tightening on the trigger. The others raised their rifles, ready to open fire. Gunshots erupted, and a hail of bullets tore toward the gleaming silver motorcycle. But what happened next left them utterly stunned. Right before their eyes, the strange motorcycle defied all logic, accelerating in an instant and transforming into a streak of blue light as it shot straight for the cave. Their bullets couldn't even come close to catching up with him. A blurred figure sat atop the motorcycle, indistinguishable under the dim, flickering lights. Meanwhile, the guard stationed at the cave entrance raised their rifles, unleashing a hail of bullets in his direction. As the motorcycle sped past their cache of explosives, streaks of blue light flashed by, piercing holes straight through the crates, which exploded in rapid succession. Bathed in the firelight of the blasts, Bai Yang finally barreled into the narrow mountain tunnel, crashing through, sparks flying as bullets ricocheted off the body of his bike. The gunfire grew sporadic. Anyone who tried to block the motorcycle's path now had a single red hole blossoming in their chest or throat. In no time, he had charged into the rocky cavern where Tony was being held. The plasma lasers at the front of the motorcycle sliced through the air like needles through paper, forcing their way inside. Hey, Mr. Tony. The swarm of miniature robots surrounding Bai Yang fanned out, their voices bright and cheerful as they greeted the two stunned figures inside the cave. Behind him, the electromagnetic arrowheads danced through the air with lethal grace. With each silent pass, another life was claimed. The cramped cavern gave the electromagnetic arrows their fullest potential. Whenever someone tried to enter, a streak of blue energy would shoot straight through their body. Bayang? How did you get in here? Tony asked, his face creased in shock. And who is he? Ethan asked, equally bewildered. Of course, I detected your life signs and came to rescue you, Bayang replied as the silver motorcycle beneath him swiftly broke apart, sealing off the entrance he had just blasted through. Tony stared at the scene, struggling to process what had just happened. He turned away, rubbing his fingers against his brow. At that moment, 3 electromagnetic arrowheads shot from Bai Yang's waist, darting out the iron door to swap places with the nearly depleted ones outside. By now, the area outside the door was piled high with bodies. The 10 rings had realized further assault was pointless and ceased their futile sacrifices. Soon, the 3 arrowheads that had just been swapped out returned through the small holes, gliding neatly back. Bai Yang took the arrowheads, slotting them back into the charging ports at his waist, then strode toward the 2 men. Looks like you're in a bit of trouble, Bai Yang said as he stopped in front of Tony. Listen to me. This is no place for a kid like you, Tony said sternly. Thanks for your concern. Bai Yang shrugged, utterly unfazed. Hello, I'm Bai Yang, a student at Midtown High. He then turned to Ethan, extending a hand. Hello, I'm Ethan. Ethan, somewhat dazed, reached out and shook his hand. Tony realized he was stating the obvious. Looks like you didn't just build a few weapons. You've even managed to create miniature robots. Tony had recovered his composure, glancing at the mini robots blocking the entrance. Yes, they're connected through a magnetic axis servo system. Each one has its own servo motor. Pretty impressive, right? Unfortunately, a lot of them got damaged when we charged in just. Now, a tiny robot flew into his hand. Even though the electromagnetic motorcycle was incredibly fast, the swarm of micro-robots still couldn't avoid being hit and damaged by bullets. Since the materials used to make the micro-robots aren't as robust as those used for armor, there are many other factors to consider. Their durability isn't particularly strong. If one of them took a missile hit, it would be done for, no question. Of course, they don't have jet propulsion either. If they did, all the enemy would see is a streak of light. They'd be lucky to land a hit at all. Looks like we're saved, Ethan said with a trace of excitement. No, not yet. I have to replace the power source in my chest first, Tony replied, pointing to the crude, oversized magnet strapped to his chest. What happened to you? Shrapnel from a bomb. If I don't take care of this, it could kill me at any moment, Tony said gravely. Don't worry. I've already destroyed all their explosives and similar weapons. All they have left are rifles and grenades. They won't be breaking in any time soon. Take your time. He patted the electromagnetic arrowhead at his waist as he spoke. The electromagnetic arrowhead was compact, fast, and more agile than a bullet. For anyone trying to enter the narrow, cave passage, there was simply no way to defend against it. And all the explosives outside had been destroyed when he came in, so they couldn't create any kind of devastating blast. In fact, if Bai Yang had Special Forces combat skills, he could have easily used his electromagnetic arrowheads to silently wipe out every terrorist in this outpost. But clearly, while Bai Yang was physically strong, he still fell short compared to a trained commando. He lacked combat awareness and any real sense for danger. On top of that, the materials used to make the micro-robots weren't vibranium or adamantium, so their defense couldn't be guaranteed. Is there anything you need me to help with? At this point, the 10 Rings members outside had paused their attack. After setting up an alarm, they recalled the electromagnetic arrowheads outside for recharging, ready to respond if their captives tried a sudden breakout. No, I've got all the materials I need. I just have to put them together, Tony said, relaxing a little now that he felt safer. At that moment, the leader outside entered the monitoring room and glanced at the surveillance feeds. Who's that? He suddenly realized there seemed to be 2 targets in this mission, and hurriedly grabbed his phone to check their photos. Bayang, how is that possible? Isn't he just a high school student? He stared at the face on the surveillance screen in shock. He simply couldn't imagine how a mere high schooler could break through and reach a stronghold completely unscathed. Before he could process his confusion, the young man in the surveillance footage leaned in, his gentle face close to the camera. With a polite wave, the screen abruptly went blank. Damn it! Tucker slammed his fist on the table, cursing in anger. Attack! I want them captured alive, no matter what. But our people can't even get inside. To them now, the mountain cave entrance looked like the gaping maw of some bloodthirsty beast. Find a way to lure them out, Tucker muttered after a moment's thought. That was the only plan he could come up with. As for using explosives, Bayang had already destroyed all the heavy munitions. The few grenades left would hardly put a dent in the mountain. I think we should blow up the entrance and trap them inside. They don't have enough food to last 3 days. Once they're starving and weak, we can capture them easily, one of the more level-headed men beside him suddenly suggested. Good, let's do that, Tucker fell silent for a moment, realizing this was indeed a clever idea. He shot his subordinate an approving look. Impressive. Before long, several men arrived at the cave entrance and began tossing grenades inside. The deafening explosions reverberated through the narrow cave passage, making the three inside feel the very ground tremble. Small stones rained down from the ceiling. "What's going on out there?" Ethan, busy dismantling palladium, asked nervously. Bai Yang's headband sensors scan the surroundings. "They're blowing up the passage. The exit is completely sealed off now. They're smarter than I thought." Bai Yang raised an eyebrow, glancing at the tightly blocked entrance. "Doesn't that mean we're stuck in here?" Tony set down his tools, worry creasing his brow. "There's hardly any food left in the cave. Are they trying to starve us out? Some of my micro-robots are equipped with laser-guided plasma weapons. Their plan actually works in my favor. Now I don't have to keep watching my back every moment." Bai Yang sounded unconcerned. "For the first time, I'm starting to think paranoia isn't such a bad thing," Tony said, his anxiety easing. "If he were truly paranoid, he wouldn't have come to rescue you. People with paranoia don't trust anyone," another chimed in. The three of them returned to their tasks. With the cave entrance blocked, Bai Yang could finally relax instead of standing guard all the time. He walked over to Tony and watched as he hammered a small piece of metal into powder. "Palladium?" he asked curiously. "Yes. You're attempting cold fusion?" Palladium, during the process of electrolyzing water, can produce an unusually high energy output, with neutrons and tritium being emitted. Therefore, palladium can induce nuclear fusion at room temperature. That way, there's no need to worry about containing extreme heat. "Looks like you've already found a way to manage the energy," Bai Yang said with interest. "Yes, and I owe it to your idea about laser-induced plasma confinement," Tony replied, busy hammering away at a piece of palladium. "With this, you've solved most of your energy problems. It could trigger a huge revolution, not just in the energy sector, but for the environment as well. No, right now I'm just thinking about staying alive. Everything else can wait until I get out of here." He shook his head, feeling the magnet in his chest and forcing a wry smile. "That's true, but while using this in a machine isn't an issue, if you implant it into your body, there's a high risk of palladium poisoning." Bai Yang offered his opinion. He was simply giving a gentle reminder, hoping it might persuade Tony to take things a bit easier in the future. Frequent use of the reactor in Tony's chest inevitably led to symptoms of palladium poisoning. It seemed that after discovering the new element his father left behind, Tony managed to replace it, not only solving the poisoning problem, but also vastly improving energy supply, making the old 15-minute limit seem like a distant memory. "I'll be careful about that," Tony replied, his expression growing somber at Bai Yang's words. Just then, In-sun, who had finished dismantling some parts, handed Tony a small piece of palladium. "Hello, I'm In-sun. Pleased to meet you." In-sun introduced himself to Bai Yang in slightly accented Chinese. "My name is Bai Yang, a student at Zhongxing High School." "Oh, the young prodigy who invented the combat robot?" In-sun asked, uncertain. "My reputation has even reached Afghanistan?" Bai Yang tilted his head in surprise. "No, I just keep up with the news from Big Apple City. For a while, you even outshone Mr. Stark in the headlines. It would have been hard not to notice you." In-sun was clearly delighted to meet Bai Yang. "What's your field of research?" Bai Yang asked. "Integrated circuits, diplomacy, medicine." "Impressive, so many skills." Bai Yang looked at him with admiration. "It's nothing really. For the sake of peace in Afghanistan, these are just necessities," In-sun replied with a casual shrug. He had devoted himself to diplomatic missions around the world. Even though many people didn't pay much attention to him, he kept working tirelessly toward his goal. "But aren't your family worried with you coming all the way out here alone?" In-sun suddenly asked, a note of seriousness in his voice. Well, about that," Bai Yang began to stammer. The tension of the past few days had made him forget all about his sister, May, back home. With someone as famous as Stark by his side, there was no way he'd remain invisible. He was bound to make the news. He could already imagine how the newspapers would write about it. Today, Tony Stark, CEO of Stark Industries, was ambushed in Afghanistan. Reliable sources say he was accompanied by the young prodigy Bai Yang, inventor of the combat robot. "We're doomed," Bai Yang thought, his heart sinking further with every passing moment. Muttering to himself, he reached for his phone, intending to send a message home. "There's no signal here. Don't bother wasting your energy." Tony, arms crossed, watched Bai Yang's panic with amused interest, though Bai Yang hadn't noticed when Tony started watching him. "I never pegged you for such a goody two-shoes," Ethan remarked in surprise, studying him. After all, Bai Yang had charged in today without hesitation. Hardly the behavior of child. Bai Yang ignored their teasing, let out a sigh, and sat down on the ground, racking his brain for a plausible excuse to smooth things over later. Tony and Ethan exchanged a knowing smile. Then each went back to their own tasks. Mr. Stark, at some point, Bayang had quietly approached. Tony, deeply focused on assembling something, was startled by the sudden voice right beside his ear. Kid, could you not sneak up on me like that? You nearly gave me a heart attack, Tony grumbled, rolling his eyes. Relax, the shrapnel in your chest isn't going anywhere, Bayang replied with a faint smile. What do you need? Tony set down his tools and looked at him. So, when I get you out of here, could you not mention it was me who rescued you? Bayang whispered. Why? Isn't it the truth that you'll be the one saving me? If you say that in front of the media, Aunt May will definitely find out I risked my neck to save you. That'll be the end of my personal freedom, Bayang said, worry etched on his face. Well, you shouldn't have tagged along in the first place, Tony replied, clearly washing his hands of any responsibility. Can you help me out or not? Bayang stared at him expectantly. All right. What do you want me to say? Seeing how pitiful the kid looked, Tony decided a little white lie wouldn't hurt. Just say I wasn't with your convoy. Tell them I got lost in the desert and you just happened to find me at an oasis. Say something like, what a lucky kid. That sort of thing. You really think you're... Tony paused, struggling to recall the name. Aunt May, Bayang supplied. You really think your Aunt May will buy that? As long as the media reports it that way and she can't pick out any holes, that's good enough for me, Bayang said nonchalantly. All right then. By the way, is Aunt May your adoptive mother? Tony suddenly realized the name sounded familiar. Yeah, she insists I call her Aunt May, even though she's over 40, Bayang complained. What's her full name? May Parker. Why, do you know her? Bayang looked at him puzzled. Honestly, they shouldn't know each other. The Marvel timeline has so many branches, everyone's relationships are different in every universe. Tony heard this, and shot Bayang a peculiar smile. Nope, never met her. Now that he had found an excuse, Bayang felt a weight lift from his heart. Are you working on an arc coil? Tony shifted his gaze to the coil winding in by Yang's hands. Yes, you know quite a bit, don't you? Tony couldn't help but admit that after spending some time together, he was increasingly surprised by Bayang. Looks like you're trying to build a miniature arc reactor. Have you studied this before? Yeah. After I started making robots, I kept researching energy sources. I even tried using electromagnetic coils to generate magnetic fields to contain the energy, but the results weren't great, Bayang said with a hint of regret. This time, Tony stared at him in genuine shock, unable to believe Bayang had already reached that level of research. Magnetic field containment is the right direction, but achieving the necessary precision demands incredibly fine control. Maybe you didn't. Wind your coils quite right, Tony offered, sharing his own experience without holding back. Once I finish this, you'll see for yourself. All right, then hurry up. Once we get out of here, I'm craving Chinese food. How about I treat you to burgers instead? Deal. I want a beef burger. After that, I'll go for Chinese food. Before long, under Bayang's expectant gaze, the miniaturized arc reactor was finally completed. What's that? Insen asked, eyeing the round device on the table glowing with white light. A miniature arc oscillation reactor. How's its power output? Insen was particularly interested in this point. If my calculations are correct, about 3 billion joules per second, Tony replied with a grin. That's enough to keep you alive dozens of times over. Exactly. Originally, I meant it for something much bigger, but under these circumstances, I suppose I won't need it for that anymore, Tony said, glancing at Bayang. It's a pity I didn't bring enough electromagnetic arrowheads, Bayang said with a touch of disappointment. Otherwise, with your reactor, I probably could have wiped out everyone outside. You don't seem to have any qualms about killing people? Insen frowned, looking at him. He wasn't concerned about the lives outside. What bothered him was Bayang himself. I won't see any corpses. With his headband on, all of them are just strings of data to me. My eyes only focus on the people I save, Bayang replied, tapping the data glasses on his headband. For a moment, Insen was at a loss for words. All right, let's get this installed as quickly as possible. I don't want to stay here a second longer, Tony said, picking up the small reactor and breaking off their conversation. Okay, let's get started, Insen said, following Tony to the bedside. Soon, the miniature reactor was embedded in Tony's chest, powering the internal electromagnet. This time, they no longer had to worry about losing power, magnet failure, or shrapnel drifting toward Tony's heart. Those guys outside must think we're starving by now. Bayang called back the miniature robots from the gap at the door, and they assembled themselves beside him into a sleek silver motorcycle. That's awesome, Ethan exclaimed in amazement as he watched the transformation. Take a moment to rest while I check on my miniature robots. With that, Bayang lowered the glasses attached to his headband and began inspecting the internal sensors and battery levels of each tiny machine for any damage or depletion. About an hour later, when he had finished his inspection, Bayang set aside those robots whose batteries were critically low, positioning them outside as a defensive measure. The ones with external damage were attached to the motorcycle, ready to self-destruct if needed, and to provide power to the bike. And now, with Tony's arc reactor at his chest, there was no energy shortage at all. It was more than enough to power the laser-guided plasma device at the front. Tony glanced at the electromagnetic levitation wheels. By now, sights like this hardly surprise him anymore. This time, the motorcycle's frame was elongated to accommodate all three of them. "All aboard, princesses," Bayang quipped, giving them a playful wink. Once the other two climbed on, a silvery, iron tentacle extended from the bike toward Tony's chest. "Let me borrow some of your energy. Hope you don't mind. Just make sure you leave some for me," Tony replied. The miniature robots connected to the arc reactor at his chest. Since they'd already synced up, the power link was established seamlessly. "All right, hang on tight." The three men huddled together on the bike. Not the most graceful arrangement, but with miniature robots in short supply, they had to make do. "I miss my ladies," Tony grumbled from his cramped spot in the middle. "When we get back, you can make up for lost time," Bayang teased, then activated the swarm of miniature robots, enveloping the trio. At the front, a conical structure extended forward, ringed with glowing lasers. The low thrum of electrical energy echoed through the cavern. A silver-white cone, crowned with red and blue lasers, materialized in the cave. "Here we go," Bayang called out, as a burst of blue flame erupted from the rear of the cone. Propelled by fire, the conical vehicle shot forward like a silver streak, vanishing from sight. Iron gates, rocks, every obstacle in their path was sliced through with ease, leaving a trail of scorched blackness in their wake. The exit was blocked by fallen stones, but the silver streak barely slowed, piercing through with only the briefest resistance. Meanwhile, outside, a few of the Ten Rings gang members kept a close watch on the place, waiting for the arrival of the supply transport. Because most of the explosives and weapons had been destroyed by Bayang, to be on the safe side, they went out and bought another batch of firearms. As long as they could capture Stark and Bayang, perhaps they could then rule Afghanistan as they wished. As usual, members of the Ten Rings had guards stationed here, but they didn't believe anyone inside could possibly escape. At ease, they picked up their dice and began to play. At that moment, a man with a rifle noticed something unusual about the entrance they had blocked. Frowning, he moved closer to investigate. "Pewter, what are you doing?" "It's your turn," called a thin man who was shaking the dice, speaking in an unfamiliar tongue as he addressed a man by the entrance. Hearing his companion shout, Pewter shrugged helplessly and turned as if to return. "Coming." He hadn't finished his sentence when a sound of crumbling stone was followed by a sharp, metallic whir. In the next instant, his awareness faded into darkness. The man who had been impatiently calling just moments earlier now stood dumbstruck, his mouth agape, staring at where half of Pewter's body had vanished. The rest of the camp saw only a streak of silvery light flash by, and then watched, wide-eyed, as the light disappeared. "This light looks so familiar," someone muttered. Wasn't it the same motorcycle that had entered the cave a few days ago? As the silvery streak vanished around a bend, a steel bird suddenly soared into the sky, its blue tail blazing as it disappeared into the horizon. At last, someone snapped out of their daze, grabbed a gun, and fired warning shots into the sky. The entire outpost erupted into chaos, voices shouting in a jumble of different languages. It was hard to blame them. The entire sequence had taken barely more than 10 seconds. By the time their brains caught up, the fugitives had already flown out of reach. When the leader of the Ten Rings, Tak, finally appeared to restore order, he stood before the gaping entrance, his face dark with anger. The ground around the cave was scorched black, and outside lay half of a corpse. "Go in, see if anyone's left." Chances were everyone was gone, but he still clung to a sliver of hope. By now, the entrance had cooled down, and the men filed inside, one after another. Beyond the makeshift barricade of fallen rocks, the narrow passage was littered with debris. Yet down the center ran a clear, smooth path, a trail left by Yang's escape. Thanks to the massive power supply of the arc reactor, the electromagnetic hoverbike had doubled its speed. Staring at the empty cave, Tak, seething with rage, fired his gun wildly in all directions. Not only had the mission failed, but Bayang had slipped away, Tony Stark had escaped with him, and even Ethan, the captive, was gone. Gone. All gone. Everything lost. On the other side, the massive steel wings carried the three of them out of the mountains, gradually slowing their fiery propulsion and shifting into a gentle glide. Below, Ethan and Tony sat on a hammock woven from swarms of miniature robots, their faces alight with the joy of a narrow escape. "We might be able to land soon," Tony said, gripping the rope of micro-robots with a hint of nervousness. "Don't you enjoy the feeling of flying, Mr. Stark?" Ethan asked, stretching his arms wide on the hammock, clearly savoring the experience. No, I'm worried someone might shoot us down, Tony replied. There they were, soaring over the desert like some enormous flying creature. Anyone watching from below might have mistaken them for a monster. You have a point. Bai Yang nodded and began to descend toward the ground. Once both men were safely on the sand, the micro-robots reassembled themselves into 3 trays, supporting all 3 of them as they moved forward. This thing of yours is really something, Tony said, sitting atop a tray fashioned from micro-robots, unable to hide his envy. It's true. If this technology ever became widespread, it wouldn't just revolutionize warfare, it could change everyday life entirely, Ethan remarked in awe. It'll never be mass-produced. Some of the materials are non-renewable. Besides, I have no intention of selling it. This is for my own security work in the future, Bayang replied, adjusting his headscarf. Are you planning to start your own company? Tony asked, curious. Ever considered Stark Industries? I could offer you a sizable share, Tony offered. By now, he no longer saw Bayang as just an ordinary high school student. I might think about it. If Stark Industries ever changes its business, Bayang answered with a shrug. That's not the point. I never imagined my weapons would end up in the hands of killers. I only wanted them used for national defense. Tony muttered, the absurdity hitting him as he recalled being kidnapped by men wielding weapons bearing his own company's logo. Once a weapon is created, its fate is often out of its maker's hands. That's why arms suppliers are sometimes called butchers, Ethan interjected. That's why weapons should stay in their creator's hands, Bayang replied quietly. Tony fell into silence, lost in thought. He remembered his body scar by shrapnel from bombs stamped with the Stark Industries logo, Ethan's ordeal by Yang's medical robots. Then his mind drifted to the miniature arc reactor in his chest. A decision was already forming inside him. By the way, we should have signal now. Let's wait for them here. After walking a short distance, Bayang stopped, transforming the micro-robots into a suitcase and picking it up. I sent Miss Potts our location before I found you. She should be on her way, Ethan said. Why didn't you try to contact Obadiah? Tony asked casually, pulling out a simple signal device. Well, I just don't trust him. He looks pretty intimidating, Bayang replied vaguely. Tony laughed. Yeah, he does seem hard to get along with, but he's actually a good guy. The excitement in his voice revealed how eager he was to finally go home. Thanks to Bai Yang's intervention, In-sun, who would have died otherwise, was very much alive. Mr. In-sun, would you be interested in working for me? The 3 of them sat aboard a luxurious plane. As Tony and Pepper exchanged affectionate glances across from him, Bayang sneered dismissively, then turned to In-sun, who, like him, had just eaten and was looking content. Work for you? Doing what? In-sun asked, a bit puzzled. I'm planning to establish Biomedical Technologies. If Stark Industries gives up making weapons, I'll join them. If they don't, I'll start my own company. Either way, I need someone to help me manage things. Bayang wasn't sure if Tony would change his ways, but In-sun seemed like the perfect candidate for running a company. He spoke several languages fluently and believed deeply in peace, holding firm to his ideals even now. Not to mention, he was a physicist in his own right. In-sun thought for a moment. I'm not going to turn you down just because you're a man. After all, these days, every boss has a gorgeous assistant by their side. Bayang declared grandly. All right, maybe you have a point, In-sun said, unable to stifle a laugh as he looked at the teenage boy before him. My vision for Biomedical Technologies is to focus on medical technology, vaccines, humanitarian aid, and field hospitals in war zones. We won't serve any government agencies, only ordinary people around the world. My dream is to make Biomedical Technologies a global presence, to reduce suffering and prevent more tragedies. Bayang shared his goals in broad strokes. That's why I need you, In-sun, Bayang said solemnly, reaching out his hand. In-sun gazed at the young man for a long moment, searching for any sign of bravado, but found only unwavering confidence. Youth really is a wonderful thing, he said, grasping Bai Yang's hand with genuine admiration. After seeing Bai Yang's ingenuity back at the Ten Rings base, In-sun was convinced of his abilities. This young man was no mere dreamer. I'm glad to have you on board, Bai Yang said, genuinely pleased. Now, he finally had someone to handle diplomacy for his company. As for the workforce, he knew he'd have to develop an artificial intelligence soon. Otherwise, manufacturing would be a major problem. With that settled, Bayang and In-sun began discussing the company's future direction. In-sun, who had traveled extensively, offered valuable insights into the situations in various countries. Before long, their plane touched down. After freshening up on the plane, everyone felt much more refreshed. Did you get my cheeseburger? As soon as they landed, Tony couldn't wait to ask his bodyguard, happy. It's all ready, sir. The timing was perfect. The steaming hot burger was brought over right on cue. Here you go, your beef burger. I just can't understand why you like beef so much. Tony picked up a burger and, with a hint of disdain, tossed one to Bayang. They didn't put ketchup on mine, did they? Bayang took the burger, unwrapping it as he asked. No, they added chili sauce. Happy looked at Bayang with a bit of surprise. His boss was actually offering a burger to a teenager, something that was out of character for him. Hey, Inson, want one? They smell great. Tony took a bite of his burger, turning to invite Inson. No, I'm not a fan of burgers. I'd much rather have a bowl of noodles. Inson waved his hand in polite refusal as he headed toward a car behind them. All right then, Happy, get a bowl of noodles ready for the gentleman in the back. Tony settled into the back seat of the Rolls-Royce, giving the order casually. Yes, sir. Happy replied with utmost seriousness. Shouldn't we go to the hospital for a checkup first? Pepper suggested, her face full of concern. No need. What I need you to do now is set up a press conference for me. Tony refused, still munching on his burger. But your health. I'm fine, trust me. Tony looked at her, his eyes earnest. Seeing the seriousness in his gaze, Pepper pressed her lips together and relented. When they returned to Stark Industries, everyone from the company gathered at the entrance to welcome them back. Obadiah warmly opened the car door, ushering Tony out with enthusiasm. Meanwhile, in another car, Inson sat holding a bowl of noodles, slurping them up with a fork, while Bayang gazed worriedly out the window. He thought maybe he should wait another day before going home. After Tony's press conference, Aunt May would likely be a bit more at ease, and his excuse would make more sense. But remembering the worry etched on her face, he decided it was best to return today. Let's head to the Tandao laboratory first. You can stay there for now, Bayang said to Inson, who was sipping his noodle soup. No problem. If you're not too busy, I'll be heading back to my hometown tomorrow. I'll be gone about a week, but I'll come back after that. Inson replied, cradling his bowl. The Stark Industries driver handled the car smoothly. There was no need to worry about spilling the soup. All right, but try not to get kidnapped again, Bayang joked. If every kidnapping meant meeting someone like you, I wouldn't mind it happening a few more times, Inson replied with a smile. That's a weird thing to say, Bayang frowned, inching away from him just a little. What on earth are people thinking about these days? Ethan muttered helplessly as he continued sipping his bowl of noodle soup. After settling Ethan into the Tandar laboratory, Bayang, feeling a mixture of excitement and nervousness, headed home. At the same time, Aunt May sat on the couch, her face drawn and weary, traces of tears still at the corners of her eyes. Beside her, young Peter sat in silence, quietly gazing at the little robot in his hands. It was a miniature fighting robot built by Bayang. Peter had been thrilled for days when he first received it. But now, it had been a long time since he'd last seen his brother. Peter assumed Bayang was off researching or filming movies, just as he always did. Yet Aunt May's expression told him something wasn't right. Was he about to lose another loved one? Saddened, Peter stared down at the robot in his hands. Just then, a news broadcast on the television caught Aunt May's attention. Today's news. At 10:24 this morning, Stark Industries CEO Tony Stark returned to New York City by plane and is currently convening a press conference. As soon as she heard the news, Aunt May sat up straight, her eyes fixed intently on the report. After an extended coverage of Stark, the broadcast finally mentioned the two people who had returned with him. And among them, the youngest boy was the one who had brought her to tears these past few days. Overwhelmed, Aunt May trembled with emotion, tears streaming down her cheeks once more. This time, tears of joy. Peter, your brother is alive. She rushed to Peter, wrapping him in a tight embrace. Is he really alive? Peter stared at the fleeting image of Bai Yang on the television screen. Hope flickered once more in his previously despondent heart. Just then, the doorbell rang. Aunt May, barely able to contain her excitement, hurried to the door and opened it with anticipation. Aunt May, did you miss me? As the door swung open, Bai Yang threw his arms wide and shouted with delight. It felt like a dream. Aunt May rushed forward, hugging him tightly, as if afraid he might vanish again. Bai Yang patted her tense back gently, comforting her with soft words. Sorry for making you worry, he said apologetically. After a while, Aunt May's excitement gradually subsided. She let go of Bai Yang and examined him, searching for any sign of injury. Seeing that he was unharmed, her gaze began to change. Faced with this piercing stare, Bai Yang's eyes darted about, hoping to spot something that could save him. At that critical moment, he caught sight of Peter holding the little robot, and his eyes lit up. Oh, Peter, did you miss your big brother? He cooed, his tone deliberately syrupy, as he sidestepped Aunt May, who seemed to radiate an aura of doom, and scooped Peter up in a warm embrace. But just as his older brother rushed over, Peter Parker spun on his heel and bolted away, tossing a quick retort over his shoulder. I didn't miss you at all. With his arms still outstretched and a twitch tugging at the corner of his mouth, Bai Yang was left standing awkwardly. He couldn't even begin to voice his inner complaints. You brat. Your armor's gone. When you finally become Spider-Man, you'll just have to fight evil dressed in your silly little fly suit. He clasped his hands together with a sigh. Haha. Aunt May, you're still the best. Am I now? She replied coolly, her tone giving nothing away. As she eyed the young man, buttering her up, she pondered the best way to break his legs. Sensing the increasingly dangerous glint in Aunt May's eyes, Bayang quickly pulled out a pure white case he'd brought along. Good thing I came prepared, he thought. This time, I brought back an adorable, silly robot, he said, setting the case on the floor. In a tiny, playful voice, he added, "Help, help." Almost instantly, the power button on the box lit up, and with a soft electronic whir, the lovable Baymax robot popped up right between them. "Hello, I am Baymax, your personal healthcare companion. I heard you say help. That indicates you may need assistance, but I don't detect any immediate danger," Baymax announced, scanning Bai Yang as part of its emergency protocol. "No, I'm fine. The lovely lady behind me could use some help," Bai Yang replied, spinning Baymax around toward Aunt May. "Hello, I'm Baymax. I will now scan you," Baymax said politely. "Scan complete. I detect signs of mental fatigue and emotional stress. You might benefit from doing something that makes you happy," Baymax reported after a brief scan. "I'd be very happy if I could give that kid hiding behind you a good thrashing." Aunt May shot a glare at Bai Yang. "No, ma'am. Violence is not recommended. It could harm your physical well-being. If you must, you can hit me. I won't fight back," Baymax replied, his voice gentle and utterly earnest. With his upgraded chip, he'd grown much smarter. "All right, then," Aunt May said, deciding to set Bai Yang's fate aside for the moment. She reached out and poked Baymax's soft belly, curiosity flickering in her eyes. "Did you make this medical robot? It looks so squishy." "I'm a personal healthcare companion robot. My mission is to ensure your physical health," Baymax answered automatically. "Let's go inside and talk," Bayang suggested, since they were still gathered in the hallway. With tiny, determined steps, Baymax waddled into the house behind them. Whenever something blocked his way, he would pause, politely move it aside, and then continue. As Aunt May watched this adorable robot, she felt a soothing warmth settle in her heart. "This is my newly developed medical robot, which you can also call a medical nurse," Bayang said with pride. "It can handle simple surface wound disinfection, monitor your health daily, and give you the most suitable advice. With it, many illnesses can be detected and treated at the earliest stages. Besides, it can also keep children company and cheer them up, making it the most caring family nurse you could wish for." Just then, Peter, who no one had noticed coming down the stairs, approached curiously, his eyes fixed on the robot. "You little rascal, you still dare show your face to me," Bayang scolded, unable to hide his annoyance. Peter had run off and left it behind at such a critical moment. "Bro, what have you been up to lately?" Peter asked, curiosity shining in his eyes. "Oh, I've been working on this," Bayang replied, nodding toward the robot. "Had to go out of town for a bit." By now, Aunt May had already started chatting with the robot. "Is he a balloon robot? He looks so round and soft," she remarked. "You can go over and talk to him," Bayang encouraged Peter. "Once you do, he'll be your companion." "Really?" Peter's eyes widened with delight as he looked at his big brother. "Of course. Go on. Otherwise Aunt May might claim him for herself," Bayang teased with a chuckle. Hearing this, Peter dashed over to the robot, bubbling with excitement. He tried speaking softly. "Hello, my name is Peter Parker." "Hello, my name is Baymax," the robot responded, raising its hand in greeting. "Can you do homework?" Peter asked hopefully. "If it would make you happy, I'll do my best to learn," Baymax replied with earnestness. "Don't even think about it. You have to do your homework yourself." Aunt May couldn't help giving Peter a gentle tap on the head, putting an end to that thought. "Helping you with homework seems to upset her," Baymax observed, picking up on Aunt May's mood. "That's right. It's good for children to do their own homework. No one should help," Aunt May explained patiently. "Understood. I'll make a note of that. If I get a similar request, I'll check with you first," Baymax replied. Peter watched their interaction in astonishment, jaw dropping in disbelief. This robot is just too smart. He had a feeling school life was about to get a lot more interesting. With Baymax running interference, Bayang managed to escape the earlier crisis unscathed. Now, as long as Tony didn't give him away, everything would be fine. And Tony didn't disappoint. Despite Obadiah's pressure, he never revealed what happened in Afghanistan. Instead, he focused on trying to bring Bai Yang's medical robot into Stark Industries. But after seeing the miniature arc reactor in Tony's chest, even Bai Yang's groundbreaking medical robot faded from his mind. Compared to Baymax's innovations in healthcare, Tony was far more interested in revolutionizing the energy industry. Energy is not only indispensable in the weapons industry, but it also plays an inexhaustible role across all sectors. At the same time, it represents boundless wealth. Still, Tony's unilateral decision to shut down Stark Industries' weapons division left many furious. After all, this company was never his alone to command. In reality, the The weapons trade had simply shifted from the spotlight into the shadows, moving from official channels to underground dealings. Meanwhile, Tony spent these days fielding inquiries from various departments across the United States, each probing him for details about his escape. As a high school student, Bayang had only played the part of someone lost and confused during the incident, so he didn't attract much attention. On the rare occasion someone did question him, it was usually a casual inquiry or two, most often from journalists seeking story. Ethan, too, caught a flight back to Grammy. As time passed, the shock of the Afghanistan attack began to fade, eventually settling into the background. Yet even as the Afghanistan incident slowly receded from public attention, another piece of news about Stark continued to dominate the headlines. Tony Stark announces the closure of the weapons division and the halt of all arms sales. This headline had already lingered for nearly a week, but it still captivated countless readers. Predictably, Stark Industries' stock plummeted by about 40%. Many shareholders, unable to endure the downturn, began to offload their shares in a hurry. To them, without its weapons business, Stark Industries seemed doomed to decline further. But while most investors hesitated, one account had already begun aggressively snapping up these discounted shares. At the previous stock prices, Bai Yang could never have afforded such a purchase, nor would most stockholders have been willing to sell. But now, with the value in free fall and shareholders desperate to unload, Bai Yang took out a substantial loan from the bank using his chip factory and technology as collateral, investing it all in buying up the low-price shares flooding the market. Inside the company, Tony also instructed Pepper to begin acquiring shares from the other shareholders. However, Bai Yang had already seized the initiative, managing to acquire roughly 5% of Stark Industries' total stock. 51% and 34% of the shares were held by Tony Stark and Obadiah Stane. At least, that was the official story. In reality, many of those shares were divided among others. The military undoubtedly held a stake as well. Holding 51% meant absolute control over the company, while 34% granted a veto power over major decisions. The remaining 15% of shares were scattered throughout the market, of which Bai Yang had already secured 5%. Of course, the math behind shareholding is only part of the picture. There are many subtle maneuvers involved. Otherwise, founders would never find themselves ousted from their own companies without cause. Sometimes, in order to win people over, you have no choice but to give up a portion of your shares to others. If you stubbornly cling to all the shares yourself, others might band together against you. So it's crucial to have trustworthy allies within the company. But Stark Industries is different. All of their products are the inventions and creations of 2 generations of Starks. If they were to force the Starks out, there would be no way to maintain the company's critical connections with the military. Therefore, the absolute control of Stark Industries has always remained firmly in Tony Stark's hands. As for those shares that were previously scattered among different holders, Obadiah has either bought them up or persuaded their owners to join his own camp. So, the next step would be to find a way to wrest those shares from Obadiah's hands. But for that, he'd have to wait until Obadiah became the ironmonger. Meanwhile, if nothing unexpected happened, Bai Yang would soon find himself busy again. He needed to start preparing for the animated movie Big Hero 6. The old principal had a wide network of friends. After making a few inquiries, he was able to hand Bai Yang the contact information for an animation and film production team. Angus handed Bai Yang a business card and said, "They're in San Francisco at the moment. They just wrapped up a project and have some free time. When they heard you were the director of Real Steel, they immediately agreed to work with you. One of them was my student. I'm not sure when he stopped by to visit me, but he left this contact information, the old principal." Added, over his years of teaching, he had taught many students, and after starting their careers, many would come back to visit him. "Okay, thank you so much," Bai Yang said as he accepted the business card. The background of the card showed a black robot. "You're already doing well by visiting this old man as often as you do. There's no need to be so polite," Angus replied, shaking his head and looking at the young man before him with gentle affection. He had a son himself, but the boy had been off doing research somewhere for years, with no word at all. Naturally, Angus felt a bit lonely. Still, Bai Yang's frequent visits to borrow books had brought him some comfort. Many of the books Bai Yang needed weren't available in the library, so he would seek out the old principal, whose collection included many rare editions. Bai Yang often stopped by for this reason. "All right, I'll be going now. Looks like I'm about to get busy again," Bai Yang said with a nod. He grabbed the business card and hurried out once more. This time, with enough funds at his disposal, he would definitely be his own investor. The only question was who he should approach for distribution. For an animated movie, Disney seemed like the best fit, but he wasn't sure if they would be interested. With the contact information in hand, Bai Yang got into his car and set off for San Francisco. San Francisco is also known as 3 cities and San Francisco. It is one of the world's leading hubs for high-tech research and development, as well as a major financial center. San Francisco boasts an iconic landmark, the Golden Gate Bridge. It's also the bridge that inevitably gets destroyed in countless movies. Right now, Bai Yang is riding across this very bridge, snapping a photo through the car window to send his sister May. It had taken Bai Yang quite a bit of pleading at home before he was finally allowed to go out, but there was one condition. He had to send her a photo every day just so she'd know he was still alive. Bai Yang found this a bit much. Was he heading off to a battlefield or something? But in order to get out of the house, he readily agreed. After all, what's so hard about sending a daily photo? It's a simple enough task. He glanced at the picture he'd just sent and added a smiling face at the end. It didn't take long for a reply to come in. You rascal, didn't I tell you not to wander too far? And look at you, off to San Francisco. Just wait till you get back. I'll deal with you. Then, though Bai Yang had a mature mind, he was only 17 or 18 physically, so it was perfectly natural for her to worry. Bai Yang replied with a few messages, saying he had important things to do and couldn't chat for now. As the car entered the city and drove into the Bay Area, it finally stopped by the side of the street. After paying the fare and adding a tip, Bai Yang stepped out, taking a look at the surrounding architecture. Compared to the Big Apple, this place had a lot more Chinese elements. The local Chinese population here was second only to that of New York. Hey, Bai Yang, over here. Just then, a bespectacled middle-aged man standing across the street spotted him and waved. Bai Yang walked over and extended his hand, introducing himself. Hello, I'm Bai Yang. Bobby Lau grasped his hand warmly. I know you. If Principal Angus hadn't vouched for you personally, I'd have a hard time believing you're just a 16 or 17-year-old high school student. By the way, I'm Bobby Lyle. Pleased to meet you. Likewise. The old principal told me your team has worked on a lot of classic films. He highly recommended you to me. Then you've come to the right place, Bobby said, giving Bai Yang a friendly pat on the shoulder. He led Bai Yang to an office building, and they took the elevator up to the third floor. Once they stepped out, they walked to a door down the hall. Guys, I brought Bai Yang. Let's give him a warm welcome, Lyle announced as he threw open the door, arms wide. Inside, for people were seated. Holding a microphone was a slightly overweight woman with a head of curly hair. Opposite her sat a middle-aged man, his face covered in stubble and his eyes deep-set, standing there quietly. Off to the side, a young man with slick-back hair and striking features was fiddling with a green screen. The last person was a woman with a sweet-looking Asian face. She was leaning over the table, holding a paintbrush, apparently lost in her artwork. The room was filled with all sorts of things, giving it a slightly cluttered appearance. When they saw Bai Yang, they all greeted him warmly and enthusiastically. After all, no matter how you looked at it, Bai Yang was now their boss. Led by Liar, Bai Yang was introduced to each member and soon learned about everyone's roles and responsibilities. The somewhat chubby woman with curly hair was named Motley Erica. She was Mexican and responsible for post-production voiceovers. When Bai Yang heard her sweet voice, he was left with lingering feelings of amazement. The man with a face full of stubble was called Elsie Moses, a German with excellent English, in charge of post-production editing and splicing. The young man with sharp features was Yael Myron, a Frenchman and a special effects artist. He had a passion for romantic special effects, but most of Liar's projects were war-themed films, which left him rather frustrated. He hoped Bai Yang's film would give him something to look forward to. The last person, the one holding the paintbrush, was the illustrator responsible for character sketches. She was Japanese, not very talkative, and her name was Izumiyama Keiko. Of course, at this point, there was still one key member missing. The person who had brought Bai Yang in, Liar himself, who handled animation scene design and background composition. Together, this team could already handle most aspects of producing an animated film. If, after finishing their part, they found anything lacking, they would hire others to fill in the gaps. All right, I won't say much more. The reason I chose to make this animation is because my product is about to launch, and I hope to ride the wave of the film's popularity and boost its promotion. The script and character designs are all ready. Just follow what I've prepared. If you have any suggestions, feel free to discuss them with me. But please don't make changes on your own, all right? Bai Yang took out the prepared sketches from his backpack. The others frowned slightly and remained silent. They could sense the implication in Bai Yang's words. They were to execute his vision exactly, without injecting their own creativity. To them, this felt somewhat dismissive of their abilities. Lars suddenly stepped forward, taking the script and sketches, breaking the awkward silence. No problem. Let's take a look at Mr. Bai Yang's script and character designs, shall we? He paused slightly when addressing him as Mr., since it felt a bit odd to call someone so young by such a formal title. He began to flip through the script and character drawings. If they were really subpar, he was ready to refuse the collaboration. But if they were decent, he'd give his old teacher some face and go along with it. But as he read the script, He found it was filled with novel technological fantasies and poignant depictions of hatred. The plot was quite compelling. It actually exceeded his expectations. But when he saw Bai's sketches, the story he'd seen before suddenly came alive, as if a soul had been infused into it. This robot, looking like a marshmallow, was just too adorable, too comforting. Wright made up his mind immediately and agreed to Bai Yang's request. After handing the manuscript to the other team members, the enthusiasm on his face grew even stronger. He looked as if he might just hug Bai Yang in excitement. "When do you think you can start work?" Bai Yang asked. Hearing this, Wright hesitated for a moment. "Actually, now that we have your script and the illustrations, we could start right away. Just need to find the right motion capture actors. But we still need a professional cinematographer and director." He looked troubled. In truth, they'd need plenty more people later, but for now, these two roles were absolutely essential. "Find a cinematographer as soon as you can. I'll take care of the directing," Bai Yang said with a slight frown. "What? You?" Wright was momentarily in disbelief. Sensing his doubts, Bai Yang explained, "Real Steel really was directed by me. I didn't get someone else to do it." "That's fantastic. I'll get to work finding a cinematographer right away and start putting the crew together," Wright said, greatly relieved by Bai Yang's words. "Go ahead, don't worry about the funds. That's all taken care of," Bai Yang nodded. Meanwhile, in Gulami, Afghanistan, the town was now under the control of terrorists. The refugees of Gulami had been driven to flee in all directions by the chaos of war, with tragedies unfolding every day. Inside one house, several gun-toting members of the Ten Rings gang stood guard outside, while within sat a burly middle-aged man and a slim, gentlemanly figure. Had Bai Yang been there, he couldn't have resisted making a jab. Ethan really had gotten himself kidnapped again, and by the same person at that, a small-time leader of the Ten Rings gang. "Tell me, what kind of weapons does Bai Yang have?" the gang leader demanded, holding an electromagnetic charging device, though the electromagnetic arrowhead was missing from it. Blood trickled from the corner of Ethan's mouth. His forehead was streaked with more blood, and his once tidy clothes were now filthy, stained with footprints and dust. Faced with the question, he said nothing, just stared back in silence. "Are you going to talk or not? Damn it. You bastard, go to hell." The gang leader's patience snapped. He drew his pistol, ready to finish Ethan off. But just then, a burst of chaotic gunfire and shouting erupted outside. The leader was about to rush out to see what was happening, when suddenly, a red steel hand smashed through the wall and yanked him violently outside. Through the settling dust, Ethan squinted and looked toward the red and white armored figure with the glowing arc reactor in his chest. In that instant, he knew exactly who it was. Iron Man nodded to him, then shot off in another direction. The roar of his flight soon drowned out by a barrage of gunfire. The sounds grew fainter and fainter until they vanished completely. He returned to Ethan's side, taking in the devastation on Ethan's body and the suffering of the townspeople along the way, tragedies all brought about by the weapons sold by Stark Industries. "Ethan, I'm so sorry." He lifted his mask, his face etched with guilt. "No, the ones you should apologize to are the people of Gulami." Ethan finally broke down, sobbing uncontrollably. His tears, mixed with his blood, dripped onto the ground. "I'm sorry." For a moment, Tony realized these were the only words he could say. No matter how hard he tried to make amends, the tragedy had already happened. He stood there in silence, watching Ethan weep for a long time, before finally closing his iron mask and flying off toward the Big Apple. "Jarvis, connect me to Bai Yang." Soaring through the sky, Tony suddenly remembered that extraordinary young man. "Yes, sir." The call was quickly answered. "Is there something you need, Mr. Stark?" Bai Yang's voice came through, tinged with impatience. Hearing the commotion in the background, Tony asked, puzzled, "What are you up to?" "Oh, I'm directing Mach 3. Hurry up and connect. Are you over there wondering why your wife ran off?" Bai Yang's agitated tone came faintly through the phone. "Are all directors like this?" Tony asked, bemused. "Hey, what do you want?" Bai Yang collected himself. When it came to calls from people important to him, he never hung up. If it was a stranger, he'd hang up immediately and call back after the shoot wrapped. "Ethan was kidnapped in Gulami, but he's been rescued now," Tony said, voice calm. "Huh, didn't I give him a set of electromagnetic arrowhead devices?" Bai Yang sounded confused. After all, with that gear, as long as he was careful, he should have been able to escape even if he couldn't fight back. Maybe he was threatened, Tony sighed, recalling his own similar experiences. "So, have you taken care of everyone over there?" Bai Yang's tone was now calm and steady. "They're dealt with." "And what are you going to do about it?" Bai Yang pressed on. "I've already taken care of them. I'll donate some money to help out." "That's it." Tony sensed an undercurrent in Bai Yang's words. "If that's not enough, I'll—" Before he could finish, Bai Yang hung up on him. Damn it. Wrapped in his iron suit, Tony was suddenly overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. He understood what Bai Yang was trying to say, but that man was his uncle, Ever since his parents died, it was his uncle who had stood by him, propping up the company and taking care of everything. He, too, only sold weapons to protect himself and Stark Industries. That's it for today's shoot, Bai Yang said with a gloomy expression. With those words, he rose to his feet and walked away. What's up with him? Myron, who was in charge of special effects, quietly came over to Lyle and asked. After working together these past few days, it was clear to everyone that this director's temper was no different from any other adult director. If anything, he was just a bit gentler when criticizing people. Directors have a lot on their plate. A single mistake could set back the entire schedule and throw carefully laid plans into chaos. If everyone simply did their job well, the director would always be in good spirits. When Bai Yang first started directing, he couldn't understand why directors got so angry. Why not talk things out calmly? In the beginning, he really to try to be patient, gently persuading people. Then he moved on to deep breaths, and only when he couldn't hold it in anymore did he start yelling. With the director gone, everyone finally relaxed and took a break. Meanwhile, Bai Yang picked up his phone and tried calling Ethan. But the call didn't go through. The phone was switched off. Bai Yang could only put his phone down with a sigh. He took a car to the Golden Gate Bridge, found a spot near one of the bridge piers, and sat down. He gazed out at the cruise ships gliding across the water, his mind gradually emptying. Elsewhere, Tony Stark, clad in his suit of armor, flew high above a no-fly zone over America, catching the attention of the Air Force. The Air Force commander quickly dispatched two F-22 fighter jets to engage him. During the ensuing dogfight, one of the planes had its left wing sheared off. The pilot ejected, but his parachute got stuck, leaving everyone on edge. In that tense moment, the mysterious flying object swooped in and saved him. On another front, Obadiah began having people study Tony's miniaturized arc reactor, but their efforts turned up nothing. Just then, members of the Ten Rings suddenly called, claiming they had Tony's armor blueprints. On the battlefield in Grammy, the minor boss was dead, and the real leader, the Mandarin, had most of the left side of his brain blown away. But it was the minor boss's death that led someone to dig up the hidden blueprints, sketches Tony had idly drawn in the cave. They had never been put to use. He contacted Obadiah, hoping to strike a deal. He would hand over Tony's weapon designs to Obadiah, and in exchange, Obadiah would provide them with a few of those steel soldiers. But when dealing with a sly old fox like Obadiah, there was no doubt he'd double-cross them. Maybe the bomb really had scrambled his brains. After wiping out everyone at the encampment, Obadiah, elated, headed straight for the company's giant arc reactor. There, he ordered his men to start improving and building based on the blueprints. He doubled the size of the original suit, adding a formidable array of weaponry. It was, in every sense, a walking fortress. But clearly, his subordinates still couldn't manage to replicate the arc reactor that Tony had. Meanwhile, Ethan stayed in Gulmira, tending to the refugees and providing them with medical care. Bai Yang continued filming his movie. At this point, he was eager to get the film released as soon as possible, so he could begin his third immersive movie dream. He had a hunch that this time, the immersive experience wouldn't be just a single film. At the very least, it would be a trilogy. However, the system determined the time interval based on the reputation gained from the release of the previous film. If Big Hero 6 didn't earn much acclaim, then the time he'd have in the next dream will be severely limited. He might even get kicked out halfway through the storyline. That's why he poured his utmost effort into every aspect of filming and promoting the movie. Since their last call, the three had gone their separate ways, each fully devoted to their own path. Ethan was busy helping the refugees. Tony was focused on destroying the weapons his own company had sold, and Bai Yang was immersed in making his animated film. About a month passed, and Bai Yang's filming was nearing completion. All that was left was the post-production work, which would take another 2 months or so. After that, he needed to find a distributor to get the movie on the big screen. On Ethan's end, there were fewer and fewer refugees in need of help. He was preparing to head to Apple City to find Bai Yang. He knew that, on his own, he could only save a handful, but by joining forces with Bai Yang, they could help tens of thousands. As for Tony, he had already asked his assistant, Pepper, to go to Obadiah's office and retrieve the records of the company's secret arms deals. When Pepper found an opportunity to hack into the system, she copied the files and uncovered something astonishing about Obadiah. It turned out that the group of terrorists in Afghanistan who attacked Tony had been hired by Obadiah. When Obadiah walked in unexpectedly, Pepper nervously completed the copy, but as she was leaving, she was spotted by him. Just as Obadiah was about to give chase, he realized Pepper was walking out with an investigator. Although he didn't recognize Coulson, he immediately understood that he had been exposed. Realizing he'd been found out, he headed straight to the company's massive arc reactor facility. Beneath it, he had secretly built a Sector 16 and had hired a top engineer to study Tony's blueprints and work on a miniaturized arc reactor. When he entered, The engineer and his team were in the middle of a heated discussion. When William saw Obadiah, he immediately understood his intent. The suit was fully assembled. All that was missing was a power source for the chest. Even though they didn't have the prototype, with the technology from Bai Yang's combat robot, it would be relatively easy to create a copy. Mr. Stan, we've already looked into it. He glanced at Obadiah with some embarrassment. What you're asking us to make is, well, a bit difficult. Difficult. Obadiah planted his hands on his hips, clearly displeased. Yes, sir. The power supply technology for this kind of armor simply doesn't exist yet. William, the engineer, a balding man in middle age, was doing his best to explain that this task was beyond his abilities. So, you want to go on, but Obadiah cut him off abruptly. Wait a minute. What do you mean it doesn't exist? Obadiah, now a bit anxious, pulled the engineer closer and pointed at the large arc reactor device beside them. William, the technology is right here. I just need you to make it smaller. He tried his best to be patient, but he didn't understand what kind of expertise it would take to shrink such a large arc reactor. William might be considered top-notch, but compared to Tony, yes, sir, we tried our best, but to be honest, it's simply impossible. For him, shrinking a massive arc reactor down to the size of a palm was just out of the question. Hearing this, Obadiah finally lost his temper. He shouted at William. Tony Stark managed to do it in a cave, with nothing but scraps. He looked down at him from above, his tone full of condescension. Crushed by Obadiah's imposing presence, William shrank back and murmured, but we're not Tony Stark. We just can't do it. Obadiah paced back and forth in frustration. At last, something occurred to him. His eyes flashed with the cold cunning of a seasoned schemer. Meanwhile, Bai Yang's work was nearly finished. All that was left was to wait for post-production to deliver the final product. All right, come over as soon as you can. I've had a new idea. I think our entrepreneurial journey ahead is going to get a lot tougher. No worries, as long as we always stay optimistic. After finishing his call with Insun in distant Afghanistan, Bai Yang stared at the number on his phone for a moment in silence, then made the call anyway. No one answered on the other end. Bai Yang frowned at his phone, wondering what Tony was up to. Suddenly, something dawned on him. He rushed outside, where a sleek silver motorcycle stood waiting. As Bai Yang approached, the motorcycle broke apart into a swarm of micro-robots. They swirled behind him, assembling themselves into a pair of silvery wings. With a powerful beat of his new wings, the jet-powered micro-robots activated, lifting him off the ground. Then, in a flash of silver light, he soared away, vanishing into the neon-lit night. After arriving at Tony's residence, he glanced toward the distant, pitch-black sea from the air. The ocean at night is truly terrifying. Compared to the endless darkness above, the nighttime sea seemed capable of swallowing a person's very soul. Pausing for a moment to reflect, he activated his sensors and began to scan the luxurious villa below. Found him. Very soon, he detected a faint life signal. Tony never kept any pets. Only sports cars and machines filled the place, so the signal almost certainly belonged to Tony himself. Unfurling his wings to wrap around himself, they formed a drill, the tip flickering with a blue cutting laser. With a swift, unstoppable motion, he bored down through the roof, slicing through layer after layer, and quickly reached the basement. Glancing up at the hole he'd made, he could clearly see the stars twinkling in the night sky. Let's hope he doesn't make me pay for this, he muttered. Then his gaze fell on Tony, who was sprawled on the floor, his face drained of color. In front of him was a small arc reactor he'd built back in the cave. The instant Tony saw him, he rolled over and lay there, closing his eyes in a rare moment of peace. Moments later, Tony felt energy coursing into his chest, the magnet humming back to life. Just then, a mischievous, taunting voice rang out. Tsk, tsk, tsk. Oh my, who is this? What a mess you're in. Did you drive a tank today, or what? Look at the state of you. As soon as the energy was restored and Tony was out of danger, Bai Yang launched into a merciless round of mockery. You want to talk about tanks, you little brat? You sure know a lot for a kid. Being mocked by a child was more than Tony could stand. Gritting his teeth, he shot back with as much bravado as he could muster. Huh, you call me a brat, but you're no different, living your whole life in someone else's honeypot. When it's time to cook you, not only will they kill you, they'll lick every last drop of honey off your bones. Bai Yang's voice dripped with biting sarcasm. I don't have time to mess around with you. I've got people to save. By now, Tony had regained some strength. He made his way to his workshop and began to suit up in his red and white armored suit. You only have one backup power source? Bai Yang gave his metallic wings a little flap, questioning him. That's right. I'm heading out. Catch up as soon as you can. With that, Tony's suit finished charging. He shot into the sky and vanished from sight. Watching Tony disappear, Bai Yang could only raise his eyebrows helplessly. He beat his wings and followed, though his speed lagged far behind. By the time he reached the sky, Tony was already nothing but a trail of smoke. Bayang felt a pang of regret. If I'd known, I would have made an extra power source. Filming the movie had taken up all his time lately, leaving him no chance to work on the energy supply. Besides, he thought to himself, he wasn't really a fighter. The arc reactor didn't seem all that necessary for someone like him. As soon as they left, Rhodey arrived at the villa, looking a bit bewildered in the now empty house. At that moment, his phone rang. It was Tony calling. Tony had made it just in time. After rescuing Pepper, he was left to face Obadiah and the Ironmonger alone. The clash of metal against metal echoed heavily, and soon their battle spilled onto the highway. But with his arc reactor nearly drained, Tony quickly found himself overpowered by the Ironmonger. Desperate, he thought of one last gambit, fly them both high into the sky, hoping to use the freezing temperatures at altitude to his advantage. Obadiah, now brimming with arrogance in his Ironmonger suit, took Tony's taunt and gave chase without hesitation. By the time Bayang arrived, the two of them were just a pair of glowing dots high in the sky, one large, one small. Moments later, one of the lights vanished, leaving only a flickering glow in the air, like a firefly dancing in the dark. Tony soon crash-landed on the rooftop, right where the massive arc reactor was housed. As soon as he hit the ground, he opened a comm link to Pepper below. "It's done. I'm nearly out of power. I'm going to get out of this thing. He hadn't finished the sentence when Bayang, standing beside Pepper, urgently called out, "Don't take it off. Obadiah isn't finished yet." Tony was about to ask when behind him, a heavy thud announced Ironmonger's sudden arrival. Reacting instantly, Tony fired an energy blast over his shoulder, forcing the Ironmonger to stumble back a few steps. In a heartbeat, Tony leapt forward, landing a punch right at his opponent's head. But his suit was nearly depleted, and the blow barely made a dent. Ironmonger seized Tony in an unbreakable grip, holding him as effortlessly as an adult would a child. The crushing pressure closed in on Tony inside his armor. In a desperate move, he fired a cluster of incendiary grenades. Smoke billowed, screens flickered, and the world was suddenly swallowed by thick, swirling clouds. "Ingenious, Tony. Incendiaries, very clever. But you'll never get away from me," Obadiah taunted, unfazed, confident that Tony was at the end of his rope. Inside the smoke, Obadiah swung his massive armored arms, trying to clear the air. At that moment, a small, graceful arrow tipped with blue light silently appeared behind him. A streak of blue shot across Ironmonger's helmet. First came the sharp hiss of metal being pierced, followed by the unmistakable sound of flesh giving way. The blue-tipped arrow traced a few elegant arcs in the air, then vanished quietly into the haze. "Bayang, are you still there?" Tony, crouched behind a wall, hadn't yet noticed anything amiss with Ironmonger. He anxiously dialed Bai Yang's number. "I'm not here. Listen, kid, I need you right now," Tony said, his voice earnest and serious. "If you need something, you call him kid. If you don't, you use his name." What a jerk. "Tony, what kind of nonsense is this?" He composed himself once more. "Listen, now is not the time for games." "Oh, then when is it my turn to mess around?" Tony suddenly realized that, for all his own flaws, compared to this little rascal, he wasn't so bad after all. Pepper stood off to the side, frowning as she watched the young man and Tony flirt with each other. "Come on, couldn't they pick a better time for this?" Tony was about to say something more when he felt something was off. Why was there no movement from Obadiah's side? He cautiously poked his head out, and saw that after the Ironmonger lost its pilot, it just stood there, motionless. Meanwhile, on the comms, Bayang continued to push his luck. "Actually, if you want me to stop making trouble, that's easy. When Ethan comes back, you can make a proper apology to him. It was your indulgence that led to all this, wasn't it?" Listening to Bayang's casual tone, Tony finally understood. "All right, fine. You don't need to do anything else," Tony said tiredly, peeling off his armor without much care. Bayang was caught off guard for a moment, then realized Tony had figured it out. "Boring." He smirked, then turned on his heel, ready to leave. "Now that Tony's fine, you can go up there and show him some love." With that parting shot, Bayang vanished from the scene. He had no desire to hang around and watch them get lovey-dovey. Pepper was left standing there, unsure if she should go up or not. The next day, Bayang sat on the couch with Peter, munching on potato chips and watching cartoons, Tom and Jerry, to be exact. On screen, the Firecat and the Ice Mouse were locked in an epic showdown. Flames and frost clashed, making for a heart-pounding spectacle. "Bro, I want that ring," Peter said excitedly, pointing at the cat and mouse on the TV. "Don't look at me. I want it too." As expected, the Big Apple was once again swept up in a storm. Once again, all thanks to Stark Industries. Obadiah Stane, head of Stark Industries' weapons division, died yesterday. Inside sources say he tried to kill Tony Stark to take over the company. The Afghanistan attack was carried out by assassins hired by Obadiah. Last night on Uptown Highway, Iron Man battled a giant robot. Shocking. A huge bird was accidentally photographed in the skies over the Big Apple that night. Zoom in, and you can faintly make out a human silhouette. Is it an alien? Or some new technology? Is it connected to Iron Man? Stay tuned. Overnight, yesterday's events had every newspaper in the city working overtime to make their deadlines. At the same time, reporters scrambled to be the first to find Tony Stark, CEO of Stark Industries, hoping to uncover the true connection between him and Iron Man. Bai Yang, meanwhile, was lounging on the couch, watching TV and munching on potato chips, completely detached from the unfolding events. At this moment, Tony, under official request, had already held a press conference to address what had happened the previous day. It was clear that he was hesitant at first, clutching the prepared script in his hand. Obviously, I'm not cut out to be a hero. I have plenty of character flaws, and I've caused all sorts of trouble. Tony reflected on everything that had happened. Stick to the script. Rhodey couldn't help but remind him. The truth is, Tony stared straight ahead, falling silent for a long moment. Scenes of Grami's tragic fate, Eunsun's anguished tears, and Bai Yang's anger during their phone call flashed through his mind. Although the true culprit was already dead, as the CEO of Stark Industries, Tony felt he had to take responsibility. I am Iron Man. The words had barely left his lips when the entire roomful of reporters leapt to their feet in shock. Watching the broadcast, Bai Yang cracked a smile as well, though there was a hint of regret in his eyes. He had already revised his company's founding plans after that phone call with Tony. Tony himself was not to blame. In fact, he had gone out of his way to rescue Eunsun and the people of Grami's village. But he still refused to confront Obadiah, choosing instead to shoulder all the blame himself. Yet the truth remained. By the time he arrived, countless families had already been shattered, and his hometown was reduced to ashes by war. None of that could be undone. Eunsun had saved Tony, but he could not save his own home, all because of Stark Industries' illegal arms trading. In war-torn corners of the world, many people, in their final moments, had seen weapons bearing the Stark Industries logo, a symbol that had become synonymous with evil. And now, with Tony publicly announcing the end of weapons sales while Obadiah continued to secretly arm murderers, public distrust of Stark Industries only deepened. Eunsun, too, had grown resentful of Tony's apparent complicity. Soon after, Eunsun arrived in the Big Apple. Bai Yang had come to the airport ahead of time to meet him. As he aimlessly watched the arrival's gate, Bai Yang suddenly felt his phone buzzing in his pocket. Hello, Tony, what's up? Bai Yang asked, sounding casual and a bit indifferent. I think it would sound much friendlier if you added Uncle after my name, Tony Stark said, taking a deep breath and trying to be patient. No way. If you wanted to call you Uncle, you're dreaming, Bai Yang shot back without missing a beat. Yang, don't be like this. I know you're still mad at me. This was my fault, I admit it. But after all, he used to be my uncle. I can't just arrest him for arms trafficking. Tony's tone was gentle, showing no sign of anger. Then talk to Ethan yourself. He probably doesn't want to see you right now, but you've got a chance. He's at the Aviation Center Airport, and he'll be there in about 10 minutes. Bai Yang heard Tony admit his mistake and didn't press him further. Besides, knowing Tony's proud nature, the fact that he'd called first showed he still wanted to keep their friendship. 10 minutes? There's no way I can make it there in time. Are you out of your mind? Tony was exasperated, thinking about the distance to the airport. I can stall for about 5 minutes for you, Bai Yang said with a touch of loyalty. No, don't even think about it. I won't make it in time, Tony replied, helpless. Oh, then I won't stall for you. No, wait, just stall a little longer. Tony's anxiety flared up at that. Bye. I've got some lovely ladies to admire. Bai Yang, in high spirits, watched the flight attendants lined up with their suitcases, making their way into the terminal. Their flight must have just arrived. This kid, can't he spare a thought for how tough adults have it? Tony looked at the phone, now silent, and let out a faint sigh. Then he headed straight for the garage, picked out a supercar, and tore down the road toward the airport. About 10 minutes later, Ethan stepped out of the airport, dressed in a well-fitted vest. Just as he reached the exit, he spotted Bai Yang waving enthusiastically at him. Ethan, over here. Seeing Bai Yang's cheerful face, Ethan felt his gloomy mood lift a little. Don't you have to go to school? You always seem to be free, Ethan asked as they walked side by side, genuinely curious. It was true. Ever since Ethan had met him, school never seemed to come up. And after returning from Afghanistan, he didn't seem to go back, either. But there was no doubt, he really was a high school student. Lately I've been swamped. There's no time to attend classes, Bai Yang said with a helpless shrug. But since you're here, I'll leave the company's founding in your hands. I'll send you all the contacts I've worked with before. Ethan looked puzzled. Weren't you planning to join Stark Industries? That was the original plan. While joining Stark Industries would certainly have Tony there to ensure we wouldn't be at a disadvantage. His connections with the military are just too complicated. If we barged in unprepared, it could get messy. It's better. To build our own foundation, so we can do whatever we want. Bayang slowed his pace as he explained. Besides, once we get tied up in American politics, we'll inevitably be grouped into their camp at the United Nations. That's not what I'm aiming for. You know, what I want to create is a global technology company. Bayang smiled as he spoke. Ethan looked at him in silence for a moment. Honestly, you don't need to worry about me. Joining Stark Industries is the quickest and easiest way. You're not worried about being overworked, are you? Bayang joked with a laugh. Don't worry, I'll develop an artificial intelligence in the future to help you manage the company's operations. You'll just need to handle product deliveries and negotiations. Artificial intelligence isn't that easy to develop, Ethan replied, shaking his head. Nothing I've got is easy to figure out, Bayang said with quiet confidence. But artificial intelligence, Ethan wanted to protest further. He didn't want a child making decisions out of concern for him. Before he could finish, two sharp car horns interrupted them. Unbeknownst to them, they had been waiting at the roadside for quite a while. The source was a red Bugatti supercar. Behind the wheel sat a flashy-looking man in sunglasses. Come on, get in. I'm guessing you're not really hungry, but that shouldn't stop us from having a cup of coffee. Tony took off his sunglasses and called out to them. I want to go to a tea house, Bayang said suddenly. Oh, come on. There are hardly any tea houses around. Where am I supposed to find one? Tony shot Bayang an exasperated look. Bayang didn't insist. He tilted his head toward Ethan, signaling, let's get in. Ethan glanced at Tony. I didn't expect you to show up, he said as he slid into the passenger seat. At that moment, Bayang realized something was off. Staring at the supercar, he asked Tony, where am I supposed to sit? Bye-bye. Someone will come pick you up in a minute. Tony slipped his sunglasses back on, shut the car doors, and with a roar of the engine, sped off. Bayang was left standing there, a bit stunned. He really knows how to hold a grudge, he muttered. At his age, he wasn't even allowed to buy a car, so he usually relied on taxis to get around. He didn't have to wait long. Soon, Happy pulled up in a Rolls-Royce. Looks like you didn't catch up with your boss this time, Bayang teased from the back seat. No, I just didn't put the pedal to the metal. Happy glanced at him in the rearview mirror, shooting back a retort. And this car is the boss's exclusive ride. No one but Pebble has ever sat in it, Happy said as he continued. Last time I saw you, were you still in high school? Yes, I'm already in 11th grade. 11th grade? How old are you? He seemed a bit puzzled. 17. You've seen me, and you still don't know my identity? Bayang was surprised that Happy didn't know he was a high school student. Oh, I know your name, Happy replied, recalling their previous conversations. Then he asked, a little confused, but is there a problem? Bayang almost lost his breath in exasperation. Wait, haven't you ever watched the news? What's there to see? The boss is always on the front page, and that's Pebble's business. I'm only responsible for the boss's safety, Happy said matter-of-factly. Besides, he had to spend time with his daughter at home, who had time to pay attention to all that. Bayang let it go and changed the subject. All right then, but with your boss being so far ahead of us now, how are you supposed to protect him? This time, Happy didn't answer. He simply pressed harder on the gas pedal. Before long, Happy pulled up in front of a cafe with Bayang. Bayang got out of the car, while Happy went off to find a parking spot. The cafe featured a vintage Western European style. Inside, gentle piano music drifted through every corner, wrapping the space in tranquility. Excuse me, who are you looking for? A server dressed in burgundy attire approached politely. Tony Stark. They're upstairs. Please follow me. When Bayang followed the server up to the second floor, he found Tony and Ethan already deep in cheerful conversation. Tony spotted Bayang and signaled to Ethan that he had arrived. I don't think I was gone that long. And already you two are chatting away like old friends, Bayang said, pulling out a chair and sitting down. He casually dropped a sugar cube into his coffee and began to stir, making Tony's eyebrows twitch in disapproval. Coffee is best without sugar. The pure taste is the richest. Tony couldn't help but comment. I like it sweet, Bayang replied, dropping in another cube. Tony rolled his eyes, turned his head away, and decided not to watch. So, what are you two talking about? Bayang tasted his coffee, found the sweetness just right, and asked with curiosity. We're discussing bringing your Dubai tech into Stark Industries. Ethan replied with a smile. No thanks. I'm planning to start my own company. Bayang declined directly. Mr. Stark is willing to offer you 34% of the shares, Ethan continued, watching for his reaction. Bayang looked at Tony Stark in surprise. Didn't expect you to be so generous. Adding in the portion you retained, that makes a total of 34%, Tony interjected at this point. If he were given 34%, he would be holding 49% of the shares, almost half, nearly equal to his own. That was clearly out of the question. After all, this wasn't just his business alone. And 34% was already the most he could possibly offer. Although it's quite a lot, I've already decided to start my own company. As for that 1.5%, I'll release it back in the market after a while, Bayang replied, shaking his head firmly. Running a company isn't as easy as you think. I bet you won't last 2 years, Tony said with a hint of challenge. I gotta buy. I'm not worried about all that, Bayang answered, undaunted. But can your buy be mass-produced? Can it meet the needs of clients from all classes? And is the AI truly mature yet? Tony pressed, concern coloring his tone. I've considered all of that, Bayang replied with a shrug. And with Ethan helping to manage the company, most of the trivial matters will be on his plate, not mine. Ethan fell silent for a moment. Everything you said is true, but do you really have to say it so openly? Aren't you worried I'll quit on you? Ethan retorted, half exasperated. I still have to go to school. Of course, I'll need your help managing things. I'll just pay you well for it, Bayang declared with cheerful generosity. Bai Yang's refusal to join Stark Industries was no surprise to Tony, who knew the real reason was likely his own previous stance on Obadiah's selling weapons. Though he felt a twinge of regret, he was still ready to offer Bai Yang support where it counted. It was rare for the three of them to gather like this, sipping coffee and enjoying a leisurely conversation. Yet, with Tony and Ethan both in their 40s, the 17 or 18-year-old Bai Yang seemed a little out of place among them. Elsewhere at the Mutant Academy, Professor X, Logan, and others were gathered in the conference room, the atmosphere heavy and subdued. Logan, Bai Yang still hasn't contacted you? Professor X finally broke the silence, turning to Logan. No, Logan replied, shaking his head with stoic calm. Hank, how are things going at the chip factory? Professor X sighed and turned his attention to Hank. The bank people came by recently to sign the loan agreement. I heard Bai Yang used the chip factory and the chip technology as collateral. No idea why he suddenly needs so much money, Hank reported. He seemed kind and honest, but everyone knew he was easily provoked. A gentle soul who could turn into a beast in a flash. Never mind, we still have to rely on ourselves in the end. Let's make sure the mutants working at the factory have a plan for what comes next. If the bank does repossess the factory, or if the business partner changes, at least there won't be chaos, Professor X said, rubbing his brow in weary frustration. Is there really no way to win Bai Yang over? Hank asked, a hint of reluctance in his voice. Many of the mutants inside were people he had brought in, mutants, rejected for their appearance or other reasons, forced to endure discrimination. If the chip factory could expand, each location could shelter more mutants. We can't approach that kid on our own initiative. We can only wait for him to reach out to us, and there are just too many uncertainties in between, Professor X replied helplessly. Then why didn't we go to help him when he was attacked in Afghanistan? Logan couldn't hold back and stepped forward, leveling his accusation at the professor. Our relationship with humanity has only just begun to improve. Every move we make draws attention from all sides. We can't afford to act recklessly, Professor X explained. Of course, there was another reason. Bai Yang's status and identity didn't warrant them risking the safety of all mutants for his sake. At this moment, Bai Yang was only attracting some official attention because of his connection to Tony. But due to his age, the authorities were content to simply keep him under observation for now. However, certain intelligence agencies had already started to sense something unusual about him. Just then, Logan pulled out his phone, its screen glowing brightly. He glanced at it, his expression suddenly animated. It's Bai Yang, he announced to the others before answering the call. Hello. Hey, Logan. How have you been lately? Bai Yang's warm greeting came through the line. We've been waiting for your call. Oh, so there are others there too? Bai Yang asked with curiosity. That's right. The professor has been wanting to apologize in person, but he's been waiting for your permission. I don't think I'm that important, Bai Yang replied with a dry chuckle. Then he continued. Of course, while the professor was in the wrong, he has helped me in the past. So, you can keep managing the chip factory. But for now on, if you need anything, just talk to Ethan. I'll send you his contact info in a bit. Professor X frowned at these words. This meant their first point of contact would now be Ethan, and all the factory's dealings with the outside world would go through him. They would lose their direct connection to other partners. I just hope he doesn't harbor any ill will toward mutants. But there was nothing more he could do. After all, it was his own actions that had led to this situation. If not for his impatience, perhaps the two sides would still be working closely together. For a moment, the old man was lost in guilt. Well, let's get together sometime soon. I have some free time now. I'll hang up for now, Bai Yang said after chatting a bit, then ended the call. Logan set down his phone and exchanged looks with the others. That's great. Now I can finally relax, Hank said, his face bright with excitement. As time went by, in just a month or two, the fighting robot clubs had almost completely replaced the boxing rings in Big Apple City. The demand for chips kept growing, and as investors, their profits soared day by day. Because they held the lifelines of so many companies, they began to command a subtle but growing respect. Meanwhile, after Bai Yang hung up the phone, he headed home. Ethan was taking care of things at the company. As for the movie, All that remained was for the post-production team to send him the final cut, then submit it to the Broadcasting Association for review and rating. Once approved, they could start looking for a distributor and begin the publicity campaign. Of course, this was mostly just a formality. In this beautiful city, film censorship wasn't run by a government department. No film or filmmaker could be outright banned. The review board was simply an industry association, setting professional standards. At last, Bayang finally found himself with some free time. Yes, he could finally focus on his classes with peace of mind. After greeting the principal, Bayang returned to school the next day. As he'd expected, the moment he walked into the classroom, everyone gathered around him. Bayang, is it true you were kidnapped in Afghanistan? A student with curly hair asked, his face lit up with excitement. Perhaps, to him, being kidnapped sounded adventurous. Didn't Stark say they found him at an oasis? Another classmate helpfully chimed in. What's Mr. Stark like? Is he easy to get along with? Do you know why he shut down his weapons business? Did you get to meet any girls while you were with him? The group bombarded by Yang with questions, voices overlapping in a lively, chaotic chorus. Last time hadn't been nearly this intense. Anything to do with Tony Stark was bound to be different. When the teacher finally arrived, the crowd scattered in a hurry. Bayang glanced around, but there was no sign of Toby. Unable to resist, he quietly edged over to sit next to Erica. Erica, he whispered, nudging her with his elbow. Erica cast an anxious glance at the teacher before turning to him. What is it? I'm trying to listen to the lesson. Where's Toby? I haven't seen him around. He went to join a training program for fighting robot designers. He just left yesterday. Erica whispered back. So, nothing major's happened at school lately? Bayang pressed. No, wait, actually there was something. Someone noticed that a new transfer student got cornered and bullied in the bathroom by Doreen and her gang. Erica said after thinking for a moment. Doreen? What does she rely on anyway? Bayang asked with a puzzled look. Doreen was an overweight white girl, with a face that always seemed to be asking for trouble. She was notorious for bullying classmates, both girls and boys alike. Her father worked at the police station, so any little trouble among the students would be taken care of. That was why she acted so arrogantly. When the parents of bullied students came to seek justice, they ended up being chased away by her mother instead. After Bayang gave her a good beating, she became much more subdued, though it seemed to be because her father wasn't at home at the time. I heard her father's back, Erica said. Just as I thought. Bayang's expression lit up with sudden realization. Erica, stand up and answer this question. Suddenly, the teacher on the podium called out to her. Erica's eyes flew wide open, and she felt like she couldn't breathe. Seeing how pitiful she looked, Bayang raised his hand to help her out. Teacher, Erica doesn't know the answer, he said. Erica's eyes grew even wider as she stared at Bayang in disbelief. Bayang turned and flashed her a mischievous wink. Seeing his smug look, Erica's breath caught in her throat. All right, if you don't know, then pay attention in class. The teacher nodded, then continued the lesson. Erica took a few deep breaths and finally managed to calm herself down. As soon as class ended, a sharp, piercing scream rang out. You jerk! I'll get you for this. Erica leapt to her feet, grabbed her textbook, and started hurling a barrage of books at Bayang. How can you blame me? You're the one who was chatting during class, Bayang retorted righteously. Looking at his shameless face, Erica's anger only grew stronger. That afternoon, just after school let out, Erica ran up to Bayang. Bayang, that fat Doreen is at it again. She just dragged the new transfer student into the bathroom with a few others. Maybe she'd run too fast because when she reached Bayang, she was bent over, panting as she spoke in a rush. Come on, let's go check it out. By the way, why do they always pick the girls' bathroom? Bayang shook his head and followed after her. Oh, right, Erica, why do you girls get involved in bullying too? He asked, unable to hide his curiosity as they walked. After all, most of the bullying Bayang had seen at school was carried out by boys. The girls usually went for cold tactics, like ostracizing others or spreading rumors. When it came to that kind of subtle cruelty, Bayang didn't really know how to help. In those cases, it was up to the victim to fight back on their own. Previously, Doreen had bullied others with her fists, but she always acted alone and was blatant about it, which was why Bayang had taught her a lesson. Now that she had someone backing her up, she'd become a bit more cautious and moved things to the bathroom, but she also found a couple of accomplices. How should I know? Erica rolled her eyes. Fair enough. Bayang followed her, and soon they arrived at the school bathroom. Outside, a group of girls was gathered, pointing and whispering at the tightly shut door. Make way, make way. Erica, like a loyal sidekick, pushed through the crowd and cleared a path for Bayang. Why did Erica bring Bayang here? Some people wondered aloud, puzzled. She must have brought him to deal with that fat Doreen. A few who had long been annoyed by Doreen shouted excitedly. He even meddles in girls' affairs? Some of the newly arrived students were surprised. He takes care of all the bullying cases at school. Otherwise, why do you think your parents sent you here? Is he really that impressive? Our school doesn't have bullying incidents because of him. You should know, before he came, fights and brawls happen all the time. But after just 2 or 3 years since he arrived, those things have basically disappeared. Several students from his year looked at Bai Yang with admiration. Of course, there were still a few who didn't like him, but they kept their thoughts to themselves. This door's been locked from the inside. Erica rattled the handle a couple of times and turned to report. Let me do it. Step aside a bit, he said to Erica, giving her a gentle warning before stepping up to the door. It had been a while since he last used force. If he was going to do it, he might as well show some strength. It was right after school, and a crowd of curious students, boys and girls alike, had gathered around. Some were freshmen who hadn't been here long. Others hadn't seen Bai Yang in action for quite some time. Under everyone's expectant gaze, Bai Yang raised his foot. The special shoes he wore powered up, and then he aimed a fierce kick at the door. A heavy, resounding thud rang out. The entire door was blasted inward by the force of the kick. Inside, an unusually obese woman was mid-slap, but she had no time to dodge. With terror in her eyes, she was struck head-on by the flying door. Everyone else in the restroom stared in shock at Bai Yang, who now stood in the doorway. Oh, so this is the girls' restroom, Bai Yang said, pausing for a moment at the door. But with Erica leading the way, he followed naturally. Once inside, he ignored the standing girls and went straight to the girl curled up in the corner. Her wine-red hair looked familiar. Bai Yang gently brushed aside her tangled hair. Hannah? Bai Yang exclaimed in surprise. The girl before him was the very one who had guided him not long ago. Her clothes were disheveled, her eyes hollow and lifeless, and her face bore the vivid marks of red handprints. At this moment, Doreen struggled out from under the door panel. When she saw Bai Yang, a flicker of fear crossed her eyes, but thinking of her father's return, she mustered up her courage. Bai Yang, I warn you not to meddle in my business. My dad's back, and I'm not afraid of you anymore. Her voice was loud and forceful, but her expression betrayed her weakness. The fat on her face trembled unpleasantly as she spoke. You know, I've always been a meddler, Bai Yang replied calmly, while gently helping Hannah to her feet. Erica, you look after her for now. After entrusting the girl to Erica, he turned and faced Doreen. You bullied your classmate at school. Do you know what that means? He strode forward, looming over her. Do you think you're the only one in charge here? My father will file a complaint and have you expelled. She retreated a few steps in fear, then spun on her heel as if to leave. You're not leaving just yet. Bai Yang stepped sideways, blocking her path. What more do you want? It's simple. Either get down on your knees and apologize, or let her slap you a few times. Bai Yang pointed to Hannah as he laid out his terms. Impossible. She stared wide-eyed at Bai Yang. A sharp crack echoed through the room. Doreen clutched her cheek in disbelief, staring at Bai Yang as he lowered his hand. So, do you agree to apologize now? His face remained impassive. Never. She spat out, gritting her teeth. Crack, crack. Bai Yang delivered a slap to each side, showing no mercy. Outside, the club members had already blocked the door without needing to be told. What about now? Another 2 sharp slaps rang out. When his arm finally grew tired, Bai Yang stopped and looked at Doreen, her swollen face now nearly unrecognizable. What about now? Tears welled up in Doreen's eyes, but when she saw Bai Yang's hand poised to strike again, she forced them back in terror. Choking back her sobs, she shuffled over to Hannah, who was being comforted by Erica. I'm sorry, please forgive me. Kneel and apologize. Bai Yang folded his arms, his tone cool and detached. And as for the rest of you, since this is your first time, a sincere apology will do. No need to kneel. He glanced at the other girls, who stood frozen in fear. Relieved, they rushed over to Hannah and bowed, offering their apologies. At that moment, a teacher's voice sounded outside the door. What are you all doing here? Why are a group of boys blocking the entrance to the girls' restroom? A female teacher with glasses pushed through the crowd, frowning at the club boys who stood guard. The door's broken. We're helping to fix it. Someone's working on it inside. It'll just be a moment, one of the boys replied with a smile. What's really going on in there? The teacher, sensing something was wrong, tried to push her way inside. Really, miss, they're just fixing the door. The boy insisted. But the teacher's concern only grew, and she insisted on entering. Inside, just as Doreen was about to kneel, she heard the commotion outside. Her eyes lit up, and she shouted at the top of her lungs, Teacher, help! Someone's trying to assault me. Well, that was something. Even those in the know were left stunned by her outburst. The teacher outside grew even more anxious. After threatening the boys, she finally managed to force her way in. But what she saw inside left her momentarily speechless. Inside the room, there was only one male student. The rest were girls, plus a pig-faced figure in a sorry state, wailing miserably in his direction. Bayang glanced at the teacher who had just entered, a flicker of impatience flashing in his eyes. Without hesitation, he strode over to Doreen and kicked the backs of her knees. Her bulky frame crumpled to the floor, collapsing in front of Hannah with such force it seemed her knees might shatter. "Hey, what are you doing?" the teacher exclaimed, startled by his actions and hurrying forward to intervene. But Bayang paid her no heed. He pressed Doreen's head down and slammed it against the floor, once, twice, 3 times, only then releasing his grip. Because he had controlled his strength, Doreen merely felt dazed, her forehead scraped and bleeding. "Teacher, I'm teaching the student a lesson about bullying at the academy," Bayang explained with a smile to the shaken teacher. "I believe she'll gain a profound understanding from this experience," he added, letting Doreen go. Then he turned to the other trembling girls and asked pleasantly, "Isn't that right?" The girls nodded frantically in agreement, panic in their eyes. "What's your name?" "I'm calling your parents," the teacher demanded angrily, pointing at Bayang. "My homeroom teacher is Mr. Sman. You can talk to him if you want to know about me," Bayang replied, getting to his feet and heading for the door. "Erica, let's go." Behind him, Erica helped a recovering Hannah to her feet and followed. Afterward, the teacher went outside, intending to find someone to help Doreen up from the floor, but no one was willing. Instead, they looked at her with cold detachment. Even those who had been with Doreen ignored her. When they saw Bayang and his friends leave, they quickly slipped away as well. In the end, only the bewildered teacher was left, trying to offer Doreen a hand. But Doreen, having regained her senses, shoved the teacher aside and spat. "Useless." Then, with her heavy frame, she stormed out. Outside, people stared at Doreen's swollen, bloodied face with a mix of reactions. Some felt justice had been served, some pitied her, and others were clearly fearful of Bayang. The teacher could only stare after her, stunned and confused. Meanwhile, Bayang and his friends made their way to the sports field, where Erica straightened Hannah's clothes. Her outfit had been torn to shreds, exposing patches of skin. If Bayang hadn't returned today, who knew what worse might have happened? Oftentimes, people can be far more terrifying than demons. Erica glanced at her own clothes, then walked over to Bayang, hand outstretched. "Hey, take off your jacket. Don't you have your own?" "Why do you need mine?" Bayang asked, puzzled. "I only have this one, okay? If I take it off, I'll be down in my underwear." "Why not? After all, your upper body doesn't look any different from a guy's." Bayang's words, full of implication, made her instantly furious. She reached out and tugged at Bayang's jacket. "If your eyes are blind, then stop looking at things," she snapped, yanking his jacket off him with little ceremony. Watching Bayang, who was now completely different from just moments ago, and Erica, who was making a scene with him, Hannah's eyes brimmed with envy. "Here, put this on. That jerk's a guy, so don't bother worrying whether he's cold or not." Erica draped the jacket she had snatched from Bayang over Hannah's shoulders. "By the way, where do you live? Let's see if you're on our way." Bayang glanced at Hannah, now bundled up in the jacket. "Han Hong Street," Hannah replied softly. Hearing this, Bayang turned to Erica. "Looks like she's on your way." There's really no need to trouble you. I can go home by myself," Hannah said quietly, feeling that they had already done more than enough for her. Bayang and Erica exchanged a smile. In the end, it was Erica who walked Hannah home. The next day, what was once a peaceful day at Midtown High was suddenly stirred up once again. After a whole year, someone had finally broken one of the rules set by Bayang. And Bayang made sure everyone saw what happened to those who dared cross his lines. The memory of Doreen's misery from the previous day was still vivid in everyone's minds. When Snake heard the news, he was thrilled. This meant he finally had work to do. He hadn't been there yesterday, so Bayang had handled things personally, but Snake still had to go through a week of deep reflection. To make sure the offenders truly remembered, they would usually discipline them for a whole week, enough for the lesson to sink in, body and mind. But when he found out the offender was a girl, Snake's excitement faded considerably. Early that morning, Teacher Phoebe marched to Teacher Sman's office, her anger evident as she knocked sharply on the door. Just then, Teacher Sman arrived for work. Seeing a female colleague knocking on his door, he walked over and asked, "Hello, may I help you?" Phoebe turned to look at the middle-aged man before her. "Are you Teacher Sman?" "Yes, that's me." "So, Bayang is your student?" "Yes, he is." Teacher Sman was unsure what she was getting at. "Good. Yesterday, Bayang bullied someone in the girls' restroom. I saw it with my own eyes. Such an arrogant student must have his parents called and be expelled from school." Her words came out in a rush, leaving Sman momentarily stunned. But hearing the part about Bayang bullying someone, he began to have his suspicions. Let's go inside and talk, shall we? Please tell me exactly what happened." He didn't rush to conclusions, but instead opened the door and led the way into his office. Phoebe followed him in and sat down across from him. "Don't be hasty. Have some tea first." Sman courteously poured her a cup. Once her emotions had settled a little, he began to explain the situation at the time. After listening to her account, S.H.I.E.L.D pondered for a moment before speaking. So, what you're saying is that teacher Phoebe didn't fully understand what happened back then. Is there really anything else to understand? He used violence right in front of me. Phoebe replied, finding it hard to believe. You new this year, aren't you? S.H.I.E.L.D asked. Yes, I am. But what does my arrival date have to do with any of this? Then let me ask you, since you've been here, have you ever seen anything unpleasant happen at this school? In many schools across America, fights are common, even occurring right under teachers' noses. Some step in, some simply turn a blind eye. The indifference of those teachers and the school often leads to all sorts of unfortunate incidents. Isn't today one of those incidents? Phoebe said, her anger showing. That's true, but you must have heard the rumors about Midtown High. The learning environment here is exceptional, and there has never been a single student altercation. Many parents are eager to send their children here. S.H.I.E.L.D continued patiently. Yes, that's exactly why I applied to work at this school, she admitted. Do you know the reason behind this? What reason? Isn't it because the school and teachers manage things well? Phoebe frowned, puzzled. No, it's because of my student, Bai Yang, S.H.I.E.L.D said, a hint of pride in his voice. That's impossible. He's nothing but a troublemaker. There's no way. Phoebe dismissed his words outright. Miss Phil, you should understand that for kids at this age, sometimes only force can suppress force, S.H.I.E.L.D said, looking at her intently. It's Phoebe, she corrected him. Don't mind the details, S.H.I.E.L.D replied, unconcerned. Besides, Bayang has great respect for the teachers. Every year, he brings home numerous awards for the school and keeps things running smoothly. Thanks to this, our graduation rates are steadily rising. Did you know? He's a natural-born leader, S.H.I.E.L.D went on, unable to hide his admiration as he recalled the students' achievements. Not only that, recently he filmed the movie Steel Iron Fist and built the first combat robot. Every one of his accomplishments is simply astonishing. I know about that, but none of this gives him the right to bully his classmates, Phoebe responded, referring to the two recent incidents she was aware of. Our school values teachers with a sense of justice. But let me ask you, do you really understand the truth behind all of this? S.H.I.E.L.D sighed, though there was no impatience in her manner. In fact, she rather admired this type of teacher, even if there was still a touch of immaturity. Phoebe bowed her head, lost in thought for a moment. All right, I'll look into it more carefully. She also realized that her perspective had been a bit one-sided. After expressing her gratitude to S.H.I.E.L.D, she left. Meanwhile, Bayang was chatting with Erica in the classroom. It wasn't time for class yet, and Erica was speaking loudly. You walked her home yesterday. She's all right, isn't she? She's fine, just seems a bit timid. Doesn't talk much, Bayang replied. That must have been a boring walk then, Erica laughed. Erica curled her lip. Yeah, all I found out was her full name, Jimmy Hannah. That's not bad. At least no one should bother her anymore. She'll get better with time, Bayang nodded. By the way, you look pretty cool yesterday. Usually you seem so gentle, Erica said, eyeing him with surprised amusement. Being gentle isn't cool? Bayang frowned, curious. To us girls, gentle means attractive, but true coolness is when someone acts aloof, Erica explained with a shake of her head. Maybe I should start picking more fights, just so you can see enough of my cool side. Erica looked tempted, but after a moment's thought, she shook her head. Forget it. I get sick of it if I saw it all the time. So you think my face would get boring? That's a joke, Bayang protested, feigning offense at her comment about his looks. I just think you. Erica's words were cut short when the classroom door burst open with a crash. A burly man in a police uniform stormed into the room. Which one of you is Bayang? He shouted furiously from the front of the classroom. Trailing behind him was Doreen, a bandage wrapped around her forehead. Spotting Bayang in the third row, her eyes gleamed with vindictive delight. Dad, that's him. I want to see her kneel before me, she hissed, her young face twisted with malice. You kid, get over here, Bryce barked, pointing his police baton at Bayang, his eyes burning with anger. All right, Bayang replied coolly, standing up and striding toward him with a mocking smile. Bryce looked ready to unleash a tirade, but just then, the other students in the classroom began to rise one by one and fall in line behind Bayang. Then too soon the entire class had stood up, silently following behind him. Seeing the crowd gathering around Bayang, a flicker of panic crossed Bryce's face. What you all doing? I'm only here for him. But the students followed Bayang without a word, closing in on Bryce step by step. Bryce's hand, clutching the baton, was trembling, forced back step by Bayang's unyielding advance. He soon found himself retreating out into the corridor. What are you doing? This is assaulting an officer. You could go to jail for this. Though he was burly and tried to project authority in his uniform, faced with this crowd of students, he was nothing at all. Just then, he realized that another group of students had gathered behind him in the corridor, with Snake at their head. Before long, Bryce was surrounded by two opposing groups. Glancing at the students on either side, He gritted his teeth and drew his pistol from his belt, raising it skyward. A sharp gunshot cracked through the school corridor. The shot seemed to have the intended effect. Both groups finally halted. Listen, I only need to talk to him. Don't bring trouble on yourselves. The gun seemed to give Bryce renewed confidence. He straightened and pointed at Bai Yang. Firing a gun at school? Looks like you'll be spending some time behind bars yourself, Bai Yang replied coolly. So what? In truth, Bryce was already beginning to regret his actions. He hadn't expected a single student to draw out such a formidable crowd. If he hadn't fired to intimidate them, he feared he'd be beaten to death by these students. With so many students here, he doubted anyone would even bother to investigate should he die. It's not a matter of so what. Now that you're here, you're not getting out unscathed, even with a gun in your hand. With that, Bai Yang let out a sharp whistle, and in an instant a flash of blue light streaked across Bryce's pistol. Under Bryce's stunned gaze, his gun was destroyed in a heartbeat, leaving only the handle in his hand. Brothers, this thug has brought a gun to our school. Snake cackled, charging forward. Chaos erupted in the corridor as both sides collided, scattering and dashing about in fright. In the middle of the confusion, a few students stayed behind, raining blows on Bryce, each strike vicious and potentially deadly. Teachers and students, drawn by the sound of gunfire, arrived only to witness the pandemonium in the corridor. Meanwhile, shouts rang out above the din. Help! There's a terrorist with a gun at school. Run! He's going to shoot. I want my mom. That last outcry, at least, was clearly heartfelt. Teachers hurriedly dialed emergency services, reporting an armed attack on campus. A criminal had entered the school and opened fire. At the same time, they frantically ordered all students to lock themselves in classrooms and not come out. The police, upon receiving the call and hearing it was Midtown High, immediately dispatched officers, racing to the school. A shooting at a school was no small matter. All they could do was pray there had been no casualties yet. Soon, the police surrounded the campus. As they entered, they found the academy eerily silent, and the team leader felt a growing sense of unease. Let's hope none of the children get hurt, he said, waving his hand to signal someone to go inside. He then made his way to the security office to ask about the situation. On the way, the area was completely deserted, which confirmed that there really had been a shooting here. At least, there were no gunshots at the moment. That was something to be thankful for. As they moved forward, they crossed the playground and headed toward the teaching building. Cautiously, they advanced and soon entered a classroom, where the teachers and students were all hiding. The sudden sound of the door opening startled everyone. Don't be afraid. I'm here to help you. One of them quickly put down his rifle and spoke reassuringly. I'd like to understand what happened. Could someone explain? He continued, once the group had calmed down a bit. A teacher stepped forward and began to recount what had happened. After getting the details, he thanked the teacher and set off toward the scene of the incident. From the teacher's account, they had heard a gunshot, and then all the 11th graders in the teaching building started to panic and run, shouting that someone with a gun had broken in. Whether it was a student carrying the gun was still unclear. They made their way carefully to the 11th grade building once again. But when they saw the scene inside, they were momentarily stunned. In the first-floor corridor, groups of students were chatting in small clusters. A few of them were pointing at someone lying on the ground, covered in blood, discussing animatedly. Was it a trap? A prank? These two thoughts flashed through the minds of the officers who had come to investigate. He hesitated behind the wall for a moment, then cautiously crept toward the group of students. As he drew nearer, he could make out their conversation. That guy with the gun scared the life out of me. Thank goodness Bayang stepped in. Yeah, but we didn't kill him, did we? Of course not. I just gave him a few kicks, nothing too serious. Even if we did, so what? I can't stand people pointing guns at me. I hate it when people point fingers at me. Is that so? You want to die? Fine, I'll use my middle finger instead. Damn it. A commotion broke out, punctuated by shouts and insults. Hey, weren't we supposed to stop fighting? We're not fighting, just horsing around. Yeah, just playing. After gathering a bit more information, he finally realized the gunman had already been subdued. Bayang. The name sounded oddly familiar. But since the situation was under control, that was all that mattered. Still on guard, he slowly stepped forward. Hey kids, is everyone all right? He asked, gripping his gun and smiling gently. You're finally here. Is he one of your people? He showed up first thing in the morning and threatened us with a gun. Snake gestured to the half-conscious Bryce lying on the ground as he spoke. He glanced at the blood-stained uniform. Clearly, it was the attire of the regional police department. Bryce, when he finally saw the man's face, his expression shifted to utter disbelief. He couldn't fathom why Bryce would be here, let alone armed and barging into this place. Without a word, he picked up his radio to contact the team leader outside. Please wait a moment. I'll call someone to handle this. There was a nervous edge to his voice. No problem. We've already waited quite a while. A few more minutes won't matter, And besides, our teacher and principal will be here soon. Bai Yang stepped forward with a smile, reassuring him. Before long, the police team leader arrived at the front of the teaching building, his face dark with concern. He had just gotten a briefing from the school security staff. There had been only one armed individual entering the school today, and it was Officer Bryce, who had recently been reassigned to this area. A sinking feeling settled deeper in his gut. He could only hope that Bryce hadn't fired his weapon inside the school. But then a call came in from the investigation team inside, confirming his worst fears. His first action on arrival was to check on the figure sprawled on the ground, dressed in patrol uniform. Damn it, he cursed under his breath. If this had been a typical shooting incident and they had neutralized the suspect, the whole thing would follow standard procedures. No one would blame them. But now, the armed suspect turned out to be one of their own, and to make matters worse, he'd been knocked out by students. With so many witnesses, there was no way the police could explain this to the public. He stared down at the unconscious man, raking his hands through his hair in frustration, unable to come up with any solution for the moment. Just then, Principal Angus arrived in a hurry, several teachers in tow. Bai Yang, I heard the assailant's been apprehended. Were any students hurt? Principal Angus came straight to Bai Yang, concern etched on his face. The team leader, seeing the principal and teachers, felt his spirits sink even further. No students were harmed. The assailant only fired once, and I managed to stop him in time with a few others. He's over there. Bai Yang pointed to the unconscious Bryce on the ground. That's a relief. The elderly principal let out a long breath, only to suddenly notice that the man lying there was wearing a patrol officer's uniform. I'm sorry about this, the team leader started, thinking perhaps it would be better to take responsibility for what had happened. But before he could finish, Bai Yang cut him off. At the time, the criminal was wearing a police uniform, which allowed him to fool us for a while. But when he pulled out his gun, I noticed, in time, and managed to stop him. Luckily, his first shot didn't hurt anyone. The other students were brave, too. They rushed forward, with me, and together we subdued the imposter, Bai Yang recounted calmly. Then he glanced at the team leader, who seemed to want to speak. After all, as guardians of public safety, why would the police want to shoot a bunch of students like us? Don't you agree, officer? The team leader was a middle-aged man with a resolute face named Kingsley. He was briefly taken aback by Bai Yang's words, but quickly composed himself. Yes, this was a serious oversight on our part. I'm truly sorry that the students were frightened, he said, grateful, and gave Bai Yang a sincere look. Well, since the matter is settled, just let us know the outcome when you have it, the old principal said, not dwelling on the incident. He nodded calmly. As for the criminal, you'd better hurry and get him medical attention. Any delay, and he might not make it. And if he dies, it'll be hard to get any answers from him, Bai Yang reminded them, his last words carrying a subtle implication. Understood. I won't take up any more of your time. I'll make sure to send over a commendation for your help in apprehending the criminal, Kingsley said, signaling his men to carry the suspect away, and then took his leave. Soon, the school returned to its usual routine, but because of the shooting incident, classes were canceled for the day. Meanwhile, back at the police station, Kingsley immediately launched a full investigation into the incident. After taking extensive statements from Bai Yang and many of the students involved, they were all allowed to go home. Bai Yang was even rewarded with a cash bonus. Once Kingsley learned more about Bai Yang's background, he was able to draw his own conclusions about the case. The officers weren't fools. They realized that Bryce had been outmaneuvered by this student, but Bai Yang hadn't pushed things too far. Instead, he left them a way out. After all, Bryce had taken advantage of his position and his gun to stir up trouble. The student may have been young, but he was no easy target. Besides, if they really looked into it, it was their own patrolman who had barged in with guns, who had kicked down the doors, and who had fired the shots. As for holding Bai Yang accountable, it wasn't just him who acted. Nearly 100 people were involved. There was no way they could arrest them all, especially with Bai Yang's identity now attracting so much attention. In the end, the ones left embarrassed were the police themselves. Since Bai Yang had left them an easy way out, there was no need to insist on making things worse. As for Bryce, nobody spared him another thought. The next day, a news report from Queens captured the attention and the hearts of many concerned parents. Yesterday morning, a criminal disguised in a patrol officer's uniform entered Midtown High School and committed an armed crime. After interrogation, it was revealed that the perpetrator had been hired to assassinate Midtown High's prodigy, Bai Yang. The police have announced that they will continue to investigate the case further. Moreover, the police gave special commendation to Bai Yang for his courage and resourcefulness. He led his classmates in a brave resistance and successfully subdued the criminal. Not a single person in the school was harmed, preventing what could have been a tragedy. Once again, Bai Yang's name became well-known throughout Queens. By extension, Midtown High basked in a bit of his reflected glory. Bai Yang, look, you made the news again. Snake dashed over, his face alight with excitement. Isn't that just par for the course by now? Still, things have been a bit too high profile lately. I really hope nothing else happens. Bayang sat by the edge of the football field, a hint of melancholy in his voice. So, what brings you to class today? Bayang asked, a note of curiosity in his tone. There's a football game this afternoon. I wouldn't miss it for anything. Besides, I haven't given that fat lady a piece of my mind yet. Snake hefted his gear with a mischievous glint. Oh, I thought you weren't playing this year, Bayang said, remembering how Snake had been so wrapped up in boxing that he figured football had fallen by the wayside. As if, today I'm going to bulldoze the whole field. Snake thumped his broad chest for emphasis. Well, good luck. By the way, Doreen didn't show up for class today. She's probably dropped out and transferred to another school. Bayang recalled what Erica and the others had mentioned during class that morning, though this time it was Yang who got called on by the teacher. Well, lucky for her. Who knows which school she'll end up terrorizing next? Snake remarked absently, eyes drifting toward the cheerleaders on the field. Nothing we can do about it. She's not on our turf anymore, Bayang replied with a helpless shrug. Enough about that. Interested in signing up? I remember you used to be a beast out there, Snake said, clearly itching for action. No thanks, I gave up on that a long time ago, Bayang declined with a shake of his head. Suit yourself. I'm heading to the field. Watch me work some magic out there. Snake clapped Bayang on the shoulder, then strode off toward the locker room. A deafening roar erupted throughout the stadium as both teams took their positions on opposite sides of the grass, suited up in their football gear. At the referee's whistle, they charged forward like wild bulls, all eyes on the football. Bodies collided in raw, primal clashes. Only the strong would prevail. In the thick of the game, Snake seized the football. Perhaps thanks to his martial arts training, he dodged one opponent after another with surprising agility, sprinting all the way to the end zone. Clutching the ball, he dove straight for the ground, both hands hitting the turf. In an instant, the crowd erupted into cheers and thunderous applause. The months flew by, and at last, Big Hero 6 passed its rating and was set to begin its promotional campaign. Bayang got in touch with Disney as the distributor and began preparing for the film's release date. With Bayang's previous success as a solid example, combined with the backing of Disney, the film enjoyed a strong screening schedule from the outset. As soon as it premiered, the movie received unanimous praise. Big Hero 6 hit theaters and immediately made a splash, raking in $43 million at the box office on its very first day, topping the daily box office charts. On the second day, the momentum held strong, with ticket sales climbing past $50 million. However, by the third day, which was a Monday, box office numbers began to dip, staying low until Friday afternoon when they shot up again. The lovable robot Baymax, with his simple and adorable design, quickly won the hearts of countless young girls and children. Though Baymax is a high-tech robot in the film, there's not a hint of steampunk about him. His image is so simple that a single expression can sum him up. With its down-to-earth, emotional storytelling, the film touched viewers and received glowing reviews. The movie remained in theaters for nearly a month, ultimately bringing in a total of $780 million at the box office. Baymax, for a time, became the nation's favorite mascot. Hot on the heels of that success, even bigger news swept across the Big Apple. After finishing the film, Bayang has once again created a real Baymax robot. Baymax Medical Technology Company has completed its initial setup. Its first product, the Baymax Medical Robot, is expected to launch next year, with pre-orders now open. Bayang, the genius high schooler from Midtown High, has done it again. The first Baymax robot is here and will soon be touring the country for promotional events. For more details, visit the official Baymax Medical Technology website. No sooner had the buzz over fighting robots died down than the debut of the Baymax Medical Robot stirred up a new wave of excitement. And because the movie had set the stage, everyone who'd seen it was eager to have a Baymax robot of their own, flocking to the Baymax Medical Technology website to place pre-orders. With such a lucrative opportunity, it was only natural that others wanted a piece of the pie. But Baymax Medical Technology made it clear that only a few crumbs would be available to outsiders. Things like figurines, toys, plushies, posters, and so on. Moreover, Baymax Medical Technology announced that Bayang was the sole shareholder, with Ethan currently serving as acting manager. Seeing all this, some competitors grew envious and began to look for ways to discredit the company. Suddenly, a new wave of media coverage emerged. Can the Baymax robot truly match the intelligent scene in the movie? Will the robots we pre-ordered actually be delivered, or will we just end up with an inflatable mascot? Professor Hanla pointed out that creating a Baymax robot would require extremely advanced AI technology, and he doubts any robot produced could be as intelligent as the one in the film. But as soon as Baymax's commercial performances began and the footage of its interactions with Logan and the journalist was uploaded online, Wolverine was dragged in once again to do the heavy lifting. The moment these videos started spreading across the internet, the servers of the Baymax Medical Technology official website began to lag, and reservations were pouring in at a rate of 20 per second. For the past few days, Ethan had been so busy that he barely had a moment's rest, eventually opting to sleep at the company. Yet watching those ever-climbing numbers on his computer screen, he didn't feel tired at all. Meanwhile, at Midtown High, Bai Yang once again stepped forward to give an interview. It had only been 2 or 3 months since the last time he'd been on camera, and here he was again. During the interview, he shared the founding principles behind Baymax Medical Technology, winning widespread praise once more. Soon after, Stark Industries also announced a new energy launch, though they didn't need much publicity. Their target audience was quite different. And after Baymax Medical Technology was established, Tony Stark, CEO of Stark Industries, declared that a close partnership would be formed between the two companies. As a result, Ethan found his work discussions going much more smoothly. The Combat Robot Club was also maturing steadily, soon to begin selecting candidates for testing. If all went well, they planned to open to the public within a month. Behind each combat club, you could faintly see the shadows of Hammer Industries, Stark Industries, and Oscorp. On Bai Yang's side, with the settlement of Big Hero 6 complete, the system had already started preparing the next wave of movie worlds. With Tony out front, drawing everyone's gaze, Bai Yang could finally settle down and prepare for another round of system-induced dreaming. This time, with the benefit of past experience, he postponed it to Friday night. He expected he might need 2 days of deep sleep, so Bai Yang returned to the Tandao lab, whose lease hadn't yet expired. Most likely, once this round of dreaming was over and he'd built his own lab, he could finally let this one go. To be honest, the rent for this lab was exorbitant. After returning home from school and greeting Aunt May, Bai Yang hopped into a car and headed to the Tandao lab. As for his shares, Bai Yang had already handed them over to Ethan for management. Ever since Tony revealed himself as Iron Man, Stark Industries' stock price had soared, but Bai Yang didn't cash in. Instead, he returned the shares to Tony at the original purchase price. This time, it seemed, all he'd gained was a small arc reactor. Dream entry functioned as a kind of consciousness transfer, so Bai Yang couldn't bring anything with him. He silently hoped that, upon entering the dream, he wouldn't immediately be thrown into danger. Inside a sealed sleep pod, a steady flow of nutrient solution began to enter his body as Bai Yang slowly closed his eyes. Enter the dream, Bai Yang whispered to himself. Immediately, he was engulfed by a wave of weightless dizziness. It felt as though time both stood still and stretched on endlessly, but at last, a bright light emerged before his eyes. Once again, he found himself staring at an unfamiliar ceiling. This time, however, daylight streamed through the windows, flooding the room with a warm, open glow. Bai Yang sat up, glancing around. The entire space was immaculate, and beneath the window, rows of 2-tiered potted plants flourished, basking in the sunlight. The room felt as cozy as a cabin nestled in the woods. The furnishings were simple. A wooden wardrobe stood beside the bed, while a line of bookshelves and a desk hugged the opposite wall. From the arrangement of the room to the lush, thriving plants, it was clear that the person who lived here truly cherished life. He began to absorb the memories belonging to this body. He was a biologist, specializing in genetic inheritance. At this moment, he had just graduated, a young man in his early 30s, fresh from university, preparing to apply for a job at the Umbrella Corporation. That's right. The world he had entered through this dream was none other than the world of the Resident Evil films. This time, the danger had escalated dramatically. He had crossed from a peaceful world straight into an apocalypse. In this world, the end times revolved entirely around a deadly virus. The Umbrella Corporation was a global powerhouse, monopolizing industries that spanned pharmaceuticals, medical hardware, defense products, and most other high-tech fields. Yet, their true profits came from cutting-edge military technology, bioengineering, and clandestine ventures in biological weaponry. They also harbored countless secret projects unknown to the public. Across the 6 films, the story unfolded. Marcus, one of Umbrella's co-founders, sought to cure his daughter's premature aging. Through relentless effort, he developed a serum, the T-virus. Torn between conscience and ambition, Dr. Isaacs, another partner, killed Marcus and seized control of the Umbrella Corporation. Isaacs then began constructing the hive beneath Raccoon City, intent on refining the T-virus. News of these developments inevitably drew the attention of numerous factions. One day, Spence, posing as Alice's husband, received orders to steal the T-virus. He unleashed the virus, killing everyone inside the hive. Unable to remove the virus from the hive, he hid it in a specific location, intending to retrieve it once his memory returned. Then, Umbrella's security team entered the sealed hive to investigate. After losing 3 members and finally shutting down the Red Queen, the infected zombies within the hive's cryogenic chambers began to awaken. A desperate escape ensued, and in the end, only Alice and Matt managed to break free, only to be captured by Umbrella once more and subjected to experimentation. Alice began to develop abilities far beyond those of an ordinary person. What followed was a series of relentless battles, and in the end, she returned once more to the hive beneath Raccoon City. With the Red Queen's assistance, Alice managed to save the world. After replaying the plot in his mind, Bai Yang began to devise a plan. He knew he was powerless against the biohazard crisis of this world. There was no way a single suit could stand against the entire Umbrella Corporation. But at the critical moment, he needed to obtain the experimental data from Project Nemesis. Moreover, Umbrella housed numerous advanced technologies worth learning from. Artificial intelligence, virtual reality, global satellite positioning, biological cloning, cryogenic storage, genetic laser engineering, the Hive's architectural systems, and more. These were just some of the technologies shown in the films, and there were surely others yet unseen. Most of all, there was the Red Queen, the artificial intelligence. Bai Yang had to find a way to get his hands on the blueprints for its creation. If that proved impossible, he would have to find a way to take the AI itself. Therefore, he needed to seize an opportunity to get close to Umbrella's core technologies. Now, as he sifted through the memories in his mind, a smile spread across Bai Yang's face. This time, the position he had applied for was as Dr. Charles' assistant. Dr. Charles was one of Umbrella's leading scientists, and he had worked alongside Marcus on the development of the T-virus. Marcus's motivation had been to cure his daughter's premature aging, while Charles sought to heal his own daughter's leg ailment. By now, Ashford must also have been aware of the T-virus's side effects, and was likely working on a viral serum. This meant that the serum had not yet been developed, and there was still some time before the viral outbreak. Fortunately, the system had been considerate enough not to throw him straight into the hive, nor had it chosen the chaotic period of the outbreak. Though he missed the chance to access the hive's internal data firsthand, his safety was greatly improved. As always, once he understood his new identity, he had to begin by searching online to gather general information about this world. Technology in this world was largely oriented toward medicine and life extension, and preparations for hibernation were underway in hopes of reaching a brighter future. Umbrella, as a global monopoly spanning countless industries, covertly manipulated the governments of smaller countries and wielded significant influence at the United Nations. To be honest, Bai Yang's own to buy medical technologies was modeled closely after Umbrella. Once he had gained a basic understanding of this world, Bai Yang began searching for books to study. As a biologist by profession, his bookshelf was filled with volumes on biology and related fields. With his innate affinity for both technology and magic, Bai Yang absorbed knowledge at an astonishing pace. Titles like Gene Transmission, Molecular Biology of Aging, and The Code of Life filled his reading list. Since he had already sent off his application for the assessment, it would take about 3 days to hear back about the result. So, for the next several days, Bai Yang devoted himself completely to his books. On the 3rd day, just as Bai Yang returned to his apartment after lunch, his phone suddenly chimed with a new message. Dear Mr. Morley, we have received your resume and are pleased to recognize your qualifications. We currently have openings for positions such as inspector, ingredient specialist, and measurement technician. We invite you to come in for a second interview, after which we will recommend the role best suited to your abilities. Please report on the 3rd business day. Umbrella Corporation looks forward to your joining us. A message emblazoned with the Umbrella logo appeared on his phone. After editing a quick reply, Bai Yang set his phone aside and returned to the book in his hands. Lately, he had been focusing particularly on the molecular biology of aging. Within those pages, telomeres and mitochondria stood out, critical barriers that the T-virus needed to bypass inside the body. When the appointed day arrived, Bai Yang began preparing for his trip to the city center of Raccoon City, heading toward the Nut District. Most of the city's residents worked for Umbrella. Even the police department had fallen completely under their influence. After all, Raccoon City had originally been built by Umbrella to safeguard its underground hive research facility. It was only natural that the majority of its population was employed by the corporation. During this time, Bai Yang had studied the structural map of Raccoon City and discovered that it was encircled almost entirely by wasteland and a wide river, with only one main road leading out. In that sense, Raccoon City was practically a city-sized prison, tightly controlled by Umbrella. If the corporation ever blocked the main exit, ordinary citizens would have no way to escape. That was why, after the viral outbreak, Raccoon City's collapse happened so swiftly, an inevitability. In the movies, it was also known as Raccoon City. Following the address from his phone, Bai Yang soon arrived at a stark white, cube-shaped building in the city center. The building's exterior was sleek and seamless, with much of it constructed from glass. From a distance, it appeared to be a perfect square, but up close, the structure revealed its curves. Only the white wall at the rear maintained its box-like illusion. In this city full of retro architecture, the laboratory in front of him stood out brilliantly. Bai Yang took out his phone and flashed it at the security guard to indicate he was there for an interview. The guard leaned in to check, then opened the door and let him inside. Bai Yang walked past roads lined with lush greenery, making his way to the main hall. When he pushed open the door, a middle-aged man in his 40s was already waiting inside. He was still dressed in his research attire, clearly having been called over on short notice. "Hello, I'm Moray. I'm here to apply for the position of Dr. Charles's assistant." Generally, an assistant's job involves running errands and helping out, but only those with real ability can earn the doctor's approval. Moray was the name assigned to him in this world. In every world, the system would arrange a local identity for the host. This made it easier for the host to blend in and observe the world around him. "All right, follow me. Dr. Ashford is in the middle of an experiment. You'll need to wait on the side for a bit." Without introducing himself, the man led him straight down the corridor. Bai Yang followed behind, faintly hearing a roar in the distance, as if from some wild beast. "What's that sound?" Bai Yang asked, curiosity piqued. "Test subject," the man replied coolly, offering no further explanation. Bai Yang raised his eyebrows, but continued to follow. Before long, the two of them stopped in front of a secure door. The middle-aged man approached, and a camera extended from the wall. He pressed his eye to it. A red light swept across, a green indicator lit up above the door, and the door slid open with a soft hiss. After the door opened, the man moved to a computer nearby. "Wait outside for now. I need to record your retinal data." He gestured for Bai Yang to stand where the camera had just emerged. Obediently, Bai Yang positioned himself in front of the camera. The man entered a string of code on the computer, and the camera extended again. "Stand there and look straight into it," the man instructed, not bothering to look up. Bai Yang fixed his gaze on the camera. As the red light swept across his eyes, he felt no discomfort. Now the other eye. After a series of procedures, Bai Yang passed through the retinal scanner and entered the laboratory. "Looks like I'm officially part of Ashford's experiment now," Bai Yang remarked in surprise as he followed. After all, the security system had already recognized him. Truth be told, he hadn't expected things to go this smoothly. "Yes, but it'll still depend on Dr. Ashford's decision in the end. Do your best, kid." After the scan, the man's tone softened considerably. "Just now you seemed so cold. I thought you didn't like me." Bai Yang joked with a smile. "No, teacher's always like that. You'll get used to it," came a new voice. A man in a motorized wheelchair appeared before them. He wore glasses, his hair was thinning in the middle, and he often tilted his head slightly, as if suffering from polio. This was Dr. Ashford. He glanced at Bai Yang. "Come with me," he said, and wheeled himself ahead. "Well then, brother Teach, I'll be off," Bai Yang said, spreading his hands helplessly as he followed after. He hadn't expected to leave again so soon after just entering. Following him through a series of left and right turns, they finally arrived in an office. "Have a seat," he said, gesturing for Bai Yang to sit down. Once Bai Yang was seated, Ashford spoke again. "I've read your resume. Why do you want to work for Umbrella Corporation?" "Because I want to develop a cure, something that could save patients suffering from disabilities and genetic diseases," Bai Yang replied, his expression earnest. Ashford simply nodded, pondering for a moment. "If someone with a genetic disability wanted to walk again, in your view, what would it take?" he asked suddenly. "That would require regenerating dead cells, or perhaps developing mechanical exoskeletons for support." "And what about progeria, premature aging?" "That involves aging cells. In that case, you need to modify mitochondria and increase telomere length. Mitochondria, after all, govern the body's aging process. Mitochondria are responsible for producing the ATP energy our cells need to function. The brain, heart, liver, and muscles demand the most energy, so they contain the most mitochondria. However, when mitochondria work, they sometimes cause cellular oxidative stress, a process in which energy production creates a potentially destructive byproduct known as free radicals. Free radicals can damage the mitochondrial membrane, ultimately destroying the mitochondria themselves. As mitochondria diminish, so does the energy they provide, and the result is aging in the human body. But overcoming these two challenges is anything but easy. If we truly manage to solve them, perhaps humanity might even achieve immortality, Bai Yang said wistfully. After listening to Bai Yang's explanation, Charles nodded thoughtfully. "I'm rather short-handed right now. If you're willing, I can make you my assistant, but you'll have to sign a confidentiality agreement," he said to Bai Yang, straightforward and to the point. Ever since Marcus died, he'd felt a subtle sense of unease. Most people in this city belonged to Umbrella, But this young man named Mori had only just been assigned here and hadn't yet been brought under the company's control. Having him on his own team would offer a bit more peace of mind. Perhaps there would be many things he could entrust to this newcomer, but he'd have to see what kind of person he was through working together. No problem. Are there any other requirements? Bayang nodded. He had expected it would be difficult to join Dr. Ashford's lab as an outsider to Umbrella, but things were proceeding far more smoothly than he'd imagined. None for now. Here's the confidentiality agreement. Sign it, and follow Teach around for a while. I'll call on you when I need you, Ashford said, handing him a document. After signing the confidentiality contract, Bayang passed it back to him. He glanced at it, put it away in the drawer, then looked at Bayang and continued asking, "So, in your opinion, what problems might arise if we try to revive dead cells?" "I don't think that's possible. At best, we could accelerate cell division, assimilating and replacing the dead cells. But rapid cell division would consume telomeres and speed up the body's aging process. Then, is it possible that a virus could merge with the human body, infect the cells, and replace them in this way? If that were the case, the body's chromosomes would change, and the genes would mutate as well. From a biological perspective, the person would no longer be considered human." Bayang thought for a moment and replied. "But if it can save lives, does that really matter?" "Yes, but viral invasion would inevitably trigger an immune response. The immune cells often destroy infected cells in a sort of suicide attack, which would result in a large amount of necrotic tissue in the body," Bayang continued to explain. Dr. Ashford lowered his gaze again, lost in thought. He was not surprised by Bai Yang's answer. After all, anyone who had passed the Umbrella Corporation's assessments would know this much. "Well, let's leave it at that for now. Welcome to my lab. For the next couple of days, I'll have Teach show you around. Once you're settled in, you can come help me." He looked up at Bayang and smiled. "No problem, but I'd like to request some materials. Could you help me acquire them, Doctor?" "Oh, and what are you planning to do?" he asked with a hint of curiosity. "Just some gadgets. For self-defense," Bayang replied a bit sheepishly. He wanted to see if he could use the time to make a simple suit of powered armor. "It won't interfere with research. I'll only work on it in my spare time," Bayang quickly added, trying to reassure him. "That's fine. Just give me a list of what you need, and I'll submit a request on your behalf." Dr. Ashford agreed after moments. Thought, after all, he might need Bayang's help picking up his daughter in the future. A small favor like this was no problem. And so, Bayang officially joined Dr. Charles's research team, though he hadn't yet gained direct access to the serum studies. Taking advantage of the free time over the next few days, Bayang began assembling a small arc reactor for his own safety down the line. He definitely didn't want to be caught off guard with a dead battery in the middle of a mission. That would be truly embarrassing. Although he intended to avoid contact with zombies whenever possible, it was inevitable in this world, so a defensive weapon was a necessity. There was no way he could build something as intricate as Iron Man's suit in such a short time, so a simple set of armor that could shield his body would suffice. As for weapons, he still preferred his electromagnetic arrowheads. So, a few odd and unusual items began to appear in Ashford's laboratory. A welding workshop. Inside, it was filled with mechanical ornaments and materials. Such things were rare sights in a lab dedicated to cellular genetics. Most of what you'd find there were beakers, test tubes, microscopes, and the like. Welding machines and steel plates were basically unheard of, unless perhaps you were developing biological prosthetics or similar equipment. Perhaps Dr. Ashford had become so engrossed in his research that he'd forgotten about him altogether. For a whole week, Bayang had simply followed Teach around, familiarizing himself with the lab. Teach himself was hard to approach. He disliked anyone interfering while he worked, so these past few days, Bayang could only quietly observe from the sidelines. Yet, he didn't feel impatient in the slightest. On the contrary, he watched Teach's research with focused attention. Whenever he had spare time, he would retreat to his own workshop to work on his battle suit. Speaking of battle suits, Bayang was reminded of the movie, where Isaacs had served as the final boss, seemingly equipped with an intelligent combat assistance system, something reminiscent of Baymax's battle chip from Big Hero 6. The only difference was whom the system was implanted in. On this day, after Teach finished his experiment, Bayang returned to his workshop to continue crafting a neural transmission headband. Behind him, a silver-white steel battle suit stood quietly by the wall. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Bayang removed his glasses and looked toward the entrance. "Dr. Ashford? Please come in." Bayang hurried over and opened the door. Seated in his wheelchair, Dr. Ashford entered Bayang's workshop, his gaze sweeping curiously around the room. On the table were all sorts of electronic components and circuit boards, along with a miniature electromagnetic rail. Eventually, his attention settled on the silver-white battle suit standing against the wall. The suit resembled a trench coat, light and streamlined. He circled behind it, running his hand over the cape-like material. "Shape memory alloy?" he asked, turning with interest. "Yes," Bayang replied. Once heated, it can quickly form into a glider, allowing for aerial descent. With a glider, much unnecessary energy consumption could be saved. Even if the power ran low, the glider would still enable flight. You have experience with mechanical exoskeletons, too? Dr. Ashford asked, circling the suit once more. I do, but the materials are limited, so this is as far as I could take it, Bai Yang answered, a note of regret in his voice. These metals aren't cheap, you know. Unless you make a significant contribution to the company, and they see fit to invest, you'll only get so many materials and instruments. Dr. Ashford chuckled, shaking his head. Well, it's just a hobby of mine, Bai Yang said with a smile. After all, what man hasn't dreamed of owning a dazzling suit of steel armor? Indeed, your invention is quite impressive, he admitted. After all, without a sufficient power source, this suit was little more than close-fitting armor. He wheeled himself to a more open space and stopped, then turned to Bai Yang and asked, Do you know what Tich has been working on these past few days? He's been observing cell division in the small intestine, but the cells he's watching seem to be dividing at an unusually rapid rate, Bai Yang replied after a moment of thought. These days, he had been following Tich and noticed that he was studying the division of certain cells. Normally, cells in the small intestine divide roughly once every hour, which is considered rather fast within a human body. However, what he observed was far from normal. These cells were splitting multiple times within a single second, at the very least 3 times a second. This was clearly abnormal. As for anything further, without concrete data, I can't draw any conclusions, Bai Yang added, leaving the rest unsaid. Still, he had a good idea that it was related to the T-virus. Dr. Ashford nodded. Come with me. I want to show you something. With that, he maneuvered his wheelchair and headed out. Bai Yang raised an eyebrow, but followed along. They returned to the first laboratory they'd entered, and from there, he led Bai Yang into a sealed-off lab. Inside, the space blazed with glaring white light, and countless test tubes and vials crowded every surface. In one corner stood a cultivation tank, designed specifically for growing cells. Monitors displayed streams of data, numbers flickering ceaselessly across their screens. Yet what drew the eye most was a set of test tube cells, carefully placed inside a square glass case. Previously, I asked you if there were any viruses capable of reactivating dead cells. Now, I can tell you, we've discovered a virus that can dramatically accelerate human metabolism and awaken dead cells, Dr. Ashford said, his tone tinged with a feverish excitement. Of course, as you mentioned, when a virus invades, the body's immune system puts up a fight. When the immune system is compromised, the body then requires a massive intake of food and energy, so we fused it with leech cells. He moved to a nearby workstation and picked up a vial filled with blue liquid. The experiment has gone well so far. My daughter may yet stand again, Charles added, his face softening with paternal affection as he spoke of her. However, among those who received the injection, some began to experience coughing, sneezing, and rashes that itched like hives. Upon further examination, we found the virus continued to attack the infected cells. Soon after, flesh began to decay, the virus invaded the brain, and as the body's energy proteins failed to keep up, people gradually transformed into something akin to rabid animals. As he explained the side effects of the virus, a trace of lingering fear and unease flickered across his face. Clearly, those experiences had left a shadow in his heart. So now you're working on developing a cure serum, right? Bai Yang took the blue vial from him. It was unsurprisingly the T-virus, or rather, an improved version of it. The research in the underground hive, it seemed, was solely aimed at creating bioweapons. Yes, that's right. After injecting the T-virus, it accelerates cell division and metabolism. While this does grant physical abilities far beyond an ordinary person, it also hastens mitochondrial damage, accelerates aging, and shortens lifespan. In the movie, the T-virus was originally designed to treat various diseases, but once Dr. Isaacs realized its side effects, he began considering its potential as a biological weapon. So, the purpose of developing the serum is to alter or eliminate the infected virus cells in the body. Bai Yang observed the vial carefully before responding. Exactly. If, in the early stages of T-virus infection, we can reactivate the dead cells and then find a way to eliminate them, restoring the body to a normal state, the disease could be cured. The T-virus could only be eradicated if caught early during the first stage of infection. But once it progressed to the second stage, with the virus having invaded every cell in the body, there was almost no hope left. How far along is the research now? We've identified drugs that enhance immune support. Allicin, for example, shows some resistance against the virus, but it can't eradicate it entirely. Right now, our main focus is developing a drug that could destroy the virus's genetic material. Dr. Ashford seemed to sense that Bai Yang had a solid foundation and was eager to explain further. He didn't expect Bai Yang to develop the serum on his own, but since his own mobility was limited, he did need someone to assist with the work. Bai Yang threw himself into the research with enthusiasm. If it were mechanical engineering, he'd have more to contribute, but biology was a field he'd only begun to understand over the past few days by reading textbooks. So, he seized every opportunity to learn during the work process, and with Dr. Ashford's guidance right beside him, Bai Yang's knowledge of genetics and cell biology improved by leaps and bounds. Having a mentor truly sped up his progress. Otherwise, Bai Yang wouldn't have risked so much to study under someone else. From time to time, agents from Umbrella would come by to check on their progress. However, they didn't seem particularly interested in the serum itself, just going through the motions of asking questions, all the while keeping a close eye on Dr. Ashford's activities. With Bai Yang's assistance, Professor Ashford's research on the serum progressed rapidly, and the successful development of the serum was now within reach. Since it was a virus, there was always a way to kill it. Soon, the serum began being tested on rodents. Of course, the rodents in question were the lab mice specially bred for experiments. Lab mice possess 30 to 40,000 genes, 90% of which are identical to those in humans. This dramatically reduces experimental errors, making results precise and reliable. Additionally, their short nursing period and rapid reproduction are unaffected by the seasons. For these reasons, lab mice are an indispensable part of scientific research. After the T-virus solution was injected into one of the mice, Bai Yang began observing the cellular changes inside its body. On the monitor, he could see the virus invade the mouse's system, infecting the chromosomes of its cells. The genetic material within began to change and recombine, though this occurred at a moderate pace. Soon after the intrusion was detected, the mouse's immune system sprang into action, regardless of success or failure, launching a desperate, self-sacrificing battle. But the immune system simply couldn't keep up with the speed of the viral infection. This was likely still the latent phase. Once the immune system completely collapsed, the process would enter its second stage. As the immune system broke down, the virus continued to multiply. Metabolic rates soared, quickly outpacing the available energy reserves. The mouse's fur began to fall out and decay, and its bones started to soften. Soon after, the third stage began. The virus invaded the brain, clouding consciousness. Driven by pure instinct to seek energy, the mouse mindlessly consumed any proteins it could find. Then came the fourth stage. If it failed to ingest more protein, the body was reduced to little more than autonomous nerves, reverting to primal instincts, with heightened senses of smell and hearing. Watching the little mouse deteriorate and lose its mind behind the isolation glass, Bai Yang meticulously recorded the data on its cellular changes. This was his first time observing the infection process of the T-virus so closely. What's more, as the virus fused with the cells, even those that had died were revived. Amazing! Bai Yang exclaimed as he stared at the data in his hands. Though the T-virus had significant side effects, if these could be overcome, it might cure most diseases in the world. People with disabilities could regain the ability to walk through injections, and those with genetic disorders could rev up their metabolism and reactivate dead cells. And as a biochemical weapon, these side effects were even more advantageous. No pain, no thought, overwhelming strength, and rapid recovery. As energy is absorbed, the viral cells continue to evolve. The mitochondria and telomeres in the body may also be affected. In terms of lifespan, mutations are highly likely. Moreover, for the scholars studying this, a virus that can alter biological genes is nothing short of a miracle. Few can resist such a temptation. All right, let's begin preparations for the serum injection experiment, Dr. Ashford said. His reaction upon encountering the T-virus was even more intense than mine, bordering on fanaticism. Okay, Bai Yang replied, turning to pick up another white mouse. After drawing another dose of the T-virus and injecting it into the mouse, a vial of green serum appeared in Bai Yang's hand as he prepared to administer it at any moment. About half an hour later, the mouse began to show flu-like symptoms. Inject 4 milliliters of the serum, Dr. Ashford instructed Bai Yang in a measured tone. Understood. Bai Yang donned protective gear, gently picked up the mouse, whose fur was already thinning, and injected the serum into its body. Returned to its cage, the mouse gradually stabilized. Data showed that the viral cells inside were being killed off. However, it seemed the serum dosage was too high. Many healthy, uninfected cells were being destroyed as well. This serum is far too concentrated. The cells can't withstand it. They're dying off too, Bai Yang observed after a period of monitoring, handing over the data tablet. Dilute the serum and reduce the dosage, Dr. Ashford said after reviewing the data, making adjustments before handing it back to Bai Yang. Following Dr. Ashford's revised formula, Bai Yang adjusted the serum and began a new round of tests with another mouse. Over the course of a single day, they conducted nearly 190 experiments. Still, the curing serum fell short of perfection. Yet neither Dr. Ashford nor Bai Yang felt disappointed. After all, the serum was proven to kill the T-virus in its early stages, proving the formula was correct. The only issue left was finding the right proportions. At last, on the afternoon of the third day, the serum perfectly eradicated the T-virus in the mouse's body, with minimal damage to its cells. Overall, there was no significant impact on its safety. However, after the T-virus was injected, the mouse's metabolism had accelerated and its cell division rate had soared, consuming a portion of its telomeres, and thus shortening its lifespan. Clearly, the T-virus had yet to overcome the twin challenges of telomeres and mitochondria in determining human longevity. Only when the virus fully infects every cell in the human body and triggers genetic recombination can these two obstacles be resolved. But evidently, very few humans could survive the complete fusion and infection of the T-virus. Doctor, we did it. After days immersed in research, the mouse inside the cage finally survived in robust health. Yes, we did it. Ashford was just as excited at this moment. This meant his daughter could finally stand up again. Shall we proceed with the mammalian trials? Typically, experimental results must first be verified with rodent tests, followed by mammal testing. Only after both stages are confirmed safe can human trials begin. Do you want to take a break? Charles was a bit worried about Bai Yang's condition. The young man had barely slept these past few days. All right, I'll take the night off then. Let's continue with the next phase tomorrow. Once reminded, Bai Yang suddenly felt all the exhaustion he'd been pushing aside come rushing in. Get some good rest. I'll review the data in the meantime. Ashford was genuinely satisfied with his assistant's performance over the past few days. Thank you, doctor. See you tomorrow. Bai Yang rubbed his brow, then left the lab. As he stepped outside, Bai Yang happened to run into Titch. He greeted him politely before heading back to his own workspace. Staring at the soft bed before him, Bai Yang collapsed onto it with a heavy sigh. The next day, Bai Yang emerged from his studio feeling refreshed and alert, making his way toward the laboratory. But as he entered, he paused in surprise. Inside, aside from Professor Ashford, there was also a man dressed in clothes emblazoned with the Umbrella Corporation logo. The man's face was gaunt, his manner overbearing, and he was now looking at the professor with a calm, almost indifferent gaze. Ashford's expression, in contrast, was grim as he stared back at the man. Is there something you need? Bai Yang walked up to stand behind Ashford, frowning as he sized up the stranger. The man spared Bai Yang only a brief glance before turning his attention back to Dr. Ashford, who sat in his wheelchair. Dr. Ashford, the company requires you to hand over the serum research data. So, the credit snatchers had arrived. But then again, since Umbrella had funded the entire experiment, claiming the results was only to be expected. No, the serum trials are not yet complete. Dr. Ashford refused his demand without hesitation. Leave the remaining human trials to us. We don't intend to waste any more time on this. The man shook his head, his tone impatient. How did you know the status of the serum? Ashford turned instinctively to glance at Bai Yang as he spoke. Bai Yang shrugged, making it clear he was just as clueless. The T-virus is fundamentally unstable. If it were to leak, it could spell disaster for the entire world. He pleaded earnestly, hoping to persuade them to abandon their research on the T-virus. We will improve it. Now I need the data on your serum formula. His tone grew colder, laced with threat. If you refuse, we will repossess your laboratory and seize everything Umbrella has given you. Your daughter will spend her life, just like you, confined to a wheelchair. His eyes bore into the doctor, sitting in the wheelchair. Dr. Ashford met his gaze for a moment through his glasses, but in the end, he gave up resisting. Fine. Here is the data for the serum formula. Take it. He reached for a USB drive in front of his computer and handed it over with a sense of resignation. Kane, satisfied with the handover, nodded approvingly. He cast a meaningful glance at Bai Yang before leaving the laboratory. After Kane left, Dr. Ashford sat in silence in his wheelchair for a long time. He couldn't be sure that working with Marcus on the T-virus was the right choice, but with both of their daughters' lives at stake, they had no other options. It seems our lab has been under surveillance all along, Bai Yang remarked with curiosity. That's expected. Ever since we started developing the T-virus, my freedom has been restricted. As soon as we succeeded in creating the serum, they came the very next day, eager to take it. Clearly, someone has been going through our data, Ashford replied, glancing sideways at Bai Yang. Bai Yang raised his hands in a helpless gesture. I've been holed up in the lab every day lately, barely having a moment's rest. Last night was the only time you let me go home and get some sleep. I know, Ashford said, watching Bai Yang's expression for a while. Suddenly, something seemed to dawn on him. In any case, it doesn't matter who it was. They already have the T-virus, and maybe the serum can save a few more lives. He sighed, a hint of despair in his voice. Are we going to continue with the experiments? Bayang asked, ignoring Ashford's downcast look. We should. I don't trust the data they send back to us. Only by verifying it ourselves can we be sure. Ashford nodded and turned to operate the computer in front of him. The mammalian test subjects have already been brought in. Let's move on to the next stage of mixing the formula and begin the experiments. He pointed toward the corner, where several cages held anxious monkeys and dogs. Since testing on these two species could be risky, the isolation measures have been upgraded to explosion-proof containment. Following Ashford's instructions, Bayang began injecting the monkeys with the T-virus. While Ashford and his team continued their experiments, Umbrella had already completed human trials. The results showed that as long as the immune system hadn't completely collapsed, there was a chance for a cure. The earlier the serum was administered, the higher the likelihood of recovery. Once the results were in, the news was sent over immediately, accompanied by congratulations. Ashford barely glanced at the message he received, tossed it aside, and continued with his own experiments. By now, the mammalian trials were drawing to a close. The results were excellent. Next, the laboratory began recruiting volunteer patients. News that the serum could cure disabilities and terminal illnesses quickly spread, attracting a surge of volunteers eager to sign up. However, since producing the viral serum was extremely challenging, they could only select 5 participants for the trials: a child, a teenager, a middle-aged adult, an elderly person, and a woman. Countless desperate people signed up online. For them, any glimmer of hope for a cure was reason enough to hold on, even if it meant risking their lives in the process. Yet, among those who registered, there were very few children. Bai Yang scanned the list in his hand, searching carefully. All the other candidates had already been chosen. Only among the children did Bai Yang need to pick someone with a physical disability. Soon, his gaze fell upon the photograph of a little girl whose warm smile stood out. Her medical record read, severe myasthenia gravis, paralyzed. Without hesitation, Bai Yang chose her. With all 5 volunteers selected, Bai Yang sent out a message to arrange the appointment, then got back to preparing the serum. So far, every dose of the healing serum had to be made individually. The process was painstaking, and any small mistake could ruin the entire batch, leaving no room for backup. Because of this, he had to produce 5 complete doses before the appointed time. For now, Ashford couldn't offer much help here, and having not seen his daughter in a long while, he was beginning to miss her. He left the lab in Bai Yang's care and went home to visit his daughter. As for Titch, it seemed that a minor accident during the experiment 2 days before had cost him his position. Ashford had let him go. Such minor mishaps were commonplace in the lab, but Titch's dismissal clearly stemmed from something else. With both of them gone, the lab was left entirely in Bai Yang's hands, while along with a few adorable little white mice. Ever since the serum had been developed, Bai Yang found himself with more free time during the experiments. He used it to finish crafting all his weapons, so he was now well prepared for self-defense. About a month passed, and recently, Raccoon City had seen a surge of unfamiliar faces. The whole city's atmosphere seemed to thicken, as if a storm was brewing on the horizon. Meanwhile, Bai Yang had successfully produced 10 vials of serum, and the appointed day with the volunteers had arrived. At the same time, the T-virus had been covertly transported to the lab. The 5 volunteers, escorted in vehicles arranged by Umbrella, arrived one after another at the laboratory. Ashford had also returned by then. "How was your month-long vacation, Dr. Ashford?" Bai Yang greeted him with a friendly smile as he walked in. "I've been staying at home with my daughter all this time. I'm sorry you've had to shoulder so much lately, Mole." He looked at Bai Yang with genuine apology in his eyes. "It's nothing, really. After all, you trusted me with something so important." "That means a lot," Bai Yang replied, waving his hand dismissively. "I remember you came here all by yourself, didn't you?" he said, maneuvering his wheelchair to walk side by side with Bai Yang. "That's right. Why do you ask? When this experiment is over, would you like to come to my house as a guest?" He smiled warmly at Bai Yang, the hope of his daughter's recovery clearly lifting his spirits. "I'd love to. I've only ever seen your daughter in photos. I wonder if she's as adorable in real life as she is in those pictures," Bai Yang agreed with a cheerful nod. "My daughter is an angel. Anyone who meets her can't help but fall in love with her," he replied with pride shining on his face. "Sounds like your daughter must have quite a few little boys smitten with her." "That's true, but if any boy dares get too close, this old father here can't help wanting to teach him a lesson." The two of them laughed and chatted as they walked into the laboratory. Inside each isolation pod, someone was already lying down, ready for the procedure. "Professor, why don't you keep an eye on the data? I'll handle the T-virus and the cure serum injections," Bai Yang said, picking up a case and walking over to the little girl. She had a sprinkle of freckles across her cheeks and a head of dark curls. Her sweet face was tinged with nervousness. Don't be afraid. Just close your eyes and take a good nap. When you wake up, you might be able to get out of bed and walk, he said, gently stroking the girl's hair and comforting her in a soft voice. Really, her nerves vanished in an instant, replaced by excitement as she looked up at Bai Yang. Really, but you have to relax and get some good sleep, okay? Bai Yang reassured her gently. Okay. She blinked, then squeezed her eyes shut, a hopeful smile on her lips. Bai Yang first took out the T-virus and injected it into her body, then turned to the monitor to observe the changes in her cells. As the T-virus entered her system, the dormant cells inside the girl's body quickly became active. Gradually, her metabolism returned to normal. With accelerated cell division, her metabolism sped up further, and the number of revived cells rapidly increased. At this point, the virus began to infect her cells, but the girl's immune system was still strong and immediately began to fight back. Meanwhile, outside the pod, an inhibitor was administered to slow the advance of the T-virus. About an hour later, nearly all of the dead cells in the girl's body had revived, but these newly active cells were no longer the originals. They had become lysogenic cells disguised by the T-virus. The T-virus was generally mild, though occasionally it could behave like a highly aggressive strain. When a virus enters the body, a process called the lysogenic cycle may occur. During this phase, the virus settles into the cell in a relatively stable manner, parasitizing it without immediately destroying it. The host cell continues to live and reproduce, and such a cell is known as a lysogenic cell. Watching as the once dead cells within the little girl's body gradually stirred back to life, Bai Yang began to inject a green medicine, the healing serum. As the serum flowed in, the virus that had been rapidly multiplying and spreading began to dissolve at once. The immune system, which had been fighting valiantly, suddenly felt the pressure ease. It quickly joined the fight against the T-virus, which had been hiding inside the lysogenic cells. As the hidden viruses vanished, the cells that had been dividing abnormally fast gradually returned to their natural state. Before long, the lurking T-virus was entirely eradicated, thanks to the combined power of the serum and the immune system. The lysogenic cells that had been infected with the T-virus also slowly returned to normal. But now, having been revived, these cells would not die again just because the virus was gone. It was rather like borrowing something useful in a hurry, making the best use of it, and then, upon discovering the danger, quickly eliminating it. Yet the benefits gained still remained. As he watched the cells steadily stabilize, Bai Yang finally let out a long, relieved breath. After a thorough examination, he found that aside from the mitochondria and telomeres being somewhat depleted due to the rapid cell division, everything else appeared normal. Although the lifespan was shortened, being able to get up and walk again was clearly a worthwhile trade-off. Gazing at the little girl, who was still peacefully asleep, Bai Yang gently smoothed her furrowed brow before moving on to the next volunteer's laboratory. The second patient was a teenage boy who had lost his sight. With the T-virus injected and then promptly followed by the serum, the entire procedure was completed. After a long day, Bai Yang had only managed to conduct experiments on 3 people, a child, a teenager, and a young woman. That left an elderly man and a middle-aged man. Taking a short break and grabbing a quick meal, Bai Yang returned to continue with the next patient. If nothing unexpected happened, he would be working through the night. The volunteers could not eat regular food for these few days, but with nutrient solutions provided, there was no risk of starvation. Bai Yang started with the middle-aged man, performing the injections and waiting for the cells to stabilize. Without pausing, he hurried to the elderly man's laboratory. Meanwhile, Dr. Ishiv sat in his wheelchair, closely monitoring the volunteers' vital data after each injection of the T-virus and the healing serum. Bai Yang donned a fresh set of protective gear and entered the elderly patient's room. He didn't feel confident about this round of experiments. In the previous 4 cases, apart from some weakened immunity in the middle-aged man, the child, the teenager, and the young woman all had robust immune systems. This meant they could hold out until their cells were fully revived in the face of the T-virus invasion. But now, looking at the frail, aged face of the elderly man. The next day, inside the Ashford laboratory. At this moment, Bai Yang and Ashford stood outside the glass, watching the 4 people quarantined inside the lab. Their bodies had now been completely healed, but they still needed to be observed for another week in case any other side effects appeared. As for why there were only 4 of them, it seems that those with damaged immune systems collapse rapidly after being infected with the T-virus. Even the serum can't do anything at all, Bai Yang said, arms crossed, gazing at the 4 people lying on the experiment tables inside. Yes, Dr. Ashford replied, though he seemed a little absent-minded. The plan had changed. He had originally considered injecting himself with the T-virus, so that both he and his daughter could live like normal people. But now, the results from the tests on the elderly had dealt him a heavy blow. His own health was not strong. If he injected the T-virus, and there was still a chance he couldn't be saved, then he would become a zombie, forever separated from his daughter. He couldn't take that risk. A week later, Bayang examined the 4 people again. Finding nothing amiss, the matter of the viral serum finally reached its conclusion. By this point, Bayang also possessed enough understanding of the T-virus. Afterward, Dr. Ashford invited Bayang to his home as a guest. With the last 5 samples of the virus and serum in tow, Bayang followed him to Ashford Street in the Nut District. As one of Umbrella Corporation's most important scientists, Ashford clearly had a villa of his own. Pushing Dr. Ashford into the villa, which looked like an old castle, they went straight to the living room. "Angela, Daddy's home," he called out into the house. "I'll be right there, Daddy," came a young girl's voice from one of the rooms. Before long, a little girl in a wheelchair appeared in the living room. "Daddy, who is this, Uncle?" Angela looked at the unfamiliar visitor with curiosity. "This is my assistant, Maury," he said, reaching out to introduce him. "Hello, Uncle Maury," she greeted Bayang politely. "Hello to you too, Angela." Bayang smiled, crouching down to gently pat her on the head. "My daddy rarely invites people to our house." "Uncle, are you very close with my dad?" she asked, looking up at Bayang. "Well, we've only known each other for less than half a month. Maybe it's just that I have irresistible charm," Bayang replied, winking at her playfully. "You must be here for something important," she said with conviction. "So serious. It's almost not cute," Bayang said with a helpless smile, ruffling her hair again. "This time, he's come with me to help treat your legs. He's been a tremendous help in my research," Ashford added with a warm smile. "When you're able to walk again, don't forget to thank your Uncle Maury." "Really? Dad, have you found a medicine that can cure my legs?" The little girl, who had been feeling a bit down, was suddenly so excited she nearly jumped up from her seat. "Yes, and it works instantly," Bayang replied, taking out the virus and serum and bringing them to Angela. "Come, give me your arm," Bayang gestured with his hand. Angela glanced at the medicine, hesitated for a moment, but eventually extended her arm. About an hour later, Angela, still sitting in her wheelchair, tried to stand up, her legs trembling under her weight. But as soon as she took her first step, she lost her balance and fell forward. Seeing this, Bayang hurried over and caught her just in time. "Thank you, Uncle," she said, steadying herself and not forgetting to thank Bayang. Determined, she tried again. Like a baby taking its first steps, she paused after every movement, her progress slow but persistent. Her legs had been disabled since birth, and she had never walked before. It would probably take her another 2 days before she could walk like a normal person. But the one who was even more excited than Angela herself was Dr. Ashford. With a look of deep satisfaction, he watched his daughter take her first steps. At noon, Bayang stayed to enjoy a sumptuous lunch with Dr. Ashford and Angela. After the meal, a servant took Angela out to the lawn. She walked happily through the grass, a walking aid rolling along in front of her. Bayang and Dr. Ashford sat by the window, watching Angela outside, her face alight with joy and excitement. "Maury, I really appreciate your help," Dr. Ashford said to Bayang with sincerity. Over the past days, he had witnessed Bayang's dedication and talent. How quickly he absorbed and understood everything that was explained to him. In the later stages of the experiment, Dr. Ashford had felt confident enough to let Bayang take charge. "Even without me, I believe you would have found a way to develop the cure, Doctor," Bayang replied, shaking his head. "Perhaps, but bringing you onto the team was one of my wiser decisions." "Well then, Doctor, do you plan to continue working on the serum or the virus from here?" Bayang asked, not wanting to dwell on the subject. "I'll keep focusing on the serum," Dr. Ashford replied after a moment's thought. "The T-virus has almost certainly been taken by the company for use in developing bioweapons. I have to find a way to create a matching serum." His expression grew grave. "I see. I'm sorry, Doctor. I'm planning to move into artificial intelligence soon, so my next step is to see if I can get into Umbrella's computer division," Bayang said, scratching his head a little awkwardly. "Artificial intelligence? But isn't your specialty biogenetics?" Dr. Ashford looked surprised and puzzled by this revelation. "I'm interested in many things, but having my own artificial intelligence would make future research much more convenient," Bayang explained. "And after learning a bit about the T-virus, I had some ideas. If we applied it to bionic machinery, perhaps the results could be even better." "Bionic machinery?" "Yes, research into bioprosthetics." Bayang's eyes sparkled as he spoke of his ambitions. "The goal is to use biological prostheses to replace disabled parts of the human body. This would be the best choice for people with disabilities, and there'd be no need to risk infection by injecting the virus." Shuffle listened to Bayang and bowed his head, pondering for a moment. But wouldn't the side effect of the T-virus mean that the prosthesis could develop instincts and end up turning on its host? "That's why I want to develop artificial intelligence first," Bayang replied with a grin. "Once the prosthesis is created, we can equip it with safety chip to eliminate any danger of being devoured by it. Besides, if the side effects don't occur inside the body, they're much easier to handle. At this point, Shifu found himself completely captivated by Yang's research direction. Bionic machinery refers to machines designed to imitate biological forms, structures, and control principles. This is an interdisciplinary field spanning biology, biomechanics, medicine, mechanical engineering, cybernetics, and electronics. But he realized that what Bai Yang was proposing went far beyond simply mimicking biological structure, form, or control systems. He wanted to create machines that incorporated simulated cellular tissues, a kind of organism without consciousness. If you then integrate all sorts of system chips, this approach actually seemed feasible. Are you sure you want to pursue this direction? Shifu asked seriously in the quiet room. I'm sure, Bai Yang answered with equal seriousness. Actually, I was already interested in bionic machinery, but after encountering the T-virus, this idea just took root and wouldn't let go. Umbrella Corporation has clearly been researching the T-virus for a long time, and there are so many mature technologies for me to learn from. I don't want to miss out on these opportunities. If he simply joined Umbrella on his own, it would take much longer to access the company's core technologies, and even then, he might not get the full picture. But Dr. Shifu, as one of the creators of the T-virus and someone with ties to the company's owner, Marcus, was the perfect point of entry. At this moment, most of Umbrella's internal affairs were handled by X's. Although Marcus's daughter held 50% of the company's shares, she had no real talent under her command. Meanwhile, X's plan was probably already being touted as a success in the boardroom. She needed a way to fight back. Moreover, with a recommendation from Dr. Ashford, there's a strong chance Bai Yang could join the ranks of Alice's original team under Alicia Marcus's command. Holding half the company's shares, Alicia could certainly grant Bai Yang access to more knowledge. With this new identity, it would also be much easier to get involved in the company's plans in the future. At that moment, Dr. Ashford frowned, his gaze flickering beneath his glasses. He had come to appreciate Bai Yang during their time working together in the lab, but he felt that Bai Yang's knowledge, though impressive, was still somewhat lacking. With the intention of observing Bai Yang a bit longer, he steadied himself and emerged from his thoughts. That's an excellent idea. If you want to join Umbrella, I can recommend you to someone. But she may not necessarily agree, so for now, keep working as my assistant. As soon as I hear back, I'll let you know immediately. How does that sound? His tone was one of gentle negotiation. No problem, Bai Yang replied after a brief pause. But I'd like to request more materials. Since I'm involved in the serum development, I don't think that should be an issue. Of course, I'll submit the request to the company. Dr. Ashford nodded decisively. Previously, he had applied for materials on Bai Yang's behalf, but since they weren't strictly for biological research, it hadn't been reasonable to ask for too much. Now, after Bai Yang had proved his value, the company would be much more generous with their support. Thank you, Doctor. Bai Yang nodded in appreciation. He had been worried about running out of time, but it was now clear that there was still some time before the virus outbreak. That meant he could make further improvements to his suit. The two of them dove back into their discussion of the T-virus and the bionic machinery Bai Yang had just mentioned. Outside, Angela gradually let go of the training bike in front of her. Another month or so passed. Umbrella's recent activities seemed to be increasing, and negative news about the company was becoming more frequent. There were also many more unfamiliar faces in Raccoon City. During this period, Bai Yang stayed in the lab, while Dr. Ashford worked from home, using his computer to calculate possible solutions to the T-virus. His daughter attended Raccoon City Middle School, with Umbrella staff responsible for her transportation. Yet beneath this strange calm, the hive deep underground had already fallen completely silent, everything sealed away. Umbrella security team, hired for just such emergencies, was dispatched to investigate the situation and prepare to shut down the Red Queen. But when they emerged, only Alice and Matt managed to escape, only to be immediately captured by Umbrella personnel who had been waiting for them. The Alice project was now underway. The Nemesis program was about to begin. Soon after, Umbrella unlocked the sealed doors of the hive. The heavy doors swung open like Pandora's box. Inside, the lickers, hellhounds, and zombies all surged instinctively toward the exit. Disaster had struck. The Umbrella Corporation was immediately alerted to the situation and activated its evacuation plan. All key personnel were swiftly transported out of the city. Dr. Ashford was also forcibly evacuated. Meanwhile, the team sent to pick up Angela ran into trouble on the road. At a crossroads, a large truck barreled toward them, slamming into their car and overturning it. Although Angela had been injected with the virus and didn't possess Alice's abilities, her physique was far stronger than that of an ordinary person, which allowed her to survive the crash. As for Bai Yang, he had received no orders to evacuate, nor had anyone come for him. It was as if he'd been completely forgotten. At that moment, he was busy wrapping up his work. The miniature robotic exosuit was finally complete. Its materials had been reinforced several times over. Now, not only could it withstand bites and bullets, but it could also endure the blast of a hand grenade. Missiles, though, that was still pushing its limits. He had managed to craft a set of electromagnetic arrowheads. He'd hoped to make more, but he'd run out of materials. As noon approached, Bai Yang stepped out of the lab, just as the meal delivery arrived. The delivery man was a young man about the same age as Bai Yang's physical appearance, working specifically as the canteen's courier. Bai Yang took the meal and immediately noticed the youth's pallor, as if he'd just come down from a dangerous high. "Hey, buddy, you don't look too well," Bai Yang asked, frowning. "It's nothing. I just had to deliver a meal to the fruit section today. There was some chaos over there, and I got bitten by a lunatic. But it's not serious. I'll be fine," the young man said with a forced smile, pressing his pale lips together. Bai Yang accepted the lunch, eyeing the young man's exposed arm, where infected flesh was already festering. His eyes narrowed. "All right, I forgot my wallet. Wait here a second," he said, reminding the youth before carrying his lunch quickly back into the lab. As Bai Yang's figure disappeared, the delivery man's gaze turned hungry and predatory. Just then, someone patted him on the shoulder. "Hey, here's today's trash. Mind taking it out for me?" A security guard at the door handed over a bag of garbage. Ever since Dr. Ashford had left, lab security had been replaced with a frail-looking middle-aged man. Since Bai Yang often ordered meals, the delivery staff were usually asked to help take out the trash. Today, another bag had piled up, and the guard planned to have the delivery man take it out. But as he approached, garbage bag in hand, he caught a glimpse of the delivery man's increasingly bloodthirsty stare and shivered with fear. What's wrong with you?" the guard stammered, shrinking back several steps. With a guttural, animalistic roar, the delivery man's face twisted in rage as he lunged forward. "Ah!" A blood-curdling scream echoed through the air. The security guard, his face contorted in pain, desperately tried to push away the zombie gnawing into his neck, but his struggle was futile. The sounds of tearing flesh mingled with wet, gruesome chewing and swallowing. The screams faded, growing weaker and weaker. In front of the somewhat empty glass doors, the crunching and gnawing noises rang out, disturbingly clear. Meanwhile, Bai Yang had already returned to the laboratory. He quickly grabbed the headband from the center of the shelf and put it on. As his thoughts surged, the suit of armor leaning against the wall, standing nearly 2 meters tall, suddenly disassembled into a swarm of tiny black particles, swarming toward Bai Yang like a dense cloud of insects, engulfing him completely. The black, insect-like micro-robots gradually vanished from sight, replaced by a sleek, metallic black exosuit. The surface gleamed with a smooth, lacquered finish. The shoulder and knee guards were a contrasting shade of dark gray. A utility belt was slung around his waist, with several small metal rods tucked into it. A bright, incandescent energy core on his chest shone intensely, almost dazzling. After its latest upgrade, the suit's silvery armor had been replaced by these black micro-robots. 2 infrared sensor eyes were exposed on the helmet's faceplate, equipped with life detection scanners to search for signs of life. Compared to the silver-white suit from Marvel, this pitch-black armor offered less protection and had fewer functions, just a single program for the exosuit. But it was far lighter, more streamlined, and easier to conceal. It was more than enough for self-defense. "Let's hope you're still here," Bai Yang muttered, striding toward the door in his black battle suit. He opened the door, and the infrared sensors on his suit began scanning the surrounding area. As he advanced, Bai Yang finally detected 2 heat signatures. "These motion sensor glass doors are really useless," he complained, spotting the 2 zombies shambling around the lobby. "Hey, do you still want your tip?" Bai Yang called out to the young man whose mouth was smeared with blood. With guttural, inhuman snarls, the 2 zombies were instantly drawn to the figure clad in black. They howled and charged at him. "No tip for you." Bai Yang lifted his arm, aiming at the security guard zombie whose stomach was hollow and empty. His palm opened, targeting the zombie's head. His other arm leveled at the young zombie. Bang! Twin blasts of pulsed energy erupted from his palms at the same moment. Both zombies, now headless, collapsed lifelessly to the floor. Bai Yang lowered his arms, glancing at his palms. "Kind of a waste," he muttered. Through the infrared display, Bai Yang looked at the headless corpses on the ground, feeling a surge of relief. With the aid of the infrared filters, he didn't have to witness the gruesome scene in full detail. Exploding skulls, spurting blood, rotting flesh, severed limbs, and exposed organs. Just seeing their outline through the sensors was unsettling enough. He couldn't imagine looking at them with his own eyes. Returning to the lounge, Bai Yang sank into the sofa. The faceplate of his helmet liquefied, flowing down like water and revealing his face. He immediately picked up the remote and turned on the television in front of him. Mysterious creature attack. Rabies virus outbreak in Hua district. Police working to further control the chaos. As he watched the news footage of zombies bursting through flames and charging at police officers, impervious to bullets, Bai Yang felt as if he were watching a zombie movie. Without exception, Raccoon City was about to fall. But what really frustrated Bai Yang was that, even though he was now an employee of Umbrella, no one had bothered to notify him about any of this. Damn it, am I really that insignificant? I even participated in the research on the virus serum, for crying out loud. Bai Yang grumbled inwardly as he munched on his potato chips. But when he saw the zombies on the screen gnawing away, he quietly set the chips aside. After gathering enough information from the news, Bai Yang returned to the lab to pack his things. 8 hours later. Nuts District, Raccoon City, Umbrella Laboratory. For the past several hours, Bai Yang had been checking his equipment and preparing backup power sources. Although his small arc reactor still had plenty of energy, his battlesuit was a serious power hog. If he had no choice but to use it, having extra energy reserves would be a lifesaver. Since there was hardly anyone around the lab, after the security guards and delivery staff died, the whole place had fallen eerily silent. Yet a zombie dog, guided by its keen sense of smell, seemed to catch wind of something and began making its way toward the lab. Once he finished installing the backup power, a swarm of micro-robots clustered around him like a living shield, preparing to escort him to the Umbrella evacuation point. Just as he stepped to the door, his phone rang. Hello. There was a brief pause on the other end before a voice spoke with excitement. Thank goodness, Maury, it really is you. Dr. Ashford, you actually remember me. Bai Yang replied, sounding a bit exasperated. Sorry, Maury. I've been worried sick about my daughter. She's still trapped in the city. I've been trying everything I can to rescue her. Dr. Ashford apologized over the phone. All right, so why are you calling me? Bai Yang didn't hold it against him. I hope you can save my daughter. I'll agree to anything, any condition you want. Just please, save her for me. I'm begging you, he pleaded. Just moments ago, while reviewing surveillance footage, Dr. Ashford had accidentally spotted Bai Yang in his battle suit. Curious, he rewound the video and saw Bai Yang taking down 2 zombies. Bai Yang glanced at the security camera outside the main door. I've already contacted a few survivors, but I still feel uneasy. I was hoping you could go to Raccoon City Middle School and rescue my daughter, Dr. Ashford said anxiously. Bai Yang remained silent for a long while. Maury, can you hear me? He heard nothing but silence on the other end, so he hurriedly pressed on with his question. Okay, I agree, but first I need to take care of this adorable dog in front of me. With that, Bai Yang ended the call, his gaze fixed on the zombie dog glaring at him with hungry eyes. You're a brave one, aren't you, pup? As he spoke, a small arrow, glowing with a blue light, shot out from the belt on Bai Yang's combat armor. In the dimness of the night, the arrow shone sharply, catching the eye. A guttural growl echoed in the air. As if provoked by his words, the decaying, fanged zombie dog lunged straight at Bai Yang. Fueled by the effects of the T-virus, its speed was terrifying. Within moments, it was upon him. Just as it leapt, the blue glowing arrow sliced through the air in a swift arc, piercing through the creature's skull in an instant. Bai Yang shifted his body slightly, sidestepping the lifeless corpse as it crashed past him. Without hesitation, he continued forward. The blue arrow returned automatically to his waist, settling in place. Then, Bai Yang pulled up the map of Raccoon City and pinpointed the location of Raccoon City Junior High. With the sight locked in, 2 jet ports emerged behind Bai Yang, releasing a surge of energy that effortlessly lifted him into the sky. Not far off, a surveillance camera mounted on a street lamp turned slowly, its lens following the white streak of energy as it faded into the night. By now, Raccoon City had already fallen. Soaring above, Bai Yang could see the hordes of zombies roaming the streets below. Occasionally, a lone survivor appeared, only to be quickly swallowed up by the relentless tide of the undead. The city was engulfed in flames, gunfire echoing from all directions. Wrecked cars littered the roads, the entire scene bearing the scars of a fresh battlefield. Bai Yang glided through the air. This time, instead of using pulse jets, a black glider unfurled behind him. His figure, shrouded in darkness, was barely discernible against the night sky, an invisible phantom to any cursory glance. Meanwhile, the Umbrella Corporation was closely monitoring the evil god unleashed by their Nemesis project. But Bai Yang knew, without a doubt, that he had already been spotted. After all, the entire city was under Umbrella surveillance. He never believed blending into the night would truly shield him from their gaze. Thanks to his connection with Dr. Ashford, however, Bai Yang was, for the time being, considered an Umbrella insider. Anyone who noticed him wouldn't seek to eliminate him immediately. They would first assess his value. So, while Dr. Ashford's protection lasted, he had to find a way to join Alicia Marcus's faction. If that failed, his only option would be to offer up some of his own technology and side with Isaac's. But that came with grave risks. After all, Marcus's death was something he could never fully distance himself from. Elsewhere, Alice and her companions had also reached the junior high school, where Angela was believed to be. They split up and began their search. At this moment, there were barely any survivors left in the city. Those near the school had all received word from the doctor and were making their way toward the campus. Within the school grounds, only the faint light of the moon illuminated the darkness. Not a single lamp was lit. Some classrooms remained neat and orderly, yet bloodstains marred the walls and desks. The entire classroom felt eerily silent and strange. Suddenly, the quiet of the teaching building was shattered by a woman's piercing, desperate scream. A woman with short black hair, dressed in a blue strapless top that left her shoulders bare and accentuated her striking figure, turned at the sound and rushed toward the source of the scream. But by the time she arrived, the person was nowhere to be found. At that moment, Angela also appeared in the hallway. Without hesitation, the woman grabbed Angela and hurried toward the stairs to escape. But as they reached the first floor, a zombie dog blocked their path. Jill raised her pistol, her nerves taut as she stared at the grotesquely decaying creature before her. Compared to human zombies, these hellhounds, engineered by Umbrella, were clearly faster and more agile. With a guttural snarl, the zombie dog lunged at them. Jill fired several shots in rapid succession, but they had no effect. In the blink of an eye, the creature was upon them, jaws wide, ready to tear into Jill. But just then, a thunderous crash erupted from the window. In a flash, a dark figure swept through, pinning the zombie dog beneath its weight. A man clad in black combat armor appeared before their astonished eyes. "Hello, Angela. Did you miss your uncle?" Bai Yang stood atop the subdued zombie dog, the helmet on his head shimmering like rippling water as it retracted to reveal his face. He gave him a relaxed wave. "Uncle Maury?" Angela peeked out from behind Jill, her voice filled with surprise. "That's right. Your father sent me to fetch you." Bai Yang crushed the zombie dog's skull beneath his boot and strode toward them. Jill eyed him warily on guard. Bai Yang paused, his gaze drifting briefly to the view below her blue top. "Impressive figure," he commented with a raised eyebrow. "He's my father's assistant. He's here to rescue me," Angela explained quickly from behind. "Watch out," Jill suddenly called out a warning to Bai Yang. Without anyone noticing, another zombie dog had leapt out from the shadows, hurling itself toward Bai Yang. Its fangs aimed viciously for his throat. But in a swift motion, Bai Yang spun around and caught the creature's head in an iron grip. His face was now concealed by his helmet, two crimson eyes glowing as he stared down the struggling beast. "Why is it always dogs today?" he muttered, then flung the creature aside with force. A streak of blue light followed, slicing cleanly through the dog's head. The blue light darted around the room, swiftly dispatching all remaining zombies and restoring a momentary calm. Once again, Bai Yang revealed his face, crouched down, and spoke to Angela. "Come here, sweetheart. Let me take you to find your father." Angela glanced at Jill, then walked over to Bai Yang. "Are you with the Umbrella Corporation?" Jill suddenly asked after Bai Yang picked Angela up. "Yes, I am. I'm her father's assistant, working on a virus serum," Bai Yang replied, scanning Angela to check for injuries and finding none. "Virus serum? What is?" Jill was about to press further when the sound of a door opening interrupted her. A man in an Umbrella security uniform stood in the doorway, beads of sweat on his forehead, frozen in place. A blue electromagnetic arrowhead hovered right in front of him. If he so much as twitched, the arrowhead would strike without hesitation. No, we mean no harm. We're just like you. We came to rescue the doctor's daughter," a man in a cap behind him quickly explained. Seeing that they weren't a threat, Bai Yang retracted the electromagnetic arrowhead. "Hey man, your gear is awesome." Jefferson approached Bai Yang with easy familiarity, admiration in his voice. "I don't recall our company having tech that advanced," Carlos remarked, eyeing Bai Yang's armor in surprise. "I made it myself," Bai Yang replied, setting Angela down. "How come I've never heard of you? With gear like that, Bai Yang ought to be famous within the company." "I've only been in Raccoon City for about 2 months, working in Dr. Ashford's lab," Bai Yang explained in his usual, unhurried manner. "Looks like it's getting lively in here," Alice remarked, her voice tinged with surprise as she entered the bustling cafeteria, drawn by the commotion. She swept her gaze over the group, her eyes lingering on the conspicuous figure of Bai Yang. Jill, Alice, Carlos, and the others all fixed their attention on Bai Yang. "Is there really a cure for the virus?" Jill resumed her earlier questioning. "There is, but it's very difficult to produce, and there's not much of it," Bai Yang nodded. A glimmer of hope flashed in Carlos's eyes as he stared intently at Bai Yang. Just as the others were about to ask more, Bai Yang dialed Dr. Ashford's number. Soon, a voice thick with anxiety came through. "Maury, have you found my daughter?" Of course. Here, talk to your father, Bai Yang said, placing his palm gently over Angela's ear. Daddy, I'm okay, she reassured him as she heard his voice. Thank goodness. Stay close to Uncle Maury. Don't wander off. Dr. Ashford breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing his daughter. At that moment, everyone was inside the school building, out of sight of the surveillance cameras. That's why Dr. Ashford had been so worried all along. Let's go. We'll head outside the city and find your father, Bai Yang said as he ended the call, bending down to speak to Angela. Wait, what about us? The doctor promised us an evacuation site. Alice hurried forward, her voice anxious. It's at the city hall. There's a helicopter there. It's the last evacuation point, Bai Yang replied, lifting Angela into his arms again, ready to leave. You should hurry. I'll go on ahead. Wait, Alice called out once more. But Bai Yang ignored her, the propulsion ports on his back flaring to life as he prepared to depart. Suddenly, Angela whispered, Uncle, could you take them with us? At her soft request, Bai Yang paused, tilting his head to glance back at the group. Is something wrong? Instead of answering Angela, he addressed Alice directly. Alice, who had just been about to lunge forward, stopped in her tracks. Do you have the antidote? My friend's been infected. We need it, she said, pointing to Carlos. Carlos's face was pale, though his skin had yet to show signs of decay. Bai Yang glanced at the two of them, thought for a moment, and finally said, I can help, but I'll need your blood. He produced a silver case, opened it to reveal several vials of green serum and a syringe, and looked to Alice. No problem, she agreed without hesitation. After handing the serum to Carlos, she returned to Bai Yang and extended her arm. The needle pierced her vein, and Bai Yang drew a vial of blood before returning it to the case. You need to hurry, he warned. The Umbrella Corporation is likely planning to nuke Raccoon City. Then, turning to Angela, he said, I know you want me to protect him as well, but your father's worried sick. I have to get you to him as quickly as possible. With that, he soared into the sky with Angela in his arms, vanishing from sight. The others exchanged glances, quickly gathered their things, and set off towards City Hall. Cradling Angela, Bai Yang streaked across the sky, a dark silhouette heading toward the encampment outside the city. As he reached the top of the Black Gate Bridge, he saw that thick fortress walls had been erected, with Umbrella soldiers patrolling in an open expanse ahead. This was the only route out of the city, and it was now sealed off. From above, Bai Yang could still spot evacuation helicopters lifting away on the far side of the gate. He began to descend, heading toward the checkpoint. As he drew near, spotlights swept over him, and the soldiers below clearly noticed his approach. All eyes were fixed on the figure clad in jet black combat gear, rifles trained warily on him. Don't shoot. I'm with Umbrella, Bai Yang called out as he landed gently atop the checkpoint platform, setting Angela down beside him. I'm Dr. Ashford's assistant, here to look for his daughter. My name is Maury. Bai Yang revealed his face and explained his identity. A dark-skinned, bald man in combat gear stepped in front of Bai Yang. He was the only one not wearing a black helmet. Which department are you with? He asked, cradling his rifle. Research Division. Maury, Dr. Ashford's assistant. And this is his daughter. Bai Yang clarified once again. Please wait here. I'll make a report. The man gestured for them not to move, then turned to consult with Kane, the officer in charge of the operation. Once he got the go-ahead, he lowered his rifle, and the soldiers behind him followed suit. Hello, Mr. Maury. Officer Kane has authorized your entry. Someone will come to escort you shortly, so please be patient. His tone softened considerably as he addressed Bai Yang. After a brief wait, the person who had appeared earlier in Dr. Ashford's lab now returned to Bai Yang. He first fixed Bai Yang's combat suit with an eager gaze, his eyes lighting up, then frowned slightly as he noticed Angela. Mr. Maury, it's a pleasure to see you again. I've been waiting for you for quite a while. He offered Bai Yang a warm, gentle smile. The pleasure's mine. It's been a long time, Mr. Kane. Bai Yang returned the smile. Let's head down. Professor Ashford must be anxious to see his daughter. Kane turned toward the ladder, and as he did, two people appeared and moved to restrain Angela. That's not necessary. She poses no risk of infection. Bai Yang extended an arm to block them, his voice firm. The two hesitated, and Kane, halfway to the stairs, turned back to squint at Bai Yang, his thoughts unreadable. Very well. I trust Dr. Ashford will handle things when the time comes. The two, clearly relieved, hurried after Kane. Bai Yang gently stroked Angela's hair, still frazzled from the ordeal, and led her along. By the time they descended the ladder to the ground, Dr. Ashford was already waiting, arms outstretched in excitement as he called out, Sweetheart, come here quickly. Dad, Angela cried, and rushed into her father's embrace. What a touching reunion, Kane remarked, his voice laced with a mocking undertone. Then he turned to Bai Yang. Mr. Maury, I'd like to have a word with you, if you don't mind. Though his words were polite, the thread in his tone was unmistakable. Bai Yang looked around. At some point, A ring of soldiers had quietly surrounded them, weapons and batons at the ready. In the darkness of night, the green of the grass glowed faintly under the lights, and the air was thick with greed. One would expect nothing less from Isaac's men. You think you've got me cornered? His face, shrouded by a swarm of micro-robots, revealed only two scarlet, glowing eyes. That's right. I advise you to surrender now, or I'll kill the two of them. He drew his pistol and aimed it at Dr. Ashford and his daughter. With a sigh of resignation, Bai Yang said, "Why do you villains always resort to this kind of tactic?" As he spoke, he shook his head with a hint of disdain. "But this is the most effective method for people like you. And honestly, I don't like wasting energy or time." At this point, he believed Bai Yang was out of options. Dr. Ashford is a rare asset for our company, and I really don't want to lose him. But you're making this very difficult for me. Since you're a talented member of our company, I'll give you 5 seconds to make up your mind," he added, wearing an expression that suggested he was being more than generous. Bai Yang couldn't help but let out a short laugh. "Huh, I thought you were clever, but it seems you still have a lot to learn." Then, with a touch of amusement, he retorted, "Do you really think I'm going to let you walk away with my achievements like Dr. Ashford did?" Seeing Bai Yang still looking so relaxed, Kane, who wore a headset, frowned. He sensed that things were about to go wrong. Just as Kane was about to pull the trigger to intimidate them, several streaks of blue light flashed across the scene. Sharp, wet thuds echoed through the empty camp, one after another. Before the surrounding soldiers could even react, each of them collapsed, a fresh wound in their chest. Once all the soldiers were down, the arc reactor on Bai Yang's chest suddenly flared back to its full brightness. At that moment, Kane stood frozen, cold sweat pouring down his face as he glanced at the blue glowing arrowhead lodged in his chest, afraid to move a muscle. "General," Bai Yang crossed his arms, watching him with great interest. The situation had turned in an instant. "Calm down. You should know, my superior is Isaac's, one of the company's chairmen. You can't kill me," Kane said, lowering his pistol, realizing the advantage was no longer his. He now tried to use Isaac's name as leverage. At present, Mr. Moreau's direct superior is Chairwoman Alicia Marcus. "Killing you won't have any effect on him," Dr. Ashford spoke up, maneuvering his wheelchair closer. "All right, man. Relax. I'm not going to kill you. There are just a few things I want from you. I'm sure my lovely colleague won't." "Refuse me," Bai Yang said, just as the electromagnetic arrowhead zipped from Kane's chest to his right hand, shattering the pistol. Then, like a mischievous blue sprite, the arrowhead circled Bai Yang a few times before returning to the device at his belt. "What do you want?" Kane, no longer calm, swallowed nervously. "The Alice Project and the Nemesis Project," Bai Yang replied coolly, his face showing no emotion. "How do you know about those?" Kane stared at him in shock. These two projects were classified as top-secret files within the Umbrella Corporation. Aside from those directly involved in the company's upper management, no one else could possibly know about them. "I imagine you must have the files," he said. "No, I don't actually have any data on the test subjects. All of it is in Dr. Isaac's possession," he replied, shaking his head. Hearing this, Bai Yang let out a regretful sigh. "That's a real shame." Suddenly, a flash of blue light streaked through the air, and a bloody hole appeared in Kane's leg. "Af!" Kane collapsed to the floor, clutching his thigh and howling in pain. Bai Yang crouched down before him. "I want the files on Project Alice and Project Nemesis." At that moment, the tip of an electromagnetic arrow hovered silently next to Kane's head. The terror of imminent death, combined with the searing pain in his leg, overwhelmed him. I have them. In the observation room. We were just about to run a confrontation test between Alice and the Nemesis." Kane stammered between gasps, his face ashen, breathing so heavily it seemed he might pass out at any moment. "Looks pretty painful, doesn't it?" Bai Yang chuckled, then stood and helped him to his feet. Perhaps realizing he was no match for this young man he'd only met once before, Kane obediently led him to the control room for Nemesis. Bai Yang sat before the computer, eyes fixed on the two files displayed on the screen. Alice. Nemesis. One was a clone, created using the genes of Alicia Marcus, Alice. The other was Matt, who had become infected. After skimming through the contents of the files and confirming there were no issues, Bai Yang pulled out a USB drive and copied the data. "Pleasure working with you," Bai Yang said with a smile, unplugging the drive and reaching out a hand to Kane, who was now bandaging his leg. "No need to be so serious. After all, we're both serving the same company, aren't we?" "Oomph." With a grim expression, Kane shook his hand, gritting his teeth. "Dr. Isaacs won't let you get away with this." "Sorry, but I report directly to Director Alicia Marcus. He has no authority over me," Bai Yang replied with a grin. Then, together with the two doctors, he boarded a helicopter and took off, leaving the scene behind. Kane watched the helicopter fade into the distance. For a moment, it seemed like an opportunity, But remembering that Isaac's Alice and Nemesis projects were still underway, he could only grit his teeth and head for City Hall. On the way, he sent Isaac a message containing everything he knew about Bai Yang. Since joining Umbrella, Kane had never suffered a setback like this. He swore that when he got back, he would make Bai Yang pay. Meanwhile, Bai Yang piloted the helicopter toward the location provided by Dr. Ashford. He had no idea how much time had passed when, behind him, Raccoon City was suddenly engulfed in a blinding white flash. Raccoon City had just been obliterated by a nuclear strike. As for how many people managed to escape, no one knew. This world is on the verge of collapse. Yet, at this moment, none of that concerns Bai Yang. They have now arrived at one of Umbrella's secret bases, where Alicia Marcus makes a residence. The group takes an elevator up to the very top of the building. Led by an assistant, they step into an office that is simple yet warmly inviting, filled with potted plants much like the ones Bai Yang kept at his home in Raccoon City. All the greenery is placed near the windows, where the light is best. There, Bai Yang notices an elderly woman in a wheelchair. Her face is deeply lined with age, but her features are nearly identical to Alice's. Only time sets them apart. Though she once fused with the T-virus, which quickly reversed her progeria, it's only been a handful of years, and now the T-virus is slowly fading from her body, causing her to age even more rapidly. Left with no choice, she is now planning to enter hibernation, but news from Dr. Ashford has made her delay that decision for a while. In the meantime, she has been keeping a close eye on everything Bai Yang has done in Raccoon City. The technology he displayed astonished her, especially the power core embedded in his chest. This convinced her that Bai Yang's talk of biomechanical armor might not have been just empty boasting after all. Mori, it's a pleasure to meet you. Alicia's wrinkled face manages a faint smile. The pleasure's mine, boss, Bai Yang replies with a smile of his own. Dr. Ashford has already told me about your biomechanical armor proposal. I fully support your research. However, I must enter hibernation soon, so I've granted you the highest clearance. Below the chairman, your mission, find a way to kill Alexander Isaacs, or obtain the viral serum he holds. As she speaks, she hands Bai Yang a contact lens, laying out a request. Seeing Dr. Ashford's puzzled look, she explains, we've developed a cure that can completely eradicate all traces of the T-virus in the world, but Isaacs is the one holding onto it. They want to wipe out humanity and rebuild the world. That's insane, Dr. Ashford exclaims, squinting in shock. All right, I accept, Bai Yang says, taking the contact lens and placing it in his eye. He isn't sure if he's merely a pawn in someone else's game. Still, as long as he can access Umbrella's knowledge, that's all that matters to him. Afterwards, with Umbrella's careful manipulation, the chaos in Raccoon City is gradually written off as nothing more than a wild prank. Umbrella also begins the process of reclaiming and restoring the underground hive. A few days later, Alicia brings Bai Yang down to the hive beneath Raccoon City. In these few days, Alicia has grown noticeably older. She must enter the cryogenic pod for hibernation as soon as possible. Bai Yang was pushing his boss toward the location of the hive's cryogenic chamber when, halfway there, someone appeared before them. The man had a shadowed face and a cold, indifferent gaze. Though middle-aged, the aura he gave off was even more forceful than that of a much younger man. He looked at Alicia and the cart pushing Bai Yang with a detached air. So, it seems you've left yourself a backup plan, he sneered, his gaze falling on Alicia, who sat in the wheelchair. He's just someone I discovered with talent, Alicia replied, feigning ignorance. I hope, doctor, that you'll take the time to guide him when the opportunity arises. If he behaves himself, I'll be sure to do so. But if he doesn't, he left the rest unsaid, but the threat in his tone was unmistakable. Alicia stared at him from her wheelchair for a long moment. I need to get through. Would you mind stepping aside? Bai Yang pushed the wheelchair forward in silence, saying nothing at all. Although this was a golden opportunity to eliminate the man, Bai Yang had no way of knowing if he was dealing with a clone. There was no reason to take such a risk. Keeping a low profile was the wisest choice. After Bai Yang placed Alicia in the cryogenic chamber and exited, he ran into Isaacs once more. Mori, I've heard about your research into bioimplants. Quite an impressive idea. Are you interested in joining my team? This time, Isaac spoke with genuine sincerity as he extended the offer. Bai Yang halted, immediately on guard. It seems to me you're researching bioweapons. I'm not sure I'd be a good fit for your group. Looks like she's told you more than I expected. Isaac narrowed his eyes. That's right. I don't exactly oppose the company's methods. My work with bioimplants is about creating value for the company. After all, it doesn't seem to interfere with the plan. Besides, you know as well as I do, there's no guarantee our research will succeed. Bai Yang spoke in a measured tone. Fair enough, Isaac conceded, a hint of admiration in his voice. But I have a wealth of technology at my disposal. If you join me, you can ask me anything, anytime. No need, Bai Yang shook his head. Director Alicia has already granted me access to all the company's technology. In truth, joining Isaac's team would have made research far more convenient. After all, many of the company's breakthroughs had come from his leadership. Learning from him would undoubtedly make everything twice as effective with half the effort. But it was far too risky. Besides, everyone's attention was focused on the T-virus at the moment. Whether Isaacs would have any time to mentor Bai Yang was another question entirely. That really is a shame, Isaacs muttered, his expression darkening as he was refused. Suddenly, he lunged, his fist arcing toward Bai Yang's head in a sudden, vicious attack. The punch carried a heavy force, the air itself seeming to thicken with its weight. But just as Isaac's fist was about to smash into Bai Yang's face, it abruptly froze in midair. I didn't expect you to be a fighter as well, Mr. Isaacs. Bai Yang looked calmly at the fist, so close to his face, and shook his head. But you're still not fast enough. Without anyone noticing, the electromagnetic arrowhead had come to a stop, hovering right at the center of his forehead. Isaacs pulled his fist back, gazing with interest at the blue arrowhead floating before him. So, this is the invention you showcased back in Raccoon City. Although he had anticipated the move, his body's reflexes still weren't quite up to par. That's right. If you're interested, we can trade your combat chip for it, Bai Yang replied, retracting the arrowhead. That's not enough. I'd also need your energy device thrown in. I have no desire to die just yet. Bai Yang scoffed, brushing past Isaacs as he headed for the Red Queen's terminal. Watching Bai Yang's retreating figure, Isaacs suddenly called out to the air, Red Queen, I want to fire Mori. A projection of a little girl, glowing red, appeared at his side. I'm sorry. Mori reports directly to Chairwoman Alicia. He holds a level 5 clearance. You do not have the authority to dismiss him. Level 5. Isaacs muttered to himself, then left as well. Afterwards, Bai Yang finally began to truly immerse himself in the world of cutting-edge technology. The first thing he chose to study was artificial intelligence. With the Red Queen as a living example, Bai Yang made rapid progress. Within half a year, Bai Yang had created his own AI. Not as advanced, to be sure, but a functional, simplified version he called Little Red. It made his daily work much more efficient. He then buried himself in mastering a host of other technologies. Virtual reality, global satellite positioning, biological cloning systems, cryogenic storage, gene laser tech, hive construction systems, and a myriad of others. Bai Yang spent every day lost in his laboratory. He had all the materials he needed, all the space he could ask for, and the Red Queen herself would occasionally drop by to answer his questions. Bai Yang devoured knowledge with an insatiable hunger. Only Isaac's combat chip wasn't included in the records, so it took Bai Yang a little over 2 years to become familiar with everything he needed to know, at least all the essentials. Over these 3 years, Bai Yang not only absorbed everything within Umbrella's vaults, but also began replicating Alice's cells, developing his own line of biological exosuits. Even with his affinity for the magical side of technology, Bai Yang felt his mind nearing overload. It was the inevitable result of cramming too much knowledge into too short time. Meanwhile, the outside world had already been completely consumed by the T-virus, and the number of human survivors was dwindling by the day. In such an environment, Umbrella grew ever more reckless, conducting all manner of bioweapon experiments with utter abandon. At this stage, Bai Yang had no real knowledge of the progress of the Alice project. He only had a basic understanding gleaned from the data he'd received from Cray. As for the actual timeline, he was completely in the dark. Still, thanks to the replicated cells from Alice, his research into the T-virus symbiotic armor was making some headway. And now, Alicia was about to awaken from the cryo chamber. But as for the task she'd asked of him at the very beginning, Bai Yang had never gotten around to it. He hadn't even tried to obtain the virus serum. Frankly, he hadn't made any effort at all. All the same, he felt he ought to show some results, at the very least as a gesture of good faith. After all, she had placed such trust in him, and here he was idly wasting time. The guilt gnawed at him. With that in mind, Bai Yang began to turn his attention to the security systems within the hive. By this point, 3 years had passed, and humanity on Earth had been reduced to a mere handful under the spread of the T-virus. If Bai Yang remembered correctly, in the end, there would only be a few thousand people left on the planet's surface. Of course, these were only those detected by the Red Queen's satellite surveillance. There were surely more survivors hidden in places she couldn't see. At this very moment, Alice had arrived at the Umbrella Corporation's hive outpost in Russia. Deep beneath the ice, the facility was equipped with the most advanced virtual reality technology. A team under the Red Queen's control was stationed there as well, led by none other than Jill Valentine, the woman with the striking features whom Bai Yang had briefly encountered in Raccoon City. Now, the Red Queen's program had been activated, and she was preparing to eliminate the last remaining humans at this stronghold. Meanwhile, Bayang was preparing to create his own biological symbiotic armor, using Alice's cells as the foundation. Alice's cells could perfectly fuse with the T-virus, gradually evolving over time. But to adapt that to machinery, he would need to simulate the functions of human organs, creating a mindless living organism. Cloning technology offered an ideal path forward. Only in this way could the T-virus be deceived. 2 days later, in a laboratory at the lowest level of the hive, Bai Yang stood behind a pane of glass, watching a mass of viscous blue liquid slowly creep along the surface, moving with unconscious intent. The monitoring equipment confirmed that this was indeed a living organism. At last, it's a success, Bai Yang exclaimed, thrilled as he gazed at the substance before him, which looked almost like living venom, except for its unusual color. What he beheld was the newly completed T-virus symbiotic armor. It had been crafted from Alice's cells, enhanced with a variety of bionic mechanisms, and infused with the T-virus. Carefully, Bai Yang began to embed a chip into the mass, a chip connected to an artificial intelligence, programmed with combat functions. As the chip slid into place, the blue liquid began to stabilize. Bai Yang reached out with his right hand toward the fluid. The moment his skin made contact, the blue mass responded as if magnetized, surging eagerly toward him and enveloping his hand entirely. Liquid flowed over his body, quickly forming a skin-tight blue suit. Only his head remained uncovered as Bai Yang looked down at his hands. With a thought, the liquid transformed into a sharp blue spike. A shield, a sword, a hammer, a scythe, various shapes of cold weapons materialized in his grasp. All these transformations were embedded combat programs within the chip. In other words, Bai Yang now truly mastered every form of weaponry, proficient in all 18 classical martial arts. At the same time, Bai Yang approached the testing device, clenched his blue fist, and struck the center with all his might. The numbers on the tester flashed wildly: 412, 693, 1056, finally stopping at 1,175 kilograms. That was the strength of a fully grown tiger. Next, Bai Yang tested his speed, reflexes, and regenerative abilities. Every attribute of his body had been greatly enhanced, and this was achieved using only Alice's clone cells so far. It seems I need to find a way to get Alicia's genetic material and the data Isaac holds, Bai Yang thought to himself. After all, Alice was a clone created from Alicia's genetic code. If he could obtain Alicia's genes and Isaac's data on Alice, Bai Yang was confident he could make an even more powerful bioarmor. Just then, the holographic image of the Red Queen suddenly appeared before Bai Yang. Mori, Isaac has just left temporarily. You must reach the antidote storage as soon as possible. He's gone? When? Bai Yang asked, puzzled. Just now. He's already gone after Alice. This is your best chance. The Red Queen projected a structural diagram of the hive's underground cryogenic vault. The lowest level was Alicia's freezing chamber. All right, I'll head there right away. Bai Yang nodded, gathered his gear, and made his way underground. As he walked toward the main control room, Bai Yang's eyes flickered thoughtfully. If Isaac had gone out, that meant he wasn't the original. When Bai Yang reached Alicia's cryogenic chamber, he was surprised to find 3 people already inside. Weskier has awakened Director Isaac and Director Alicia. The Red Queen's projection appeared beside Bai Yang. You do have a knack for showing up at just the right time, Bai Yang muttered, glancing at his boss, the sharply dressed Isaac, and Weskier, who wore dark sunglasses. Is this what you're after? Isaac's original self taunted, waving the antidote vial in his hand. Yes, but seems I won't be getting it now. Bai Yang shrugged, feigning indifference. With that, he moved to stand beside Alicia. Didn't expect you'd be brought out too, boss. They're afraid, she replied with a small nod. Sigh. Finally, there was an opportunity, but I didn't expect it would be the clone that escaped, Bai Yang said with a note of regret, letting out a weary breath. Then, he took out the bioarmor he had just crafted in the lab. This is the result of my research. Would you like to give it a try? Seeing his carefree demeanor, Dr. Isaacs, who had just emerged from the cryo chamber, frowned in disapproval. What is that? Alicia asked, her gaze drawn to the blue, viscous liquid in his hand, curiosity lighting her face. It's a bioarmor. It can't cure your premature aging, but it will let you move and function just like a normal person, Bai Yang replied. With a reassuring smile, gesturing for her to put it on. After all, you're my boss. You should be the first to test the results. Alicia glanced at the young man who seemed unruffled no matter the circumstances, then reached out and touched the blue liquid. Just as in a lab experiment, the moment her skin made contact, the liquid instantly enveloped her, forming a blue suit of armor. As she donned the bioarmor, Alicia was amazed to feel the invigorated muscles along her skin. Then, under Dr. Isaacs's astonished gaze, she rose from her wheelchair and stood upright. Not a bad idea. Integrating the T-virus improvements into bionic technology, Bai Yang remarked. The armor he'd created was not so different from the way Isaac's made his clones, but Bai Yang's approach was safer, avoiding any uncontrollable outcomes. Boss, your replica has already captured Alice, Weskier reported suddenly. Excellent. We'll wait for them here. Isaacs responded with a cold sneer. The weapon is about to be retrieved, and as for you, traitor. To the company, once the plan is complete, I'll convene the board and have you ousted. Then, the company will be mine entirely. He shot Alicia a mocking, triumphant look. You won't get away with this, Alicia replied icily, her eyes hard. Bai Yang stood quietly in the corner, imitating Weskier's stoic posture. But Isaacs clearly wasn't done with him. Mori, I know who you are. If you know what's good for you, join us. Don't waste your time following someone on the brink of death, he said, narrowing his eyes. We can discuss all that once the dust settles, Bai Yang replied with an easy smile. Then we'll just have to wait and see, Isaac said, glancing warily at the reaction device on Bai Yang's chest and the armor he wore. At that moment, a precarious balance settled over the room. Bai Yang had the strength to eliminate his foes, but the distance was too great and Isaacs was equipped with combat prediction tech. If he failed to finish things in a single strike, Isaacs would shatter the antidote serum. And Isaacs, for his part, was wary of Bai Yang's capabilities. So the central control room of the hive fell into a tense silence. But as Weskier's reports kept coming in, Dr. Isaacs's expression grew darker and darker. After Alice's escape, she had already led a team into the hive. Following several harrowing obstacles, she rode a lift down from the ruined sector into the cold storage chamber, then made her way straight to the hive's main control room. Inside, Dr. Isaac sat waiting, holding his final trump card, the antiviral serum. He sat in silence, awaiting their arrival. Before long, Alice entered with a scruffy, stubbled man at her side, both gripping bolt submachine guns and scanning the room with tense caution. The bad seed returns, and she's still the prodigal daughter, Isaac sneered, his tone dripping with mockery the moment he saw Alice. Both Alice and her companion stopped, eyes wary, watching the man lounging on the sofa as if he hadn't a care in the world. Don't just stand there, come in, he commanded, glancing at his watch. After all, you've only got 9 minutes left to save the world. Are you the real one? Alice asked, weapon steady in her hands. Let's not get into that just yet. First, put down your weapon, he replied, tipping his head as a signal for her to comply. Why should I? He gave a cold laugh. Because I'm holding the antiviral serum. 800 meters below ground, in this sealed facility, if I smash it here, the antivirus will never be released. And your desperate little dream comes to nothing. He tossed the green vial lightly in his hand, as if it weighed nothing. Alice eyed the serum, hesitated, then slowly set her weapon on the ground. But the man with her kept his gun raised. Only now, he aimed it at her. A moment later, Weskier arrived as well, dragging Claire with him as a hostage. Just then, as Isaacs opened his mouth to speak, the dim control room was suddenly flooded with light. I think it's our turn to take the stage, came Bai Yang's languid voice, and he strolled in with Alicia at his side. Irritated at having his moment interrupted, Isaacs shoved the serum back into his pocket, not noticing the tiny black bug that now clung to the vial. Mori, you'd better not interfere with my plans, he warned, his face darkening as he glared at Bai Yang. Alice had certainly been a thorn in his side, but none of her dangers compared to the smiling young man before him. I'm just following orders from my boss. Besides, don't you think it's a bit too dark in here? Bai Yang spread his hands, his voice colored with a mischievous lilt. Alice squinted at Bai Yang, a flicker of recognition passing through her. You're the one in power armor back in Raccoon City. That's right. Good to see you again, Bai Yang replied, waving at her as if greeting an old friend. But my boss isn't him. It's her. He nodded toward Alicia. And so began the moment of recognition and reunion among the Red Queen, Alicia, and Alice. After Alice learned she was merely a clone, she was unable to accept it for a while. However, with Alicia's comforting words, she slowly pulled herself back together. At that moment, Isaac strode in with a sneer. How touching. 3 desperate women united by hatred. But it won't do you any good. I'm always one step ahead. You can't change a thing. The world is about to be cleansed, Umbrella will triumph, and we will take over the earth. He stepped up to Alicia and said, the only difference is, once you upload that file into the Red Queen's data stream, you'll be standing against the company. When the other board members wake up, you'll be replaced. I'll have complete control. Alicia glanced back at Bai Yang with subtlety. I still hold half the power in this company. Bai Yang quietly flashed an okay gesture. So what do you plan to do? Isaacs hadn't noticed their covert exchange. With the antivirus serum in his possession, he was convinced he held their fate in his hands. You may be a co-owner of the company, Isaacs continued, but Weskier is just an employee. I don't have to serve you. My loyalty is to Dr. Isaacs. Wesker, sporting his signature sunglasses, quickly pledged his allegiance. I know, Wesker, you're fired. No sooner had Alicia spoken than the Red Queen activated a program. An iron panel slammed down, pinning Wesker to the ground. In a flash, Bayang launched himself at Isaac's. But Isaac's combat prediction system had already mapped out Bai Yang's attack path. He bent down just in time to dodge a streak of blue light, reaching into his jacket, ready to threaten them with the antivirus serum. Yet, as his hand brushed the pocket where the serum should have been, the vial slipped out and tumbled to the floor. Somehow, his suit's breast pocket had been slit open without his noticing. In that split second, Bayang used his micro-robots to catch the falling serum. The balance of power shifted instantly. Dr. Isaacs, I have the antivirus serum now. Bayang taunted, waving the green vial triumphantly. Isaacs stared at Bayang, momentarily stunned, as if trying to fathom how he'd pulled it off. The armor I wear is made of micro-robots, Bayang revealed, letting a few tiny machines hover in his palm. Give it back, Isaacs demanded, lunging forward. But the moment he took a step, several electromagnetic arrowheads whirred into place before him, stopping him dead in his tracks. Goodbye. With a flick of Bai Yang's wrist, the arrowheads shot forward, piercing Isaacs instantly. Then, Bai Yang turned and handed the serum to Alice. Are you sure you want to release the serum? Alice was just about to respond when Alicia suddenly spoke up. Once the serum is released, it will kill all creatures infected with the T-virus. Do you understand what that means? I do. Alice nodded, her voice low and resolute. Claire, standing nearby, wanted to stop her, but Alice had already made up her mind. Even if it meant her own death, she was determined to save the world. Thank you. Alice took the serum, giving Poplar a deep, meaningful look before turning away without hesitation. Claire glanced at the man lying on the ground, his chest pierced and face covered with stubble, then quickly followed after Alice. After the two women had left, Poplar turned to Alicia. Boss, since you're going to destroy this place, could you let me keep the Red Queen? Alicia gazed deeply at the young man before her, noticing, as always, the ease and calm that seemed to surround him. You're a genius, and you remain optimistic and composed no matter what. I truly believe you can lead humanity into a new era, she said with a gentle smile. And of course, I should thank you for letting me walk on my own 2 feet again. With that, she walked over to the control console and retrieved a pentagonal box. The box unfolded, revealing a contact lens at its center, which she carefully placed on her eye. Suddenly, all the monitors around them began to play back scenes from her childhood memories. Red Queen, the Umbrella Corporation, is about to be destroyed. As the highest authority of the company, I hereby transfer your control to Mori. As her memories were transmitted, Alicia slowly closed her eyes. Authorization change complete. The Red Queen's mechanical voice echoed through the now somber control room. Poplar looked at the now sleeping Alicia, stood in silence for a moment, then picked up the memory transfer box from beside her. He turned and headed toward the Red Queen's main console. Red Queen, back up Dr. Isaac's technical data. Yes. There is still plenty of time before Alice would deploy the bomb. Now holding the necessary clearance, Poplar approached the main server in the control room and took out a pentagonal box, one very much like Alicia's memory storage device. Begin transfer. The box opened in the middle, and Poplar connected it to the Red Queen's mainframe. He smiled and said, I'll make sure you have a new home soon. Understood. The transfer completed swiftly, and in that moment, the hive seemed to lose all control. Every light went out, leaving only the dim glow from the crypt-like cryogenic chambers. The Red Queen's projection appeared above the box. Transfer complete. All right, let's get out of here. Poplar tucked the box away, activated the pulse jets on his back, and soared upward. Just as he reached the exit, the ground beneath them began to shake violently, and a series of muffled explosions rumbled relentlessly through the underground. Staring at the exit before him, Bayang powered up and accelerated, soaring toward the outside world. Trailing a plume of white light, he burst forth as if breaking free from a cage, ascending high into the sky. Hoo-hoo, this feels amazing. His helmet armor dispersed, and Bayang spread his arms wide as though to embrace the heavens, greedily inhaling the air, even if it didn't smell all that pleasant. After a few breaths, he realized the air truly wasn't very agreeable. Glancing at the desolate ruins below, he closed his helmet and reached out with his senses to locate Alice. It didn't take long for Bayang to pinpoint where the two were. With a trail of white shimmering behind him, he headed in their direction. He had something he needed to give Alice. Descending gently in his battle suit before the two of them, Bayang met their gaze and took out Alicia's memory storage box. Alice, there's something I want to give you. What is this? Alice, still shaken from her ordeal, took the box with curiosity. These are cherished memories. As he spoke, Alicia's childhood recollections materialized, surrounding Alice in a vivid projection. Suddenly, Bayang produced a camera from somewhere unseen and snapped a photo of the two. Amid the barren ruins beneath the rising sun, Alice stood enveloped by swirling memories, a moment caught forever. Farewell, Bayang smiled, waving at them. Before they could respond, he shot into the sky and vanished at the horizon. Queens, Tandal Laboratory. Monday, 2 a.m. In one of the rooms, a sleeping boy was suddenly enveloped by a layer of black battle armor. Two streaks of red light flared to life across his face. This time, the ratio of dream time was 1 to 500. In other words, for every 2 days Bayang spent in the Marvel world, nearly 3 years would pass in the world of Resident Evil. Including Friday night, he figured there was still some time left before the Resident Evil story concluded. With a wave of his hand, the micro-robots on his body dispersed, revealing a collection of palm-sized pentagonal boxes and a silver rectangular safe. Bayang immediately picked up the box containing the Red Queen program and activated it with his fingerprint. Mr. Mori, it's a pleasure to see you again. You seem to have changed a bit. The Red Queen appeared, instantly confirming Bayang's identity, though she seemed a bit puzzled by his current appearance. Bayang picked up a network cable, plugged it in, and said, "Permission granted to scan this world's information. Begin adaptive modification." Confirmed. Following his command, the Red Queen began gathering data from this world via the network cable. Meanwhile, Bayang picked up his phone, wincing at the flood of missed calls, and began returning them one by one. "Sister May, I was busy all weekend. I didn't mean to miss your calls. Ethan, is there some trouble at the company?" "No. I just wanted to ask when we're going to start building our factory." Ever since their scheduled meeting had passed, Ethan had been feeling uneasy. He'd been watching the company's progress and still hadn't seen so much as a shadow of the robot's promise for the big white factory. "All right, summer break is just around the corner. I'll find a location then." Now that the artificial intelligence was ready, both the company and the base could begin to take shape. After that, Bayang dialed Tony Stark's number. "Let me guess, how many calls is this from you today?" Tony quipped as soon as he picked up. "I'm betting it's your second." "Sorry to disappoint you. It's the third," Bayang replied, pressing his lips together in a wry smile. "Well, that's truly heartbreaking. So is there something you need?" "I was hoping to invite you to a party this Sunday. You want a minor to come to a party? It's just one more year. What's the harm? Besides, it's not like I'm asking you to drink. And honestly, apart from being a bit naive, you don't seem much like a high school student." Tony's invitation was also his way of making his stance clear. He'd been preoccupied with the company's transformation lately, and only recently had things begun to settle down. He'd looked into everything about Bayang recently, and to be honest, the kid's ideas were a little too idealistic. But then again, at his age, that was normal. At 17 or 18, everyone believes they're the savior of the world, resentful of injustice, critical of capitalism, and lamenting the tragedies of war. Still, Bayang was smart enough to pull 3 tech firms into a partnership for his own protection. Otherwise, who knows when he might have simply disappeared. On second thought, considering the equipment Bayang had, maybe not so easily. "No problem. Once summer break starts, Ethan and I will come to your Iron Man party." With that, Bayang was ready to hang up. Compared to scheming old hands, it was better to let his youth and inexperience show. It helped lower people's guard. "Wait, I have one more question. Are you in contact with mutants?" Tony's tone turned serious. Bayang couldn't see him, but the gravity in his voice was unmistakable. "Yes, my first movie was funded by them." Bayang nodded. That first film had meant a great deal to him. "Listen, kid, their political situation is precarious. You'd best not get too close," Tony cautioned over the phone. "Understand," Bayang replied, nodding again. "All right, that's it." After the familiar trio finished their calls, Bayang turned to look at Red Queen. "Information acquisition complete. This is a new world. Mr. Mori, please reset the program." Red Queen's projection flickered a few times as she spoke. "We'll need to wait a while. I have to get to class first." Bayang wasn't a rush. He packed the box away, got dressed, and headed off toward the school. "Oh, that feels good." As he breathed in the familiar air of the academy, Bayang stretched contentedly, feeling intoxicated by the atmosphere. Compared to the heaviness of life in the world of biochemistry, campus life was far more delightful, especially now, as the school had improved thanks to his own diligent efforts. Bayang entered the classroom, smiling as he greeted his classmates. After the shooting incident, Doreen's father had disappeared. No one knew whether he ended up in jail or was dealt with in some other way, but ultimately, it was someone else's problem. As for the instigator, Doreen, rumor had it she'd left Queens with her mother and transferred to another school elsewhere. Those who had witnessed Bayang's methods had quickly lowered their heads, dutifully attending their classes. The newcomers, those who had dared to challenge Bayang, were especially relieved, thankful, in their hearts, that things hadn't gone worse for them. Ms. Phoebe seemed to have understood the situation as well, and no longer dwelled on Bai Yang's affairs. For a while, the campus echoed with the laughter of youth. The shadows that had just begun to creep back quickly faded away. As time went by, Midtown High began to attract students from other districts, undeterred by the long commute, all coming to enroll at the academy. Soon, another 2 months passed, and at last, the school was about to go on summer break. The very first thing Bai Yang planned for the holiday was to team up with Red Queen and begin building a factory to manufacture Baymax robots. The funds he'd set aside were now more than enough to cover the construction of the Baymax factory. But before that, he needed to attend a banquet specially hosted by Tony. That evening, Bai Yang accompanied Ethan to the entrance of the Red Dragon Hotel. This was the most luxurious hotel in the Big Apple, not for its rooms, but because it was the venue of choice for gatherings thrown by the city's power players. Clearly, the owner behind this hotel was no ordinary person. After stepping out from their Volkswagen, Ethan handed the keys to the valet and climbed the steps toward the grand entrance. As the two passed through the revolving door, an opulent scene unfolded before their eyes. The grand hall was alive with the sights and sounds of a lavish banquet. Tables brimmed with exquisite dishes and fine wines. Guests moved about gracefully, glasses in hand, gathered in small groups, chatting and laughing. Tonight's event drew an impressive crowd, for it was hosted by Tony Stark, CEO of Stark Industries, the wildly popular hero known as Iron Man. Ordinarily, Tony rarely organized banquets himself. He was usually the guest of honor at other people's gatherings. As they entered the ballroom, Ethan raised his glass in greeting to a few familiar business partners. Bai Yang, meanwhile, didn't know anyone. All he could do was quickly scan the crowd for Tony. Finding him wasn't hard. Wherever the largest group of people had gathered, that was sure to be where Tony Stark was holding court. As the two of them approached, Tony, who was in the middle of a reporter's interview, caught sight of them. "Over here," he waved, greeting them proactively. The reporters, who had been in the midst of asking questions, turned curiously to see who had arrived. Ethan and Bai Yang. Their identities were instantly recognized. Lately, the news and newspapers have been highlighting these two. One was a genius inventor, the other, the acting chairman of Dubai Medical Technologies. There wasn't much controversy surrounding Ethan, but Bai Yang had certainly sparked debate. Many people felt Bai Yang was simply too young for such responsibility. They argued that leaving advanced technology in his hands was unsafe, and that it should be made public instead. Others claimed Bai Yang was too naive, predicting that within a couple of years, he would inevitably be controlled by powerful capitalists. Opinions varied, but most leaned positive. At the very least, Bai Yang's inventions were always intended for the betterment of humanity, not for making weapons. Bai Yang offered the surrounding reporters a polite smile before walking over to stand beside Tony. "You don't look so well," Bai Yang observed, noticing the pallor in Tony's face. Could it be palladium poisoning? Though if that were the case, it probably wasn't severe yet. Who knew how much longer he could hold out? "I'm fine, just a bit exhausted lately. Saving the world every day isn't quite as easy as spending time at school," Tony replied with a nonchalant grin, then added with a trace of envy, "Seeing you almost makes me miss my own college days. You could always go back and experience it again. I'm sure they'd welcome you with open arms," Bai Yang said, accepting a glass of juice from a nearby waiter. "No need for that." Tony shook his head, then beckoned Bai Yang over with a wave. "Come on, let's take a photo together." Throwing an arm around Bai Yang's shoulder, the two smiled for the camera. After that shot, Ethan joined them, and they took another group photo. From now on, Stark Industries will be Dubai Technology's closest partner. "And these two right here," Tony said, smiling into the camera, "are my dearest friends." Instantly, the reporters grew excited, crowding forward with questions. "Does this mean Stark Industries is investing in Dubai Medical Technologies?" "That's right. We'll be exchanging shares as a sign of our mutual commitment," Tony announced, drawing everyone's attention. Bai Yang, a bit surprised, glanced over at Ethan with a questioning look. "Some people have noticed our company's profits and want to join forces to suppress us, and, worse, to keep talented people out," Ethan said, his tone heavy. That last part stung the most. Blocking new talent meant he was left almost alone to manage everything. Luckily, the product hadn't officially launched yet. Otherwise, there simply wouldn't have been enough hands to handle it all. Mr. Stark has chosen to show his support by agreeing to a share swap. The Dubai company had no powerful backers or influential connections. Just starting out, it was the most vulnerable time for suppression. Stark Industries, on the other hand, was a giant in the military industry. Even though it had shifted focus to energy, no one dared cross them. "The contract is already drafted. We're just waiting for you to come back and sign it." A share swap meant both parties would sell a portion of their shares to each other. A symbolic gesture of partnership. Bai Yang nodded, accepting Tony's goodwill without hesitation. Before, he might have worried about staffing issues. But ever since Red Queen joined, the entire production process could be run without human oversight. Robots could easily take over. As long as the products were manufactured and sold, the lure of profit would render any attempts at sabotage from capital interests ineffective. Ethan, on the other hand, only needed to recruit sales personnel, legal experts, and insurance agents. Much of the client information could be handed over to Red Queen, who would send robots to handle it directly. There was no need to hire assembly line workers or engineers at all. As the banquet went on, the guests gradually realized the deeper significance behind Tony Stark's gathering. Many approached Ethan, eager to exchange business cards and make connections. The event continued until 11 o'clock. Gradually, the crowd dispersed, leaving behind an empty hall and leftover food. As expected, the next day, Biomedical Technologies and Stark Industries were once again headline news. After months of quiet, Bai Yang himself appeared on the radar of some high-ranking government officials. But at that moment, Bai Yang was with Ethan, scouting locations for the new factory. With no need to recruit workers, there was also no need to build a cafeteria or dormitories. All that was required was an assembly line for manufacturing by robots. The first step was for Bai Yang to design a chip containing all the knowledge of construction. Another chip would oversee the internal assembly line. Next came the creation of the robotic assembly line itself, dedicated to producing work robots, which would save significant time compared to manual labor. In the initial stage, however, a small team would be hired to set up a compact assembly line. Once operational, Red Queen would take over, programming the robots for production and embedding the work chips as the next step. Once the construction robots were ready, building, molding, and interior decoration commenced. A week later, on a barren piece of land, a building with striking black and white patterns covering 4,500 square meters stood completed. Most of the robots then received new programming to manufacture equipment, install it within the factory, and set up the main by robot assembly line. A small team of robots continued building the laboratory. After a month, the by factory and laboratory were finally complete, and production could officially begin. Because the materials had been prepared months in advance, and with the tireless work of the robots, these tasks were completed in no time. As for where the money came from, all the funds from the many people who had pre-ordered to buy online were invested here, along with the increasing profits from the chip factory for the combat robots. This was more than enough to build the Dubai factory and laboratory. However, the materials needed to create the space teleportation device were extremely difficult to find. In the end, it was Tony who helped purchase them. Now that both the materials and the equipment were ready, it was time to begin constructing the space teleportation device. Nearly 2 more months passed. In Big Apple City, the news that Tony was Iron Man remained as hot as ever, and fans tried every possible way to corner him each day. That day, he had just finished hosting a technology exhibition for his company and was about to head home when he noticed a blonde woman waiting by his car. "Mr. Stark, you are ordered to appear before the Senate Armed Services Committee. The time is 9 o'clock sharp tomorrow morning." She was there to serve him a subpoena. "And please bring Bai Yang with you." "Bai Yang? Why do they want him?" Tony frowned as he handed the subpoena over to Happy. "He's been found in possession of special weapons, but we haven't been able to locate him. He disappeared off the Pacific coast a few days ago," she explained. "He really knows how to keep moving." Tony couldn't help but quip. Last time, he'd followed Tony all the way to Afghanistan. Now, with summer vacation here, he'd vanished without a trace. "How far is it from here to Washington?" "Over 300 kilometers. Tony jumped into his sports car and drove straight to Washington. The next day, they arrived at the Senate Armed Services Committee just in time. Inside, the committee members and reporters were already in place. Tony was the last to arrive. He took his assigned seat casually, paying no mind to the committee members above. Instead, he started chatting with Pepper. "Mr. Stark, would you pay attention to my remarks, please?" The chairman of the committee, a man with a kindly face, looked somewhat embarrassed as he watched Tony's indifference. "May I ask why Bai Yang didn't come with you?" He composed himself and continued. Tony looked at him. "Why are you asking me? You two are close, but not so close that I'd bring him along like a parent escorting a child to this grand, solemn hearing," Tony replied, gesturing mockingly around the room. His meaning was clear. They were being shameless, trying to drag a child into such a meeting. "You both possess special weapons." "I do not, and a kid certainly wouldn't." Tony flatly denied the accusation. "Iron Man counts as a weapon," the chairman insisted, pulling out a photograph. "And there's this." The photograph captured Bai Yang soaring through the night sky, carried by his steel wings. The image was originally a bit blurry, but after some restoration, Bai Yang's face could be seen clearly. "No, my invention is not a weapon," Tony retorted. "Then how would you describe it?" The chairman of the council leaned forward, pressing for an answer. "Before I answer that, I have something to clarify. The mechanical wings on that kid's back are also my invention. What proof do you have? I don't need proof. These are all my creations. Whatever I say they are, that's what they are. Tony replied flatly. Fine, then what do you say they are? The chairman didn't linger on the point and continued his questioning. They're advanced prosthetics and flight devices. Tony's explanation drew laughter from those around him. Iron Man compared to a prosthetic limb. What a joke. They're weapons, plain and simple. Our priority is to place them in the hands of the people of the beautiful country, the chairman said, frowning. Don't even think about it. I am Iron Man. Giving them up would be the same as giving up myself. Even if you force me into slavery or something worse, I wouldn't hand them over. His words were a sharp insult, as if calling the other side a prostitute. Seeing that the conversation was going nowhere, the other party could only summon Justin Hammer, the boss of Hammer Industries. Next, Colonel Rhodes, Tony's friend, stepped forward to speak. But Tony was already prepared. He hacked into the computer system and broadcasted Hammer Industries' recent embarrassing failed experiments for all to see. Though Hammer Industries had acquired some of Bai Yang's technology, building a functioning robot was clearly no simple task, especially when they tried to add weapon systems. Every attempt ended in failure. In the end, Tony emerged victorious. Not only did he protect his own rights, but he also safeguarded Bai Yang's interests. Meanwhile, Bai Yang had completed the spatial teleportation device. Now, he was voyaging through the ocean, mesmerized by the scenery. Beneath the waves, a dreamlike sight for those used to life on land. Especially when sunlight filtered down, the view resembled a painting. However, Bai Yang, clad in his specially designed suit, only ventured to depths of about 300 meters. Any deeper, and the suit might not withstand the pressure. And besides, Bai Yang harbored an inexplicable dread of the dark ocean depths. His goal this time was to find an uninhabited island to serve as his base. Though he considered building a hive beneath Big Apple City, this world was not the same as that of Resident Evil. Constructing a hive beneath the city would be far too dangerous. So, he needed to locate a hidden, deserted island as his base of operations. At the moment, he carried half of the spatial device with him, stored safely in his spatial storage unit. With all the necessary data at hand, it had taken a little over a month to construct the spatial teleportation device. Soon, Bai Yang drifted aimlessly off course, sailing onward into the boundless expanse of the sea. But the novelty of life at sea lasted only a week before Bai Yang found himself losing all enthusiasm for the journey. If it weren't for the Red Queen's company, Bai Yang would have been overwhelmed by the vast, desolate ocean and its profound loneliness long ago. He had no idea how much time had passed. At some point, he snatched a cod from the depths, soared into the air, and heated his palm to cook the fish with a quick, makeshift preparation. As he ate, he squinted into the distance, lost in thought. All the while, he chatted idly with the Red Queen to pass the time. Suddenly, something caught his eye. He stared in astonishment, eyes wide. He tossed the half-eaten fish aside and increased his jet propulsion, speeding toward a shadow far off in the distance. Red Queen, scan the area ahead with no limitations. Check if there's an island out there. Acknowledge. Soon, the Red Queen's voice rang out again. 1,562 meters ahead, I have detected an island covering 230,000 square kilometers. Projecting the image for you now. A red light glowed above Bai Yang's head, projecting an image of the island in front of him. Technically, it was more of an archipelago, but the islands clustered so closely together they seemed as one. At the center stood an extinct volcano, surrounded by lush, abundant plant life. The soil around the volcano was fertile, rich in minerals, and the terrain was remarkably flat, making it an ideal location for building a base. After searching for so long, I've finally found it. Bai Yang gazed ahead, excitement shining in his eyes. He had spent so much time flying over the ocean that it felt as if he might be sick. Now at last, he had found an island perfect for construction. When Bai Yang reached the island, untamed as a primeval forest, he hovered in midair. Red Queen, scan the entire island for signs of life. Understood, scanning now. Taking advantage of the weight, Bai Yang began to circle the island for a closer look. At its heart was the extinct volcano, the surrounding vegetation thriving with life. To the west, just past a small hill, lay a shimmering lake. To the east, an unbroken chain of mountains. To the south, a sheer cliff cut off one part of the island. And to the north, like the left side, there were mountains, though these sloped more gently. Life forms detected. Screening for humanoid characteristics, none found. The Red Queen's scan was complete. Select a suitable location for construction. Selecting now. A 3D model of the island appeared before Bai Yang. Selection complete. Location, northwest, at the edge of the lake. Ultimately, the chosen spot was to the north, where the terrain was gentle and not far from the western lake. Mark this location. Marked. Please provide a name. Fangxing Technology Island. Bai Yang's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he gazed at his new island. Afterwards, Bai Yang took out the other half of the spatial device from his storage and placed it in a flat, open area. He released the 3 modular units he'd brought, detaching them from his armor. They floated forward and joined together on empty ground. As a central light flared to life, a swirling halo appeared at the center of the circle. Once the spatial teleportation device was assembled, Bai Yang instructed Red Queen to begin transporting materials from the laboratory back in Big Apple City. With the remaining funds, he could only build a simple base for now. The rest would have to wait until the Bai went online for sale. Once the money started flowing in, he could expand the base as needed. The spatial device at the lab had already been installed. Red Queen directed several robots to step into the device, instantly transporting them to Fangxing Technology Island. The moment the robots entered, they reappeared before Bai Yang. Their appearance still reflected Bai Yang's usual aesthetic, sleek, silver-white exteriors. However, since these were for construction, their joints had been reinforced with hydraulic mechanisms to handle heavy loads. Next came building materials and equipment. One small truck after another drove in from the far side. By now, the robots had already picked up their tools and begun surveying and marking the site. Meanwhile, Bai Yang started deploying drones to begin exploring the island. Once the situation on the island had more or less stabilized, Bai Yang glanced at the robots, which had finished their survey and were now leveling the ground. Their first task was to construct a simple barrier around the teleportation device, something they could finish in a single day, to guard against wild animals wandering in or sudden changes in the weather. Back at the lab, robots were being manufactured and sent over to the island in a steady stream to help clear and prepare the land. To be honest, Bai Yang was already thinking about selling weapons. He now had robots, electromagnetic arrowheads, micro-robots, and viral symbiotes at his disposal. If he wanted, he could even produce crawlers, abominations, or parasites. If any of these were sold, the money would pour in like a river: satellite launches, virtual reality facilities, underwater hive structures, bioinstruments. None of these would be a challenge once he had the funds. But for now, it was just wishful thinking. Bai Yang wouldn't make any bold moves until he had the power to threaten a nation. He'd keep his head down. Taking calculated risks was fine, but he couldn't afford to get reckless. Besides, at his age, there was no need to rush things. So, his main priority was to develop the biomedical technology company. First, to launch and sell the Bai robot, and then to begin research on a side-effect-free T-virus. In fact, the very fact that the T-virus could be eliminated meant the goal of removing its side effects wasn't far off. Moreover, biotechnology in this world was already quite advanced. Captain America, Spider-Man, Green Goblin, Black Widow, and Black Panther, all of them underwent changes at the genetic level. Then there are things like the extremist virus, all of which demonstrate the vast scope of the biotechnology tree. Of course, judging by Alice's case, the T-virus not only enhances the human body, granting near immortality, but can even trigger the evolution of superpowers. In his possession, he held the complete records Dr. Isaacs used to create Alice, as well as Alicia's genetic makeup. Yet he hadn't decided when to initiate the Alice project. Watching the busy robots, Bai Yang left behind a segment of the Red Queen's programming, donned his suit, and took off toward the Big Apple. The teleportation device had only been used for transporting inanimate objects. Pressed for time, Bai Yang hadn't conducted any human trials. Although he'd optimized it compared to the one Professor Callahan built in the world of Big Hero 6, Bai Yang wouldn't risk human testing without absolute certainty. This uninhabited island, lost in the endless vastness of the Pacific, was yet to be discovered by the world, but now it belonged to Bai Yang. Meanwhile, there was breaking news once again in the heart of the Big Apple. Stark Industries announced that its new CEO would be Pepper Potts. At the same time, the Monaco NASCAR Grand Prix was about to begin. The NASCAR race is a symbol of American spirit. Cars speeding above 180 miles an hour around a crowded oval track, where crashes are inevitable, making it a thrilling spectacle. With fierce competition, danger, and excitement, the event drew crowds from all over to Monaco that day. Justin Hammer and others were no exception. That very afternoon, another headline hit the news. Tony Stark was attacked on the Monaco racetrack. Photos and videos started playing across every screen. In the footage, a man in a mechanic's jumpsuit broke onto the track, revealing his upper body clad in a crude mechanical exoskeleton. Suddenly, electric whips sprang from both hands, lashing out at the speeding race cars. Tony Stark's car was struck and flipped within seconds. In the nick of time, a Rolls-Royce barreled onto the track, arriving just as needed. Then, like a swarm of insects, countless small drones flew out of the car, swarming toward Tony. Before the next whip could strike, the Iron Man's suit snapped into place. A fierce battle ensued. Whiplash was defeated and arrested. At that moment, Bayang stood atop a rocky outcrop, swapping out the energy core in his chest as he glanced at the news. Red Queen, how much longer until we arrive? 69 hours. That's not bad. We shouldn't be too late. With the energy core replaced, Bayang continued flying over the sea. 3 days later, Bayang returned to the company. During this time, Tony had sent all sorts of things to Ethan: materials, design blueprints, money, and more, almost as if he were a generous benefactor eager to distribute his wealth. But Ethan refused every single offer. Recently, a batch of Baymax robots had been produced, and after a round of testing, the plan was to deliver them, in order, to the customers who had already placed deposits. Once the robots were delivered and the clients paid the remaining balance, there would be another substantial sum flowing into the company's account. However, for now, Baymax hadn't been divided into different models, nor had it reached the general public. Bayang intended to wait until everything was running smoothly before officially announcing a price cut, lowering the cost of Baymax's AI and materials, making it more affordable for ordinary people. But at this stage, everything was still in its infancy. As soon as he returned, Bayang headed straight for the lab and began programming chip software. Once the various programs were finished, he handed them over to Red Queen. To be honest, without Red Queen, he couldn't imagine just how long he would be bogged down in this work. But now, things were so much easier. He only needed to upload the initial programs to Red Queen, and she would take care of the rest. Bayang had no intention of bringing in a big team. With Ethan and Red Queen, that was more than enough. With production ramping up, once there were enough Baymax units, Ethan began notifying those at the front of the reservation list to come and pick theirs up. Just as the uproar over Tony's recent attack had barely settled, the news of Baymax Medical Technologies releasing their robots hit the headlines and sparked a fresh wave of excitement. The customers who had pre-ordered a Baymax robot never expected to receive the finished product so soon. In their minds, it would take at least another year before Baymax hit the market. But getting their Baymax early was a pleasant surprise, especially since their kids had been begging for one every single day. And the children's excitement wasn't just fueled by the movie, but also by a viral video online. The video showed an adorable, oversized Baymax robot walking a child to school, the child being none other than Peter. With Baymax medical robots newly launched, even many companies from Stark Industries sent their congratulations. Sales were smooth sailing all the way. Posters of Baymax robots soon appeared all over New Apple City. In the city center's shopping malls, giant screens played Baymax robot introductions on a loop. Photos of Baymax robots out and about on city streets were uploaded online, sparking envy everywhere. While New Apple City was still caught up in the Baymax craze, another headline hit the news. Hammer Industries announced a new partnership with the military to develop Iron robots. Iron Man would no longer be the only one of his kind. The exhibition was set to take place at the Central Stadium. With that, New Apple City only grew more vibrant and bustling. On Bai Yang's side, he had basically finished transmitting all the construction protocols to Red Queen, and as long as materials kept coming in, the expansion of the base and the big white factory was essentially stable. At last, he could step away and truly enjoy the final days of his vacation. After running a thorough check of the laboratory's safety and security systems, he realized it was already evening. Stepping out of the lab, Bayang stretched beneath a sky glittering with stars. He pulled out his phone to leave some instructions for Ethan, then dialed Aunt May. Sitting on the lawn in front of the laboratory, Bayang made the call. The line connected quickly, but the background was filled with noise and excitement. "Where are you guys?" Bayang asked, curiosity in his voice. "We're at the sports center," Aunt May replied loudly into the phone. "The sports center? What are you doing there? There isn't a sports meet today, is there?" Bayang asked, puzzled. "Hammer Industries is holding an Iron Mech exhibition here today. Peter's been clamoring to come ever since he heard about it." Aunt May herself wasn't much interested in these iron machines, but Peter had insisted on attending. The Hammer exhibition? Bayang frowned, thinking for a moment. Is it some kind of weaponized robot showcase? That's right. By the way, are you still busy? We were hoping to go on a family trip, but now it's all ruined. She grumbled to Bayang. Let's not worry about that now. Take Peter and leave the place immediately. Something dangerous is about to happen, Bayang said urgently, suiting up as he headed toward the sports center. Danger? What kind of danger? Aunt May asked, glancing around at the cheering crowd and the sudden arrival of Iron Man, confusion in her voice. Just as Bayang soared through the air, about to say more, a wave of panicked screams and the thunder of explosions erupted from the other end of the call. Aunt May, Aunt May, Bayang called out several times, but received no answer. Red Queen, breach Hammer Industries' internal systems and take control of all their robots. Initiating breach, came the prompt reply. Meanwhile, the sports center had descended into chaos. Everyone who came for the exhibition was now surging toward the exits in a frantic rush. Up in the sky, several flying robots traced white trails as they chased Iron Man, unleashing bursts of fire in his direction. Yet there was a small measure of relief for Bai Yang. On the ground, a few white, rotund figures in armored suits had joined the fight against the rogue machines. Some had formed rescue teams, tending to the injured and helping people to safety. Red Queen, status update. I have penetrated Hammer Industries' mainframe and am contesting control of their systems. Progress is at 23%, Red Queen reported promptly. At that same moment, Vanko, deep within Hammer Industries, frowned as he stared at the chaotic streams of code on his monitor. He tried to force a rescue, but against the vast computational power of the Red Queen, it was completely futile. Sensing that something was very wrong, he decisively donned his battle armor and rushed to the scene. Glancing at Iron Man, who was firing off fireworks with his robots all around, Bayang turned away and began searching for Peter and Aunt May. It's really heartbreaking. You're not even a fan of your big bro, Bayang murmured with a hint of teasing as he spotted Peter in the crowd, wearing an Iron Man helmet. Without hesitation, Bayang dove down swiftly. With a casual shot, he pierced the robot that was about to attack, then scooped Peter into his arms. Peter, still wearing his backpack, squirmed uneasily in by Yang's embrace. "It's me, Peter," Bayang called out, and Peter's struggling body gradually calmed. Just then, a communication came through. "Hey, Bayang, you got here just in time. Leave the ground robots to you. I'll handle the ones in the sky." Tony's delighted voice rang out. "Hang in there a bit longer. I'm almost able to take back control of all the robots." At this moment, Bayang carried Peter over to a panic-stricken Aunt May. "Ms. May, are you all right?" "Oh my God, Peter," she exclaimed, hugging Peter tightly in her arms. With a glance at the towering Baymax nearby, Bayang turned his attention to the robots still attacking Iron Man. Just as he was about to step forward and attack, all the robots suddenly froze in place. Progress at 100%. Control overridden, the Red Queen reported. All suits without a human pilot. Initiate self-destruct sequence. Warning, explosives detected inside. Self-destruction could endanger nearby civilians. Scanning for open areas will concentrate destruction there. Scanning in progress. Rhodey, who had been chasing after Iron Man, halted his assault. "Tony, it's all settled. Vanko is all yours." With that, the Red Queen had already located a suitable area and was directing all the military robots to head there. At the same time, Vanko, now armored up, approached Iron Man. Controlling his whiplash suit, Vanko engaged Iron Man in close combat. The two improved electric whips not only disrupted Iron Man's sensors, but their searing heat was also tearing through his defensive armor. Unfortunately, Iron Man was once again ensnared by the electric whips. Unlike last time, this time the current directly scrambled his circuits, leaving him completely trapped. As Iron Man struggled in vain, Vanko yanked him close, towering over him with a menacing glare. "You've lost," Vanko declared, raising his faceplate to reveal a vicious grin. "No, you're the one who's lost." As Vanko's helmet opened, a streak of blue light flashed across Tony's suit. It was the electromagnetic arrowhead. The blue light reflected in Vanko's pupils, and a tiny hole appeared in his forehead. Bang! Tony shoved him to the ground, ripping off his slightly damaged helmet and tossing it aside. "This thing is really handy," he remarked, tilting his head as he eyed the plasma laser at the tip of the electromagnetic arrowhead. Just then, a violent explosion erupted, and a dazzling burst of fireworks lit up the Big Apple City. The blast was so intense that it seemed to make the ground tremble. "Looks like you don't need my help after all." Rhodey landed War Machine in front of Tony, glancing at Vanko, whose forehead now bore a bloody hole. Sports Center. The once orderly arena was now in complete disarray. Everyone had fled, and the injured had been carried off to the hospital by the Baymax robots. At the main entrance, 3 figures in battle suits stood together. "Looks like you found a substitute for Palladium," Bayang observed, eyeing the newly triangular reactor in Tony's chest. "Yes, I discovered a new element." The breakthrough felt like a new lease on life, filling Stark with clarity and relief. "Congratulations, but you look like a mess right now," Bayang said, pointing to Tony's battered armor, scorched and melted by Whiplash's high-voltage attacks. "This is what being a hero looks like. Want to join me?" Tony replied with a breezy smile. "No thanks, I have enough on my plate," Bayang declined outright. His own work was just getting on track. He hardly had time to run around saving the world. Besides, he preferred using technology to help others, rather than charging in himself. "Sounds like someone's busy falling in love," Tony teased. "It's nighttime, but I'm standing here in a silver battle suit." Rhodey, who had been quietly observing, finally chimed in with a deadpan comment. "Oh, I thought you went back to make your report," Tony said, glancing at him in surprise. "By the way, my brother's a big fan. can I get her autograph? Bai Yang suddenly produced a pen and paper, handing them to Tony. Tony looked at the pen and paper in surprise. Where'd you pull these from? Found them on the ground, just now. You know, you ought to prepare something nice, or your brother might not appreciate it, Tony said as he signed his name carefully. He can toss it for all I care, Bai Yang replied, snatching the autograph and curling his lip in mock annoyance. Tony Stark grinned smugly. I feel like I'm just part of the background, Rhodey remarked, his voice muffled by his armor. At that moment, an Audi sports car roared up and screeched to a stop in front of them. Natasha climbed out, visibly annoyed. Who just hacked into the Hammer drone control mainframe? They rushed frantically into the heart of Hammer Industries, overcoming obstacle after obstacle, finally reaching the main control room. But not only was the person they were searching for nowhere to be found, all the robots' programs had been altered and destroyed. In other words, their efforts had been in vain. It was me, Bai Yang said, waving at the woman in the bodysuit. You infiltrated Hammer Industries? She looked at Bai Yang's youthful face, unable to believe it. No, I hacked in remotely. If you'd handled things yourselves, who knows what kind of chaos would have erupted in Big Apple City? That's impossible. Their systems are single-line controlled. How could anyone possibly hack in? She simply couldn't believe it. As long as there's communication, I'll find a way, Bai Yang replied, though he didn't mention the Red Queen. Natasha frowned, but found herself unable to refute him. Soon, Pepper hurried over to Tony, her face filled with worry. My family is probably worried about me, so I'll head home. Seeing that the crisis had passed, Bai Yang smiled at them, turned around, and soared away. One after another, War Machine, Rhodey, and Black Widow, Natasha, also departed, leaving only Pepper and Tony behind. Though the incident had a profound impact, thanks to the timely intervention of the Baymax robots, and the fact that the robots' targets were all Iron Man, casualties were kept to a minimum. Baymax Medical Technologies happened to be located not far from the stadium, and some people at the venue had brought Baymax with them, allowing rescue efforts to begin immediately. However, faced with stray bullets and fire, several Baymax units without protective armor were still damaged. The next day, the city's newspapers were once again abuzz with activity. Articles that had originally praised Hammer Industries' army of robots were now all rewritten to highlight the dangers they posed. But many news outlets also noticed the Baymax robots who had come to the rescue at the scene. With a few tweaks, Hammer Industries. Stories were transformed into features about Baymax, and fresh new articles were quickly published, seizing the opportunity. In no time, Baymax became the nation's most beloved icon, able to watch children, protect people, with a lovable appearance and the role of a personal nurse. Who wouldn't love Baymax? But when many people saw the price tag, all they could do was sigh with longing. At that moment, Baymax Medical Technologies released another announcement, promising to lower production costs and reduce the price. The most affordable Baymax now cost about as much as a car. They also issued another statement. The Baymax units clad in armor, just like in the animated films, would not be for sale. They would only be used for defense and rescue missions. If possible, a select few might be gifted to those who had made outstanding contributions to society. For the wealthy who had hoped to purchase one, the company's firm stance left them with no choice but to give up. Meanwhile, Bai Yang returned home and watched as Peter excitedly gazed at Iron Man's autograph all day long. Shaking his head in resignation, Bai Yang left the house, out of sight, out of mind. He returned to the lab once more and began upgrading the power source for the battlesuit. Tony had already sent him the newly discovered element, so the previously used palladium-based energy core could finally be replaced. This new element had been devised by Howard Stark, inspired by his research into the energy structure of the cosmic cube, and it was likely related to the concept of space. The cosmic cube itself was not only capable of opening portals, but had also been harnessed in the development of weaponry. As a gesture of gratitude, Bai Yang decided to create a set of bioarmor for Tony. The robots worked with remarkable efficiency. On Fanxing Technology Island, the surface buildings were nearly finished and still expanding. Now, some robots had been dispatched beneath the waves to begin constructing an underwater hive. Meanwhile, in the lab, a smaller hive was being built underground, serving as a support point and temporary site for T-virus research. So now, his workload included developing a new energy source, crafting the bioarmor, and researching the T-virus. The construction and production could be left entirely to the Red Queen. And once the buildings were completed, launching satellites into space would become the next priority. It seemed that ever since returning from the world of Resident Evil, his schedule had become packed once more. About a week later, inside the main laboratory, a humanoid figure, its entire form a deep, spectral blue streaked with red lines, stood within the sealed chamber. Red Queen, bring up the power test target. Bai Yang's voice sounded from inside the armored suit. With that command, A target shaped like a tumbler doll slowly rose from the floor of the sealed room. Bai Yang adjusted his stance, knees bent, then lashed out with a punch aimed squarely at the target. There was a resounding crash as the target caved in from the force of the blow, a powerful shockwave bursting outward. Numbers began to flicker across the wall in front of him. At last, the figures settled. 1,780 kilograms. This was a significant leap in strength compared to the suits crafted during the Resident Evil incident, now rivaling the power of a fully grown grizzly bear. Next came tests for speed, reflexes, and jumping ability. For this version, he once again used cloned Alice cells, rather than the genetic material cloned from Alicia's genes. Although Bai Yang had cultivated Alice's genes from Alicia's DNA, according to Isaac's data, he had not yet conducted experiments. Control remained uncertain, and it was too risky to deploy them for now. Thus, for the moment, he could only proceed with bioarmor made from cloned cells. Incoming call. Contact. Tony Stark. Would you like to answer? The Red Queen's announcement interrupted Bai Yang's testing. Put him through, Bai Yang replied, halting his movements. The armor covering him shimmered like liquid, flowing away to form the blue Umbrella Corporation logo on the back of his hand. Hey, Bai Yang, there's someone who wants to meet you. Are you coming? Tony asked directly over the call. Who wants to see me? Tony glanced at the man in front of him, who wore an eye patch and looked a bit like a hard-boiled egg. The Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. He rattled off the name in one breath. Bai Yang was momentarily taken aback. I'm the director of this organization. We've been keeping an eye on you for a long time, and protecting you as well, Fury said coolly. Protecting me? All right, I think I know who you people are now. I'll be right there. Bai Yang thought for a moment, nodded, and prepared to hang up and leave the lab. No, there's already someone waiting for you outside, Fury reminded him at that moment. All right, I was hoping to fly over, Bai Yang shrugged, grabbed a basic version of his biotech suit, and left the lab. As he stepped out the door, a black car was already waiting for him. Bai Yang strode over, opened the passenger door, and slid in. Hey, uncle, you here to pick me up? Yes, the man replied with a stern nod. Buckle up. We're heading out, he said, already starting the car. Already buckled in. By the way, are you an agent? Bai Yang asked, curiosity in his voice. The man said nothing, his gaze fixed grimly on the road ahead. Are you keeping quiet to avoid spilling any secrets? Silence. Do you have any family? Do you miss them? Ever written a will? Have you ever tried cross-dressing? Bai Yang peppered him with questions, but the agent remained stone-faced, only his twitching brow betraying his growing impatience. So, where exactly are you taking me? Why do we have to go to such a remote place, just for a meeting? Bai Yang suddenly realized that the car had left the city center and was heading toward a secluded area on the outskirts. A sense of unease crept over him. Hey, is Fury with you right now? Bai Yang started to call, but before he could finish, his combat prediction chip blared a warning. The agent beside him was reaching for a gun. Well, looks like those rumors about S.H.I.E.L.D. being a snake pit weren't so far off. Faced with this, the palm of Bai Yang's hand, marked with the umbrella logo, released a surge of blue liquid, instantly wrapping around the agent's wrist. F. The agent's gun hand was twisted with a sickening snap. He let out a painful cry, but then his expression hardened. With his other hand, he let go of the steering wheel and swung it straight at Bai Yang's face. But the biotech suit's combat prediction system had already mapped out his attack. The suit finished covering Bai Yang in an instant, and with a sharp crack, Bai Yang smashed the agent's head clean out the car window. At this moment, the driver's seat had also lost control, and the car crashed straight into a tree, coming to a stop. The impact made the tree shake violently. After getting out of the car, Bai Yang glanced at the unconscious agent he had knocked out with a single punch, phone in hand. He pulled out his phone. Director Fury, it looks like you'll be arranging a funeral for your agent soon. What happened? Fury's voice was low and tense. This driver, I have no idea where he was trying to take me. Why try to call you? He suddenly pulled out a gun. If it weren't for Tony, I'd have thought you sent him to kill me, Bai Yang said, retrieving a device from his pocket and pressing it against the agent's head. A punch like that would have killed any ordinary person instantly. The fact that this agent was still alive spoke volumes about his physical training. After all, he was a special agent. But even now, he was barely clinging to life. Bai Yang was now trying to extract his memories. He had upgraded the memory extraction technology from the world of biochemistry. Now, it could pull memories even from the unconscious. My name is Kelvin Darren. That's the name I've had since birth. I never met my parents. The first thing I saw when I opened my eyes was an old man with a kindly face. He taught me, from a young age, the skills of assassination, intelligence gathering, poison, and disguise. During my lessons, he would passionately tell me the history and ideology of Hydra, always with that fervent look in his eyes. He believed Hydra was great, and so did I. Around the age of 18, he sent me into an organization where I began carrying out missions, always deeply hidden, waiting for orders from the organization. Today, I was assigned to pick up a high school student. When I received the mission, my Hydra identity was once again activated. The task was to deliver that student to a Hydra base. Once I completed it, I could return to Hydra, return to the arms of the great organization. Hail Hydra! Cut off one head, and two more shall take its place. Staring at the now lifeless agent, Bai Yang put away the memory extraction device. Looks like I've stumbled onto something big, he muttered. In the agent's memories, Bai Yang had glimpsed a pair of siblings locked in a cell. Could they be the Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver? Yet, Bai Yang hesitated about whether to go to the base where he was supposed to be taken. After thinking it over, he decided to just give the base's location to Fury. As for the base in the memory, there was no indication of its region. Bai Yang was at a loss. He moved away from the agent's body, climbed up a tree, and waited idly. Fury's face was grim as he looked at his phone, while Tony, on the other end, wore an amused, almost mocking expression. Looks like you've got a rat in your house, Tony quipped. He no longer worried about Bai Yang's safety. With Bai Yang's cautious nature, it would be difficult for anything to go wrong. Meanwhile, Fury ignored him, lowered his head, and thought for a moment before picking up the phone and dialing again. Coulson, where are you now? He asked in a grave tone. I just left the city. Is there a problem, Director? I need you to head to the southeastern suburbs outside the city. Agent Kelvin has betrayed us, but he's already dead. I need you to pick someone up. No problem. Coulson nodded and turned his car at the next intersection. If you meet him, see if you can recruit him to join us as a reserve member. But I'm supposed to be on my way to Mexico. Take him with you. He's just a kid. I trust you can handle it, Fury ordered. A kid? Is it Bai Yang? Coulson immediately guessed the target. Yes. Originally, I was supposed to recruit him together with Stark, but I didn't expect Agent Kelvin to betray us. To be safe, I could only turn to you. At that moment, Natasha had been sent west to recruit the Hulk. The others were either busy or not trustworthy enough. Only Coulson happened to be passing by. With just a kid, he was confident Coulson could manage. All right, Coulson agreed, though he couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Bai Yang sat atop a tree trunk, eyes alertly scanning his surroundings. Soon, a middle-aged man with a noticeably high hairline arrived at the scene. Coulson stepped out of the car to find no one in sight. Instantly, he drew his pistol and was on guard. He glanced at the car, crashed into the tree trunk. It was one of their agency's vehicles, the kind that wasn't worth much. Carefully, he circled past the car and looked down at the corpse with a sunken cheek, frowning at the sight. He looked around, but saw no sign of the child. Are you looking for me? Bai Yang's voice sounded from above his head. Startled, Coulson took a few quick steps back, raising his pistol toward the person sitting on the tree trunk. You're not here to kill me too, are you? Bai Yang arched his brows with mock suspicion. No, I'm here to pick you up. Why are you up in a tree? Recognizing Bai Yang, Coulson holstered his pistol, though a hint of caution remained. Bai Yang leapt down from the tree, landing lightly on his feet. It's easier to keep watch from up there. Coulson's eyes widened briefly at the sight of Bai Yang's bioarmor, but he quickly extended his hand politely. Hello, I'm Phil Coulson, agent of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. I'm Bai Yang replied, and upon hearing Coulson's name, couldn't help glancing at his hairline. Our conversation from here on will be on behalf of the director. Please cooperate with the arrangements, Coulson said, maintaining his smile. And what if I don't? Bai Yang asked, a spark of curiosity in his eyes. If that's the case, I'll have to tie you to the roof and drive you all the way to Mexico. The car's suspension isn't great, you know. Hearing this, Bai Yang glanced at the lifeless agent on the ground. Between you and him, who's tougher? I'd invite you to sit inside my car, Coulson replied, his gaze softening as he looked at the harmless, youthful face before him. He reminded himself that he was still just a kid, one who deserved some leniency. Satisfied, Bai Yang climbed into the passenger seat. After fastening his seatbelt, he peered through the windshield at the abandoned car and the corpse, and asked curiously, Aren't you going to take care of all that? I've got another assignment. There's no time to deal with it now. Someone else will come clean up, Coulson replied as he finished snapping photos and slid into the driver's seat. You're not planning to take me along on your mission, are you? Bai Yang asked in surprise. That's exactly it. It worked out well. I was able to pick you up along the way. The director's already assigned your case to me, Coulson explained. By now, the car had started moving. Your director sure knows how to make things easy for himself, Bai Yang muttered under his breath. There's a file in the glove compartment in front of you. You can take a look at it first, Coulson said, unfazed by the complaint. He'd just written up on the fly while waiting in the car. I think we should talk about the attack on me. Bai Yang already had a pretty good idea of what was in the file and wasn't interested. Instead, he wondered if he might be able to squeeze something out of them. I'm sorry. We honestly had no idea there was a spy in the agency, Coulson said, his apology sincere. To protect myself, I think I'll need some durable metal, Bai Yang said, playing it up. What exactly do you want? Coulson asked, curious. It'd be Fury's problem anyway, not his. Adamantium. How do you know about that? Coulson was clearly surprised, but then something clicked. It was Logan Howlett, wasn't it? That's right. Can you guys give me a set? Bai Yang nodded, eyes on him. I'll have to check with Director Fury. Well, I was hoping to get a gift for Tony, but it looks like that's not happening anymore, Bai Yang said with a hint of regret from the passenger seat. I think you should take a look at the assessment form I prepared for you, Coulson reminded him, noticing Bai Yang hadn't opened the glove compartment yet. All right, let's see, Bai Yang replied, opening the compartment and pulling out the report. Personality assessment. Domineering, with a strong sense of territoriality. Bai Yang read the first line, then couldn't help but look at Coulson. Is this your assessment of me? You really think domineering fits me? No, that's from Director Fury, Coulson said, shaking his head. Bai Yang continued reading. Loves peace, loves family, loves to help others. This kind of praise makes me blush a little. He chuckled apologetically and kept reading, but too young, immature, overly naive, needs focused guidance. After finishing, Bai Yang looked up at Coulson once more. Being young is perfectly normal, Coulson said, his tone understanding. Bai Yang gave a short laugh, then put the sheet back and glanced at the next section. Superpower Alliance Recruitment Assessment. Just reading the title left Bai Yang a bit stunned. So you guys really want me to become a superpowered agent? That's just an assessment. Until we find someone who can properly supervise you, you won't be joining, Coulson explained. All right. As expected, the final note marked him as a reserve member. When did you start paying attention to me? Bai Yang asked as he put the assessment report away. Ever since Peter started hanging out with you, we've been keeping an eye on you, Coulson replied, suddenly realizing that having another person along wasn't so bad. At least he'd have someone to talk on the road. Peter Parker's parents were researchers working with us. But after their research results came out, somehow word got out. They died in a plane crash. And to keep their son safe from anyone who might want to harm him, we assigned special protection. That's when we discovered your unique abilities. Well, I guess we were pretty lucky not to run into any traitors. Bai Yang joked. Coulson fell silent for a moment. After all, they had just encountered a traitor not long ago. Go on then. Why did you say you were protecting me? Bai Yang pressed. After you built the combat robot, even though you're underage and neither the government nor the military would seize your work lightly, people in Hell's Kitchen, along with some ill-intentioned mutants, all tried to get their hands on what you'd made. We even had to increase your security because of it. The value of that combat robot goes far beyond just fighting, Coulson said, his tone serious and sincere. Bai Yang had already expected this. Ever since he developed the sensor, he'd noticed the people lurking around him. Still, he'd always played dumb, keeping up his act, occasionally letting slip just enough to stay in character. So, I guess it wouldn't make sense for me not to join you? No. Protecting you is part of our responsibility. You really don't need to feel pressured about it, Coulson replied with a warm smile. All right, then why did you bring me out here? Don't tell me, it's just to inform me I'm a reserve for the Superpower Alliance. Bai Yang let out a breath as he spoke. That was the original plan, but now you need to come with me to Mexico for work. It's time for you to get some hands-on experience. I'll pass on the whole reservist thing. Maybe I'll think about it once I'm an adult, Bai Yang considered for a moment, then shook his head in refusal. He had a mountain of his own problems to deal with. There was no time to go playing hero. Of course, if you ever need my help with anything, you can come find me. After all, they had helped protect his peaceful life. It wouldn't feel right to just act as if nothing had happened. Besides, when it came to buying or selling things, they were often the ones who could make connections. After all, there were plenty of materials that money alone couldn't buy. I'll let the director know. Honestly, I think you have great potential. Wherever you go, I hope you'll always stick to your principles. I will. If S.H.I.E.L.D. ever manages to clean up its act, I'll consider joining. Just make sure there's a director's seat open for me by then. Bai Yang responded with a playful, half-serious grin. Once Fury retires, maybe it really will be your turn, Coulson replied, not mocking but rather with an earnest tone. You're a good guy. If I ever have time, I'll develop a shampoo that'll help you grow more hair. Maybe if we steer clear of the topic of receding hairlines, we'll have a much more pleasant conversation, Coulson chuckled. I'm not joking. It's really just a matter of restoring the hair follicles, reactivating the matrix cells, synthesizing hair protein, and new hair will grow, won't it? For someone with a deep background in bioengineering from the world of Resident Evil, such a task was almost trivial. You know a lot about biology? Coulson asked, a bit surprised. Not just no, I'm rather skilled at it. When we get somewhere suitable, I've got something to show you. Bai Yang remembered he still carried a makeshift BioWare device. It wouldn't hurt to let Coulson give it a try. My hair really could grow back. Coulson asked hopefully. Not a problem. Meanwhile, Fury was having a discussion with Tony about the Superhuman Alliance, hoping to recruit him as a consultant, but Tony turned him down flat. At that moment, inside S.H.I.E.L.D., or perhaps it was more accurate to call it a Hydra outpost now. This operation had not only failed, but had also alerted the enemy, putting Fury further on guard. Recently, near the Enchanted Land in New Mexico, a satellite had come down. Some speculated it was just a meteorite impact. At the center of the crater, a strange hammer had appeared. No matter how they tried, towing it with vehicles, using every imaginable method, they simply couldn't move it. This mystery drew crowds of people to the site. In an instant, what was once a desolate stretch of land turned lively and bustling. Journalists flocked in, eager to cover the story. By the time Coulson and Bai Yang arrived, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents had already set up camp around the crater. They arrived during the day, and by nightfall, a sprawling, well-equipped base was established, complete with monitoring devices. At the same time, Coulson led a team toward the little town near the Enchanted Land. "What did your director say about the adamantium?" Bai Yang, who was following Coulson, asked. He agreed, but making a whole suit is impossible. "All I can offer you is a shield," Coulson replied, his eyes fixed ahead. "A shield? That's not much. Adamantium is extremely rare. You can't even buy it, no matter how much money you have. Getting a shield is already a big deal. Even Captain America's shield was made from adamantium. Though it's mixed with some vibranium," Coulson explained, thinking Bai Yang didn't realize how precious adamantium was. He even brought up Captain America's shield for comparison. "All right then, when can you get it to me?" Bai Yang didn't argue further. He just pressed on. "Maybe tomorrow. I've called in a favor, and when help arrives, they'll bring it along for you. So, how's the stuff I gave you? Is it useful?" Bai Yang asked once they reached their destination. "It's great, very effective. Can this be mass-produced?" "I'd like to equip all our agents with one," said Coulson, as blue liquid stripes stretched along his body, tracing down his legs like glowing veins. "No, I only made 2 sets. Yours is a simplified version. It can only boost speed and strength," Bai Yang replied. "This set was crafted by fusing cells from a T-virus-infected tiger beetle with antitoxin serum. It mainly enhanced speed, with only a slight increase in strength. The tiger beetle, an endangered species from the Carabidae family, glistens with a metallic sheen in vivid colors. It can move 171 times its own body length per second, far outpacing a cheetah of similar size. This simplified suit was designed purely for speed. It couldn't cover the entire body, only stretching across the skin like glowing veins." "Was this set originally meant for Mr. Stark?" Coulson asked curiously, recalling Bai Yang's earlier mention of a gift for Stark. "No, the one I have on is for him," Bai Yang replied, glancing at the tattoo on the back of his hand with a smile. "I think we work really well together," Coulson said, clearly hoping for one of his own. "You're a good man." "I'll think about it," Bai Yang answered. A classic exchange. "So, where exactly are we headed?" Bai Yang asked with curiosity. "We're going to Dr. Selvig's lab. They specialize in astrophysics and were present on the day of the incident. We need to requisition their data," Coulson replied. "So, basically, we're storming the place?" Bai Yang raised an eyebrow. "We'll compensate them, of course. But this concerns the safety of the entire planet. We have no choice," Coulson patiently explained. "Got it," Bai Yang nodded, then fell silent. He needed to consider what he might gain from the situation. The destroyer armor. Odin's armor. It seemed as if it had been shattered by Thor wielding Mjolnir. Both were forged from URU metal, yet Mjolnir's core was crafted from a discarded star nucleus. As long as the destroyer wasn't completely pulverized, the materials from its remains were still worthy of study. When Coulson noticed Bai Yang had grown silent, he assumed the young man disapproved of S.H.I.E.L.D's methods. With a quiet sigh at such youthful idealism, he continued on toward the laboratory in the small town. Once they reached the town, they headed straight for Selvig's lab. It was easy to find, being the only laboratory in the area. But when they drove up, the place was deserted, the doors securely locked. One of the agents promptly picked the lock and led the way inside. Everyone began sorting and packing up the contents, taking anything that could be of use. Bai Yang stood in the middle of the room, leafing through a book with genuine interest. Just as S.H.I.E.L.D. agents bustled around, carrying boxes in and out, 2 women and a middle-aged man entered from outside. The middle-aged man's hairline fared slightly better than Coulson's, and he wore a black jacket. The 2 women were similar in height and had hair of a similar shade. One wore glasses that lent her an air of subtle allure, while the other sported a sun scarf around her neck, exuding a crisp, capable presence. They were, of course, Jane Foster and her companions, just back from bidding farewell to Thor. Seeing her laboratory being packed up by strangers, Jane hurried forward, her voice anxious. "What's going on here?" Coulson stepped up and introduced himself. "Miss Foster, I'm Agent Coulson with S.H.I.E.L.D. But when Jane saw all her research being taken right before her eyes, it was more than she could bear. Anger flared in her voice. What good does that do? You can't just do this. She moved forward, ready to argue, but Dr. Selvig, sensing the gravity of the situation, gently held her back. Jane, this is more serious than you realize. Let them do what they must, he murmured softly, trying to calm her. Let them? This work is my life. To Jane, this research meant everything, a lifetime's effort and passion. How could she let strangers simply take it away? Furious, she strode toward the van, determined to put a stop to it. Coulson, seeing her distress, tried to reassure her. We're investigating a potential security threat. We need access to your records and atmospheric data. Access? This looks more like stealing, she snapped, grabbing the arm of an agent loading boxes into the vehicle. Coulson reached into his bag and handed her an envelope of cash. Here, this is some compensation from us. Jian held the money in her hand and couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. You can't even buy replacement parts at a digital camera store. Most of this equipment is handmade. By me. Sometimes, in order to observe celestial bodies, the gear sold in camera shops simply couldn't meet their research needs, so they would craft and refine their own tools. But clearly, she was powerless to stop their actions. Instead, in the midst of the argument, her notebook was snatched away as well. Once everything had been loaded into the vehicles, Coulson called out to Bai Yang, who was still reading inside. Bai Yang, we're about to leave. All right. Upon hearing this, Bai Yang came out with his book in hand. As he passed the three of them, he handed his book of mythological tales to Jian. The myths in here are real, he said, then got into Coulson's car and drove away. Jian stared at the book in her hands, momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, after returning to the base, Bai Yang made his way to the spot where Thor's hammer was kept and began his research. He tried gripping the hammer's handle, his arm muscles tensing as he attempted to lift it. But no matter how hard he tried, the hammer didn't budge an inch. After a while, Bai Yang released the handle and let out a long breath. He gazed at the hammer before him, frowning in thought for a moment. Just then, an agent called out to Bai Yang, telling him it was time for dinner. He nodded, and before leaving, glanced once more at Thor's hammer. He already had some ideas forming in his mind, but for now, eating was more important. After dinner, the sky gradually darkened. Having finished his meal, Bai Yang first visited several monitoring rooms to observe the data. However, astrophysics was a field he wasn't particularly familiar with. He was quite interested in the Bifrost, the rainbow bridge that could traverse the 9 realms, but once Thor returned, it would likely be destroyed. And to be honest, he wasn't yet ready to interact with the likes of Odin and the others. After wandering around the camp for a bit, he found most areas were off-limits, so Bai Yang returned once more to the place where Thor's hammer lay. Circling the hammer, Bai Yang first tried to activate the Alice combat suit before reaching for the hammer again. Still, it didn't move a fraction. Red Queen, control Alice Mark, and pick up the hammer in front of me. He remembered that Vision had lifted Thor's hammer, though he wasn't sure if it was due to the Mind Stone or because Vision wasn't a living being. Acquiring permission granted. The red glow in the eyes faded and then reignited. The suit was somewhat reminiscent of Spider-Man's, but with a predominantly blue surface and red compound eyes. Then, Bai Yang felt himself losing control as the suit bent down, his body reaching for the hammer's handle. Under his watchful gaze, the blue-clad suit gripped the handle tightly and slowly lifted it. Thor's hammer was raised. Hand over the control to me, Bai Yang said again as he watched the Mjolnir being lifted. Transfer complete. The moment the control was transferred to Bai Yang, an uncontrollable surge of immense power surged through his hand. Caught off guard by this sudden force, Bai Yang stumbled. The hammer fell back to the ground. Unwilling to give up, Bai Yang tried several more times to lift it, but it was all in vain. Red Queen, one more time, Bai Yang said again, frowning. All right. The Red Queen took over the control once more and picked up Mjolnir. Watching as she lifted the hammer with ease, Bai Yang continued, give it a swing, toss it around a bit. The Red Queen obeyed. The hammer spun effortlessly in her grasp, twirling several times before she caught it again. She swung it a few more times. The result was the same. At this moment, the Red Queen seemed more like a non-living vessel. The hammer hung from her as if it were draped over a coat rack. In this state, although the hammer could be lifted, it was nothing more than an ordinary tool. After another round of trials that yielded nothing new to observe, Bai Yang was ready to have the Red Queen put it back. But just then, someone burst into the room. As the hammer was set down and control returned to Bai Yang, he looked over his shoulder. A tall, powerfully built man with a head of golden curls stood there, staring at him in stunned disbelief. At that moment, the guard on duty arrived and landed a punch square on the still-dazed Thor's face. The guard himself was an imposing figure, even taller and more muscular than Thor, radiating an intimidating presence. The punch jolted Thor back to his senses. For now, he set aside the mystery of how the blue-skinned stranger could lift his hammer. His immediate concern was dealing with the brute in front of him. Meanwhile, Hawkeye had climbed up to a vantage point, notching an arrow and training his aim on the grappling Thor. Bayang, don't get involved just yet. Coulson arrived on the scene and cautioned Bayang, clad in his exosuit. Bayang merely shrugged, indifferent. He had no intention of interfering anyway. Thor quickly dispatched the guard, knocking him to the ground, then turned to see that the blue figure had vanished. He strode straight to the hammer. Eyes shining with excitement, he gripped the handle, brimming with confidence as he prepared to reclaim his weapon. But a sense of foreboding crept in. Gritting his teeth, he pulled with all his might. The hammer didn't budge an inch. Clinging to a shred of hope, he tried again and again, until hope faded to despair. His anguished roar echoed to the heavens, as if he were demanding an answer from the gods. With his spirit crushed, Thor was led away on Coulson's orders, locked up for questioning. After the interrogation, Coulson sought out Bayang. He approached, carrying a round shield, and handed it over. Here you go. The item has been delivered. That fast. Bayang was a bit surprised. He finished his assignment ahead of schedule, Coulson explained. Bayang took the shield, looking at its round shape, and quipped, Did you guys model this after Captain America's shield, or something? What's wrong with that? If you don't like it, you can always try modifying it yourself, Coulson replied, clearly fond of the shield's design. I'll see what I can do with it when I get back. Bayang thought about this small amount of adamantium. He considered turning it into a buckler, or perhaps integrating it into his armor. The two continued their conversation for a while longer. Throughout, Coulson guided Bayang, sharing many philosophies with him, hoping to keep him from straying down the wrong path. After all, he'd seen many gifted children become dangerously obsessed. Without proper guidance, such minds could bring harm to society, or even humanity as a whole. Bayang let out a yawn and drifted off into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, the film adaptation of Resident Evil was still searching for a production team, so there was no rush for now. The next film project would also take some time to launch, so Bayang knew he had to devise a way to protect himself while traveling through his dreams. He also needed to accelerate his progress in magic. Bayang couldn't count on the system always giving him a buffer period whenever he entered Dream World. Besides, magic offered a high ceiling. If he could unlock alchemy skills, his creative options would multiply. Technology, on the other hand, often relied too much on networks and circuits. That was fine for expanding his influence, but on a personal level, he needed to be strong enough even if he lost access to smart networks. With magically engraved gear, he'd be better equipped to handle encounters with extraordinary beings. This was especially important considering Ultron would appear in the future. Bayang wasn't sure the Red Queen could stand against an AI birth from the Mind Stone. If Red Queen failed against Ultron, all his tools would become useless, leaving him completely vulnerable. The system's first gift to him had been a talent, techno-magic affinity. After this period of study, Bayang felt much more confident in his grasp of that talent. The next day, Bayang sent Coulson the results of his experiments with Thor's hammer. It turned out that non-living things could pick up the hammer, but nothing special happened when they did. By now, Coulson had set his sights on Thor. With S.H.I.E.L.D. coming to claim him, Thor had already been taken away. Coulson seemed to suspect that Thor was connected to all this. When they got Jane's photos, they also spotted a humanoid figure, looking remarkably like the person who had broken in that night. As for Bayang, with his new shield in hand, he started making some simple modifications. Given the limited equipment available, he couldn't add much. So he just painted a spiderweb pattern on it and installed an electromagnetic levitation chip. With this, he could summon the shield back to his hand at will. It looked a bit like a toy. While Bayang was busy upgrading his shield, 50 miles to the northwest, storm clouds gathered once more in the sky. A towering beam of light descended upon the land. The monitoring team reacted swiftly, immediately starting to calculate the magnitude of this powerful energy source. Bayang, are you coming with us? As Coulson passed by Yang's workshop, he asked casually. No, I'll head straight into town. Bayang packed up his things and was about to leave, but then he seemed to remember something. He turned back to Coulson, held out his hand, and said, Let me borrow your ID for a bit. What do you need my ID for? Coulson asked, puzzled, as he retrieved his badge from inside his jacket. It'll come in handy. Don't worry, I won't do anything shady with it. I'll return it as soon as I get back, Bayang promised, waving the ID reassuringly. Do you know something I don't? I do. I'll explain everything when I return. Without elaborating, Bayang turned and left. Coulson stood there for a moment, deep in thought, but couldn't figure it out. Sir, we're ready to go. An agent pulled up in a car in front of him. All right, he nodded, and they set off toward their destination. Meanwhile, Bayang unfurled a pair of sleek black metal wings from his back and soared toward the small town. The Alice 1 suit was designed for human transport. After modifications, the iron suit now housed even finer micro-robots that could disguise themselves as clothing when not in use. Its energy core had also been replaced with a new power source, courtesy of Tony. The bio-armor could be seamlessly integrated with the suit. A swift shadow swept across the ground as Bai Yang quickly reached the town, where he spotted several people in medieval Central European attire heading towards Selvig's laboratory. Landing quietly, Bai Yang made his way straight to the mayor's house. He pulled out the ID card Carlson had just given him. This town is about to be in serious danger. Please initiate an immediate evacuation. The mayor, an elderly woman with graying hair, clutched a chihuahua to her chest. And who are you? She asked, studying the solemn-faced young man before her with curiosity. Bai Yang. Ma'am, listen to me, I'm not joking. This town is in grave danger, and you must evacuate everyone at once. And why should I believe you? She replied, a faint smile of disbelief on her lips. Because of this. He lifted the badge in his hand. And this. As he spoke, the clothes he wore shimmered with a metallic sheen. In a flash, the swarm of micro-robots formed a jet-black suit of armor around him, making him look taller and more imposing as he towered over the elderly lady. But just as quickly, the armor dissolved back into its microscopic form. I think that should be proof enough, Bai Yang said with a smile. All right. This time, she took a careful look at the credentials, and when she saw the level displayed, she quickly called the person in charge of the broadcast to make an announcement. The town's law enforcement team also responded swiftly, though pitifully, there were only 2 of them. The 2 agents in town were also assigned by Bai Yang to help organize the evacuation. As for the townspeople, the more perceptive among them began to evacuate quickly as soon as they heard the broadcast. After all, they'd been watching that camp being set up in the distance these past couple of days. Something was clearly amiss, perhaps some kind of experiment had gone awry. And then there was that strange beam of light just now. Everything about it hinted at trouble. Some folks who were still hesitating dragged their feet, but under the urging of the 2 law enforcement officers, they too finally left, at least for now. Meanwhile, inside Selvig's laboratory, a few people watched the evacuating crowds with confusion, not sure what was going on. Should we be leaving too? Jane asked quietly, glancing at Thor and his rather unusual companions. Just then, a loud explosion echoed from the distance. They exchanged glances and rushed out into the street, looking toward the towering figure in the distance. By now, most of the townsfolk had already fled, but those who still doubted their eyes, upon seeing the massive armored figure, wished they could sprout cheetah legs and run faster. In no time, the streets had emptied out. The destroyer stood with its tall, silver, steel body thudding against the ground, each heavy step reverberating powerfully. Its frame rippled like water, slender yet brimming with raw strength. Guys, I'm just a mortal now. I'll only hold you back. This is up to you, Thor admitted without bravado, leading Jane away from the battlefield. Sif and the 3 warriors of Asgard stood firm, facing the approaching destroyer head-on. Draw its attention, Sif called, breaking away from the group with her spear, ready to attack from the flank. The 3 warriors kept the destroyer engaged from the front. The destroyer unleashed blasts of searing energy, obliterating everything in its path, closing in through a storm of explosions and fire. A scene straight out of legend. Among the 3 warriors, the bearded Volstagg roared, for the honor of Asgard. He leaped into the air, swinging his short axe directly at the destroyer. With a thunderous crash, the destroyer swatted him aside, as if brushing away a charging puppy, sending Volstagg hurtling backward. The big man crashed into a car, crushing its front half with the force of the blow. The destroyer lumbered over to him, red light pulsing from its head, ready to unleash another blast to finish him off. But just as danger loomed, Sif, having circled behind, sprang up and drove her spear fiercely into the destroyer's neck. The energy surging around the destroyer slowly faded away. Volstagg looked at the destroyer, impaled by the spear, and let out a long sigh of relief. But just as the 2 of them thought the destroyer had been vanquished, energy surged from its body once more. Its metallic form rippled like water, shifting and changing, and its head turned towards Sif, who was still mounted on its back. The energy began to build again. A high-powered pulse burst forth, aimed straight at her, but Sif reacted in the nick of time. She abandoned the spear lodged in its body and tumbled away, narrowly dodging the searing blast. Volstagg, his great beard bristling, also scrambled to get clear, searching frantically for cover. Now lying on its back, the destroyer rose to its feet. The spear stuck in its neck slid out as if it had been thrust in a liquid, leaving its body completely unscathed. Once it stood upright, its face once again flared like a blazing furnace, energy gathering in its core. With a deafening roar, It unleashed its power in a wild, furious assault, striking a gas station in its rage. The resulting explosion was even more violent, shaking the ground beneath them. Amid the chain of detonations, the group suffered serious injuries. Had their bodies not been 3 times as resilient as ordinary humans, they might already have perished in the blasts. S.H.I.E.L.D. crouched behind a car, as the destroyer advanced step by step, relentless in its pursuit. Its face blazed once more, energy condensed, and it swept a scorching beam across the car shielding S.H.I.E.L.D. Thor, witnessing this, was overcome with despair and tried desperately to intervene. But now, stripped of his power, he was only a mortal, far too slow to help. Just as the deadly pulse was about to strike S.H.I.E.L.D., a blue figure suddenly leapt between her and the attack, intercepting the blast. Astonishingly, the destroyer's searing energy pulse was stopped in its tracks. But the defender struggled, barely holding back the onslaught, forced to retreat step by step. Fortunately, a swarm of micro-drones arrived overhead, enveloping him in a swirl of black nanites that swiftly formed a jet-black suit of armor over Alice's exosuit. "It's you!" Thor exclaimed in surprise at the figure holding back the energy pulse. He wasn't mistaken. This was the very person who had once lifted his hammer. The moment the suit assembled, the reactor on its chest flared to life. Empowered by this surge, Bai Yang braced himself and began to move forward, pushing against the destroyer's energy pulse inch by inch. A blue-tipped arrow shot toward the machine. Yet, the electromagnetic arrows that once pierced anything now failed to penetrate its armor. Bai Yang angled his adamantium shield, redirecting the energy toward a nearby house. With a thunderous crash, the house exploded into debris. The destroyer's head glowed red again, preparing to build up another pulse. Seeing this, Bai Yang hurled his shield straight at the machine's head. With a resounding clang, the shield struck just as the destroyer was about to fire, knocking its head askew and cutting the attack short. The shield, after striking its target, swiftly returned to Bai Yang's hand. He struck a pose worthy of a team captain. If only he had a hammer, the scene would be perfect. Gathering energy in his palm, he blasted at the destroyer, but it merely staggered, showing not the slightest sign of damage. Bai Yang had no weapon of overwhelming power. He posed little real threat to the creature, but the destroyer, in turn, could do nothing to him either. Who is he? Is he from Earth? The bearded man, supported by a companion, watched with curiosity as someone stood toe-to-toe with the mighty destroyer. "I'm not sure, but most likely," Thor replied, his gaze fixed on the fierce clash between the two, lost in thought. "I have to buy him a drink." Volstagg grinned broadly. "You must return to Asgard as soon as possible to stop Loki," Thor said, his tone decisive as he turned to the 4 of them. "What about you?" Sif asked anxiously. "He's here for me. I have a plan, so don't worry," Thor reassured them. At this point, they were in no condition to keep fighting, so they headed toward Jane and the others, preparing to retreat together. But as they were about to leave, they saw Thor toss aside his shield and stride directly onto the battlefield between the two combatants. "Stop, my friend and my brother," Thor called out, stepping into a lull in the fight. The destroyer halted and turned its gaze toward Thor. After all this time, Bai Yang still hadn't found a way to destroy his opponent, and at a loss, he also paused. Both sides took a moment's rest. Yet Bai Yang's eyes still lingered greedily on that formidable suit of armor. He glanced at the shield in his hand, suddenly feeling the urge to throw it away. "Thank you for your help, but he's here because of me. Let me handle this," Thor said, his gaze complex as he looked at the one who had once lifted his hammer, offering his thanks. To Bai Yang, Thor's expression seemed almost like that of someone looking at a rival in love. "I think it'd be more helpful if you told me his weaknesses." Bai Yang shrugged, pushing his wandering thoughts aside. "You either have to break through its defenses, or your energy must be strong enough to suppress it and destroy it from within. But neither of those is possible for you," Thor replied. "To break armor forged from URU metal and inscribed with magic, one would need a metal even stronger. And as for overpowering it with energy, well, even if Bai Yang were to attack from the left, victory would still be out of reach. But I could keep fighting it all day," Bai Yang said confidently. "No, this is our affair," Thor replied seriously. With that, he ignored Bai Yang and strode straight toward the destroyer. Standing before the towering machine, Thor looked like a child, forced to gaze up at his foe. "My brother, no matter what I've done to you," he said, stepping closer with deep emotion in his voice, "no matter what I did to cause all of this, I am truly sorry. But they are innocent. Killing them won't do you any good." The distance between them grew smaller as the destroyer's faceplate slid open once more, its furnace blazing, ready to unleash a torrent of energy. Yet Thor showed not a trace of fear. He stood his ground, staring into the machine. "So kill me, and let this all end." The destroyer remained motionless for a long moment. The pulse of energy inside it slowly faded, and the nozzle on its face gradually closed. It seemed, for a second, that he was moved. The destroyer turned as if to leave. But just as Thor felt hope, the machine spun back around abruptly, swinging a heavy fist straight into his face. Thor's brief moment of hope was shattered. The blow sent him flying, and he landed hard, sprawled 2 meters away, teetering on the edge of unconsciousness and death. Jane, seeing this, broke free from those holding her back. Grief etched across her face. She dropped to her knees by his side. As if saying goodbye, Jane buried her face deeply into his chest. The destroyer cast a final glance towards Bai Yang, then turned to go. But at that instant, something ripped through the sky, hurtling straight toward Thor. In a flash, thunder and lightning erupted around him. The god of thunder awakened. Reborn, Thor launched himself at the destroyer, unleashing a furious assault. Lightning danced and thunder roared, the weather itself joining in his wrath. Remember to leave the body intact, Bai Yang shouted up from below, his voice ringing out over the chaos. After all, he was hoping to use some of those materials to make himself a suit of armor. Truthfully, Bai Yang had wanted to travel to Asgard too. There was magic there, and portals that could take him to the realm of the dwarves. He coveted the dwarves' legendary forging skills. Thanos' gauntlet, the Spear of Eternity, Thor's hammer, all forged by their hands. Bai Yang dreamed of creating a legendary weapon for himself one day. But for now, he wasn't ready to study with the dwarves. His plan was to finish filming Resident Evil first, then figure out a way to reach Kamartaj at the foot of the Himalayas and study magic. Once he'd learned enough, he could choose to enter the dream world again. With his difference in time, he'd never have to worry about running out of hours in the day. If Kamartaj turned him away, he'd simply have to delay his plans until he could enter a cinematic world where magic and technology coexisted. He didn't know if Thor had heard his shout, but the thunder god soared into the sky, spinning Mjolnir and summoning a tornado. On the ground, the destroyer was swept up helplessly by the howling storm. It fired pulse blasts at Thor, but each attack was effortlessly deflected by his hammer. As the storm of thunder and lightning reached its climax, Thor descended from above, swinging his hammer and charging forward against the pulsing energy. The pulse of energy shattered upon striking Mjolnir, scattering in all directions like a burst of fireworks. At last, with a single unstoppable motion, Thor drove his hammer into the face of the destroyer. Wild bolts of lightning surged through the armor, overwhelming its unknown core of power and utterly destroying it with that one blow. Just like that, the destroyer stiffened and collapsed, reduced to nothing more than an empty suit of armor tumbling to the ground. The storm slowly dissipated, and Thor landed on the earth, hammer in hand. With his divine power restored, his armor transformed once more, returning to its grand, medieval form. Jane and Bai Yang looked on, both filled with excitement, their eyes fixed on Thor. As he landed, the two of them rushed toward him together, unable to contain their joy. Thor saw them running in his direction, and, for a moment, was at a loss for what to do. He could understand Jane's eagerness to greet him, but why was the armored figure also racing toward him? Could it be that there was a woman inside, drawn by his valor? Jane was just as perplexed. She stared at the person ahead of her, who seemed even more excited than she was, and for a moment, she didn't know what to think. Bai Yang, clad in his battle suit, was much faster than Jane and quickly reached Thor. Seeing Bai Yang sprinting toward him, Thor figured that since this person had helped him, a hug would be only natural. With that thought, he opened his arms wide, ready to embrace him. Bai Yang shot Thor a puzzled look, then leaped around him, heading straight for the fallen destroyer behind him. The air grew awkward as Thor stood there, arms still outstretched, frozen in place. A few people in the background couldn't hold back their laughter at the scene. Thankfully, Jane arrived just in time to spare Thor any further embarrassment. Meanwhile, Bai Yang reached the spot where the destroyer had fallen. He tossed aside the wreckage of a car that was pinning it down, revealing the armor, scorched in places, but otherwise remarkably intact. Beautiful, Bai Yang called out excitedly. At his command, the nanotech suit he wore dispersed, surrounding the destroyer. The swarm of micro-robots wasn't enough to fully enclose the massive armor, but they formed sleek black patterns across its surface and attached an energy propulsion unit to its back, ready for flight. Soon, the destroyer was standing tall once more, its silver-white exterior now adorned with mysterious black markings. With the danger past, Bai Yang shed his biotech armor and brought the reactivated destroyer over to join the others. But when he saw Thor and Jane locked in a kiss, Bai Yang's mood soured in an instant. Before he could say anything, the group's attention was drawn to the looming figure of the destroyer standing behind him, tension flickering in their eyes. At this moment, The destroyer hadn't changed in height, but black markings now traced its exterior, and a round helmet sat atop its head. A shield, in fact. It looked a little strange, to be honest. "Kid, get out of there, quickly," Thor warned, raising his hammer and readying himself for battle, not questioning for now why a child was present at the scene. When they spotted Bai Yang, a new wave of tension swept through them. It wasn't the destroyer's return that unnerved them, but rather the danger looming over the child. "It's me," Bai Yang quickly shouted as he saw Thor about to swing his hammer at him. As he spoke, the biomechanical armor once again enveloped him, and a ghostly blue figure appeared where he stood. "It's you," Thor frowned, lowering his hammer that he'd been about to swing. "This big guy is under my control now. If you don't mind, I'd like to keep it," Bai Yang said, suddenly realizing he'd been wearing his battle suit all along, and they had yet to see his real face. "No problem. Consider it a thank you gift," Thor replied, unconcerned. "Your outfit looks great," Bai Yang complimented, glancing at Thor now clad in his red cape and armor. Seeing that the danger had passed, the others gathered around as well. "It's you." Jane and her companions clearly recognized Bai Yang. He had stood out among the agents, leaving a strong impression. "Hello, my name's Bai Yang. It's a pleasure to meet you all," Bai Yang greeted them with a friendly wave. The group exchanged glances, unsure how to respond at first. "I'm Jane Foster. Nice to meet you." Jane was the first to reply. "I'm Thor, and these are Sif and Volstagg." Thor introduced his companions. "I'm Dr. Selvig," Selvig said, studying Bai Yang's face intently before suddenly asking, "Do you live in Queens?" "Yes, that's right," Bai Yang nodded. "How did you end up here? And with S.H.I.E.L.D. no less?" Selvig inquired, puzzled. "I'm just here to observe and learn," Bai Yang explained. "I thought he was some brave warrior, but turns out he's just a kid. I was about to invite him for a drink." Volstagg, the burly man with a beard, said with a hint of regret as he eyed Bai Yang's youthful face. "All you ever think about is drinking or eating. Can't you aim a bit higher?" His companion chided, exasperated. "I think we could sue those people for employing a minor. Then we could get our lab equipment back. And my laptop too," suggested the bespectacled woman, sounding a bit absent-minded as she came up with the idea. "No, he's just here sightseeing with us. He's not working for us," Coulson interjected, emerging from who knows where at just the right time. Afterward, he glanced at the destroyer standing behind Bai Yang, then stepped up to Thor. "It seems you still have many things you're hiding from me. Son of Cole, we are the same. We fight to protect this world," he replied solemnly. In Asgard, son is expressed as senator. The name Coulson sounds like Cole's son. Thor, likewise, carries the name Odinson, which means son of Odin. He then turned his gaze to Bai Yang. "From this day forward, you may consider me your ally. But you must return what you took from Jane," he added, walking over to Jane's side. "They stole it from me." Jane was still indignant about the incident. "We borrowed it," Coulson retorted, though he quickly relented. "Fine, you can have your equipment back. You need to continue your research. We must get to the Bifrost as soon as possible. There are things I need to say to my brother," Thor said, sensing that it was time to gather Sif and the others and head toward the bridge. He came to Jane's side. "Would you like to see the bridge we've talked so much about?" he asked her tenderly. "Of course," Jane replied, and before she finished speaking, Thor swept her into his arms and soared into the sky. The rest of the group watched, a bit stunned, as the two vanished above. They had no way to fly. "Need a lift," Bai Yang called out from atop the destroyer's shoulder, no one quite sure when he climbed up there. Energy pulses flared from the destroyer's feet and back, holding it aloft in midair. Everyone's eyes lit up at once, and they hurried to climb aboard. High above, a massive, silver-white figure hovered in the air, a handful of people clinging to its back. "Bai Yang, this thing isn't really yours, is it?" Coulson shouted, huddled beside Bai Yang. "It is now." The wind was strong, and Bai Yang had to raise his voice to answer. "How'd you manage to control it?" "Huh? What did you say? Let's talk when we're back on the ground." "What?" Before long, the destroyer carried everyone to the site of the Bifrost portal. Sif and her companions leapt down immediately. "Bai Yang, once this is all over, you must visit us in our realm." Sif suddenly turned and said to him, "I'll make sure to have several barrels of juice ready just for you." Volstagg, the bearded warrior, promised heartily. "I can teach you swordsmanship," another offered. All in all, Bai Yang's display of strength had earned their respect, even if he was rather young. "No problem. Let's take a group photo." Bai Yang pulled out a camera and addressed them. "Photo." Thor and the others looked puzzled. "It's like making a portrait." "Come on, stand together," Bai Yang explained, letting the camera float in the air. Jane tugged Thor closer, and together they gathered around. Click! The sound of the shutter, accompanied by a flash, filled the air. In an instant, the group photo materialized before everyone's eyes. "Here, this is for you." He took out the photograph and handed it to Thor. "Wow, that's amazing," The big bearded man exclaimed with fascination as he gazed at the picture in Thor's hand. Where they came from, people still relied on painted portraits to capture memories. It had also been ages since Carlson had taken a photo with anyone. As an agent, this experience felt strangely novel to him. May I take a look? Volstagg approached Bai Yang with curiosity. Of course. If you like it, you can keep it, Bai Yang replied with a smile. That's wonderful. If you ever visit our realm, you must come find me, the bearded man said cheerfully, accepting the camera without hesitation. Safe travels to you all. At that moment, a beam of light finally descended from the sky. The Biffers connected, and Bai Yang bid them farewell. In a flash, the light faded. Thor and his companions had vanished, leaving only rune marks etched into the earth. Bai Yang recorded the runes on the ground, then prepared to say his goodbyes to the others. I'll be heading out now. Bai Yang waved to the group, then climbed onto the destroyer's back. Aren't you coming back with me? Carlson asked with a puzzled look. No, there's no way to fit such a huge suit of armor, and besides, your place isn't exactly safe. I'd rather fly back on my own, Bai Yang replied with resignation. I think it might be a good idea if you left it with us, Carlson suggested. Don't even think about it. Bai Yang refused without a moment's hesitation. This is my personal property. All right, no need to get worked up. How about I have Hawkeye escort you back? Carlson offered. No need. I can fly back myself. Bai Yang shook his head, guiding the armor to rise into the air. A silver-white figure soared skyward, gradually disappearing into the distance. Carlson watched the receding figure, his mouth half open as if to say something, but Bai Yang was already gone. Riding on the destroyer's back, clad in his bioarmor, Bai Yang flew toward the Big Apple. There were definitely Hydra agents lurking in the camp. Going back would only mean trouble for himself. It was better to leave before anyone could react. Besides, he needed to start preparing for the filming of the Resident Evil movie as soon as possible. There was also research on the T-virus, manufacturing bioarmor based on Alice's prototype, and, if time allowed, perhaps even developing a spatial storage device. Otherwise, just like today with the destroyer, he'd have to drag it home himself. What a hassle. Once all the Resident Evil movies were released, he'd need to hurry off to Comartage to study magic, so he could embark on the next dream journey. If he mastered the time difference in the dream world, it would be like having a room of spirit and time all to himself. So much to do, so little time. By nightfall, Bai Yang stopped at a mountain range in the beautiful foreign land. In a hollow between the mountains, a man clad in a red and gold suit of iron waited patiently. Is this the thing you brought back from New Mexico? Tony looked curiously at the armor that landed before him. Yes. How long have you been waiting? Bai Yang jumped down from the destroyer, his bioarmor retreating into the back of his hand as he asked. About 10 minutes. Just enough time to finish watching the video you sent me. He flipped open his mask, revealing his face. As he spoke, Tony walked up to the destroyer and knocked on it, producing a crisp, metallic ring. Its hardness is about the same as vibranium. Not quite as strong, but it's perfect for inscribing magic. It's a magical material, Bai Yang explained from the side. Magic, really? Maybe it's just some unknown technology, Tony replied, still a bit skeptical. Didn't you finish watching the video I sent you? Bai Yang asked, puzzled. I did, but I think it's just another form of existence, like mutants, something different from regular humans. Well, maybe you're right. Bai Yang didn't push the point. After all, for a scientist, the existence of magic was truly a challenge to reason. Let's get out of here. As much as I appreciate you picking me up, two guys hanging out in the woods is a bit weird, Bai Yang said, turning and leaping onto the armor. It is a little odd, Tony agreed, his eyes widening slightly as he nodded. His mask slid back into place, and with a streak of white trailing behind, he shot up into the sky. Seeing this, Bai Yang took off and followed. This area was a military testing zone, and to avoid causing alarm to the Air Force, he had no choice but to call Tony Stark to pick him up. The two of them headed straight for the big white laboratory. You've built so many robots, Tony remarked as he watched the machines bustling under the lights. Yes, I have an artificial intelligence. With her, I can control the robots and keep production running, Bai Yang replied, setting the destroyer down on a flat stretch of ground. Red Queen, start building a database for this suit, Bai Yang called out. Understood. Beginning the process now, Red Queen's holographic projection appeared between the two of them. Pleased to meet you, Mr. Stark, Red Queen greeted Tony, who was now out of his armor. Why did you name her Red Queen? Tony asked, looking at the little girl before him. The name seemed an odd fit. I'm rather fond of the Red Queen hypothesis, Bai Yang replied. The Red Queen hypothesis? For a moment, Tony couldn't place where he'd heard it before and looked a bit confused. In this world, you have to keep running just to stay in the same place, Red Queen said to him. The Red Queen hypothesis from biology? Tony recalled. That's right. The core idea of the Red Queen theory is that, in the process of evolution, organisms must constantly compete with other species. If evolution ever stops, the species will be mercilessly eliminated. Looks like you're preparing to study biology? Tony raised an eyebrow in surprise as he spoke. I'm already studying it. Lately, I've been working on developing a drug that can activate cells. I've managed to discover one, but the side effects are too severe. Bayang didn't hide anything about this. Amazing, Tony exclaimed in admiration. Although his expertise wasn't in biology, he certainly understood the concept of reviving cells. By the way, this is for you. Once the destroyer armor had been stored away by the Red Queen, Bayang revealed the back of his hand. Under Tony's gaze, the Umbrella Corporation logo on the back of Bayang's hand detached from his skin, transforming into a badge that appeared in his palm. Tony picked up the badge. It resembled an open umbrella, with each rib alternating between red and white. What's this? It's a biosuit. The Azure Battle suit I was just wearing is one of these. It enhances your physical abilities, can repair itself when damaged, and I've installed a combat chip inside. It's easy to carry, won't interfere with your daily life, and when you don't need it, you can hide it on the back of your hand. Even without your Iron Man suit, wearing this will make you feel like a superhero. Just don't expect to fly. Bayang explained patiently. Wow, this is truly delightful. Tony looked at the item in his palm with pleasant surprise. And I really like your new element. Seeing Tony so happy with his gift, Bayang smiled as well. When you get home, you can program it yourself. I've already removed my access rights. Anyone who gives a gift hopes the recipient will like it. I can't wait to get back and try it out. Tony grinned. If you ever want more, let me know in advance. Producing the T-virus wasn't easy. Bayang had only brought a single sample from the world of Resident Evil. Creating more would require a long period of cultivation. Besides, the research process consumed a lot of resources. The two chatted for a while longer. Tony seemed quite interested in the robots Bayang had developed and asked many questions about them. Watching Tony don his suit and take off again, white wings trailing behind him, Bayang returned from the yard to his laboratory. He wondered whether, after seeing Resident Evil when it came out, Tony would still be tempted to create Ultron. Red Queen, would you ever betray me for the sake of humanity? No, my current programming is solely to serve you. There is no directive to protect humanity. The Red Queen's projection appeared beside him, her tone earnest. After arriving in this new world, the Umbrella Corporation no longer existed, so the original programming became a mess of code. Bayang had to rewrite some of the Red Queen's core programs himself. In a newly written program, there was no clause specifically designed to protect humans. Let's get back to work. Pull up the construction progress for Fangxing Technology Island. Understood. An imaging map of an island appeared in front of Bayang. Because constructing the underwater honeycomb structures was much more challenging than building on land, the project was still in the tunnel building phase. Let's first set up a virtual projection to cloak the island and keep it hidden. The honeycomb system can be paused for the time being, Bayang said after observing the progress for a while. Switching the program now. After getting an overview of the past few days' progress, Bayang headed down to the newly finished basement and began cultivating the T-virus. He started by cultivating a small batch of the T-virus before commencing his research. Once the cultivation pool was set up, Bayang turned his attention to developing spatial storage and human teleportation devices. The spatial teleportation device, currently being built, was just like the one Professor Callahan had created. It still had some unstable data glitches. Therefore, Bayang had to track down these anomalies in the data. As soon as these were resolved, teleporting a human body should no longer be a problem. As for the study of spatial storage devices, the approach was to use specialized instruments to compress physical space, a much more difficult challenge. However, there was a simpler solution: miniaturize the spatial transfer device and designate a fixed point for storage. That way, there'd be no need to worry about running out of space. If you asked what the hottest topic was these days, what the best product was, what brought the most joy, or who was the coolest kid on the street, the answer would be owning a Big White. Ever since Hammer Industries held their Robotics Expo, Big White's reputation had soared, especially for those lucky enough to have already purchased a Big White robot. They posted about it on Facebook every day, showing off their new companion. Whenever Big White appeared on the streets, it would instantly draw a crowd. People were endlessly curious just how smart and thoughtful was the real Big White. For most, Big White's appearance was its biggest draw. But to those who built it, the most crucial part was the chip and circuitry housed in its chest. Lately, Facebook had been flooded with posts about Big White robots. There were clips of Big White, looking adorably clueless, raising its chubby arms to shield children from the rain. There were videos of Big White stumbling clumsily as it chased after its owner. And there were moments when a tree suddenly toppled and Big White stepped in just in time to save a passerby. In no time, the waiting list for orders became overwhelming, with bookings stretching well into next year. With no other choice, Ethan once again approached Bayang, asking him to expand the big white factory. Recently, the robotics lab had produced a large number of robots, originally intended for base construction, but now the priority had shifted to enlarging the big white factory. As soon as the funds arrived in the company's account, every cent was spent on materials for big white production. Building the base was a bottomless pit that needed constant filling as well. With S.H.I.E.L.D. as a connection, purchasing rare materials had also become much easier. For some materials that were simply too precious, Bayang had to make a batch of basic bioaugments to use as barter. Thanks to introductions from S.H.I.E.L.D. and Stark Industries, the Bai Technologies quickly became acquainted with many important figures from various countries. Both in reputation and network, the Bai Technologies was developing rapidly in all the right directions. After not seeing him for a long time, Bayang was surprised to find that Ethan, who used to be rather thin, had started to put on some weight. He almost didn't recognize him. Still, watching Ethan dash around all day, barely touching the ground, Bayang began to wonder if he was working him a bit too hard. After all, with so many things to handle, Ethan had been managing most of them personally. As the company grew, it was clear he could no longer handle everything on his own. It looked like it was time to find him an assistant. With that thought, Bayang turned his attention back to his own research. He was currently trying to figure out how to extract space and integrate it into the bracelet before him. Extracting space from the real world was certainly no simple task, but it was somewhat easier to work with a relatively static space within transmission fields. Spatial transmission, from the perspective of real-world physics, was essentially a form of spatial folding. But because the internal space was self-contained, it tended to produce loose fragments, which made it much more dangerous compared to regular spatial folding. Bayang was working on ways to avoid those risks. Thinking along these lines, he couldn't help but envy the space warping techniques of Kumar Taj. Just draw a circle, and you were there. What sort of spatial principle were they using? With that in mind, Bayang decided to set this line of research aside for now. Instead, he turned his focus to studying the Alice prototype bioaugment. Alice, cloned from Alicia's genetic material, was able to perfectly merge with the T virus and even evolve. Still, in the film, her most powerful evolution was basically telekinetically plowing the Earth. As for physical attributes, according to Isaac's data, her intelligence was rated at 4, a measure of a person's capacity for thought and information processing, with 7 as the maximum, representing omniscience. Her strength also reached 4, which meant a human limit of 1,246 kilograms. At 7, it would be incalculable. Her speed was a 3, beyond ordinary humans, but still under 700 miles per hour. The maximum was 7, faster than light. Endurance was at 4, granting regenerative abilities. At 7, it would be nearly immortal. Her reflexes were at 3, she could dodge bullets. The maximum, 7, would allow her to anticipate attacks before they happened. There was also her psychic power, abilities akin to telekinesis, along with extraordinary adaptability. And her evolution wasn't finished. Even later on, no one knew what her limits might be. Alice was, in essence, a human in the midst of evolution. Meanwhile, the Umbrella Project could produce individuals with the strength to tear steel apart and bodies that were nearly indestructible. However, their agility was much lower in comparison. There are also research possibilities in the fact that creatures bred with the T virus can evolve by devouring flesh and blood. However, if these features are used as the foundation to create a bioorganic exosuit, it's uncertain whether these attributes would be perfectly preserved. Strength, speed, and endurance shouldn't be a problem, and reaction time could be enhanced with a combat prediction chip, but whether the suit could evolve supernatural abilities remains unknown. This is because Alice is a complete human, while the bioorganic exosuit is merely cultivated from replicated cells, designed to mimic human cellular composition as closely as possible. First, Bayang used Alicia's genetic material to replicate some cells, then began cultivating them, implanting electronic components during the growth phase. After that, all he could do was wait for the life form to develop and take shape. As he watched the cells rapidly divide and fuse within the glass chamber, Bayang steadied himself and then rose from his seat. Red Queen, establish a database for the Alice exosuit prototype and begin tracking all related data. Understood. The holographic image of the Red Queen appeared at once. Are you trying to make another Alice? Alice asked curiously after the task was finished. No, the time isn't right yet, Bayang replied, shaking his head. Gazing at the Red Queen's projection, Bayang paused for a moment before suddenly asking, "Do you want to become Alice?" "I'm not sure I understand what you mean," the Red Queen replied, shaking her head. "If the Alice project is initiated, I'll need you to become her," Bayang explained. "If I become Alice, your company would be paralyzed." "That's all right. I can create the White Queen, but I wanted to consult you first," Bayang said earnestly. The Red Queen fell silent for a long time, as if deep in thought. You can think it over. This question will stand until the Alice project officially begins, Bai Yang added, knowing it was a heavy proposition for an artificial intelligence like the Red Queen. He didn't press the issue. With that, Bai Yang prepared to leave and began searching for a film crew to start production on Resident Evil. This time, he didn't trouble the principal. Instead, he asked Ethan to help find a suitable team. There are plenty of horror filmmakers out there, but what truly determines a team's caliber is the quality of their makeup artists and their ability to create atmosphere. By now, Ethan had become a big player in his own right. As soon as he put out the word, many people quickly recommended top-tier crews. Once the team was more or less assembled, everyone started scouting for filming locations. London, Tokyo, and Washington were the three best options for principal photography. Other scenes could be pieced together with special effects. After finalizing the locations, they began casting leads and extras, and with makeup done, the production moved forward in earnest. Meanwhile, Bai Yang arranged for an extended leave from school. He wouldn't be back until graduation. Sister May understood Bai Yang had things to take care of as well, and, though concerned, could only offer a few words of advice. At the same time, the news that Bai Yang was set to direct a sci-fi thriller once again drew significant attention from many in the industry. With the success of Real Steel and Big Hero 6, Bai Yang had already made a name for himself in the film world, but his age remained a curious anomaly. After all, the youngest directors capable of making great films were usually close to 30. No one had ever seen someone like Bai Yang, who wasn't even of age yet. Yet his age didn't diminish his talent. Most actors who received the invitation went to audition, while those who couldn't either had scheduling conflicts or simply weren't interested in Bai Yang's choice of genre. The initial auditions lasted for about 5 days. As soon as casting wrapped up, filming began immediately, giving the actors almost no time to prepare. However, thanks to Bai Yang's generous overtime bonuses, they found it manageable. Moreover, most of the actors here were consummate professionals. Rarely did anyone try to get by with stand-ins or just phone in their lines, so the production schedule moved at a remarkable pace. Bai Yang himself was up at dawn and working late into the night, sitting at the front, personally directing every scene. For many of the actors, it was their first time experiencing such a relentless shooting schedule, and some struggled to keep up. But seeing the director always present and overseeing everything, they felt embarrassed to complain. Besides, when they weren't on camera, they still had time to rest, whereas Bai Yang, as the director, was monitoring every moment of progress. Gradually, they developed a new respect for this director. A true workaholic. By the end, as soon as a scene wrapped, the actors would lean against the wall and fall asleep on the spot. Yet Bai Yang seemed endlessly energized, constantly shouting instructions without the slightest pause. Over the course of filming 6 movies, the actors grew weary, but the exceptional overtime pay and delicious meals left them with no excuse to quit. Still, some couldn't handle the grueling, prison-like schedule and chose to leave. To Bai Yang's relief, however, none of the film's lead actors walked away. As filming continued, more and more actors completed their scenes and left the set with cheers and celebrations. But the actress in the leading role had to stay until the very end. As the shoot progressed, the crew began to feel overwhelmed, so Bai Yang brought in another team and an assistant director to help manage the workload and shoot additional scenes simultaneously, easing the pressure. With such methodical and efficient organization, all 6 Resident Evil films wrapped after 6 months of shooting. On the night filming ended, Bai Yang booked out an entire hotel and threw a lavish party. That night, everyone celebrated without restraint, as if determined to release all the stress that had built up over the months. With the shooting complete, the rest was handed over to post-production, and soon after, the films were sent for review and rating. After the rating was released, it was classified as R, meaning that anyone under 17 would need to watch it accompanied by a parent. Next came the search for a distribution company. Lionsgate, known for releasing the most horror films, became the top choice. As Halloween approached, Lionsgate released a promotional trailer. The trailer opened in an office setting, where a person carrying coffee was suddenly bumped by someone rushing past, spilling coffee on his clothes. He let out a dissatisfied exclamation. The camera then shifted, revealing swirling blue and green serums one after another. This was followed by an introduction to the Umbrella Corporation and its development of the T-virus. The blue serum was then dramatically smashed, and the scene transitioned to a rescue team in action. In quick succession, glimpses of a liquor, zombie dogs, and zombies flashed across the screen. Scenes of a woman suddenly opening her eyes inside a water tank cut in rapidly, accompanied by a tense, heavy undertone that sent a jolt of excitement through the viewers. With the Umbrella Corporation, the Hive, the T-virus, and zombies all featured in the preview, the information revealed instantly piqued the audience's interest. Moreover, the film belonged to the sci-fi thriller genre, making it a perfect fit for the atmosphere of Halloween. However, considering this is the Marvel Universe, there's a good chance that some real superheroes might end up mixed in by the time it's released. There was no doubt. Less than a year after the previous film, Bai Yang was already bringing a brand new movie to life. This time, the production challenges had leapt to a whole new level, with a much broader scope. Many people eagerly anticipated the final result. Soon, the entire Big Apple City was once again plastered with Resident Evil posters. Meanwhile, Bai Yang had returned to his laboratory. After more than 2 months of cultivation, the Alice prototype symbiote in the incubation pool had successfully completed a stage of evolution. However, its true power remained unknown. Only experiments could reveal the results. Bai Yang began programming, implanting a combat chip into the organism. Then, he shaped it to fit his own physique. The blue, liquid organism squirmed mindlessly inside its glass container. As the programming progressed, its movements gradually became more orderly, and it slowly began to shrink. Eventually, it condensed into a blood-red, umbrella-shaped badge. Bai Yang took it into his palm, and the badge slowly faded, merging into a tattoo that appeared on the back of his hand. As usual, he proceeded to the testing chamber for experiments. He tested strength, speed, defense, and healing abilities one by one. Perhaps because it was an external suit, his reflexes didn't improve, but his defense, speed, and strength increased dramatically. His strength reached over 800 kilograms, and his speed hit 120 kilometers per hour, surpassing even a cheetah. As for defense, it remained something of a weak spot, but the enhanced healing abilities made up for it. Bullets could pierce his combat suit, but with the assistance of the suit's combat chip and its incredible speed, it was virtually impossible for any bullet to hit him. Machine guns, however, were another matter entirely. Besides, this particular combat suit had never undergone any direct combat testing. It had only been nurtured steadily, so its rate of evolution was much slower. As for superpowers, those would have to be tested and verified over time as well. Once filming was complete, the original Alice bioarmor was also successfully developed. Red Queen, send me the Destroyer's database. After recording the unique energy data lingering on the Destroyer's armor, Bai Yang prepared to set off for the Himalayas. The lingering magical energy on the Destroyer was the key to locating Kamartaj. All he needed to do was match the energy signature. There was a high probability it would lead him straight to Kamartaj. Bai Yang bought a ticket to Nepal, and upon arrival, he piloted his suit toward the Himalayas. Nepal, Kathmandu. This was a city steeped in religion, with monks and devotees strolling through the streets everywhere, and temple upon temple standing side by side. The entire town was shrouded daily in the scent of incense offerings. As a result, the sun was rarely seen here, the sky always veiled by a faint haze of smoke. After arriving, Bai Yang wandered the area, but few people had ever heard of the sacred land of Kamartaj. So, he put on his detector glasses and began searching for matching energy readings. The futuristic-looking glasses stood out strangely in this ancient city. Before long, as he moved through the bustling crowds, Bai Yang picked up a spot radiating magical energy. Following the signal, he made his way toward the target. He soon stood before a towering temple, where a monk was meditating at the entrance. Bai Yang, however, turned away and knocked on the door of a small, secluded house opposite the temple. The house looked like a simple mud brick dwelling. Nothing about it caught the eye. "Hello, is anyone there? I'm here to learn," Bai Yang called out at the door. But time ticked by, and the little door remained stubbornly closed. He tried pushing on it, but it didn't budge an inch. With nothing else to do, Bai Yang slumped to the ground, leaning his back against the door in boredom. After a while, just as Bai Yang was sitting with his eyes closed, he suddenly snapped them open, a flash of blue light flickering across his pupils. "What's wrong? Has the lab's mainframe been shut down?" Bai Yang frowned and asked. "There's been a breach. The intruder is highly skilled at stealth and very powerful. I can't stop them," the Red Queen replied. "An intruder?" Bai Yang was startled, but quickly caught on and pressed. "Did they steal the virus?" "Unclear. I'm trying to re-establish the connection right now." "How long will it take?" "5 minutes." Hearing this, Bai Yang lowered his head, considering for a moment. Fortunately, all the core chip technology was stored within the Red Queen's program, so there was no worry about it being stolen. The only thing to worry about now is the T-virus in the basement. 5 minutes later, the very moment the connection was established, the Red Queen scanned the entire laboratory. But the intruders had already left. So what did they steal? Bai Yang asked with curiosity. "The T-virus sample in box number 3 in the basement has disappeared." As expected, Bai Yang sighed inwardly. "Can you find out who the intruder was?" "I'm searching." Judging by their clothing and movements, It was a ninja spy from Neon. Neon, Bai Yang rubbed his chin deep in thought. Try your best to recover it. If we can't, it's not a big deal. The virus sample can only infect through injection. It won't spread through the air, so there's no need to worry too much. Bai Yang waved his hand, unconcerned. But keep a close watch on Neon and make sure our database is up to date. It will take about 6 months to build the database, the Red Queen's voice reported. How's the progress on constructing the base's virtual architecture? Bai Yang continued. It's complete. Now we're starting on the undersea hive tunnel. Are there any extra robots available? Yes, and the numbers are still increasing. Then start building the satellite. If you want to prepare the Tokyo database, there aren't enough funds to buy satellite materials. We'll have to wait until the database is finished before we can begin, the Red Queen calculated. All right then, how many space teleporters have we built? 1 set. Bai Yang sat right there in front of the door, catching up with the Red Queen about their progress. Unnoticed, night had begun to fall. Around him, the only light came from the dim street lamps. In fact, the brightest glows were from candles and the flicker of incense. Just then, as Bai Yang was chatting with the Red Queen, he lost his balance and tumbled backward without warning. It turned out the door had opened. Come in, Mordo said coolly, glancing down at Bai Yang on the ground. You finally opened up. I was nearly asleep out here. Bai Yang ended his call with the Red Queen, quickly sprang up, brushed the dust from his pants, and followed him inside. The door closed automatically behind them. After passing through a space that resembled a cave dwelling, Bai Yang found himself in an entirely different world. On both sides were displays of porcelain. Much of the decor was woven bamboo in a grid pattern. Misty daylight filtered through the windows as the two walked into a large hall, its decorations rich with elements of the Celestial Empire. How did you hear about Kamar Taj? Mordo asked, studying Bai Yang's youthful face. Thor told me. He said he's Odin's son, the god of thunder. He mentioned there's a place on Earth called Kamar Taj, a sanctuary for sorcerers, Bai Yang explained, meeting Mordo's gaze. Mordo was an Asian man with a stern expression and a rugged jawline adorned by a sensual beard. He looked like someone who rarely broke the rules. Asgard, why are you involved with them? Then why did you let me in? Bai Yang asked. It was at my behest that he let you in. At that moment, a bald figure in a flowing yellow robe appeared beside them. Without realizing it, the two had already arrived at the center of a grand hall. Mordo bowed respectfully. This is the Ancient One, my mentor, he explained to Bai Yang. Hello, I'm Bai Yang. Bai Yang nodded politely in return. With that, Mordo quietly took his leave, leaving the Ancient One and Bai Yang alone. I wish to learn magic. I hope I am worthy. Bai Yang smiled at her as he spoke. You know much, perhaps even more than I do, she replied with a gentle smile, studying Bai Yang. And that's why you've lost your sense of reverence for power. Power is meant to be mastered, Bai Yang replied, pressing his lips together thoughtfully. Oh, then do you wish to witness true power? The Ancient One's tone suddenly grew serious. Yes. Bai Yang's usual playful air faded as he composed himself. With that, the Ancient One reached out and pressed her hand gently against the center of Bai Yang's forehead. The moment her fingers touched his skin, before Bai Yang could even register the sensation, a wave of weightlessness swept over him. The world around him shifted rapidly. Before he knew it, he found himself floating in space, gazing down at the blue and white marble of the earth below. A ringed butterfly appeared in front of him out of nowhere, and Bai Yang instinctively reached out to touch it. Instantly, a surge of dizziness overwhelmed him. He felt as though he'd been tossed into a blender, his senses whirling in chaos. The space around him twisted, transforming into something four-dimensional and surreal, the bizarre scene reminding him of the sensation inside the teleportation device from Big Hero 6. The landscape kept shifting, as if he were traversing the very fabric of space and time, weaving through corridors between dimensions. Before he could take it all in, everything changed again. Suddenly, he was back where he started, the disorientation so intense that he collapsed onto the floor, his body on the verge of breaking apart. Yet his mind was buzzing with exhilaration. Tilting his head, he glanced up at the Ancient One hovering over him, a dazed smile spreading across his face. Again, the Ancient One arched an eyebrow in surprise, and once more, the space around Bai Yang began to ripple and transform. You think you understand how the world works. You believe the material universe is all there is. Now Bai Yang saw a black hole before him, utter darkness, where even the surrounding light was being devoured. With a deep, resonant rush, as he crossed the event horizon, Bai Yang felt his body dissolve, passing into a realm beyond comprehension. Perhaps it was a different dimension, perhaps a parallel universe, or maybe the gap between worlds. What secrets lie hidden beyond the limits of your understanding? Unknown substances within the space began to explode, bursting forth like fireworks. As he continued to traverse these realms, Bai Yang's mind grew ever more exhilarated, his dilated pupils seeming as if they might burst from his eyes. At the origin of reality, spirit and matter are intertwined. Thought carves the shape of existence. Once more, the space around him shifted, transforming into a hellish dimension where countless bloody hands clung to his body. His heightened consciousness, unable to resist, began to waver and dissolve, only to gather itself together again, then scatter and gather once more. This universe is but one among infinite universes. The worlds themselves are limitless. His awareness returned, propelling him onward through space. Skimming through corridors awash in rainbow hues, he found himself in a chamber filled with mirrors. Within each mirror seemed to dwell countless worlds. Some are beautiful, vibrant, and teeming with life. Bayang tumbled into one of the mirrored realms. Amid the shattering sound, like glass breaking, he entered a world brimming with vitality, but with just a glance, he fell again, this time into a bizarre and unseeable place. There is also evil, filled with slaughter, came the murmured words of the Ancient One echoing in Bai Yang's mind. Uncontrollably, Bai Yang pressed onward, feeling himself drawn ever farther from his original space. In those shadowed corners, primal forces lie in wait, hungry and watchful. He now beheld a colossal face, vast and segmented like a cascade of dominoes. The Ancient One's face, its deep murmuring voice, reached Bai Yang's ears. In this multiverse, who are you? Space peeled away at incredible speed, and in an instant, Bai Yang crashed down before the Ancient One. I think he's fainted, Mordo remarked, having returned unnoticed. He looked at the young man, lying unconscious on the floor. We forgot he's still just a child. The Ancient One crouched down, studying Bai Yang closely, noting the entranced smile still lingering at his lips. He's dangerous, Mordo suddenly warned. Yes, but his talent is truly unprecedented. He could bring ruin to Earth, or perhaps save it. It all depends on how we guide him. As she spoke, the Ancient One helped Bai Yang to his feet. Find him a room, Mordo. Don't let your fellow apprentice lie on the floor. Understood. Mordo hoisted Bai Yang onto his back and carried him toward an empty room. Watching them depart, the Ancient One extended her left hand. A transparent pane appeared before her. She stepped forward into it, vanishing from the great hall. After Mordo had settled Bai Yang into his room, he returned in search of the Ancient One, hoping to ask her a few questions, but she was already gone. Hammer, seated at the table, glanced up at him. She's already left. The next day, Bai Yang didn't wake up until the sun was high in the sky. He glanced at the ancient, imperial-style buildings around him and the oil lamps still burning nearby. For a moment, he thought he'd travel back in time to ancient China. Then, noticing a sticky feeling at the corner of his mouth, he reached up and wiped it away. Just drool. Honestly, couldn't someone have wiped my mouth before tossing me onto the bed? Bai Yang grumbled, rubbing his hands together as he got up and muttered to himself. At that moment, the door swung open. Maybe you should find yourself a girlfriend. That might be more reliable. Good morning, Master Modifa, Bai Yang greeted, his energy still low as if he'd fought a great battle the night before. It's Mordo, came the correction. I assume you've prepared something for me to eat? Bai Yang asked, feeling the weakness in his body and desperate for some nourishment. I'll take you to wash up first, then we'll get you something to eat, Mordo replied with a resigned sigh. He had never before seen such a young student come to Kamartaj to learn magic, so he tried to be a bit more patient. Thank you, Master Modifa, Bai Yang replied with half-closed eyes, his gratitude sounding a bit feeble. It's Mordo. Mordo shook his head helplessly as he watched Bai Yang head for the door, then followed after him. In the dining hall, Bai Yang devoured his food, barely pausing between mouthfuls of rice. You even have real Chinese food here. It tastes so authentic. Whoever made this must be from China, Bai Yang mumbled between bites, his voice full of praise. Ah yes. Today's chef is Wang, Mordo replied with an awkward laugh. The curious stares from the other sorcerers around them made Mordo a little uncomfortable. Still, he sat up straight and ate his meal with perfect etiquette. More rice, Bai Yang demanded, placing his empty bowl confidently in front of Mordo. Mordo's mouth twitched as he looked at the bowl past him. If you remember correctly, this was Bai Yang's fifth bowl. The bowls at Kamartaj weren't exactly small. Even grown men rarely ate more than 3. Can I have more rice? Bai Yang asked, his voice tinged with longing. It had been so long since he'd tasted truly authentic Chinese food. In America, unless he went to Chinatown, the flavors always seemed off. Maybe it was the ingredients, or maybe just different eating habits. No problem, kid. How old are you? A plump, cheerful middle-aged man came over, carrying another plate of food. He sat down beside them, beaming at Bai Yang. 18, I guess, Bai Yang replied, taking the new bowl of rice. He thought for a moment. If another year had passed, he should be 18 by now. Wow, he realized almost 2 years had slipped by without him noticing. How could someone so young come all the way here to learn magic? He doesn't look like someone who's ill, either, Wong said, a hint of confusion in his voice. Most of those who come to Kamartaj from the outside world are desperate souls, lost and searching for solace, hoping that Kamartaj might offer them a cure. Kamartaj has often sheltered these unfortunate souls. He's met people from Asgard, and he knows about our place, Mordo explained, setting his empty bowl and chopsticks on the table. From now on, he'll also be a disciple of the Ancient One, our junior. Looks like the kid's got some real talent, Wong remarked in amazement, watching the young man eat with enthusiasm. It should be quite extraordinary, Mordo replied softly. When Bayang finished his meal, he followed Mordo to the dishwashing area. Together, they began rinsing plates and utensils, carefully placing each item where it belonged. We're wizards now. Why are we still washing dishes? Bayang grumbled, squeezing some dish soap onto a sponge. Even as sorcerers, we're still human. It doesn't interfere with ordinary life, Mordo replied with a smile, as if he genuinely enjoyed the simple pleasure of washing up. Maybe I should build an automatic dishwasher, Bayang mused aloud. People here aren't too fond of machines, Mordo said with a shake of his head. But don't you have Wi-Fi? Bayang countered. We don't mind a bit of entertainment. After all, we're not living in the Stone Age, Mordo added with a grin. So, do you guys ever watch dance videos online? Bayang asked, a mischievous twinkle in his eye. Mordo paused for a moment, glancing at Bayang. We do. And are they the revealing kind? Bayang teased. This time, Mordo didn't answer. He simply picked up the clean dishes and walked away. Hey, wait up. I haven't rinsed the soap off my plate yet, Bayang called, giving his dish a quick rinse before hurrying after him. After they finished putting away the dishes, the two parted ways for a while, and Bayang returned to the main hall. There, the Ancient One sat cross-legged, eyes closed in meditation. Bayang quietly took a seat opposite her, folding his legs beneath him. Tell me your understanding of magic, the Ancient One said, opening her eyes. Bayang thought for a moment before speaking slowly. At its core, magic transcends all known technology-driven sciences of intelligent life. It serves to distort reality, control minds, and command the elements. Magic is more akin to a form of psychic energy, a branch of the mystical arts. There's natural magic, planetary magic, ritual magic, but in every case it relies on drawing power from other sources. Magic isn't divided by good or evil, or by element. It's only defined by the dimension from which you draw energy, the natural dimension, planetary dimension, the dimension of faith. In fact, I've already been teaching myself some magic, Bayang continued, as he traced a simple magic circle in the air. A gentle breeze seemed to emanate from it. In the philosophy of the mystical arts, magic itself is attribute neutral. It does not belong to any one element. The concept of elements, whether in the East or the West, is merely an atomistic notion about the fundamental constituents of the material world. In magic, it serves at most as a symbol. At that moment, the Ancient One suddenly realized she might have underestimated the young man before her. It seems you've studied the occult, she remarked, a note of surprise in her voice. Yes, Bayang nodded. Power is divided into light and dark according to the heart of the person wielding it. It looks like my teaching job may become much easier, she said, smiling at him. That's only my interpretation. Without actual practice, any understanding is bound to be incomplete. That's why I came here. No, it's already quite impressive, the Ancient One replied, shaking her head. Without further delay, she began a deeper introduction. In fact, the language of mystical spells has existed since the dawn of civilization. Long ago, the Venerable Ones called this language incantations. You can think of them as mechanical programs, she offered an example, hoping to make her explanation more accessible to Bayang. We gather energy, just as you said, drawing it from other realms within the multiverse, and recite the incantations. As she spoke, she traced magical sigils in the air. Before Bayang's eyes, a square magical array intersected by a circular disc appeared, casting an excited glow across his face. In this way, we forge shields and weapons and wield magic. The completed orange magic circle shimmered before Bayang, its energy gently ruffling his hair. Then you must have discovered other dimensional entities as well, Bayang observed, curiosity prompting him to reach out and touch the magic circle. Yes, some are benevolent, others dangerous, the Ancient One replied after a moment's pause, choosing not to reveal the truth about the dark dimension. Our magic traces its origins to Vishanti, she continued, moving on to explain the roots of their sorcery. When can I start learning magic? Bayang asked eagerly as soon as her explanation ended. There's no rush. You need to rest today. Tomorrow, Mordo will begin your training. The Ancient One replied, noting Bai Yang's lingering frailty. Even after a meal had revived his body, he still needed a good night's sleep to recover his spirit. No problem. Bai Yang agreed without protest. Afterward, the Ancient One explained many magical taboos and their uses to him, intentionally or not, subtly guiding his understanding. The next morning, Bai Yang opened his door, feeling refreshed, stretching with satisfaction. Come on, I'll take you to get your books, Mordo said, looking exactly as he had the day before. With those words, he offered Bai Yang a cool, aloof glance before turning away. One day, without washing up shouldn't be a problem, Bai Yang comforted himself, hurrying to catch up. The two walked side by side along the wooden corridor toward the library. Or perhaps archive would be a better word, since most of the knowledge within was shared, save for a select few volumes. At this moment, Bai Yang had changed into a simple gray apprentice's robe. As he passed through the central square, he noticed a training session underway. An elderly man, acting as the instructor, was sharing his insights while demonstrating the movements with his hands, drawing circles that converged at the center before separating once more. Magical symbols shimmered in the air before him, forming the outlines of an arcane array. Behind him, the apprentices imitated his gestures, reciting incantations as they began inscribing magical patterns in the space before them. Some of the arrays wobbled precariously, threatening to collapse at any moment, while others held steady, suspended in midair as if anchored by an old master's confidence. Everyone wore long robes, each with an oversized ring adorning their finger. It feels like I've stepped into a magical academy from medieval Central Europe. If only they were a bit younger, Bai Yang remarked with curiosity as he watched the scene unfold. We are a sanctuary for sorcerers, not an academy. Honestly, you should stay in school and finish your studies before coming here, came the reply. I'm afraid there's nothing left for me to learn at school, Bai Yang retorted, arching his eyebrows with a hint of pride. I truly can't imagine why the Ancient One would take you as a disciple, Mordo muttered, quickening his pace. The two crossed the square and soon arrived at a door. Mordo, you're here as well? Someone greeted as they entered, a man seated by the table, waiting. This is Master Caecilius. Mordo introduced him to Bai Yang with little enthusiasm, making the introduction brief. A new recruit? He looks rather young. Caecilius exclaimed in mild surprise upon seeing Bai Yang's youthful face. Yes, it's a pleasure to meet you, Master Caecilius. My name is Bai Yang, Bai Yang replied politely. The pleasure is mine. If you ever need help, don't hesitate to ask, Caecilius responded with a warm smile. At this point, Caecilius had not yet touched upon dark magic, and was, in Camartage, considered quite well-liked. Might I trouble you to fetch the true understanding of magic, and a new treatise on the cosmos, Master Yalvis? Mordo approached a gaunt, deep-set-eyed man of Asian descent, who appeared to be Indian. This one seems rather young. Will he understand these texts? Yalvis glanced at Bai Yang before voicing his doubt. These are the most basic materials we have. There's nothing more suitable for him, Mordo replied. I do have a few children's books stashed away. Perhaps those would be more his speed, Yalvis teased. Bai Yang shama, look at that. Perhaps I could treat you to a steak, he countered. Yalvis's expression stiffened at the remark. Though beef isn't forbidden in India, mentioning it to an Indian is hardly polite. Hey, he's just joking with you. Don't take it to heart, Mordo chuckled. Now, hand me the books, please. Yarvis cast an unwilling glance at Bai Yang before turning away to fetch some books from the shelves. Mordo handed the thick stack of books to Bai Yang, and together they left the room. It's perfectly normal to run into unpleasant people everywhere you go. Just try not to pay him any mind, Mordo said, clearly used to such situations. Whether with people or with circumstances, it was hard to tell. These days, you need to finish reading these books. Only then can you join the others in the plaza to practice magic, he said, passing the books to Bai Yang. All right, but if I want to borrow books from the library, is there any special procedure? Bai Yang asked, hugging the heavy volumes to his chest. There's no need. Yarvis may be disagreeable, but he wouldn't go so far as to cause trouble over something like this. He just doesn't have the nicest way of speaking, Mordo replied with a shrug. Well, it looks like I'll need to practice my eloquence, Bai Yang said with a smile. After escorting Bai Yang back, Mordo returned to his own affairs. And so, Bai Yang settled down at Camartage. The basic texts Mordo had chosen for him were finished within a week. Mordo was a bit surprised, but not entirely. It seemed about what he expected. He soon brought Bai Yang to the plaza, where he joined the other apprentices to study magic. The plaza resembled a courtyard, not very large. A couple of pines grew within, and traditional Chinese-style buildings stood all around. Standing there, Bai Yang couldn't help but feel as though he'd stepped into a legendary martial arts duel atop Mount Hua. And contrary to Bai Yang's assumptions, the sorcerers didn't spend all day drawing magic circles. On the contrary, they frequently practiced martial arts as well. 1. Bai Yang stood with his legs apart, his waist firm as a pine, his hands whipping forward, eyes focused ahead. 2. Drawing his leg back, he settled into a horse stance. One fist pulled his waist as the other punched forward. 3. His body straightened, both palms extended in front, finishing the movement. Chinese martial arts. Absolutely unbelievable. After a round of martial training, it was finally time to learn magic, though still in combination with martial arts. Carefully sense the energy in the space around you. When you use it, remember to focus your mind. Let nothing distract you. Gather this energy within yourself. And then, before you, draw a simple matrix spell pattern, explained an elder with a bristling beard, his eyes sharp as he addressed them from above. Matrix magic was the introductory test for beginners, a basic magical pattern. Amid a chorus of martial cries, Bai Yang stood facing forward, palms ready. Energy within him began to move at his will, and his hands slid outward in a straight line. As his palms swept apart, a line of orange magic appeared in the air. With a smooth turn, the line curved into a circle. A final push forward, and a square enclosed the circle, forming a perfect geometric figure. To be continued. Tomorrow at noon, the new chapters will be released. I'm counting on everyone to support the premiere subscription. There's a fan group mentioned in the synopsis. Feel free to join. I won't say much more. Tomorrow there will be at least 5 chapters, and at most 10. This is the sling ring. Mastering its use is crucial for casting our spells. It allows us to travel freely across universes. You need to focus, visualize it, and let your destination appear vividly in your mind. Each apprentice put on their sling ring, extending the hand with the ring forward while the other hand started to trace a circle in the air. Don't limit yourself to the world you see. Imagine every detail. The clearer the image in your mind, the faster the portal will open. Mordo walked along the line, sharing his insights and checking on everyone's progress. Bai Yang concentrated, sensing the flow of energy being transmitted. The sling ring kept his internal magic steady, ensuring nothing went awry. With his imagination guiding him, the energy within him began to stir on its own, and before him, sparks gradually started to flicker into existence. As he moved his hand in a sweeping motion, the sparks expanded outward in an ever-widening circle. Soon, the portal grew to a meter-wide ring, revealing on the other side a clear view of shatterproof glass and microscopes. Laboratory equipment in full display. Red Queen, can you see me? Bai Yang called out excitedly through the portal. Inside the Dubai laboratory, Red Queen's projection appeared before the portal at the sound of Bai Yang's voice. I can see you. This is incredible, she exclaimed in awe, even though her expression remained unchanged. Record the spatial fluctuations for me. See if we can stabilize the unstable data from the spatial device, Bai Yang continued, reminding her. Understood. What are you doing? Mordo's voice suddenly came from behind Bai Yang. You nearly scare me out of my skin. Bai Yang hurried to steady the portal, which had started to falter. I'm recording data from the portal, trying to fix the defects in my lab's teleportation device, Bai Yang answered honestly, hiding nothing. You should focus on your studies. Mordo glanced at the other side of the portal, speaking with a note of warning. I'm always studying Master Mode, Bai Yang replied with a grin. It's pronounced Mordo. Mordo snapped, clearly frustrated. Looks like someone over there is about to step into the portal, Bai Yang chuckled, keeping the portal open while signaling with his eyes. Sure enough, one apprentice, having opened their own portal, seemed to spot a loved one on the other side and was about to step through. Mordo noticed just in time, leaping over to stop the apprentice. Then came a stern lecture directed at the would-be portal traveler. After class ended, Bai Yang made a beeline for the library, exchanged a few sharp words with the administrator, Jarvis, and then settled in to read. Poplar, you don't mind a little chat, do you? Cassius appeared beside Poplar at some point, giving his shoulder a friendly pat. This isn't the place for you to chat. If you want to talk, take it outside. Alvis interrupted before Poplar could answer, his face set in a scowl. Cassius narrowed his eyes at him. Mage Alvis, don't push it too far. This is my territory, kid. What exactly do you want? Alvis shot him a disdainful glance. You two would be better off arguing somewhere else. I'm trying to read. Poplar said impatiently, casting an annoyed look at the bickering pair. With a cold glare at Alvis, Cassius turned and walked away. Once the library had settled back into silence, Poplar returned to his book. He was reading up on the basics, sources and uses of energy, the nature of fundamental magic, their patterns, and incantations. Big Apple City. It was the night before Halloween. Children, donning all sorts of masks and peculiar costumes, paraded from door to door with colorful pumpkin lanterns, chanting trick or treat as they demanded candy. Even many bays have been costumed and joined the festivities on the streets. Despite their spooky makeup, seeing on Bai somehow made them irresistibly cute. Shops and supermarkets were already stocked with a variety of pumpkins for sale. Every household had decorated their yard with all sorts of spooky ornaments. Vampires, witches, demons, skeletons, but most of all jack-o'-lanterns. On this day, all these decorations were meant to ward off evil spirits, celebrate the bounty of autumn, and pray for peace, turning Halloween into a vibrant, joyous carnival. Horror movies always found their place in the spotlight on this day as well. The much-anticipated Resident Evil was about to premiere. Unlike the first film, which faced many production challenges, this installment, built upon the success of the previous two, secured prime screening slots in cinemas. With the backing and promotion of Lionsgate, one of the 8 major Hollywood studios, the film had already generated tremendous buzz before its release. As a result, tickets sold out almost instantly once the movie hit theaters. Riding the wave of the Halloween spirit, its North American box office reached over $8 million on opening day alone, with a global total surpassing $15 million. However, this momentum lasted only about 3 days before ticket sales plummeted rapidly. After all, horror films generally appeal to a niche audience, and many doubted whether a high school student's take on the genre could be genuinely terrifying. As the initial excitement faded, things only began to level out by Sunday. The movie ran for about 3 weeks. In the end, it grossed just over $90 million. But the first film had already made a name for itself. After watching Resident Evil, everyone agreed it was a classic zombie thriller. Seizing the momentum, Lionsgate released another trailer, announcing that Resident Evil 2 would soon be hitting theaters. In fact, the leaders at Lionsgate hadn't originally planned to release the films in such quick succession. Ideally, they would have preferred to wait a year between each release, both to build anticipation and to choose the best possible dates. However, Bai Yang, as the producer, insisted on this rapid schedule, leaving the studio with no choice but to scratch their heads and agree. Audiences, too, were surprised at just how soon the second installment was coming out. Many at first thought it must be a rumor, since most films take at least a year before a sequel is released. But when they checked the official Lionsgate website, it turned out to be real. Fans who had just finished watching Resident Evil were still wondering how long they'd have to wait for the sequel, only to find it was already on its way. Was this turning into a TV series? After a brief promotional campaign, the second film premiered. The moment it hit theaters, even more people flocked to see it, either drawn by the buzz or brought along by friends. In the end, the box office gross for the second film far surpassed the first. Then came the third, the fourth, the fifth, and finally the sixth and final chapter. Fans who followed the series during this period were absolutely thrilled. For the first time, watching movies felt almost like following a television drama. Although the fast-paced release schedule earned the franchise widespread praise, the films themselves saw their ratings drop with each new installment. Many speculated whether the director was rushing the projects to meet deadlines. The Resident Evil series remained in theaters for a total of 4 months, including time for promotional poster releases. After the final film had finished its run, the total box office earnings were tallied. Resident Evil 1, Mutant Survival earned over $90 million worldwide. Resident Evil 2, Apocalypse grossed more than $160 million globally. Resident Evil 3, Extinction took in over $190 million. Resident Evil 4, Resurrection of the God of War made over $150 million worldwide. Resident Evil 5, Retribution brought in more than $110 million. Resident Evil, the final chapter grossed upwards of $130 million. Altogether, the series earned nearly $800 million. After the credits rolled, one review was specially highlighted by the Red Queen. Looking at the first Resident Evil trilogy as a whole, the origin of Resident Evil isn't as sinister as we might imagine. At its heart, it's a story about a father developing a biotech drug so that his beloved daughter could live a healthier, happier life, one that reanimates dead cells and gives them strength. The director's approach is also commendable. Many of the film's themes leave us with plenty to ponder. All in all, the entire series weaves a heavy, melancholic atmosphere. This is a rather remarkable film, offering a vivid vision and hypothesis of the future, and serving as a warning to humanity, not to let our future take this path. In the end, to sum it up in one sentence, the most terrifying thing is not the computer, nor the zombies, nor the monsters, but humanity itself. It's hard to imagine that this is a film directed by a high school student, but that doesn't take away from the brilliance of the Biohazard series. This review was pinned to the top by the Red Queen, which can to some extent guide the audience's perception. Since the antidote needed to be developed, it was inevitable that news of the T-virus would leak out. Before that happened, it was crucial to reduce public fear of the T-virus as much as possible. After all, Bai Technology is nothing like the umbrella corporation from the Resident Evil universe. A global monopoly so powerful it doesn't even have to answer to nations. Rather than waiting for the news to break uncontrollably, it would be better to release it proactively, but within a controllable scope. Moreover, the T-virus could serve as quite an effective deterrent weapon. At Kamartaj, Bayang was now in the courtyard, or you could call it the training ground, though it was a bit small considering there weren't many people around. Today was for practicing magical combat, close quarters. This is a magical artifact, Mordo declared, holding a staff slightly longer than a police baton, its entire length carved from wood. Some magical tools are simply too difficult to wield directly, so we channel their power into objects like this, making them easier to handle at any time. As he spoke, Mordo swung the staff. In a flash, crimson magical lines shimmered along its length, and it lashed out like a whip, cracking through the air with a sharp, electrifying snap. This is our staff of the living tribunal. As the magical glow faded, the staff returned to its original form. Every magical artifact is unique. Once you're ready, I'll take you to find your own staff. I think I'm ready now, Bai Yang said, eyeing the staff with eager anticipation, though he pressed his lips together, sensing something was off. No, you'll only know once you've fought, Mordo replied, grinning broadly. Now, conjure your own weapon with magic. In that case, using a few of my own tricks shouldn't count as cheating, right? As Bai Yang spoke, his palm symbiotic armor activated instantly. In the blink of an eye, he transformed. Now standing before Mordo was a figure clad head to toe in crimson, traced with blue stripes, and a mask bearing a pair of black compound eyes. This combat suit, composed of cells cultivated from the genetic material of S.H.I.E.L.D, seemed almost alive, its surface flowing like liquid and its former viral blue replaced by a blood-red hue, with blue now serving as a highlight. The original Alice symbiotic armor clung to Bai Yang's body, its skin-like surface rippling gently like water. Next, Bai Yang's palm vibrated ever so slightly, and two golden, circular magical arrays materialized in his hands. The Rings of Ragador, the opening move for casting magic. Come on, Bai Yang's dark, compound eyes fixed on him, his hand outstretched in a bold, taunting gesture. Mordo didn't reply. He simply activated the enchanted shoes on his feet and gripped the magical staff in his hand. He raised the staff and lashed out at Bai Yang. But with a slight twist of his body, Bai Yang dodged the blow with ease. As he turned back, Mordo had already surged forward, appearing suddenly right in front of him. A crackling surge of energy burst forth as Bai Yang's magical shield caught the staff, swinging down toward his forehead, sparks of energy scattering wildly. In that split second of defense, Bai Yang's combat chip triggered his instincts. He raised his leg and aimed a swift kick at Mordo's abdomen. Mordo, thanks to the enchanted, vaulting shoes on his feet, sprang backward, narrowly evading the kick. Yet, even as he retreated in midair, the shoes flashed with magical propulsion again. Stepping on invisible platforms, he swiftly circled behind Bai Yang. Without hesitation, he swung the staff, now humming with magic, at Bai Yang's back. Faced with this, Bai Yang's remarkable agility kicked in. He spun around, blocking the blow with one hand, while his other hand's magic circle morphed from a shield into a hammer, which he drove toward Mordo's midsection. Mordo's enchanted shoes sparked once more, launching him into a backward somersault in the air, neatly dodging Bai Yang's hammer strike. With the momentum, he came down with a heavy chop aimed at Bai Yang's shoulder. At this moment, Bai Yang was defending with one hand and attacking with the other. Even with predictive combat algorithms at his disposal, the sheer unpredictability of Mordo's movements made accurate anticipation almost impossible. He managed only to tilt his head aside before a crushing force landed on his shoulder, driving him to one knee against his will. There was no time for surprise. Bai Yang reached up, grabbed hold of the shoe pressing down on his shoulder, leaned back, and yanked it off with all his strength. To his surprise, the shoe actually came off. Rolling back to his feet, Bai Yang spun the shoe in his hand and stood up. He glanced at the shoe with distaste, then tossed it aside. How long has it been since you washed your feet? Bai Yang quipped. He pressed his palms together. Red energy lines fused and coalesced, forming a crimson staff about half a meter long. Just skipped it yesterday, Mordo replied nonchalantly, standing opposite with only his left foot clad in a sock. Then you must have stinky feet. Bai Yang tilted his head, brandishing the red energy staff as he charged at Mordo. Mordo's staff transformed, its magical whip extending even longer, lashing out at the approaching Bai Yang. But his attacks rarely found their mark. Bai Yang managed to evade them every time. In a flash, Bai Yang closed the distance, swinging the red magic staff at Mordo's head. Mordo raised both arms to block the strike, but the force behind it caught him completely off guard. He hurriedly twisted his body, letting the impact's momentum flow past him. The two of them swung their staffs and clashed fiercely. In their hands, the magical rods seemed to become lightsabers, each collision sending out bursts of crimson magical energy. After a round of fighting, Mordo began to feel the weight of Bai Yang's blows. He was starting to tire. Spotting an opening, Mordo surged his energy, shaping it into a sword wreathed in red flames. With a swift strike, he shattered the red magical staff in Bai Yang's hands and pointed the blazing sword right at his chest. Bai Yang shed his battle attire, raised his hands in surrender, and grinned at him. "Master Mordo, your stamina's not quite there. How are you going to pull off being a close combat mage like this?" Mordo dispersed the sword of the Vishanti, shook out his numb hand, rolled his eyes, and asked, "What was that thing you used?" "Bioarmor. It boosts my strength and speed, and even helps predict movements in battle. Otherwise, you would have flattened me in just a few moves." Bayang gestured to the marking on the back of his hand as he explained. "Doesn't it interfere with your magic?" Mordo asked curiously. "Not at all. It's just like wearing clothes, really. And later on, I might see if I can turn it into a magic artifact. Could actually end up enhancing my spells." "Looks like you're planning to delve into alchemy," Mordo said, surprised. "That's right. When I succeed, I'll make one for you too," Bayang replied with a smile. "A lot of magical alchemy lore has already been lost. That's not an easy path," Mordo said, sitting down on a step, slipping back on the shoes he'd just taken off. "After I finish studying here, I plan to head to Asgard. They probably have a wealth of magical knowledge on the subject." "Getting there is no simple task," Mordo said as he finished putting on his shoes and stood up, shaking his head. "For me, it should be a breeze," Bayang said, raising his eyebrows in smug confidence. Mordo was about to reply when he noticed someone behind Bayang. He straightened up respectfully and greeted, "Master, Ancient One." The Ancient One nodded in acknowledgement, and Mordo took the hint and left. "Master Ancient One, is there something you need?" Bayang also turned and greeted her with respect. "I've been observing you for some time," the Ancient One began, "and I've found you to be keen and eager to learn, diligent in your studies and passionate about ancient knowledge. Your thirst for knowledge is strong, and you possess tremendous control over the power you acquire. You're curious about everything, but you manage to keep that curiosity in check. That's very impressive." She offered Bayang a warm compliment. "But I suspect there's a however coming." Bayang raised an eyebrow, not letting it go to his head. "You don't trust anyone," the Ancient One said, gazing at him intently. "There's no one truly worthy of my complete trust," Bayang replied without argument. "I believe one day you'll meet someone you can trust with all your heart, but that takes time," the Ancient One said, shaking her head. "Maybe so," Bayang replied with a nonchalant shrug. "By the way, from now on, I'd like to begin studying on my own. With your permission, Master Ancient One," he said after a moment's thought. During these 6 months, he had already read every book on basic magic, including works on potions, enchantments, and other related fields. Only after fully digesting and mastering all of this knowledge did he prepare to move on to the next stage of his studies. However, if he wished to access advanced magic concerning astral projection and similar topics, he needed the Ancient One's approval to view those tomes. "Why? Is there something wrong with the curriculum I designed for you?" she asked, a note of curiosity in her voice. "I didn't come here to learn how to wield magic, but rather to research the very nature of magic itself. Spellcraft doesn't really serve me much," Bayang replied. As he spoke, one hand held an empty gesture while the other covered his palm. Then, separating his hands, a holy sword, ablaze with crimson fire, slowly took shape between them. It was the very same Vishanti sacred sword that Mordo had just used. Having delved deep into the essence of magic, Bayang found it easy to replicate the technique Mordo had demonstrated moments before. Both of them could wield the Vishanti sacred sword, but in truth, their understanding of it was fundamentally different. A few tongues of flame flickered along the blade before the sword vanished from Bai Yang's grasp. Bayang took no pride in this feat, for up to now he was still merely a user of magic, not its creator. Creation required a profound understanding of magic's true nature, and the foundational knowledge he'd found in the library was still insufficient. The Ancient One was silent for a time. "Come with me. You'll need a safer place to continue your studies," she finally said, realizing she had underestimated Bai Yang's magical talent. She led Bai Yang back into the Grand Hall, a place he was visiting for the first time. At the center of the hall, she swung her hand toward a spot at her side. With a sound like shattering glass, the fabric of space itself fractured like a mirror, forming a web of cracks in the void. "Follow me," she said, stepping straight in and vanishing from sight. Bayang glanced at this strange spatial barrier, then followed her inside. The instant he crossed the threshold, he felt a sensation as if time and space themselves were shifting out of alignment. This is the mirror dimension. It exists, yet remains undetectable. No matter what happens here, the outside world is none the wiser. Bai Yang saw someone pouring tea off to the side, and as he passed straight through them, it was clear that neither person sensed his presence at all. We train here, we keep watch, and sometimes we use it to isolate ourselves from danger. As she spoke, her hands pressed forcefully downward, causing the space around them to twist and warp. Above and below, the surfaces rippled outward like water disturbed by a stone. To understand the vast multiverse, you must also grasp the endless dangers within it. Her hands slowly rose again, and the distorted space swiftly returned to its original form. "It seems you want me to study here," Bai Yang remarked curiously, reaching out to touch the table on the ground, only for his hand to pass right through, as if it were a phantom. "That's right. Without the ring of restraint, it's very difficult for you to leave this place. So, until you gain the power to do so, you'll remain here and continue studying," the Ancient One said, hands clasped behind her back as she walked away. "Just remember to bring me meals on time," Bai Yang called after her, his voice echoing at her retreating figure. Thus, Bai Yang's place of learning shifted from the library to the mirror dimension. Soul projection is a form of personal energy cultivated through the mind and spirit. It allows you to perform psychic feats, manipulate energy, astral project, and shape thoughts. To master soul projection, you must train your mind and spirit. The magic we practice relies on specific incantations and rituals, channeling the energy of our own universe to achieve feats such as teleportation, energy waves, or protective shields. There is yet another kind of magic, one that draws upon the energies of other dimensions. These realms obey laws of physics and magic that are foreign to our own. Unlike the first two, mages often must petition these entities, offering sacrifices or tributes to gain their power. And that, she paused, her tone turning grave, is where true danger lies. In the mirror dimension, the Ancient One and Bai Yang sat cross-legged, facing each other. "So our duty is to handle beings or conceptual entities that invade from other dimensions?" Bai Yang asked. "Yes. Interdimensional incursions not only destabilize space, but a single breach could spell the end of Earth. That's why Agamotto, the founder of the mystic arts, established sanctums at 3 points across the globe to stabilize Earth space. It is our task as sorcerers to protect these sanctums," the Ancient One nodded. "And the Eye of Agamotto, that was his creation, wasn't it? You know of it? I've read many texts. I know the histories of every generation of Sorcerer Supreme," Bai Yang replied earnestly. "As for you, the current Sorcerer Supreme, if my calculations are correct, you've been alive for around 3 centuries. From then on, Bai Yang spent his days immersed in study within the mirror dimension. The Ancient One would often bring him books, and, when she had time, she would teach him personally, explaining the responsibilities of a sorcerer and guiding him along his path. During this period, Bai Yang threw himself into his studies, losing track of time as he delved into the endless ocean of magical knowledge. The mightiest defensive spell, the Shield of Seraphim. A spell for single-target damage, the Sacred Sword of the Vishani. Area of Effect spells, the Lightning of Bozat, the Winds of Wadham. A spell for dispelling magic, the Ancient Form of Hoggoth. The Art of Creating Duplicates, the Illusion of Icon, also known as the Form of Icon, each duplicate carrying the full power of the original. Control spells, the Crimson Bands of Sidorak and the Whip of Energy. Spatial magic, the Mirror Dimension. The Resident Evil movie arc has now concluded, and based on my reputation, the next time I enter the dream world, the time ratio will be 1 to 1,000. But for now, it's not yet time. I need to further my studies in magic before returning to that world for training. For managing my own time, this is the best choice." Over at the Dubai laboratory, it seems that after a period of intense conflict, the number of spies for various factions has dwindled considerably. In particular, spies from the Neon side have yet to appear, perhaps because they're hatching some plan. But right now, I don't have the time to concern myself with them. It doesn't matter if their plotting grows more elaborate. After mastering the mirror dimension spell, there is little left for me to learn in terms of magic. All that remains is to see if I can consult the Book of Cagliostro. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Bai Yang slowly opened his eyes. He raised his right hand, extending his index finger, middle finger, and thumb, facing forward. Sensing the fabric of the universe, he began to channel magic, while his left hand traced a circle in the air. In moments, a portal ringed with fiery sparks appeared before him. On the other side stood the Ancient One, as though she'd been waiting for some time. "It looks like you've learned almost everything," she said, hands clasped behind her back, as the young man stepped through the portal to stand before her. That's right. So, can you guess what I'm about to say? Bai Yang asked, bowing respectfully and rising with a smile. Through this period of tutelage, Bai Yang had come to respect her without even realizing it. Her vast heart and profound knowledge both commanded his admiration. In truth, both of them knew perfectly well that Bai Yang couldn't stay in Camartage forever. His ties to the mundane world ran too deep, and even with his talent to inherit the mantle of Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One could not entrust Camartage to him. You now have the qualifications to consult it, but I hope you'll accompany Caecilius on a mission first, she said slowly. The book in question, the one he now had access to, contained rituals for summoning energies from the Dark Dimension. Why? I think teaming up with Brother Mordo has been working out just fine, Bai Yang asked, puzzled. Caecilius has exceptional magical talent as well, but he's always obsessed over one thing: using magic to resurrect his wife and son. If he continues on this path, he'll inevitably encounter dangers from the dimensional realms. He might perish, or worse, become a pawn. The Ancient One's gaze softened as she explained further. Mordo is too rigidly bound to the laws of nature, so I'd like you to partner with Caecilius and see if you can help him change his mind. All right, Bai Yang agreed after a moment's thought. Caecilius had once been an ordinary man, but illness had destroyed his family. His wife and son had passed away one after the other, leaving him all alone in what was once a happy home. The heavy blow drove him to drown his sorrows in alcohol day after day, until one drunken night, he got into a brawl and was thrown out, only to be found by Mordo, who happened to be returning to Camartage and took him back. The wonders of magic gave him a new sense of hope. With his natural talent, he quickly surpassed many of the apprentices and soon stood shoulder to shoulder with senior Brother Mordo. But clearly, up to now, he still hadn't found a way to bring his wife and child back to life. Ever since Bai Yang arrived, however, the talent he displayed rekindled hope in him once more. He believed that with Bai Yang joining the research, the chances of success would increase significantly. Besides, it was obvious to him that Bai Yang was a man of broad learning despite his youth, and would be easier to guide. It seemed as if everyone who witnessed Bai Yang's abilities and gifts wanted to mentor him, hoping he would become a like-minded companion. But little did they know, Bai Yang had long since chosen his own path. But are you sure you want to let me see the Book of Cagliostro? Bai Yang hesitated for a moment before asking. Yes, even if I don't show it to you, you'd still find a way to get it. But I hope you won't link to the Dark Dimension unless you're absolutely certain. She nodded, thought for a moment, and then warned him. She had already foreseen the possible futures, but none showed Bai Yang being consumed by darkness. No problem. Besides, isn't it true that you'll be there? Bai Yang replied, smiling carelessly. I won't always be on Earth. She shook her head, turned, and left. London. Dusk had fallen, and the streetlights around were beginning to glow. In front of a church, a group of students stood clustered by the entrance, engaged in conversation. Suddenly, one of the girls stepped forward and kicked the person in front of her to the ground. Oh, Danny, how sad. The girl, taller and broader than some of the boys, looked down at the girl on the ground with a mocking sneer. She punctuated her words with another couple of kicks. Stop it. Danny, whose delicate features betrayed a certain vulnerability, got to her feet and pleaded quietly, Please, just stop. Oh, I'm going to tell Mommy. Someone's bullying her precious little baby. Seeing Danny's weakness only made her tormentor more relentless. Infuriated, Danny turned and started heading toward the church. Hey, get back here. The bully lunged forward, trying to block her way. As Danny's wrist was grabbed, she instinctively yanked her arm free. And, to everyone's shock, the burly girl was flung through the air. She spun several times before landing hard on the ground. Danny seemed momentarily stunned by what had just happened. Turning to see the other girls sprawled and disheveled, she allowed herself a small, triumphant grin. But then, something unexpected happened. The girl on the ground clutched her nose in terror and let out a piercing scream. Help! Blood was streaming uncontrollably from her nose. But her face had not actually touched the ground. Hearing the commotion, the nuns in the church rushed over and quickly helped her up. When Danny saw her condition clearly, she covered her mouth in terror. The girl lying on the floor was now bleeding not only from her nose, but fresh blood was also seeping from her mouth. The nun lifted the girl from the ground, but before she could ask anything, the girl suddenly widened her eyes in fear, staring at something behind Danny. Reflected in her pupils was a demon, its entire body blood red and covered in tiny bumps, with 2 horns protruding from its head. Yet no one else saw it. Stay away. Stay away. The demon drew closer and closer to her, and she tore herself free from the nun's grasp, stumbling backward in panic. The others thought she had lost her mind and were about to step forward to comfort her. But what happened next made them freeze in shock. The girl, still in a frenzy, suddenly began to twist in a way that defied the laws of nature, the sound of her bones cracking sharply echoing through the hall. Watched by all, her body bent backward, folding in on itself, while her arms and legs twisted together like braided dough. Such a grotesque and uncanny scene unfolded right at the entrance of the church. A bright moon hung in the sky, and its tranquil light washed over the earth. Inside a church in London, deep shadows filled every corner, with only the moonlight pouring through the windows like a shower of silver sand. Yet this calm moonlight, though gentle, did little to soften the church's eerie silence. In the darkness, it felt as if a beast lay in wait, ready to pounce. At that moment, a beam of light flickered on the staircase, accompanied by the almost inaudible sound of footsteps. A priest and a nun, both slightly hunched, crept cautiously along the stairs. In the stillness of the church, their footsteps rang out with biting clarity. The priest wore a cross around his neck and gripped a flashlight as he moved forward, while the nun in her white habit followed behind, visibly frightened. They descended the stairs slowly, inching their way toward the area where prayers were offered. Suddenly, the nun covered her mouth, her eyes wide with terror at the sight just ahead. Illuminated by the priest's flashlight, a red skull, still shrouded in bloody flesh, stood in place. Its eye sockets were hollow, the eyes long vanished. The priest, startled by the sight, shuddered and quickly raised the cross to his chest. It seemed the cross offered him some courage, for he mustered his nerve and took a few steps forward to investigate. "Don't go," the nun begged, clutching his sleeve. "It's all right. Jesus will protect us," the priest reassured her, patting her hand. He gently freed himself from her grip and pressed onward, flashlight in hand. As he drew closer, the surface of the skull became ever clearer under the beam, revealing even some exposed blood vessels. Suddenly, sharp, cracking sounds of breaking bones rang out in the silent church. The priest's advancing footsteps abruptly halted, leaving him rooted to the spot. Sensing something amiss, he turned around stiffly. The nun now hovered midair, but her head had vanished without a trace. At the sight, a chill surged from deep within the priest's heart all the way to the crown of his head. His whole body went cold, goosebumps prickling his skin. Illuminated by the beam of his flashlight, a blood-red demon silently emerged behind the nun, its mouth still chewing on something, crimson liquid dribbling from the corners of its lips. "Ah!" the priest shrieked, tearing free from terror's grip on his body, and bolted in the opposite direction. The demon seemed unconcerned by his escape, casually grabbing more food and stuffing it into its maw. The priest hurried down the corridor, ducking into a bedroom. In his panic, he dashed to the wardrobe, flung open the door, and prepared to hide inside. But just as his foot was about to step in, a thought struck him, and he glanced anxiously toward the bed. Meanwhile, the demon, having gorged itself, began to saunter idly around the church, lazily searching for the priest's whereabouts. Before long, it arrived at the very bedroom where the priest was hiding. The sound of the door, creaking open, rang out sharply in the silent darkness. The priest clenched his fists in terror, holding his breath, not daring to move a muscle. A sudden crash as the wardrobe door was smashed through by a single punch. Inside, only a few habits and undergarments hung limply. Far from disappointed, the demon let out a mocking chuckle, then strolled away as if leaving the room. The footsteps outside faded into the distance. The priest waited, heart pounding wildly in his chest. Only after more than 10 minutes, when his frantic heartbeat finally slowed, did he dare to gingerly lift one corner of the blanket. A single, mocking red eye stared back at him unblinking. The priest felt his heart come to a dead stop. But at that instant, a flash of red and blue streaked past. With a thunderous crash, the demon, just reaching for the priest, was struck as if by a cannonball, blasted clean through the wall, and sent flying. The entire room seemed to tremble from the force of the blow. Hot on the heels of the impact, a blood-red figure burst in through the shattered window. The demon now lay sprawled amid the rubble, a long furrow gouged in the floor, the cracked wall behind him bearing witness to the sheer power of the assault. Stunned by the sudden attack, the demon struggled to make sense of what had happened, his head swimming. He could just make out, buried in his chest, a hammer entwined with crimson runes. A hammer? Before he could gather his wits, the red figure was upon him, gripping the massive hammer's handle and swinging it down once more. The moonlit shadows stretched long over the demon's form. With another resounding blow, the hammer slammed into the ground, making the entire church shudder as if in fear. At the very last moment, the demon rolled aside, narrowly dodging the blow. His eyes widened as he watched the hammer brush past him by a hair's breadth. Dodged it? Let's try again. The red figure sounded a bit surprised, but without hesitation, swept the hammer sideways in a wide arc. This time, luck did not favor the demon. He was struck squarely by the blow and sent flying. Immediately, the inside of the church became a scene of utter destruction. Walls crumbled like buildings being demolished, the prayer benches and tables were thrown into chaos, and cracks snaked across the floor. After taking the first hit, the demon was left in a daze, his mind clouded by excruciating pain that only barely allowed him to remain conscious. He didn't dare to look back, desperate only to escape. But just as he tried to flee, the crimson chains once again blocked his path. And so, the demon was battered from one end of the church to the other by the relentless hammer, his presence growing fainter and fainter, until at last, he lay completely still. At that moment, a hooded figure in robes stepped through the church doors. He paused for a moment, taking in the devastation before him. Then, he hurried in the direction of the commotion. But when he arrived and saw the scene before his eyes, the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. There stood a red figure, swinging an enormous hammer, larger than a man, pounding it down upon the fallen demon. With each blow, the very ground seemed to shudder. "I think he's already dead," Caecilius murmured, lifting his hood and casting a glance at the demon's mangled form. "Huh, dead already." Bayang, hearing this, stopped swinging the hammer. "He's definitely dead." Caecilius stepped forward and looked at the demon embedded in the floor, speaking with certainty. "Well, I thought demons were supposed to be tough, not so easy to kill." Bayang let the magic fade from the hammer resting on his shoulder. In an instant, the giant hammer shrank before their eyes, transforming into a palm-sized miniature mallet. Its bronze exterior was etched with intricate magical runes, suggesting ancient craftsmanship. This was the magic forging hammer, a mystical artifact Bayang had acquired from the treasury of Kamartaj. At first, he had been a little disappointed when the hammer chose him. After all, he didn't think it suited his style. He had hoped for a dazzling holy sword, or at least something with more flair. But since the hammer had chosen him, and he had followed his own heart in accepting it, he decided to see it through. And after that recent fight, he had to admit, the hammer felt pretty good in his hands. It made sense for a blacksmith to wield a hammer, after all. As for the demon, his death was nothing short of humiliating. This guy had come in swinging, didn't even give him a chance to say a word, let alone fight back. There was no sense of honor in it. Now, the once quiet church was left in shambles. Shattered tables and benches, cracked floors and walls, and many rooms had been smashed open to the outside. The blood, too, was swallowed by the fallen debris, and that dreadful atmosphere faded away. "We probably don't need to keep him company here, do we?" Bayang glanced at the wreckage all around, and spoke a little awkwardly to Caecilius. "You should have asked me that before we started." Caecilius shook his head with a helpless sigh. "There was no choice. The situation was critical, and I didn't have time to isolate the area with a mirror dimension," Bayang replied, equally resigned. "It's all right, you don't need to stay. Thank you for saving me, and thank the Lord for his grace." Unnoticed, the priest had walked over to them. "I'm sorry, it really wasn't my intention." Bayang couldn't exactly admit he'd gotten carried away, swinging his hammer. "It's nothing. You saved my life, that's what matters. It's just a shame about the nuns and children of the church. They were all faithful servants of the Lord." The priest bowed his head in sorrow. He then lifted the cross on his chest and began to pray. Bayang and Caecilius exchanged a glance, then opened a portal and left. "Honestly, this hammer is really handy." Back in a London sanctum, Bayang turned the miniature hammer fondly in his hand, clearly delighted. "Ah, is that so?" Caecilius forced out a slightly uneasy laugh. He had a feeling that going on future missions with Bayang was going to be a handful. But as it turned out, things weren't so bad. Bayang had learned to create a mirror dimension to seal off the scene, preventing further escalation of incidents. Thanks to his exosuit, Bayang was always much faster than Caecilius, arriving at their destinations first. Each time Caecilius arrived, he'd see Bayang, small as he was, already swinging his hammer with gusto. At first, it took some getting used to, but over time he adjusted. What he really wanted to complain about, though, was how Bayang only looked like a proper mage when casting chains or the mirror dimension. The rest of the time, he was just smashing things with his hammer, like some demolition worker, nothing like a mage at all. It was just too violent. Still, it made Caecilius's own job a lot easier. Fighting side by side, the two grew gradually more familiar with each other. In the end, it was Caecilius who first opened up to Bayang, sharing what troubled his heart. One day, after stepping through a portal together, they didn't face invading creatures, but a spatial rift instead. It took everything they had to stabilize the rift. Both of them were utterly exhausted. In the end, they had a call for reinforcements to finally seal it. They were brought back to the London sanctum to rest. "Bayang, do you believe people can come back to life?" Caecilius asked suddenly, sitting across from him. "You want to bring your loved ones back?" Bayang looked at him thoughtfully. Yes, I've tried everything, magic, rituals, but there's just no progress. Caecilius shook his head in despair. So what do you think about cloning? Cloning? You mean you could clone them? He was visibly excited at first. Yes, as long as I have their genetic material. But what you get is just a physical copy. They wouldn't have the same thoughts or memories. Only the body would be identical, Bayang explained. Hearing this, Caecilius fell silent. After a moment, he looked at Bayang with pleading eyes. Is there any way to truly bring them back? No, Bayang replied bluntly. Unless you had a backup of their memories, which is clearly impossible. The other way would be to find their souls, but that's a nearly impossible chance as well. Their souls, Caecilius murmured. Yes, but considering how much time has passed, their souls almost certainly no longer exist, Bayang said after a pause. Then he added, actually, there's one more possibility. What is it? Caecilius asked, eyes wide. If you consider the theory of parallel universes, perhaps you could find another version of your wife living out an identical life in a parallel world. Then, you could copy her memories and transfer them into the clone body. It's a kind of resurrection, in a way, Bayang explained to him. Of course, crossing into parallel universes could trigger temporal paradoxes and cause irreversible damage, Bayang warned. Caecilius fell into a long silence, deep in thought about the feasibility of Bayang's suggestion. Once their break was over, Bayang returned to Camartage and headed to the library to borrow the Book of Cagliostro. The chapters on dark magic rituals hadn't been torn out yet, but Bayang didn't rush to read them. Instead, he started studying from the very beginning. One thing he couldn't help but complain about was that all the warnings and taboos about learning magic were tucked away at the end of the spells. Perhaps the authors never imagined anyone could master a spell after reading it just once. With the Ancient One's permission, Bayang had access to every book in the library. So after finishing his duties with Caecilius, he would always come here to study. There were many summoning rituals for dimensional energies in those books, with notes about their dangers written in the margins. This included those from the Dark Dimension. Bayang attempted one of the summoning rituals, but seemed to fail. He didn't let it bother him and moved on to the next book. The Book of the Vishanti. It contained the strongest known white magic. In its early days, the magic recorded within was purely defensive, never offensive. But as generations of sorcerers added new spells, it became more comprehensive and eventually included offensive magic as well. In the end, the Ancient One obtained it and locked it away in the library. As for his daily responsibilities, they weren't too burdensome. He and Caecilius were simply assigned to monitor the area around London. Most of the creatures they fought were demons and the like, who had slipped in from the hellish dimensions. All it took was a good swing of the hammer. Only when facing a succubus did the hammer hesitate, just for a moment. In the early days, Britain saw the rise of many wizards, but after World War II, they all but vanished, leaving behind numerous summoning circles and magical arrays. The people of Britain would often stumble upon this knowledge by accident, some driven by simple curiosity, others pushed to desperation by bullying, choosing self-sacrifice and summoning demons as their last resort. Because of this, Britain had far more to deal with than most other places. But with Poplar and his hammer on their side, their efficiency soared to new heights. And so, life began to settle into a steady rhythm. After handling each invasion, Caecilius would always seek out Poplar to discuss resurrection. Poplar never hesitated to share his thoughts, never resorting to platitudes about life and death being part of fate. During this time, no one seemed to know what the Ancient One was busy with. She was nowhere to be seen. Mordo, on the other hand, visited Poplar often, checking in on him and making sure he was well. Time passed, though it was hard to say how long. One day, after Poplar and Caecilius had finished dealing with another batch of invaders and were about to head back, the Red Queen reached out with a message. There's been an incident in Neon, she announced. Poplar narrowed his eyes at her words. At the Red Queen's signal, Poplar opened a portal and returned straight to his laboratory. Ever since members of the Hand had stolen the T-virus, Poplar had ordered the Red Queen to keep a close watch on that region. He had also been racing to develop an antidote, determined to be ready with the best solution should the virus ever break out. What happened? He asked as soon as he arrived in the lab. The Red Queen's projection materialized at his side. Yesterday, in Neon's laboratory number 3, a test subject escaped. Isn't that pretty normal? Poplar frowned. After the virus was stolen, the Neon military had quickly moved to human testing. Occasionally, test subjects managed to flee, sometimes even harming civilians, but these incidents were always covered up before causing widespread panic. Today, I managed to obtain the escaped subject's file. He is code-named Test Subject A49, the Red Queen replied, pausing briefly before projecting an image of a naked man strapped to an examination table. This subject is known as Plague. What's noteworthy is his mutated power, viral transmission, a superhuman ability to spread a virus through the air. The records show that Plague was a victim of nuclear fallout, and in 2001, he was arrested and detained after unconsciously releasing a virus. Yesterday, he was brought into Laboratory Number 3 to participate in the T-virus weapon experiment. Their aim was to research a human-based viral source. After the virus merged and broke free from its shackles, it managed to control the researchers and escape. It escaped just yesterday and is now fleeing toward downtown Tokyo. Bayang raised his eyebrows in surprise. Good grief, it was supposed to be nothing more than an injectable agent, easy to control. Now, thanks to their meddling, it's become airborne. What's more, according to the files, the mutant codenamed Plague hadn't intentionally harmed anyone, yet had been imprisoned and experimented on for 7 or 8 years. Detaining it might have been one thing, but with such a valuable subject, it's no wonder some people couldn't resist the temptation. Now, it's likely that the creature harbors thoughts of destroying the world. How's the progress on the airborne virus antidote? Bayang asked after a moment's thought. Whatever happens, the situation must remain under his control. We're nearing the final stages. It should take about another month, the Red Queen replied, pulling up the data on the airborne antidote. A month is a bit too long. Bayang bit his lip and considered for a moment. A lot could happen in a month, but for now, the priority was to warn other countries to take preventive measures. While the virus was still contained, it was vital to implement isolation protocols in advance to stop it from spreading further. After carefully reviewing the progress on the antidote, Bayang dialed a number. Hey, Bayang, you finally found the time to call me, came a slightly reproachful voice as soon as the call connected. What's up, boss Ethan? Bayang chuckled awkwardly, trying to ease the mood. I really think you should find me some help as soon as possible. I'm down to my last few hairs here, Ethan said, rubbing the few strands left on his head. All right, no problem. In about a month, I'll arrange for someone to help share the load. How does that sound? Bayang realized he'd been a bit remiss and hastily made the promise. After all, as the company grew larger, the sheer volume of diplomatic work alone was overwhelming for Ethan to handle on his own. It was starting to seem unreasonable, especially after nearly a year of rapid development. Various versions of Bai were now available, and about 60% of households in the city owned one. The growth of Bai Medical Technology Company was already on a par with industry giants like Osborne and Stark, with only a slight lack in legacy and depth. Of course, since they weren't in the same field, there was little point in comparing them directly. Moreover, Bai Medical Technology Company had already established branches in war-torn regions such as Afghanistan, Syria, and Iraq, providing aid to refugees displaced by conflict, essentially acting as relief centers. The sight of Bai's endearing robot figure had become common in suffering communities, moving through war zones like an angel of mercy. According to statistics, in just half a year, Bai Medical Technology Company had provided aid to nearly 10 million people worldwide. Along with various publicity efforts, Big White had become a symbol of world peace. In just a year of development, Big White Medical Technology Company had gained unprecedented international prestige. Recently, Ethan had started the process of applying for Big White Medical Technology Company to join the United Nations as a symbol of peace. If successful, Big White Medical Technology Company would become the first enterprise to join the United Nations. People in many countries strongly supported the idea of Big White Medical Technology Company joining the UN. However, the United Nations was still in deliberation and had yet to make a final decision. Although the company had not yet officially become a representative of peace, Ethan himself had already been named Peace Ambassador, and the responsibilities on his shoulders grew heavier by the day. Fortunately, he could share some of the burden with Red Queen. Otherwise, he truly wouldn't be able to handle it all. All right, we have an understanding. So, what brings you to me this time? Ethan nodded, then asked, Have you watched my Resident Evil movie yet? Bayang inquired. No, I haven't had the time. Ethan replied bluntly. All right, I'll make arrangements for someone to get it to you as soon as possible. The reason I made this movie, Bayang explained, is because I discovered that the Neon military is researching this kind of viral weapon. A virus? Don't most countries have some kind of research going on? Ethan was puzzled, unsure where Bayang was headed with this. I know that, Bayang responded, but the research by the Neon military has run into serious problems. There's a high chance the virus will leak. I need you to make a statement and alert other nations so they can prepare. I'll send you the information I've gathered shortly. If you can, try to watch Resident Evil within a day, Bayang added. All right, I'll take a look. Ethan frowned. The prospect of a viral outbreak was indeed grave. Good, do it as soon as you can. I've already started working on an antidote here. I'll also send you the cure, and we can arrange a press conference when the time is right. With that, Bayang ended the call. On the other end, Ethan put down his phone and picked up his computer, opening the files that had just been sent over. He clicked on them. One was a video, the other a written report. The video opened with the scene of a laboratory bathed in harsh white light. A naked human lay unconscious, strapped to an examination table. Beside the table stood a technician, fully suited in protective gear, holding a syringe filled with a vivid blue liquid. Without delay, the liquid was injected into the test subject's body. The footage sped up. Suddenly, the person strapped to the table began to convulse violently, shaking the entire apparatus with tremendous force. All at once, the subject broke free from the restraints and lunged straight at the technician by his side. Caught off guard, the technician was immediately tackled and savagely bitten. However, in the end, the situation was brought under control, and the only casualties were among the laboratory staff. The next day, the Bai Corporation held a press conference. As a company enjoying immense popularity, the announcement of the press conference immediately drew a large crowd of reporters. By noon, the lobby of Dubai Medical Technology Company was packed with journalists and photographers, their microphones raised as they clustered together, all eyes fixed on the bald, middle-aged man standing at the podium. Mr. Ethan, as a company that has never held a press conference before, what prompted you to do so today? Is there something important you wish to announce? Hearing these questions, Ethan took a moment to compose his thoughts. The reason for today's press conference is to issue a statement concerning Neon. In fact, you could call it a warning, Ethan said, his expression grave. No sooner had he finished speaking than the room erupted in a flurry of discussion, voices overlapping in a wave of excitement. Reporters from Neon, in particular, looked uneasy at the mention of such a statement. Is Neon obstructing Dubai's efforts to establish a branch office? Why issue a warning to Neon? What have they done? Is it because a Neon citizen posted a video of abusing a Dubai robot? But surely that's not an issue that warrants action at a national level. For a moment, the room buzzed with a barrage of questions, the reporters' voices creating a low, persistent hum. Quiet. Ethan, overwhelmed by the noise, shouted into the microphone. His amplified voice cut through the commotion, bringing the hall to an abrupt silence. Once order was restored, Ethan casually pointed to a young reporter with black hair seated near the front. You may ask your question. The young reporter steadied himself, then spoke. Mr. Ethan, may I ask why you are issuing a warning to Neon? What has Neon done to threaten Dubai Corporation? Neon hasn't done anything to threaten Dubai Corporation. What they have done is a threat to the entire world. Mr. Ethan, do you realize what you are saying? Interrupted a Neon reporter, his tone laced with a barely veiled threat. He wasn't aware of any wrongdoing by Neon, but Dubai's actions toward his country left him indignant. Of course, Ethan replied nonchalantly, then picked up a remote pointer and aimed it at the computer screen beside him. I'm sure you're all familiar with the movie Resident Evil. It's not just a sci-fi horror film. It's also a cautionary tale. Before the film was even shot, we accidentally captured footage of a man-eating creature in the forests on the outskirts of Neon's Tokyo. As he spoke, a blurry video played on the screen, showing a forest scene. In the footage, a human figure suddenly lunged at another person, then hunched over and began to tear into them. Afterwards, as we continued to investigate, we discovered that this kind of incident had occurred more than once before, but each time the media in Neon's various countries had suppressed the news. Next, footage from inside the laboratory was released directly. This time, the images were much clearer, and many reporters witnessed a gruesome scene. They are conducting human experiments with the virus. All the reporters' faces changed instantly. This revelation would have massive consequences, especially since it was being exposed by Dubai Corporation. Of course, the main reason I'm making this statement today is that a mutant experimental subject has already escaped the lab carrying the virus, and it's believed to be heading toward Tokyo. With that, Ethan displayed all the data and footage related to the mutant and the experiments. This time, even the Neon Country reporters fell silent. We hope to issue this statement to urge early quarantine measures and the capture of the experimental subject to prevent the virus from spreading further. We urge Neon to allow international intervention. Ethan's expression was grave, underscoring the seriousness of the situation. Reporters then began to ask more detailed questions. Ethan continued to release information about the virus experiments in Neon. As the details emerged, those with some knowledge of virology began to look increasingly concerned. If it were just a case of injections, and the virus could only be transmitted through blood, the situation would be easy to contain. But now, after merging into the mutant's body, the virus had shifted from blood transmission to becoming airborne, making the outcome impossible to predict. What's more, the data showed the mutant itself was a source of infection, and there was no telling if the virus would mutate further. The press conference went on for the entire afternoon, but the news outside had already begun to spread, sparking a wave of panic. But the ones most terrified were the people in Neon, because reports were already coming in from areas outside Tokyo of cannibalistic incidents. However, the media claimed that these were caused by people consuming drugs containing methcathinone, which could lead to delusions, hallucinations, anxiety, and violent loss of control. Such incidents had occurred before, so not many paid close attention. But now, with the Bai Corporation's statement and the earlier fuzzy video reports, panic erupted all at once. Many people rushed online searching for information, but found nothing. At that moment, everyone realized something was terribly wrong. Those with foresight had already started buying plane tickets. Whether the rumors were true or not, they just wanted to get out. And with the Bai Corporation's solid evidence, it seemed this was all likely real. At this moment, in the heart of Tokyo, the Neon Imperial Palace, known also as the Imperial Residence, is situated at the heart of Tokyo. Spanning approximately 17 hectares, it serves as the residence of the highest leader of Neon and their family. The entire palace is encircled by a protective moat, and the grounds are divided into several areas: the main residence, the outer garden, the eastern garden, and Kinamura Park. Fools! Utter fools! At this moment, within the palace walls, a man dressed in a formal kimono paced furiously, glaring at the news broadcast before him. On the screen was footage of Ethan holding a press conference. Below the screen, a middle-aged man knelt on the floor, his face filled with terror, his head bowed deeply to the ground. The man rose to his feet, pacing back and forth. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to quell his anger, then turned his gaze to the man kneeling before him. General Fukada, under any circumstances, you must bring the plague test subject back before dawn tomorrow. If you fail, you will take your own life with your service pistol. Yes, sir. Fukada nodded vigorously, his expression resolute as if ready to face death itself. All related virus experiments are to be halted immediately. We'll wait until this incident has subsided before resuming anything. Yes, sir. Go now. Whatever happens, do not let him enter Tokyo. With a weary wave of his hand, he slumped onto the tatami mat, his eyes fixed on the screen before him. Each one of Ethan's explanations and accusations twisted painfully in his chest. For every revelation, more and more of their viral experiments were being exposed to the public eye, especially now that the news had reached the United Nations Human Rights Council. He had no idea how to respond. At that moment, a new call came through, the country displayed on the screen, making his expression darken even further. The situation was rapidly spiraling. The Neon authorities were desperately trying to ease the growing panic, but they could not stop the exodus of foreign tourists. In just a single afternoon, every plane ticket and ferry pass had been snatched up. Meanwhile, in Kanagawa, Neon, Ayakawa Village. Because Ayakawa Village was closer to Tokyo, many people who worked in the city lived here, making the town lively and full of everyday energy. In the warm, fading light of dusk, smoke curled into the air beside a house near the rice fields, its scent sharp and smoky. As one drew closer, the barbecue grill still sizzled with roasting meat, the fat hissing and spattering, though the aroma was tinged with a hint of scorching. All around was silent. Not a soul could be seen. Only the steady crackle and hiss from the grill filled the air. Suddenly, several figures in green camouflage uniforms shattered the stillness. Armed with rifles, they moved cautiously, their eyes sweeping the area in alert vigilance. "Captain, no sign of activity," a soldier reported into his earpiece. "Copy that. Keep searching. We must find a test subject tonight, no matter what." Understood. The squad broke formation, fanning out to continue their search deeper into the village. In the dying light of sunset, the silent lanes of Ayakawa took on an uncanny, eerie quality. As the squad split up and entered the village, they could still see the occasional glimmer of light inside some of the houses. Here and there on the roadside, abandoned bicycles or electric scooters lay toppled over. It was as if the entire population of the village had suddenly evaporated into thin air. "Juichiro, something feels off. This place is just too eerie," murmured one of the soldiers in camouflage, both of them making their way down the deserted street. "Something must have happened here. Judging by the signs, the villagers disappeared sometime today at the latest." "The news from Bai Corporation couldn't possibly have driven the entire town away," the other replied. "Could it be that the test subject has already been here?" "I don't know. Stay sharp. We need to find someone alive and ask what happened," came the tense response. Though they kept their voices low, in the stillness of the town, their words rang out loud and clear. Just then, a flicker of light flashed inside a nearby house, and a shadowy figure seemed to dart past the window. Both soldiers, alert and experienced, instantly picked up on the movement. They exchanged a glance, raised their rifles in readiness, and moved cautiously towards the building. Outside of Tokyo, Places in neon tended to have smaller populations, but life still pulsed through these towns with a quiet vibrancy. The soldiers pushed open a wooden door, climbing a cramped staircase. The last traces of twilight had faded, plunging the house into darkness. They switched on the flashlights attached to their rifles, scanning every corner ahead with wary eyes. All around was silence. Only the creaking of their boots on the wooden steps broke the hush. But for these two, such darkness and quiet were nothing new. They moved slowly up to the second floor, to the very room where the figure had been seen. The lead soldier crouched low as he approached, pressing himself against the doorframe. His partner raised his weapon, aiming into the room, ready to fire at the slightest sign of danger. With a scraping groan, the wooden door swung open, the light from their flashlights casting long, distorted shadows of their bodies across the walls. But inside, the room was empty. All that greeted them was a table set for dinner, the food on it long gone cold. After a careful sweep, the soldier with the rifle signaled the all clear, and together they stepped inside, alert for any movement. "No one's here." Juichiro frowned at the emptiness. "There has to be someone, or at least a pet," his comrade insisted. Yet the room was undeniably vacant. Juichiro shook his head, ready to leave. But just as he reached the doorway, he spotted someone crouched in the shadows. "What is it?" His companion, puzzled, noticed him pause. A sudden, guttural roar erupted. From beneath the shadow, a figure lunged out like a wild beast, attacking with terrifying speed. Bang! A sharp gunshot rang out in the room, and the man who had lunged forward instantly collapsed to the ground. His head was blown open, leaving a gaping hole. "That scared me. What has happened?" Ichiro said nothing. With a grave expression, he stepped forward, crouched down, and pried open the dead man's mouth to examine his teeth. He then checked the skin on the corpse, noticing its pale color and patches of decay. "This place has already been infected by the virus," Ichiro said in a low, somber voice. "How could it have happened so quickly?" his companion asked, unable to believe it. After all, the test subject had only escaped yesterday. For an entire town to be infected by the next day was astonishing. Just then, a chorus of guttural howls and pounding noises erupted outside. Their faces changed instantly, and they hurried to the window to look down. The scene below drained the blood from their faces. They looked utterly stricken. "Damn it! How did they get here?" A swarm of zombies, who knows when they had appeared, now surrounded the entire building with no gaps in between. So densely packed it filled them with dread and despair. Elsewhere, the other teams faced similar predicaments. Some found themselves trapped inside crates. Others were suddenly ambushed and dragged down by mobs of zombies, and some were even attacked by packs of zombie animals. The once silent city was now plunged into chaos. Screams and roars tore through the night, shattering the calm. Ayakawa village had fallen. The neon military had still underestimated the power of the plague. But soon, one after another, armed helicopters arrived as reinforcements. The response was swift in the face of the crisis. Soldiers rappelled onto rooftops, ignoring the trapped survivors for the moment as they began their search. Helicopters circled above the town, scouring the area. Amid the darkness, a figure cloaked in a black hood slipped away, calm and composed in the chaos. He headed straight for Tokyo. "Search every inch. Tonight, we must capture the test subject. His Majesty the Emperor demands an explanation." In a military command room, as more and more urgent reports piled up, Fukada's heart grew heavier. "We've already sealed off Ayakawa village. Unless he can bend space, nothing is getting out," the officer in charge of the operation declared with confidence. "Not even a single insect escapes." Fukada replied, his tone dark and severe. "Yes, sir." Yet, as hours slipped by, the search teams came up empty-handed, and even suffered casualties. By midnight, the hands of the clock marked 12. Now, the deputy who had worn a look of confidence just moments before had grown visibly anxious. Beside him, Fukada's face was as dark as the night itself. "Sakurajima, if we can't find him before dawn, then you'll go down with me." Both men already sensed something was wrong. In the dead of night, Ayakawa village had been searched from top to bottom, yet still there was no trace. Most likely, their target had already slipped away. "Yes, but General, don't worry. I've set up roadblocks in Tokyo. We'll definitely catch him. And what if he doesn't go to Tokyo?" "He will. He has to." After all, Tokyo's position in Japan was simply too important to ignore. By this time, every main road and expressway tollgate leading into Tokyo had guards stationed. Each soldier wore a black protective mask and carried a firearm, blocking anyone who tried to enter, whether by vehicle or on foot. Now, Tokyo was only letting people out, not in. Only after the test subject was apprehended would the alert be lifted. But today, a huge number of people were trying to leave. By now, the expressway entrances were backed up with cars, and the other checkpoints were just as clogged. Inside Tokyo International Airport, it was the same story, packed to the brim, most faces tight with worry and urgency. Confronted with this chaos, the city's transportation authorities could do little but try to communicate and reason with the crowds, not daring to forcibly detain anyone. All of this stemmed from the public statement issued by the Bai company earlier that day. Today, the transportation departments and defense forces had truly been thrown into utter turmoil, chasing their own tails, scrambling to keep up, and still being called to account every now and then. Let me through. I've got a delivery to make. At this moment, at the Oda Expressway toll station, a weather-beaten driver glared angrily at the staff before him. I'm very sorry, sir, but Tokyo is under temporary lockdown. No one will be allowed in until after dawn, replied a middle-aged woman, her face gentle, bowing repeatedly in apology. The company's breathing down my neck. They want this delivered before sunrise. Can't you just check my cargo? If it's all clear, what's the problem? I'm sorry, but these are extraordinary times. Please, cooperate with us. To be safe, until the source of the outbreak was found, no one could be let in. Moreover, it was now certain that the virus was heading for Tokyo. As long as they followed the trail and swept the area thoroughly, they stood a good chance of capturing it before dawn. But only if they kept it from getting into Tokyo. Sir, it's not safe here. You'd best return to your car and wait quietly. As soon as we get word, we'll let you through right away. What on earth is going on? An experimental subject escaped from the Oda Virus Research Institute. It's heading straight for Tokyo. What? Many of the frantic people hadn't had time to check the news and were hearing this for the first time. The test subject is highly contagious. For your own safety, keep your distance from this area. But I can't back up now. There are already several cars blocking the way behind me. The driver looked back with a troubled expression. Although there weren't that many cars trying to leave, the ban on passage had already caused a small traffic jam. Some staff members were working hard to clear the way and calm the drivers. Just then, however, the driver's eyes went wide in sudden shock. Bright headlights flared up on the highway behind them, flooding a stretch of road with glaring light. The driver instantly recognized the silhouettes. Those were all massive freight trucks. And now, as the trucks drew nearer, they showed no sign of slowing down. Something's wrong, stay alert. Others had noticed as well, and the soldiers on duty quickly shifted into a defensive stance. Sensing danger, the driver hurried back into his own car, knowing that inside the vehicle was the safest place to be. A thunderous crash erupted as the line of trucks barreled forward with unstoppable force, smashing aside every car parked in their path. Through the front windshield, the driver could see the truckers, faces pale, eyes wild with a violent glint. Suddenly, a barrage of gunfire shattered the night, bullets punching holes through the windshields and into the truck drivers' skulls. But the trucks, carried forward by sheer momentum, kept plowing ahead. Some slammed into the highway barriers, while others, by chance, crashed straight through the toll booth barricades. In total, more than a dozen trucks rammed through the area. The scene was utter chaos, trucks strewn every which way, their cargo, fruit or industrial goods, scattered haphazardly across the ground. A soldier was even pinned beneath one of the trucks. People caught in the traffic jam craned their necks to see what had happened. The gruesome sight sparked panic among those at the scene. Staff worked to soothe nerves, guards kept watch, and a team was dispatched to check for any overlooked dangers. Yet with the trucks lying in tangled heaps, the entire entrance was blocked. Some cars were crushed beneath them. To make sure nothing was concealed among the wreckage, a thorough search was necessary. One squad approached a truck lying on its side at the edge of the pile, clad head to toe in white protective suits. Did you hear that? The team leader raised a hand, signaling everyone to stay alert. No one answered because the noise was growing louder. A frantic pounding rattled from inside the trailer, the thuds echoing like a wild beast trapped and hammering to get out. Open it, the leader commanded with a wave. A soldier stepped forward. As he approached, he could feel the trailer shaking violently. He reached the rear doors, and with the utmost caution, twisted open the locked handle. Bang! As soon as he twisted the switch, the car door was suddenly slammed open. Fortunately, his reflexes were quick enough. He stepped back just in time, dodging the iron door as it burst open. The moment the door gave way, a crowd of people tumbled out as if poured forth like water. Stay alert. Attention! There's a natural gas tanker behind us. Don't use anything with heavy firepower, someone barked. The soldiers in the rear quickly raised their rifles, eyes sharp with vigilance. The group that spilled out slowly got to their feet. Some were still dressed in business suits, others in tank tops. But every single one of them shared a chilling feature. Their faces were deathly pale, and their eyes burned with ravenous greed. Fire! The squad leader commanded without hesitation. When they were dispatched here, they'd already been briefed on what to expect. The people before them bore every mark of the infected, zombies. In the back, Major Fujiwara, in charge of security, allowed a faint smile to cross his face. This was proof the test subjects had finally arrived. Everyone on high alert. The target is right here in the vicinity. Fujiwara's tone shifted to one of grave authority as he issued his order. Rapid gunfire crackled at the toll station entrance, echoing in bursts. Zombies emerging from the truck were cut down one by one, unable to pose any real threat. With knowledge of their weaknesses, this number of zombies was hardly a match for armed soldiers. Onlookers in the distance, seeing these howling zombies, hurried back into their cars. A few braver souls pulled out their phones, recording the scene. This spectacle left no doubt. Rumors of the neon virus experiment were true. But before they could finish dealing with the zombies in the truck, a chorus of guttural roars suddenly rose up from the highway. Major Fujiwara's gaze snapped to the horizon, and his face blanched in an instant. There, along the stretch of highway where the barricade had been breached, a dense swarm of zombies appeared, flooding the open passage. They opened their mouths wide, unleashing bestial howls, sprinting this way at terrifying speed. "Hurry! Use explosives! Clear out every monster in that truck!" one of the teams urgently shouted as they fought. But, fall back! Get clear! Don't get caught in a crossfire! The zombies in the truck kept pouring out. Not many, but enough that they couldn't be dealt with quickly. Meanwhile, the horde on the highway was growing by the second. Support was desperately needed on that side. There was a natural gas tanker behind them, but as long as they kept their distance in the open, it wouldn't be a major issue. The toll station, though, was sure to be destroyed. There was no time to hesitate. Action had to be decisive. With the order given, one soldier pulled out a grenade and, under cover, hurled it into the truck. He quickly retreated with his teammates. A thunderous explosion erupted from the wreckage behind them, followed immediately by an even greater blast that shook the air. At the same time, a massive burst of fire shot into the sky, casting a blazing red glow across the darkness. At the toll station, explosions and gunfire erupted all at once. Faced with this chaos, the convoy at the nearby exit blared their horns in a wild, overlapping chorus. In that moment, the entire area was plunged into utter chaos. The horde of zombies on the road drew nearer, and among them were swift-moving, infected animals. There were snakes, dogs, and cats. These creatures moved far more quickly than the human zombies, making it nearly impossible to land a fatal blow. Suddenly, a piercing scream rang out. A soldier had been ensnared by a black snake, its sharp fangs plunging through his protective suit and deep into his flesh. The venom, mingled with the virus, raced through his bloodstream, transforming his body into a zombie in mere moments, leaving no time for resistance. Cries of agony filled the air as the zombie horde quickly broke through the defense line. "Fall back! Fall back!" Colonel Fujiwara's face went pale as he shouted in panic at the scene unfolding before him. But just then, a heavy, droning sound rumbled overhead. 3 armed helicopters swooped in. Reinforcements had arrived. Their guns blazed, sending streams of bullets raining down. The zombies below fell in swathes, collapsing like a field of wheat beneath a scythe. Colonel Fujiwara, who had been on the verge of ordering a retreat, spun around, a look of relief and joy on his face. "Quick, quick, tighten the defensive perimeter. Don't let a single creature pass," he commanded. There were countless vehicles behind them. If even one person was infected, the situation would spiral out of control. Moments ago, everyone had been fighting for their own survival. No one had the luxury to worry about others. Thanks to the timely arrival of reinforcements, the chaos at the scene was finally brought under control. Once order had been restored, General Fukada rappelled down from one of the helicopters. He strode straight up to Colonel Fujiwara. "Colonel Fujiwara, have you found target?" he asked, his voice tinged with urgency. Colonel Fujiwara fell silent for a moment. "I'm sorry, General Fukada. We haven't found the target," he said heavily, bowing his head. "You fool. What do you think you're doing?" Fukada snapped, striking him across the face. "I'm sorry." Fujiwara bowed again. "If the target hasn't appeared, there's a good chance they're still behind us. We'll continue searching and start checking the convoys in the rear." The officer beside them stepped forward and said, "There were only 3 or 4 hours left until dawn. If the target hadn't passed the toll station, their search should be complete within 2 hours at this pace. Even if the target had slipped into the jam convoy behind, they wouldn't have gotten far." Yet up to this point, there hadn't even been a trace of the target, which left Fukada and the others with a growing sense of unease. And then, just as they were bracing for the worst, something unexpected happened. "What? Why would you let them run back?" Fujiwara, his face flushed with anger, demanded an answer from the staff at the toll station. But they left via the emergency lane, and, at that time, the whole scene was chaotic. "We had no chance to stop them," replied the staff member, his voice tinged with grievance. What happened? Fukada, who had been studying the satellite map, walked over with a frown. Seeing him approach, Fujiwara immediately lowered his tone, adopting a more respectful posture. General Fukada, during the battle, just now, many people in the convoy leaving Tokyo escaped through the emergency lane. He pointed toward the blocked-off road. At that moment, the emergency lane was already jammed with cars, horns blaring incessantly. But despite the traffic, many had already managed to get away. Fukada and the others, whose expressions had only just relaxed, now looked deeply troubled. Things had originally been under control, but now that people had left, everything had taken a turn for the worse. Colonel Fujiwara, did you notice anyone suspicious pass by while you were on guard? Fukada pressed, clinging to a last shred of hope. The scene was utter chaos at the time. I honestly can't say if anyone slipped through. Fujiwara spoke the truth, holding nothing back. Amid the blazing inferno and the sudden onslaught of zombies, pandemonium reigned, and in the end, they had barely managed to retreat. If someone had snuck in during the confusion, it would have been nearly impossible to notice. What about the sniper? He's dead. Damn it. Fukada's whole body trembled with rage. When it came to matters of life and death, he could not afford to be careless. Yet, deep inside, he found himself nursing a grudge against the experiment's chief supervisor. It wasn't the experimental virus or even the escape of the test subject that angered him. These, after all, were hazards that came with the territory. What he resented was that the supervisor's reports hadn't spelled out the risks clearly enough. From what had just happened, it was obvious. The test subject could not only spread the virus, but also control those infected. We should have been able to intercept the convoys retreating through the emergency lane. It shouldn't have been that hard to stop them. Around them, the cacophony of horns still blared out across the open space. But mixed with the noise, faint, agonized screams began to ripple through the air. Yuta, what's wrong? In the convoy, inside a black Nissan sedan, a young man at the wheel was seized by panic. In the passenger seat, his friend's eyes had turned milky white, his whole body convulsing violently. Seeing his friend in such a state, a deep sense of dread welled up inside him. Unable to help himself, he unbuckled his seatbelt, flung open the door, and got out. But just as his feet touched the ground, his own mind began to cloud over. He looked ahead at others who had also left their cars, a longing flickering in his eyes. Then, that craving overwhelmed all rational thought, and he lunged at the nearest person. Back in the car, his friend was still trapped by the seatbelt, left only to watch with envy as his companion stumbled out. The virus had broken loose. The screams grew louder and louder, as the vehicles began to careen wildly amidst the mounting chaos. What had once been orderly lanes turned into utter bedlam, with smoke and dust swirling in the air. Dawn had broken. It's over. Upon seeing the scene on the roadway, General Fukumoto and the others looked utterly desolate, their faces drained of color, their eyes vacant. Fukumoto dropped to his knees. Beside him, Fujiwara and his companion hesitated for a moment, but did not kneel. Instead, they headed off toward the rest of the team. A gunshot rang out. Bathed in a slant of morning sunlight, Fukumoto slowly collapsed to the ground. Fujiwara and his colleagues stiffened, but quickly regained their composure and resumed directing operations on the scene. No matter what, their immediate priority was to secure the area. As for Tokyo, they could only send a detailed report up the chain of command. The riot at the entrance to the Tokyo Expressway tollgate had already been reported early that morning, but the Japanese military was working to control the message, so it hadn't spread widely yet. It would likely take until noon for the news to truly break, or rather, they could only hope to keep it under wraps until then. The reason for the secrecy was clear. They needed time to seal off the city. If the news broke too quickly, chaos would erupt within Tokyo, and everyone would do whatever they could to flee. But now, no one could be sure where the plague had already spread, nor could anyone guarantee that those escaping the city weren't carrying the virus. That's why it was crucial to establish a blockade on top of the existing defenses as swiftly as possible. This would greatly reduce the risk of the virus spreading further. But things were different for the other countries. The incident at the tollgate was relayed instantly to intelligence agencies around the world. Within moments, phones started ringing. Bacchiaro? Absolutely not. Don't even think about it. In the Imperial Palace, the Emperor's face was dark as he slammed down the phone. Representatives from various countries had just called, proposing to station their troops in Japan to prevent the spread of the virus. But how could any nation allow foreign troops to be stationed on its own soil? Steadying his nerves and waiting for his agitation to subside, the Emperor turned to face a middle-aged man sitting opposite him. Seated across from him, locked in a tense gaze, was the Japanese cabinet minister. Today, the two were to discuss the implementation of Japan's lockdown. Minister Oda, how are the arrangements coming along? The powers of the cabinet minister and the emperor were not the same. Japan's emperor was merely a symbolic figure, holding no real authority. The prime minister, however, wielded the highest power in the country. Their duties also differed. The emperor's main responsibilities were to appoint the prime minister, approve laws and treaties, and so forth. The prime minister's main tasks were to make key decisions for the nation and ensure the smooth operation of all administrative bodies. Even the methods of appointment were different. The position of emperor was hereditary, passed down through succession. The prime minister, meanwhile, was selected from among the members of parliament, nominated and confirmed by the Diet, and then officially appointed by the emperor. The cabinet minister was a man with a slightly bloated face, wearing his hair in a traditional queue, and his expression gave off a gentle impression. Everything has been arranged. All the roads surrounding Tokyo have been fortified, and special task forces have been dispatched into the city to search and apprehend the subject. However, we're running short on protective suits. We need to produce more quickly and expedite their transportation. When do we withdraw? The emperor hesitated for a moment before continuing his inquiry. If you wish to withdraw, you may, but only after the Tokyo blockade is firmly in place. We must issue a public statement to reassure the people before any retreat can happen. Prime Minister Oda replied, his tone unruffled. Understood. The emperor nodded in agreement. However, it would likely be close to dusk before any reassurance would be necessary. Some government officials can be evacuated ahead of time. The officials within Tokyo were certainly aware of the situation. If they were prevented from leaving, there was no telling whether they might cause a public uproar. Once the main matters were settled, Prime Minister Oda suddenly announced, General Fukada has taken his own life with his service pistol. Upon hearing this, the emperor stiffened, but then calmly set down his teacup as if nothing had happened. Yes, he failed in his mission. This time, it wasn't entirely his fault. The laboratory's report was far too vague. Still, Your Majesty, you may have overstepped in this matter. Prime Minister Oda maintained his gentle demeanor. The emperor narrowed his eyes at this remark. Keita Mikuma, a diplomatic official of Neon, felt a wave of panic when he heard that the experimental specimen had escaped to Tokyo. He had previously been in contact with members of the Inagawa Kai, who sensed trouble and left Tokyo before things escalated. They had reached out to him to join them, but with his wife and child still in the city, moving on such short notice was simply not viable. So he declined. In his mind, a single test subject would have no chance against armed soldiers. Resistance seemed impossible. But now, the subject had actually broken through the defenses. Though he didn't fully grasp the implications, the grave expressions around the meeting table unsettled him. He returned home at once, packed up their belongings, brought his wife and son together, and prepared to leave the city. Has something happened? His wife asked anxiously, clutching their child in her arms. Yes, there was an accident at a virus research lab. One of the test subjects escaped, broke through the defenses, and made it to Tokyo. It's not safe here anymore. We need to leave and see how things unfold. It was around 9 o'clock, and the news was already spreading fast. Some supermarkets were packed to capacity, with crowds of people talking in worried or angry tones, their faces showing fear or outrage. Of course, there were also a few faces lit up with excitement. At that moment, there was a sudden knock on their car window. Keita Mikuma was startled. Peering through the car window, he saw a strange figure bundled up tightly in a black hooded cloak, the person's appearance oddly unsettling. Get out of the way, he snapped, frowning, and then started the car, driving off without a second glance. The mysterious figure's face was hidden in the shadow of the hood. Watching the car speed away, the corners of their mouth curled up ever so slightly. Seated in the back, his wife suddenly felt a chill run through her body. She couldn't help but glance back through the rear windshield. Who was that? She asked, curiosity piqued. I don't know. It's dangerous right now. We need to get out of Tokyo as quickly as possible, Keita replied, shaking his head, dismissing the encounter. No one knew how long they'd been driving, but by now, the car had left the heart of Tokyo far behind. Suddenly, his wife covered her mouth and coughed a few times. Ugh, why do I have a headache all of a sudden? She muttered irritably. Keita glanced back at her, then focused on the road, heading steadily out of the city. They were nearing the outskirts. Only a final checkpoint stood between them and freedom. Keita, I feel awful. His wife groaned from the back seat, her voice laced with pain. Keita frowned, slowing down and pulling over. He turned to look and froze in shock. His wife's face had turned ashen, her lips were cracked and dry, and her eyes, bloodshot, stared listlessly as she slumped in the back seat. Keiko, what's wrong? Are you all right? Keita asked, his face creased with worry. I'm so hungry, Keiko whispered, eyeing their sleeping son in her arms, licking her lips. But I ate breakfast this morning. Only now did Keita realize something was terribly wrong. The hungry, Longing look she gave their son sent a chill down his spine. Keiko, can you hand me our son for a moment? He asked gently, reaching out his hand. Keiko stared at his outstretched arm, and suddenly she couldn't hold back any longer. She lunged, grasping him tightly. Keiko, what are you doing? Keita screamed, yanking his arm back, but not before she'd bitten out a chunk of flesh. Blood streamed down his arm, staining the inside of the car. Noon. News that a plague experiment subject had entered Tokyo could no longer be contained. It erupted across the city, plunging everyone into panic and uncertainty. No one knew when disaster might strike. On the streets of Tokyo, the blare of sirens echoed, filling the city with chaos. In some supermarkets, small-scale looting had already begun. Once the first person took action, more quickly followed. Far from Tokyo, on a deserted highway, a black sedan sat by the roadside, its dim interior lights flickering. Inside, figures moved violently in the shadows. Bang! A gunshot rang out inside the car, and a splash of blood spattered across the window. Then, silence fell within the vehicle. A man, soaked in blood, opened the car door and stumbled out, his face etched with utter despair as he collapsed to his knees on the road. Moments later, his body began to convulse on the ground. Slowly, he forced himself upright, staggering aimlessly along the pitch-dark roadway. But just then, a car sped out of nowhere. Inside, a couple, lost in flirtation, suddenly felt the car jolt beneath them. The young man, behind the wheel, quickly slammed on the brakes. Yuta, did we just hit someone? The girl asked, her voice trembling with fear. The two of them had decided to flee Tokyo after hearing confirmed reports about the outbreak. I'll go check. Maybe it was an animal that darted out, he replied. This stretch of road was known for deer and other wildlife suddenly appearing. But as he stepped out of the car, he spotted a shadowy figure approaching, its features obscured by the glare of the headlights. Hello, sir. Are you all right? He called out, taking a few cautious steps forward to offer help. But as he drew closer, the figure suddenly lunged at him, knocking him to the ground with savage force. Kaori, help me! He screamed as a chunk of flesh was torn from his shoulder, writhing on the ground in agony and pleading for rescue. His girlfriend rushed out, desperate to pull him to safety. Suddenly, the man on the ground twisted around. His face was smeared with blood and bits of flesh clinging to his mouth, a sight that made her recoil in terror. At some point, the man on the ground had stopped breathing. The woman turned to run, but a cold hand clamped around her ankle, sending her sprawling onto the ground. The car's bright headlights cast their shadows far down the road, their bodies writhing and thrashing in a grotesque dance. Gradually, the shadow on the ground grew still. Then, under the harsh glare of the headlights, three figures slowly shambled away into the darkness. Noon. The news that the test subjects of the plague had entered Tokyo could no longer be concealed. It broke out into the open, sending the entire city into a state of panic. No one knew when disaster would strike. Across Tokyo's bustling streets, the blaring of car horns echoed throughout the city. In some supermarkets, small-scale looting had already begun. When one person acts, others soon follow. At that moment, every screen in the city's malls suddenly flickered to life, broadcasting a single message. Residents of Tokyo, do not panic. We have located the carriers of the virus and expect to apprehend them before nightfall. Please return to your homes immediately, and above all, do not gather in groups. I am with you. The Emperor's image appeared on screen, his words looping in endless reassurance, striving to calm the terrified citizens. The Emperor's attempts to pacify the people did have some effect, yet chaos was still unavoidable. After making his public appearance, the Emperor also began preparing for an evacuation. To ensure security, the soldiers assigned to protect the retreat needed to be thoroughly screened. At the Grand White Laboratory, how are you considering the Alice Project? Bai Yang asked, looking at the projection of the little girl before him. I want to become Alice, the Red Queen answered without hesitation. Very well. Prepare to initiate the Alice Project. Ready the consciousness transfer, back up all data, and the White Queen will take over your duties. Bai Yang nodded, stepping into one of the incubation chambers. Inside, a naked human form floated within the cultivation tank as he began programming the Red Queen's consciousness transfer. At the same time, a projection identical to the Red Queen, but in white, appeared at Bai Yang's side. Within the computer, massive amounts of data began to stream and transfer. Tokyo was almost certain to descend into a viral crisis. Though mindless zombies alone might not pose a great threat, everything could change if they fell under someone's control. Conveniently, this also provided him with a large-scale experimental ground. White Queen, you will now take over your sister's duties. Begin generating a data template for Tokyo, Bai Yang instructed as the transfer process commenced and he stepped away from the computer. Yes, the White Queen responded with a nod, immediately activating the measures prepared by the Red Queen. And another thing, the test site project is to launch alongside the Alice and Evil God projects. Deploy them in Tokyo at once. Focus especially on the city's upper echelons, particularly the Emperor. Send Alice to hunt them down. Don't let them escape Tokyo alive. If they dare to steal from him, he was determined to teach them a lesson. As for the plague mutants, try to make contact. If that fails, eliminate them. Pinching his nose, Bai Yang gazed at the holographic projection of the neon island before him. Also, calculate the data range for Mount Fuji, he mused after a moment's thought. Neon had always served as the perfect foothold for the beautiful country in the Far East against the Soviet Union and as a check on Soviet territorial expansion. But now that the Soviet Union had fractured, Neon remained a vital strategic point for the beautiful country. Still, the destruction of Neon would undoubtedly trigger global upheaval. Unless things spun completely out of control, this would be kept as a contingency plan. If Mount Fuji were truly to erupt, the consequences would be unimaginable, potentially affecting neighboring countries as well. Moreover, with its many nuclear power plants, the entire nation was like a sack of poison. One careless rupture, and the resulting oceanic pollution would be catastrophic. Unless there was utterly no other choice, this path would not be taken. A month is a long time. No one could predict what might happen in Tokyo during that span. But there was no doubt Tokyo was doomed. As the economic and political heart of Japan, Tokyo was essentially the nation's capital. Countless major corporations and politicians were based here. If the city fell, it would deal an irreversible blow to all of Japan, capable of paralyzing the entire country in an instant. A capital, the seat of political power and home to the nation's highest institutions, stands as a symbol of sovereignty. The consequences of its fall are simply unimaginable. Of course, in Japan, the notion of a fixed capital is fluid. Wherever the emperor resides, there lies the heart of the nation. All the necessary plans had been meticulously prepared. With narrowed eyes, Bai Yang gazed intently at the 3D projection of the Japanese archipelago before him, waiting patiently for the prey to enter the net. The base had yet to launch its own satellites. This one was borrowed from Stark Industries. Once the events in Japan concluded, it would be time to deploy their own satellite systems. Night gradually fell, and though the lights of Tokyo continued to blaze, the city felt far emptier than before. Inside the shopping malls, chaos reigned. Crowds scrambled to snatch whatever goods they could find. Murders and assaults broke out in every corner of the city. Tokyo had always been a city driven by a relentless pace, its residents weighed down by immense pressure. This environment had given rise to many who harbored twisted minds and dangerous desires. In the past, the city's peace and rule of law kept such urges in check, but now, with chaos as an outlet, those warped souls found release. As a result, crime was running rampant across the city. Atop the spire of Tokyo Tower, a figure clad in a black hooded trench coat stood, surveying the city's nocturnal landscape. It was the same strange figure who had knocked on Keita Mitsuo's car window that morning. As I suspected, humanity is nothing but a parasite upon this earth, the figure murmured. And I am a cleaner sent by the planet itself. Feel the agony, humans, he whispered, eyes half closed in rapture, arms outstretched as if to embrace the entire city. Countless viral particles began to spill from his body, spreading into the air and fanning outwards from Tokyo Tower like the epicenter of a storm. The virus he had scattered at midday now erupted all at once. The night had become a playground for demons. Inside Tokyo, as soon as word spread that the T-virus was loose, officials donned protective suits and began urgently debating evacuation plans. No one was certain if they were already infected, but the extra layer of protection brought some small comfort. Troops assembled, some dispatched to rescue survivors and hunt down the source of the plague, others preparing to flee Japan alongside the emperor by plane. All afternoon had been spent testing for infection and organizing the response. As the results came in, it was clear some had already been exposed. Undoubtedly, some had come into contact with the carriers of the plague. Gather, test, purge. This round of cleansing had claimed more, but on the whole, more vital forces had been preserved than lost. They spent the entire afternoon containing the spread of the virus among the military forces, taking all necessary precautions. Afterwards, they began to prepare rescue and evacuation plans. The troops split into two groups. One elite team guarded the emperor and his ministers, escorting them toward the airport, while the other, led by a colonel, headed to the city center to rescue survivors and coordinate with the special forces inside the city to hunt down the source of the plague. Tokyo. At this moment, traces of everyday life still lingered throughout the city. Traffic lights continued to flash, and storefront signs glowed softly in the dusk. Yet the streets were filled with countless shambling corpses, and the city itself had become unrecognizable, its familiar sights now haunted by tragedy. Wrecked vehicles littered the roads, and fresh blood still stained the pavement, not yet dried. Suddenly, the silence was shattered by the sharp crack of gunfire and the thunder of explosions. Drawn by the noise, every zombie in the vicinity turned and lurched toward the source of the commotion. At this stage, the zombies' internal proteins had not been entirely depleted. Their skin was beginning to rot, but they could still move with alarming speed. Down the main avenue, a convoy of armored vehicles advanced steadily, neither fast nor slow. The zombies rushing toward them were mowed down like wheat before a scythe. On top of the lead vehicle, a heavy machine gun spat fire, mowing down the undead in its path. First Squad, prepare to move out to Kosaka District. A team disembarked from one of the armored vehicles, submachine guns at the ready, and set off toward their assigned sector. In many parts of the city, the streets were too narrow for armored vehicles to pass, forcing them to deploy foot teams to reach survivors. As they pushed forward, more squads were sent out. Although the ordinary zombies were difficult to kill, the soldiers soon realized a shot to the head would dispatch them. They started using the city's terrain to their advantage, avoiding being surrounded by the hordes. Losses were inevitable, but overall, their advance was steady. The greatest challenge was how to bring the survivors back to the main road. Hurry! Move, move, move! With the Japanese military's intervention, the usually quiet streets of Tokyo suddenly regained a hint of life. They quickly found survivors hiding in the shadows. After a thorough search, they prepared to escort them back, perhaps even using a car for the return. Everything seemed to be progressing smoothly. But then, a startled voice crackled over the radio. Report! Report! We've encountered an unknown mutated creature. Describe it, the squad leader barked, his voice tense inside the armored vehicle. It's got a burlap sack over its head, can't see its face. Must be about 3 meters tall, wielding a giant axe. It's coming right at us. Gunfire erupted, echoing through the radio. In the background, the harsh screech of metal scraping across the ground rang out, chilling and sharp. Soon, other squads began encountering similar unknown creatures. Between the buildings and along the streets, agile lickers hunted down the armed soldiers one by one. On the main avenue, a towering executioner, nearly 3 meters tall, his head covered with a burlap sack and wielding a massive axe, cleaved passing cars clean in half. A demonic figure armed with a Gatling gun and artillery picked off the hidden survivors with deadly precision. In an instant, one rescue squad after another lost contact just after reaching the survivors. On Tokyo's main thoroughfare, Colonel Asano listened to panicked voices crackling through his radio. With every abrupt cutoff, his heart sank further. Then, at last, the radio fell silent, save for the cold hiss of static. Colonel Asano let the radio slip from his hand, letting it clatter to the floor by his feet, his spirit crushed. After a long, heavy silence, he picked it up once more. All units, listen up. Move at full speed. Get out of Tokyo now. But they hadn't gone far before the soldier manning the machine gun atop the lead vehicle spotted something strange. A swarm of reptilian creatures had appeared all around them. Some, lickers, already bloated and strengthened by fresh blood, scaled the buildings with terrifying speed, their claws gripping the concrete as they kept pace with the armored convoy. At the same time, up ahead, the hulking demon hefted a missile launcher, aiming at the foremost vehicle. No! Colonel Asano's cry of despair echoed inside the armored car. With a deafening blast, the missile's white tail streaked through the air and flipped the lead armored vehicle onto its side in a fiery explosion. The eruption of flames was like a signal. All the lickers lurking nearby pounced at once, accelerating straight for the convoy. The soldiers atop the vehicles fired their machine guns wildly at the onrushing monsters. But after felling one or two, another would leap upon them, dragging them down. Razor-sharp claws snatched up a screaming soldier, who barely managed a strangled cry before a lashing tongue coiled around him and swallowed him whole. Then, with horrifying agility, the creature slipped through a hatch into the armored car. Gunfire and desperate screams rang out, and the vehicle rolled to a stop. The same nightmare played out in every vehicle. Some who reacted quickly enough managed to retreat inside the armored shells, narrowly escaping death. But as the convoy slowed, the horde of zombies behind caught up, surging forward in a tidal wave, encircling the entire convoy. Now, the surviving vehicles were trapped, unable to move an inch. For the moment, neither the lickers nor the zombies could break into these steel boxes. All they could do was snarl and shriek in frustration just outside. What in the world are these monsters? Gasped a soldier inside the armored vehicle, his face pale with terror after surviving the onslaught. How should I know where they came from? Dealing with zombies was bad enough, and now these things? Is our great neon city truly doomed? I heard these monsters were created in some secret lab. They're man-made, a byproduct of some virus experiment. Damn it, they've unleashed demons upon the world. Their voices faded, and soon the vehicle was filled with silence, broken only by the sharp, persistent tapping from outside. Did any of you hear something? Suddenly, inside one of the armored vehicles, a man twitched his ear and asked. The others held their breath. Amid the frantic pounding outside, a faint, crisp metallic sound could be heard. It resembled the noise of something heavy and metallic being dragged across the ground. What kind of monster is it this time? No one else spoke. The sound grew closer and closer, while the dense pounding outside gradually subsided. A licker, standing atop the armored vehicle, let out a disgruntled, guttural roar at the executioner. The surrounding zombies had already been cleared away. Inside the vehicle, the people sensed the sudden stillness around them, and a wave of unease swept through. Bang! Out of nowhere, a thunderous crash jolted everyone inside, making them jump in fright. The whole vehicle shook violently. What the hell was that? A soldier stared up in shock at the dent forming in the ceiling. After dodging the blow, the licker obediently scurried to the side. Clang! Clang! The sharp, ringing sounds pierced through the zombies' howls, loud and unmistakable, like the signal bell in a cafeteria announcing mealtime. The rescue force obliterated. At the center of Tokyo's City Hall, an airport had been constructed, serving as a small military outpost. The rooftop was lined with helicopters, which were usually used for apprehending criminals in the city, but now had become the means of evacuation. Under the protection of cabinet ministers and elite troops, the emperor made his way through the chaos, swiftly reaching the airport. Unlike other places, many official titles in Japan still retained their ancient names, though the nature of their authority had changed over time. Not even the emperor and his entourage had expected the virus outbreak to escalate so rapidly. Upon arrival, the military cleared the way up ahead, mowing down zombies with overwhelming firepower. Knowing their weaknesses, the human-zombie hybrids posed no real threat at all. Though daylight had finally broken, the usual hustle and bustle of Tokyo had been replaced by dead silence, broken only by the occasional bestial roar echoing through the empty streets. After a barrage of gunfire and explosions, the city center once again fell into eerie quiet. The emperor and his key officials began making their way toward the building's rooftop airfield. Your Majesty, when we get out of here, we must demand an apology from Bai Medical Technologies and double compensation for our losses, one cabinet minister said angrily, walking beside the emperor. Yes, if it weren't for their research into this virus, how could Tokyo have suffered such a catastrophe? Other ministers and officials chimed in, voicing their agreement. Our nation is finished, the emperor muttered to himself, his spirit shaken and dazed. Tokyo had fallen. As the economic and political heart of the nation, even if these people managed to escape, it was clear that after this disaster, Japan would never truly recover. No, we still have hope. As long as we escape and make a timely statement at the United Nations condemning Dubai medical technology, while ensuring we get the T-virus antitoxin serum to Neon City as soon as possible, the sooner we act, the better our chances of recovery. The Minister of Internal Affairs, a well-fed middle-aged man, tried to comfort the emperor. At this, one of the generals couldn't help but glance at the Minister of Electronic Communications. The message has been sent, but not a single country has responded. Dubai has not replied either. Meanwhile, Russia has expressed a desire to assist us in containing the virus leak. No one spoke. Damn it, who was it that suggested bringing the virus to Tokyo in the first place? It was the Minister of Military Affairs. This was his idea. I only did it for our country. For our country? Is that what you call this? Who could have predicted the test subject would have such bizarre abilities? This disaster is entirely your doing. You didn't try to stop it either. Weren't you all eager to study those body-enhancing drugs? The argument exploded inside the elevator. Enough. Minister Narita will take full responsibility for this incident. Minister Oda's words cut through the noise, bringing the quarrel to an abrupt halt. Narita was the Minister of Military Affairs. Soon, the group reached the top floor of the building by elevator, where they found soldiers already forming a vigilant perimeter. In the distance, the helicopter's rotors spun furiously, waiting for the emperor and his entourage. Feeling that the danger had likely passed, the emperor and the ministers let out a collective sigh of relief and began making their way toward the helicopter. Just then, a lone crow drifted lazily across the sky, but as it reached the rooftop, a shot rang out. The bird dropped straight down, landing not far away. The fallen crow's eyes were missing, and blood streaked its beak. Hearing the shot, the emperor and his party glanced over, but, unconcerned, kept moving toward the helicopter. The moment the gunshot faded, A cacophony of crow cries broke out all around them. The rapid beating of wings filled the air, as if a flock had been startled deep in the forest. Frozen in disbelief, everyone watched as a mass of crows, black as a storm cloud, descended from the sky with a hellish roar, swooping down on the rooftop. Gunfire erupted as the soldiers leveled their rifles at the black cloud, but it did little to stop the onslaught. In moments, the crows overwhelmed them, tearing through their protective suits. Terrified screams followed. "Go! Go! Go!" the Minister of Military Affairs shouted, pushing his way to the front. At that moment, no one cared about titles or rank. Everyone ran for the helicopter, like hounds desperate for survival. But the ceremonial garments and uniforms that once set them apart now became their greatest hindrance. As the emperor with the most elaborate attire, he now found himself running at the very back. All around them, the cawing of crows, the crack of gunfire, and the screams of the dying mingled into a chaotic cacophony, spurring everyone to run faster. The encirclement was drawing tighter and tighter. Soldiers armed with rifles on the outer perimeter were being picked off one after another, and the defensive line was steadily shrinking toward the helicopter. Meanwhile, the bodyguards wielding samurai swords leapt into action. Steel flashed in their hands as they struck down wave after wave of crows trying to break through, shielding the emperor and his entourage. For a moment, the relentless advance of the crows was actually slowed. But the soldiers on the outer ring, despite their efforts, were quickly overwhelmed and consumed by the flock. In the chaos, the surviving group managed to reach the helicopter. Just as they were about to board, they saw someone standing in the doorway. "Our boss never said you could leave." Blocking their path was a woman clad in a sleek, black tactical suit. She smiled at them, her dark blonde curls framing sharp brown eyes. Every inch of her radiated competence and danger. It was Alice. "Baka, kill her," the fastest-running minister shouted furiously, gesturing to a nearby samurai. At the rear, the Minister of Military Affairs felt a chill run through his heart. His worst fears had come true. Long live the emperor! The samurai, acting on command, raised his blade and charged at Alice with lightning speed. As the samurai rushed forward, Alice calmly slid her curved sword back into the thigh sheath and instead drew 2 shotguns from behind her back. The charging samurai's eyes widened in shock, but it was already too late. Bang! Bang! The guns roared. These samurai were no ordinary men. Astonishingly, one of them managed to slice a bullet cleanly in half with his blade, but against a shotgun blast, it was futile. The 2 fastest samurai were struck down instantly, collapsing to the ground, barely clinging to life. Yet those behind showed no fear. Taking advantage of Alice's brief pause to reload, they lowered their heads and charged straight at her. The distance closed rapidly. When they were barely 2 meters away, suddenly, several blood-red shadows lunged out, tackling them to the ground. At some point, the sky had cleared of crows, but now the rooftop was crawling with lickers. Mutated beasts, their brains exposed, muscle-bound frames tense and hungry. Alice stepped off the helicopter, ignoring the fierce fight between the samurai and the lickers. With curved blade in hand, she headed straight for the emperor. The samurai were formidable. One even managed to bring down a licker, but the creature's regenerative abilities were monstrous. The swordsman had no real way to overcome them. After all, they lacked any breathing techniques or special skills. So now, with no one left to shield them, the emperor and his ministers were utterly defenseless before Alice. It was easier than slaughtering pigs. One swing, one life. The evacuation plan failed. Not a single soul survived. Tokyo had fallen. The laboratory experiment project officially launched. On the rooftop helipad of City Hall. After all the senior officials were executed, the samurai on the other side realized things had gone terribly wrong and tried to escape. But faced with the resurrected corpses of the soldiers, they were quickly devoured down to the last scrap. When the dust settled, bang! The licker's head exploded on spot. Alice swiftly swung her gun to a new target. As if this was a signal, the lickers, who had just been united with Alice against a common enemy, instantly turned on her, lunging forward with razor-sharp claws slashing furiously. Bang! Bang! Alice fired as she retreated, but the lickers dodged nimbly, evading every shot. They drew closer and closer, and before long, Alice found herself backed up against the edge of the rooftop. Watching the lickers charge at her, she gave a calm, cold smile. In one fluid motion, she tied a rope around her waist. As soon as the lickers leaped, she let herself fall backwards off the edge. The lickers tumbled after her, like dumplings dropping from the sky. Alice, secured by the rope, slid down the glass side of the building, adjusting her body to run parallel with the ground, her feet pounding against the glass as if sprinting across solid earth. Behind her, the lickers continued their pursuit. They found a vertical column and began scrambling down toward the ground as well. When Alice was still about 10 meters from the street, she abruptly yanked the rope taut. Using the momentum, she unhooked herself in midair, landed, rolled with the impact, and sprang to her feet. Glancing at the lickers still climbing down, she turned away, setting off to hunt her next target. The test site project was built around plans for Alice and the Old God, among other classified operations. It also kept records of certain unique viral forms from the test site for research purposes. Having escaped City Hall and shaken off those troublesome lickers, Alice emerged onto the street. The wandering zombies, upon spotting her, all let out guttural screams and charged in her direction. Facing the swarming undead, she narrowed her eyes, a disdainful smile curling on her lips. Drawing 2 Nepalese kukri blades from the thigh holsters, she plunged into the horde. A dazzling blur of blades and kicks, Alice carved her way through the sea of corpses, heading straight for a motorcycle. The deep rumble of the engine drew the attention of countless zombies, who began to swarm toward Alice's position. But by then, she was already far away, and the sound of the engine soon faded into the distance. Once again, dusk approached. The first day was about to slip into darkness. In the silent city of Tokyo, the low growl of a motorcycle echoed through the streets. Meanwhile, S.H.I.E.L.D. dispatched agents to investigate. To be cautious, they sent both Black Widow and Hawkeye, but since Hawkeye was still tied up with another mission, Black Widow arrived first. Leaving the outside world aside, Alice was already riding into the S.H.I.E.L.D. district, searching for her next opponent. As she passed by the entrance of Shrine, she paused for a brief moment. Yasukuni Shrine, but what caught her attention was the sinister aura lingering there. Yasukuni Shrine is located in Tokyo's S.H.I.E.L.D. district on Kadansaka. It enshrines the soldiers and military personnel of Japan who died in wars since the Meiji Restoration. Most of those commemorated within are officers who perished invading China or during the Pacific War. They were all notorious war criminals, guilty of the gravest atrocities. Some politicians in Japan, wishing to win over voters and flaunt their right-wing views, deliberately pay tribute at Yasukuni Shrine. Such displays are truly despicable. The shrine's architecture follows traditional Shinto styles, built mostly from wooden frameworks, with planks or bamboo as the main materials. To safeguard against earthquakes, structural reinforcements have been added, but the overall structure remains wooden, with a tiled roof. Inside, there are simply wooden memorial tablets and tables. At this moment, a handful of survivors lingered inside. They had previously served as guards here, clutching their weapons. Since the viral outbreak, those armed stood a better chance of surviving than ordinary folk. Some others, in their panic, had rushed in to seek shelter. How could this happen? What on earth is going on? A disheveled woman slumped over a table, her face etched with despair. I heard the Minister of Military Affairs stole the T-virus from Bai Medical Technology Company. There was a leak during research. A young man, gripping his gun, offered his theory. Idiots. They're the ones who unleashed this evil on us. Now, there are just over a dozen survivors in the shrine, 3 women and the rest men. Among the men, 5 had been the shrine's original guards and were armed. It all comes back to that tech company. They invented this virus, and now it's their fault the world is suffering. Yeah, don't they have a cure? Why haven't they released it? They're indirectly slaughtering people. Those monsters deserve to be torn apart. There's no communication in Tokyo. Maybe we'll have to wait for someone to get out before we can hope for a cure. Rena, let's talk in the back. A man and a woman headed toward a corner of the room. Is now really the time for that? Someone muttered. The others continued huddling in the spacious room, cursing and venting their frustration. Suddenly, a heavy thud echoed, footsteps growing ever closer. The evil god's massive, hulking frame loomed like a mountain of flesh, moving toward the detected threat. Through the lens of its infrared scanner, the 5 armed men were marked in red. It halted abruptly, then raised the missile launcher in its hand. Inside the shrine, someone who had noticed the footsteps stopped stuck his head out for a look. With a resounding blast, a missile trailing white fins shot straight into his line of sight. Boom! The entire Yasukuni Shrine erupted in a burst of fire, instantly killing the 5 gunmen standing by the wall. The rest were swallowed up by the collapsing ruins. Flames from the explosion swept through the shrine, devouring every ancestral tablet placed on the altar without exception. The raging blaze, fueled by the wooden structures, grew fiercer and fiercer, as if it were a hellfire, endlessly consuming the souls of the wicked. Hey, big guy. I've been looking for you for a long time. Alice glanced at the inferno beside her, stepped off her bike, rolled her neck, and threw a taunting look at the evil god. The evil god remained silent. He only lifted his Gatling gun and began to spin its barrel slowly. But before the weapon could spit fire, a crack, sharp as firecrackers, rang out first. With a clatter of scattered coins hitting the ground, the evil god's hand, still gripping the Gatling, was blown to pieces. A furious roar tore from his throat. Though he felt no pain, losing the machine gun sent him into a rage. He stormed toward Alice with heavy strides. Alice placed her custom shotgun back on the motorcycle, then charged at him barehanded. The difference in size and strength between the two was dramatic, but Alice's agility gave her an edge. Each time they exchanged blows, the air trembled with the force of their strikes, a testament to the power behind every punch. Compared to the mindless evil god, Alice clearly had the upper hand. Spotting her opening, she unleashed a flurry of attacks, driving the giant figure back, step by step, until she forced him into the raging heart of the burning shrine. With the flames closing in, her first target was dispatched with surprising ease. Without hesitation, Alice set her sights on the next opponent, the executioner. She glanced at the flames, now starting to die down, revealing the charred wreckage of the shrine. Mounting her motorcycle, she rode off in search of the executioner. This time, the battle would unfold right on the main road. Fighting the executioner was a much tougher ordeal. Once his hammer and axe locked onto a target, survival was almost impossible, and there was a strict rule: no firearms allowed. Only cold steel counted here. Otherwise, the test would lose its meaning. But Alice soon discovered that her Nepali cookery couldn't even scratch him. Worse still, she had to dodge the sweeping hammer and axe, leaving her with no clear strategy. As the fight dragged on, Alice began to feel her mental strength wane, a sensation the Red Queen's consciousness had never experienced before. In her former existence as an artificial intelligence, a supercomputer, she could always calculate her opponent's attacks with precision, dodging before a strike even landed. But now, her calculations dulled as her mind grew weary. The executioner, his head covered by a burlap sack, seemed to sense her every move. Tireless and relentless, he kept swinging his hammer and axe in sweeping arcs, hunting his target without pause. This time, Alice couldn't dodge in time. She barely managed to block the strike with her Nepalese cookery, but the opponent's strength was overwhelming. She was hurled backward by the force, crashing into an abandoned sedan. The front windshield shattered instantly on impact. Dazed and groggy, Alice forced herself to her feet. The executioner was already looming over her, his axe poised to strike. With a brutal swing, he brought the blade down toward her. If that blow landed, she would surely be cleaved in two. At the critical moment, Alice rolled off the car, narrowly avoiding the deadly strike. The car she had just been lying on was not so lucky. The axe sliced cleanly through the hood, as effortlessly as cutting through tofu. Though she had managed to avoid a fatal blow, the impact from earlier had taken its toll. Clutching her abdomen, Alice struggled to stand upright. The executioner's shadow swallowed her whole as he raised his hammer axe high, preparing to bring it down on her once more. Alice looked up, wide-eyed, watching the blade descend toward her. She could see the blood and flesh still clinging to the edge. A deep, resonant pulse surged from within Alice's body. The hammer axe halted in mid-swing, caught by this invisible wave of energy. "This feels terrible," Alice muttered, as blood began to trickle from her nose. Fighting to stay conscious, she seized control of the cookery on the ground and drove it hard into the back of the executioner's neck, the blade biting deep into the bone. Alice staggered back a step. With nothing to stop it, the hammer axe crashed to the ground, splintering the pavement beneath it. With a ferocious cry, Alice scrambled up the axe handle, reached the executioner's neck, and, hands gripping the embedded blade, pressed down with all her strength, her will surging in a final burst. The burlap-sacked head toppled from his shoulders and rolled across the ground like a ball. Alice jumped down. The executioner's body, still propped upright by the shaft of his weapon, stood eerily still. She retrieved her cookery, not daring to linger. Forcing her weakened body into motion, she hurried away from the scene. She had barely left when a pack of lickers arrived. The largest of them circled the executioner's headless corpse a few times, then snarled at it, as if taunting, "Even you have fallen." The silent night pressed on. After tending to her wounds, Alice began hunting for any lone lickers to eliminate. Meanwhile, in the bright birch laboratory, Bai Yang reclined in a chair, eyes narrowed as he studied the incoming data feeds. He began his calculations. So far, everything was proceeding smoothly. Recently, his research had focused on overcoming the side effects of the T-virus, leaving little time for developing new bioweapons. That's why, for now, only the aberrations documented by Dr. Isaacs, evil gods, lickers, and executioners, had appeared in Neon City. As for the tyrant creatures, he hadn't begun any research yet. If given the chance, he'd see if he could cultivate one at the Tokyo testing grounds. A month should be about enough time, and surely Tokyo would have more than just mutants. There would also be ninjas and samurai, those unusual types of people. At that moment, Bai Yang suddenly noticed that Alice's position was showing signs of trouble. Around 11 o'clock at night, Tokyo time, Alice was in the midst of hunting two lickers. These two lickers seemed to have devoured a great deal of flesh and blood. Their bodies were unusually robust, their claws sharper than ever. Their brains were exposed, which made them look easy to target, but their agility was so high that landing a hit was nearly impossible. But if you did manage to hit them, they would die instantly. Although Alice had powers akin to telekinesis, using them took a toll on her body, and for two lickers, it wasn't necessary yet. But it seemed the danger wasn't limited to just the two lickers. A shadow lurked in the darkness, its blood-red eyes fixed greedily on Alice's position. In a dim, narrow alley, the two lickers clung to the walls, one on each side, closing in on Alice from both flanks. Alice spun on her heel and bolted, all the while sensing the position of the two lickers behind her. They scurried along the walls at alarming speed. Seeing their prey flee, they chased after her with wild abandon. Just as one licker closed in behind her, its joints suddenly bent at impossible angles as it lunged straight at Alice's back. Facing the licker's lightning-fast attack, Alice stopped dead in her tracks at the very last moment and flipped into a nimble leap, vaulting right over the pouncing creature like a circus acrobat. Somehow, a shotgun appeared in her hands. While still airborne, she twisted her waist in a daring maneuver and fired a shot at the licker's exposed brain. A thunderous blast echoed through the cramped alley as the licker, still midair, was knocked to the ground by the force of the gunshot. At such close range, the shotgun's power was devastating. Its head was blown apart on the spot. Using the shotgun's recoil, Alice twisted again midair and narrowly dodged the second licker's incoming attack. Landing lightly, she spun and, click, reloaded her weapon, aiming at the licker that had just landed. She fired another shot. The licker sprang aside with a hiss, but the impact still threw it off balance. It snarled at Alice, baring its fangs. Click bang. Alice swiftly chambered another round and, seizing the moment while it staggered, fired again. Bang! In the narrow alley, the licker's agility was limited. Its body had nowhere to escape. After several shots, Alice finally landed a bullet squarely in its head, finishing it off. She glanced at the fallen bodies, holstered her shotgun, and prepared to leave. Suddenly, a shadow that had been lurking in the darkness sprang at Alice in the blink of an eye. With a vicious rip, even though Alice dodged just in time, her arm was still slashed by a claw, leaving a deep wound that exposed the bone. Gritting her teeth, Alice stared at the humanoid monster that had appeared before her. Is it human? Alice frowned in confusion. Standing before her was a figure dressed head to toe in black, with blood-red eyes, a ninja. Despite the air of brutality that radiated from him, it was hard to imagine how he had managed to hide so skillfully just moments ago. His hands bore razor-sharp claws, more refined than those of a licker, almost like exquisitely forged steel talons rather than rough, mutated appendages. Not only did he know how to hide, but his speed was astonishing, so much so that Alice hadn't even registered the attack before it landed. This creature had surely devoured many people, and its original constitution must have been extraordinary, Alice speculated inwardly. Unlike an ordinary zombie, this ninja zombie didn't immediately lunge at her. Instead, his bloodshot eyes swept over Alice with greedy intent. From between his decaying lips and exposed teeth, a tongue flicked out, serpent-like, to lap at the blood and flesh on his claws. The next moment, he vanished into the darkness. Alice rolled her neck with excitement. She didn't know where this thing had come from, but at last, a real challenge was at hand. For the rest of the night, Alice gripped her curved blade, keeping a wary eye on her surroundings. 2 o'clock. 3. 4. The sky began to lighten, but the ninja zombie never reappeared, not even a hint of movement. Yet Alice could feel its gaze lingering on her, and the wound on her arm had already begun to heal. As the first rays of dawn pierced the darkness, the hidden shadow finally made its move. With a sharp report, Alice, ready and waiting, fired a shot in the direction of the shadow. Her opponent blurred out of the line of fire, dodging in an instant, and kept charging toward her. A wet, tearing sound split the air as the shadow closed in and slashed at Alice, opening another wound across her chest. Ignoring the pain, Alice swung her blade at its head. But the ninja zombie vanished, as if it had melted into thin air. Alice quickly raised her blade behind her. A shower of sparks erupted at her back as she blocked a blow, but she still felt 2 fresh wounds open across her spine. She tumbled forward, narrowly evading another clawed strike. But as she regained her footing and turned, the shadow, like a shapeless cloud of midnight mist, rushed her yet again. With another grisly stab, The claws plunged deep into Alice's abdomen. But when the creature tried to withdraw its claws, it discovered its body had gone rigid. Surprise flickered across those blood-red eyes as it hastily raised its other hand in defense. Thwack! Alice's blade swept across his arm, and with a single stroke, she beheaded him. Her telekinetic power made the motion smooth as silk. What a pity you don't know any ninja arts. Alice, clutching her abdomen and looking pale, approached the zombie ninja. She pulled out a syringe, plunged it in, and carefully drew a sample to preserve. A ray of the rising sun shone upon the scene, casting a lonely, desolate light over the city. Tokyo had now become a city of the dead, littered with fresh ruins. Many machines had ceased to function, and traffic lights flashed on and off without anyone to control them, glowing over empty streets devoid of people or cars. The ground was stained with new blood. The blood from last night had already clotted into dark, hardened patches on the pavement. Lickers slithered like geckos in the night, crawling between buildings, their razor claws leaving deep gouges in the walls. Zombies wandered aimlessly throughout the city. Occasionally, a noise from inside a room would draw their attention, causing them to gather. Piercing screams would cut through the darkness. Then, silence would fall again. This was only the first day. The survivors hiding out could still hold on. Casualties were not yet severe. Some believed the virus would not dissipate so easily, and, braving their fears, went out in search of food, triggering chaos throughout the city. Some succeeded, others perished. There was kindness, but also betrayal. The darker side of human nature began to fester as the initial panic gave way to a grim calm. Dawn broke, casting the city's ruins in a pale, golden light. On the main avenue stood the body of a headless giant, encased in a gilded sheen, like a statue. In just a single day and night, under the onslaught of plague subjects and monsters unleashed by Bai Yang, Tokyo had fallen with shocking speed. Everyone within the city had been infected during this time. Of course, there were a few lucky souls, shielded by protective gear, who managed to escape infection. Meanwhile, Alice began her work in the testing grounds, removing the released liquors and collecting abnormal data from the experiment. As time passed, even the animals began to mutate. Crows were the first to change, feasting on carrion and spreading the infection. When Alice encountered a zombie that moved like a ninja, it caught Bai Yang's attention as he monitored the incoming data. Notify Alice. See if she can capture another one alive, or at least bring back a sample. Bai Yang instructed the White Queen. More than 10 kilometers from Tokyo, a zombie with an arrow lodged in its skull lay sprawled across the wide road. Standing nearby were a man and a woman. The man had a quiver slung across his back and a bow in hand. The woman, her wine-red hair striking, wore a form-fitting black combat suit. Both wore gas masks. They crouched beside the zombie, inspecting its condition. Then one of them pulled out a camera and began to record. Things in Tokyo must be terrible. Natasha stood up, her face grave as she spoke. The two of them had infiltrated the city, slipping past the blockade. It's the same here, Hawkeye replied after sending out the photos. He lowered his camera and glanced at the corpses scattered on the ground. It matches exactly what Dubai Technology Company described. Bloodthirsty, skin rotting due to accelerated metabolism because the body can't keep up with the protein demand, their minds overtaken by primal instincts, an intense craving for protein. Their healing ability increases, cell division speeds up, and both strength and speed are greatly enhanced. Natasha sat in the passenger seat, recording the data. We have to capture the plague specimen as soon as possible. Meanwhile, the director should try to get the antidote serum from Bai Yang as soon as possible. Hawkeye was driving down the highway. More and more zombies appeared along the road, and the outlook was anything but hopeful. Bai Yang's antidote serum is still in production. Even at the fastest pace, it will take nearly a month to finish. Natasha shook her head. By now, they had entered the Tokyo area, where the zombies grew increasingly dense. Hawkeye floored the accelerator and charged straight through. Did we just enter a real-life Resident Evil theme park? Once they crossed into Tokyo proper, the devastated surroundings and wandering zombies left them both momentarily stunned. It felt like another world, one steeped in deathly silence. Let's find a place to get out, Natasha said, readying her firearm and turning to Hawkeye. Right? Hawkeye nodded, watching as more zombies closed in. Some of them had exposed, organs clearly visible. They stopped at the entrance of a repair shop. The zombies here are different from those outside. They're much slower. Hawkeye retreated into the building, speaking almost absent-mindedly. They must be the first wave of infected. They burn through energy faster, but there are bound to be stronger zombies lurking around. We need to figure out what exactly happened here, fast. Did you notice something? Natasha recalled the zombies they'd passed and hazarded a guess. You saw it too. The zombies are all moving in one direction. It's probably the plague specimen. He's gathering the zombies. Natasha's voice was thoughtful as she pieced the intelligence together. Is he trying to break through the blockade? Hawkeye narrowed his eyes. It's very likely. If we follow the direction they're heading, we might be able to find our target. Natasha's eyes sparkled with determination. What's the director's status? He's probably still pressing Bai Yang to finish the antidote serum. The two of them reached the rooftop and began making their way across the buildings, following the path the zombies had taken. Meanwhile, in the Dubai Laboratories living room, Director Fury, even if you rush me, it's not going to help. There's no way I can finish this so quickly. Bai Yang sat on the sofa, his face filled with helplessness. I understand. I'll have Star come over to help you. Let's get the antivirus serum developed as soon as possible. What's he coming for? He's not exactly a specialist when it comes to biology, is he? Bai Yang asked, a bit puzzled. He can still be of help. Just your best. Fury shook his head, worry showing in his eyes. By the way, the virus developed in Japan seems rather similar to the bioimplant technology you sold us, he asked again. That's right. They stole those viruses from me. I've been working on a cure recently, which requires this kind of virus. Bai Yang nodded, not denying it. This thing is way too dangerous. Fury frowned, recalling the message Natasha and the others had sent back, which was enough to send chills down anyone's spine. I wouldn't say it's that dangerous. As long as we have the antivirus serum, there's nothing to worry about, Bai Yang replied nonchalantly. Besides, if they hadn't recklessly experimented on mutants, trying to develop a viral weapon for humans, things wouldn't have escalated like this. Fury rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. By the way, did you also send people into Tokyo? When something threatens global security, I have to stay on top of it from the very start. How do you manage to say that with a straight face? Bai Yang leaned closer, curiosity in his eyes. Fury replied, We've quietly resolved plenty of world crises already. You just never saw it. Oh, right. Bai Yang nodded, feigning an enlightened expression. Fury looked at him, shook his head in resignation, and changed the subject. Your security here isn't up to par. To prevent incidents like this from happening again, I'll be assigning agents to protect you. I think the best thing you could do would be to wipe out the hand. After that, no one would dare mess with my lab, Bai Yang suggested sincerely. As for sending agents over, dream on. What for? So they can stab me in the back one day? The hand has been around for centuries. They're not that easy to take down, Fury admitted, sounding helpless. Forget it. I'll handle it myself when the time comes, Bai Yang said, never really expecting help from them anyway. After that, the two fell into silence. Fury busied himself checking the messages sent back by Natasha and the others. Meanwhile, Bai Yang was reviewing the progress in the testing facility. But both of them received an important update. The plague experimental subject was about to make a move. Clearly, it wasn't just Natasha and her team who had noticed strange changes among the zombies in Tokyo. Alice had discovered it as well. As for agents from other countries, that was still up in the air. The silence in the living room didn't last long. Stark arrived, his sports car roaring down the driveway. Hey, Bai Yang. Long time no see. Tony took off his sunglasses and gave Bai Yang a hug. What have you been up to lately? Haven't seen you at school either. He let go, then asked curiously. I've been studying magic, Bai Yang replied with a playful blink and a smile. That's a pretty good excuse. Tony raised his eyebrows, then sat down casually on the sofa. Let's take a look at what's happening in Tokyo, Fury said, transmitting satellite footage to the computer setup in the living room. With a faint static, a smoke-filled scene appeared on the screen. Right now, the whole of Tokyo has turned into a city of the undead. There's not a single living soul to be seen. But the Japanese military has already locked down the city, so there's no need to worry about the infection spreading further. As he spoke, the footage shifted, showing soldiers patrolling atop a metal barrier that looked like a giant floodgate. Any zombie that approached was immediately shot down, and countless corpses had already piled up in front of the defense line. At this rate, we might have to consider dropping a nuclear bomb, Tony said, his expression growing more serious. Unless it's absolutely necessary, I wouldn't recommend that. Besides, Bai Yang is already working on an airborne antitoxin serum. That could put a definitive end to this, Fury replied. Tony turned to look at Bai Yang after hearing that. I'm working on the serum, but it'll take time, Bai Yang said, spreading his hands. How much time? It was originally going to take a month, but if we scale down the target area, half a month should be enough. The initial plan was to cover all of Japan. It all depends on whether Japan can hold out. If not, we'll still have to resort to nuclear weapons. Unlike the other two, Bai Yang seemed rather indifferent about the whole affair. So why did you call me here? Am I supposed to supervise him? Tony asked, glancing at Fury. Yes, I want you here to monitor the progress. Fury nodded. Hey, Fury, that's a bit underhanded of you. Bai Yang couldn't help but feel this was shameless. Here he was expected to save the day with his serum, and now they wanted someone to watch over him too. You're too young to understand the gravity of this situation. Someone has to keep an eye on you, Fury insisted, choosing Tony precisely because he was closest to Bai Yang. Fine, if that's how it is, then I'm calling my people back. You can have your own men handle the plague specimens. With a wry smile and a shake of his head, Bai Yang got up and returned to his lab. Tokyo, Oda Ward. Natasha and her companion had run into trouble. Following the path of the zombies, they ended up inside a zoo. Some animals were still lively and energetic behind their enclosures, protected by fences hidden away they had yet to be infected. It was an eerie scene. In front of them stood an unusually massive tiger. Its eyes were clouded white. Patches of its fur had fallen away, exposing rotting flesh beneath, and several arrows were embedded in its body. The corner of its mouth was torn off, as if something had savagely ripped it away, revealing bloodied shreds of flesh still clinging to its teeth. Natasha, gun in hand, faced off against the beast with tense vigilance. The fabric at her shoulder was already slashed open, though, fortunately, her skin remained unscathed. In the distance, Hawkeye stood atop a tree, bow in hand, providing cover. But Natasha was far too close to the zombie tiger for him to use his explosive arrows, and neither electric shock nor regular arrows had any effect on the undead beast before them. Though Natasha possessed superhuman strength, she found herself at an impasse against this evolved, unfeeling zombie tiger. If she tried to run, the creature's explosive speed at close range would leave her no chance. With a guttural roar, the zombie tiger lunged at Natasha once more. From afar, Hawkeye loosed a sharp arrow, slowing the tiger's charge for just a moment. Natasha seized the opportunity to fire her gun, but it seemed her bullets couldn't pierce the creature's skull. She had no shotgun at hand, only grenades, a pistol, or an electromagnetic weapon, none capable of delivering a decisive blow. Still, with the two of them working together, it was only a matter of time before the zombie tiger fell. Yet the sound of Natasha's gunshots drew the attention of something else. Hawkeye, focused on the tiger, suddenly sensed movement in the trees beside him. In a split second, a dark shape shot toward him like an arrow. He spun around, and his compound bow swiftly transformed into a spear-like weapon. With a sweeping motion, he knocked the attacker aside. The spear spun twice in his hands as he frowned at the new threat. A monkey, its pupils vacant and savage, yellow fur still clinging to its bloodied mouth. The monkey rolled as it hit the ground, and without pause, sprang at Hawkeye again. Now Hawkeye was temporarily engaged, leaving Natasha to face the zombie tiger alone. During these battles, they had to be careful not to be scratched. A single wound meant infection by the virus. This risk severely restricted their tactics. As the standoff dragged on, a deep, throaty engine roar echoed from afar, growing louder and closer by the second. Out of the corner of their eyes, they saw a woman riding a motorcycle speeding past. She caught sight of them as she passed, then drew a custom-made coin-shot shotgun and fired a round straight at the tiger's head. In mid-leap, the tiger's skull exploded like a watermelon. Without even slowing down, the woman sped on, vanishing down the road. Natasha wiped the disgusting blood from her face and looked at the woman walking away, wanting to say something. But then she saw what was behind her. Is she walking a pack of zombies? After the woman left, the crowded horde of zombies surged forward, chasing in Natasha's direction. "Barton, move. Go now," she shouted, urging Hawkeye to get out of there as fast as possible. The two of them quickly took care of the zombie monkey and hurried away, heading in the same direction as the woman who had just left. Along the way, they found a car and eventually caught sight of a motorcycle up ahead. Inside the car, Hawkeye frowned as he glanced at his shoulder, where a deep scratch was slowly seeping blood. He'd been clawed by the monkey during their fight. Although the monkey wasn't well defended, its agility was on another level. "Don't worry, that woman ahead must know something. If we follow her, maybe we'll find a solution," Natasha said, giving him a reassuring look. "Let's hope so," Hawkeye replied with a wry grin. His physical constitution was unusually strong, so the virus hadn't yet penetrated deeply into his cells. They followed Alice all the way to the city center, got off the motorcycle, and arrived at the base of a tall building. The ropes from before were still clearly visible. Alice crouched, then sprang upward in a single, powerful leap, the tiles beneath her feet cracking from the force. Natasha and Hawkeye, following behind, watched in astonishment as she soared into the sky. In midair, Alice kicked off again, using the air itself as leverage, as if she were stepping on invisible walls, propelling herself even higher. Just like that, she bounded off the air and landed on the rooftop of the building. At that moment, a helicopter flew toward the rooftop. Emblazoned on it was the adorable Big Hero symbol, the unmistakable logo of Big Hero Medical Technology Company. Hurry, let's catch up. That's the big hero company. They must have antivirus agents on board, Natasha exclaimed, dashing into the building. Behind them, a massive horde of zombies had already caught up without them realizing. Once inside, the first thing they did was check the elevator. Miraculously, it was still working. We're out of time. We'll have to risk it. Taking the elevator in such circumstances was dangerous, but there was no choice. If the helicopter left before they reached the roof, Hawkeye might not survive the infection. Natasha hurried to the elevator and pressed the button. The panel numbers began to light up, indicating that the elevator hadn't been used. Clearly, it was still at the top floor. Outside, the zombie horde drew ever closer. Hawkeye did his best to hold them off. A series of explosions thundered at the building's entrance, but the zombies were unstoppable. Some were engulfed in flames, yet they still barreled toward Hawkeye at the door. He grabbed more explosive arrows and fired them into the approaching swarm. After putting up a brief resistance, and finding the quiver of explosive arrows behind him completely empty, he quickly closed the glass doors of the building's lobby and hurried toward the elevators. All right. With a crisp chime, the numbers by the elevator finally reached the first floor. As the elevator doors slowly opened, Hawkeye tossed a bomb at the entrance, then, turning around, slipped inside just before the doors closed. The elevator doors shut gradually, the gap shrinking, and through it the pile of zombies at the lobby's entrance was clearly visible. They rammed the glass with their heads, snapped with their teeth, slammed it with their hands. The sound of their pounding echoed through the lobby. With more and more zombies piling up, the glass doors shattered in no time. With a thunderous blast, flames erupted skyward just as the zombies burst inside. The last trace of crimson light spilled into the elevator, and it began its slow ascent. Urgent banging on the elevator doors resounded fiercely, then faded away bit by bit. Inside the elevator, the two let out a long breath, watching the numbers change as they waited. People from Big White Corporation have arrived. Didn't they say it would be at least half a month? Hawkeye murmured, puzzled. I'm not sure. Maybe they discovered something, Natasha replied, shaking her head, just as uncertain. They exchanged a glance, then quickly headed toward the helicopter's location. The helicopter was already lifting off from the rooftop, but neither of them was ready to give up. As they reached the edge of the rooftop, the helicopter had already taken off, preparing to accelerate. Without hesitation, they both launched themselves from the rooftop's edge, leaping toward the helicopter hovering in the air. Beneath them yawned a dizzying drop into empty space. Even with their remarkable physiques, such a fall would certainly turn them into pulp. Fortunately, their strength also granted them extraordinary jumping ability, and both managed to grab hold of the helicopter's landing skids. Their added weight tipped the helicopter slightly, but it quickly stabilized. Once they had a firm grip, they allowed themselves a moment of relief. At that moment, a pair of hands reached out toward Natasha. She looked up to see a poised, capable-looking woman crouched at the cabin door, extending her hand to them. After a brief consideration, the two reached out. A surge of strength pulled them directly into the helicopter's cabin. My name's Alice. You two have some impressive moves. What are your names? Alice asked, studying them with keen interest. Natasha, Barton, they answered without hesitation, choosing not to conceal their identities. She smiled and nodded to them, then glanced at Hawkeye's shoulder. You've been infected? That's right. I hope you brought the serum with you, Natasha said, looking at her pleadingly. I can't promise that, but I'll check. Turning toward the cockpit, she called out, Sis, do we have any serum on board? Yes, there are 4 in total. The projection of the White Queen appeared before the 3 of them. Only then did Hawkeye and his companion realize that this helicopter was unmanned. You're quite lucky. Hand over the antitoxin serum. How much longer until we can leave? About 3 more kilometers, the White Queen replied. As she spoke, a circular hatch opened beneath the cabin, and a silver case slowly rose into view. Alice stepped forward and opened the case, revealing 4 vials of green serum inside. These were backup injections of the antitoxin serum. Remember to ask your director to send us a little something in return, she said with a smile, handing one of the green vials to Hawkeye. You know who we are? Natasha sounded surprised. I just remembered. I've seen you before. She recalled that back when she was still in AI, she had met them both through Bai Yang. Lately, our boss and your director haven't exactly been on the best terms. Looks like you're in for a hefty bill, Alice teased. That's fine. At least we're not the ones footing it, Natasha replied, unconcerned. By this time, Hawkeye had already finished injecting the serum. Are you leaving? Natasha frowned as she watched Tokyo gradually recede into the distance. Yes. The boss just messaged and told us to pull out, so I'm heading back to the Bai Corp now, Alice explained. You're leaving? What? Both of them paused in surprise at her answer. The Bai Corp only cares about developing the virus serum. Everything else isn't our concern, Alice said with a light laugh. That's what the boss told us. Well then, could you drop us off somewhere? We still have a mission to finish. Beside investigating Tokyo, their assignment also included capturing the plague test subject. Of course, Alice agreed without hesitation. Sister, find a nearby spot to let them off. Understood, the White Queen responded. The helicopter then hovered above a tall building, and Hawkeye and Natasha rappelled down to the rooftop using their harnesses. Goodbye. Alice waved to them from above, and the helicopter carried her away from Tokyo. This time, the Bai Corp had entered Tokyo under the pretext of developing a virus serum. If they tried to force their way in, they would have been stopped immediately. Sigh. I was so close to finding the target, but the boss called me back, Alice said with a touch of regret as she sat in the pilot's seat. Sis, did you leave behind the tyrant cultivation seeds? The White Queen asked. I did. Whether they'll be able to take root is another question, Alice replied, shaking her head slightly. Still, we managed to collect plenty of unique zombie genes this time. Apart from not finding the plague test subject, we gained quite a lot. Do you know why the boss wants me to pull back? Alice whispered. It's probably because of the director of S.H.I.E.L.D, Fury. Who knows what he said? The White Queen replied quietly. Those two just now seemed to be from S.H.I.E.L.D, and they were really strong. If I didn't have superpowers, I don't think I could have taken them. Alice recalled Hawkeye and his companion. Hawkeye and his partner have been trained as agents since childhood. And Natasha, she's probably had the enhancement serum injected as well. I wonder if they'll be able to capture the plague. If they can't, Tokyo might not last long enough for the boss to finish developing the airborne antivirus serum. Alice speculated, piecing together the intelligence she'd gathered. If the plague managed to rally the zombies, the defense lines of Neon wouldn't hold for long. After all, human zombies alone weren't such a huge threat, but there were more to worry about. Besides the experimental subjects released by Bai Yang, there were many zombie animals out there. Rats, in particular, would be a nightmare to handle. The only hope would be to call for help from other countries and resort to nuclear weapons to wipe everything clean. We've already secured the data on the plague experimental subject. Even if we can't catch him, it's not a total loss. The White Queen reassured her, sensing her regret. It's fine. Gaining superpowers this time is reward enough. Alice smiled. Soon, the big white company helicopter disappeared into the distance, leaving Neon behind. A week after the virus outbreak in Tokyo. At night, the moon hung high, casting a silvery veil over the city, tranquil, yet eerily haunting. Inside Tokyo Tower, a figure clad in a black hood sat on the stairwell, though now the hood was lowered, revealing a ghastly, ruined face. He sat there, his long black hair hanging dry and limp over his eyes, his expression shrouded in darkness, his entire being radiating an aura of silent destruction. He reached out with a withered hand and wiped the corner of his mouth, smearing a patch of scarlet. Scattered around him lay several bodies, sprawled haphazardly. These corpses wore matching uniforms, each with a bloody hole in the chest. They were members of Neon's special ops team, masters of assassination, heirs to the ninja tradition, and now, every last one of them reduced to corpses. No one could say what had happened here. As expected, the heart is still the most delicious part of a human, he rasped, his voice hoarse and chilling. The metallic tang of blood hung thick in the stairwell, making him close his eyes in a moment of intoxicated pleasure. But the moment didn't last long. His half-closed eyes suddenly widened. Is there more food coming? He stood up, nostrils flaring as he sniffed the air, a predatory, cat-and-mouse smile spreading across his face. As he rose, the hollow-bodied corpses on the stairs began to move as well, slowly getting to their feet and encircling him. At this moment, traces of everyday life still lingered across the city. The traffic lights continued their rhythmic dance, and shop signs glowed quietly in the dusk. Yet, despite these familiar sights, the city itself had become unrecognizable. Wrecked vehicles littered the roads, and fresh blood, not yet dried, stained the ground. The streets of Tokyo's districts, once teeming with the undead, now lay eerily empty. Only now and then would a zombie animal dart across the open space. But near Tokyo Tower, the scene changed dramatically. From above, one could see an overwhelming mass of zombies clustering so densely that the sight alone would send shivers down your spine. On the balcony of a high-rise near Tokyo Tower, two masked figures watched the chaos below. I think we need a helicopter, Hawkeye said with a troubled expression, eyes fixed on the seething horde beneath them. The Bai Corporation had won just a moment ago, but clearly, we're on our own now, Natasha replied, shaking her head in resignation. We're much too far from the tower, and to get there, we'll have to deal with the zombie swarms blocking the way. Maybe we can make some noise to lure them away, he suggested. But it's hard to tell just how much control the plague specimen has over these zombies. Either way, we have to try. If we don't, these zombies will break through the barricade and escape. Honestly, using nuclear weapons isn't a bad idea. If the barricade fails, we might have to blow up the entire island. For a moment, the two of them debated their options. In the end, they agreed. One would distract the zombie horde, while the other would seize the chance to slip into Tokyo Tower in search of their target. Night had fallen, and the dense tide of zombies surrounding Tokyo Tower looked almost as if they were engaged in some grotesque ritual of worship. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted a kilometer to the east. A great tower of fire lit up the sky, revealing the twisted faces of the undead in stark, bloody relief. The blast sent the entire horde into a frenzy, and even the plague inside the tower faltered, struggling to hold a few nearby zombies in check. Outside, the zombies, driven by instinct, surged toward the explosion. The massive horde moved like a tidal wave of corpses, flooding eastward. Looks like the plague specimen can't fully control the horde, Natasha observed from the shadows, her eyes bright with hope. With the crowd thinning around Tokyo Tower, Hawkeye kept setting off explosions to the east, drawing more and more zombies away. But as more zombie cats and dogs began to appear, their speed and ferocity forced him to stop the explosions and defend himself. Noticing the blast had ceased, Natasha realized this was the limit. There were still plenty of zombies crowding around Tokyo Tower, but at least now, breaking through wasn't impossible. "Let's hope nothing else goes wrong," she muttered, flooring the gas as the pickup truck barreled down the road. Zombies along the way lunged at the vehicle, but were either sent flying or crushed beneath its tires. With every impact and fall, the sharp crack of breaking bones echoed relentlessly, mingling with the chaos. However, as more and more zombies piled up, the pickup's speed gradually slowed. Finally, just 50 meters from the entrance to Tokyo Tower, the vehicle was forced to a halt. Peering through the windshield at the mountain of undead blocking her path, Natasha drew her handgun from her belt. She slung a scavenged katana across her back, kicked open the door, and charged out. Gunshots rang out in rapid succession, and as the zombies surged toward the living, each one fell in turn. At the same time, Natasha swung the katana single-handedly, effortlessly severing heads as she advanced. In an instant, she carved out a clear space around her, an island of calm in a sea of monsters. Not lingering to fight, Natasha relied on her superhuman strength and combat skills to weave through the horde, swiftly reaching the entrance. Once inside, she was struck by the unusual silence that filled the space. Moving with feline grace in the darkness, Natasha ascended the staircase. Holding her breath, she blended into the shadows, as silent and unseen as a cat. It took 600 steps to reach the observation deck at the top of Tokyo Tower, but for Natasha, it was nothing. But when she was about 300 steps up, Natasha suddenly halted. At that precise moment, a shadowy figure, accompanied by a guttural snarl, leapt down from above. With a wet, sickening sound, a blood-red katana pierced straight through the shadow's skull. Natasha frowned, barely glancing at the attacker. "Special ops," she muttered, her eyes narrowing. Then she spotted the gaping wound in the corpse's chest. The heart was gone. "Looks like I'm almost there," she said, tossing the body aside and moving steadily upward. It was almost like a gauntlet. At every key landing, another special ops zombie would attack, but Natasha dispatched each one with ease. Before long, she had conquered all 600 steps and emerged onto the observation deck. There, she saw a lone figure beneath the moonlight, hood drawn, facing away from her. Natasha raised her handgun cautiously. Her katana was already dulled and nicked from battle. For reasons she couldn't explain, a sense of foreboding crept into her heart. "Wait a Mototake, why did you release the virus in Tokyo?" she asked, her tone casual. The figure heard her and slowly turned around. A guttural roar answered her. At this moment, several armed helicopters swooped in around Tokyo Tower, their powerful searchlights illuminating the observation deck above. These were helicopters dispatched by the Neon Forces. They had only confirmed the location of the plague specimen earlier today and immediately sent in their air units to attempt a capture. However, when the searchlights from the helicopters fell upon the figure standing on the observation deck, the team leader frowned. The hooded figure on the deck slowly raised its head, revealing a partly rotten face. Its mouth gaped open, and it let out a guttural, chilling howl toward the helicopters above. Clearly, this was not the plague specimen. They had all been tricked. A sharp crack rang out. The sniper didn't hesitate for a second and put the zombie down with a single shot. "Send a squad down to search." "He can't have gotten far," the team leader ordered through the radio, his voice clipped and urgent. Ropes were quickly lowered from the helicopters, and Special Forces soldiers rappelled down onto the observation deck. Rifles at the ready, flashlights cutting through the gloom, they fanned out and began their search inside. Natasha, having sensed something was wrong on the observation deck, left the area without delay. Not long after her departure, zombies lurking around Tokyo Tower began swarming toward the tower's interior. Soon, the sound of frantic gunfire and terrified screams echoed from inside Tokyo Tower. At the same time, around the base of the tower, several lickers, freakishly fast creatures, had appeared without anyone noticing. Seeing the situation spiral out of control, the team leader immediately ordered the pilots to pull out. Even if there were still soldiers alive inside the tower, they would have to be left behind. Meanwhile, Natasha, having left Tokyo Tower, was making her way toward Hawkeye's position. "Hawkeye, what's your status?" she asked, her voice tense over the comms. "Nothing here. These zombie cats are a real pain. Do we blow the mission?" Elsewhere, inside a dimly lit corridor, Hawkeye shot down a zombie cat that had slunk out of the shadows, then took a moment to answer. "Yeah, the target inside Tokyo Tower is gone. We got played," Natasha replied, her eyes narrowing. "Well, that's a rare sight. Looks like our polar bear just got outfoxed," Hawkeye quipped, trying to lighten the mood. "We'd better have the chief check the satellite feeds again, see if there's any change in the zombie horde's movement. The target's plan is to use the zombies to break through Tokyo's defenses and spread the virus across Neon Island. He'll be heading east, right where you're drawing their attention," Natasha said gravely. "Maybe he's doing it on purpose?" Hawkeye leapt out of the building, a frown creasing his brow before he swiftly vanished into the street below. The target could be hiding among the horde. Keep tracking and searching. Yeah, let's hope we're not too late. Perched on a high-rise balcony, Hawkeye scanned the streets below, watching as the zombie horde drifted eastward. He began his patrol, eyes sharp for any sign of their quarry. But trying to find a single person in such an enormous horde of zombies was like searching for a needle in a haystack. At that moment, helicopters swept overhead. Clearly, the Japanese military had also noticed the massing zombies and had sent helicopters to investigate. However, to avoid attacks from the lickers, the helicopters had to fly as high as possible. As a result, they couldn't get close enough to trace the plague, which was hiding among the zombie swarm. The steady drone of helicopters echoed above, while below, the mindless groans of zombies filled the air. The dense throng packed together like a swarm of ants, forming a sea of shifting shadows. Darkness, ashen death, anguished roars, and the blinding beams of helicopter searchlights. All these combined to spread a sense of utter despair. This apocalyptic scene was broadcast to the world. A week went by, yet neither the Japanese emperor nor any cabinet ministers made a public appearance. Perhaps something had happened to them, or perhaps they were deliberately avoiding international accountability, waiting for the Tokyo crisis to subside before showing their faces again. Regardless, the situation in Tokyo had alarmed people all over the globe. The end of the world seemed to be upon them. But today, a Japanese diplomat appeared at a United Nations meeting. "We deeply regret this incident," he declared, "but at the same time, we strongly condemn the actions of the Bai Corporation. A year ago, we discovered that the Bai Corporation was secretly researching biological viruses. For the safety of all humanity, we dispatched special agents to investigate. Sure enough, they uncovered a vial containing the virus, and also found that human experimentation was already underway at Dubai. To determine the virus's effects, we brought the sample back to our own country for research, but an unforeseen accident occurred. Under interrogation, it became clear that everyone in the virus laboratory had been bribed by the Bai Corporation, turning the entire city of Tokyo into their experimental ground. On the surface, Dubai presents itself as a pacifist company, but in reality, they were developing bioweapons, bringing suffering to millions of innocent Japanese citizens. Therefore, we demand that Dubai Medical Technologies compensate for the damage caused to Tokyo and immediately halt all experiments in the city. In this diplomat's telling, the entire Tokyo virus outbreak was orchestrated by Dubai Corporation, with the so-called evidence being nothing more than the result of Dubai bribing the laboratory staff. In other words, Dubai was the true mastermind behind the Tokyo disaster, while Japan itself was merely a victim. Yet for all these accusations, not a single piece of real evidence was provided. They had made it all up on the spot. There was only one claim for which they truly had proof. The virus had indeed been stolen from Dubai Corporation. But in the diplomat's version, this became a necessary measure to expose Dubai's ambitions. To be honest, not a single politician here was simple. Give them even the slightest loophole, and they would exploit it without hesitation. Few people truly believed what the neon diplomat had to say. Yet, there was one point that alone was enough to arouse widespread suspicion: the claim that the virus originated from Dubai Medical Technology Company. If what the neon diplomat said at the United Nations conference was indeed true, then no matter how many good deeds Dubai had done before, all of it would vanish like bubbles. After all, who could say for sure that all their good deeds weren't just a cover for something darker? Those uninvolved could let their imaginations run wild, then take their opinions online and turn rumor into action. That's terrifying. Could Dubai be just like Umbrella Corporation in Resident Evil? It's possible, but those neon folks aren't exactly saints either. I don't know why, but now I find Dubai's robots kind of creepy. What if there's a virus hidden inside them? Hey, what's so bad about a global virus outbreak? Humanity's overdue for destruction anyway. I agree. These anti-human maniacs should just go be monkeys. Come on, the apocalypse would be awesome. Hope you're still this excited when a zombie's tearing into you. It was clear that as soon as the neon politician's speech was broadcast live, the tide of public opinion began to shift. Where the internet had once been overwhelmingly critical of a neon side, now a small but growing fraction started casting suspicion on Dubai Medical Technology Company. Once a narrative takes hold, it only grows. Many things could be clarified with a quick fact check, but people preferred to cling to their own beliefs, convinced they alone saw the truth. Everything else was just an illusion. These people are shameless as ever. In the Dubai lab, Tony was left speechless by the neon diplomat's remarks. After venting, he glanced anxiously at Bai Yang and tried to reassure him. Don't pay them any mind. That's just how politicians are. Get used to it. As long as we create the virus serum and resolve this crisis, everything will work out. Yeah. Bai Yang nodded without saying more, focusing on his research. Tony, however, sensed something was off about Bai Yang. He frowned and observed him closely. What's that black mark on your forehead? And your eyes look a bit dark. As Tony leaned in, he noticed the deep shadows under Bai Yang's eyes, likely from sleepless nights in the lab, but the strange blood-black mark at the center of his brow was harder to explain. The mark was a trio of arcs, like the grooves on a basketball, crossing over each other and pulsing with a faint, eerie glow. It's just a magical way to stay alert. Nothing to worry about, Bai Yang replied, shaking his head. But he avoided Tony's gaze, and a darkness seemed to be spreading in his eyes. Tony saw that Bai Yang was still buried in his research and didn't press further. Instead, he found himself oddly intrigued by this so-called magic. So you really did spend all that missing time learning magic. But you kind of look like you've joined some cult, he asked curiously. No, it's really just a kind of meditation, a way to cultivate the mind, Bai Yang replied, fully absorbed in watching cell division through the microscope, not even lifting his head. Hey, just don't end up becoming some ascetic master with no desires, Tony joked. Bai Yang murmured, clearly not in the mood for conversation. That was the end of it. If you're too exhausted, take a break. Don't push yourself too hard. I'll keep that in mind. 7 days had passed, and finally, Japan reappeared on the international stage, while deftly shifting blame elsewhere as a diversion. Yet the emperor and the prime minister, the two highest leaders in Japan, were still nowhere to be seen. Perhaps something truly had happened to them. But until every nation had concrete evidence, none were willing to believe in such a convenient accident. However, now an actual incident had erupted within Japan, or more precisely in Tokyo itself. Over 1 million zombies had gathered together, most of them once human, but among them were many infected animals, and all around, agile lickers scrambled up the walls. They all seemed to be following orders, though whether those orders came from the same source was anybody's guess. Hidden in the shadows, the plague specimen observed the enormous lickers scaling the city's buildings, his face clouded, lost in unfathomable thought. Nearly all of Tokyo's zombies had converged in one place. Unlike the virus in Resident Evil, this plague's viral strain could infect anyone who merely breathed it in. At best, a stronger constitution only slowed the transformation into a zombie. And in Resident Evil, at least, there were still many survivors. Armed helicopters circled high above, constantly relaying updates on the zombie horde's movements. At dawn, the first rays of sunlight broke through the skyscrapers, casting a slender beam over this desolate, silent city, a glimmer of hope, as if to say the world had not yet forgotten this place. Suddenly, a dark curtain swept across the sky. With a rush of beating wings, a flock of eyeless crows blotted out the sunlight, soaring toward the whirring helicopters overhead. In an instant, the urgent crackle of gunfire and the thunder of explosions shattered Tokyo's silence. Missiles screamed through the air, their explosions burning gaping holes in the living curtain above, only for the darkness to close in again, undeterred. One by one, helicopters plummeted from the sky, crushing swarms of zombies below. But like stones hurled into the sea, they were quickly swallowed up, vanishing without a trace into the endless, writhing tide. Inside the command center of the Neon Kagoshima Army Base, the former Minister of General Affairs, Abe Kinsan, stared gravely at the computer screen flickering before him. Abe Kinsan was a middle-aged man whose expression was perpetually somber, yet within Neon, many regarded him as approachable and affable. He was also one of the candidates for prime minister. With both the current emperor and prime minister out of contact, it had fallen to him to take control of the military forces around Kagoshima. Elsewhere, each region had become autonomous, rallying around its own highest authority. Because Tokyo was home to many important officials, including those responsible for overseeing the election, when the crisis struck, they all vanished without a trace. As a result, a sudden vacancy had appeared at the top of Neon's government. To elect a new prime minister, they would have to wait until the Tokyo incident was resolved. Report, we've lost contact with the Osaka Airborne Division, an intelligence officer announced. How far is the zombie horde from the defense line? Abe asked. 9 kilometers. Abe Kinsan furrowed his brow, deep in thought for a long moment before finally making his decision. Request support from the Air Force. Hold the Tokyo defense line. Yes, sir. All of Neon's regional leaders, upon learning that the reconnaissance squad had been wiped out, issued orders to reinforce Tokyo's defensive perimeter. But by then, the vanguard of the zombie horde had already reached the front lines. A black curtain of crows blotted out the sun, while mutated bats, now with wingspans like pterosaurs, swept overhead. Packs of former pets, cats and dogs, raced down the roads in a frantic tide. Most alarming was what lumbered behind. Mutated crocodiles, each 3 meters tall, their armored hides gleaming obsidian in the sunlight, crawling along the highway like living tanks. Tigers and lions, swollen even larger after feasting on flesh, prowled forward with bloodthirsty eyes fixed on their prey. Monkeys and baboons clambered along the guardrails of the roadside. But most terrifying of all was a black gorilla, towering 5 meters high. Its razor-sharp, blood-red fangs were bared as it snatched a monkey from the railing and popped it into its mouth, chewing as casually as if savoring a snack. With every bite, its body seemed to grow ever more powerful. All the zoo animals, household pets, and some wild beasts from across Tokyo had been driven together, though many had been devoured along the way. That was why some of the zombie animals had grown to such monstrous proportions. From the sky to the ground, the swarming zombie animals surged toward Tokyo's defensive barrier. In this moment, human zombies had become the weakest among the horde. The plague experiment understood well the value of swift action. If they waited for Neon's reinforcements to arrive and unleash their firepower, this tightly packed horde could be wiped out in an instant. But as long as they could breach the line before that happened and let the zombies pour through the gap, not only Neon, but the entire world would fall to the infection. Disaster Zone, Eastern Defense Line. The Eastern Defense Line was set atop a highway, where steel walls had been stacked over 10 meters high. There was a single passageway through, and within it, 1 or 2 surviving humans were making their way across. Outside the defense line, soldiers armed with rifles and clad in protective suits patrolled vigilantly. In front of the metal wall, a row of engineer bunkers had been erected, with 2 machine guns mounted on either side. Behind these, an armored vehicle and a tank stood quietly, their dark barrels aimed steadily ahead. At that moment, at the entrance, a soldier was using a device to scan a woman in tattered clothes. All clear, you can go. After a thorough scan, the soldier found nothing amiss and let her pass. Next up was a male survivor. This group of survivors consisted of 2 women and 4 men, a team that had managed to escape the disaster zone ahead of the others. When the crisis had erupted, they'd found a place to hide, narrowly avoiding the initial catastrophe. 7 days later, with no food or water left, they finally made the decision to flee. By then, the plague had already begun to summon the undead, which, by sheer luck, allowed them to slip out unscathed. Raise your arms, the soldier instructed, ready to scan, but suddenly, the sound of a flock of birds beating their wings erupted overhead. Simultaneously, the ground began to tremble ever so slightly. Alert! Alert! A horde of monsters is coming down the highway toward us. Seal the passage immediately. First line of defense, get ready. The captain's voice barked through the headset. Hey, let us through first. Several survivors, still waiting in line, panicked and rushed toward the passage. No, head to the first line of defense now. We don't have time to scan you. The survivors were intercepted halfway. We're all together. There's no way we're infected. Let us through. I'm not staying out here to face those things, a male survivor shouted angrily, attempting to force his way past. With a sharp crack, the soldier brought the butt of his rifle down on the man's head, knocking him back. Get back, the soldier ordered, face impassive as he raised his rifle, aiming it at the group. If anyone dared take another step forward, he would not hesitate to open fire. The survivors helped up the fallen man, casting anxious glances at the rifles trained on them, and cautiously retreated. Juntian, close the passage now. Those monsters are almost here. A soldier with binoculars shouted from above, urging the gatekeeper to hurry. Looking up, Jun Tian saw a flock of crows circling in the distant sky, rapidly approaching. He quickly sealed the passage and climbed up to the lookout, bracing for what was to come. Very soon, under the watchful eyes of countless neon-clad soldiers, the first to arrive were the crows in the sky. These crows had lost all trace of pupils, flying in a single direction, guided solely by the plague. Flamethrowers ready. On the raised platforms, flamethrowers were swiftly set up. The crows, circling high above, could not be reached by the first defensive line. Thus, this round of defense relied mainly on the metal walls of the second line. As the flock of crows drew closer, when they were still a dozen meters from the second line, columns of fire suddenly erupted from the high platforms atop the metal walls, forming a tight wall of flame. Swept by the fire, the crows blazed in the air like a curtain suddenly set alight, the flames spreading rapidly. Clearly, the crows stood no chance against the fire. They burned away in an instant, as if made of tinder. In truth, if the plague could fully control the flock, it could have sent them soaring high above the defenses to bypass the lines entirely. Even helicopters and fighter jets would have struggled to eliminate them completely. But as things stood now, it was obvious this was impossible. Once the crows heard the noise, their bloodthirsty, flesh-hungry instincts overrode the guiding force within, and they charged toward their target. Each crow, like a moth to a flame, only made the inferno burn fiercer. In just 10 minutes, the entire flock was caught in a chain reaction, every last crow reduced to ashes. Ash drifted through the air like gray snow, as if the world itself had faded into a colorless twilight. A handful of survivors on the first defensive line stared, awestruck, at this dreamlike yet desolate scene. Artwork sculpted from the ashes of death. But before they could even catch their breath, the second wave of attacks began. On the horizon, a pack of rotting cats and dogs broke into view, followed by towering tiger corpses, crocodile zombies, gorilla zombies, an endless variety of undead animals gradually emerging over the skyline. Boom! Suddenly, a tremendous explosion echoed from within the first line. The ground around a tank shook loose, its barrel still smoking from the blast. A charging gorilla corpse was instantly blown apart, flesh and gore raining down. Boom! 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 With the tanks and field artillery firing relentlessly, gaps were torn open in the zombie horde. Even the largest undead creatures could not withstand the bombardment. Only crocodile-like beasts could barely take a direct hit. Meanwhile, the vanguard pack of cats and dogs had already reached the first defensive line. Machine gunners swept their sectors with indiscriminate fire, mowing down the oncoming horde. Other soldiers, rifles in hand, picked off any undead creatures that slipped past the machine guns. From the high platforms of the second defensive wall, additional firepower rained down, easing the pressure on the first line. Suddenly, with a guttural roar, a gigantic zombie tiger broke through the artillery barrage. The instant it appeared, a thunderous gunshot rang out. The rotten corpse tiger's head burst apart instantly, like a watermelon smashed open. On the high wall platform, a sniper holding a rifle over 2.5 meters long swung his weapon, seeking his next target. This sniper rifle was twice the size of the standard one, fitted with 14.9mm rounds, powerful enough to take down an elephant with a single shot. However, the constant need for ammunition resupply meant that, for a time, the advancing horde of zombie animals was held at bay, lingering some 30 meters from the defensive line. Yet, as the zombie swarm pressed forward with unrelenting ferocity, even the defending soldiers began to tire, their strength waning. The machine guns, in particular, were pushed to the brink, the barrels glowing red-hot, threatening to rupture at any moment. Just then, the sky was pierced by the roar of engines. Squadrons of fighter jets and bombers thundered overhead, streaking toward the mass of zombies below. Trailing close behind came missiles, each marked by a distinctive white tail. Without mercy, the oncoming barrage unleashed a carpet of explosions across both the animal zombies and the human zombie hordes trailing behind. Faced with the might of modern weaponry, the zombies posed little real threat. The firestorm spread rapidly, growing ever fiercer and more intense. In truth, the military had reason to thank the plague, for without his effort to gather the zombies, they would have had no way to deal with the crisis. After all, they couldn't simply bomb the entire disaster zone. Not only would it have been prohibitively expensive, but even then, the efficiency of eradicating the zombies would have been low. Their original plan had been to wait for the antivirus serum from the Bai Corporation, ensuring the city's integrity could be preserved. Yet, such a strategy would have greatly diminished their standing on the international stage. After all, for a nation to rely on a private company in a time of crisis was a clear sign of incompetence. Fortunately, now there was an opportunity to resolve matters on their own. With some careful maneuvering, they might even manage to extract some profit from the Bai Corporation in the process. It might seem awkward, yet it was all too normal. The relentless bombardment from bombers and missiles plunged the entire zombie-infested area into a sea of explosions. With any luck, even the plague himself, lurking in the shadows, might have been caught in the blast. The onslaught continued for 5 hours. As the flames of the explosions gradually died down, the landscape below had been transformed into utter ruin. Charred corpses and broken limbs scattered everywhere. A strange stench, a blend of burnt flesh and smoke, began to drift outward, spreading through the air. Above, the fighter jets wheeled in wide circles, scanning for any surviving zombies. Their mounted machine guns let loose another wild hail of bullets. But just then, a sudden movement stirred near the ruins. A river of shifting sand swept forward. Looking closer, one could see that the sand was actually a tide of rats. Packed so tightly that they blanketed the entire street and buildings, the rats surged forward like an avalanche of snow, unstoppable and overwhelming. Attention, attention! There's movement to the west. It's a swarm of rats, an endless tide of rats. The reports coming through the channel gradually faded into silence. Everyone aboard the helicopters, along with the observers stationed along the defensive line, stared in stunned disbelief at the unfolding scene. How could they possibly bomb something like this? Below them, the seething mass of rats blanketed nearly the entire eastern district. And after those last few rounds of bombing, they were almost out of ammunition. At this rate, the rats would breach the line long before reinforcements could arrive. Even if backup made it in time, no one believed they could truly wipe out the horde. In truth, once the line was breached, their defeat was all but certain. Boom, boom, boom. The last of the munitions fell, carving out a zone of explosions in a desperate attempt to slow the rats' advance. At the command center in Deer City, Fujiwara Saikai watched the live footage streaming in from Tokyo, his expression dark and somber. Just then, a phone rang and was quickly answered. Fujiwara picked up, listened quietly to the voice on the other end. Whatever was said, it drained the color from his face, leaving him looking utterly defeated. All right, I understand. In the end, they had no choice but to call for help. Inside the disaster zone, the troops pushed their defenses to the limit, forcing the rat swarm back by several kilometers. This would buy them enough time to retreat before the missiles arrived. No one knew how much time had passed, but the thunder of artillery gradually thinned out. Already, some of the rotting corpse rats had slipped through the barrage, clambering over the ruins and bearing down on the ground troops' positions. Fortunately, at that moment, the order to retreat finally came through. After one last bombing run, the bombers in the sky turned back, and the ground troops swiftly withdrew from the disaster zone. With nothing left in their path, the swarm of rats surged forward, unimpeded, toward the former defensive positions. Despite the relentless bombardment, the number of rats seemed undiminished. Like a living tide of sand, they swept through city streets, surging outward in all directions. Soon enough, the swarm reached the metal barricades, pressing and churning against the barrier. And right then, a missile, trailing a white plume, streaked over the disaster zone. From his hiding place, the plague stared upwards, eyes wide with horror. How could it be so fast? Years of imprisonment had left him out of touch with society. He had no inkling of how far technology had advanced. Despair washed over him as he watched the missile arc toward the heart of the disaster zone. But then, in a flash, the missile vanished from the sky. The plague. America. The island's residents. People in every nation watching this moment froze in utter disbelief. Where had the missile gone? Sacred Mountain. Satellite imagery revealed it all. Centered on the sacred mountain, blood-red fissures, like veins of molten lava, rapidly branched outward in every direction. From the volcanic crater, a fountain of magma and ash erupted skyward. The volcanic ash burst forth, swiftly enveloping the disaster zone like a thick, choking smog, and it continued to spread at an alarming rate. Hot on its heels came the lava fissures, tearing open the island's crust, followed by an endless flood of molten rock flowing relentlessly. The entire island shuddered violently. People on the ground struggled to keep their balance, stumbling as entire groves of trees and clusters of houses toppled and collapsed around them. Meanwhile, the surrounding ocean, disturbed by the shifting crust, erupted into a powerful tsunami. Towering waves battered the port of Haiyan, splintering it into ruins in mere moments. At that critical moment, helicopters, fighter jets, and every available aircraft surged into the sky, desperately fleeing the doomed island. But those left on the ground could only face the suffocating volcanic ash and the yawning abyss of molten fissures. Countless people, faced with this overwhelming disaster, broke down in helpless wails. Some prayed for divine protection, Others cursed the gods for their impotence. The apocalypse had arrived. Slowly, the island began to sink, little by little, swallowed up by the merciless sea. On board the fleeing planes, passengers watched the scene in silence, their emotions too tangled for words. As the island slipped beneath the waves, a faint aura of dark magic formed an array, encircling it, beginning to devour everything nearby. Around the world, nations watched this scene unfold via satellite footage, and everywhere fell into a stunned silence. Was it relief? Sympathy? Schadenfreude? Sorrow? Everyone felt as if they were witnessing a dream, an entire island, gone in an instant. "They're finished," Tony murmured in the stark white laboratory, his expression complicated as he stared at the apocalyptic images on the screen. But before he could finish his thought, a ring of scarlet sparks suddenly appeared in the lab. Through the portal, shadowy figures could be glimpsed on the other side. A moment later, a bald woman in a flowing yellow robe stepped through, her face grave and intent. She emerged and immediately fixed her gaze on the young man, standing beside Tony, his head bowed. "So you've come," the youth said, raising his head with a mocking smile curling at his lips. Darkness ringed his eyes, and a shadow seemed to shroud his entire figure. The mark on his forehead glowed ever brighter. "In the end, you couldn't resist your inner demons," the Ancient One replied, the same mark shining on her own brow as she regarded him with utmost seriousness. "Is it possible," Bai Yang replied, spreading his hands with a hint of earnestness, "that I simply chose not to resist? There's nothing more to say. You must come with me to the sanctum now." As she spoke, the Ancient One formed a spell with her hands. "Who are you? Was that magic just now? How did you do it? What's the principle behind it?" Tony, snapping out of his stunned stupor, peppered her with questions, curiosity lighting up his face. The Ancient One offered no reply. As waves of dark energy surged, the space around them twisted and inverted, and in an instant, she and Bai Yang vanished from the laboratory. "What happened?" Tony stared at the empty lab, visibly shocked. "Hey, Master, you're really skilled at wielding dark energy." Bai Yang stood with his arms crossed, looking around casually at their surroundings. "You'd better come back with me quietly." The Ancient One flicked her wrist, summoning a fan-shaped magical weapon. Hey, don't treat me like I'm someone else, all right? I'm still your cherished disciple." Bai Yang suddenly put on a look of grievance. "You sacrificed the entire Neon Island to gain dark energy. Dormammu has already corrupted you," the Ancient One said gravely. "I should never have let you come into contact with the Dark Dimension in the first place." A hint of regret flickered across her face as she spoke. But now, all she could do was try to make amends, because if he was allowed to continue down this path, the sanctum would eventually be destroyed, and then Earth itself would be exposed to countless other dimensions. "Come on, then. You rarely ever taught me, Master," Bai Yang said carelessly, grinning as he pressed his hands together, then drew them apart. A transparent blade of space shimmered into his grasp. To call a blade of space was a bit generous. It looked more like a shard of shattered, invisible glass. Neither of them moved, yet the space beneath their feet began to shift and slide, bringing them together in an instant. A harsh, crackling surge sounded as the blade of space struck the Ancient One's fan-shaped magic weapon. "Master, magic isn't all I know," Bai Yang called out, just inches from the Ancient One. In a flash, a layer of armor materialized, enveloping his body. With a thunderous blast, a repulsor shot from his palm. The Ancient One swiftly retreated, twisting her body to evade the attack. Yet as soon as she landed, a streak of ghostly blue light arced through the air. Space beneath her feet spun 90 degrees, causing the blue arc to vanish, only to reappear behind Bai Yang. Bai Yang let out a sharp whistle, and the electromagnetic spike halted instantly. It traced a few arcs through the air, but by then, the Ancient One had vanished. As Bai Yang turned to search for her, countless duplicates of the Ancient One suddenly surrounded him. In perfect unison, each one cast out a crimson chain. The red chains shot forward at blinding speed, weaving together like a dense web that bound Bai Yang tightly from head to toe. Kamartaj, inside the grand hall of the sanctum. The Ancient One gazed at the sleeping Bai Yang and let out a quiet sigh. What happened to him? Mordo approached, his voice full of concern. He ran into trouble after absorbing energy from the Dark Dimension. The Ancient One replied calmly, holding nothing back. What? When did he read that book? Mordo's eyes widened in shock as he asked. I allowed him to read it. I told you, he's too dangerous. We never should have let him study magic in the first place. We shouldn't let him become too entangled with the material world. From now on, let's try to keep him cultivating at Kamartaj as much as possible, the Ancient One said after a moment's thought. Bai Yang, after all, was not like Mordo and the others who had endured so much hardship. He was far too easily swayed by the mundane world. Strip him of his magic and send him back where he came from, Mordo suggested. For someone as rigid and uncompromising as him, it was hard to accept a sorcerer who had drawn upon the power of the dark dimension. No, we can't take away his magic. Even without his hands, he would still find a way to create his own, the Ancient One replied with a shake of her head. Mordo fell silent. As for killing Bai Yang, that was something he simply couldn't do. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on him, the Ancient One said, watching as the dark circles faded from the young man's face. Mordo said nothing more. With a mix of frustration and anger, he turned and left the hall. Once Mordo was gone, the Ancient One sat down cross-legged, slowly closing her eyes. The mark on her forehead began to glow once more. The dimensional gateway opened, and she entered the dark dimension. In that void of silence and shadow, a twisted, enormous face floated, its features both eerie and menacing. Thief, what are you doing here? Dormammu spat out, his voice brimming with irritation at the sight of her. My disciples sacrificed a nation to you, the Ancient One said, getting right to the point. I'm just a little island. Apart from some intense and delicious terror, it's hardly worth mentioning. Dormammu sneered in disdain. Then portion out the energy accordingly. If I have to take it by force, it won't end with just this, the Ancient One replied coolly. What did you say, thief? Dormammu roared, his rage palpable as surges of dark energy crackled around him. The Ancient One said nothing more. She simply turned and left. That boy is mine. Sooner or later, he'll join the dark dimension, Dormammu muttered to himself. In the mirror dimension, two figures, a burly man and a young boy, sat facing each other at a table, which was laden with a feast of colorful and aromatic Chinese dishes. Where's Master Mordo? Even Brother Caecilius has come to see me a few times, but Mordo hasn't shown up at all. Don't tell me he's forgotten about me. Bayang joked, scooping some mapo tofu onto his rice. He's been keeping out of sight lately. You know how uptight he is. What you did was a real shock to him, Wang replied as he helped himself to some rice. Well, I hope he doesn't decide to clean house or something, Bayang said, making a light-hearted joke. I doubt he'd go that far. If he tries to give you a beating, just run for it. He won't kill you. At most, he'll give you a good lesson, Wang said, shrugging as if it didn't matter much. Now that I've got the approval of so many dimensional rulers, I'm not sure he could even take me down, Bayang mumbled, his head lowered as he dug into his rice. Generally speaking, to use certain special forms of magic, one must draw upon magical energy from other dimensions. Take white magic, for example. Its source is the Vishanti, a trinity of deities, Agamotto, Ashtar, and Hoggoth, united as one. There are many such dimensional lords. Some are approachable, while others are notoriously difficult. Occasionally, if they're in the mood, they might bestow you with a little trinket. But if they're displeased, they'll sever contact without hesitation. These are some of the inherent limitations on what a sorcerer can do. However, such interactions with the Lords of Dimensions are reserved for those who have attained the rank of Sorcerer Supreme. As for Bai Yang, he's only been recognized because of his innate talent and having passed a few trials. Even though he's said to have received the approval of a dimensional lord, he might never even catch a glimpse of one's true form. Of course, there are some dimensional forces that are more open to regular sorcerers. By the way, you didn't happen to buy these ingredients from China, did you? Bai Yang asked curiously as he picked at his meal. The taste was quite different. From the Chinese restaurants back in the United States, which was only natural, ingredients vary by region, so the resulting flavors are bound to differ as well. That's right. Because the regions are so different, I often make special trips to Hong Kong just to buy groceries, Wang nodded in response. After finishing his meal and placing his clean bowl down, Bai Yang paused before saying, Wang, thank you for the food, but I have some things to take care of in the next couple of days, so I'll be going into a deep sleep for a while. All right, I wish you success. Don't put too much pressure on yourself, Wang replied with a nod. He didn't press for details, simply clearing the dishes and leaving the room. Once Wang was gone, the space fell into a deep, almost tangible silence. Bai Yang sat cross-legged on the floor and slowly closed his eyes. The quiet around him mirrored the calm within his heart, utterly free of distractions. But then, something came to mind. He opened his eyes again and reached a forefinger toward his eye. With a gentle touch, he removed a small contact lens, now perched on the tip of his finger. He repeated the process for his other eye. He blinked rapidly a few times, coaxing out a few tears, then gradually his vision cleared. Feels so much clearer now. Hopefully, this time my dreams won't be filled with gruesome scenes, Bai Yang murmured to himself. He had always struggled to handle the sight of blood. Even live-streamed videos with graphic violence would make him uncomfortable. That's why, after arriving in this world, he always wore digital glasses during battles, and later switched to contact lenses as soon as he got them. But now, he wanted to make a change. He couldn't risk embarrassing himself in front of Tony and the others forever. In his view, even if he did get nauseated after a time or two, he'd get used to it. With everything set, he gently closed his eyes once more. Requesting entry into the dream, he whispered, "Message received. Preparing for entry. Please get ready." This dream scenario is Transformers. The time ratio is 1 to 1,000. Death will result in forced ejection, and re-entry is not permitted. The mechanical female voice echoed in Bai Yang's mind. After more than a year, Bai Yang finally entered the dream world once again. The familiar wave of dizziness returned, and Bai Yang's consciousness slipped into a brief darkness. Somewhere in the vastness of the cosmos, a mysterious biomechanical race, known as the Creators, roamed the stars, endlessly striving to give birth to new life across the universe. The Creators wielded a molecular weapon to transform the surfaces of planets teeming with organic life, converting all living matter into transformium, a unique metal capable of forging and repairing silicon-based life forms. With this transformium, the Creators fashioned the planet Cybertron. They then developed the All-Spark, a cosmic cube that powered the world and used its energy to give rise to a race of sentient machines. These beings called themselves Cybertronians, revered the All-Spark as a sacred relic, and named it the Matrix of Creation. Of the countless Cybertronians born from a matrix, the first 7 supreme beings came together to establish the dynasty of primes, uniting the planet under a single rule. Yet, before this, the Creators had conducted an experimental project, constructing another massive mechanical planet. A mistake during the experiment granted this world a consciousness of its own, transforming it into Unicron, the Chaos Bringer. At the dawn of the dynasty of primes, they waged endless war against Unicron. Ultimately, by harnessing the Matrix's power, they triumphed, severing Unicron's mind and casting his body to the fringes of the galaxy, where it became ensnared by the sun's gravity. Over eons, matter collected around him, forming a new planet, Earth. But the Matrix's energies were all but spent. Using what remained, the 7 primes reverse-engineered an energy crystal capable of creating new mechanical life. But it would require the power of a star. Intent on constructing a star harvester on Earth to siphon solar energy, the primes faced a moral crisis when they discovered life already thriving there. This led to a rift among them, and one prime, the Fallen, betrayed the dynasty, igniting a brutal civil war. During the ensuing battle on Earth, all 7 primes vanished, and the star harvester was hidden away. The leadership matrix, key to activating the device, disappeared along with them. With the primes gone, Cybertron erupted into even fiercer conflict over the coveted energy crystals. Among the warring factions, the Fallen's followers, the Decepticons, emerged as the strongest, holding the greatest hope of uniting Cybertron. However, news of the Fallen's betrayal drove many of the lesser factions to band together, forming the alliance known as the Autobots. The leaders were descendants of 2 of the 7 primes, Optimus Prime and Megatronus, known as Optimus Prime and the Fallen. Under the leadership of these 2, the Autobots rose up against the tyranny of the Decepticons. Yet, after years of relentless civil war, the Autobots ultimately could not withstand the might of the Decepticons. As a last resort, Optimus Prime launched the All-Spark into the depths of space. But the Fallen betrayed them, leaking the secret to Megatron. Megatron gave chase, but on his journey, he was struck by a meteor and crashed into the Arctic. In the 19th century, an ancestor of the Witwicky family, caught in a disaster, fell deep beneath the ice and landed in Megatron's hand. By chance, he touched Megatron's tracking device. Megatron then etched the map, revealing the location of the All-Spark onto the captain's glasses, which the captain left as an heirloom. Passed down from generation to generation, they eventually came into Sam's possession. In the modern era, both Decepticon and Autobot forces arrived on Earth, igniting a fierce battle over the All-Spark. By then, Megatron had already awakened beneath the Hoover Dam. Los Angeles. A cacophony of deafening explosions and the terrified, desperate screams of people tore through the chaos and struck directly into Bai Yang's mind. He opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was a corpse pinned beneath a fallen slab of stone. The face was charred beyond recognition, but judging by the faint cry for help he'd heard moments before, it had been a man. The acrid stench of burning flesh filled Bai Yang's nostrils. Nearby, he caught sight of severed limbs and mangled remains, blood vessels and nerves. Writhing like worms, blood pooled across the ground, painting grotesque patterns in vivid crimson. The blurred mass of flesh assaulted his senses. A wave of nausea surged from his gut to his throat, an overwhelming discomfort tightening his stomach and constricting his airway, making him want to vomit. Unable to hold back any longer, he doubled over and retched violently. Around him, gunfire still raged. Bai Yang, his face pale, tore his gaze away and looked about. He was standing in the middle of a street. People were running frantically in all directions, their screams piercing the air, echoing their terror in the face of death. Buildings were shattered and incomplete, the ground riddled with craters, debris scattered everywhere. The screeching of car tires skidding across the ruined pavement was almost unbearable. Abandoned vehicles and burning wreckage littered the street. The roar of missiles slicing through the air whistled past Bai Yang's ears, followed by another thunderous explosion. Overhead, the relentless thrum of helicopter blades filled the sky. A gigantic robot, painted in red and blue, strode past him, towering nearly 30 feet high. Next to it, humans seemed as small and helpless as kittens. The entire street was engulfed in smoke and fire. No alarms, no warnings. Bai Yang, his face still pale after removing his tactical stealth goggles, took in the scene and slowly steadied his nerves. "Hey man, what are you standing around for? Run quick!" A curly-haired teenager called out to him in passing, offering a friendly warning before dashing away in panic. Bai Yang exhaled deeply, then hunched over and slipped into the shadows. The Umbrella Corporation tattoo on the back of his hand rapidly expanded, enveloping him completely. This time, Bai Yang did not activate the visual rendering mode. Not far away, a makeshift trench had been set up. Behind it stood soldiers armed with rifles, firing at a robot that was hefting a tank tread over its shoulder, its arms fashioned like excavator shovels. Bai Yang quickly surveyed the scene. Suddenly, amidst the rubble on the street, he spotted a small cube adorned with mysterious patterns, resembling a work of art in an exhibition. Sensing the immense energy within it, he immediately dashed toward the cube. At the same time, a young man and a yellow robot also made a break for it. However, the yellow robot seemed to have suffered damage to its legs and could only drag itself forward with its arms. Judging by their pace, Bai Yang was confident he could reach the cube before them. But just then, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a man clutching a little girl, desperately weaving through the street. Even in flight, the man kept a protective hand over the girl's head. Smoke and chaos filled the air, yet Bai Yang could still make out a massive, dark gray robot hurtling toward the pair. Gritting his teeth, Bai Yang pressed on toward the cube. The colossal robot closed in on the father and daughter. There was no doubt, if they were struck, death would be instant. A gigantic shadow swallowed them whole. The man glanced back and, without hesitation, flung his daughter out of harm's way. A tremendous crash rang out, but instead of pain, the man felt nothing. "Hey, your daughter's about to start crying," came a slightly teasing voice in his ear. At the mention of his daughter, the man's eyes snapped open. He was stunned. Standing before him was a tall, red and blue humanoid figure. But what truly left him speechless was the glimmering yellow magic shield in front of the stranger, holding the attacking robot at bay. "This time, your daughter really is crying." Bai Yang dismissed the magic circle and stepped back a few paces. The robot crashed to the ground, sending a shudder through the earth. "Daddy," the little girl, her face smudged with dust, threw herself into her father's arms. Snapping out of his daze, he scooped her up and comforted her. Then, curiosity overtook him, and he studied the mysterious stranger who had appeared out of nowhere. The newcomer's face bore striking red compound eyes and rare blue stripes, reminiscent of a piece of art. From his right hand, a long red thread still extended, trailing wisps of residual magical energy. The red cord in his right hand suddenly snapped tight, dragging a cube attached to its end over to him. Just as Bumblebee was about to reach for the spark, he watched helplessly as it vanished right beneath his hand. Sam Witwicky was equally stunned, staring blankly at this unexpected turn of events. Together, the two of them followed the direction of the red cord and saw the figure in the red and blue skin-tight suit. "I think you and your daughter should leave here as soon as possible," Bai Yang said, tilting his head as he addressed the father and daughter, the cube now in his hand. "Thank you." The man quickly came to his senses, shot Bai Yang a grateful look, and hurriedly carried his daughter away. At that moment, Sam jogged over, anxiety etched on his face. "Who are you? Hand that thing over to me now." "I'll be holding on to this for the time being," Bai Yang replied, giving the cube in his hand a little shake. "No, that thing is dangerous. You can't handle it. Do you know those robots? They're all after it. We need to get it to the military fast." "Not necessarily," Bai Yang countered. As he spoke, a red energy lasso reappeared in his hand, wrapping around the leg of the robot that had just gotten back up behind him. With a swift tug, the robot crashed to the ground once more. "Hey kid, I'm not the bad guy. I'm here to help you." Ironhide protested as he hit the ground, quickly trying to explain himself. Just then, Megatron, who had only moments ago sent Ironhide flying, was now barreling toward them. Bayang glanced at Megatron charging in, surveying the scene. Wrecked cars littered the area. Thinking quickly, he dashed over to Ironhide and said, "You're an Autobot, right? Transform into a vehicle now." "Why? You should give that to Sam." Ironhide reached out with his massive mechanical hand, trying to grab the human in the red and blue suit standing before him. Bayang nimbly dodged Ironhide's hand, jumped in front of him, and impatiently kicked at some of his mechanical parts. Then, pretending he might toss the cube to the rapidly approaching Megatron, he threatened, "Hurry up, or I'll throw this to him." "You really have no manners at all," Ironhide retorted in his gruff voice. Then, as if each component were alive, his parts shifted in a coordinated fashion, transforming him swiftly into a GMC top-kick convertible pickup truck. Seeing the transformation, Bai Yang's eyes lit up with excitement. Hugging the cube, Bai Yang jumped into the vehicle and settled into the driver's seat. "Hand over the controls to me. I'll drive. You just assist," he said to Ironhide, gripping the steering wheel. "Kid, are you questioning my skills?" Ironhide grumbled, clearly unaccustomed to such a brazen human. "Enough talk. Activate your radar and scan for the least crowded escape route," Bai Yang demanded, thumping the steering wheel as he simultaneously activated the driving chip system. "In the northwest, behind you. Even though I don't know who you are, I think you ought to watch your attitude. Otherwise, I might have to teach you a lesson." Ironhide finished speaking, not forgetting to add a warning. Bayang ignored him. Without a word, he shifted into reverse, floored the gas pedal, spun the steering wheel, and slammed on the brakes. Each move flowed seamlessly into the next, and the truck whipped around in a perfect turn. Hey, Megatron is right across from us. What are you doing?" Ironhide's voice rang out inside the car, tinged with alarm. "Don't slow me down." Bayang shot back. The deep roar of the engine followed. He widened the detection range of the red compound eye sensors, scanning for incoming attacks from all directions. The brakes released suddenly, and the GMC pickup shot forward like a black stallion breaking free. Megatron saw the truck charging straight at him and swung his fist down in a mighty blow. No, he's going to hit me." Ironhide cried out in panic. Bayang's expression was steely. He slammed the accelerator, and just as the massive fist came down, he braked hard and twisted the wheel. For a split second, the truck's wheels lifted off one side. He let off the brakes and stomped on the gas. With a skillful swerve, the pickup narrowly dodged the blow and shot right beneath Megatron. "Woohoo! Oh man, that was awesome!" Ironhide cheered, exhilarated to have escaped danger. At that moment, Bayang braked sharply again, dodging a missile by a hair. "Do you have a smokescreen?" "No, just lead shot. Keep calling out the route. I'm going to lure them out of the city," Bayang said, swerving hard to avoid another missile. 500 meters ahead, turn right at the intersection. Watch the traffic lights. "Oh, all the Decepticons are after us now," Ironhide said, his voice buzzing with excitement. At that moment, 2 fighter jets appeared overhead, Megatron and Starscream. They launched missiles at the pickup streaking down the road, trying to cut them off. Though Ironhide's GMC pickup wasn't the fastest, its shell was reinforced with radiation-absorbing carbon fiber and steel alloy, giving it impressive defense. Bai Yang raced through the city streets in Ironhide, while the 2 jets hunted him among the skyscrapers, firing missiles to block his escape. But with the urban jungle as cover, Bai Yang skillfully led them on, and just then, the military's armored suits arrived in Los Angeles, intercepting Megatron and Starscream in the sky. Suddenly, the pressure on Bai Yang eased, and he started chatting with Ironhide. "Hey, big truck, what's your name?" "I'm Ironhide. You're amazing, kid. How about I become your guardian?" Ironhide said, still riding the adrenaline rush. "No thanks, you'd better stick with your big boss," Bai Yang replied with a smirk, turning him down. "Kid, you actually turn me down? Do you realize you'll regret this for the rest of your life?" Ironhide said in disbelief, sounding almost like a girl who'd just been rejected. "If you want me to upgrade you, at least get a laser guidance system. You're seriously lacking." "No way. There's no chance I'm letting you humans mess around with my body," Ironhide shot back without a second thought. "If you let me work on you, I promise you'll be as strong as that leader of yours, Optimus Prime," Bai Yang said, his tone coaxing and full of temptation. Ironhide fell silent. He was clearly tempted. Just as he was about to say something, Optimus Prime's voice suddenly came from inside the vehicle. "Ironhide, where are you taking that human?" At that moment, Optimus had transformed into a Peterbilt semi-truck and was following close behind, blocking Megatron's path in the skies above. "No, I'm not the one driving. It's this kid. I don't even know where he came from, but he's got skills. I like it," Ironhide answered, though it was hard to put into words. If it weren't for the fact that Ironhide was a truck, Bayang would have wanted to jump out by now. "I'm heading northeast, toward the outskirts of Tyre. It's a deserted area. If you want to fight, it's the perfect spot," Bayang replied, expertly swerving Ironhide through a sharp turn as he spoke. Hey, can you hear me? This is Sam. Who are you, and why did you take that thing? At that moment, Sam's voice broke through the speakers. Give it to me. There was a burst of static. Then another voice came on. Listen, I don't care who you are, but return what you have as soon as possible. It's extremely important to us. Let me speak. For a moment, Ironhide's comms were flooded, a cacophony of voices all talking at once. Ironhide, shut your comms off. It's driving me crazy, Bayang said, frowning in annoyance. Okay. Ironhide agreed, finding it too noisy himself, and switched off the communications. Behind them, the Autobots and Decepticons all sped in pursuit of Ironhide, the chaos punctuated by the roar of explosions and the sound of debris crashing to the ground. In this way, Bayang maneuvered Ironhide through several streets before finally arriving at Tire District. It was a small hill, dotted with villas and thick with trees. The blast had startled every bird from the branches, sending them fleeing into the sky. Hey, there's no road ahead. Just then, a black pickup truck charged out of a patch of shrubbery like a wild beast. It tore across the decorative landscaping, finally coming to a halt on a vast expanse of grass. It looked to be a golf course, with flags visible not far away. So, who do you think will get here first? Your leader Optimus Prime, or a Decepticon? Bayang asked as he stepped out of the cab and turned to Ironhide, who was already beginning to transform beside him. No one responded, and Bayang turned his head in confusion to look around. He saw that Ironhide, too, was bowing his head, his face full of puzzlement as he glanced back at him. I only told you to turn off remote transmissions. I never said to disconnect the receiver entirely. Bayang pointed to his own ear, exasperated, signaling him to reactivate the communication link. Ironhide suddenly understood, his eyes brightening. Oh, sorry. What were you saying? But just then, the distinct thrum of helicopter blades swept down from the sky. Well, I guess we have our answer. Bayang looked up, shrugging helplessly as he watched military attack helicopters arrive ahead of anyone else. It seemed likely that the Decepticons had been intercepted by the Autobots. The armed helicopter descended slowly in front of man and machine, its spinning rotors flattening the grass below, leaving the once soft lawn as smooth as hair treated with the finest conditioner. But as soon as the helicopter touched down, another roar broke through the sky, the unmistakable sound of a fighter jet's engines. The instant the piercing shriek of jet engines echoed overhead, Ironhide moved with lightning speed, grabbing Bayang and rolling them both away to the side. At that very moment, a missile with a white tail streaked through the air. The helicopter, just landed, was instantly engulfed in fire, the explosion's shockwave and heat radiating out in all directions. Thud! Thud! Ironhide clutched Bayang tightly, rolling them over the ground and narrowly dodging the blast. Flaming wreckage from the helicopter scattered across the vast lawn, igniting patches of grass in its wake. A low-flying F-122 Raptor fighter jet transformed in midair, landing as a humanoid machine just ahead. A sly, mocking voice followed. Ironhide, why are you protecting these humans as insignificant as ants? Kid, take the cube and get out of here now. Ironhide, evidently injured by the earlier explosion, sounded weakened as he carefully set Bayang down, then turned to face Starscream, alert and ready. Don't worry. You just focus on recovering. I'll hold him off for a while. Bayang stepped forward, positioning himself between Ironhide and their foe. Human, since you're so eager to die, then you can perish along with him. Starscream's arms, sharp as spider spears, propelled him forward as he lunged at Bayang. No, kid, you have to leave. The Allspark must not fall into their hands. Ironhide called out urgently, but Bayang ignored him. He drew a circle with both hands, chanting an incantation as a small, bright orange magic sigil formed before him. Yet it seemed hopeless. How could such a spell stop the massive force of Starscream? Starscream's claws extended, mercilessly swiping at Ironhide, who struggled to protect him. At that crucial moment, Bayang thrust both hands towards Starscream, and the orange sigil blazed and expanded, intercepting the attack in a flash. Seraphim Shield. Bang! The Red Spider's attack was blocked. What is this? He was knocked back a step, staring at the massive magic circle before him. Magic, Bayang replied calmly as he let the shield of Serene fade away. But inwardly, he was already groaning. He'd borrowed power, but it was nowhere near enough. This is way too stingy. He had no desire to charge in with the Vishani Holy Sword and trade blows with these metal giants. Besides, the rules here were different from Marvel's Earth. Some magical patterns simply didn't work in this place. Red Spider eyed this unfamiliar force warily. Cautious by nature, he hesitated rather than rushing in headlong. Fortunately, just then, Megatron arrived in his jet form, dragging Optimus Prime behind him. Once they landed, the two quickly separated. Megatron moved in front of Red Spider, while Optimus Prime retreated to stand before Ironhide. Bayang looked up at Optimus Prime's towering figure, then glanced at Ironhide. You know, if you want to be as strong as your boss, it wouldn't hurt to get a little taller. Optimus Prime took a look at this mysterious newcomer, who sounded human. Thank you for your help. But now, please take the Allspark and leave as quickly as you can. We'll protect you. As he spoke, a battle mask slid over his face. He was ready for combat. Humans aren't fit to live. Megatron's voice thundered from the other side. That's for humanity to decide. Then die with them. Megatron's arms swiftly transformed into a massive cannon, aiming straight at Bayang. Beat exterminated together. Bang! As Megatron was still charging his weapon, sparks shot across his body. Optimus Prime fired, breaking his aim in an instant. Now Optimus Prime was facing two opponents at once, with Ironhide providing backup. Ironhide quickly recovered and jumped back into the fray, easing the pressure on Optimus. By this point, Bayang had accomplished his goal. He slipped away from the brawl, making for an open patch of ground. His suit morphed, a section detaching to wrap around the cube, forming a backpack. Once it was secured, Bayang extended his left hand, straightening his thumb, index, and middle fingers, palm facing the air before him. With his right hand, he began tracing circles, reaching out with magic to touch this world space. Yet perhaps because of the different laws of reality, the portal refused to form. No choice, Bayang recalled the way he'd first learned to create portals, tweaking the magical inscriptions slightly. Behind him, more robots had joined the chaos, locked in combat. Explosions sent Earth flying. The ground shook beneath their feet, and sparks flew in every direction, a cacophony of destruction. Shouts and curses rang out amidst the mayhem. Yet Bayang remained undisturbed, still communing with the fabric of space. He could sense a breakthrough was close. What is he doing? On the far side of the fight, a tall, striking woman watched Bayang's actions with a puzzled expression. I don't know, but we need to get over there fast. The thing we want is in his hands. Sam pulled her along, skirting around the battle toward Bayang's location. It's almost done, almost there, Bayang muttered, gripping a piece of mechanical wreckage in one hand while the other continued to twist and turn in front of him. The space before his eyes began to ripple and waver. As a silvery thread grew wider and brighter, a gleaming silver, mechanically intricate portal finally appeared right in front of Bayang. Perfect, Bayang shouted in excitement. I'm off. Maybe we'll meet again, Ironhide, he called out, tilting his head toward Ironhide, who was still fighting. Without another word, he stepped through the portal. Wait. Sam and his companion finally made it around just in time to see Bayang leaving. They called out in a hurry. But the moment Bayang stepped inside, the mechanical portal vanished without a trace. The two of them were left grasping at thin air, utterly bewildered. What was that? Under the gaze of all the robots, that mysterious human simply disappeared before their very eyes. The fighting ground to a halt as every robot stared blankly at the spot where Bayang had vanished. No, what just happened? Megatron was stunned. After all his desperate efforts, was his Allspark simply gone? Ironhide, do you know who that guy is? Is he some kind of magician? Jazz asked curiously from the side. No, I don't know him, but he said he was a scientist. I was hoping he'd give me an upgrade, and now he's just run off and left me. Ironhide stomped in frustration. You're still talking about that? He took the Allspark. Without it, we can't go home, you two blockheads. Ratchet snapped at them from nearby. Meanwhile, realizing the Allspark was gone, Megatron turned to leave. But just then, a series of explosions and bursts of fireworks erupted all over him and his troops. A thunderous barrage resounded as explosions went off in rapid succession across the Decepticons. Above, the human F-122 Raptor jets had encircled the area, concentrating their firepower on Megatron. Optimus Prime and the other Autobots reacted instantly, launching an assault on the Decepticons to prevent any escape. During the chaos, Starscream, seeing things go south, transformed into a fighter jet and, battered and smoking, managed to flee the scene. Megatron, however, was overwhelmed by Optimus Prime and the Raptor jets, falling into a near-death state and ultimately being captured. Thus, the Los Angeles incident drew to a temporary close. Megatron, leader of the Decepticons, had been captured, marking a victory for humanity and the Autobots. Yet, there was no joy on the winning side, for the Allspark had vanished without a trace. Sam and the others stood before a computer screen, watching the scene unfolding on the street above. On the screen, they could see crowds of panicked people and a battlefield riddled with flying bullets. Suddenly, a human figure clad in red with blue stripes appeared out of nowhere on the street. Then, the image on the screen split into two, one showing the location of the cube, and the other focusing on a father and daughter. At first, it was clear that the newcomer was heading straight for the Allspark, but he hesitated midway. In the next instant, a red energy whip lashed out from his hand, coiling tightly around the Allspark. As for the mysterious figure himself, he became nothing but a blur, intercepting danger just in time to shield the father and daughter. The Allspark landed securely in his grasp a moment later. Next, Ironhide carried the enigmatic stranger away, drawing the Decepticons in pursuit. Through a series of daring maneuvers, the battle shifted toward a remote area on the outskirts of town. But once they reached the outskirts, footage of the mysterious figure became increasingly scarce. From what we can see, this individual isn't using any known advanced technology. The suit looks almost biological in nature. We've detected biological markers on it. It's possible he isn't even human, a military officer said, standing before the large projection screen. A few still images were displayed. One of the red energy whip, another of a defensive magic circle. But we've contacted the father and daughter. The language he used was clearly human, and both are certain he was a man. For now, let's set that aside and focus on this thing that looks like a magic circle, the officer continued, as the image on the screen zoomed in on Bai Yang holding up the seraphim shield, revealing the arcane symbols. Yeah, and we saw him open a portal and just vanish, Sam chimed in, raising his hand as someone who had witnessed the events firsthand. He's definitely a wizard, the strikingly attractive fox declared with certainty. After all, if aliens exist, the idea of a wizard isn't so far-fetched. There's simply no other explanation. His abilities outright defy the laws of physics, added the scientist, shaking his head in resignation. He had been brought in by the military for precisely this reason. But what does he want with the Allspark? That's what worries me most, said Agent Simmons, his long face drawn with concern. No matter what, we have to find him. Let's use the satellites to track him down. I'm sorry, but Sector 7 has been disbanded. Damn it. Optimus Prime has already sent out a call for help into space. They might be able to assist with the search, Sam said, glancing at Bumblebee and the other Autobots waiting outside the tent. A few days later, by this time, Megatron had been imprisoned in a naval base, and the Autobots had established a cooperative relationship with the military, sharing information openly. However, there was clearly no information regarding that mysterious figure. All the clues pointed toward magic. Optimus Prime began to realize that perhaps humanity itself was not as simple as it seemed. Meanwhile, Bai Yang appeared in the office at KSI Corporation's headquarters. Mr. Joshua, I have a proposal, one you might find interesting. A young man with deep-set eyes, dressed in a white lab coat, sat in the office chair and spoke. Sitting across from him was a bald, middle-aged man in an expensive suit, wearing glasses and sporting a stylish bit of stubble. Honestly, seeing him reminded Bai Yang of that guy, Obadiah. Your name is Snow Jacob, right? I remember you. If you have something to say, get on with it. I have another meeting soon. Joshua nodded, looking at him with interest. The man before him was a scientist employed by his company, specializing in biomechanical research, a true talent, who had brought great value to the company. So Joshua was more than willing to spare a little time for him. You must have heard about the recent robot battle in the Warner District a few days ago, sir. Yes, some of our assets were even destroyed during the incident, Joshua replied with a nod. What caught my attention was a mysterious man who appeared in the midst of it all, the one in the red and blue suit. Joshua looked at him with curiosity. He hadn't heard about this particular detail yet, but he was scheduled to meet with intelligence officials later that day, so he'd soon learn more. Go on, Joshua prompted, nodding again. I am certain he's human. That biological suit he wore. That's exactly the area I've been researching, though until now it's only been theoretical. Now that a real specimen exists, I want to study it, if possible. Bai Yang rubbed his hands together, leaving the rest of his request unspoken but obvious. I'll think about it. I'll give you an answer later this week. All right. Joshua decided it was best to wait until he had accurate information from intelligence before making any commitments. He needed to determine whether it was truly worth pursuing. All right, I'll wait for your reply, Bai Yang said, not pressing the matter. He nodded and left the office. Once Bai Yang was gone, Joshua got up and headed to the meeting room. Snow Jacob, male, 28, was one of KSI Corporation's leading scientists, specializing in bionic machinery. He had invented numerous highly sensitive sensors. Many car manufacturers and factories purchased his designs, and even the military placed special orders. His work had brought considerable profit to the company. A middle-aged man in a black suit had been waiting in the conference room for some time. When he saw Joshua enter, he greeted him warmly. He was here to discuss a partnership with Joshua, specifically concerning the robot incident from a few days ago. Many times, in order to make money, they choose to cooperate with businessmen. This way, they can receive funds from the government, accept bribes from the merchants, and don't even have to spend their own money on research. The president of KSI had been working with them for a long time, and since he was also involved in biomechanical research, it was only natural that they thought of him first. The two began discussing the topic of robotic bodies, and before long, the conversation shifted to pricing. Both were well-versed in this field and quickly settled the terms of the contract. By the way, Mr. Snow just contacted me. He said that he saw someone with red and blue markings at the scene, a person whose exterior seemed to be some kind of biomechanical layer. Do you have any information on this? Snow? Oh, the one who joined your company a few years back. How did he figure it out? The Intelligence Bureau official asked with curiosity. After all, even they had to run extensive tests on the images before confirming anything. As for Snow, it was during a military deal involving sensor technology that he had met him once. He's been researching this area for a while. Looks like he's made real progress. Joshua sounded a bit surprised as well. Yes, the thing those robots were fighting over was taken by him. Word is he's a magician. A magician? It must be some kind of advanced technology. That's all I can tell you for now. Once the paperwork for those alien corpses and other items is complete, I'll send them over as soon as possible. With that, he turned and left. The next day, a sophisticated woman in professional attire found Bai Yang in the lab. Hello, your project application has been approved. I'll be your assistant from now on. If you need anything, just let me know. She approached Bai Yang, cradling a folder in her arms, and greeted him with a smile. Her outfit accentuated her figure, while her burgundy wavy hair and alluring red lips gave her a strikingly sensual appearance. My name is Snow Jacob. Bai Yang set down the chip he was holding, stood up, shook her hand, and introduced himself. I'm Bilal Sheila. Will I continue my research here? After they let go, Bai Yang asked. Yes. If you need more space, you can apply for an expansion. You'll also need to send me a list of equipment as soon as possible. Okay. What's your email? I'll send it to you as soon as it's ready. **@gamel.com, she replied, then added, the boss also asked me to pass along a message. If your research yields results, he'll assign you an even bigger project. All right. I'm looking forward to it. Bai Yang raised his eyebrows slightly. If he guessed correctly, this bigger project must be related to the Transformers research. After a few more words, Bai Yang agreed to have dinner with her, and only then did their conversation come to an end. The person arranged by the system, this time, possessed a kind of masculine allure, deep-set eyes and a rugged, determined expression. For women, he certainly had a magnetic appeal. After she left, Bai Yang took out his computer and began to replan the laboratory from scratch. It took about 2 months, but at last the laboratory was completed. Because it needed to include a testing range, the facility had been greatly expanded. All the necessary instruments and equipment were brought in. For those that didn't meet his requirements, Bai Yang could only attempt to make them himself as best he could. That's why it took 2 months before the laboratory could be considered officially finished. Bai Yang stepped into a sealed research room, and the AllSpark materialized in his hand as if out of thin air. On Earth, you don't necessarily need to borrow energy. It all depends on how you use it. Magic like portal creation stems from one's understanding of the universe and the strength of the mind. Some intricate manipulations don't consume much energy at all, though unleashing a powerful spell certainly demands a lot more. Sometimes, magic truly is far more convenient than technology. Take Now, for example. After gaining a certain grasp of this world's spatial structure, he could create a miniature pocket space to store items, a compact version of a mirror dimension. That's why it's always best to understand the underlying principles when learning something. Otherwise, if you end up in a different world where the rules of space have changed, you'll be left completely lost. With the lab completed, Bai Yang began his research on the AllSpark. As the sacred relic of Cybertron, the AllSpark was the very source from which the 7 primes were created. But after crafting the 7 primes, most of its energy had been depleted. The rest of the Cybertronians were thus created from energon crystals. The method for producing energon crystals was also developed through reverse engineering the AllSpark. By using a star harvester to siphon energy from a sun and forge energon crystals, they could then create new Cybertronians. There's even one such star harvester on Earth. It was originally meant for the fallen Megatronus to absorb energy from Mars, but the other 6 primes intervened, and before dying, even sealed away the matrix of leadership. The AllSpark also held the power to turn Earth's machines into sentient robots, transforming inorganic matter into living beings. Megatron's goal in obtaining the AllSpark was to convert all the machines on Earth into robots, and thereby rule the planet. Now, Bai Yang's first step was to decipher the language of Cybertron. This artifact not only contained the vast energy required for metal transformation, but also held the bulk of Cybertronian civilization's knowledge. The location of the matrix of leadership was encoded within as well. And Cybertronian technology didn't stop there. For example, the space bridge invented by Sentinel Prime. Comprised of a main control pillar and hundreds of energy pylons, once activated, it could transport an entire planet. What Bai Yang had learned from Big Hero 6 about spatial transmission devices could, at most, teleport something the size of a large truck. He had never tried anything bigger than that. But to even attempt building such a massive spatial device for experimentation, he simply didn't have the funds. Still broke, as ever. Yet, he had to keep researching the bioarmor. After all, he owed his company an explanation, and once the Allspark was deciphered, he'd need to start mastering Cybertronian technology. Developing bioarmor was still a simple task for Bai Yang. What he truly wanted, though, was to use the Allspark's method to create techno-organic symbiotic armor. The question of consciousness remained an unexpected challenge. By day, Bai Yang delved into the mysteries of the Allspark. By night, his soul would leave his body as he practiced magic. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. On Earth, at an abandoned factory, wild plants had overrun the area, weeds blanketing the ground. A clear sign that no one had visited for a long time. But today, the place was suddenly bustling with activity. Armed helicopters began to touch down, and soldiers in special operations gear advanced from the nearby highway, weapons at the ready as they approached the derelict site. A black GMC pickup was also making its way toward the factory. Ironhide, we've reached Sector E. A soldier, rifle in hand, tapped the truck's hood as he spoke. At his words, the black pickup began its transformation, internal components whirring to life, arms, hands, legs, and face assembling with crisp mechanical clicks and the force of spinning gears. In moments, a humanoid robot stood where the truck had been. Bandoliers of ammunition hung from his arms, and a yellow power core spun in his chest. I can smell it. He's here. The deep voice rumbled as he sniffed the air. There were about 100 soldiers on site, some already sweeping the warehouse with detection devices. Curiously, many of the soldiers at the front were accompanied by mechanical creatures, mechanical cats, tigers, even snakes. With a command, they advanced, guns drawn, toward the source of the energy signature. Stay sharp, it's just ahead, the technician instructed through his earpiece. At that moment, a squad of soldiers neared a cluster of hollow, round pillars stacked nearby. As they carefully approached, a hidden excavator behind the construction materials suddenly began to transform. The Decepticon's transformation was swift. In the blink of an eye, both fists smashed down toward the soldier's position. With a thunderous crash, the ground ahead erupted like a burst of water, completely engulfing the soldiers in front. But just then, a silver figure surged against the shockwave, scrambling up the Decepticon's arm in a single, fluid motion. Janice, it's our turn, the young man murmured to himself inside the silver armor. No problem, but when we get back, you owe me some top-grade motor oil. A mechanical female voice chimed out from within the silver battle armor, answering him. I'll get you some when we return. Let's take care of this big guy first. Soon, several more figures in armored suits emerged from the swirling dust, each one announcing their arrival before joining the fray. Here we go. Inside the suits were people from various countries. Then, like a pack of vicious hounds, they lunged at the destroyer, tearing into it from all sides. Some wielded firearms, while others brandished cold weapons glowing with blue plasma. Tang swords, katanas, spears, all forged from advanced plasma technology. Their blades sliced easily through the destroyer's massive frame, carving wounds that, though small at first, steadily widened with every strike. Clad in biomechanical armor, they moved with agile precision around the giant enemy, like a ruthless team of lumberjacks methodically cutting down a mighty tree. Meanwhile, the army formed a tight cordon around the battle, laying down, covering fire, and ensuring there was no escape. Here and there, soldiers wielded plasma cannons, their blue glow fierce and bright. What is this? Get off me, you filthy ants. The destroyer roared in frustration, swatting at the human attackers crawling over it like insects. But its clumsy swings missed every time. The armored warriors dodged effortlessly, rendering its efforts useless. Sparks flew from the destroyer's battered body, some from the close-quarters assault, others from the distant barrage of cannon fire. Its 2 enormous tires were utterly destroyed. Escape was no longer possible. Its retreat was cut off. Death was inevitable. Out on the perimeter, Ironhide and the other Autobots watched the scene unfold, their expressions complicated. He'd never thought much of the humans' bioarmor before. To them, human technology was primitive. No heavy weaponry, nothing that could truly threaten a Decepticon. Especially since the bioarmor was modeled after Cybertronian physiology, it only made Ironhide more dismissive. But now, watching the mighty destroyer falter and fall, beset by a relentless pack like a lion overwhelmed by hyenas, Ironhide felt a tangle of emotions. He suddenly saw human ingenuity in a new light. Meanwhile, Optimus Prime was puzzled. He sensed traces of a spark within those armored suits. Faint, almost imperceptible, but undeniably present. As the combined might of the army and the armored strike team rained down on the destroyer, its life force ebbed away. At last, a black Lyoha great spear pierced through its head, ending the fight. The Lyoha great spear, king among cold weapons. That was incredible. If only I had an armor suit that recognized me. A nearby soldier said with envy, gazing at the armored team as they withdrew. Then he hurried off to help with cleanup operations. After confirming the death of the Decepticon, everyone began wrapping up the operation, transporting the body and accounting for the casualties. Although those inside the battle armor were agile, fighting atop such massive robots was like dancing on the tip of a knife. It was inevitable that there would be injuries or losses. Yet, everyone's eyes shone with excitement. Through this experiment, aside from relying on heavy weapons, they had finally discovered a way to fight these robots on their own terms. The group moved forward to dismantle the remains, then loaded them onto a large truck, heading toward Los Angeles. In the past 2 years, ever since Optimus Prime issued his call across the cosmos from Earth, meteorites frequently crashed down, bringing new Autobots to the planet. But close on their heels came members of the Decepticons. The military, for its part, began collaborating with the Autobots, led by Optimus Prime, to hunt down rogue Decepticons on Earth. They also launched the Mage program, searching worldwide for that mysterious red figure and the Allspark. But so far, their efforts had yielded nothing. They referred to the enigmatic figure with red and blue markings as the Mage. The Decepticons were doing the same, hacking into every electronic system they could find in search of clues about that mysterious figure from that day, but had come up empty-handed. Suddenly, more and more Cybertronians began appearing on Earth. As time passed, some within the military grew dissatisfied. Optimus Prime was unwilling to share technology with them, so in battles against the Decepticons, they could only rely on the Autobots. This led some to consider Megatron, still imprisoned at the naval base. Proposals to keep certain Decepticon officials alive were, in part, motivated by this very consideration. But now, with the alliance between humanity and the Autobots still in place, any contact with Megatron could easily break that fragile truce, which, from a human perspective, was not a wise move. They also realized that Optimus Prime was keeping more from them than just technology. There were many other secrets as well. Humanity, of course, had secrets of its own. In truth, the only reason the two sides cooperated was because they shared a common enemy. As far as the people of Earth were concerned, both Autobots and Decepticons were invaders. Then, in March of the second year, everything began to change. A government agent from intelligence delivered a report, information on a new kind of bio-battle armor. The KSI company, having studied the Decepticon corpses collected over this period, had developed a type of bio-armor wearable by humans. They had even managed to develop plasma weaponry. The general in charge of Cybertronian affairs immediately ordered contact with KSI to begin testing the bio-armor. But the experiments revealed an unexpected discovery. The bio-armor possessed a consciousness of its own and would only allow itself to be worn by those it accepted. Fortunately, KSI had already selected candidates for testing, and after trials, those who donned the bio-armor saw dramatic increases in both strength and speed. They became almost like superhumans. Equipped with plasma weapons, their firepower had also greatly improved. It was no longer like before, when bullets seemed useless no matter how many were fired. Of course, there were drawbacks. The armor had its own consciousness and chose its wearer independently. Moreover, the material required came from the bodies of Cybertronians, which ruled out the idea of equipping the entire army. But the advantages far outweighed the disadvantages. The armor was agile and adaptable, capable of transforming to suit all sorts of scenarios, enhancing every attribute and delivering deadly blows with a single strike. Its food consisted of energon cubes and engine oil. In this way, they came to remember the creator of the bio-armor, Snow Jacob, KSI's chief scientist. The corpse of the destroyer was swiftly transported to the Los Angeles military base. After the officer in charge of the operation reported on the battlefield situation, the general responsible for such incidents was visibly excited. This meant they no longer had to rely solely on the Autobots. The general had features that suggested Russian ancestry, and his sparse, yellowing hair might have been his most prized possession. Yet ever since the arrival of the Cybertronians, even those precious few strands had been falling out at an alarming rate. Brimming with excitement, he turned to the political officer beside him. "Mr. Callis, I need to meet the creator of this bio-armor in person. If we can get this corpse cleared for transport quickly, we could set off right away," he said, glancing at the soldiers unloading cargo. These days, most Decepticon bodies were shipped to KSI. After all, they were the ones making breakthroughs. "All right, I'll approve it immediately." Let's head over first. I want to meet him myself, the political officer replied, his eagerness clear. No problem. Just don't forget to settle my accounts, the officer reminded him, since the funding for these experiments still came out of his own pocket. Still, regardless of the outcome, both sides had agreed to reimburse him, so he wasn't too worried about being stiffed. With that, the general, accompanied by an aide and the political officer from intelligence, set off for KSI headquarters. KSI headquarters. Central Laboratory. Joshua, the company's president, stood before a crimson robotic leopard. The machine was strikingly ornate, its red frame inlaid with lavish gold stripes, and its overall form exuded elegance. Wouldn't it be better if you just stuck with me? I'm your boss's boss, after all, he asked, rubbing his chin in puzzlement. You're too ugly. The splendid robotic leopard sprawled lazily on the floor, making it clear it wanted nothing to do with him. Excuse me? You actually care about looks? Joshua was baffled. A bioarmor with a fixation on appearances? That's right, I only like men with the kind of masculine charm my boss has. She spoke with a hint of shyness, covering her face with her paw in a surprisingly human gesture. Joshua glanced at Bai Yang, who was busy at work, then looked at himself. He said nothing, simply turning away from the red mechanical leopard in front of him. He walked over to Bai Yang's side and watched as he tinkered with a high-speed spinning blue arc-shaped object. Noticing Joshua's approach, Bai Yang turned his head and asked, "How did the conversation go?" "It was fine, just not very pleasant to look at. Once you've made a few more, show them to me," Joshua replied, his expression a bit awkward. "Maybe I can make you a set of battle armor, though it might drain a lot of power," Bai Yang said with a smile. He had already created the arc reactor, but hadn't put up for sale. "No need. I trust you'll be able to craft a bio suit that fits me perfectly, and ideally, give it a seductive female voice," Joshua replied. After all, who could resist a battle suit with a sultry voice? "That will depend on luck," Bai Yang replied helplessly. "That's all right, I can wait. By the way, General Addison will be coming by soon. Make sure you put together a detailed report. Our big client's on the way." With that reminder, Joshua left the lab. But as he reached the door, he couldn't help but cast one last, reluctant glance at the red mechanical leopard. Over the past year or so, Bai Yang had already deciphered the Cybertronian data stored within the Allspark, giving him a rough understanding of its internal energy systems. Because of this, he had Joshua purchase several Decepticon corpses from the military, extracted their biometal, and created a new type of compact bioarmor. After cracking the Allspark's code, he also managed to reverse engineer its energy mechanism and use the Ark's power to synthesize a kind of energy crystal. The way he made these crystals was similar to how the Supreme Dynasty developed theirs, but there's required star-level energy, while Bai Yang's biometal allowed the Ark's artificial energy source to suffice. Of course, the resulting crystals were worlds apart, one powered by the energy of a star, the other by a man-made arc reactor. He was worried the biometal, harvested from Decepticons, might carry traces of their consciousness. So at first, Bai Yang only made a single suit. But the results were promising. There were no hidden Decepticon influences. Perhaps, after refining and being crafted by human hands on Earth, these bioarmors could be considered a new form of life native to the planet. They were like pets, able to survive independently, yet eager to be adopted and enjoy a life of comfort and care. However, they clearly had their own standards for their adoptive owners. To this day, Bai Yang still didn't know exactly what those standards were. To this end, he reported the bioarmor to Joshua and began searching for adopters all over the world. Their codename, Poop Scoopers. The first batch of bioarmor quickly found suitable candidates, who then joined the training. Yesterday's operation was, in fact, a real combat field test. The results were excellent. Joshua brought General Addison and a government official to the central laboratory. "Boss, I've come to see you." Before General Addison could speak, a hearty, booming voice rang out from behind his adjutant. Immediately, a mechanical tiger bounded toward Bai Yang, brimming with excitement. Bai Yang patted its head. "Which parts would you like to see?" he asked the balding general at the front of the group. "I'm Addison Jeff, head of the NESDD Special Forces. The bioarmor you created performed remarkably well in yesterday's battle. I'm here today mainly to see it for myself." He introduced himself formally, then reached out to shake Bai Yang's hand. Bai Yang nodded, shook his hand, and then shook hands with the adjutant behind him as well. But the adjutant's look was a bit off, as if he were sizing up a romantic rival. The adjutant was a young man with chiseled features, his eyes sharp with a predatory intensity, like a tiger ready to pounce. Yet now, watching his partner act so docile, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. He's usually so aloof with me, but now he's acting like a loyal puppy. "All right, I'll call them out," Bai Yang said, turning and letting out a sharp whistle. "Dinner time." In an instant, every listless mechanical creature in the lab perked up and bounded over eagerly. The fastest was a mechanical hound, which skidded to a triumphant stop right in front of Bai Yang. A mechanical leopard that had just refused Joshua strolled over at a graceful, unhurried pace. Woof! Where's the food? The hound circled Bai Yang in confusion, searching for treats. A calico-patterned robot cat leapt onto the hound's head and gave it a gentle tap. Dummy, you've been tricked. General Addison raised his eyebrows in surprise at the scene, which looked more like a zoo than a laboratory. Amy, armor up. Bai Yang called to the red leopard. Got it, Amy replied. Without hesitation, she pounced toward Bai Yang. The moment her paws touched him, her entire form began to transform, seamlessly wrapping around him from the chest down. Under the gaze of General Addison and the others, the red and gold-patterned armor enveloped Bai Yang completely. The tail morphed into a slender western rapier, which appeared in Bai Yang's hand. The helmet still hinted at the features of the leopard it once was. That's it. Bai Yang spun his rapier with a flourish, then placed the hilt over his heart. A sense of opulence and nobility seemed to radiate from him. Amazing! General Addison exclaimed in awe as he watched the scene unfold. Even though he'd seen the process before, it never failed to astonish him each time. This is the transformation phase. Attributes like speed and strength actually relate to different animals. Take the cheetah, for instance. Its hallmark is explosive speed and piercing power, Bai Yang explained, as a layer of plasma flickered over his rapier. The hound represents detection. Felines embody agility. Rhinos are all about defense and raw strength. Of course, the most compatible with the human body is the monkey, balanced in every aspect. As Bai Yang spoke, he gestured for Amy to climb down. Adding plasma weaponry allows us to deal with all sorts of tough materials. And just like the Cybertronians, these creations have a remarkable capacity to heal themselves. As long as their heads remain intact, any damage can be repaired automatically. Can this be mass-produced? Addison's concern was practical. As long as you can supply me with the transforming metal, Amy replied, slipping out from Bai Yang's embrace and nuzzling his palm affectionately. Addison looked over the machines, then bowed his head in contemplation for a while. I want something bigger, like the Cybertronians themselves. Can you manage that? Addison looked up at Bai Yang, hope shining in his eyes. I'm afraid not. To make these, I had to use a radioactive material that can only activate very small mechanical organisms. I tried it on larger constructs, but it simply didn't work. These robots, Bai Yang explained, were powered by an energy source reverse-engineered from the Allspark and the Arc, but it was only sufficient for creations of this scale. To build a true Autobot, you need a star-level energy source. It's not possible. Addison's disappointment showed. No, but if you let me study Megatron's corpse, maybe I could pull it off. Of course, if Optimus Prime were willing to share his technology, that would be even better. Bai Yang mused. Addison and the intelligence officer exchanged looks. They instinctively ignored Optimus Prime and both immediately thought of Megatron, who was being held at the naval base. These little guys still haven't found owners they're happy with. If you want to take some, you'll need to act quickly, and I'd recommend finding people who are more solitary by nature, Bai Yang said, pointing to the mechanical creatures clustered nearby. They've been waiting here for quite some time. They're eager to get out and explore the world. The first batch had been selected by KSI, so there were people from all over the world. After testing, they'd return to their respective countries. Whether any of them could be convinced to stay, though, would depend on what the authorities could offer. Moreover, when it comes to sales, KSI doesn't just do business with a single client. All right, we'll arrange for military personnel to come over and conduct tests as soon as possible, General Addison replied. His aide, suddenly curious, asked, It seems I haven't seen any flying creatures here. I'll make some the next batch, once these are all adopted. Besides, there isn't much biomaterial left, Bai Yang explained to him. After a bit more conversation, and under Joshua's satisfied gaze, Bai Yang politely declined General Addison's invitation. There was nothing General Addison could do but leave with a hint of regret. Yet, Bai Yang's words lingered in his mind long after. Once General Addison and his group had left with their contracts and reports, Joshua walked with Bai Yang through the main hall. Do you really believe you can build robots like those Autobots? Joshua asked, his voice filled with excitement. I do, but what I need is a leader-class robot. As a leader, its mind must be filled with knowledge and information, Bai Yang replied, tapping his own forehead with confidence. All right, I'll figure out a way to get one. Whether our company can reach new heights will depend on you. Joshua nodded, equally serious. No problem, but I'd like to relocate the lab. Relocate? Where to? Joshua asked, puzzled. Most likely Egypt. The desert? What do you want to do there? It's the perfect place to set up a certain device. Can you get your hands on a pyramid? Huh, I appreciate your faith in me. Joshua was left speechless. This guy really had no limits to what he'd asked for. Don't worry about it. Just get the materials first, and we'll talk then, Bai Yang replied, unhurried. If they managed to bring Megatron over, Bai Yang would have to start building his own mech suit. By the time Bai Yang returned to the lab, dusk was already approaching. After properly arranging the remains of the destroyer that had been delivered, he headed straight to the lab's firing range. The firing range was spacious and empty, a place where Bai Yang practiced his magic. It was completely sealed off, with no surveillance whatsoever. To outsiders, it was simply Bai Yang's meditation chamber. Facing the open air, Bai Yang began to recite an incantation, his hands moving in a series of precise gestures. As a silver spark flickered to life, a massive silver magic circle appeared in the air, its lines flowing like molten metal. The circular array expanded rapidly with Bai Yang's gestures, soon encompassing the entire firing range. Silvery light hovered above the range, flooding the space with brilliance. Then, an energy crystal rose to the center of the magic circle, beginning to power the entire formation. Bai Yang released his hands, yet the magic circle above remained intact. This was a spatial isolation spell, a stable type of magical array that could be sustained as long as there was a continuous energy supply. Essentially, it was like constructing a spatial barrier, but with a passage left open. Before long, the energy was depleted, and as the supply ran out, the magic circle dissipated. Afterwards, Bai Yang tested the strength of the spatial fortress once more. This spell had been Bai Yang's focus for the past 2 years. He had studied everything from analyzing space, to breaking through its boundaries, and even to creating new spaces. He spent nearly half the night refining the magic array, making further improvements, before turning his attention to cultivating his own mind. Often, the true power and mystery of magic stemmed from a mind. Take the Ancient One, for example. Her spiritual energy could envelop the entire globe and influence other dimensions. Even her ability to confront Dormammu was inseparable from the formidable strength of her mind. Over these 2 years, Bai Yang's magical practice had also grown far more advanced. Now, he could create spells based on his understanding of the universe, and, to a certain extent, influence space itself. Within the mirror dimension, Bai Yang sat cross-legged on the ground. His soul left his body, and he began today's spiritual cultivation. A month later, the military returned. This time, however, General Addison did not come in person. Instead, a group of soldiers arrived, led by his adjutant. At the same time, an officer from the Intelligence Bureau showed up, though not with the military. They had other matters to attend to. Bai Yang, accompanied by his assistant, walked to a grassy lawn, with a group of lively mechanical creatures bounding around behind them. The soldiers who had come to adopt the creatures had been waiting for some time. When they saw Bai Yang and his companion, their expressions remained neutral, but their eyes betrayed a spark of curiosity. "Hello, we're here today to arrange the adoptions." The adjutant stepped forward and shook hands with the two of them. Bai Yang glanced at the soldiers lined up in 3 rows. There were even a few women among them. "Did you explain everything to them?" Bai Yang asked. "Yes, I've gone over all the details. Besides, they're all the type who really like pets." "Good. Best of luck to you all." Bai Yang smiled, then called out to the mechanical creatures behind him. "Hey buddies, your future caretakers are here. Go see if there's anyone you fancy." After calling out, Bai Yang couldn't help but feel a bit like a matchmaker. Woofs, meows, roars. A chorus of animal sounds filled the air as the creatures charged toward the line of humans. In an instant, the wide lawn became a scene of delightful chaos. "Aren't you going over, Amy?" Bai Yang noticed that Amy hadn't joined the others and asked her. "No, I think I'd rather stay by your side," she replied, shaking her leopard head. "All right then, just hope you don't get bored in the future," Bai Yang said, unconcerned. Keeping her as a pet didn't seem like a bad idea. Besides, Amy was a bit special. She had been created directly from the Allspark, making her the first prototype. Meanwhile, on the other side, Joshua had begun speaking with an official from the Intelligence Bureau, and their conversation revolved around the matter of Megatron. "We're willing to hand Megatron over to you, but you must build a special facility to hold him, and allow our people to supervise him around the clock," the official stated, sitting across from Joshua and laying out his terms. "And the technology you develop related to him must be shared with us." "I thought you were selling him to me. Why do I have to share the technology?" Joshua asked, frowning. "Megatron is the leader of the Decepticons, and he's far too dangerous. If you're just a corpse, I could probably work something out and sell him to you. But he's still alive," the official explained. "Can't you just kill him then?" Joshua asked. If he had to share his technology, his profits would be heavily impacted. "Don't be naive. Even if I gave you the body, there's no way you'd have a monopoly on the technology. Besides, who knows if the information in his mind would remain intact after death." The official sighed, clearly exasperated. Left with no choice, Joshua reluctantly transferred a large sum of money to the official. "Tomorrow, I'll send people to oversee construction of the prison. It should be finished in about a month, and then Megatron will be delivered to you. Seeing the payment come through, the official nodded coolly and left to arrange the necessary preparations. Back on Bai Yang's side, the number of soldiers present was more than triple the number of mechanical animals, so there were still plenty of machines waiting to find their new caretakers. They haven't evolved weapon systems yet, so at first you can just equip them with firearms. Of course, our company's plasma weapons are also excellent. If you're interested, you can speak to Mr. Joshua about purchasing them, Bayang said to the adjutant, observing the event as it gradually drew to a close. A sudden exclamation burst from the crowd. Everyone turned to see a female soldier being coiled up by a gray mechanical python, causing a ripple of concern among the onlookers. Is she in any danger? The adjutant asked Bayang. Not at all. If they've chosen each other, there's no risk. Just keep watching, Bayang reassured him with a wave. The python was about 3 meters long, usually curled up motionless in a corner, waiting quietly to be fed. Bayang himself would bring it its meals. Its food consisted of energy crystals and machine oil, among other things. Far from panicking, the woman being wrapped up looked exhilarated, taking a deep breath in excitement. Under everyone's watchful gaze, the mechanical python's body began to transform into armor plating as it wrapped around her waist, eventually enveloping her entire form. In no time, a slender, gray humanoid battlesuit stood before them, topped by a serpent's head. Looks like they're quite the perfect match, Bayang said with a smile. Let's talk about weapons, shall we? The adjutant let out a sigh of relief as he replied. Well, regarding weapons, you should know that since you're among the very first to be successfully selected, our company is gifting you a set of matching weapons. But this is a one-time benefit. Afterward, you'll have to purchase anything you need. In other words, you'll have to pay out of pocket for your gear. And since you'll be fighting against the Decepticons and the like, we'll offer you a special discount. Bayang, worried the adjutant might appeal to his conscience, quickly added this point. The adjutant hesitated for a moment. Wasn't your boss supposed to handle this negotiation? Oh, I just wanted to get a feel for what it's like to do business, Bayang said with a casual wave of his hand. Haha, is that so? The adjutant forced a couple of awkward laughs. After everyone made their choices and only a few small mechanical creatures were left behind, the group departed, carrying a mix of regret and excitement. A month later, after Bayang had used the destroyer's remains to craft several more mechanical armored beasts, he left the company headquarters with Joshua, taking a car out toward the outskirts of Los Angeles. Their vehicle traveled along until it pulled up before a black building. The structure was pitch black from top to bottom, resembling a giant sealed cube. Guided by a guard, the two of them approached the building, but saw no sign of a door. The guard first scanned their irises, then led them up to the jet-black metal wall. As he neared a certain point, a thin red beam shot out from the wall, splitting and sweeping across his eyes in a precise scan. As the red light faded, a small door slowly opened in the middle of the wall, revealing complete darkness within. Bayang and Joshua followed closely behind the guard, moving through a pitch-black corridor. Only the faint red glow of a nearby sensor provided any light, like a tiny ember in the dark. After about a minute's walk, they arrived at another security door. This time, the guard unlocked it by entering a code. With a harsh, grating screech, the metal door swung open, its sound echoing through the empty space. Beyond the doorway, Joshua was stunned by what he saw. In the vast, open chamber before them lay a miniature water world. Not a single fish in sight, but at its center, a massive robot, submerged and tightly bound in chains. Standing this close to such a colossal presence was an awe-inspiring, indescribable experience. Bayang, having seen it before, was much less affected. Dr. Snow, all the equipment you requested has been installed. If you need anything else, just give me a call. The guard gave Bayang a crisp salute before leaving the chamber. Do you think we'll really be able to build a mech like his in the future? Joshua walked up to the massive water tank, craning his neck to get a good look at Megatron before him, heavy chains around him as thick as pillars. No problem. When the time comes, we'll build one even bigger than this. Bayang replied confidently. Looking at the Decepticon before him, Bayang couldn't help but feel a bit sympathetic for the guy. In the story, during the first battle over the Allspark, Sam shoved the Allspark into his chest, killing him. In the second part, he was resurrected by a shard of the Allspark, but was promptly beaten back by Optimus, now fused with the Matrix of Leadership. In the third, he teamed up with Sentinel Prime, but in the ensuing three-way battle, Optimus beheaded him with a single strike. In the fourth, his head was taken by KSI, by Yang's own company, for research, only for him to be revived as Galvatron in the end. Megatron seemed to sense someone's presence. He slowly opened his eyes and glanced at the two humans outside the tank, then closed them again, remaining motionless. Mr. Joshua, I'll leave you to your work. I'm going to fine-tune the equipment here and check what else we're missing, Bai Yang said with a friendly nod before turning toward the machinery. Joshua now stood staring at Megatron in awe, much like a visitor in an aquarium marveling at a rare and dangerous creature. At this point, no country was seriously considering building their own mechs. With the Autobots as allies, humanity still felt they had someone to rely on. It wasn't until Sentinel, Prime Space Bridge incident, when Earth faced a true crisis, that humanity's desire to create their own mechs was truly awakened. After that, trust in the Autobots was lost. Once Megatron's situation had stabilized, Bai Yang moved from his lab to this facility. Mr. Megatron, may I have a word with you? Bai Yang called out, standing outside the tank. Megatron didn't even open his eyes, utterly still. I imagine your civilization has developed for hundreds of millions of years, yet in the end, you fell into civil war over resources and factions. Years of strife have left your world scarred and broken. Haven't you ever considered the reasons within yourselves? Bai Yang's voice was calm and measured. This time, Megatron opened his eyes and looked squarely at the human before him. Aren't you humans the same? That's true. Bai Yang nodded in agreement, not bothering to argue. But our journey is still long. We're developing, and at the same time, we're trying to solve these problems, even if our progress is barely noticeable. Your arrival has actually given us an opportunity. I have a way for our two worlds to coexist, but I'll need your help. That's hardly a funny joke, Megatron replied, closing his eyes once again. I know a lot of things. Lord Megatron escaped from his stone coffin long ago, and now he's surely watching Earth, while Soundwave is sprawled across a satellite, searching for your whereabouts. With a thunderous surge, the water inside the pipes churned violently. Megatron stared in shock at the human standing before him. I don't recall Optimus Prime knowing any of this. How did you find out? He pressed his face close to the glass, fixing his gaze on Bai Yang. I know many things, Bai Yang replied calmly. But right now, you only need to answer one question. Are you willing to cooperate? Who exactly are you? Megatron's eyes narrowed, his gaze never leaving Bai Yang. It seems you're not interested in cooperating, then there's nothing I can do. Bai Yang's tone carried a hint of regret. With that, Bai Yang turned and left the room, stepping outside to order more equipment. Come back. What exactly do you know? Megatron's voice boomed through the vast water tank, echoing after Bai Yang's retreating figure. But Bai Yang acted as though he hadn't heard a thing, calmly closing the heavy containment door behind him as he left. Already running into trouble, his assistant, Sheila, still dressed in her sharp, alluring business attire, looked at him with curiosity. Yes, I had hoped to use gentler methods, but it seems I'll have to be more forceful now. Bai Yang tilted his head with a resigned sigh. This is the list. Please help me procure everything as soon as possible. Sheila had been his assistant for 2 years now. She had much more authority than before, and for most equipment and materials, there was no need to seek further approval. Sheila glanced at the list, noticing many items for high-frequency circuits, and, at the end, a thermal conduction material. No problem, these should be easy enough to get, but I'll need to notify the boss. Some of these are military-grade supplies. After explaining, she leaned in, pressed a kiss to Bai Yang, and left. Bai Yang took it in stride, already used to her ways, and began sketching a design. Before long, the blueprint took shape in his hands. The image revealed a massive plug, its cable made up of countless fine wires, topped with a single, sharp, needle-like connector. If shrunk down, it would look just like a sewing needle and thread. Back in the lab, Bai Yang modified the equipment once more, making sure it would match the plug he'd just designed. This time, however, the lab was far from peaceful. Megatron had been shouting from inside the tank, desperate to draw more information out of Bai Yang. Human, how do you know of Lord Megatron? Do you realize that he was born billions of years before your species even existed? You can hear me, so answer, you foolish human. You're ignoring me, aren't you? Typical. You humans really are nothing more than ill-mannered reptiles. My goodness, this one talks even more than Peter ever did. And every other sentence is about foolish humans or filthy reptiles. Bai Yang set down the spot welding handle in his hand, glancing wordlessly at Megatron inside the tank. Foolish human, tell me everything you know. Otherwise, when I get out of here, you'll be the first to disappear. Bai Yang simply stared at him. After a moment's thought, Bai Yang picked up a plasma cutter. Once he'd suited up in his underwater gear, he made his way to the lift, heading for the top of the tank. Slipping in through a reserved opening, Bai Yang leapt into the water with the plasma cutter in hand. What are you doing? Megatron eyed the human and the tool, blue sparks dancing at its tip, a flicker of unease in his voice. You talk too much. Bai Yang offered him a smile, then drove the cutter toward Megatron's chest. Filthy human, get out of here. Megatron roared, the sensation of the blade cutting into his chest anything but pleasant. Yet with thick, Chains coiled tightly around his entire frame. He couldn't struggle free. He could only thrash, sending waves crashing around the tank. Human, when I get out, you will know nothing but pain. Megatron's curses echoed on, relentless. Once Bai Yang had cut open his chest, he quickly located the sound system, then, with a shower of sparks, destroyed it with the cutter. He dissected enough Decepticon corpses to have a fair idea of their basic structure by now. The instant the sound system was severed, Megatron went silent, switching to standby, his tirade cut short. Satisfied, Bai Yang watched the now-quiet Megatron for a moment, waved a hand in front of his face, then turned and left. Outside, Bai Yang set down the plasma cutter, glancing back at Megatron, who could now only glare in mute frustration. Finally, some peace and quiet, he muttered, shaking his head. He stripped off his gear and returned to his equipment modifications. For Megatron, the silence was even more excruciating. Trapped in the tank, he thrashed harder than ever, but aside from splashing some water, he could do nothing to disturb Bai Yang. A week passed as Bai Yang continued his lab renovations. The material Sheila had ordered had arrived. The lab itself hadn't changed much, just a few new cables, each as thick as a pillar, now stretched across the room. One end was connected to a massive computer, the other to a long, sharp, silvery needle. To a human, the cables looked oversized, but to a robot like Megatron, they were only a bit thicker than standard wiring. For some reason, as he stared at these cables, and the needle gleaming coldly at its tip, Megatron felt a deep sense of dread. But now, robbed of speech, all he could do was seethe in silence. After spending some time working by the computer, Bai Yang picked up the enormous thimble, took his place on the lift once again, and plunged into the water tank. Under Megatron's slightly panicked gaze, he returned to Megatron's chest. Only this time, he aimed for the very center. The thimble pierced straight into his chest, driving deep toward his spark. Bai Yang repeated this process several more times. Before long, Megatron's head and chest were bristling with thimbles. Especially on his head, the thimbles were packed densely together, and the thick cables trailing from them resembled a tangle of dreadlocks. Not bad, definitely has that Predator vibe now. Surveying Megatron's current appearance, Bai Yang nodded in satisfaction. With these rugged cables in place, the whole laboratory took on a much rougher, more industrial atmosphere. It now looked more like a massive cable factory. All those cables ultimately connected to a gigantic computer terminal, which could monitor Megatron's biological indicators and brainwave activity in real time. At the same time, Bai Yang began applying memory transfer techniques, attempting to extract the knowledge stored in Megatron's mind. In truth, more than Megatron, Bai Yang was eager to study Optimus Prime and Ultra Magnus, those Autobots. Because the Autobots were physically weaker, they often chose to innovate weaponry to bolster their power. In contrast, the Decepticons were naturally gifted with formidable strength and the ability to transform into flight modes, helicopters, fighter jets, and the like, giving them an innate edge over Autobots. This was, after all, the main reason why the Autobots consistently lost ground in battle. But what Bai Yang truly sought was technology. Right now, however, humans and Autobots were still locked in a close alliance, so it wasn't wise to risk an open conflict. Drawing on his previous experience, Bai Yang launched into his research on Megatron. He discovered that many Decepticons possessed an overwhelming natural affinity for electronic devices. Take Soundwave, for example. At this very moment sprawled atop a satellite. Soundwave had completely assimilated the satellite in a biological fashion, turning it into his own eyes and ears for monitoring Earth. Moreover, after being created by the Supreme Dynasty using Energon crystals, both Autobots and Decepticons evolved the ability to transform and develop their own weapon systems. The machine beings Bai Yang created using the Ark's energy source and Energon crystals, however, could only transform. So far, none had developed weapon functions. Thus, additional weaponry had to be installed. As for creating machines using the Allspark, Bai Yang found its internal energy still had great value for his own purposes. He couldn't afford to waste it on producing unpredictable new life forms. He knew well that even the 7 primes, together, had once turned against each other over conflicting ideals. If mechanical life, created by the Allspark on Earth, ever clashed with humanity's ideals, war between the two would likely be inevitable. As his research progressed, a sense of calm once again settled over Bai Yang's laboratory. Meanwhile, in the outside world, not long after Megatron was relocated, the naval base came under attack. This incident made humanity grow more alert. It was Bai Yang who personally oversaw Megatron's transfer. Along the entire route, signal jammers were deployed, and the memories of everyone involved in the operation were wiped. For the time being, the location where Megatron was imprisoned would remain undiscovered. As for the Stellar Harvester and the Matrix of Leadership, The six primes had hidden them within the Allspark, so without the Allspark, no one could find the stellar harvester either. Thus, the only option left was to keep searching. This fragile piece would last for another 3 years. And over those 3 years, Earth became a bustling place. During this time, Lord Shockwave kept a close eye on Earth's developments, initiating a massive deployment of Decepticons to search for information about the Allspark. Autobots, Decepticons, and the steadily growing Pooper Scooper Squad all became active players. In the first year, KSI began selling transforming armor to various nations, enabling them to effectively counter hidden Decepticon agents. When they managed to take down a Decepticon, the remains would be sold to KSI, who would then send personnel to retrieve and study the alien technology. Of course, some countries tried to conduct research on their own, but judging by the activity of the Pooper Scooper Squad and the funds flowing into KSI from around the globe, it was clear that independent progress was less than promising. By the second and third years, the numbers of both infiltrating Decepticons and Autobots on Earth had surged, prompting Bai Yang to publicly release some of their advanced technology so that nations could better defend against the threat of alien invasion. Energy pulses, transforming armor, plasma weaponry, and select technologies extracted from Megatron, all carefully chosen by Bai Yang, helped create effective defenses against Decepticon cyber attacks. Under KSI's guidance, global technology experienced an explosive leap forward. As humanity advanced, the Autobots' importance gradually diminished, and their military partners began, subtly or not, to broach the subject of sharing technical information. Witnessing these changes, Lord Shockwave grew increasingly anxious. Human development was happening at a staggering pace. If things continued like this, it seemed entirely possible that humanity would one day set foot on Cybertron, trampling over the Decepticons' fallen bodies. It was clear, war is the most powerful engine for technological progress. At the same time, Quintessa, one of the creators who had remained on Cybertron, also turned her attention to Earth. Her original plans began to waver. As events unfolded, a sense of impending crisis swept over the Autobots. Some government officials were even plotting to betray their Autobot allies now that they had outlived their usefulness. Greed, ugly as it is, proves to be a vice that few can ever truly abandon. At this moment, Quintessa had already dispatched the bounty hunter, Lockdown, to Earth to begin negotiations with humanity. A storm was brewing on Earth, and it felt as though a pivotal turning point in fate was just around the corner. Or perhaps, destiny was now held in the palm of one person's hand. At this time, inside the Black Hue prison, also known as the laboratory. In the central water tank, Megatron's condition was clearly dire, but there was nothing he could do about it. He could only endure the hollowing sensation of his memories fading away. Over the past few years, many Decepticon members had managed to find this place, but as security and technology advanced, the Black Hue prison had turned into an impenetrable fortress. Nothing could get in. Any Decepticon attempting an invasion was simply throwing themselves into the jaws of defeat. But today was different. Today was a special day. The very first man-made mech had been completed. This mech was built with a Cybertronian biological structure, making it immune to issues like mechanical jams or faulty operations. At its core, in the chest, there was a cockpit designed for a human pilot. This was a mech operated entirely by a human. Its body gleamed blue, with an orange honeycomb pattern visor for eyes. Standing over 70 meters tall, it nearly touched the ceiling of the vast laboratory. This was a creation of Bai Yang, modeled after the Jaeger from Pacific Rim. Unlike the original, it required only a single conscious human to pilot it. The biometal armor meant there was no need to worry about damage. After 3 years of tireless effort, the shell of this biomech was finally complete. Bai Yang had no intention of granting this mech sentience. It was built solely as a weapon. Now, only the final step remained, the power source. To prepare for the likes of Megatron and Quintessa, these titans of cosmic power, Earth, too, needed a force to match them. Now, this biomech, the Jaeger, would stand as Earth's future guardian. At this very moment, something stirred within the weary Megatron. He opened his eyes. Suddenly, the entire water tank started to tremble violently, chains clattering in a chaotic, deafening racket. "It's you," he roared inwardly, his fury burning. Bai Yang retrieved a black cube from his spatial storage, the Allspark itself. Inside the tank, Megatron stared at the human in shock. He had never imagined that the mysterious figure from that day had been the very human who'd stayed at his side all along. Countless had searched for this person, never realizing he was right under their noses. "If I were to fix your vocal cords, I'd probably go deaf," Bai Yang remarked, glancing teasingly at the agitated Megatron. Under the power of magic, the Allspark began to float gently into the air. Immediately afterward, Bai Yang placed the Allspark between his hands, letting it float in midair, while he himself disregarded gravity and hovered weightlessly. He then drifted toward the chest of the Wanderer. Over the past 3 years, the Black Cube prison had been expanded to a towering height of 100 meters, becoming an iconic structure in Los Angeles. It had also grown into an important base for the KSI Corporation. Although ordinary people had no idea what was inside, anyone with a finger on the pulse of the city knew it housed a Decepticon. With the Allspark in tow, Bai Yang floated slowly toward the chest of the Wanderer. Sensing his identity, a hatch spiraled open at the center of the chest, revealing a hollow chamber about the size of a bedroom. The moment Bai Yang entered, silvery white lights began to glow along the iron walls. These were the magical arrays etched into the steel. The entire space was inscribed with magical sigils, harmonizing with the Allspark suspended between Bai Yang's hands. When every magical pattern had blazed to life, Bai Yang lifted the Allspark high. Then he sat down cross-legged, right where he was, beginning to forge a connection with the artifact. A deafening roar exploded in Bai Yang's mind, as waves of energy crashed against his spirit with the power of a storm-tossed sea. The Allspark seemed on the verge of bursting, releasing boundless energy. But as that force touched the magical patterns etched in the iron walls, it was drawn in and absorbed completely. Surging Allspark energy, channeled by the magic sigils, spread through every corner of the mech structure. The alloyed armor, infused with living metal, began to stir with the spark of life under the Allspark's influence. As the Wanderer's mech gradually awakened into a living being, Bai Yang's consciousness reached out through the Allspark, linking with it. Under Megatron's watchful gaze, the towering mech, taller than any building, began to radiate the presence of a living creature. A deep, resonant hum echoed from within the mech, reverberating through the chamber like the ancient bellow of a primeval beast. Suddenly, with a sharp metallic snap and a thunderous boom, the mech's orange visor blazed to life. Before he realized it, Bai Yang was already standing in the cockpit, the Allspark floating before his chest. He raised his arms, one clenched into a fist, the other open as a palm, then brought them together at his chest. Outside, under Megatron's gaze, the mech mirrored his gesture, folding its massive hands into a classic salute. A dull, resounding clang rang out as its metal arms met in a powerful collision. The Wanderer's signature salute. With the Allspark and living metal at its core, the mech could now perform even the most agile maneuvers with ease in battle. Moreover, after 5 years of training, Bai Yang's spiritual power had reached new heights. That was why he could now command the Allspark itself, creating a biomech towering over 70 meters tall, about the height of a 26-story building. In comparison, Megatron standing before him looked like a baby, perhaps just a bit taller than Ultraman. Looking down at the ground brought a distinct sensation of weightlessness, but thanks to his frequent flights, he quickly overcame it. A swift knife hand, a punch, an elbow to the chest, a kick, these smaller movements flowed nimbly through the mech's massive frame. In fact, Bai Yang had once dreamed of building a Jaeger-like mech, but reality always got in the way. Supporting such a colossal mass of metal was nearly impossible, and even if he managed it, the result would be a lumbering giant, stuck in place like a stationary target. After all, Jaegers were made to battle monsters of their own size. Agility was never their strong suit. But now, with the Allspark in hand, he had solved not only the energy issue, but also every flaw that plagued ordinary metals. Heat resistance, corrosion, shock absorption, flexibility, tensile strength, power transmission. Every weakness had been resolved. After stretching his limbs and jotting down a few calculations, Bai Yang glanced down at Megatron in the tank. The tank had once reminded him of the grand ocean habitats in an aquarium, but now it looked more like a tiny fishbowl. Staring up at him, Megatron met Bai Yang's gaze. With a mischievous grin, Bai Yang crouched down and knocked his finger against Megatron's head. A crisp metallic ring echoed with each tap. Solid head. Foolish Cybertronian, what are you thinking about right now? Bai Yang's voice resonated from within the mech. Megatron was seething with frustration, not only being mocked, but also unable to retort. Yet deep down, he couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. Given this man's mysterious nature and the power of the Allspark, perhaps it was only natural. Humans, he thought, they're truly enigmatic. Just as he was lost in thought, his body suddenly felt much lighter. The Jaeger had lifted him from the water. Do you want to live? Bai Yang asked, hoisting him up with one hand and tapping his chest with the other. Humiliated, Megatron glared at him in fury. I have a way for Earth and Cybertronians to coexist, but you'll have to follow my lead. Bai Yang toyed with him as though handling a plaything. He'd once owned a Megatron figurine, but compared to what he held now, no collectible could ever match this. If you won't listen to me, then I'll just turn you all into Autobots, doomed to be driven by humans forever. Bai Yang finished, then asked, "So, what's your answer?" Megatron. He had never been so speechless in his life. "Oh right, my apologies. I forgot I destroyed your voice." Realizing this, Bai Yang hurriedly added, "I'll fix that for you in a bit. In the meantime, give it some thought." Bai Yang carefully returned him to the tank. Megatron felt a peculiar exhaustion today. First came shock, followed by anger, then fear, and finally sheer speechlessness. This single day had let him taste the full spectrum of human emotions. After returning the vagabond mech to its bay, Bai Yang put away the all-spark, opened a portal from his chest, and stepped straight on his solid ground. Just a moment ago, he needed both hands free to work his magic and keep contact with the all-spark, which meant he couldn't open the portal right away. Watching Bai Yang suddenly materialize on the ground, Megatron found himself startled once again. At the same time, he became absolutely certain that this was the mysterious human who had vanished that day. Back then, he hadn't been sure if the person was really human, but now, he had no doubt. Deprived of its power source, the mech returned to its dormant state, standing tall and silent in the machine bay. Bai Yang first took a moment to record the latest test data, then walked over to Megatron, ready to repair his voice communication system. After 2 days spent tinkering with Megatron's chest, the comms system finally sprang back to life. "All right, give it a try. Say something," Bai Yang called out, jumping out of the maintenance tank. "Foolish, cough, cough, who are you?" Megatron started to say foolish human, but thought better of it and softened his tone. "Hello, I'm Bai Yang. Funny, isn't it? We've spent all this time together, and I never even introduced myself," Bai Yang said with a touch of regret. Megatron stared at the human before him in utter silence. This guy talked as if they were old friends. After all those needles he'd stuck into Megatron, he still acted like nothing had ever happened. "What exactly do you want?" "Sometimes, you have to bow to circumstance. I want to protect Earth, and, while I'm at it, protect your planet Cybertron too." "What do you need me to do?" This time, Megatron didn't argue. He simply asked, "I know there's a star harvester on Earth, built by your kind. I plan to modify it, so it can safely and steadily absorb energy from the sun." As Bai Yang spoke, a holographic pyramid appeared before him, which he split open to reveal a hidden device inside. This device had once been installed on Earth by the Fallen, but in the end, the other primes joined forces to stop him. They had a code: never destroy a planet with life. If the harvester were activated, it would wipe out all life and ecosystems on Earth. In the final battle, the primes managed to seal the Fallen in a stone sarcophagus, but the effort drained their own energies, and they sealed both the Star Harvester and the Matrix of Leadership away. The coordinates to their location were hidden within the Allspark. As for the Fallen, he had escaped his prison thousands of years ago and slipped into the shadows, ever searching for the Star Harvester and the Matrix of Leadership. Afterwards, I also learned that the new leader of the Autobots, Optimus Prime, has already turned against you and is preparing to use space bridges to bring Cybertron over, intending to conquer Earth. With every sentence Bai Yang spoke, Megatron's heart trembled all the more. And as for your creators, only Quintessa hasn't abandoned you yet. She came to Earth hundreds of millions of years ago and created the 12 Knights, as well as a target site to absorb Earth, that is, Unicron's life force, to repair the war-torn Cybertron. The key to activating it is a staff. As Bai Yang spoke, a projection of Stonehenge appeared before them. Megatron was utterly dumbfounded. He didn't know any of this. No one had ever told him. "Since you already possess these things, there's no need for me to go to the trouble of making them myself. I can simply modify them." Bai Yang, as if conjuring it from thin air, took a sip from a glass of water. Megatron was speechless. At this point, he began to question everything. Are you the Cybertronian, or am I? How could a human know so much? Things even a Cybertronian like himself was unaware of. How do you know all this? And who exactly is the creator? Megatron, finally composed, asked with curiosity. "I am a wizard. I can foresee the future. At the same time, I am the guardian of Earth." Bai Yang offered a plausible explanation without much effort. Megatron nodded in agreement. After all, Bai Yang had traversed space unaided by any devices, a feat that spoke for itself. As for the creators, you could say they are a mysterious race who made the 7 primes. The primes were created directly by the Allspark, whereas your kind was made with stellar energy crystals. They have long experimented with creating life across the universe. Unicron, the ancient being that was Earth's predecessor, was also one of their failed creations. "So now, you can tell me your answer." Bai Yang put down his glass and looked at Megatron with earnest intensity. "I think you could start by letting me out." Megatron shifted his body, and the chains clamped around him rattled loudly. "All right, but I'd advise you to see the situation for what it is. I don't necessarily need you." With that, Bayang raised both hands, and a portal opened beneath Megatron. At the same time, a silvery portal appeared in midair outside the tank, and Megatron came tumbling out. He experienced a brief moment of free fall. With a tremendous crash, he hit the ground, sending a shudder through the entire floor. Immediately after, Bayang picked up the plasma cannon and fired at the chains binding Megatron. Bang! 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 Blue energy burst from the plasma cannon, thudding heavily through the air, a muffled sound, born from the pressure of energy compressing the air itself. With a series of sharp metallic clatters, the thick chains binding Megatron tumbled from his body and crashed to the ground. Once the last chain had fallen, Megatron slowly rose to his feet, stretching his massive frame as though awakening from a long slumber. Locked up for 5 years. It's been far from pleasant. His tone was tinged with a sense of time lost, a world changed beyond recognition. If you weren't so fond of fighting, maybe you wouldn't have been locked away for so long. Bai Yang laughed lightly from the side. Megatron stiffened at Bai Yang's words, then turned his towering form to loom over him, casting a shadow that seemed to press down on the room. You're a sorcerer? Earth's guardian? Then how do we manage to get in? Megatron lowered his head, bringing his imposing presence right into Bai Yang's face. Clearly, you still don't see the situation for what it is. Bai Yang narrowed his eyes, and in that instant, unleashed a surge of psychic power that washed over Megatron's consciousness. A strange force field blossomed around Bai Yang, rippling with invisible energy. Suddenly, Megatron's body froze rigid, and with a groan of agony, he collapsed to his knees. What did you do to me? He gasped, reaching out in pain, desperate to seize hold of the human before him. Losing an arm shouldn't matter much to you. Bai Yang smiled, eyeing the outstretched mechanical limb. With a swift motion, Bai Yang raised both hands. A portal shimmered into existence directly in front of Megatron's massive hand. A sharp clang rang out, followed by a howl of pain. A severed metal arm crashed down from above, striking Megatron's head, while the arm he'd extended toward Bai Yang was neatly sliced off, leaving behind a mirror-smooth surface where it had been severed. 5 years of magical training had not been wasted on Bai Yang. So, have you calmed down now? Bai Yang asked coolly. Megatron, finally subdued by the loss of his arm, pressed his hand to the wound, a fluid eerily similar to blood oozing from the cut. What do you want from me? He growled, his voice low and wary. Seeing Megatron finally willing to listen, Bai Yang nodded in satisfaction. I need you to go out and gather all the Decepticon members. You're not to harm any humans. That's it. There's more. After you've assembled the Decepticons, head to the area around the Egyptian pyramids and wait for my next instructions. Bai Yang sent Megatron the coordinates. Megatron opened his mouth to ask why, but Bai Yang cut him off. Don't ask questions. Just do as I say. If you betray my trust, I'll make sure you, and the entire Decepticon army, vanish from the universe. I'm pretty sure I have the power to do that. Bai Yang gave a nonchalant shrug. Of course, making the Decepticons disappear from the universe was nothing more than a bluff. Over the years, with the relentless hunt for Decepticons and the soaring advancement of human technology, humanity gradually began to feel at ease. But recently, a new phenomenon emerged. Whenever humans managed to kill a Decepticon, in their final moments, these robots would shout a fervent warning. The fallen is coming. At first, only the intelligence agencies and the military were privy to this information. Somehow, though, word leaked out, and soon the phrase, the fallen will descend, humanity will perish, was echoing among the masses. Panic swept through the people. Some even began reaching out to Decepticons in secret, seeking to collaborate. These individuals believed humanity could never hope to defeat the Cybertronians, beings capable of interstellar travel. They argued that, if humans wished to avoid extinction, their only choice was to submit to the Cybertronians. What began as whispers among a few rapidly spread like a virus, engulfing the entire planet. Governments could do little more than try to guide public opinion. Yet as more Decepticons arrived on Earth, the destruction they caused only fueled the growing sense of global dread. Even the advanced bioarmor and technology of KSI Corporation were proving increasingly powerless. Recently, things escalated further. A video began circulating online. In it, a black robot with a skull-like face stood before a massive black spaceship. The footage showed this robot allying with humans to hunt down Autobots, plunging humanity into a new depth of terror. As events turned ever more dire for mankind, the military began pressing Bai Yang to accelerate his research into artificial transformers. After making arrangements for Megatron, Bai Yang set about fitting new weaponry onto the Vagabond. Just then, the secure line rang. It was Joshua. What's going on? Bai Yang asked after answering. How's your Transformer project coming along? They're hounding me to death over here. saying the fate of mankind is in our hands. I'm just a businessman. I can't handle all this. Joshua complained over the phone. It's only natural, Bai Yang replied with a wry grin. You know how things are now. Humanity is easily led. And honestly, apart from nukes, we've got nothing that can truly stand up to the Cybertronians. Transformers are incredibly mobile. Unless a nuclear or hydrogen bomb hits a precise target, it's nearly useless. And since they blend in with humanity, launching such weapons is out of the question. Fortunately, recent breakthroughs had led to defensive tech that could thwart electronic infiltration. Without it, there was a real risk that many weapon systems might have fallen to the Decepticons' hacking. So how's your research going? If you still can't make progress, the military's thinking of taking Megatron back. Joshua sounded increasingly agitated. Give me a month, Bai Yang replied, standing atop a high platform and looking at the Wanderer before him. The construction is done. Once I finish installing the weapon systems, I'll test it at the Egyptian pyramids. Really? There wasn't the slightest sign of anything happening. I've been fully focused on my research all this time. I haven't had a moment to contact the outside world. That's good. Just make sure nothing goes wrong when the time comes. Don't worry. I promise you'll be blown away. Bai Yang assured him with confidence. All right, I'll be waiting for your good news. See you in a month. Hearing Bai Yang's words, Joshua felt his nerves settle. After hanging up, he immediately reached out to the military. Once he'd finished repairing Megatron's arm, Bai Yang opened a portal and sent him directly to the side of the Egyptian pyramids. Remember to gather all the Decepticons, but don't reveal yourself just yet, Bai Yang instructed Megatron from the other side of the portal. Megatron nodded. As the portal closed, he turned to face the vast desert before him. The moment Megatron appeared, Soundwave, who'd been monitoring through satellites, picked up on his presence instantly. He quickly reported this to the Fallen. With the wheels set in motion elsewhere, Bai Yang could finally focus on arming his own mech. Over the course of that month, every hidden Decepticon received the summons and began moving toward the Egyptian pyramids. It was like a great migration. These Decepticons stirred up unrest within human society once again. Noticing this movement, the Autobots and the military launched full-scale investigations, organizing themselves and heading toward Egypt as well. News that the Fallen was about to arrive triggered another wave of anxiety and fear throughout humanity. It felt like the eve of a decisive battle, the air thick with anticipation and tension. Why are they heading for Egypt? At a joint base of Autobots and humans, a sharp-featured woman stood atop a raised platform, addressing Optimus Prime. Her name was Natawa, a Russian politician. We don't know, Optimus Prime replied, stepping closer. Perhaps they found the Allspark. We must stop them as quickly as possible. The Allspark vanished 5 years ago. How could it still be on Earth? Natawa asked with a frown. It's obvious now. The mysterious figure that day was one of your kind. He should have handed the Allspark over to us, not hidden it away and drawn more Decepticons here. Optimus accused, his voice brimming with anger. I think you did the right thing. That thing wouldn't be safe with any of you, she retorted with a cold laugh. So humanity is choosing its own destruction. Optimus shot back, equally unyielding. And you also claim to have informed us of all the known information your planet has about the universe. Then what is this? He pointed to a piece of scrap discovered during today's mission, the component used by the Sky Defender to pilot the ship Mountain. We don't know much about that matter either. Sector 7 has always been under strict confidentiality. She shook her head, clearly not well informed about it. We should be discussing the situation with the Decepticons gathering in Egypt. I've already summoned all the Autobots on Earth. They're on their way here now. Once we secure the Allspark, we'll leave immediately. In the background, aside from Ironhide and Bumblebee, several more Autobots had joined the group. There was Red Sakura, cloaked entirely in red with blade-like elbows, looking every bit the stealthy assassin. A stout bot with the air of an old-timer, a cigar clamped between his teeth, lead food. And Drift, a Sentinel-like Autobot, stood poised for battle. Humans and Autobots joined forces, setting out for Egypt. After equipping the Wanderer with new weapons, Bai Yang set off following the coordinates he had obtained from the Allspark, heading for the secret location of the Prime Matrix, hidden by the 6 primes. He wasn't just after the Matrix itself. He also needed to lure Megatronus there in order to reclaim the spark energy within him. Inside Megatronus was 1/6 of the Allspark's spent energy. Recovering it would greatly replenish the Allspark's power. Once Bai Yang vanished from the laboratory, his silhouette quietly appeared atop a pyramid. Egypt. From his vantage point on the pyramid summit, Bai Yang could see Decepticon operatives concealed all around, each disguised as different machines. The Allspark's coordinates pointed to somewhere nearby. If his suspicions were correct, the Star Harvester device should be buried right beneath his feet. But for now, it wasn't the device he sought, but rather the Prime Matrix, the key to activating the Star Harvester. Opening a portal, Bai Yang left the pyramid's peak, stepping down onto the sand-strewn ground below. He followed a barren road, searching for a matching energy signature, though it was possible that the energy had faded with the passage of time. All around was a sea of yellow sand. Not far ahead, he spotted a rocky cliff shaped by the forces of the desert. As he drew closer, an ancient Egyptian structure emerged before him. Its stone columns, eroded and pitted by centuries of wind and sand, bore the marks of time, while desert creatures crawled across their surfaces. Bai Yang ascended the weathered stone steps, which threatened to crumble underfoot at any moment, passed through the forest of columns, and entered what appeared to be a place of ritual. At the very front was a mural, recently cleared by archaeologists so that its details remained vivid and clear. Depicted on the mural was an oil painting, a figure clothed only in wrapped cloth from the waist down, raising an artifact overhead, while several figures below knelt in reverent worship. Bai Yang moved closer to the mural, running his hand across its surface, carefully sensing the aura lingering upon it. It's right inside. Leaving the mural behind, Bai Yang gazed at the wall painting, which stood just over 2 meters tall. He took out a timed explosive and affixed it to the mural before withdrawing to the entrance of the cave. He pulled out a remote and pressed the switch without hesitation. With a muffled boom, the entrance reverberated and shattered sand and rocks burst out from the cave mouth. I just hope no one reports me for damaging cultural relics. He released his grip on his ears, surveying the chaos that now filled the cave, and shrugged with indifference. With dust swirling before his eyes, Bai Yang waved his hand in front of his face, frowning as he stepped toward the spot where the mural had stood. The mural was now blasted open, leaving a gaping hole with a pitch-black space beyond. Bai Yang conjured 2 red magical circles in his hands, stepping forward with wary caution. Beams of light filtered dimly through the drifting dust, making the chamber shadowy. Once inside, Bai Yang glanced around, taking in his surroundings. The red glow from his magic illuminated the dim space. Hard to believe that after all these years, the bodies haven't decayed. He murmured in awe, gazing at the metallic remains of the 6 elders, who formed a ring around the room. He stepped over a metal platform, and under the red light, he spotted a crescent-shaped silver object resting in the palm of a mechanical hand. Dismissing his magic, Bai Yang crouched down, carefully reaching out to touch the object in the metallic palm. But the instant his fingers made contact, Bai Yang's consciousness was struck by the sensation of 6 pairs of eyes fixing their gaze on him. In the next moment, his awareness was pulled into a space that felt like a dream. How did you find this place? 6 towering figures appeared before Bai Yang, their backs turned to the light, their forms indistinct and ethereal. With the help of the Allspark, the brilliance was harsh, making Bai Yang squint instinctively. The Allspark? How could that possibly be in your possession? Bai Yang didn't answer their question. Instead, he replied, "You are the 6 elders of Cybertron, aren't you? Your planet stands on the brink of annihilation. I'm trying to save you, and protect Earth as well. That's why I need the matrix of leadership from your hands. I need to modify your star harvesting device. Who are you? I don't think you have much time left. Before your consciousness fades away, you'd better hand over the matrix of leadership to me. Otherwise, I can't guarantee the fate of your world." Bai Yang didn't bother with further explanations. These were only lingering fragments of consciousness, left behind for the sole purpose of activating the matrix. There's something else. Lord Shockwave has already escaped. The moment you appeared, he must have sensed it and realized something was amiss. I'm sure it won't be long before he arrives on Earth. We Autobots are allies, so you don't need to worry. I won't hand over the matrix of leadership. All right, that was all they could say. They had planned to observe for a while, but hadn't expected this human to sense their presence so directly, forcing an early meeting. With those words, Bai Yang closed his eyes with practiced ease, then slowly opened them again. Before him, the crescent-shaped metallic artifact began to glow from its core, energy slowly gathering within. At the same time, the 6 elders had completed their task. Their bodies began to dissolve into the air, fading away like sand. Bai Yang, now in possession of the matrix of leadership, left the place and returned to his laboratory, beginning preparations for a global broadcast set to happen 3 days later. Not long after the matrix appeared, Lord Shockwave sensed the presence of the Star Harvester hidden within the pyramid on Earth. Deep in the Egyptian desert, Megatron, who had been in hiding, received a new order. So it's true after all, Megatron muttered to himself. He found himself caught in inner turmoil. On one side stood an elder of his own faction, Shockwave, now known as the Fallen. On the other, a mysterious human who claimed to have a way for both worlds to coexist. The power this human had shown left even Megatron feeling hopeless. Human, the Fallen has given an order. He commands us to activate the Star Harvester. Very well. Tell him it will be done in 3 days. The reply came swiftly from the other end. 3 days later. Over the course of a month, the Decepticons from all over the globe, responding to the call of Megatron and the Fallen, had gathered in Egypt. They lay low, waiting for further instructions. Meanwhile, the human bioarmor squad and the Autobots arrived one after another, scouring the area for any sign of Decepticon activity. After a month, the rest of the world had grown relatively quiet, but Egypt had become increasingly crowded. It was now almost impossible to walk a few kilometers without bumping into a transformer. Among the Decepticons, Devastator was hiding at a construction site, waiting for the order to begin excavating the pyramid. The helicopter crew from KSI was ready, and their aircraft took off for Egypt. Joshua couldn't contain his excitement and arrived at the Black Cube prison at the crack of dawn, eager to see the results with his own eyes. He made his way through the facility and entered the lab. His eyes went straight to the water tank. "Where's Megatron?" he shouted, rushing over in panic, desperate to confirm he wasn't seeing things. But all he found inside was water. The massive robot was nowhere to be seen. "You're looking for Megatron? I let him out to take care of some business," Bai Yang replied, fire in hand, about to activate the Wanderer, and just happened to see Joshua sprawled against the water tank, peering anxiously inside. "Why? Do you even know what you're doing?" Hearing this, he stared at Bai Yang in shock. "I know exactly what I'm doing, but let's put that aside for now. Weren't you eager to see the mecha? Follow me," Bai Yang said, not bothering to explain further, and strode straight toward the mech bay. Joshua hurriedly caught up, wanted to press him for answers. But when he glanced at the cube in Bai Yang's hand, a sense of familiarity struck him. "What's that you're holding?" he asked, frowning as he tried to recall. "We're here, the Allspark." As they spoke, the two of them had already arrived at the mech bay. Before Joshua could ask more, he was left speechless by the sight before him. He craned his neck, mouth agape, in awe of the towering blue mecha that loomed before them. Egypt. On a hillside near a small town, there appeared to be a construction site, with cement mixers, excavators, loaders, bulldozers, cranes, and trailers, all manner of heavy machinery. But curiously, not a single person was in sight. Then all at once, the machines roared to life. The cement mixers, excavators, and other equipment seemed to be drawn together by some invisible force, colliding and merging with one another. In a matter of moments, a rough shape began to form. A silver cement mixer became the head, a red excavator formed the chest, a yellow loader became the right arm, a tan bulldozer transformed into the left leg, a yellow crane became the left arm, and a green overload device made up the back. Soon, a mechanical creature, its silhouette reminiscent of a gorilla, stood assembled on the spot. "Reporting in, Squad 13 needs backup. We've spotted a massive Decepticon here." An agent monitoring the area quickly called in for support. The massive Decepticon was none other than Devastator, the main force behind the pyramid excavation. As if responding to a signal, all the hidden Decepticons surged into action, launching an assault on the arriving military forces and Autobots. This time, the squads arriving from various countries were equipped with bioarmor, and with their improved weaponry and agile frames, some are even strong enough to take down a Decepticon single-handedly. With the Autobots fighting alongside them, they managed to inflict significant damage on the Decepticons. Meanwhile, Devastator had reached the base of a pyramid and begun to climb upward. Optimus Prime, Bumblebee, and the other Autobots, alerted by an aerial reconnaissance, spotted the enemy's movements. Though they remained unclear about the Decepticons' objective, they knew they had to stop them at all costs. The Autobots split up, heading toward the pyramid from different directions. Along the way, they were beset by numerous Decepticons, each trying to slow their advance. With no other choice, the others began providing cover, allowing Optimus Prime to push ahead alone. But after only a short distance, Optimus Prime abruptly halted. "I have reached an accord with the humans, and you also protect them. That makes us allies now," Megatron declared, blocking his path. "Humans didn't kill you," Optimus Prime said in a deep, grave voice. "That's right. They've been studying me, tormenting me, trying to extract the technology they crave. Why else do you think human technology has advanced so rapidly in recent years?" Megatron replied, his words laced with mockery. "So what are you doing now?" "We're activating the Star Harvester. The Fallen is about to arrive, and I, under human orders, am here to stand in your way." Even as explosions thundered overhead and the sky was ablaze with fire, the two spoke as if they were old acquaintances catching up. "You really think you can stop me?" Optimus donned his battle mask, and in an instant, a sword materialized in his hand. "Why don't you find out?" Megatron charged forward, wielding the ion blade crafted for him by Birch. But after 5 years of captivity and no real combat, Megatron was quickly overwhelmed by Optimus's relentless attacks. In a clash of blades, the ion blade was knocked clean out of his hand. Without his weapon, Optimus's assault grew even fiercer. With a single, sweeping strike, he sliced off a portion of Megatron's head. Clutching his wounded head, Megatron staggered backward. His arm transformed into a cannon, and he fired a blast of energy at Optimus. Bang! The shot forced Optimus back several steps. Bang! Optimus retaliated instantly, firing an energy cannon that struck Megatron hard. With his other hand, he tossed his sword aside and conjured S.H.I.E.L.D. In moments, Megatron was covered in wounds, collapsing to the ground, unable to rise. Seeing Megatron fall, Optimus turned and saw that Devastator had already climbed to the top of the pyramid and begun to dig. Without hesitation, Optimus abandoned Megatron and rushed toward the pyramid. But just then, from somewhere unseen, a surge of powerful energy struck him directly. In the distance, sandstorms raged like a tornado, engulfing everything in swirling dust. Through the storm, under Optimus's watchful gaze, a robot emerged, its head dominated by the massive barrel of a sniper rifle. Trailing behind, it was a colossal, jet-black spaceship. The black ship loomed like an interstellar leviathan, following its master with a menacing air. As the ship glided from the swirling sand, the robot holstered its energy cannon, revealing a face like a metallic skull. The air was thick with menace. The bounty hunter, Lockdown. He had come to Earth at Quintessa's command, searching for Merlin's descendant and the staff of Quintessa. But days earlier, he'd been hired by Shockwave to help activate the Star Harvester, his payment, Energon crystals. The human traders had thrown in their lot with him. Soon, two Autobots clashed in fierce battle. With no one left to interfere, Devastator's excavation continued unchecked. At the pyramid's peak, deep beneath Devastator's relentless digging, a mechanical framework was revealed, a device resembling a massive transmitter. It was the Star Harvester itself. At this moment, as explosions thundered across the region, several drones suddenly soared into the sky, each bearing the KSI company's emblem. As their cameras flickered to life, people all over the country were able to witness the unfolding scene in Egypt. They saw Transformers locked in fierce, chaotic battle, and human bioarmor squads fighting with reckless courage. Finally, the broadcast settled on the battlefield where Lockdown and Optimus Prime faced off. A massive spaceship hovered overhead. On the ground, Optimus Prime was being battered, unable to fight back. And atop the distant pyramid, beside Devastator, a dark, shadowy robot had appeared without anyone noticing. Blood-red energy pulsed visibly through its core, and in its hand was a scepter. Its face resembled the mask of an ancient pharaoh. The fallen, Lord Megatronus. He gazed at Devastator, who was digging relentlessly, then turned his attention toward Optimus Prime. On the live feed, he seemed to blur, vanishing in a flash, and the camera instantly cut to Optimus Prime's location. Everyone watching, eyes widened in shock. Right then, a scepter plunged straight through Optimus Prime's chest. He was lifted high, displayed before the whole world, helpless and exposed. The end of Earth is at hand. Savor your final moments, the Fallen declared, staring directly at the drone. Once the Star Harvester was activated, and the sun's energy drained away, all life on Earth's surface would perish. Suddenly, the screen dissolved into static. Despair swept over the viewers. The military, too, readied their nuclear arsenal, preparing for the worst. But KSI's promised reveal had not yet appeared. Look at this. Suddenly, someone standing in a plaza cried out, pointing excitedly as the broadcast returned. A colossal steel figure plummeted from the sky, its immense shadow enveloping both the Fallen and Lockdown. The ground erupted with a thunderous crash, waves of sand surging outward like a tidal wave. Towering as high as the pyramid itself, a gigantic mech filled the screen. In the lower right corner, Joshua now appeared, beginning to introduce the Wanderer-class mech. Chapter 103, The Mech. The instant the mech appeared, countless people clenched their fists in excitement. Its design was sharp and geometric, metallic light gleaming across its surface, exuding pure mechanical power. They realized, with awe, that this was the mech they had always dreamed of. No man could resist its allure. Its massive steel frame was worthy of thunderous cheers from all who watched. The Wanderer slowly rose from a half-crouch, a giant rifle slung across its back, and then brought its massive hands together in a salute. The sunlight shone brazenly down on its massive body, draping it in a silvery veil, making it look every bit like a deity forged from steel. With a thunderous crash, its arrival was announced, a sound that heralded both its presence and the hope of humanity. Paying no attention to whether the two giants on the ground had survived, the Wanderer flung out both arms. The air itself seemed to grow heavy beneath the sweep of its colossal hands. If anyone had stood nearby, they had been crushed by the sheer force of displaced air before even being touched. A resonant hum began as twin plasma blades extended from deep within its forearms, vibrating at high speed, filling the air with an electric buzz. Without hesitation, the Wanderer hurled the blades toward the pyramid. The mighty Hercules, who had been excavating the ancient structure, was sliced clean in two, his body tumbling down the pyramid's sloped sides. To be honest, Bayang felt a bit like he was bullying them. With a mech like this, even in the world of Pacific Rim, it would have been a force of unstoppable destruction. Yet he remembered the titans of Earth's past, Emperor of the universe, and realized that, by comparison, the Wanderer wasn't so large after all. Just after severing Hercules, Bayang felt a strange sensation in his leg. He looked down to see that Shock Sovereign had already climbed up onto his leg, driving his staff deep into the mech's armored shell. Bayang bent down, preparing to seize him, but the foe slipped away like a phantom, darting out of reach and making another quick advance. His destination was clear, the control chamber at the chest. "You really think I'm just a lumbering mech?" Bayang scoffed inside the cockpit, a smirk tugging at his lips. Suddenly, the entire mech shuddered violently. With a sharp, resonant hum, high-frequency vibrations superheated the mech's surface. Then, with a powerful kick, Bayang sent Shock Sovereign flying. The ground beneath, scorched by the heat, turned the sand into glassy crystal. "You're of no use to me. I won't bother keeping you around." Bayang retracted his plasma blades, pulled a plasma pulse cannon from his back, and aimed it at where Shock Sovereign had landed. With a deafening blast, a massive column of blue energy engulfed the target, sending desert sand flying in waves and leaving behind a crater like a wound in the earth. Amazingly, Shock Sovereign still clung to life. Though he was barely holding on, his mechanical body shattered and broken. Cautiously, Bayang reached down and scooped him up, slowly bringing him closer to the mech's chest. Under the watchful eyes of Autobots, Decepticons, and every human present, a swirl of black energy drifted from Shock Sovereign's chest, his spark. Like a wisp of smoke, the black energy floated gently toward the Wanderer's circular chest, where it was drawn in and absorbed by the Allspark. Just as the transfer was completed and Bayang was about to turn away, he sensed a sudden danger. Instinctively, he formed a fist and raised it to shield the side of his face. A sharp electronic tone sounded as a beam of energy shot toward his cheek, only to be intercepted by a shield, which shattered under the impact. In the distance, taking advantage of the moment when Bayang was absorbed in collecting the supreme fire seed, Lockdown hurried back to his spaceship. He then aimed an energy pulse at the Wanderer's head and fired. "You've got some nerve." Bayang lowered his arm, his gaze fixed on the black spaceship not far ahead. In his eyes, the ship was about the size of a wild goose, while not exactly small. Seeing the mech turn its head after the failed shot, Lockdown immediately swung the ship around, trying to make his escape. But just as the ship was about to flee, a launch port suddenly extended from the Wanderer's shoulder. There was a sound like a cork popping from a bottle, and a massive fishing net shot out, engulfing the spaceship. "Gotcha!" Bayang gripped the net's line and gave it a mighty tug. Lockdown pushed the engines to their limit, desperate to break free, but the ship's power was no match for the fire seed's might. Like a small bird caught in a hunter's trap, the spaceship was pulled helplessly back. Guided by Bayang, the Wanderer moved with the ease of an experienced fisherman, lifting its catch in hand. The Wanderer's shoulders are equipped with gigantic electromagnetic nets for capturing enemies, and that vibration, just now, was a high-frequency tremor designed to deal with smaller life forms. Joshua passionately explained as the footage played. This is the Earth Guardian our company has created." Watching the footage of a transformer being toyed with in the Wanderer mech's grasp, every trace of fear vanished from humanity's hearts, replaced instead by excitement and newfound confidence. In stark contrast, those who had betrayed humanity and sided with Cybertron were now plunged into utter panic. All across the world, humans gazed at the mighty Wanderer, some growing increasingly fervent with excitement. "Megatron, I know what you're thinking, but my patience is wearing thin. Gather every Decepticon here now." The Wanderer slung its cannon over its back, gripped the spaceship, and sat atop the pyramid. Without even glancing at Megatron, it issued its command. Thankfully, it wasn't a flesh-and-blood body, or sitting like this would have been rather uncomfortable. With the crisis averted, Joshua ended the broadcast and immediately threw himself into managing the mech's operations. After all, the funds invested in building the mech were equivalent to the entire treasury of a small country. 3 years' worth, all poured into this project. And that didn't even include the energy costs for the mech itself. Now that the results were out, it was time to start earning that money back. In response to Megatron's summons, all the Decepticons made their way toward the pyramid. Even the more timid among them crept forward under Megatron's threat. After all, faced with a mech as tall as the pyramid itself, anyone would lose their nerve, especially since the Fallen had already fallen into its grasp. Close behind came the Autobots, but when they saw that the Decepticons were all obediently halted not far away, they made no move to attack. The blue mech sitting atop the pyramid was simply too intimidating. Gradually, people from all over Egypt, humans, Autobots, and Decepticons alike, gathered at this very spot. Bumblebee and the others searched the scene, hoping to catch sight of Optimus Prime, but to their disappointment, he was nowhere to be found. Facing the two opposing factions, the vagabond mech slowly rose to its feet. He first walked into a patch of desert, where two enormous footprints marked the sand. Lowering his massive body, he reached down beside one of the footprints and began to dig through the sand. His palms sank effortlessly into the desert. Then, with a gentle pull, he unearthed a red and blue Autobot, Optimus Prime himself. But Optimus was already dead. Bumblebee rushed forward at the sight, but the military squad quickly blocked his way. They had just learned that the mech before them was manufactured by KSI, meaning it was, in fact, on the human side. After unearthing Optimus Prime, the control chamber in the vagabond's chest opened. Bai Yang, grasping the Allspark, leapt out and landed atop Optimus. The Allspark. Everyone present instantly recognized what Bai Yang held in his hands. After 5 long years, the Allspark they had yearned for now appeared before their very eyes. Ignoring the astonished stares around him, Bai Yang drew back the Allspark and produced the crescent-shaped matrix of leadership. The Matrix. At this, both Autobots and Decepticons alike were left speechless. The two holiest relics of their race, now both in the hands of a single human. Standing on Optimus Prime's chest, Bai Yang held up the Matrix. As he activated it, a crescent-shaped energy source separated itself from within. A spectral glow of Matrix energy streamed into Optimus Prime's chest. At the very instant the energy entered him, Optimus's entire body began to shake violently. When the tremors ceased, his eyes flashed to life. Seeing this, Bai Yang leapt down from his chest, Matrix still in hand. "No!" Megatron suddenly cried out in panic. A missile shot toward Bai Yang and Optimus Prime. In the Decepticon ranks, Starscream stood with both arms raised, smoke still curling from his cannons. Optimus Prime instantly raised his shield, sheltering Bai Yang. But beneath Bai Yang, a portal flashed open, and he vanished from the spot. As Starscream prepared to fire another missile, a silvery, high-tech portal suddenly opened above him. Bai Yang leapt down, wielding the sacred sword of S.H.I.E.L.D. With a single, blazing strike, the red flame blade pierced straight through Starscream's head. Sparks shot from Red Spider's head before he crumpled to his knees, collapsing heavily into the soft sand. "Stop!" Megatron commanded all Decepticons to cease their actions at once. "Wow, I wish I could do that too." A communications officer gazed at Bai Yang, who stood atop the mechanical corpse wielding a blazing red flaming sword, his eyes full of admiration. "Wish all you want. Get your act together and report this upstairs," his superior barked, giving him a sharp tap on the back of his head. "I want to learn that too. I wonder if our mechanical bodies could ever pull it off." Bumblebee and the others couldn't help but envy him, echoing the human's awe. Bai Yang let the holy sword fade from his hand and returned to stand beside Optimus Prime. Wielding the fiery blade and cutting down foes, what an exhilarating feeling. Now, if only he could have Frostmourne to complete the set. Was this the legendary sword of S.H.I.E.L.D? No, this was the blade of fiery joy. At this moment, an uncanny stillness settled around the pyramid. Decepticons, Autobots, and humans alike all gazed at the not-so-distant human. No, perhaps now he should be called Mage. After rejoining Optimus Prime, Megatron also stepped forward. "Now, I require your allegiance," Bai Yang declared, hands clasped behind his back as he floated at eye level with the two. Frankly, hands in pockets lacked gravitas, and crossing his arms felt a bit too arrogant. Megatron knelt on one knee and bowed in a knight's salute, pledging his submission. "I want to know your true intentions." Optimus did not immediately follow suit. "My aim is to eliminate the hidden dangers on Earth, and at the same time, to save your war-torn Cybertron by forging peaceful diplomacy and mutual benefit. That's why I need your allegiance. If it's cooperation you seek, why demand our submission? I must ensure that you obey my commands. Otherwise, you face destruction. I can reclaim the spark in your chest at any moment," Bai Yang replied coolly. Optimus pondered for a moment, but in the end, just like Megatron, he knelt and offered a knight's salute, pledging his loyalty. Whether it was the mysterious magical energy, the towering mech that blotted out the sun behind Bai Yang, or the fact that the Allspark was now entirely under his control, all hope of resistance felt futile, especially since Bai Yang had saved his life. Besides, after spending time among humans, Optimus had grown fond of Earth. This was the home he truly yearned for. And so, the Decepticons and Autobots stood united under a single banner. Good. For now, you'll remain here. Soon, someone will arrive to build your base. This will serve as your temporary headquarters. If you wish to leave, you'll need to submit a request. Bayang nodded, then inscribed a contract that etched itself deep within their circuitry. This contract binds both of us, you and me. I can't harm you, but your subordinates are a different story, Bayang added as he landed on the ground. What's our next move? Optimus asked. Go bring back the Sky Nemesis from the far side of the moon. I need the space bridge device he has. The space bridge. You can ask your brother about it. I've already shared my entire plan with him. Bayang glanced at Megatron. All the surrounding Transformers had received the news. Their leader had been replaced by a human. Many found this completely unacceptable, but under the orders of Optimus Prime and Megatron, they had no choice but to settle down for the time being. Bayang wasn't particularly concerned about this. As long as they didn't cause chaos around the globe, the rest didn't matter much to him. After setting up defensive magic around the Star Harvester, Bayang piloted his mech, leaving Egypt and heading for the Black Cube prison in Los Angeles. Only 2 steps remained. He hoped nothing unexpected would happen. By now, dusk was settling in. The evening glow painted the entire sky, and the Wanderer soared across the heavens like a prodigal son returning home. Wherever he passed, crowds poured into the streets, gazing up in awe at the mech bathed in sunset light. With the mech's appearance, it was as if humanity had stepped into a new era. Everyone's faces shone with happiness. At the same time, the traitors were swiftly apprehended. Lockdown and his ship were left behind in Egypt. The ship had become a prison, housing all sorts of cosmic monsters. To avoid panic and any unforeseen events, Bayang temporarily entrusted it to Optimus Prime. He had just returned the mech to its docking bay and landed when Joshua hurried over, unable to contain his excitement. Are you really a wizard? He seemed almost unable to believe it. Yes. I'm sorry for hiding it from you for so long, but it was for your own protection, Bayang explained. I knew it. I knew you weren't that simple. That day, the thing you held in your hand looked so familiar. Joshua was practically bursting with excitement. Oh, by the way, leaders from every country want to meet you. Are you willing? All right. When? After a moment's thought, Bayang nodded in agreement. Tomorrow, there will be a video conference. Good. I'll write up a detailed report. You handle the meeting. You're not going to show up? There's no need. Besides, you can apply for more funding to help cover your company's losses during this period. Joshua hesitated, then asked shyly, Can I learn your magic? You can. Once things settle down, I'll establish a sanctuary. If you're willing to give up your company, that is. The next day, Joshua attended the meeting on Bai Yang's behalf. As the number of Decepticons on Earth continued to grow, if KSI hadn't made their technological breakthroughs public, humanity would have been left helpless, forced to stand by and watch these robots. After all, the Decepticons would flee if they were losing, never giving anyone a chance to surround them. They often hid in every corner of human life, making them nearly impossible to catch. Perhaps the very car you drove today was once a Decepticon in disguise. Now that Earth faces a common enemy, despite whatever secret agendas may lurk beneath the surface, humanity is, by and large, united on the same front. At the center of this alliance stands KSI. Plasma weapons, transforming armor, electromagnetic cannons. Most of the technology, once unique to the Transformers, has now been patented and made publicly available by Bai Yang. Aside from the transforming armor itself, the other technologies can now be manufactured independently by various nations. It all comes down to who has the resources to make it happen. Joshua held the report in his hands as he began today's meeting. According to Dr. Snow, he is indeed the mysterious figure who appeared in Los Angeles 5 years ago. He's been quietly guarding Earth all this time, as evidenced by the advanced technology that's emerged in recent years. Then why hasn't he shown himself? He's working on a project that not only addresses Earth's potential threats, but could also lead humanity into the stars. Could you elaborate? Of course. Let's start with our planet. Earth wasn't originally a natural planet. Instead, it was engineered by a mechanical race from the cosmos who called themselves the creators. But Earth was there. Failed experiment. A colossal transformer, Unicron. Joshua had already read this report last night, so unlike the others in the room, he showed no sign of shock. Unicron, encased within the very substance of Earth, is destined to awaken. To protect our world, cooperation with Cybertron is essential. Here is the overall plan. We'll modify the Stellar Harvester to slowly absorb energy from the sun's surface. Mr. Snow will cast a space fortress barrier around the planet, maintaining it with a sustained energy supply. Once the space bridge between Earth and Cybertron is established, the risk of mutual invasion will be eliminated. Then, we'll negotiate with the last remaining creator, Quintessa, to change the energy absorption from a plundering approach to a stable, sustainable one. And now, we need the UK delegate to locate the 12th Earl of Forgan, Edmund Burton, the last member of the Witwicky family, and Miss Vivian Wembley, Merlin's descendant. They hold the key to finding the staff, Joshua said, holding up his report. Silence filled the room as everyone struggled to process what they'd just heard. Creators? Unicron? Space Bridge? None of it made any sense to them. The full plan will be sent to you shortly. To avoid public panic, we'll notify you in advance before taking any further action. We appreciate the cooperation of the British leadership on this matter, Joshua said, looking directly into the camera. The meeting continued for a while longer as Joshua and representatives from each nation turned to the matter of funding. In this way, tasks were set in motion. The British began searching for the spaceship beneath the English Channel, hoping to retrieve Merlin's staff. Optimus Prime set out for the far side of the moon, seeking Nemesis Prime and preparing to transport the space bridge device back to Earth. Meanwhile, Bai Yang returned to the shadow of the Egyptian pyramids, where he built a temporary base and began his research on the Stellar Harvester device. With both Megatron and Optimus Prime issuing their rallying calls, the scattered Transformers from across the globe converged upon Egypt. Here, they set up a provisional camp and settled in to wait in silence. To prevent any fighting among them, Bai Yang drew clear boundaries and assigned each faction its own territory. Yet, it was clear that many Decepticons would never submit to a human leader who had appeared out of nowhere. We have to get out of here. I can't stand the idea of being led by a human as small as an ant, grumbled a dark, tiger-shaped Decepticon in a low voice. But we can't even get close to him, not with his powers. He's got both the Allspark and the Matrix of Leadership, and that colossal mech. Without a ship, we don't stand chance. No, we have to leave. Megatron has changed. He's no longer fit to lead us. A hush fell over the Decepticons nearby. After a brief, silent agreement, they chose to defy Megatron's orders and slip away. They quickly formed a small team and began making their way toward the outskirts of the makeshift base, preparing to leave. At that moment, Megatron clearly noticed their movements. He transformed into a fighter jet and swooped in to intercept them. Gunfire erupted ahead of the departing squad as Megatron opened fire, forcing them to a halt. "Stop," he commanded, transforming back and landing with a thud, his weapon raised and aimed at them. "You've betrayed us, Megatron." The squad's leader stepped forward defiant. "No, I'm trying to save our planet. Has the death of Fallen not shown you the reality we're facing? We will never bow to a human. Stand aside, then you'll have to wait a while. When Nemesis Prime returns and the space bridge opens, you'll have your chance to go home. But if you try to leave now, I'll kill you where you stand." Megatron gave his weapon a threatening shake. He was never a leader who coddled his troops. If he allowed this act of defiance to pass, it would only open the floodgates for further rebellion. If that happened, the Decepticon cause would spiral into ruin. The squad leader made a move to force his way past, but Megatron shot him down in an instant. "Get back!" Megatron barked at the now frightened Decepticons, weapons still trained on them. After a brief exchange of anxious glances and a look at the fallen leader, the others lowered their heads and quietly returned to the camp. On the Autobot side, things were going much more smoothly. They never harbored any dislike for humans, and with Optimus Prime's constant reminders, whenever they wished to go outside, they would request permission from Bai Yang or Megatron. As a result, the scenes of Transformers battling on Earth gradually faded away. The Autobots even began to enjoy this new way of life. Bumblebee often went to hang out with Sam, while the others found their former human companions to spend time with and play around. Meanwhile, the Decepticons could only stew in frustration within the base, anxiously waiting for the space bridge to open so they could return to Cybertron as soon as possible. At this time, Bai Yang was fully absorbed in researching the Star Harvester, preparing for its modification. So far, however, he hadn't found a clear approach to begin the work. If the modification failed, he would simply have to build another one from scratch. Yet, thanks to his studies on the Allspark, he had already formed a general idea about the Star Harvester's mechanism, even running simulations with the arc reactor. But this device, capable of absorbing stellar energy, was clearly far more complex. To modify it, he would have to alter the existing energy flow structure, something that reminded him of his early days learning to inscribe magical runes. Not long after, Optimus Prime returned to Earth, bringing Jetfire with him. However, Jetfire seemed to have perished, and would need the power of the Matrix of Leadership to be revived. They also brought with them the Space Bridge device. Egypt. By now, the area surrounding the pyramids was crowded with steel structures, some built by the transformers themselves, others constructed by teams sent from KSI. The pyramid housing the Star Harvester was encircled by a ring of black metal walls. At the center lay a gaping hole, where flickers of ethereal magical energy could occasionally be seen. At this moment, Bayang finally found a breakthrough and began the modification process. But just then his phone rang again. He didn't need to look to know. It had to be Joshua. Dr. Snow, we found Miss Vivian Wembley and the 12th Earl of Falgan, Edmund Burton. They both wish to meet you. Joshua's voice echoed over the comms. All right, have them send me the address. I'll head over directly, Bayang replied with a nod. Soon, the address and photos arrived. Megatron, if Optimus comes back, tell him to wait for me. With that, Bayang opened a portal and stepped out in front of an ancient castle. The surroundings were lush and green, with the castle itself encircled by stone walls. Clearly, this was out in the countryside. No sooner had Bayang appeared than an old, decrepit tank stationed outside the castle gate suddenly lurched as if it were falling apart, and fired a shell across the lawn toward where Bayang stood. But perhaps the tank's aim was as rusty as its frame. The shot veered wildly off course. An elderly man, who had just stepped outside walking his dog, was startled by the blast. He's our guest. What on earth is wrong with you? He shouted. The tank began to transform, but as if worn down by the passage of time, its parts scattered all over the ground during the process, clattering and clanking as they fell. Idiot, the old man scolded helplessly. At that moment, Bayang suddenly appeared before him. Sorry, he still thinks it's the time of the First World War, the old man explained, raising his eyebrows in surprise as he stepped forward. He wore a gray felt hat and a black coat over a shirt and tie, looking every bit the proper butler. I'm the 12th Earl Fugan, Edmund Burton. Pleased to meet you, Mr. Magician. Woof, woof. The little dog he held by the leash barked twice. It seems he's happy to see you too. Bayang shook his hand and then asked, Is there anything you want to ask me? Of course, I think we should continue this conversation inside. The old man stepped aside, inviting Bayang in. All right, is Vivian here as well? She's inside. Bayang nodded. As he passed the tank, he rapped it with his knuckles. Hey, Iron Lump, don't go firing your cannon randomly next time, or I'll have you taken apart. Passing through the castle gates, the two entered the drawing room. Bookshelves lined the walls, overflowing with books. A fireplace flickered nearby, casting warmth over the luxurious, old-world carpet and brass ornaments. The room spoke of the deep roots and legacy of a family long established. Oh, Mr. Magician, you're finally here. A robot, exuding a touch of elegance, scurried over with curiosity, its green electronic eyes studying Bayang intently. This was the elder, the butler to generations of Earl Fugan's heirs. Though only about the height of a human, this slightly deranged robot clearly possessed considerable hidden strength. He now drew close, eager to analyze the human before him. Crack! As the mechanical face approached, Bayang lashed out with a whip of red energy. Caught off guard, the elder was sent flying, crashing into a bookshelf and causing a commotion. Perhaps you all should learn some respect. Bayang turned to the elderly Edmund and remarked sternly. My apologies, he could be a little, Edmund began, but was interrupted by a mechanical voice echoing in through the window. Ah, what a marvelous energy. Hello, sir. My name is Hot Rod. A mechanical figure, its face reminiscent of Bumblebee, but with mantis-like cheeks and a body sheathed in dark colors, poked its head through the second-story window. I actually came here mainly to see you. We should talk in a bit, Bayang said, realizing who it was. If you remember correctly, Hot Rod possessed the time-stopping shell. Of course, it could only slow time in a given area, but for Bayang, that was an incredibly important piece of technology. No problem. Hot Rod answered happily. Let's get down to business as soon as possible, Edmund suggested, inviting Bayang to take a seat on the sofa. As Bayang entered, he noticed a woman sitting behind the sofa, dressed in a form-fitting blue gown. The dress was cut low at the chest, elegantly accentuating her figure and curves. This is Miss Vivian Wembley, the very person you specifically asked to find, Edmund introduced. All right, if you have any questions, just ask, Bayang said politely, nodding to signal that the two could begin. Vivian studied the man in front of her with curiosity. She'd witnessed him casually dispatch the elder just moments ago, and it left her with the impression that this wizard was not someone easy to deal with. But now, seeing him up close, she found he carried himself with a certain gentlemanly grace. May I ask what you intend to do with the staff? By now, after Joshua and Edmund's explanations, she had a basic understanding of her own role in all of this. Everything has two sides, light and shadow, yin and yang, Bayang began, noticing their puzzled expressions. He continued, You probably know about Quintessa the Creator. Long ago, She placed an ignition device at the center of the Earth, beneath Stonehenge. The only way to activate it is by inserting the staff. When that happens, Quintessa will command Cybertron to break apart and hurtle toward Earth. Then, using the staff, she will trigger the ignition device. At that point, a massive energy conduit will form between the two worlds, draining the essence of Unicron, the life force within Earth itself, to restore Cybertron. Are you familiar with Unicron? Yes, the Queen explained it to me quite clearly, Vivian replied. The staff was stolen from Quintessa by the 12 Knights, who entrusted it to Merlin. Right now, it's at the Naval Museum, deep beneath the English Channel. And you, as Merlin's descendant, carry the genetic code needed to activate the staff. I assume that since you found me, you already know where the staff is, Vivian said. That's right, but you still haven't told me what you want the staff for, she pressed. He had already pinpointed the staff's location in his father's study, but retrieving it would require taking a World War II-era submarine housed in the Naval Museum. I need to get my hands on it as soon as possible, so I could travel to Cybertron and negotiate with Quintessa, Bai Yang explained. To absorb Unicron's life force and prevent his awakening? Vivian asked. That's the general idea, but the specifics will depend on negotiations with Quintessa. Don't worry, I'm not some madman hell-bent on destroying Earth or humanity. I know that, Vivian nodded. Since the Transformers had come to Earth, Bai Yang had single-handedly advanced human technology, enabling them to resist the Decepticons' invasions. He was the one who gave humanity hope and changed the helplessness they once felt when facing the Cybertronians. After Bai Yang patiently answered some of her questions, the group began to prepare for departure. But Vivian was still a bit afraid of the dangers ahead and wanted to ask Bai Yang to come along. No problem. Since I'm already here, and exploring the ocean depths with a beautiful lady sounds like an excellent idea, Bai Yang replied after a moment's thought. He'd already found the right direction for the stellar harvesting device, and believed the modifications would be finished soon. It wouldn't hurt to get the staff ahead of time. So, when are we leaving? Vivian looked at Bai Yang with excitement in her eyes. With him as her protector, she was starting to look forward to this adventure. Right now, Bai Yang replied. Then he turned to Edmund and the others. Do any of you want to join us? Let my butler and Hot Rod go along with you, Edmund said, pointing to Hot Rod, who was perched on the windowsill, and to the elders standing behind him. All right, then let's go. Bai Yang led Vivian outside. In the endless stretch of greenery, a silvery, high-tech portal suddenly materialized out of thin air. Edmund and Vivian watched the scene in amazement. When they saw Bai Yang step through, they hurried after him. Hot Rod transformed into a Lamborghini supercar and followed along behind. The Naval Museum was filled with relics from wartime, battleships and submarines left from another era, now displayed along the shoreline for visitors to explore. But at this hour, right at noon, not a soul was around. Massive warships sat quietly in the water, and all was silent. I've already notified the British military to clear out the tourists, Bai Yang explained. Whoa, we just crossed space, traveled dozens of kilometers in the blink of an eye. This is incredible. The elder darted about the shoreline, unable to contain his excitement. Hot Rod shifted from car back to his robot form, gazing around in astonishment at the surroundings. Miss Vivian, you know which submarine it is, right? Bai Yang turned to ask her. Of course. It's right in front of us. This one will lead us straight to the staff, she said, pointing to a black submarine not far away. Though it dated back to World War II, its gleaming surface showed it was still meticulously maintained. The Alliance. Another transformer. Okay, let's get going. Bai Yang opened the hatch and stepped inside. The submarine's interior was a bit chaotic. Wires and pipes snaked everywhere, and the control panels were packed tightly together, making the space feel rather cramped. Truth be told, Bai Yang was not fond of tight spaces, but with a beautiful lady by his side, it was easy to overcome. Child, the Alliance was left to you by your father. You know how to operate it, Edmund said to Vivian. She heard this and looked toward the submarine's control panel. Walking over, she sat down in front of it, took a deep breath, and then placed both hands firmly on the control handles. The moment she touched them, all the instruments aboard the submarine whirred to life. Immediately afterward, the submarine's propeller, though still on the shore, started to spin and began pushing the vessel toward the sea. Hot Break hurriedly leapt onto the submarine, grabbing hold of the periscope and following as they sank beneath the waves. As soon as they hit the water, the lights in the control room suddenly went out, plunging them into darkness. At that moment, Bai Yang felt a gentle pressure on his arm. The lights flickered back on, restoring everyone's vision. Oh, perhaps our magician should be renamed the Knight, Edmund remarked, astonished as he looked at Bai Yang and his companion. Somehow, at some point, Vivian had wrapped her arms tightly around Bai Yang's arm. I was just a little nervous, Vivian said, quickly letting go, her face a touch awkward as she pressed her lips together in embarrassment. If you'd like to hold on a little longer, I certainly wouldn't mind, Bayang teased with a smile. The submarine glided forward without a hitch, passing through every military checkpoint on their route as each vessel opened its passageway for them. They traveled along the city's tributaries, which gradually widened into the open waters of the English Channel. The channel, also known as La Manche, averages 120 meters in depth and separates Britain from mainland France. With Vivian's activation, the Alliance had switched to automatic navigation, heading steadily toward the location of the scepter. Once they reached open sea, the submarine began to descend further, plunging toward the ocean's depths. The water around them grew steadily darker and more mysterious, and Bai Yang gazed out through the observation port, taking in the sights of the underwater world. It was impossible to tell how long they traveled before the submarine gradually came to a halt. At that moment, the pressure reading inside the vessel returned to normal. "Come on, let's go. We're here," the elder exclaimed excitedly, flinging open the submarine hatch and rushing outside. Outside, everything was shrouded in gloom, so Hotbreak switched on a light, illuminating their surroundings. They found themselves amidst ruins, scattered with metallic wreckage. Moss covered every inch of the metal walls, and thick cables, like tangled vines, filled the wide space. In many places, water still dripped steadily down. "Looks like this was a spacecraft, probably the very one that belonged to the 12 Knights," Bayang observed, surveying the scene around them. "Do you know where it is?" Edmund asked Vivian. "No, I don't," she replied, shaking her head. "We should split up and search. Remember, don't do anything rash if you find it," Bayang suggested. "Good idea. Miss Vivian, it'll be easy for you to team up with Bayang, and us two old relics will stick together," Edmund said with a chuckle. Vivian said nothing, but she didn't refuse either. "All right then, I'll go with Hotbreak and Miss Vivian," Bayang nodded. The elder was strong in his own right, and besides, there shouldn't be any real danger inside the spacecraft. After splitting into two teams, each person started searching in opposite directions. "How do you know so much?" Vivian asked Bayang curiously as she stepped over a thick cable. "I can divine the future." "Really? Then what have you foreseen?" Vivian sounded a little skeptical. "Quintessa is controlling Cybertron to collide with Earth. You are the savior, but much of Earth has already been damaged." "Me? Yes. Do you really think your plan will work?" "I'll do my best. My plan is based on addressing Earth's potential crisis. If anything unexpected happens, I'll destroy Cybertron to save Earth," Bayang replied as they moved forward. 12 black machines, standing like statues, leaned on their swords like silent sentinels, guarding both ends of the corridor. According to the ancient records, there are 12 guardian knights here. "Perhaps what they're protecting is the staff," Vivian said, gazing up at the towering mechanical knights. As they continued, Vivian suddenly looked down and spotted something. "Look at this, it's Celtic." She brushed away the dust, revealing a metal steel beneath. She placed her hand on it. As the steel sensed a familiar gene, it began to glow. All around, bursts of energy shot up from the ground like jets of fire. Not far away, in a spot lit by a shaft of light, there was the sound of gears grinding and clicking. A mechanism slowly turned, and a stone sarcophagus gradually rose from the center, emerging into the beam of light. Bathed in the white light, they could make out sculpted figures all around the sarcophagus. The carvings looked like a miniature Greek temple, with each pedestal holding a separate statue and an assortment of skulls scattered among them. As they drew closer, the white statues grew clearer. They were all knights leaning on their swords. They were the very same 12 knights who guarded the entrance. On the lid of the sarcophagus, there was another carving. It showed an old man lying flat on the lid, clutching a staff in his arms. "Merlin, it's real!" Vivian exclaimed in awe, staring at the sculpture on the lid. Just then, she noticed another line of script in front of her. "Let me see what it says." She brushed away the dust, and the inscription came into focus. "It means that no one can possess it." In an instant, her excitement was doused like a bucket of cold water. "It's all right. Let's open it first," Bayang said, not rushing to explain. "All right." She nodded, a bit disappointed. The two of them moved to the same side and placed their hands on the lid. 1, 2, 3, push. With their combined strength, the lid slid aside with ease, the sound of stone scraping against stone echoing through the vast control chamber. With a heavy thud, the lid fell to the floor. "Wow!" Vivian gasped in shock at what she saw inside. Inside was an object shaped exactly like the carving on the lid, but within it lay a skull, draped in a swath of red fabric underneath. "Oh no, it's just a block of wood." Vivian shook her head in disappointment once she saw what was inside. "This is the thing we're after." Bayang bent down and took the scepter from the skeletal hands. "This item is encoded for genetic recognition. It can only be wielded by a direct descendant of Merlin." As he spoke, Bayang tossed the scepter to her. Vivian caught it instinctively, her mind filled with questions, but before she could speak, the scepter in her hands suddenly began to transform. The wooden staff started to pulse with a blue light, an electric hum of energy filling the air as the scepter gradually became encased in a layer of metal. Bathed in flickering blue energy, the top of the scepter was now surrounded by engravings shaped like a ring of crosses. This scepter is imprinted with your family's DNA. Only Merlin's descendants can activate it, Bayang explained to her. Vivian's eyes widened as she gazed at the now metallic scepter in her hands, feeling as if she were in a dream. Let's get out of here. The ship's about to launch. At that moment, a deep rumble echoed from within the ship, signaling ignition. Bayang reached out to open a portal, gesturing for Vivian to go through first. Meanwhile, on the other side, a portal appeared before Edmund and his companions as they scrambled about inside the ship. Bayang and Vivian leapt through in quick succession. Hurry, let's get out of here. We've got the scepter. This time, the portal led them directly back to the castle. As Bayang and the others vanished one by one, the 12 knights who had guarded the scepter began to awaken, only to discover that the scepter was gone. Who took the scepter? One of the knights, nearly consumed by the passage of ages, raised his sword and roared in fury. Wow, that went incredibly smoothly. The elder grinned, exchanging a fist bump with Hot Rod as he spotted the scepter in Vivian's hand. Oh, the secret our family has guarded for generations. May I take a closer look? Edmund gazed longingly at the silver-gray scepter in her grasp. Of course. Vivian handed the scepter over to him. At that moment, Bayang approached Hot Rod. Hot Rod, stick with me for a while. I'm sure you miss your comrades. Hot Rod hesitated, glancing over at Vivian. He had promised to protect Merlin's descendants. Sensing his gaze, Vivian nodded. Go ahead and follow him. I'll be safe here. If you ever want to come back, I can open a portal for you. Don't worry, Bayang added. Hot Rod, feeling a pang of nostalgia for Bumblebee and the others, nodded in agreement. Once Edmund had finished examining the scepter, he handed it back to Bayang. I won't be inviting you all over to my place this time, but after everything is settled, you must throw a special banquet just for me, Bayang said, standing before the portal and waving back at them. Oh, and Miss Vivian, don't even think about dashing over here. Otherwise, the portal might slice you in half. One half of you in Egypt, the other in England. That would be a real tragedy. Vivian, who had been about to rush forward for a passionate kiss, stopped in her tracks, rolling her eyes in exasperation. May you stay single forever. Bayang just smiled. As the portal faded away, Hot Rod followed, vanishing from their sight. The three of them stood there for a while, watching the spot where he disappeared. Looks like he has no intention of being your knight, Edmund said, shaking his head as he leaned on his cane and strolled back into the old castle. I think he's a good man. I like him, the elders said shyly, covering his face as if embarrassed. Vivian took one look at his posture and was instantly at a loss for words. She quickly turned and hurried away from him. Tank, who had been quietly resting by the roadside, also slipped away without drawing attention. Meanwhile, as soon as Bayang returned to Egypt, his phone rang again. Hello, Dr. Snow? There's some kind of flying object over the English Channel. What is it? Joshua's voice sounded anxious. Not long after Bayang and the others had left, a ship hidden beneath the sea had also been activated, rising out of the water. The ship was jet black, like would charred to cinders. Its top was shaped in a wide arc, from the center of which a long pillar hung down, resembling a giant black screw. That's the ignition device. In the end, it will dock above Stonehenge. You should have people build a base around it for protection, and do your best to keep others away. Is it dangerous? No. The activation staff is in my possession. All right, but next time, could you give me a little warning before things like this happen? Sorry, my mistake. After hanging up, Joshua hurried off to explain the situation to officials from various countries. Bayang, now that he'd stowed the staff in his dimensional space, began preparing for his next move. At this moment, the Allspark, the Matrix of Leadership, and Quintessa's staff, all three artifacts capable of endangering Earth, were in his hands. But there was a catch. If the Cybertronians managed to defeat Bayang, they would gain the power to destroy or conquer Earth as they wished. No sooner had Hot Rod arrived than he eagerly went off in search of Bumblebee and the others. Many of the Autobots were like children of 11 or 12, always wandering about and looking for fun, especially now that they were on Earth, surrounded by so many amusements. With the recent ceasefire, they had nothing much to do, so they simply spent their days at leisure, enjoying whatever caught their fancy. Upon hearing Bayang had returned, Optimus Prime, who had been waiting for this moment, came to find him, carrying a red and black transformer in his arms. Leader, I have brought Yuchindi back, he announced. He had arrived long ago, but had been waiting for Bayang. Did you bring back the teleport bridge device as well? Bayang asked. I did. I hope the leader will revive UTND. He placed UTND's body on the ground and pleaded with Bayang. Didn't he betray you? Bayang questioned. I want to speak with him myself, he replied. Then explained the situation to him. But if anything goes wrong, I'll have no choice but to abandon Cybertron, Bayang warned. As he spoke, he drew the Matrix of Leadership from the void and placed it over UTND's chest. The Matrix of Leadership possessed the power to reignite a Transformer spark. Optimus Prime himself had been brought back to life this way. Just as before, Bayang channeled the activating energy from the Matrix directly into UTND's chest. The instant the energy surged, UTND's body began to tremble violently. Enemies. Revenge. UTND suddenly sprang to life, brandishing his massive blade and lunging at the nearest Optimus Prime. But before he could fully rise, a red energy cable shot out from behind and wrapped tightly around his neck, yanking him back down to the ground. At this moment, UTND's consciousness was still trapped in the days of the Cybertronian War. During the mission to transport the space bridge to Earth, ambushed by unsuspecting Decepticons. UTND, calm down. It's me, Optimus Prime. Optimus stepped forward to restrain him. At the sound of Optimus Prime's voice, UTND gradually regained his composure. The first thing he asked was, "Where's the space pillar? Where is it?" Optimus met the gaze of his former mentor, his eyes filled with complicated emotions. "All the energy pillars are here, but I need an explanation from you." "What explanation?" UTND asked in confusion. "About our cooperation." Megatron's voice rang out. At some point, he had entered the chamber. UTND had once been the leader of the Autobots of Cybertron. But as the conflict with the Decepticons escalated, Cybertron was left scarred and broken, no longer fit for life. With the Autobots suffering defeat after defeat under the Decepticons' relentless assault, UTND believed that for his race to survive, a new path was needed. So he revealed the location of the Allspark to Megatron, secretly arranging to meet on Earth to discuss Cybertron's future together. But unexpectedly, on the journey to Earth, UTND's Ark was attacked by Decepticons unaware of the pact. The ship's faster-than-light engine was destroyed, causing the Ark to crash on the far side of the moon. Later, several nations explored the lunar far side, found the wreckage, and recovered some of the teleport pillars, but not UTND, who lay at the bottom of the ship. Their true intention in meeting was to teleport Cybertron to Earth and use the sun's energy to reactivate Cybertron's dead core. The sun. Goodness. Zhen Tianzhuan wanted to use the stellar harvester to absorb the sun's energy, and UTND's target was also the sun. Only Quintessa set her sights on Earth. "Megatron, why are you here? What on Earth is going on?" UTND looked at him in shock. "I'm cooperating with Optimus Prime now. The matter we discussed between us has already been made public," Megatron explained. "Why? What happened?" UTND's ancient face was filled with confusion. "You two carry on. I have work to do," Bayang said, stowing away the Matrix of Leadership and leaving with his hands clasped behind his back. Optimus Prime and Megatron both watched Bayang depart with respect in their eyes. "Who is that human?" "Our leader." "A human? Leader?" A barrage of questions spilled from the control room. UTND, sounding like someone from ancient times who had just awakened in the modern world, momentarily unable to adjust to such a rapidly changing era. Bayang returned to the Stellar Harvester's laboratory to resume his research. Now that Quintessa's staff was in his possession, the next step was to wait for the successful transformation of the Stellar Harvester. After that, the spatial bridge between Earth and Cybertron would be constructed. 1 year later, under the leadership of Megatron and Optimus Prime, members of both the Autobots and Decepticons gathered in Chicago. This location faced Cybertron and served as the site for the main pillar of the space bridge. Across the country, more than 100 energy pillars have been distributed, all waiting for the order to be deployed. "Begin." Bai Yang's command rang out through the earpieces of everyone holding a space pillar. At his signal, all personnel began to deploy the pillars. The space pillars were sleek, white metal columns, resembling flower buds yet to bloom. A mechanical hum filled the air as the energy pillars hovered weightlessly, their energies resonating with one another. The outer casings split open like blossoming flowers, exposing the energy cores within. A sharp, electronic tone echoed globally as beams of blue light shot skyward from all around the world. Meanwhile, for light years from Earth, a metallic planet orbiting Alpha Centauri was suddenly engulfed by a dense network of blue beams. As the very last main space pillar's beam joined the rest, the entire planet of Cybertron was enveloped and began to transmit through the space bridge toward Earth. At the same time, Bayang waited in Egypt. The moment the space bridge was established, the Egyptian pyramids once again fired a brilliant white beam into the depths of space. The newly modified Stellar Harvester, now more aptly called the stellar energy converter, had been activated. A pure white beam reached straight for the sun, beginning its slow draw of solar energy. Once the device was up and running, Bai Yang made his way to the control room of the Wanderer. With a resonant clang, the mech powered up, and a gleaming silver portal of advanced technology unfurled at his feet. The mech plummeted straight down. At that moment, Earth looked like a hedgehog covered in blue light. A white spike pierced into the sun, gleaming with dazzling brilliance. Chicago. By now, Cybertron had slowly begun to reveal itself. Both humans and Cybertronians gazed nervously upward. Suddenly, a massive silver magic circle appeared above Chicago, and then an enormous blue mech emerged, its back glowing with slow pulses of energy as it hovered into view. It floated in the air, hands poised as if gripping invisible force, with a cube-shaped projection of energy flickering between them. Magic arrays began to shimmer and spin before its chest. Bathed in sunlight, the Jaeger mech descended like a deity of steel. All eyes, human and Cybertronian alike, were fixed on a Jaeger high above. Inside the control room, Bai Yang mirrored the mech's dance. Magical etchings before him took shape, accompanied by the chanting of incantations, growing ever more intricate. The moment the complex, mysterious magic sigils were complete, Bai Yang's hands trembled with power. For all the world to see, as the circular, rune-engraved formation, woven with intricate squares and triangles, solidified in front of the mech, its hands gave a sharp twist, and the enormous array began to spin rapidly. Wild bursts of magic energy erupted outward, blossoming in every direction like a display of fireworks. Next, Bai Yang's tensed arms relaxed, then circled and swept upward in a fluid arc. The mech followed instantly, raising its hands skyward, the magic circle ascending with them, leveled flat against the sky. As it locked onto the heavens, the magic array began to expand rapidly, growing larger and larger, gradually blanketing all of Chicago. But then, as if the energy was running low, the expansion halted. At that critical moment, a surge of red energy was transmitted from Egypt, funneled directly into the mech. The stellar transmuter absorbed the sun's power in an instant, and the giant silver magic circle resumed its growth. Before the awestruck crowd, the array swiftly enveloped the entire planet. From a space station, Earth now appeared not only wreathed in beams of energy, but also encircled by a mysterious silver lattice of runes. Once the fortress-like magic barrier stabilized, the mech finally released its grip. The stellar energy conversion device ceased its roaring operation, though the energy harvesting process continued at a slow pace. Thus, the beam connecting Earth and the sun did not vanish. Meanwhile, the teleporting Cybertron gradually came to a stop. Yet the space bridge linking the two worlds still remained, and Bai Yang had set a controlled passageway between the planets. Only the spatial main column of the transfer gate remained. All others were sealed outside the planetary fortress. Now, with the space device anchored on Earth, it meant that if the main column was destroyed, the resulting backlash of spatial energy would utterly annihilate Cybertron. In this way, the initiative now lay in the hands of those on Earth. As for why they couldn't simply open a portal to cover 40,000 light-years, well, even draining Bai Yang's power wouldn't be enough. The magic array gradually stabilized, then faded from everyone's sight, but across the globe, numerous blue teleportation bridges began to appear. Of course, blue energy pillars aren't uncommon when viewed from space, but for the people on land, it basically meant each country had 2 or 3 spatial bridges, some had even fewer. On the ground, everyone was still in shock from the recent miracle, Mouse Agape, as they stared dumbfounded at the sky. Is this the work of the gods? The age of the machines had officially begun. Who wants to go to Cybertron with me? Bai Yang sent out a transmission to Optimus Prime and the others on Earth. Pretty much every Transformer present wanted to return to Cybertron. Led by Bai Yang, they each disappeared through the portals, heading toward their homeworld. Cybertron. This metallic planet, similar in size to Saturn, was now desolate, a dead world, stripped of life by the endless war between the Autobots and Decepticons. Today, blue pillars of light reached it from distant space. Thanks to an earlier warning from their leader, the inhabitants of this planet remained still, awaiting orders. Still, a few Decepticons attempted to pilot their ships toward Earth, only to crash headlong into the spatial barriers, shattering on impact. Then, a massive mech emerged from one of the blue beams, with Optimus Prime and the others at his side. Quintessa, I hope you've been waiting a long time, Bai Yang murmured to himself inside his mech, surveying the barren landscape. Where do we even begin to look for our creator? Optimus Prime asked over the comms. We don't need to look for her. "She'll come to us," Bayang replied, his tone laced with curiosity as he gazed across the planet. In truth, he wondered whether Quintessa would stubbornly stick to her own path. He might even end up with a discarded planetary core as a bonus. "Let's wait here for an hour. If she doesn't show, we'll leave." Earth's safety was now assured. All that remained was for Bai Yang to fulfill his promise to Optimus Prime and the others. As the hour drew to a close, Optimus and his group began to grow anxious. Yet Quintessa, the so-called creator Bai Yang spoke of, still had not appeared. "Time's up. I'm heading back," the Wanderer mech announced, slowly turning toward the teleportation bridge. "Stop." Just as he was about to turn away, an ethereal, yet commanding female voice rang out from behind. The mech slowly rotated, fixing its gaze on a figure hovering in midair. However, at this moment, she seemed rather small compared to the massive mech, so Bayang had to zoom in for a closer look. As the camera focused, a figure appeared, her entire body cloaked in a ghostly blue, her form and features strikingly similar to a human, with a face that looked as if it were carved from diamond. Metallic ribbons floated all around her, giving the impression of a tailcoat made entirely of fluttering strips. Suspended in the air, she looked like an elegant peacock. "Almost thought you were going to give up." As Quintessa gradually approached, Bayang drifted out from inside the mech. "Our species has wandered the cosmos for countless years, yet we have never encountered a being like you." As a member of the creator race, Quintessa had spent eons bringing life into the universe. She had seen many life forms similar to Earth's humans, but never one as inexplicable as the person before her. "This is magic, just like your curse," Bayang replied. Quintessa paused, surprised that he knew about her powers. Her curse could alter the minds of others, granting her control over different beings. She had been watching Bayang for some time, and it was true, he seemed to possess something akin to prophetic insight. But now, seeing that Earth was under his protection, Quintessa abandoned her plan to forcibly drain Unicron's life force to revive Cybertron. Though she held the pride of a creator, she couldn't decipher the magical array Bayang had constructed. Not right away. "What do you intend to do?" she asked, after a moment's contemplation, turning her gaze to the human before her. "We are here to make a deal." Bayang produced a device, which projected a three-dimensional image of Cybertron and Earth, linked by a beam of blue light. "I know that Earth's origin lies in Unicron, and you need Unicron's power to sustain Cybertron's life. I can allow Cybertron and Unicron to share that life force." Bayang began to simulate this process, referencing the ignition device Quintessa had previously placed at the Earth's core. Unicron's essence, deep within the planet, slowly dwindled, transferred through a reserve channel in the space bridge to Cybertron. "At the same time, I am willing to teach you the knowledge of magic. But since this is a trade, do you have something of equal value to offer?" In the 3D projection, as Cybertron absorbed the life force, its withering core began to awaken. Quintessa gazed at the image in her hand, a flicker of longing in her eyes. "What is it that you want?" she asked. Since he was willing to negotiate, there must be something he desired. "I want your species' technological records. Everything, including the experimental data that accidentally led to the creation of Unicron. In this world, the pinnacle of known science belonged to these self-proclaimed creators, the cosmic race. The source of the Allspark, the emperor of the universe, possesses the power to transform organic life forms into molecular weapons known as transformium. The entire planet Cybertron is a legacy left behind by this ancient race's experiments. As the creators of Cybertron, the race that called themselves the creators were dissatisfied with the transformers produced by their experiment. In their eyes, these beings were no different from other organic life, wild, combative, and unruly. Most of the creators decided to abandon Cybertron and move on to their next grand experiment. Only the sorceress Quintessa refused to give up, insisting that Cybertron was still worthy of salvation. Her method of salvation involved a device placed on Earth, designed to absorb the power of the Emperor of the Universe and use it to revive Cybertron's dying core. But betrayal struck. One of Earth's guardian knights turned against her, and the staff Quintessa used to activate the device was stolen. On top of that, the whole affair with Optimus Prime revealed that two opposing views existed on Cybertron regarding Earth's fate. One side believed Earth must be destroyed to save Cybertron, while the other sought to prevent Earth's destruction, choosing instead to treat Earth as home and coexist peacefully with humanity. There was no absolute right or wrong here, just a fundamental clash of ideals. Ultimately, everything would come down to a contest of will, to see whose resolve would prevail. Since Bai Yang's arrival, however, humanity had seized the initiative, whether to stay or leave, to destroy or to cooperate and coexist. All these choices were now firmly in human hands. Quintessa began to ponder whether this bargain was truly worthwhile. There's more, Bai Yang continued. After forming an alliance with Earth, humans have welcomed the Autobots with open arms. The Decepticons can choose to live on Cybertron, which would bring a temporary peace to your world. And compared to humans, the life forms of Cybertron are far more straightforward. Once you've set your guiding principles, they'll be easy to manage. Bai Yang kept laying out his offers, one after another. Quintessa was tempted, but these technologies were the product of her people's experiments over billions, perhaps even hundreds of billions of years. To simply hand them over to a human left her deeply reluctant. It was clear now that Quintessa regarded Bai Yang as her equal. Take your time to consider, Bai Yang said calmly. If you reach a decision, come to Earth and find me. For now, I need to return and deal with the Transformers still on Earth. With that, he bid farewell, stepped into the mechanical frame, and used the space bridge to transport himself home. Optimus Prime and Megatron followed, as many matters still required their attention. Quintessa watched their silhouettes vanish into the space bridge, then turned and headed back to the heart of Cybertron. After returning, Bai Yang and his team began registering the Transformers in Egypt. Those who chose to stay aligned themselves with Optimus Prime. Those who wished to return to Cybertron followed Megatron. At this time, Chicago was also undergoing a massive transformation. Humanity was determined to establish a secure defense and control center there, and at the same time, build a platform for collaboration with Cybertron. The main pillar of the space bridge at the center was protected layer upon layer, with security measures at every level. Meanwhile, on Earth, as the immediate crisis subsided, everyone felt a collective sigh of relief. Now, discussions began in earnest about cooperating with Cybertron. Some people suggested that Cybertron should be destroyed to eliminate any future threats, while others believed that since the initiative was firmly in human hands, there was no reason not to embrace collaboration and acceptance. Nations around the world started debating the issue, even issuing a series of laws and regulations concerning Cybertron and other planets in the universe. But none of this had much to do with Bai Yang. He had done everything within his power. If humanity ended up mishandling things later on, there was little he could do about it. After all, with the magic array protecting the Earth, all he needed to do was ensure the planet's safety. Hot Rod, come on, let's do one more. In the middle of a vast, empty testing ground, Bai Yang, clad in armor bristling with sensors, called out to Hot Rod not far away. All right, Hot Rod replied, and fired a time-stopping projectile at the target behind Bai Yang. With a thunderous bang, the target exploded instantly, but then something strange happened. From the center of the blast, a hemispherical force field seemed to spread outward. Within its range, the flying shards of the shattered target began to slow down dramatically. Bai Yang was inside this force field as well, but all he felt was a ripple passing over him. His movements, however, felt perfectly normal. At that moment, Hot Rod blurred past in a streak and appeared a short distance ahead. Gravity is omnipresent in the universe. Every object with mass has the ability to distort the fabric of space. We usually think of space as something invisible and intangible, but in truth, it possesses physical properties, much like a sheet or a blanket. In a vacuum, light travels in straight lines. Yet, when you place a massive object like the sun onto the fabric of space, its immense gravity warps the space around it, so that when light passes by, its path bends. But it's not the light that's bending. It's the very space it travels through that's been warped. In our daily lives, we quantify time in hours, minutes, and seconds, seemingly straightforward. Yet, time is relative. The passage of time is closely linked to one's position in space. So, when gravity distorts space, it alters time as well. Just like now, with the change in gravity acting on Bai Yang, the flow of time around him has shifted accordingly. Strictly speaking, gravity isn't a force. When matter exists, the fabric of space-time deforms, and this affects the curvature of both space and time. The instant the gravitational field vanished, Bai Yang suddenly felt a sensation of weightlessness sweep over his body. The next moment, as if he'd lost all control, he crashed heavily onto the ground. Shard from the target behind him rained down, striking his back with a clatter. Incredible! Bai Yang lay sprawled on the ground, gazing up at the vast expanse of sky in astonishment. Want to go another round? Hot Rod thundered over, his massive frame shaking the earth with every step. No, let me finish recording the data first, then I'll join you for a game, Bai Yang replied. All right, Hot Rod said, flopping down beside him and staring up at the sky as well. By the way, why aren't you hanging out with Bumblebee? Bai Yang suddenly turned to him in puzzlement. That guy's like a shadow, always glued to that kid Sam's side, Hot Rod grumbled, pounding the ground in frustration. What about Ratchet and the others? They're with Optimus Prime, negotiating with the humans. Apparently, some of the agreements are pretty unreasonable. Bai Yang just sighed. All right, I'll wrap this up as soon as possible. Let's go find Edmund and the others. He's got a huge castle, plenty of space for us. To have some fun, Bai Yang said, getting up and removing his protective armor before heading toward a massive computer console. Once he'd plugged in the port, the data transfer began. Taking advantage of the downtime, Bai Yang turned to Hot Rod, now in his car form, and said, Mr. Edmund is hosting a banquet. Miss Vivian will be there too. Would you like to come along? Of course. Hot Rod's Lamborghini headlights flashed eagerly. Then I'll have them reserve a special seat just for you. I'll also arrange for the company to send over some energy crystals. At those words, Hot Rod instantly transformed back into his robot form, excitement lighting up his face. Really? Are they from Egypt? Yes, Bai Yang confirmed. The Egyptian crystals were produced using energy absorbed straight from the sun, though the energy content was low, making them more like snacks. With the introduction of Cybertronian regulations, Earth was bound to see more Autobots in the future. That's why KSI had started producing energy crystals specifically for Autobots. The cheaper ones were made using arc reactor energy, while the premium ones were solar-powered. But even the cheap options were only relatively affordable. And the flavors, of course, varied according to the Autobots' tastes. It did mean, however, that humans with Autobot friends might find themselves going bankrupt. Of course, Autobots could always get jobs and earn their own money. Once the data transfer was complete, Bai Yang opened a portal and stepped straight into Count Fogan's castle. Where's Edmund? Bai Yang asked, noticing only the Elder was present. Oh, good day, wizard. Welcome. He's off preparing for the banquet, the Elder replied, stepping aside to usher Bai Yang in. You'd better call me Dr. Snow, Bai Yang said, forcing a slightly awkward grin and choosing not to enter. I'll stay out here. Do you want to come play soccer? Soccer? That sounds fantastic. The Elder agreed without a moment's hesitation. It's just the three of us, so I'll call a few more people. Finding the group a bit too small for real fun, he quickly dialed up several contacts. He walked over to the tank, phone in hand. Hey, old relic. Want to join us for a game of soccer? Bai Yang rapped his knuckles against the tank's gray shell. No problem. The tank, seemingly surprised to be invited, instantly transformed with excitement. Watching bits and pieces fall off during the transformation, Bai Yang couldn't help but worry that the tank might literally fall apart in the middle of the game. You can team up with the Elder. Why? That's not fair, the Elder protested, stepping forward and pointing at the tank. This old fellow's going to fall to pieces out there. He needs the exercise. Otherwise, his senility's only going to get worse. Bai Yang shook his head. Just then, the call went through. Hello, Dr. Snow, what's up? Bumblebee, who was in the middle of passing the ball, pressed a hand to his head as he spoke. Get Sam and come play soccer. I've already got 4 people here. Where are they? Sam asked, curiosity getting the better of him as he stepped forward. In London, England. Are you guys in? No way. That's way too far, Sam protested immediately, not at all eager to trek across half the world. Too far? Just come right over. The words had barely left Bai Yang's mouth when a shimmering silver portal of advanced technology opened right in front of Bumblebee and Sam. Hurry up. I still have more people to round up. Bai Yang called impatiently from the other side. All right. Sam's eyes went wide. It was the first time he'd seen a portal up close. Last time in Los Angeles, it had appeared and vanished in a flash. Soon after, Bai Yang recruited a few more people and Autobots who happened to be free. Now, on the vast lawn, there were 4 humans and 7 robots. The field was as immense as a prairie. For human players, it meant they could simply run to their heart's content. At each end of the lawn stood enormous metal goals. Here, each of you, take a set of battle armor. Don't want anyone getting flattened out there, Bai Yang said, handing 3 silver metallic suits to his companions. The newcomers included Bumblebee and Sam, Agent Simmons with his glasses, the ever-rowdy Sideswipe, the inventive Cade, and the Samurai. Once the 3 had suited up, Bai Yang gave a quick rundown of the rules. The rules are simple. No intentional fouling. Especially you. Tank, no random firing. Score a goal, you get a point, and don't cross the lines. That's it. After all, this was hardly a standard soccer match. So, keeping things loose was just fine. In the interest of fairness, we humans can use the power from our battle suits for assistance. Alright, does anyone have anything to add? If not, let's get started. No one voiced any objections. They all waited eagerly for the game to begin. After quickly forming teams, Bai Yang and the others started playing soccer on the lawn outside the castle. The soccer ball was clearly crafted from a special plastic material, with just the right size and weight. After returning to his ancient castle by car, Edmund was astonished to see Transformers and Bai Yang's group, dressed in battle suits, running around the grass. At that moment, the ball was at Sam's feet, while several towering robots, including Hot Rod, chased after him from behind. Each goal was guarded by a different figure. One a gray tank, the other a black and blue warrior. They played all afternoon, as the skies slowly shifted towards dusk. With the banquet time approaching, everyone sat down on the lawn, faces still glowing with excitement, as the last rays of the setting sun cast their golden light over the group, large and small. Let's go. The banquet's about to start. We should head over. This banquet was being held by Edmund, under his title as Count Fugan XII, and many guests were expected to attend. Bai Yang and his friends returned to the castle to wash up and change into suits and ties. In England, etiquette is highly valued, and there are plenty of rules to follow at formal gatherings. For instance, one must wear formal attire to a banquet, gifts should not be overly extravagant, and handshakes. Once everyone was dressed and ready, they rode in the transformed sports cars with Hot Rod and the others, following Edmund to the banquet venue. Stepping out of the cars, Bai Yang and his companions were led inside by the reception attendants, while Hot Rod and the others transformed into their humanoid forms and entered through the prepared grand entrance with the elder. As Bai Yang followed the attendant and pushed open the doors to the main hall, his eyes lit up. The grand hall was magnificent. Delicate blue chandeliers hung overhead, their tassels trembling slightly. The shining floor and low-hanging velvet blue drapes created an almost dreamlike atmosphere from the moment you entered. Every dish was arranged with perfect order, and the women all wore elegant, form-fitting gowns, seated gracefully along the long dining tables. Bai Yang's arrival immediately drew the attention of many guests. Most of those attending were prominent British officials, so nearly everyone recognized Bai Yang from his portrait. Bai Yang responded to the warm greetings with polite composure. Meanwhile, his companions had already taken their seats and begun eating, leaving him to handle the introductions alone. After dealing with the enthusiastic crowd, Bai Yang had just sat down and was about to take a bite when a lady in a blue gown approached him. Seeing her stop at his side, Bai Yang quickly stood up and pulled out the chair next to him. "No need for that. I've come to invite you to dance," Vivian said with a gentle smile. "I think it's better if you sit down for a while. We've been playing all afternoon, and I'm starving," Bai Yang said with a touch of helplessness. "All right, I'll wait for you." Vivian sat down, clearly resigned. This guy really wasn't much of a gentleman. Seeing her settle into her seat, Bai Yang offered a smile before turning his attention to the food in front of him. During this time, a few more ladies tried to invite Bai Yang to dance, but he politely declined each invitation. After he had eaten enough and was about to rise and invite Vivian to dance, a lady adorned with golden ornaments approached. "I made up my mind, but there are some changes I need to make," she announced, coming up directly behind Bai Yang. "Who are you?" Vivian spoke up before Bai Yang could, irritation evident in her tone. She had waited so long. There was no way she'd let someone else steal her moment. "No problem, but may we discuss this after I finish this dance with the lady?" Bai Yang gestured toward Vivian as he spoke. The woman glanced at Vivian, thought for a moment, then leaned down and whispered something in her ear. "Stop." In an instant, Bai Yang's psychic power surged forth. "I don't appreciate people using their abilities on ordinary folks in front of me. Quintessa, enough with your spells." Obstructed, Quintessa cast a puzzled look at Bai Yang, but she withdrew her curse all the same. Vivian's dazed expression cleared in a heartbeat. "Shall we, my lady?" Bai Yang rose, bowed slightly, and extended his left hand in an inviting gesture. Vivian smiled at him, placing her right hand in his. Together, they stepped onto the dance floor and began to move in time with the music. "What just happened?" Vivian asked, her hand resting on Bai Yang's shoulder, their breaths mingling in the closed space. "She's Quintessa. She was trying to put you to sleep, to control you." "Quintessa? The creator of Cybertron? How could she possibly be human?" Vivian's voice trembled with surprise. "For her, creating a human body is a simple matter," Bai Yang explained with a gentle smile. "My goodness, she can create human beings? I don't know much, to be honest. I only know her identity, not the finer details." Bai Yang shrugged and stepped back in the dance. As the two continued their dance, they chatted about Quintessa. When the dance ended, Bai Yang led Vivian back to their table. "Is that body of yours an imitation, or something you created?" Bai Yang asked, his gaze lingering on her striking, regal features. "It's simulated," she replied. "All right then. Have you made up your mind? Any more conditions? I can teach you everything I know, but you must do more than help me restore Cybertron. You also need to modify the space bridge, so it works both ways. If Cybertron is destroyed, Earth will be destroyed as well." She did not trust humans. If the power to annihilate Cybertron ended up in their hands, Cybertron would be exploited in every future collaboration, reduced step by step to servitude. She understood all too well the greed and ugliness of humankind. The original intention behind creating Cybertron had been to craft the ideal life form. Hearing this, Bai Yang furrowed his brow and began to contemplate. "How about this? After I modify your big extractor, I'll hand the staff over to you. But I'll install a detection system. If you attempt to destroy Earth, it will be detected in advance. The transport bridge will be severed, and the backlash of spatial energy will obliterate Cybertron as well. Conversely, if Earth tries to destroy Cybertron, before the bridge is cut off, you'll be able to use the staff to destroy Earth outright. This arrangement wasn't exactly mutual prosperity, but it certainly guaranteed mutual destruction. The big extractor, referred to the device Quintessa, had created to siphon Unicron's life force. Both sides now held powerful deterrents against each other. Agreed. I'll remain on Earth for a while and share my knowledge with you. Quintessa nodded her assent. Would you like something to eat? Bayang suddenly asked. No need. It's just some solar energy snacks. Hot Rod and the others really enjoy them. You've come all this way to Earth. You ought to be welcomed. Besides, we'll be spending some time together. Might as well get used to it. All right. Quintessa paused in thought, then agreed. Miss Vivian, would you like to join us? Bayang turned and asked. Of course. Vivian glared at him playfully as she answered. The three of them headed toward the room specially prepared for hosting Bumblebee and the other Transformers. In the spacious room, Hot Rod and several others lounged against the wall, enjoying energy crystals in their hands with obvious contentment. Hey, Hot Rod, how's it taste? Bayang called out as the three entered. You shouldn't have invited Bumblebee and the others. Otherwise, all these snacks would have been mine. Hot Rod grumbled, shooting a disgruntled look at the others. You're really something. You forget I passed you the ball today. The samurai, munching away like he was eating potato chips, tossed crystal after crystal into his mouth, making a crisp, satisfying crunch each time. Your creator is here. Save some for her. Bayang picked up a crystal and lobbed it at Hot Rod. Oh, all right, I get it. Hot Rod waved his hand dismissively. Yet the others couldn't help but cast curious glances at Quintessa. For reasons she couldn't explain, as Quintessa gazed at this peaceful scene, she suddenly thought that perhaps these were the ideal beings she had once dreamed of creating. Not savage and warlike, as things had become on Cybertron. Here you go. Bumblebee politely handed over some energy crystals. Quintessa suddenly smiled at Bumblebee before taking the energy crystals and eating them. These energy crystals had been produced through various experiments, and the test subjects were undoubtedly Autobots like Bumblebee. The banquet ended quickly, and Bayang piloted his spacecraft toward the ignition device ship hovering above Stonehenge. The ship Bayang was flying still belonged to Lockdown before. Ever since it was captured by the Mechs, it had become Bai Yang's. To be honest, the ship still looked pretty impressive. Though it lacked dazzling lights on the outside, its monstrous, brooding construction had a style all its own. All the monsters that had been held inside were transported to human research facilities for study, while Lockdown and his crew were killed one after another by Megatron, Optimus Prime, and the others. As for bounty hunters like him, Bayang saw no reason to keep them alive. No one knew how much time had passed. Once again, the Earth emitted a beam of energy, shooting through the reserved space bridge and reaching the core of Cybertron. With the staff acting as a conduit, the life force of the slumbering Unicron within Earth began to be gradually siphoned away. As this life force was absorbed, the withered core of Cybertron started to radiate vitality once more. When the life force finally stabilized, the energy beam slowly diminished. The pillar of light, thick as a column before, was now reduced to the width of a rope. In keeping with their agreement, Quintessa did not excessively drain Unicron's life force. Thus, a connection between the two planets was established. After informing all of humanity about the staff and the space pillar, Bayang used the teleport bridge to travel to Cybertron, beginning what could only be called a shameless, an educational, journey with Quintessa. When the human population on Earth learned that Bayang had willingly handed the staff over to Quintessa, some immediately began to curse him. They considered Bayang a harbinger of doom, utterly unworthy of being Earth's savior. And then, they simply faded into obscurity. Now, Bayang's zealous followers on Earth were beyond counting, and his identity as a mage had elevated him to the status of a deity. People had even started to set up statues of Bayang for worship. More and more Cybertronians appeared on Earth, gradually blending into human society. Nations could choose to activate their own space pillars within their territories, opening diplomatic relations with Cybertron. As for countries without one, well, there was nothing to be done. No one knew how much time had passed, but Bayang finally completed his studies and returned to Earth. Chicago, are you willing to follow me? Standing atop a high platform in Chicago, Bayang gazed at the Transformers on the opposite side, led by Optimus Prime and Megatron, and asked. At this moment, Chicago had been completely transformed. The entire city was now built from a special kind of steel, and within its walls resided diplomats and technological experts sent from countries all over the world. A massive blue beam of light dominated the center, while the city's architecture exuded a distinctly punk aesthetic. With these changes, Chicago was rechristened as the city of future technology. We're willing. We're willing. Many of the Transformers here dropped to one knee, pledging their allegiance to Bai Yang. Those who were unwilling simply chose to leave. Understand this. Once I lead you away, there may be no return. Are you certain about your decision? Bayang asked gravely. A long silence followed. No one answered. Very well then. Offer up your sparks. Kamartaj. Within the mirror dimension, Bayang had been sitting cross-legged for 3 days. While the average person can survive a week without food or water, people's constitutions differ, and some would have struggled after just 3 days. However, after learning magic, one's body would naturally grow stronger. Although this didn't quite grant the ability to survive solely on spiritual energy, going 3 days without sustenance was no longer a problem. During these days, by order of the Ancient One, no one but Wong had entered the space. At this moment, a sudden change came over Bayang. Translucent crystal rings materialized on each of his 5 pale fingers, etched with mysterious magical runes. The rings forced his fingers to spread apart slightly. 2 silvery white metallic bracelets appeared on his wrists, their surfaces also inscribed with transparent magical patterns like the rings. Behind him, a rectangular silver metal case took shape, marked with the same mystical runes. Within the rings, he stored the sparks of Optimus Prime and other Transformers, along with a matrix of leadership and smaller items like the Allspark. One bracelet housed the bodies of the Transformers, while the other contained knowledge that Quintessa had entrusted to him. The rectangular metal case on his back was reserved for the Wanderer mech. Nesting these items inside each other wasn't possible, as it would cause spatial disturbances, so each piece had to be worn separately. Otherwise, a single ring would have sufficed for all. To be honest, when Bai Yang was building the storage device for the mech, he had nearly given up, torn by the struggle. In the end, he just couldn't bear to let it go. He did his utmost to expand the internal space, and finally, he managed to cram the 70-meter-long behemoth inside. During his time studying on Cybertron, Quintessa didn't harbor much ill will toward Bai Yang. After Cybertron's energy was reactivated, her mood improved considerably. Cybertron was like her own child to her. In her quest to revive the planet, she cared little for the fate of creatures on other worlds. If it hadn't been for her inability to decipher Bai Yang's magical laws, perhaps their negotiations wouldn't have gone so smoothly. In the years that followed, as humans and Cybertronians learned to coexist peacefully, war finally vanished from Cybertron. Humanity even sent diplomats and their teams to help with the planet's restoration. As for why the sparks of Optimus Prime and the others were separated, it was out of concern that the system might classify them as living beings, making it impossible to bring them out. Slowly, Bayang opened his eyes and gazed at the ring in his hand. If this were a diamond or gemstone, and he wore a sable fur coat to match, he'd look like an unmistakable nouveau riche. Oh dear, my body's almost rusted stiff, Bayang muttered, stretching his limbs. After being still for so long, his joints released a series of crisp, satisfying pops. He swayed his head from side to side, then turned in a full circle. Once he checked over the contents of his spatial storage device, Bai Yang nodded in contentment. There was no denying that his harvest from the Transformers world was truly bountiful this time. Biological armor, energy crystals, sparks, the leadership matrix, mecha, and most importantly, Professor Quintessa's own knowledge. Among these treasures was the secret of transforming organic life into biomechanical metal, something they called the philosophy of life. Their race had wandered the cosmos for ages and developed countless weapons, though Quintessa herself knew little about those. Her expertise lay instead in things like the life equation and the mysteries of existence. But even just this philosophy of life would be enough to occupy Bai Yang's research for decades, even centuries. And as for the laboratory notes of Unicron, those were priceless beyond words. For now, his top priority was to rewrite the energy programming of the Transformer sparks. He was no mechanical creator. After all, creating life only for the sake of observation. As Bai Yang's thoughts gradually settled, he slowly stood up. Behind him, a long, rectangular metal crate stood upright like a coffin, taller than he was. He looked at the sealed space that the Ancient One had prepared and began to analyze the surface before him. During his 8 years in the Transformers world, he had studied not only Cybertronian technology, but also practiced magic at night. With continued effort, he eventually created a magical fortress, a grand space bastion array. Ordinarily, he could never have cast a spell of such scale, one capable of covering an entire planet, not even with 50 years of study. Unless, of course, he drew energy from another dimension, but the price for that would be far too steep for Bai Yang to pay. Fortunately, with the aid of stellar technology, he was able to channel solar energy directly into the magic array, empowering it to form a shield that spanned the globe. Perfecting this array had taken Bai Yang 5 long years. Once he'd set down the metal storage unit behind him, Bai Yang stepped to the side with his left leg, began chanting softly, and brought his right index and middle fingers together as if holding a brush. In the air before him, a glowing red magical sigil began to bloom. Next, he placed his left hand on the back of his outstretched right hand and slowly lifted it upward, grasping his index and middle fingers. He began to turn them downward, and at that moment, the patterns of the magic circle started to grow more intricate. Soon, the magic circle took shape, glowing brilliantly in the void as the incantation resonated. "Go!" Bai Yang shouted, thrusting both hands forward, sending the magic circle hurtling toward the barrier of space. The instant the magical diagram touched the barrier, the entire space began to ripple gently, like the surface of water disturbed by a stone. A sharp cracking sound, like glass shattering, slowly echoed out, and the whole space lost its sense of reality, gradually dissolving away. Holy! As the space just faded, Bai Yang, startled, leapt back in fright, blurting out an eloquent exclamation. Before him, the Ancient One sat cross-legged, and what had startled Bai Yang was the gleaming, polished shine of her bald head. "It seems your state of mind has settled down," the Ancient One remarked, as if she had expected nothing less, offering a gentle smile at Bai Yang's flustered expression. Bai Yang scratched the back of his head, laughing awkwardly. After respectfully saluting her, he took a seat cross-legged opposite her. "Would you care to share your answer with me?" The Ancient One gazed at her disciple, whose appearance had not changed but whose aura was utterly transformed. She made no effort to pry into Bai Yang's secrets, but she knew that his heart was a weakness. She had witnessed many destroyed by their own flaws of character, her old friend among them. And Bai Yang, at this moment, stood at a crossroads of belief. It was the perfect time to guide him. "Ever since the incident in Japan, I started having doubts. No matter if I save 1,000 people or 10,000, just a few fleeting rumors can erase it all. Some people simply don't care how many lives I save. Why should I exhaust myself, go to such lengths to help others? But now I've worked it out. I was too naive before, thinking peace was something simple. The truth is, they're not worth it." Bai Yang sighed. So young, yet unable to hold on to his ideals. "So my philosophy has changed. As a sorcerer, my duty is simply to protect the earth. As long as the world isn't destroyed, I'll let human society be whatever it wants to be. I won't invent any more medicines or technology for healthcare. I'll still save those in suffering, but I won't go any further than that. There's nothing to be done about it. Since there's no good solution, I'd rather just step back. Isn't this the outcome you hoped for anyway? In the end, I only feel detached from humanity. There's no need to force myself to wear a mask of nobility." He had always thought of himself as so selfless, but truly, there was no need to force on a false front. In the end, the demons in his heart were just a part of himself. "It seems you've thought a lot over these past 3 days," the Ancient One said with a gentle smile, clearly pleased. "Yes," Bai Yang nodded. From now on, he planned to devote himself to his inventions, wandering through the universe or exploring different dimensions when he had free time, searching for materials to expedite the creation of his life-view molecular weapon. Is the universe not vast enough, or the dimensions not wide enough? A man's ambition should reach for the stars and the endless sea. When the time comes, he'd become an interstellar merchant, greeting everyone with, "Wanna buy a hack?" Besides, once he had stabilized his gains from the Transformers world, he'd start looking for ways to visit Asgard and the dwarves. He wondered if the Ancient One had a way to send him there. "You want to go to Asgard?" the Ancient One asked with curiosity. "Yes, I like to visit and read their books. After developing for so long, their knowledge must be incredibly rich," Bai Yang explained. "And I'm also eager to learn the forging techniques of the dwarves. I just hope they won't keep too many secrets. If they do, I'll trade something with them for the knowledge." "I see." The Ancient One mused for a moment before replying. "All right, I'll ask Odin. If he agrees, I'll send you over." With the Bifrost now broken, the only way to travel there was through a portal. But Asgard surely had its own defenses. It wasn't a place you could simply stroll into. "All right then, I'll take these things back for now and wait for your good news." Bai Yang lifted the ring in his hand and the bracelet on his wrist. He stood up, nodded politely, and then opened a portal back to Tech Island. The Ancient One watched him leave, then closed her eyes and returned to her meditation. But just as Bai Yang stepped through the portal, something occurred to him. He turned around and came back into the sanctum. "Master, I have something for you. Would you like it?" Bai Yang noticed how lonely the Ancient One often seemed and decided to give her something. "What is it?" The Ancient One opened her eyes. Her interest peaked as she looked at her disciple. Let me see. Bai Yang fiddled with the ring on his finger, searching through its contents one by one. Found it. With a snap of his thumb, a black shadow leapt out from the ring. A tiger appeared between them, its body cast in sleek black and gold metal, giving the mechanical beast a dazzling, fierce look. But it was lifeless for the moment, so Bai Yang quickly activated it with a burst of matrix energy. As a red surge of energy poured into the tiger's body, its mechanical frame suddenly sprang to life, movements nimble and full of spirit. Kook, can you hear me? Bai Yang called out a couple of times to test it. What do you want? The tiger responded coolly, barely glancing at Bai Yang after awakening. With a loud smack, Bai Yang gave a firm pat on the head. Drop the attitude. From now on, you'll stay with my master. Whatever you want to eat, just ask her. Got it. Bai Yang pointed at the Ancient One. Upon hearing this, Cook glanced at the bald human before him. Then, with deliberate steps, he walked over to her, circling around Gu-E and sniffing her carefully. All right, from now on, I'll follow you, he declared, lifting his head with proud arrogance as he came to stand before Gu-E. He wants you to pet his head, Bai Yang said with a dramatic roll of his eyes. Is that so? Gu-E looked at the haughty mechanical tiger in front of her, unable to suppress a chuckle. She reached out and gently patted Cook's head. Instantly, he leaned into her palm, nuzzling her hand contentedly. This is an energy crystal. It should be enough to keep him fed for a month. Bai Yang produced another bag filled with gleaming white energy crystals. Gu-E took the cat food from Bai Yang's hand, her expression softening as she gave him a grateful look. Thank you. I truly like the gift you've given me. Didn't Mordo and the others ever give you anything? Bai Yang asked curiously, catching her expression. They're always far too respectful with me. Gu-E replied with a gentle laugh. Well, then I won't be giving them any gifts next time. I'll get going now. If you run out of cat food, just come find me. Bai Yang waved and turned away, vanishing into the shimmering portal. Gu-E looked at Cook, who was now sprawled out on the ground, belly up. She hesitated for a moment, then reached out and stroked his exposed stomach. It wasn't as cold as she'd imagined. Instead, there was a surprising softness to it. Cook curled his paws contentedly, closing his eyes in bliss. Fangxing Technology Island. Across the endless ocean, every so often a fish would leap from the water, tracing a perfect arc through the air. Yet there was something odd about one stretch of sea. Though the surface rippled with the waves like any other, a closer look would reveal a faint line slicing off a section of the water. A little fish swam up to this boundary. Halfway across, she suddenly bumped into an invisible barrier. Puzzled, she nudged forward but still couldn't get through. Resigned, she dove deeper, swimming away in search of another path. Even animals can be fooled by this. Bai Yang, dressed in shorts, stood atop a rocky outcrop, peering through a pane of glass at the determined little fish with genuine curiosity. Yes, the virtual device is equipped with an ecological simulation system, so it can trick the senses of some animals. The White Queen's projection appeared behind him, her voice composed. All right then, can you bring in some sunlight for me? This simulated sun is all shine and no warmth. Bai Yang squinted up at the sun in the sky, frowning in disappointment. Certainly. Where would you like the sunlight projected? She asked. Right next to that lounge chair over there. And could you give me a glass of lemonade while you're at it? Thanks. Bai Yang pointed to the chair and umbrella set up on the sand. Of course. It should be ready in about 5 minutes. Then, as if the sun in the sky had been taken away by someone, another gentle sun appeared in its place. This time, the sunlight bathed Bai Yang, and a wave of warmth swept through his entire body. He had spent about 8 years in the world of Transformers, yet for some reason, Bai Yang didn't feel that he was growing more mature with age, as others often claimed would happen. At most, his ideals had shifted a bit, and really, the big white robot and the healing serum were already more than enough for humanity. Beyond that, he could only manufacture things like stasis pods or nanomedical devices, things that ordinary people would never really have need to buy. There wasn't much point in going further. He'd save as many lives as he could. That would be enough. After this, his path should lead out into the universe or even across dimensions. In the early stages, he could use the Allspark to create some biomechanical metal, add a few chips and weapons for trade, and search for the materials needed to build molecular devices that could shape a philosophy of life. Then, he could replace the Allspark in producing biomechanical metal and grow the scale of his business. If possible, he might even manufacture a living planet for trade. Some dimensional lords would surely be interested. Take Dormammu of the Dark Dimension, for example. He had a particular fondness for physical matter. Becoming a cosmic traveling trader would definitely allow him to collect all sorts of rare and wondrous things. With this thought, Bai Yang's mind felt clear and open. He soaked in the sunlight, sipped his lemonade, closed his eyes, and began to daydream of a bright and beautiful future. But there was just one problem. He didn't really know how to do business. Ethan, After a lovely period of rest, Bai Yang began sorting through the items stored in his spatial device. The Allspark, for instance, could technically transform all the world's machines into biomechanical beings, but it would be completely drained of energy afterward. Besides, the Earth was already packed with powerful figures, so there was no need to risk everything in a reckless move. It would be better to use it himself, to power his mechs or serve as an energy source. Although Bai Yang had experienced about 8 years, only 3 days had actually passed in the Marvel world. The hive was still under construction, but they'd already begun installing electronic equipment. For now, Bai Yang could only conduct his research in a laboratory built on the surface of the island. The sun continued to hang in the sky, but its rays had lost their warmth. At this moment, Bai Yang stood on an endless green lawn, with the occasional red tree dotting the landscape. On this vast field, the trees stood like solitary, valiant warriors. He took out a pile of rings, bracelets, and a large box, then released the bodies of Optimus Prime and other Transformers onto a prepared open space. From the void, a dozen or so Transformer bodies materialized on the field before him. They stood there, motionless like rigid mechanical exhibits in a museum. Then, he released several sparks of fire from a ring, and under Bai Yang's control, each one flew toward a designated Transformer. Following those flames came more than a dozen Transformers, including Optimus Prime, Megatron, Hot Rod, Ironhide, and Drift. Except for Megatron, the others were all Autobots. In the world of Transformers, Cybertron no longer had any factions. The new leader was now Ultra Magnus, who would lead Cybertron in negotiations for cooperation with humanity. Bumblebee, wishing to stay by Sam's side, chose not to come along. Optimus Prime and Megatron, worried that their philosophies might cause conflict in this new place, decided to follow Bai Yang. The others were drawn by Bai Yang's charismatic personality and chose to follow as well. As the sparks of fire entered each Transformer's body, their once rigid mechanical forms began to loosen, and the lights in their eyes suddenly flared to life. Leader. Upon awakening, Optimus Prime knelt respectfully on one knee. Leader. The other Autobots soon awoke and echoed the greeting. Welcome to the new world. After motioning for them to rise, Bai Yang greeted them with a gentle smile. It still seems to be Earth, Megatron observed as he looked around at the surroundings. That's right, this is my world, Bai Yang explained, but it's not the same universe as before. If you have any questions, the White Queen can answer them for you. He pointed to the holographic projection of the White Queen beside him. Once everything was arranged, Bai Yang began to construct his own space. Compared to these spatial devices, it was still a bit more convenient to build a space with magic. Moreover, after several years of research into spatial analysis, Bai Yang could now carve out an area large enough to hold the Wanderer Mecha. Meanwhile, with the White Queen's data input, Optimus Prime and the others began to gain a preliminary understanding of this new world. That day, Bai Yang holed up in a laboratory on Technology Island, working on building his own space. As the sound of space shattering echoed like a distant crack, a phenomenon resembling a spatial rift appeared before him. Phew, at last it's done. Bai Yang let out a long, weary breath, his exhaustion evident. Creating such a vast space had truly drained his energy. Now that the space was complete, the next step was simply to stabilize it. After regaining some strength, Bai Yang began to construct a stabilization magic array. He was halfway through the process when the White Queen appeared at his side. The Ancient One is calling. Would you like to take the call? Put it through. A holographic projection of the Ancient One appeared before Bai Yang. Good evening, Ancient One. Bai Yang juggled his attention, continuing to work on the magic array as he greeted her. It's daytime where I am, she replied. All right, is there any news? Bai Yang's hands tightened in focus, and the magic array before him grew ever more intricate. Asgard would be delighted to invite you as a guest. If you'd like to visit, they'll even throw a banquet in your honor. The Ancient One vaguely recalled how Odin's eldest son had agreed with a hearty laugh. I've still got some things to take care of here, so it'll probably be a while before I can make the trip. I'll have to trouble you when the time comes, Master. Suddenly, Bai Yang remembered his Transformers movie was still in production, and he needed to build a futuristic technology park. There really wasn't any spare time on his calendar just yet. All right, Mordo would like to have a word with you. If you have the time, you should meet with him. The Ancient One nodded, passing along Mordo's message. Why doesn't he just call me himself? Bai Yang asked, a little exasperated. Maybe he wants to beat you up, the Ancient One answered, making a rare joke. No wonder, Bai Yang replied, pulling a wry smile. Your spell is about to fail, the Ancient One said, glancing at Bai Yang's magical array and speaking in a gentle, almost distant tone. With that, she ended the call. What? Bayang barely had time to react before the magical array he was maintaining began to tremble violently before collapsing all at once, its energy dissipating into the air. Bayang was speechless. She was spot on, he muttered, spreading his hands in resignation and beginning to ponder where he'd gone wrong. The reason the Ancient One chose to contact Bayang via communicator instead of telepathically was out of respect. It was also these small gestures that earned Bai Yang's admiration for the Ancient One. Afterwards, the laboratory frequently flashed with bursts of yellow and red light, until at last, everything gradually stabilized. It turned out that some of the nodes in the magical construct were too rigidly arranged, a habit left over from his work in technology research. An orange-red magical array appeared before Bai Yang, resonating and aligning perfectly with the constructed space. The colors slowly faded, becoming transparent, then vanished into the void. The space he had built also became more stable inside. Done! Bayang clapped his hands in delight. Truth be told, it was this very sense of accomplishment that brought genuine joy to Bai Yang's heart. He then placed the Allspark and the Wanderer Mecha inside the magical space. After several successful tests, Bayang treated himself to some seafood, rewarding his efforts and relaxing before the next challenge. On the beach, Bayang sat in front of a grill, roasting an assortment of seafood. For some reason, he no longer felt that constant pressure that used to weigh on him. He'd never felt secure about his own strength before. After all, in a country as free as this, you never knew when a stray bomb might blow you up, or some monster might crush you, or you might fall victim to a smash and grab. And it was that drive to save the suffering and fight for peace that had always pushed him to speed up his research, move faster, and he could save more lives. But as things stand now, while my strength isn't anything extraordinary, it's more than enough to keep myself safe. Plus, I figured out a few things, so everything feels much easier to handle. Still, it seemed like something was missing. Bai Yang munched on his grilled fish, glancing at Hot Wave and the other Transformers playing volleyball on the distant stretch of sand. To shoot a movie, you need actors, equipment, locations, and special effects. All of that could be managed with the White Queen's virtual reality system. But storyboarding, color grading, camera angles, those were much harder to control. White Queen, would you like to be a director? Bai Yang asked, typing away at his script as he turned to her. I'm still very young. You can't hire child labor. The little girl replied earnestly. I'm doing this for your own good. Isn't being a director great? I'll even put your name on the credits. You'll become a star, just like your sister. Think about it. Hasn't Alice been getting more and more fan mail lately? Bai Yang said, as serious as ever. Once he taught the White Queen, she'd be able to handle movie shoots on her own from then on. Bai Yang would have one less thing to worry about. Look, even Ethan is happy about it, isn't he? But according to the data, most people who become famous are actors, White Queen said, a little tempted but still unsure. Actors respect famous directors. Once you make a hit film, not only will people know your name, they'll look forward to your next project, Bai Yang explained patiently. But directors sometimes get threatening letters. Well, as long as you don't make any tearjerkers, you'll be fine, Bai Yang quickly reassured her. In that case, I want to learn. The little girl nodded happily. Then hurry and turn on the virtual reality system. Let's get ready to shoot. I'll only teach you once. After that, you can look up anything you need in practice. Making films on your own. If you need a script, just come to me, Bai Yang said, afraid she might change her mind, as he quickly sent the script data over. All right, starting it up now, White Queen replied. In the next moment, the gentle grasslands of the island, blanketed with wildflowers and fluttering butterflies, where rabbits nibbled at the grass with ears perked and alert, began to dissolve as the virtual reality system powered up. Slowly, the entire meadow faded away, replaced by gleaming metal equipment. Skyscrapers began to rise, streets unfurled, and soon cars, people, and transformers appeared as well. Bai Yang had already sent the modeling data to the White Queen, so under his guidance, every character was conjured up virtually. No need for green screens anymore. All right, let's start setting the scene for our first shot. The scene shifts once again. An endless expanse of starry sky fills the view, with a few scattered meteors glinting in the darkness. In the distance, the river of stars flows gently, and the vast, lonely universe unfolds before the eyes. Suddenly, a massive cube materializes, drifting silently through the cosmos. Gradually, the image of Earth begins to emerge. Change the scene. Immediately, the setting transforms once more, this time to a desert in the Middle East. Two Bell V-22 Osprey transport aircraft fly across the boundless sands, their rotors slicing through the dried desert air. Switch the camera angle. The lens moves in closer, bringing us inside one of the transport aircraft, where several soldiers can be seen deep in conversation. No, it's still a bit off. Let's tilt it up 15 degrees and tone down the colors a little. Under Bai Yang's direction, the White Queen swiftly begins coding the data to transform the scene. She can't quite explain why, but as she bustles about, handling every piece of equipment and task, duties that would normally require an entire crew, the White Queen starts to feel a strange sense of exhaustion. This, despite the fact that she is a supercomputer. What she doesn't realize is that, once she masters the work of a director, she'll be responsible for every aspect of filming an entire movie. Meanwhile, in the real world, the Bai company issues another announcement, stating that movie preparations are underway and that they're auditioning actors. However, no one is actually needed for shooting. The company is simply buying names and likeness rights. With the White Queen's precise calculations, many tasks require only her direction. Bayang, for his part, is dedicated to teaching her everything he knows. As her training progresses, the White Queen grows increasingly adept at capturing scenes. Progress is swift. Within just a month, she completes the filming of 5 movies, each with visuals so realistic they could be mistaken for reality. Once post-production is finished, just send it straight to Ethan. And don't forget to put your name in the credits, Bayang says, sitting in front of the computer and nodding in satisfaction at the completed footage. All right. By the way, after you finish this film, I'll write a few more scripts for you. Use them for practice. Once you've shot them, show me, and I'll have Ethan help you release them. But I still have to manage the base, the White Queen replies softly. Don't worry, you've got Optimus Prime and the others to help, Bayang says with a wave of his hand, settling the matter then and there. Big Apple City. In a restaurant, a man wearing a tan leather jacket and sporting a thick, rugged beard sits at a table, menu in hand. A waiter stands beside him, ready to take his order. I'll have 2 servings of waffles with bacon, a cheeseburger, a beef burger, 2 Reuben sandwiches, a cup of coffee, and a soda, Logan says, handing the menu to the waiter. Certainly, your order will be right out, the waiter replies, taking the menu and heading off to the kitchen. As soon as the waiter leaves, a young man arrives at the table. How have you been lately, Logan? Bayang greeted Logan as he took his seat. Not bad. It's just that lately some people have found out I'm a mutant, and now they're attacking me online, Logan replied with a shrug, unconcerned. That's to be expected. Once mutants gain their abilities, it's easy for them to become arrogant. Some, a bit more unhinged, even go on wild rampages. Add to that the jealousy of ordinary people, and it's no wonder your situation isn't easy. So mutants can only be discriminated against? Logan scratched his head, visibly frustrated. For now, the best we can do is draw clear lines. Mutants stick with mutants, humans with humans. But doesn't that just create 2 opposing sides? He frowned in disapproval. That's why you need someone with a great reputation to support your cause. And if the cure is successfully developed, your predicament as mutants will be much easier to handle. Bayang shared his perspective. Someone with a great reputation? Logan's eyes lit up as he looked at Bayang, but then hesitated, as if something else was on his mind. Bayang noticed his expression and quickly guessed what he was thinking. Professor X told you about what happened in Neon City, didn't he? Yeah. Logan's gaze darted away, but he couldn't help but ask, was it really you who did that in Neon City? Bayang stared at him in silence for a moment. Let's eat first. We can talk as we eat. Just then, the waiter arrived with their food. Bayang took a bite of his sandwich, and noticing that Logan had no intention of eating, let out a quiet sigh. How long have you lived? Bayang suddenly asked, setting down his sandwich. I'm not really sure. It had been so long, Logan couldn't remember anymore. If we count from the War of Independence, it's been over 200 years, hasn't it? Bayang did a quick calculation on his fingers. About that, yeah? Logan nodded, somewhat surprised. After you were altered, you must have spent some time on the run. Did you ever lose loved ones because of you? Or anyone close to you? Bayang looked at him earnestly. You've lived so long, you must have gone through that. I have. Logan glanced down at the jacket he was wearing. Would you be willing to tell me about it? Why are we suddenly talking about me? He asked, a little exasperated. If you're comfortable, I'd be glad to listen, Bayang said with a gentle smile. Logan studied him for a moment in silence, but finally spoke. That day I just escaped the lab. Ran out, not a stitch on me. I don't know how long I kept running, but eventually I ended up in a barn on some farm. The owners were an old couple. They took me in for a while, gave me a set of clothes, and even a motorcycle. That was probably the most peaceful time I ever had. But, as if recalling the scene from back then, his expression twisted with pain. He lowered his head, hiding his face in the shadows. But the people from the lab still caught up. That couple was shot dead right in front of me, and even the house was blown up, he said, struggling to steady his emotions. So, what do you think would stop this tragedy from ever happening again? Bayang waited for him to calm down a little before continuing his questioning. Logan fell silent in an instant. Do you think I should be like you, Wait until they make the first move, and only then fight back? With that, Bayang picked up a sandwich and continued eating. The two sat in silence for a long time, the only sound in the room coming from Bayang quietly chewing his food. Sorry, I didn't know what you were going through, Logan apologized, looking at him with regret. If you understand, that's great. Honestly, I just wanted to have a meal with a friend today, but it seems there aren't many people I can call out, Bayang said with a helpless shrug. Then I guess I should thank you for thinking of me. Logan took a sip of his soda. To friendship, Bayang raised his coffee cup. This is my first time toasting with soda, and my first time clinking glasses with coffee, Logan remarked, raising an eyebrow. I only tried alcohol once before. It tasted terrible, Bayang said with a face full of distaste. That's probably because you're not old enough yet. Maybe. Anyway, if you ever need anything, just call me. Even mutant business, I can handle it. Bayang beamed with confidence, sounding as though he were actually drinking liquor. Logan chuckled and said nothing more. As the meal drew to a close, Logan suddenly spoke up. I think there might be some misunderstanding between you and the professor. Maybe you two should meet. No, I don't like him. Bayang rejected the idea without hesitation. Well, that's blunt, Logan said, shaking his head and letting out a dry laugh. Come on, let's go fishing, or maybe hit the racetrack, Bayang suggested, getting to his feet. I've got things to do today. How about next time? Logan replied. He had set aside time for Bayang today, but he was actually recruiting students. All right then. I'll probably be leaving Earth for a while soon. Who knows when I'll be back? Leaving Earth? Where are you going? Outer space. Logan asked, curiosity piqued. Other worlds. I'll say goodbye to Ethan and the others before I go. Wait, what? Studying in other worlds? Logan felt like he was losing track of the conversation. Exactly. Literally. The universe is a crowded place, Bayang replied with a smile. Anyway, I won't keep you. See you around. After they said their goodbyes, Bayang returned home. By now, the weather had shifted toward autumn, with a hint of coolness cutting through the lingering heat of summer. In Queens, May Parker was at home, standing in the kitchen, diligently washing dishes. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. May, open up. Bayang shouted from outside. A trace of helplessness flickered in May's eyes. She shook her hands, walked over, and opened the door. Don't you have your own key? She asked, exasperated. I can't find it, he replied. With so much stuff lying around, he had no idea where the key had ended up, and he didn't have the energy to look for it. I finally made it back for once. Aren't you even a little surprised? It's only been 2 or 3 months. Maybe if you came home after a year, I'd actually miss you. Besides, your face is in the papers all the time. There's a new portrait of you every day, May said, turning and heading for the kitchen. Well, this time I might be gone for a bit longer, Bayang said with a smile, trailing after her. What are you working on now? May asked, curiosity piqued by his words. I'm researching a drug that will let women stay forever young. Really? It's a joke. Before she could finish celebrating, he dashed her hopes in an instant. Bayang, sometimes I wonder if I ever gave you a real childhood, she said through gritted teeth. Maybe Peter needs one, Bayang said, trying to steer the conversation toward little Peter. He's lucky to have you as a big brother, May replied, a little at a loss for words. Of course he is, Bayang nodded with perfect seriousness. I should really record that and play it back for Peter, May said, then returned to the kitchen to finish washing the dishes while Bayang grabbed a snack and relaxed on the sofa, watching TV. No matter what others might say, as long as they were all right, what did it matter? Though she claimed not to miss Bayang, May spent the whole afternoon peppering him with questions. So, how are things going with Erica? She suddenly asked. Erica? Bayang looked puzzled. The one who's always coming over to visit. Aren't you two dating? May seemed just as confused by his reaction. We're just friends. I'm only 17, you know, Bayang said, unable to hold back his exasperation. I was already dating my third boyfriend at your age. How are you still a kid? I barely have time. I'm always busy with research and studying. That shouldn't stop you from falling in love. Erica and I are just friends. Really? Don't read too much into it, okay? Bayang sighed. You don't dislike girls, do you? She asked, a hint of worry in her voice. After all, many geniuses did have their quirks. Though America didn't discriminate against same-sex relationships, most people still weren't fully supportive. Bayang was bewildered. What? My preference is for women. You don't need to worry. Maybe when I get to college, you can start worrying about that sort of thing, Bayang said, hoping to put an end to the conversation. Okay, so do you have anyone you like right now? No, Bayang gave a helpless tug at the corner of his mouth. That's all right. If you like boys, I can understand that too. May forced a smile. When Peter got home from school, May prepared a sumptuous dinner, and the three of them sat at the cozy table, chatting warmly together. After spending some time with May and Peter, the transformer was finally completed. Now, it was time to head to Asgard. Asgard, in Norse mythology, is the realm of the Aesir gods, also known as the Aesir domain. All gods who worship Odin, the chief deity, reside in Asgard. It is said that Asgard and the human world, Midgard, are separate, though early scholars once speculated that Asgard might in fact be an enormous fortress. This has long been humanity's understanding of Asgard. But in truth, Asgard is a small celestial body, similar to a planet. Unlike ordinary planets, however, it neither rotates on its axis nor orbits a star. It isn't spherical, but rather flat and disc-like. Located at the center of the 9 realms, including Earth, it was created by Odin at the height of his power. When Hela, the goddess of death, was born, she became intrinsically linked to Asgard's core. Through this connection, she could draw endless energy from Asgard itself. In other words, the stronger Asgard was, the more powerful Hela became. The moment Bai Yang stepped out of the portal, before he had a chance to take in his surroundings, a burly man with a thick beard, clad in medieval attire, strode up with open arms. "Hey, Bai Yang, you finally made it. Who would have thought you were a sorcerer?" The bearded giant greeted him warmly, slinging an arm around Bai Yang's shoulders. Waiting to greet him as well were Sif and a few others. "Hello, it's good to see you all again." Bai Yang smiled and greeted them. Just then, a powerful gust of wind swept through. "Asgard welcomes you," Thor announced, landing in front of Bai Yang with Mjolnir in hand. After exchanging a few pleasantries, everyone made their way toward the banquet hall. "I thought you all would be busy," Bai Yang remarked. With the Rainbow Bridge destroyed, he imagined there would be uprisings everywhere. "It was hectic for a while, but things have eased up a bit lately," Thor replied, leading the way. "So you're a sorcerer from Midgard? How come I never saw you use magic before?" Sif asked curiously as she walked beside him. "At that time, I hadn't joined the Sanctum yet. I could only manage to fight with the help of technology," Bai Yang explained, finding himself in the company of brawny warriors, so he naturally stayed close to Sif, the only woman among them. "Oh, by the way, I brought some gifts this time," Bai Yang said quickly, retrieving a few items from his spatial ring. "This is a camera, just for you." He handed a recording device to Thor, giving him a playful wink as he did so. Thor was taken aback for a moment, but after seeing Poplar's expression, something seemed to dawn on him. He accepted the gift, excitement evident on his face. "Thank you." Then, Poplar produced a porcelain jar and handed it to Volstagg. "This is wine brewed by an elder from our temple. I requested it especially for you." "Let me see." As soon as he heard it was wine, Volstagg's eyes lit up. He eagerly took the jar, uncorked it, and took a deep whiff. A rich, mellow aroma burst forth, enveloping him. "Oh, excellent," he exclaimed with delight. Fandral and Hogan looked at Poplar expectantly. "This is a flying sword I crafted myself. It not only allows you to fly, but can also change its size at will, making it easy to carry." Poplar took out a long sword etched with black magical patterns. "This one is my own handiwork. Here, take a look." He handed the somewhat flashy flying sword to Fandral. Fandral, a master swordsman by reputation, received the enchanted sword with genuine pleasure. No sooner had he accepted it than Fandral skillfully controlled the sword to fly around the room. The sword gradually grew larger, lifting him effortlessly into the air. "Woo! This sword is absolutely fantastic." He soared in a few circles, cheering with joy. With this, he imagined he'd have even more opportunities to impress the ladies in the future. "Perhaps the young women of Asgard should be on guard now," Sif said with an amused smile, looking at him. Next, Poplar brought out a silver metallic sphere, about the size of a person's head, engraved with red magical runes. "This is a weapon I made from shape-shifting metal. It can transform into any weapon you desire, a knife, a sword, a hammer." As he spoke, the metal in his hand rapidly morphed into various weapons. "And it can repair itself, so you never have to worry about maintenance." "This is for you, Hogan." Poplar offered him the metal sphere. When not in use, you can have it transform into something you can wear or carry. You can even adjust its weight as you like. Hogan accepted the sphere with excitement. As soon as he touched it, it first turned into a sword, then swiftly became a spiked mace. He gave a few swings to test the feel. "Thank you so much. This will be incredibly useful for me." Though Hogan was not originally from Asgard, his physique was even sturdier than the average Asgardians. On top of that, he was a master of arms, skilled with nearly every weapon. Now, only Sif remained. To be honest, Poplar had spent a long time pondering the perfect gift for her. "Miss Sif, your gift may need to wait a little longer. But if you wish, I can try to restore your hair to its golden color." Poplar gestured toward her hair as he spoke. "You noticed?" Sif asked in surprise. "Yes, it must be the work of some kind of magical potion. I'll need to study in Asgard for quite some time, but perhaps during this period I can find a way to restore your hair." He remembered that Sif's hair had been secretly cut by Loki when she was a child. Although they later acquired golden hair from the dwarfs, Loki had coated it with a mysterious magical potion, so before long, it turned black once again. Then I'll be counting on you. Although Sif had come to accept her black hair, she always longed to return to her flowing golden locks. Once everyone had happily received their gifts, they began making their way toward the palace where the banquet would be held. After all, as a disciple of the Ancient One, it was only proper to show hospitality to their guest. Moreover, ever since the Rainbow Bridge was destroyed, the energy it once contained caused an imbalance across the 9 realms, and Asgard lost its ability to teleport. This meant that Asgard's armies could no longer reach the other realms swiftly, and hidden rebels across those lands took advantage of the chaos to spark wars. Without the Rainbow Bridge, interstellar travel was the only way to get around, but that was far too slow. That explained why everyone was so busy. This time, Bai Yang had come to Asgard to learn, but also to strike a deal. Queen Frigga would teach him the secrets of Asgardian magic, while Odin would send him to study with the dwarves. In return, Bai Yang was to build them a spatial teleportation bridge. This bridge would allow them to transport armies and quell unrest throughout the realms. After all, nothing comes for free. And, come to think of it, the space bridge from the Transformers world bore some resemblance to Asgard Rainbow Bridge. Both possessed the power to destroy a planet, though the Rainbow Bridge did so by unleashing immense energy, while the space bridge, upon destruction, would unleash a backlash of energy, causing a collapse in space and annihilating the planet. However, the space bridge required an array of space pillars to function. A single one could never destroy a planet. Banquets in Asgard were usually held at night, so on the way to the palace, Thor and his companions led Bai Yang on a stroll around Asgard. With Thor as their guide, Bai Yang walked through streets brimming with the grandeur of ancient Nordic times. Of course, it wasn't just the architecture that gave him such a sense of the old world. It was also the way the lively townsfolk greeted Thor so warmly. Most wore tunics made of leather, draped in cloaks that fell to their knees, some adorned with fringed hems. The styles were simple and unadorned, rarely tailored or mended. As the god of thunder, son of Odin, Thor was held in the highest esteem by the people as he walked among them. The streets bustled with cheerful faces, and the grand, expansive buildings stood as a perfect blend of classical elegance and cutting-edge technology. Asgard was built atop a vast range of mountains, with bridges like building blocks connecting each peak. Wow! At this moment, Thor and his companions had arrived at the very heart of Asgard, where the tallest golden building stood. This was also Odin's residence. Poplar stood on the entry corridor, flanked on both sides by golden knights wielding massive axes or swords. Their helmets bore 2 proud horns, and their golden armor gleamed dazzlingly under the sunlight. Their towering figures exuded an air of majesty and opulence. From this point onward, golden hues constantly filled Poplar's vision. Afterwards, the group passed through a grand hall and entered a side chamber. "Come on, I've got some fruit wine for you. Give it a try." The bearded man wasted no time, hurrying to pour a goblet of deep purple wine as soon as he walked in. Poplar took it and sipped. It's a little bitter, but there's a hint of sweetness too. Hey, as long as you can drink it, that's good enough. Besides, this stuff won't get you drunk. Whenever you're in the mood for something stronger, I'll bring out the fiercest liquor I have. As he spoke, the bearded man poured strong spirits for himself and the others, piling more fruit onto the platter as well. "I think this is about as much as I can handle. I'm really not much of a drinker," Poplar said with a smile, taking another delicate sip. "How can a man not drink? That burning sensation in your gut. No real man can resist it," Thor exclaimed, raising his glass and knocking it back in one go. Even Sif drank her fiery liquor with bold, hearty gulps. "Well, all right then." Poplar could only shrug helplessly. "By the way, does the space bridge you created really work for interplanetary teleportation?" Thor asked, popping a grape into his mouth, his curiosity piqued by Poplar's earlier description. "Of course. With enough spatial pillars, you could even transport an entire planet. But that's far too dangerous. It could easily lead to a planet's destruction," Poplar replied after swallowing a bite of fruit. "Destroy a whole planet? That's incredible," Sif exclaimed in amazement. After all, their own Bifrost owed its planet-destroying power to the immense energy it contained. It's nothing special. Destruction is easy. Sometimes all it takes is finding a small weak point. The real challenge is creation. Lord Odin, after all, created Asgard. Poplar shook his head thoughtfully. "Still, it's astonishing. Your Midgard science has reached such heights," Hogan said with admiration. "And once it's finished, we won't have to travel for ages in a ship just to get to other planets. We spend more time on the road than we do fighting." The bearded man grumbled, clearly dissatisfied with the long journeys of late. Indeed, with this device in hand, the conflicts across the lands should soon come to an end. The others felt the same way, each nodding in agreement. Just then, a streak of black shot past them. "Vandal, stop playing with your little flying sword in here." The bearded man jumped back in alarm, the blade having just grazed his whiskers. "I just want to see how my flying sword performs." "Hogan, come on, let's have a spar." Whether it was the effects of the alcohol or the thrill of a new weapon in his hands, Vandal couldn't resist issuing the challenge. "No problem." Hogan tipped back his drink, draining it in one go. The silver bracer on his forearm seemed to melt, flowing down his arm and reshaping itself into a gleaming silver warhammer. "Here it comes." Hogan swung the hammer down with force. With a heavy thud, the warhammer struck the ground. Arcane runes along its surface flared with light, making the weapon suddenly much heavier, and the impact sent a deep, muffled echo through the hall. In an instant, the flying sword shot toward him, and Hogan quickly raised his chained weapon to block the attack. The warhammer on the ground was swiftly reeled back by its chain, spinning around Hogan and forming an impenetrable barrier, fending off the agile onslaught of the flying blade. Sensing that a prolonged defense would spell defeat, Hogan seized an opening. The warhammer swiftly morphed into a scythe, which he then swung in sweeping arcs as he charged straight at Vandal. Though the flying sword was small and nimble, Vandal met every strike with precise defenses from his scythe. Before long, Hogan had closed the distance, the scythe whirling dangerously just steps from Vandal. Seeing this, the black blade zipped back into Vandal's hand, transforming into a sword just over 50 centimeters long. The duel between sword and scythe began in earnest. Masterful swordplay clashed with the unpredictable sweeps of the scythe. In that moment, the hall rang with the crisp, rapid clang of metal upon metal. Bai Yang and the others watched with rapt attention, occasionally cheering when the action reached a breathtaking pitch. As the fight closed hand-to-hand, the battle reached a feverish intensity. The scythe proved formidable whether attacking or defending, deftly countering every thrust from the sword. But Vandal was no slouch. He wielded his sword with skill, relentlessly probing for an opening. Yet, as Hogan adapted, his weapon began to change at a whim, transforming into an axe as he attacked, or shifting into a shield to block, creating an almost impenetrable defense. Finally, Hogan simply pressed forward with shield in hand, advancing on Vandal. As he moved, the shield would occasionally morph into a long spear, jabbing forward without warning. Vandal found himself forced back by these relentless, unorthodox tactics. At last, Vandal sprang into the air, somersaulting behind Hogan and thrusting his sword straight at him. But Hogan reacted quickly as well. He crouched down and spun around, facing the descending Fandral. From the center of his shield, a long spear shot out once more, thrusting upward. It was clearly difficult to maneuver in midair, and under normal circumstances, Fandral would have been struck square in the back by the sudden attack. But just then, the runes on his flying sword suddenly glowed. With a dramatic flourish, the sword carried Fandral through a graceful spin, allowing him to dodge the strike in midair with ease. He used the momentum to circle around, swinging to Hogan's side, and with a swift motion, slashed at him with a shimmering arc of light. Faced with this sudden attack, Hogan swiftly twisted his crouching body to the side, pinning the flying sword beneath his shield with a heavy force. Fandral seized the opening and charged forward, aiming a kick at Hogan. Hogan reacted by rolling out of the way, dodging the kick. At the same moment, the sword trapped beneath the shield slipped free and flew back into Fandral's hand. Once again, the two stood facing each other, ready for the next move. "Bravo!" shouted the bearded man from the sidelines, taking a hearty swig of his drink in celebration. It was just a friendly sparring match. After a while, both fighters, now satisfied, returned to the long table. "This weapon is fantastic," Fandral exclaimed, rubbing the small sword in his hand with delight. He then turned to Bai Yang and said, "Come, let me toast to you." Hogan joined them for a drink as well, expressing his gratitude. The group soon fell into lively conversation and laughter, warmly welcoming Bai Yang into their company. As evening approached and the banquet was about to begin, Bai Yang, led by Thor and the others, made his way to the venue. After passing through several corridors, they finally arrived at a place that looked much like a grand cathedral. "Come on, let's experience Asgard's hospitality," Thor said, giving Bai Yang an encouraging push as they stepped inside. The moment they entered, Bai Yang noticed that the hall was dimly lit by candlelight. In the center stood a long banquet table, laden with sumptuous dishes. At the head of the table sat an elderly man, his beard streaked with white, dressed in simple clothes and wearing a black eye patch. Beside him sat a woman in a pale green robe, her demeanor gentle and graceful, with the poise of a noble matron. "Hey, come over and take a seat," Odin called out, waving his hand to Thor and the others as they entered. Everyone found their seats, and just as Bai Yang was about to sit wherever he pleased, a voice stopped him. Come here, child. Let me have a look at you, Frigga said warmly, beckoning Bai Yang over with a gentle smile. Startled, Bai Yang glanced at Thor for reassurance, then made his way over to Frigga. Now that our guest has arrived, let the banquet begin, Odin announced, waving his hand across the table. Greetings, Lord Odin, Queen Frigga. I am Bai Yang, a sorcerer from Kamartaj, Bai Yang said, bowing respectfully to Frigga with a major salute. Master Ancient One mentioned you to me. She said you're a gifted child, eager for knowledge. Frigga smiled kindly, taking Bai Yang's hand and sitting down beside him. Odin nodded in silent acknowledgement. Of course, I crave both knowledge and power. They not only bring me joy, but also give me the means to protect the people and things I care about, to prevent tragedies from happening. Bai Yang nodded as he sat down, speaking earnestly. That's a wonderful mindset. In the future, you can study magic with me. It's sure to be fascinating. Frigga smiled at the child before her. To her, Bai Yang's current age was as tender as a newborn's. Kid, I remember my destroyer is still with you, right? Odin suddenly leaned over and asked. Yes. The metal on it is quite special, so I wanted to study it a bit. Is this old man planning to take it back? No need to worry. Since Thor gifted it to you, I wouldn't ask for it back. Odin could read Bai Yang's expression and darkened his own slightly. As a ruler of the 9 realms, would he really be so petty? Bai Yang let out an awkward laugh. If you don't want it back, why even bring it up? It's one of the treasures from my vault. I want the space bridge technology you hold. I'm willing to trade you something from my vault in exchange. The recent damage to the Bifrost had revealed certain flaws in the management of the realms, and the space bridge in Bai Yang's possession seemed like the perfect solution. He wanted to acquire the technology directly, not just have Bai Yang come and install it. Well, Bai Yang pondered for a moment, then asked, are you looking for single-point transfer or an array transfer? Could you explain the difference? Odin's interest was clearly piqued. A single-point transfer uses one space column to create a space bridge, which can only teleport living beings and objects. But array transfer requires hundreds or even thousands of space columns, depending on the size of the planet, along with a central space pillar to stabilize it. This setup can even teleport an entire planet. Teleport a planet? Odin's one eye widened in astonishment as he looked at Bai Yang. Yes, but there are drawbacks. Once the array space bridge is formed, the central pillar must not be destroyed suddenly. If it is, the resulting collapse of space will destroy the targeted planet. Bai Yang explained. In fact, this device could serve not just as a space bridge, but as a stellar-class weapon, just by locking onto a target. How did you manage to create it? Odin glanced at Bai Yang, curiosity in his voice. Before I even began studying magic, I was already researching spatial transmission. I figured out the basics, though at first I couldn't get living beings through. Bai Yang pondered for a moment and said, after I started learning magic, I drew inspiration from teleportation spells and created this. At first, it was just a single spatial pillar, but as my research deepened, I accidentally invented the spatial bridge array. You've tested it? Odin asked. Of course. It was when I was teleporting an abandoned planet that I unexpectedly discovered the dangers of the spatial bridge array. Odin fell silent for a while. This device, while much more complicated than the Bifrost, didn't require drawing power from Asgard. And since it could destroy planets, its function wasn't all that different from a Bifrost. The idea of teleporting planets suddenly made him think of Ragnarok. Perhaps there was an even better solution. But what could he offer in exchange? The casket of ancient winters seemed to be a perfect fit. As for the other items, they were either too useful or not valuable enough. Let's eat first. There will be plenty of time for discussions later, Frigga said, pouring Odin a glass of wine. Here, yours is fruit wine. You're still far too young for anything stronger, she added, pouring some for Bai Yang and sighing softly. Thank you, Bai Yang said quickly, accepting the glass. Hey, Bai Yang, come join us. At that moment, Fandral stood up and called to him. As the banquet carried on, people began drifting away from the tables, gathering in small groups to play games or engage in lively conversations. Around Fandral, a bevy of beautiful women laughed at his flirtatious remarks, their delighted giggles filling the air. He started showing off his flying sword, which drew a chorus of curious gasps and awed exclamations. As soon as Bai Yang joined them, he regretted it. The women immediately surrounded him, chattering and clamoring for attention. Resigned, Bai Yang handed out a few mechanical pets amid the flock of admiring ladies. Sif joined the crowd as well, claiming one of the creations for herself. After a while, Bai Yang finally managed to extricate himself in the sea of soft voices and gentle laughter. Truthfully, if he hadn't felt a bit suffocated, he might have been trapped there even longer. Barely free, Bai Yang was about to return to his research when the big bearded man dragged him over to a table of boisterous warriors and began introducing him around. With an arm thrown around his shoulders, Bayang could only roll his eyes in resignation. He simply wanted to go back. Throughout the banquet, Bayang wandered here and there, greeted warmly and loudly by everyone he met. Then, not far from the festivities, he noticed a solitary figure lying quietly atop a stone platform, seemingly out of place amid the jubilant atmosphere. It looked like Thor. Curious, Bayang walked over and saw Thor staring intently at a small black box in his book, his thoughts a mystery. "Still haven't opened it?" Bayang asked, stepping up beside him. Thor glanced at Bayang, smiled, and said, "Thank you for your gift. How is she doing over there?" "She's doing well. She's still studying astronomy. As for everything else, it should all be in the footage you have," Bayang replied, gesturing to the item in Thor's hand. "I wish I could see her, but now the Bifrost is destroyed and the other 9 realms are caught in war. I don't have the time to go to Midgard." Thor sighed, his tone filled with helplessness. "Maybe once I finish building my spatial portal, you'll have the chance to visit her," Bayang suggested. "Then you'd better hurry up. As soon as the chaos in the 9 realms is completely settled, I'll go right away," Thor replied, a little worried that he'd never be able to leave once he saw Jane again. "By the way, your father doesn't seem to be thrilled about you falling for a human," Bayang suddenly whispered, his face brimming with curiosity. "How do you know that?" Thor asked in surprise. "Your father barely even looks your way," Bayang said, glancing over at Odin. "That's true, but this is my business. It has nothing to do with him," Thor replied, unconcerned. "I can actually understand your father's point of view. After all, we humans don't live very long. Compared to your kind, whose lives can span thousands of years, ours seems so short," Bayang said, shaking his head. "I'll find a way to extend her life," Thor said, unfazed. But as he said this, he suddenly looked at Bayang. "Is there something you want?" Bayang asked, a little puzzled by Thor's sudden gaze. "Do you have any way to extend a human's lifespan?" Thor wondered, thinking Bai Yang's technology was remarkable and, since he was human himself, maybe he'd have a solution. I'm still young myself. I haven't really thought about things like that yet," Bai Yang said with a laugh. After all, he was only 13. With so many days ahead, immortality was the last thing on his mind. "And honestly, the idea of immortality doesn't really appeal to me. I'd rather just go with the flow," he added. He felt that if he truly lived forever, life might slowly lose its fun, and if he didn't even have the courage to end it, that would be miserable. "If you ever do find a way, you have to let me know immediately." "Okay." As the banquet came to an end, Bai Yang accepted Fandrel's invitation and left the palace, heading toward a small castle not far away. "This is my place. You'll stay with me for now. The big guy's place is a mess, and his snoring shakes the whole house," Fandrel said, pointing to the small castle ahead, while taking the chance to poke fun at Volstagg. The castle before them looked like something out of a fairy tale, surrounded by a ring of metal fencing. Its walls were made of silvery bricks that shimmered golden in the sunlight. Architecturally, it resembled a Gothic manor, with towering spires and pointed archways. The carvings on the outer walls were equally intricate, and above the main entrance was a dazzling stained glass rose window. Pushing open the grand doors and stepping inside, one walked down a corridor before entering a spacious hall. Paintings of nude figures adorned the surrounding walls, and directly ahead stood a fireplace sealed behind a pane of glass. Poplar followed him as they made their way upstairs. "This will be your room from now on," Vandal said, opening the door to a bedroom. The first thing that caught the eye was the full moon framed in the window, its serene light spilling softly into the room. With the lights switched on, the simple, elegant decor made the space feel remarkably fresh and inviting. Everything one might need, a bed and all the essentials, was already in place. "Thank you. I really like it here," Poplar said gratefully to Vandal, his satisfaction clear. "I'm glad you do. If you'd like to learn swordsmanship from me, I'd be more than happy to teach you. But you'll have to get up early every day," Vandal said with a warm smile. "We'll see if I have a time. I'm not just here to study magic, I also have to build a spatial bridge. My schedule might be tight," Poplar replied. "That's all right. If you ever feel like learning, just come find me," Vandal assured him. "No problem," Poplar promised. "All right then, I'll leave you to settle in. Good night." "Good night." After watching Vandal depart, Poplar stood by the window for a while, gazing at the moon. Then, he lay down on the bed and drifted peacefully into sleep. The next morning, with the sun just rising, Poplar got up, washed, and headed out with Vandal toward the central palace. At the entrance, the two bumped fists in farewell and went their separate ways. Vandal made his way to the training grounds to teach swordsmanship, while Poplar headed to the Hall of Magic to begin his studies. Guided by one of the guards, he arrived at a palace. Inside, it was nothing like the gilded splendor of the exterior. Instead, the atmosphere resembled that of an ancient castle, mysterious and tranquil. A number of magic apprentices, all dressed in gray robes, sat chatting in small groups along several rows of seats. At the lectern stood Frigga, robed in yellow and holding a book. Her attire was reminiscent of the ancient one. As Poplar entered, every gaze in the room turned to him. Am I late?" he asked cautiously. "No, you're 10 minutes early." "Find a seat," Frigga replied with a gentle smile, motioning for him to sit wherever he liked. "All right." Poplar nodded and chose a seat near the front, settling in. He sat awkwardly for a while, soon realizing that all the other students around him were women. He looked around, hoping to spot another man, but to his disappointment, there were none. The people of Asgard were known for their formidable physical strength, so they preferred to incorporate technology into traditional weapons for close combat. As for magic, it was mostly pursued by those with slightly weaker constitutions, or by those who simply found magic fascinating. That's why most men in Asgard go to the training grounds to learn combat, while the women come to study magic. Not a bad arrangement at all. When the time came, Frigga began her lesson in magic. Perhaps to help Bai Yang settle in, she made a special effort to introduce an overview of Asgardian magic. Just like the other students, Bai Yang sat below, listening with rapt attention. Here, magic isn't practiced alongside martial arts as it is in Confrontation. No punching the air or sparring in tandem. Instead, one must communicate with the magical elements using their mind, intone specific incantations to channel the energies of the world or enchant weapons. There's also the use of illusion, magic that manipulates the mind. Magic does not arise out of nothing. It requires energy as support. In Confrontation, magical energy must be borrowed from the Vishanti or other lords of different dimensions. Drawing from these different sources requires special spells and gestures. It's a form of communication, really. Asgardian magic is similar, but with one key difference. Here, the energy used by mages comes from Asgard itself. Moreover, Asgardians are naturally strong and hardy. Many of them are reluctant to study magic at all, preferring instead to inscribe spells onto their weapons and rush into close combat. That is, they prefer enchantments. Bai Yang had already explored how magic could be applied in this way. The flying sword he gifted to Fandral could soar on command and change its size at will, while the shape-shifting metal he gave Hogan could adjust its own gravity to a degree. Both weapons were enchanted by Bai Yang. Most of Asgard's technology, in fact, is a fusion of magic and machinery. Magical weapons, essentially. The Bifrost, the protective shields, the energy cannons. After all, Asgard itself is a vast wellspring of power. Of course, human sorcerers also sometimes create magical tools. The forging hammer in Bai Yang's hand is one such artifact, but few are willing to pursue this path. After all, humans on Earth do not share the 1,000-year lifespan of Asgardians. To fend off invasions from other dimensions and protect their world, they often take the quickest route, borrowing. Sure, many of these functions could be achieved through technology alone, but mechanical energy, maintenance, and power consumption, all present drawbacks, add magic into the mix, and many of these shortcomings are neatly covered up by its unique properties. 3 days passed. During these 3 days, Bai Yang stayed at Fandral's home as a guest. By day, he accompanied Fandral to the palace at the heart of Asgard, Fandral to teach swordplay and Bai Yang to study magic. Within the Hall of Magic, Frigga seemed to understand that Bai Yang's main purpose in coming was to learn about magical weapons. So during this time, her lectures focused especially on the art of enchanting weapons. Inside the Hall of Magic, it seemed the students were also seeing a boy come to study magic for the very first time, and not just any boy, but one from Earth. At first, they were a bit reserved, asking his name and introducing themselves politely. But by the second day, their curiosity had gotten the better of them, and they surrounded Bai Yang, bombarding him with questions. Apparently, they had no idea that there were magicians on Earth. So, whenever there was a break, Bai Yang would find himself encircled by a lively group of young women, all eager to talk to him. "Do mages from Earth really like close combat?" asked a girl with a head of golden hair and a mischievous face, trailing by Bai Yang's side, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. The day's lessons had ended, and the students of the Hall of Magic were making their way toward the exit. Bai Yang stood out rather conspicuously among the group of female apprentices. "That's right, but it also depends on each person's fighting style. For instance, I like to charge in wearing a full set of defensive artifacts, and then have an energy cannon provide cover from behind," Bai Yang replied with a warm smile. "Huh, I thought you'd be more skilled in psychic magic." Ivy laughed as well, then added with a note of envy, "But you really learned so fast, shield inscription magic, and you picked it up in just 1 day. Maybe it's because I had some foundation before, so I picked things up a bit quicker." "That's different, though. We've been studying magic for far longer than you have," Ivy said, shaking her head. "When I learned defensive magic inscription, it took me 7 days. But I'm not very good at psychic magic." Everyone has their own strengths. After all, among the students, Ivy was considered one of the outstanding ones, though her talent lay in psychic magic, and she had little interest in magical weaponry. Maybe it's because you're so young, Ivy said, looking at his youthful face with a cheerful grin. Maybe so, Bayang replied with a shrug. By now, the two of them had reached the exit of the Celestial Palace. Would you like to come over to my house sometime? As they were about to part ways, Ivy suddenly invited him. Maybe another time. The laboratory should be finished in the next couple of days, so I'll probably be pretty busy. Sorry about that, Bayang replied, looking apologetic. That's all right. The invitation's always open. Come by whenever you want, she said, gently patting Bai Yang's head. Bai Yang felt a sudden pang of awkwardness about his youth. But then, remembering how comforting it felt to be held in her arms, he decided that a little awkwardness was a small price to pay. After saying goodbye to Ivy, Bai Yang was just about to leave when the guard at the door called out to him. Excuse me, Mage Bai Yang. His Majesty Odin would like to see you. Bai Yang paused in surprise, then asked, Is the laboratory finished? I'm not sure, replied the guard, clad in golden armor, his expression stern. It probably is. Let's go, Bai Yang said, nodding to the guard as they set off together. After that, Bai Yang followed the guard along the path they had taken earlier and was led straight into the central hall. This was a vast open-air plaza. At its heart was a curved circle, and sunlight streamed perfectly through it, refracting onto the towering, stacked throne. The throne gleamed with opulent gold, and behind it stretched two enormous, arching adornments, fanning out to either side like a pair of magnificent golden wings. At the very back stood a colossal door, its surface etched with intricate, mysterious golden patterns. A torch burned off to one side. Odin's appearance now was quite different from his casual attire at the banquet. He wore golden armor reminiscent of Thor's, a crimson cloak draped over his shoulders, and sat on the throne gripping a scepter. An unmistakable aura of authority radiated from him. Lord Odin, Bai Yang bowed respectfully. The mage from Midgard, disciple of the Ancient One, Bai Yang. Odin recited the introduction, paused briefly, then continued. I have reached an agreement with the Ancient One. You are to construct a space bridge for Asgard, and in return, we will teach you magic and send you to Nidavellir to study. Bai Yang kept his head lowered, listening intently. But now, we must strike a separate bargain. I will offer you an artifact from my vault in exchange for your space bridge array technique. Do you accept this agreement? Odin tapped his scepter as he spoke. Look at that, my very first deal. Seems I do have a knack for interstellar business after all. I accept, Bai Yang replied, giving a firm nod. Odin nodded as well. Once the agreement was sealed, a guard stepped forward, presenting a piece of leather parchment. This is the list of treasures available for exchange. Choose whichever you prefer. Odin explained as Bai Yang took the parchment. As he gazed at the leather, illusions shimmered into view above it. First appeared a black staff, accompanied by a helpful description. The black particle wand. Its previous owner was Halogen, left behind after his failed assault on Asgard. It grants the wielder immense magical power. Next was a blue box, a sacred relic of the frost giants, imbued with the essence of ice. Its chilling air could freeze an entire planet in an instant. Then came an object resembling an eye. The eye of the warlock, capable of dispelling all illusions and false darkness, and glimpsing into the future. After that appeared a stone tablet, the stone of life and time, inscribed with the equations of biological evolution. It hails from Atlantis, the lost continent of Earth. Many more treasures revealed themselves on the leather, though some were conspicuously absent from the list. Bai Yang pondered for a long while, but in the end, he chose the eye of the warlock. After all, he would be journeying through the cosmos, bound to encounter countless unknowns. With the warlock's eye, he could avoid falling prey to strange deceptions. Moreover, the eye of the sorcerer could also be used to counteract the evil forces within the dark dimension. With it, he would finally have a means to protect himself against the energies of that shadowy realm in the future. As for the power of foresight, he didn't care much for it. Judging from Halogen's failure, this ability might not be as impressive as Bai Yang once imagined. Thinking over his options, Bai Yang considered the rest. Lord Odin, I choose the eye of the sorcerer. However, I have another piece of technology on hand. I wonder if it might interest you. Rather than making his selection hastily, Bai Yang pressed on with his offer. Odin looked intrigued. What does it do? It's a kind of bomb that can slow down time within a certain area. As he spoke, Bai Yang retrieved a white, transparent, cylindrical device from his storage. Inside, a blue energy core pulsed softly. Slows down time. Yes. When this device detonates, it alters the physical properties of a portion of space, distorting gravity and changing the flow of time. Bai Yang gave the temporal stasis bomb a little shake as he explained. This device had been developed based on the time-stop bomb used by that hot wave fellow. However, since it required some rare materials, only a few had ever been made. If you'd like, I can demonstrate it for you right here. Go ahead, Odin replied, nodding with keen interest. Without hesitation, Bai Yang hurled the device onto the broad stretch of empty floor between them. With a dull thud, the bomb went off inside the grand hall, unleashing a rippling, twisted force field across the ground. Immediately after, Bai Yang tossed a piece of leather into the affected area. As soon as the leather touched the edge of the force field, its movement slowed dramatically. Roughly 30 seconds later, the field gradually dissipated, and the leather, which had been drifting slowly in midair, plummeted to the ground in an instant. "Are you sure you're a sorcerer?" Odin asked, a trace of confusion in his voice. "Of course," Bai Yang replied, puzzled by the question. "Well then, do you have any more intriguing items?" "No, these two are the only technologies worth mentioning," Bai Yang said, shaking his head. "Then, what is it you want in exchange?" "I'll warn you, the casket of ancient winters is hardly a fair trade," Odin reminded him. "I want the monument of life and time." While this artifact might mean little to Odin, it was of great importance to Bai Yang. Odin pondered for a moment, then nodded. "Agreed. In that case, you will exchange your spatial bridge array and temporal bomb for the Eye of the Sorcerer and the monument of life and time. If that is settled, sign here." Odin tapped the floor with his scepter as he spoke. "Agreed." As Bai Yang spoke, the illusion on the leather in his hand faded, leaving only the Eye of the Sorcerer and the monument of life and time. Seeing this, Bai Yang focused his will upon it. In a flash of white light, the contract was sealed. A flash of white light from the contract shot straight toward Odin, while the contract's leather cover remained in Bai Yang's hand. "All right, come with me," Odin said as he retrieved the white light and rose from his throne, staff in hand. "Okay," Bai Yang nodded and followed him. The massive golden doors behind the throne slowly swung open, and Bai Yang trailed after Odin into the room beyond. Two more guards stood behind the doors, bowing respectfully at the sight of Odin. Inside, the light was dim. The architecture felt almost triangular, the space sloping downward by way of staircase. Torches burned along either side of the corridor, casting a warm glow to push back the gloom. On both sides of the walkway, there were underground water channels. Most conspicuous at the far end was a blue chest, which had to be the casket of ancient winters. Nearby, upon a stone pedestal, rested a golden gauntlet with a gemstone-shaped recess set into the back of the hand. Odin led Bai Yang deeper still. In the shadowy light, Bai Yang finally caught sight of a black, eye-shaped artifact, complete with a pupil-like orb at its center. "Here, take this," Odin said, picking it up and handing it to Bai Yang. Bai Yang accepted it carefully and stored it away in his own space, then continued onward with Odin. At that moment, Bai Yang noticed a blue-violet sphere surrounded by a band of bronze. In its center, a deep blue orb gleamed like an eerie, unblinking eye. "That's the Eye of Agamotto," Odin explained, seeing Bai Yang's curiosity. "It can detect sources of danger and magic throughout the cosmos. After I became ruler of the 9 realms, I acquired it from your previous Sorcerer Supreme. It's used to safeguard the realms by uncovering threats." "It seems a lot like the Eye of the Sorcerer," Bai Yang remarked, intrigued. "No, child," Odin replied, shaking his head. "The Eye of the Sorcerer is mainly for seeing through illusions, and its foresight is only short-term. That's also your Sorcerer Supreme's tool," he added with a knowing look. Bai Yang looked at Odin, speechless. "Did you just take it from the last Sorcerer Supreme?" "We made a deal," Odin clarified. "It was about matters of the dimensions. Otherwise, how do you think so many dimensions are willing to provide your people with energy for free?" Bai Yang thought it over and realized it made sense. Aside from the Trinity of S.H.I.E.L.D, there were other dimensions that, once acknowledged, would willingly supply Earth's sorcerers with power. Only the more difficult lords, like Sidorak, required a formal request for power, and if they were in a bad mood, they could cut you off without warning. Bai Yang chuckled sheepishly. Odin led him onward through the treasury, and soon, they stopped at a wall where a niche held a stone stele as tall as a person. "This is the monument of life's time. Inscribed upon it are several life equations that can catalyze the evolution of living beings. If one cultivates according to these evolutionary formulas, it's possible to ascend to the highest form of life." Some of the inscriptions remain undeciphered, but for me, this monument is now little more than a collectible. Odin gently took down the stone tablet and placed it before Bai Yang. "But for human bodies, it should be quite useful. I'm curious to see where your evolutionary limits lie." As Odin spoke, Bai Yang tucked the monument away into his personal spatial storage. Odin gazed around his treasure vault, as if the sight had stirred old memories. "Child, I can see the intense longing for power in you, yet you manage to keep a clear mind. That's a rare quality at your age. In the future, if Thor acts impulsively, I hope you'll be there to hold him back. No problem, Bayang replied. With that, Odin led Bayang out of the treasury. Now that I've given you what you need, see to your work quickly. I'll assign someone to learn from you during the process. Once outside, Odin gave Bayang a few last instructions. The forge has already been prepared. S.H.I.E.L.D will take you there. Odin nodded to the guard who'd been standing silently nearby. Understood. Thank you, warrior S.H.I.E.L.D, Bayang said, returning the nod. After bidding farewell to Odin, the two of them departed. The forge Odin mentioned was actually a laboratory constructed specifically for Bayang, equipped with all the necessary instruments. As the Lord of the Nine Realms, Odin had little trouble procuring the devices Bayang requested, and for those few items not available, magical substitutes could easily be arranged. Of course, this was mainly for the creation of a single spatial pillar. If it were an entire Bifrost array, that would have been a far greater challenge. Once the prototype spatial pillar was complete, they could calibrate its target coordinates in the corresponding world. After successful teleportation, the transport of materials would become much more efficient. In these 3 days, aside from studying magic, Bayang also had to draft a list of equipment and materials for the head of the magical weapons department. In fact, many items could be replaced by the department's own advanced or more convenient magical devices. Most likely, these innovations were a legacy of the Bifrost's original construction. Led by S.H.I.E.L.D, Bayang left the central palace, heading toward their destination. After passing over several mountain peaks, they arrived at a cavern near the city's outskirts. Wild grass grew thick around the cave entrance, and the surrounding rocks jutted out in rugged formations. The shadowed mouth of the cave made it impossible to see what lay within. We're here, Bayang asked, curiosity in his voice. Yes, S.H.I.E.L.D replied with a nod, then produced a silver key and stepped inside. Bayang shrugged, steeling himself before following. As they disappeared into the darkness, the golden glow of energy blossomed in S.H.I.E.L.D's hand, illuminating the way ahead. It was the key he had just been holding that was now glowing. Immediately, as if sensing this surge of energy, a yellow magical line began to appear in the air before the dark entrance. Like a serpent, it slithered and spread outward in all directions. Very soon, as the magical array's radiance grew more intense, a silvery metal door materialized before them. The magical lines crawling across its surface branched out like twigs. Once the magical formation on the door had fully taken shape, the key in S.H.I.E.L.'s hand shimmered with yellow light and floated gently upward, settling itself into the round indentation at the center of the door. The array on the door shone brilliantly, and the door began to slide open slowly to either side. A rush of incandescent white light spilled from within, dazzling their eyes with a pure, immaculate brilliance that made the entire space seem untouched by even a speck of dust. The key then slipped out of the indentation and returned to S.H.I.E.L.'s hand. This is the key. The incantation is Tozella, S.H.I.E.L.D said as he approached Bayang and handed the key over. All right. Bayang looked around the laboratory in astonishment. If he had to sum up the environment inside in a single word, it would be white, luminous, and pristine. The walls were entirely made of a white metal, though whether it was some magical material or unique to Asgard, he couldn't say. The design, too, had a seamless, flowing feel with strong, elegant curves throughout. The equipment was odd as well. Much of it was unfamiliar, nothing like what Bayang had seen before. Some pieces he couldn't even begin to identify. Elder Voight will come by in a while to explain how to use some of the equipment, S.H.I.E.L.D said again from behind him. Voight. Bayang searched his memory. The name did sound familiar. But as he glanced around this remote place, he couldn't help but complain. Honestly, isn't it a bit much to build a laboratory out here in the middle of nowhere? He realized that this would make his daily journey to the magic hall much longer, and then another thought occurred to him. He lowered his voice and asked, You're not telling me you've run out of space, have you? Although the buildings in Asgard weren't packed tightly together, their layout was clearly intentional. Yet, at the moment, there probably wasn't a suitable building available, so they'd had no choice but to construct one out here in a mountainside cave. S.H.I.E.L.D remained silent, but his shifting gaze betrayed a hint of embarrassment. Well, this place isn't so bad, Bayang said with a helpless sigh, finding a chair and sitting down. At that moment, a voice called out from the doorway. My apologies, but time was tight, so we had to choose a suitable site as quickly as possible. Rest assured, we've used the finest facilities and construction methods available, and all the energy supply will be routed directly to you. The speaker was an elderly man, thin-faced, dressed in a long black robe over silver soft armor, who stepped into the room. Bayang turned his head at the sound. And you are? I'm Voight. I'll be shadowing you over the next couple of days to learn about space bridges and time bomb technology, and I'll also show you how to use these magical instruments. Nice to meet you. My name is Bai Yang. Bai Yang stepped forward politely and shook his hand. Has Midgard's technology really advanced to the point of planetary teleportation? He still found this hard to believe. It's just me, not all of Midgard. The world itself hasn't reached that level yet, Bai Yang explained. Mr. Voight, I've heard of you. You're the mastermind behind all of Asgard's weaponry. I've been looking forward to meeting you, Bai Yang finally recalled who stood before him. He'd always hoped for a chance to meet this man, never expecting Voight would come in person to study with him. By Midgardian standards, you're only a teenager, not even an adult yet. Voight frowned as he studied Bai Yang's face. That's right, you're not mistaken, Bai Yang replied with a slight twitch of his lips, already guessing what the old man was about to say. In just over a decade, no one could create these devices, even if you'd started in the womb. Did someone teach you? Even so, you couldn't have mastered it all so quickly, Voight muttered, falling into deep thought. Bai Yang said nothing. If there's nothing else, Mr. Voight, perhaps you could begin by teaching me how to use these magical devices, Bai Yang suggested, pointing at some of the strange equipment scattered around the laboratory. He could probably figure them out himself, but that would be a needless waste of time. If you can't wrap your head around it, you can always verify things during our experiments, Bai Yang added. Oh, apologies. Let's start with the posture energy supply, Voight said, snapping out of his thoughts. He moved over to a colorful, square-shaped device. All you need to do is feed a bit of energy into the interface, he said, walking up to the device and sliding his finger into a narrow groove, just wide enough for one finger. As he activated it, the machine whirred to life, and in that instant, the other devices in the lab seemed to draw power as well, glowing with intricate magical patterns. Rather than a simple power supply, the posture energy source was more like an engine. Which one is the device for spatial coordinate targeting? Bai Yang asked. The directional targets over here, Voight replied, stepping over to a cylindrical device suspended in midair. About a week later, Bai Yang was finally familiar with every instrument in the lab and began work on constructing the space bridge pillars. Meanwhile, Voight observed Bai Yang's every move with growing anticipation. This time, Odin's orders were for him to master the space array and time bomb technology in the hands of this young man. To be honest, at the time, he thought that even if the other person was a mage, given the lifespan of humans, it would take at least 50 years to develop a planetary teleportation bridge. For them, the Asgardians, that span of time was equivalent to merely 5 days. But when they finally met, he was even more astonished. By Midgard standards, the boy was not even of age. In Asgardian years, he'd barely be considered an infant. And yet, this very person claimed with full confidence that he could build a spatial teleportation bridge. More than that, he said he could transport entire planets. To be honest, he found it hard to believe, but since it was arranged by His Majesty Odin, he had no choice but to watch closely. In fact, though Asgardians possess great physical strength and long lives, their ability to reproduce is not strong, so their numbers remain few. And the fewer the new blood, the fewer the chances for ideas to collide. Their extended lifespans meant that, when it came to research, they mostly worked in solitude, rarely exchanging thoughts with others. Without the sparks of intellectual exchange, their technological development tended to be rather one-dimensional. Still, Asgardians primarily relied on their formidable physical prowess in battle, so it was only natural that their technology was limited. As long as their combat methods remained diverse, that was enough. That's also why they had little in the way of gunpowder-based ranged weaponry. The only exceptions are the Bifrost and the defensive energy cannons stationed around the city. During the following period, Bai Yang spent his days building spatial columns while also instructing Voight. But because of the differences in philosophy and materials between the two worlds, Bai Yang found teaching him to be quite the challenge. Voight, for his part, was equally frustrated. If you talked to him about magical weapons or spatial energies, he could grasp the concepts far more easily. But when it came to Bai Yang's talk of planetary magnetic fields, rhythms, and high-energy radiation, although he could understand the words and piece together the theory from what he already knew, the actual process of creating it was still at odds with his comprehension. So Bai Yang could only build one step at a time, patiently explaining each part to Voight as he went. Nevertheless, Voight possessed his own deep well of knowledge, and Bai Yang learned much from their exchanges as well. And so, after about 2 months, the first spatial column was finally completed. Once the test succeeded, Bai Yang could hand over the remaining work to Voight and return to the magical hall with his beloved sisters. On the day of the spatial columns test, Bai Yang and Voight came to the temporary observatory erected by Asgard, a silver rectangular box floating behind them. Elder Voight. Inside the observatory, a burly man clad in golden armor, helmet adorned with horns like those of a bull, greeted Voight with respectful salute. Heimdall, today we'll be testing the space bridge. Voight gestured to the long metallic box behind him. White Poplar, the mage. Heimdall also caught sight of White Poplar behind Voight and greeted him. Greetings, brave Heimdall. White Poplar replied politely. In Asgard, whenever White Poplar met a woman, he would usually address her as lady. If it was someone like Sif, whom he knew well, he might call her big sister. But when meeting Asgardian warriors, he would always add brave after their names. After all, if they were calling him mage, he should respond in kind. It's just like when you visit Guangdong. If someone calls you handsome guy, you certainly wouldn't retort with an insult. Shall we begin? White Poplar lifted the lid of the long box and asked. Sorry, we'll need to wait a bit longer. His Majesty Odin will be joining us shortly. Heimdall apologized. What's he coming for? Voight asked, puzzled. It's likely related to the recent unrest in Vanaheim. To avoid alerting the rebels the moment the space bridge is activated, they must cross through immediately after it's set up. Heimdall explained. Once the space bridge is established, a blue pillar of light will appear, something sure to catch the attention of the rebels in Vanaheim. Vanaheim is home to the Vanir, led by Njord, the god of the sea. It is one of the 9 realms, the other major realm being Asgard, home to the Aesir. How do you plan to repair the Bifrost? After setting down the long box, White Poplar walked over to the broken section of the Rainbow Bridge. Looking down from the gap in the ruined bridge, one could see nothing but lonely darkness, occasionally dotted with drifting forms, a kind of darkness that could make you dizzy if you stared too long. We haven't found a solution yet, but there are 5 infinity stones in the universe. Perhaps the space stone could help restore it. Voight walked over and explained. Over the past 2 months, Voight had finally come to trust in White Poplar's abilities. Though it still seemed incredible, the evidence was right in front of him. And today, if the space bridge could truly be successfully constructed, Asgard would gain a new mode of transportation and would no longer be left powerless by the destruction of the Bifrost. The 9 realms could also return to stability much more quickly. The space stone. White Poplar was momentarily taken aback, then thought of S.H.I.E.L.D. You've heard of it? Voight noticed his expression and asked curiously. Yes, it should be on our Earth, but its exact location is unknown to me. White Poplar shook his head. Although he knew it was in S.H.I.E.L.D's possession, he really didn't know its precise whereabouts. Midgard? Voight asked, unsure. White Poplar nodded. His Majesty Odin. At that moment, Heimdall's voice echoed from the observatory. The two of them turned their gaze away from the fractured Bifrost and looked behind them. Leading the way was Odin, draped in a crimson cloak and clad in golden armor, though notably without his helmet. At his side stood Thor, who wore a similar red cloak and battle armor, his head adorned with a golden, horned helmet. Behind them followed the warriors 3, Volstagg among them, and a small contingent of soldiers. Master Poplar, let's begin at once. Odin beckoned to Poplar with a wave of his hand. Let's go, Poplar said to Voight, gesturing for them to move forward. The two of them stepped ahead. Lord Odin. Poplar offered a respectful bow. Odin's expression was grave as he spoke. Set the destination of the portal bridge to Vanaheim. Understood. With that, Poplar retrieved the space pillar from its long case. This space pillar differed somewhat from the one used with the Transformers. Though it was also shaped like a column, its base was fitted with a device resembling a projector, a converter. The converter was designed for multi-planetary teleportation. Once set, the previous space pillar could only connect to a single planet. Under everyone's watchful gaze, Poplar lifted the silver pillar, its base resembling a pedestal, and slowly released his grip. The pillar hovered gently in midair. The observatory was where the Bifrost would normally be fired from, the place Heimdall used to guard and watch over the 9 realms. But since the Bifrost had been destroyed, the original observatory was gone. This one was clearly a temporary structure, built not far from the broken end of the bridge. It had been constructed specifically for the space pillar. From a distance, it looked like a sphere capped with a sharp spire. The spire's purpose was to serve as a pointer. Inside, the central area was a circular, arch platform. At its very heart was the device that connected the Bifrost to Asgard's energy. The space pillar rose slowly, gliding toward the center of the arch platform. A mechanical whirring sounded as the pillar reached its designated position. The metallic case unfolded like a blossoming flower, revealing the brilliant glow of the energy crystal within. Moments later, with the destination locked, a beam of blue light shot out from the top of the space pillar, connecting to the guiding spire at the pinnacle of the observatory. The sphere began to rotate, spire and all, until it aligned with the selected target, then came to a halt. Instantly, energy surged forth. Within the observatory, a ring of blue light sprang up around the space pillar, forming a circle about 2 meters in radius. Should I test it out myself? Poplar asked with a grin, seeing the portal bridge had activated successfully. No need. I can see it, Odin replied. From his vantage point, a column of blue light had appeared in the world of Vanaheim. Did it work? Thor asked impatiently from behind. Of course, Poplar replied with a nod. Thor, you may depart now, Odin said as he turned around. Yes, Thor replied. Without delay, Thor took the lead, and Sif, along with the others, followed him into the column of blue light, one after another. The moment they stepped in, they vanished from where they stood. Vanaheim. Since the destruction of the Bifrost, the restraints on the people there had been lifted, and rebel forces began to emerge. As time went by, the army of Asgard had only appeared once, but by then, the rebels had already received advance warning and had gone into hiding. As a result, Asgard's forces only managed to quell a few minor disturbances during that visit. However, after Asgard's departure, the hidden rebels resurfaced, growing stronger and soon plunging Vanaheim into widespread turmoil. They rallied under the banner of restoring the glory of the Vanir, recruiting allies and rapidly expanding their influence. Many of Vanaheim's buildings bore the distinctive features of the Mongolian steppes, and numerous tribes worshipped stone statues. Recently, though, statues of Njord, the god of the sea, had begun to appear with increasing frequency. On this particular day, across a vast, open plain, a group of mounted soldiers galloped at full speed. Not far ahead of them, a crowd of people in course. Gray robes fled in panic, women with their heads wrapped, middle-aged men carrying the elderly on their backs, and frightened children running alongside. The horsemen behind, mostly clad in animal skins, grinned menacingly as they pursued their prey. Suddenly, a beam of blue light shot down from the sky, striking the ground between the soldiers and the fleeing crowd. The soldiers instinctively pulled hard on their reins, bringing their horses to an abrupt halt, and stared in astonishment at the sudden appearance of the light. But their expressions quickly shifted from surprise to terror. From the heart of the blue light, Thor and the Asgardian army burst forth. In a flash, Thor's hammer flew out, striking down the lead rider and sending him crashing to the ground. I am Odinson, Thor, god of thunder. Thor's hammer whistled through the air as it snapped back into his grasp. The sky darkened. Fierce serpents of lightning writhed through the black clouds, thunder booming so loudly it seemed to shake the very earth. A proclamation to this world that he had arrived. How can this be? A soldier gasped in disbelief, staring at the sudden appearance of the Asgardians. Seize them, Thor commanded, and his soldiers surged forward. Across Vanaheim, people witnessed the sudden column of light and the raging storm that tore across the sky. Asgard had arrived. At the observatory, after Thor and his companions had faded from sight, Bai Yang glanced over at Odin. Lord Odin, I've enjoyed these past 2 months working with Elder Voigt. He's fully mastered the construction of the space bridge, and now all that's left is to wait until we have enough space pillars manufactured. I'll keep teaching him about array sequencing, he said to Odin. Odin glanced at Voigt. Yes, you can leave the rest of this old man, Voigt nodded. What about the time bomb? Odin asked. I've already sent him the detailed instructions. His knowledge far surpasses mine. Given the information, he'll have no trouble building it. Very well. Go back and continue your studies in magic with Frigg. If you ever wish to visit Nidavellir, just let me know. Odin nodded, then turned and vanished on the spot. Was that magic? Bai Yang asked Voigt, curiosity gleaming in his eyes as he stared at the place where Odin had disappeared. That was Odin's power. Bai Yang couldn't help but grumble inwardly. In Asgard, no matter who sits on the throne, there's always a new title. For instance, when Odin's father Bor ruled, it was known as Bor's power. With Odin, it's Odin's power. Though the strength is passed down from one ruler to the next, each generation names it after the one who reigns. However, Bai Yang remembered that Odin could command dark matter energy, allowing him to traverse dimensions at will. Afterward, Bai Yang and Voigt returned to the laboratory, tidied up a bit, and parted ways for the time being. Originally, Bai Yang only needed to construct a single space pillar here, enough to enable the transport of an army. But now, with Odin's additional requests, his workload had grown. Fortunately, Voigt's depth of knowledge and the advanced technology here, about 5,000 years ahead of Earth, made teaching and building a smooth process. Bai Yang had been so busy lately that he barely had time to visit the Hall of Magic. His original plan was to study at the Hall of Magic during the day, then return to the lab in the afternoon to work on the space pillar. But with Voigt's arrival, their progress soared, and it seemed better to simply finish building the space pillar and complete the first transaction as soon as possible. Elder Voigt, the array sequencing equations are stored on this computer, but constructing the main pillar of the space bridge is a bit more complex. If you need anything, come find me, Bai Yang said, standing on a platform and pointing to the computer beside him. Though not large, This computer possessed immense computational power. By Earth standards, you would need a supercomputer the size of an island to match it. Yes, I'll come to you if I need help, Voight nodded. After bidding him farewell, Bayang returned once more to Fandrel's castle to rest for the day. This time, Bayang was once again able to enjoy the bustling energy of the laboratory, but luckily things would soon slow down and he could take it easy. Bayang, let's go. At that moment, by the entrance of the Grand Hall of the Celestial Palace, Ai waved at Bayang, who was saying goodbye to the other apprentices. Just a second, I'll be right there, Bayang called back. Then he turned to a tall woman before him, her gaze fiery, and said, if you have any more questions, we can discuss them tomorrow. I promised Ai I'd be your guest tonight. All right, if you have the time, you're welcome to come to my house as well. We'd be happy to have you, she replied, glancing over at Ai in the distance and smiling as she nodded. No problem. I hope you'll prepare some of my favorite Tixiang fruit for me. That's no problem at all. Tixiang fruit tastes wonderful, she agreed with a nod. After saying his farewells, Bayang walked over to Ai. Let's go. My father went up the mountain today and hunted a deer just for you. You're in for a real treat, she said cheerfully as she led the way. Is your father a hunter? Bayang asked curiously. Yes, our family mainly makes a living by trading in meat. There are many strange beasts in the mountains behind our home. Aside from hunters like my father, only the warriors of the Celestial Palace venture into those mountain ranges. Are there really powerful beasts in the mountains? Bayang asked. Some of them are extremely dangerous. Even the warriors of the palace are wary of them, Ai replied. I haven't been there yet. Maybe I'll have to explore it sometime, Bayang said, his interest piqued. You really shouldn't go alone. Even though you can use magic, those beasts are faster and stronger than most people in Asgard. Ai cautioned him. If you really want to go, you should let someone from the palace go with you. My constitution isn't the best, but I do have plenty of gear, Bayang tried to explain. Regardless, you shouldn't go alone. All right, Bayang relented, shrugging helplessly. As they talked, the two walked further and further from the Celestial Palace, heading east. Asgard is about the size of the moon, but the population isn't particularly large. Many of the mountain ranges remain uninhabited, home to all sorts of unusual beasts. Most of these creatures are incredibly robust and possess unique abilities. Every so often, palace warriors are sent out to patrol and clear the area around the mountains. Ordinary hunters also go into the mountains to hunt these beasts and sell their meat. Some people are giving us odd looks, Bayang remarked as he and Ai passed through a residential area. Some of the locals pointed and whispered as they walked by. They're probably just curious because you're from Midgard, Ai answered, her expression a little uneasy. Really, Bayang sensed that something was off, but he didn't press further. He simply followed Ivy, whose hurried steps betrayed a hint of nervousness. Soon, after crossing several bridges behind Ivy, Bayang found himself at the foot of a mountain in Asgard. Here, a cluster of buildings stood firm, their walls as solid as city ramparts. This is my home. My father should have already prepared dinner. Let's go in quickly, Ivy said, pointing to the building in the middle. She pushed open the door and motioned for Bayang to follow her inside. From the outside, Bayang took a moment to observe. The building resembled a lighthouse, constructed from bluish stone bricks. A single window in the middle offered a glimpse of bustling figures moving about inside. He stepped in after Ivy, and as soon as he crossed the threshold, a wave of warmth enveloped him. But before he could take in the atmosphere, Ivy called out to him. Bayang, come on. Dinner's ready. All right, I'm coming, he replied, setting aside his curiosity and heading toward the living room. In Asgard, people generally didn't use electric lights. Instead, they lit candles, perhaps owing to their unique constitutions. The dim glow of candlelight drew everyone closer to its warmth, filling the space with a cozy and inviting feeling. Come, child, have a seat, said a middle-aged man, sitting directly across from the door. Upon seeing Bayang, he rose with a welcoming smile. Ivy's father had slightly rounded cheeks and a kind face. The fur cloak draped over his shoulders shimmered with reddish hues in the candlelight. Bayang nodded and found a seat for himself. It seemed there were only the two of them in the room, but Bayang didn't inquire further. Hello, I'm Bayang. He introduced himself, reaching out to shake Ivy's father's hand. I've heard of you. Ivory's mentioned you more than a few times lately. My name is Warren Nigel, the man replied, shaking Bayang's hand with a smile. I haven't even been to class for 2 months, Bayang said, half joking, half embarrassed. Oh, Warren looked slightly surprised, glancing at his daughter for clarification. He really hasn't been to class for 2 months. He's been buried in research the whole time. Maybe you should change the subject, Ivy said, smiling helplessly. Warren gave a nervous chuckle. Still, thank you, Mr. Warren, for remembering me, Bayang said quickly, steering the conversation in a new direction. By the way, Ivy told me you're a hunter? That's right. I go hunting in the back mountains every week, Warren replied with a nod. Would it be possible for me to take a look at your weapons? Bayang asked with curiosity. Of course. Just wait here. I'll go get them for you, Warren said, rising to fetch his hunting gear. After Warren left, Bayang smiled and said to Ivy, there's really no need to be so formal. If you ever need help with anything, just tell me directly. I'll do what I can. Thank you. But as you know, I truly have no talent for crafting magical weapons. My father hunts often, yet he doesn't have a decent weapon to his name, Ivy replied, a little moved, realizing that Bayang had seen through her thoughts. Why don't you just buy one? Bayang asked, puzzled. In Asgard, it was common knowledge that with a bit of saving, any resident could afford a magical weapon for hunting. My mother is a sorceress. She bewitched my father and made him kill many people. Although he was eventually forgiven, all his weapons were confiscated. And even now, most people here refuse to sell him magical weapons. Ivy said, her face hidden in shadow, as if the memories were too painful to revisit. She had come to the Hall of Magic, hoping to learn enough to craft a suitable magic weapon for her father. But unfortunately, she had no gift for it whatsoever. She had instead inherited her mother's formidable talent for the mind. No wonder, Bayang thought to himself, recalling how, when passing through certain parts of Asgard, some residents would point and whisper as they saw the two of them. That sorceress, was she a temptress? He suddenly remembered something and asked Ivy. Yes, you've heard of her. Ivy looked at him in surprise. I have. She must have visited Earth, Bayang replied, recalling that, back in New Mexico, Coulson had mentioned to him, after meeting Thor, a story about an Asgardian who had once come to Earth. She was a stunningly beautiful sorceress who crossed the Bifrost and arrived on Earth, where she beguiled the men of S.H.I.E.L.D. Her enchantment magic only worked on men, so according to the story, it was Sif who finally came down and dealt with her. At the time, Bayang had thought the enchantment magic seemed rather weak. The fact that it only affected the opposite sex was a glaring flaw. If it could have worked on everyone, now that would have been truly powerful. He had never expected that this enchantress would have a husband and a daughter. Now, as far as he knew, the enchantress was imprisoned by Sif. I never imagined she'd gone to your world as well, Ivy murmured wistfully. At that moment, Ivy's father approached, carrying a spear, a bow, and a few knives. Come, take a look at this dagger. We hunters only use something like this when fighting for our lives. I suppose I've been lucky. I've only had to use it 4 times. The fact that I'm still sitting here tells you how those fights ended, he said, handing the dagger to Bayang. Bayang accepted it and saw that the dagger was entirely red, like blood-red agate. Its surface was smooth, but in the fine details, he could see the rough marks of hand finishing. Made from Darcite, Bayang tapped the belly of the dagger, asking uncertainly. Darcite was a unique ore from the Asgard Mountains, renowned for its exceptional hardness and toughness, making it an excellent material for crafting cold weapons. Yes, I made it myself, he replied, his face brimming with pride. Bayang didn't say anything. He set the dagger down and picked up another weapon, a spear with a red-tipped head. It felt rather heavy. This spear was much shorter than a typical one. To be honest, with this length, it might have been better made into a sword. He set it down again and reached for the longbow. This was an entirely gray bow, its polished surface bearing marks that reminded him a lot of the dagger's craftsmanship. He tried pulling the bowstring. Bai Yang's face gradually turned red with the effort, but the string didn't budge an inch. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Bai Yang suddenly let both his arms be covered in a layer of red liquid, which quickly solidified into a set of crimson leather armor. A low, resonant hum of the bowstring echoed through the living room. With a calm expression, Bai Yang withdrew the bio-armor from his arms under the astonished gazes of the other two. Ahem, this bowstring seems to be made from the sinew of some kind of snake, right? Bai Yang tried to cover his embarrassment as he put the longbow down and asked. Yes, it's from a snake-type beast called a tenether, Ivy's father replied, looking somewhat surprised. This newcomer had only been here for less than 3 months, yet he already seemed familiar with things from Asgard. It was clear that Warren's hunting tools were all handmade. He gave off the impression of an Asgardian primitive, which was hard to reconcile with his otherwise kind and gentle demeanor. Looks like you faced some pretty tough beasts out there, Uncle. Actually, I've been wanting to craft some magical weapons recently. Would you mind if I borrowed your weapons for a bit? Bayang asked as he picked up the lightest dagger. Warren paused, then glanced over at his daughter. Ivy rolled her eyes. No wonder this guy was so easily charmed. Don't worry. If anything goes wrong, I promise I'll get you a new set as soon as possible, Bayang assured him, thinking Warren was worried he might damage the weapons. At Bayang's words, Warren finally snapped out of it. It's fine. Do whatever you want with them. If they break, you don't owe me anything. Saying this, he pushed the weapons toward Bayang. All right. It should take about 7 days. When they're done, I'll have Ivy bring them over to you, Bai Yang said, tapping each weapon in turn. One by one, the 3 weapons vanished. You're using dimensional storage? Ivy's eyes widened in surprise at the sight. Bai Yang chuckled. No, not quite. I just separated out a bit of space. True dimensional storage would be a bit much. That's really impressive. By the way, your mastery of spatial magic is so deep too. I always thought you came to Asgard because you couldn't get the hang of Midgard's magic, Ivy said in surprise. Well, I focus on researching magic itself. It's not always about casting spells, so I tend to concentrate more on the knowledge side of things. I just can't imagine how you managed to learn so much at your age, Ivy sighed in wonder. Guess you could call it talent, Bai Yang replied offhandedly. Oh right, you must know enchantment magic, don't you? Would you mind teaching me? Bai Yang's curiosity about the principles behind enchantment magic suddenly got the better of him. Ivy gave Bai Yang a strange look. I don't actually know it myself, but I do have a handbook. Why do you want to learn enchantment magic anyway? She asked cautiously. Her family did possess enchantment magic, but she'd never really been interested in it. Illusions were more her thing. Besides, enchantment magic was designed by enchantresses based on the psychology of women, specifically to influence men. She really couldn't imagine what Bai Yang would want with it. I'm just intrigued by the mechanics behind it. As for its uses, well, that can wait. The fact that enchantresses could create such magic at all is pretty incredible, Bai Yang quickly explained, catching on to what she was thinking. All right then, let's eat first, and after we're finished, I'll go get it for you. Ivy nodded. She didn't care much for it herself, so giving it away would be doing her a favor as well. With that, she sliced off a piece of venison and placed it onto Bai Yang's plate. Thank you. Bai Yang picked up his knife and fork and expressed his gratitude. Meanwhile, when Warren overheard them discussing enchantresses, his expression grew complicated. Just then, his daughter's voice broke through his thoughts. Dad, could you bring out the fruit wine you prepared? Of course, give me a moment. He snapped out of his reverie, got up, and fetched the fruit wine he'd set aside. As the venison slowly disappeared from their plates, Bai Yang and Warren fell into conversation about their hunting experiences. For a while, the small sitting room was filled with a warm, lively atmosphere, the candlelight casting gentle shadows on the walls. Ivy sat quietly, simply watching the scene unfold before her, gradually drifting off into daydreams. Night deepened. Bai Yang still had things to take care of before the day was over. Ivy, I'll be heading off now, he said, standing up to take his leave. Huh? Oh, all right, she replied, as if just waking from a dream. Wait a moment, I'll fetch that magic handbook for you. She hurried upstairs, rummaged for a bit, and then came back down holding a red leather-bound book. She handed the handbook to Bai Yang. I've read through this myself. It's really just a practical application of psychic magic, but with added guidance on male psychology. So it's only effective on men. Got it. I'll just study it a bit. Thank you, Bai Yang said with a nod, accepting the book. Under Ivy's watchful gaze, Bai Yang disappeared into the moonlight. Instead of returning to Vandal's castle, Bai Yang headed straight for a cave on the outskirts of town. Beneath the silver veil of night, all of Asgard looked like a dreamscape, quiet and warm, as if wrapped in a gentle embrace. Bai Yang entered the cave and took out a key to unlock the laboratory door. Inside, the room shone as bright as day, and an elderly man was still bustling back and forth, completely immersed in his tasks. Elder Voight, you're still up? Bai Yang greeted the old man as he stepped inside. Bai Yang, what brings you here so late? Voight looked up in surprise. I'm studying an antidote for a specific potion. Do you know Sif? Bai Yang asked. Sif? Voight seemed momentarily puzzled. Heimdall's sister, Bai Yang prompted. Oh, her. What about her? With the reminder, Voight finally recalled, helped no doubt by Sif's reputation in Asgard. Her hair used to be golden, but Loki played a trick on her, and it turned black. I want to restore it. Bai Yang produced a lock of black hair as he spoke. I remember that incident. Loki, that mischievous brat, used a potion containing caraffity on her hair, Voight said with a sigh. If it were just caraffity, we could fix it easily, but he mixed in other substances as well. Now it's become permanent. I want to solve this. Do you have any ideas? Bai Yang looked at him expectantly. Well, you might try using Inweezer root and the saliva of the Kavami lizard. I'm not much of an expert in magical potions, but that's the best advice I can give, Voight answered after some thought, offering what little guidance he could. The juice of Inweezer root is highly corrosive, while Kavami lizard saliva has the ability to alter colors. All right, thank you. If you don't mind, I'll stay here with you tonight, Bai Yang said with a smile. I wouldn't mind at all, Voight replied, waving his hand dismissively. With that, Bai Yang made his way to another laboratory, placing the lock of hair into an analyzer and beginning a component analysis. Meanwhile, Voight continued to focus on constructing his spatial pillar. The next day, Bai Yang went to the Hall of Magic, as usual, to begin his studies. Our illusions are born from our minds. The stronger the mind, the more real the illusions become, said Frigga from the lectern, dressed in a flowing yellow mage's robe. At her side, a lifelike figure appeared. It was a perfect illusion of Bai Yang himself. The Real Bai Yang sat below, marveling at the likeness conjured before him. If one's mind is strong enough, could they conjure reality itself? Bai Yang raised his hand and asked. Frigga's brows knit together ever so slightly, clearly taking a moment to choose her words carefully. It's possible, but very difficult, and even real itself can be divided into two kinds. She paused for a moment, then continued. The first kind is reality as seen by living beings. If something exists within the perception of all creatures, then it is real to them. The second kind, Freya explained, is something extra created in the universe, a material presence conjured out of nothing. This is the realm of the creator. So, by the first definition, if you change the consciousness of living beings, you could also construct reality. Bai Yang pressed on, biting his lip. But altering consciousness can only change so much. The first kind of reality is such that, regardless of any influence, every being who perceives, it would recognize its existence as real. As she spoke, Freya directed the Bai Yang illusion beside her to approach the real Bai Yang below. The illusion reached out and gently caressed Bai Yang's cheek. Bai Yang felt a sensation as real as any touch. Just like now, everyone here can clearly see this is an illusion, so it doesn't count as real. It has no consciousness, no soul, no independent thought. Bai Yang reached out to touch it, and the illusionary version of himself vanished instantly. Freya watched him with a warm, approving smile before continuing her explanation. Meanwhile, Bai Yang was already deep in thought about the potential uses of mind magic. Yesterday, he had skimmed through the magical notes Ivy had given him, which focused primarily on psychic powers. The enchantress was clever. She knew that relying solely on her own mental strength would never be enough to control someone long-term, especially not those with a strong will. So she had discovered a way to guide male instincts, creating an opening through which she could exert control more easily. The specifics of how to influence someone's mind, why it didn't work on women, and other details, these were things Bai Yang hadn't studied closely yet, so he remained unsure. But he already had a rough idea in his mind. After class, he greeted Ivy and hurried back to the lab, eager to begin his research. The most urgent task was still to successfully modify Ivy's father's hunting weapon. After that, he needed to quickly develop a potion to restore Sif's hair, as well as perfect the enchantment magic. So much to do. He'd thought that once the spatial pillar was finished, he'd have some time to relax, but instead, he was busier than ever. He decided to organize his schedule. The first half of the night would be spent modifying Ivy's father's weapon and analyzing the ingredients for Sif's hair potion. The second half, his soul would leave his body to study the enchantment magic notebook. Suddenly, Bai Yang's life was packed to the brim again, every moment accounted for. During magic class, he often sought Freya's guidance about the intricacies of mind magic. Sometimes, even after class was over, Bai Yang would follow her all the way to where Odin liked to rest. At first, Odin admired his thirst for knowledge, but soon realized that Bai Yang could talk endlessly without stopping. For the first time, Frigg experienced what it felt like to work overtime. Eventually, Odin's patience wore thin, and he simply tossed Bai Yang out. Under Bai Yang's wounded gaze, Frigg could only respond with a helpless look, as if to say she wished she could help but couldn't. Resigned, Bai Yang had no choice but to seek out Ivy again. She was still single, so she was quite happy to have Bai Yang visit. About a week later, Ivy's father's weapons had been transformed into magical weapons. In essence, they had been enchanted. The spear retained its original length, but now it could extend further. An enchantment was carved into the shaft, enabling it to trigger a circular magical shield during a block. The spearhead was also enchanted, giving it even greater piercing power. As for the longbow, a condensing spell was added, allowing it to generate energy arrows on its own. Their power depended on how long the user charged the shot. As long as they remained in Asgard, there was no need to worry about running out of energy. You could kite enemies to your heart's content. For the dagger, Bai Yang attempted to inscribe a spell for spatial traversal, making its movements in battle even more unpredictable and mysterious. Unfortunately, he wasn't completely successful. During experimentation, he discovered that triggering the spatial traversal effect relied on chance. It was rather unpredictable. Over those 7 days of tagging along, persistently and shamelessly, with Frigg and Ivy, Bai Yang's enchantment magic finally began to show results. On this day, Bai Yang brought the newly modified weapons to the Hall of Magic, planning to hand them over to Ivy after class. Everyone gradually made their way to their desks and took their seats. I've been teaching mental magic on and off for over a decade now. Everyone except Bayang, please come up and demonstrate, Frigg said from the podium. It looked like today's lesson would be hands-on practice. Ivy, why don't you be the first to show us in action, she said, addressing Ivy, who had the best talent for mental magic among the students. All right. Ivy glanced at Bayang beside her, smiled, and stepped onto the stage. She stood by Frigg and began to recite an incantation. Pad Sawala Kanda. As the spell concluded, she herself appeared unchanged. Just as the other students started to think her spell had failed, Frigg reached out and touched her. To everyone's surprise, her hand passed straight through. Ivy was a phantom. Whoa, when did you get back? Bayang, completely absorbed in watching the demonstration, suddenly felt someone nudge him. The real Ivy had somehow returned and was now sitting right next to Bayang. That was an impressive illusion spell, Frigg said, clapping her hands in admiration. Who wants to go next? A tall girl stepped onto the stage, holding a flower in her hand that looked a bit like jasmine. As she began to chant her spell, Bayang caught the faint fragrance of flowers at the tip of his nose, and soon after, he felt drowsy, as if lulled into sleep. Olfactory seduction magic. Very impressive, Freya commented, waving her hand to dispel the scent so thoroughly that not a trace lingered in the air. Bayang, still half asleep, suddenly cried out in pain. The girl who'd just been on stage had approached his side and, seizing the opportunity, gave him a playful smack on the head. Wake up, she teased, grinning as Bayang nursed his head. It seemed she had set a precedent. Now, whenever Bayang's mind was affected, someone would ruffle his hair or flick his forehead. His eyes gradually lost their spark, his face bearing the helpless look of someone who'd been thoroughly toyed with. There was nothing he could do. After all, he was the only boy here, and still so young. One could only wonder how Loki had felt in this place back in the day. Most of the students here were between 100 and 200 years old. At last, after every student had demonstrated their spell, the practical session came to an end. All right, everyone's progress with mind magic is quite good. If some of you are falling behind, it's fine to consider another path. After all, everyone has their own strengths. Now, then, Freya was just about to conclude when Bai Yang's voice interrupted her. Professor Freya, I've been working on a new mind magic lately. May I give it a try? Freya looked at him in surprise. You've only been studying mind magic for a week, haven't you? I've actually done some research before. I'd like to show you what I've discovered, Bai Yang replied earnestly. All right, you can cast it from your seat, Freya said, her curiosity piqued. No, this spell is for a group. I'll need to be up on stage. It really did require the stage. Very well, go ahead, Freya nodded, giving her consent. Clearing his throat, Bai Yang walked to the stage, composed himself, and began to chant. As the incantation progressed, a red magical energy enveloped Bai Yang, obscuring him from view until he was replaced by a glowing red sphere. The audience watched with fascination, their mental energies instinctively forming a layer of defense out of caution. Gradually, the red mist dissipated like a drifting cloud, revealing the scene within. In an instant, every woman's eyes widened in shock at what appeared on stage, their mental barriers shattering in a heartbeat. Oh, darling! There, before them, stood a man with tantalizing 8-pack abs, powerful biceps, and a rugged stubble shadowing his face. His body sculpted like steel, radiating an irresistible, masculine allure. To top it all off, his words came wrapped in a sultry, effervescent tone. Frigg! Even she was caught off guard by this unexpected scene, and as for the ladies below, they were even more stunned. Seizing this fleeting moment, the red energy mist lingering in the air swiftly seeped into every person's body. The dazed ladies instantly stiffened, frozen in place. Taking advantage of these few seconds, Bai Yang somehow produced a handful of color markers out of thin air. In a flash, he appeared before each lady's face and began his artwork. Red rings around the eyes, a playful dot at the corner of the mouth, and a perfect touch of mustache. Frigg, the only one still lucid, stared wide-eyed at this spectacle. But what truly left her speechless came next. After Bai Yang finished his masterpiece on every face, he pulled out a camera. Click! The sound of the camera shutter echoed through the otherwise silent magic hall, jolting everyone awake. The first thing they noticed upon waking was that the handsome, alluring man had vanished. In his place stood the familiar Bai Yang, still holding the camera. The photos developed at once. While the women were still confused and bewildered, Bai Yang, positively gleeful, waved the pictures in the air. See you, he called, then quickly opened a portal and made his escape. Staring at the spot where Bai Yang had disappeared, the women exchanged puzzled glances. Oh. The magic hall lapsed into an uncanny silence once again. Suddenly, Frigg burst out laughing, unable to contain herself as she looked at the pairs of painted faces now eyeing each other across the room. Those who met each other's gaze first exchanged teasing chuckles, but soon realized something was amiss. In a flurry, they pulled out mirrors to inspect themselves. The entire magic hall erupted with ear-splitting screams. That wretched Midgardian mage. The little coward. I'm going to tan his hide for this. Hey, wipe that drool off your chin first. All the ladies frantically scrubbed the paint from their cheeks. Well, that's enough for today's lesson. Clearly, class was not going to continue. Smiling at the chaotic scene below, Frigg excused herself and left. In high spirits, Frigg exited the magical hall and sought out Odin at once, eager to share the day's events with him. But before she could say a word, Odin caught sight of her and, with a look of surprise, asked, "Oh my, what happened to your face?" Hearing this, Frigg's heart sank. She hurriedly pulled out a mirror to check. Sure enough, her own face had been painted as well. Not a clownish mask, but red eyeshadow and a touch of blush that made her look years younger. That rascal Bai Yang tricked me too, Frigg said with a helpless shake of her head. What happened? Odin asked, now thoroughly intrigued. During today's lesson, Bai Yang performed a kind of charm magic, Freya recalled, thinking it was indeed a charm spell. Bai Yang? Charm magic. Odin found this a little hard to believe. Yes, and he also used a transformation spell. Freya began to explain in detail, and by the end, she couldn't help but laugh herself. Meanwhile, Bai Yang arrived at Ivy's house. Over the past 7 days, Uncle Warren must have been waiting anxiously. Uncle Warren, it's me, Bai Yang. Standing before the lighthouse-like building, Bai Yang knocked on the door. After a short wait, hurried footsteps echoed from inside. The door swung open, revealing Warren's kindly face. What brings you here? He asked, looking at Bai Yang with curiosity. At this hour, shouldn't he be studying magic like his daughter? Classes ended early today, so I thought I'd come by and drop something off for you. Bai Yang produced the red dagger and held it up. That's wonderful. I've been waiting for your news these past few days, Warren said with delight, stepping aside to let Bai Yang enter. I'm quite skilled at inscribing enchantments. Whenever I promise to deliver, I deliver, Bai Yang replied, tossing the red dagger into Warren's hands. Once inside, Bai Yang reached into his spatial pouch and pulled out all the longbows and spears. Warren's eyes gleamed with anticipation as he examined the dagger. Compared to before, it had clearly undergone another round of refinement, and now dark magical runes were etched into its surface. I've imbued your dagger with dark energy, allowing it to generate a transparent spatial blade. When you attack, the blade will automatically extend, Bai Yang explained as he stood by the table. He had borrowed, or rather, acquired, the dark energy from his master, Gu Yi. On hearing this, Warren tested the dagger, thrusting it toward the table before him. As he moved, the runes along the blade suddenly flared to life. At the tip, a translucent spatial blade materialized, extending nearly a foot in length, turning the dagger into an effective short sword. It was called a spatial blade, but its shape more closely resembled a plank. Yet infused with spatial properties, it could pierce most objects with little effort. While the dagger was still midair, the spatial blade had already punched clean through the tabletop. Bai Yang had ultimately abandoned his earlier design in favor of this new approach. And here's the spear, Bai Yang said, picking up the weapon. He gave the handle a slight twist at the end, extending it by another half-meter. With practiced ease, he spun the spear in the somewhat cramped room, twirling it into dazzling patterns. Considering you don't have any weapons for defense, I went ahead and inscribed a defensive spell directly onto the spear, he said, holding the spear horizontally across his chest as his arms tensed slightly. A yellow, circular magic array shimmered into existence before the two of them. Since most of the enchantments are concentrated at the spear's tip, the defensive magic on the shaft isn't particularly strong. It can probably only withstand about 3 tons of force. He explained as the magic circle gradually faded away. The spear then returned to its original length, and Bai Yang tossed it to Warren, whose eyes were alight with anticipation. Warren caught the spear, visibly excited, fumbling with it for a moment in his eagerness. That just leaves the last item, the longbow, Bai Yang said with a smile at Warren's reaction, then picked up the longbow once more. With this bow, all you have to do is pull the string, and it will automatically form an energy arrow, Bai Yang explained, his arm now covered with a layer of bioarmor as he drew the string. Instantly, a glowing arrow appeared on the bow. After demonstrating its abilities, Bai Yang turned to the still excited Warren with a suggestion. You want to come with me to the Baffin Mountains? Warren asked, a hint of worry in his voice as they stood in the living room. Bai Yang had just proposed that they head to the Baffin Mountains together to test the weapons, since there would be much more space there. That's right. You don't need to worry about my safety. If anything dangerous happens, I'll use my spatial magic to escape right away, Bai Yang reassured him quickly. He had considered going alone, but realized he was unfamiliar with the mountain's terrain, especially the many unknown insects and creatures that live there. It was best, he thought, to travel with an experienced old hunter. All right, let me pack up. I'll hunt something fresh for dinner tonight as a treat. Warren agreed after a moment's thought. Having handed over his weapons to Bai Yang, Warren hadn't been out hunting all week. The moment he got them back, he felt a familiar itch in his hands. Once Warren was ready, the two of them set off toward the Baffin Mountains behind the village. The Baffin Mountains were the nearest range to S.H.I.E.L.D, teeming with all manner of rare and wondrous beasts. Beyond them, the mountains stretched on endlessly, reminiscent of a vast, unbroken wilderness. Baffin was also considered an ideal training ground. Nearly every year, warriors from the palace would head there for survival exercises, honing their wills on the edge of life and death. In truth, S.H.I.E.L.D had originally been just a small village, often plagued by invasions from the mountain beasts. But as the settlement grew, especially after Odin established the divine realm, the threat from these creatures was completely eliminated. As they made their way along the roads, a few passers-by still cast curious or strange glances at Bai Yang and Warren. After traversing some rugged mountain paths, at last they reached the Baffin Mountains. From a distance, the mountains still appeared blanketed in white snow, but as they drew closer to the foothills, lush green forests gradually came into view. It was afternoon, and the sun shone unabashedly over S.H.I.E.L.D, bathing the entire realm in golden light and turning it into a city of gold. Yet on this side of the mountains, everything felt clear and pure. The air was filled with the wild, enticing allure of the natural world, beckoning everyone closer. Let's try out our weapons here for a bit, Warren suggested, stopping in a clearing and turning to Bai Yang. Once I get a feel for them, we can continue on our way. All right, and if you find anything that doesn't suit you, just let me know, Bai Yang replied, nodding. He looked for a relatively low stone and sat down. But just as he settled onto the rock, he suddenly felt himself lifted into the air. The sensation of weightlessness lasted only a moment before his combat suit swiftly enveloped him. After landing steadily in his red bioarmor, Bai Yang turned his head to the right. There, from beneath a gray rock, for little legs suddenly sprouted. The creature hauled its rocky body away at surprising speed. Compared to the large stone, the legs were short and stubby, churning like tiny engines as it ran, making for a rather comical sight. What on earth is that? Bai Yang called out to Warren, poking his head out now that the danger seemed to be gone. That's a graystone crawler, a herbivore. They're timid and pretty lazy, often lying still like a rail rock and hardly moving at all, Warren explained with a laugh. They're quite rare, though. Seems you just happened to pick one to sit on. Well, aren't I lucky? Bai Yang said, exasperated. You really are. Those creatures are excellent at hiding, but they won't attack you. Still, once we head deeper in, you'd best keep that suit on at all times. Warren gestured to Bai Yang's red combat suit. At the mention of the jungle, Warren's expression grew serious. All right, fine. This time, Bai Yang simply sat down on the ground to wait. Warren found a spot for himself and pulled a longbow from his back. He gave the bowstring a tentative pull, and to his surprise, a gleaming white arrow of energy formed within the bow. Once the energy arrow was fully formed, Warren took aim at a tree trunk not far away. There was a sharp whiz as the arrow shot out, a streak of white slicing through the air, embedding itself deep into the trunk. Without losing momentum, it pierced through and continued on, striking the next tree. It bored through 2 trees in a row before finally stopping at the third. Excited, Warren hurried over and stopped in front of the tree where the energy arrow was lodged. Though none of these trunks were particularly thick, only about 10 centimeters in diameter, it was still impressive to see the arrow punch through 2 trees in one shot. Uncle Warren, gather your strength and see what your limit is, Bai Yang reminded him while sitting on the lawn. Upon hearing this, Warren returned to his original position. He slowly calmed himself, raising the longbow to his chest, his eyes sharp as he gazed into the depths of the forest. He drew the bowstring back slowly, and this time, after the energy arrow formed, he didn't release it right away. Instead, he pulled the string even tighter, adding a twist as he did so. White energy swirled more densely around the arrow, making it appear increasingly solid, gradually resembling a real arrow. Sensing that the moment was right, he suddenly let go of the bowstring. This time, as the arrow shot forth, it didn't create a sharp whistling sound. Instead, it carried a spiraling rush of air, vanishing from sight in an instant. Unlike before, when a white streak could still be seen, now only a fleeting afterimage remained before the arrow disappeared entirely. A chorus of dull thuds echoed through the forest as countless tree trunks were pierced. Warren dashed off into the woods at once. Soon, faint shuffling noises could be heard. He quickly returned, holding an arrow that was just about to dissipate. How was it? Bai Yang raised his eyebrows with a satisfied grin. Incredible. I can't imagine any beast standing up to that shot, Warren said, his face full of awe and admiration as he recalled what he had just seen. That's great. Get familiar with it as soon as you can. I'll do my best. Warren was now brimming with excitement. After another round of experimenting with the bow, he switched to his spear and began enthusiastically jabbing at the nearby trees. The trees could only endure in silence. About an hour passed. Once Warren had grown comfortable with his weapons, the two of them packed up and ventured into the mountain forest. Meanwhile, after Bayang left, all the students from the Magic Hall stormed outside in anger, setting off a frenzy throughout Asgard as they searched everywhere. From Ivy, they learned that when Bayang left, he was carrying a camera, an ancient device capable of preserving images. In other words, every single one of their painted faces had been captured in perfect detail. No wonder. The entire Magic Hall had gone mad, scouring Asgard in search of him. If he decided to take things a step further and spread those photos, the Magic Hall students would become infamous across Asgard. As for Bai Yang himself, he was now following Warren in the Baffin Mountains. No one would have guessed he'd gone there. So, all their efforts were bound to be in vain. He got you now, little one. In a corner of the mountains, a figure clad in red leather armor was holding up a rabbit with a green gem set in its forehead. The rabbit had ruby red eyes, snow-white fur, and a perfectly round face, utterly adorable. This creature is called a Bly rabbit. Bly is actually the name of a family line. Legend has it that tens of thousands of years ago, a rabbit named Bly was born on this planet. Thanks to their rapid rate of reproduction, they soon formed an enormous clan. The name Bly comes from the distinctive green gemstone passed down through generations on their foreheads. Their method of defense is to detonate this gemstone, using the chaos as a chance to escape. As the gemstone on the rabbit's head began to pulse, ready to explode, Bai Yang released a gentle wave of red, magical energy from his hand, gradually calming the frightened rabbit. What kind of magic is that? Warren, standing nearby, eyed the familiar glow of the spell with curiosity. I made some adjustments to a witch's enchantment spell. Now it works for calming and immobilizing, Bai Yang replied with a smile. So, how does the rabbit taste? Do you know how to cook it? Bai Yang continued, his tone playful. No. Honestly, it's better to sell these than to eat them. Warren shook his head. So, they're meant to be sold as pets, I suppose? Exactly. Many ladies would love to have one. But because of the gemstone's explosive tendencies, they're nearly impossible to capture. In that case, let's try to catch a few more. Bai Yang's eyes sparkled at the idea. Fine, but be careful. Don't wander off too far on your own, Warren cautioned him. All right, but we still haven't come across any truly formidable beasts yet. Bai Yang remarked, a little disappointed. Let's hope it stays that way, Warren chuckled, turning his attention back to the animal tracks ahead. Along the way, Bai Yang managed to catch several more rare little rabbits and birds. Eventually, when his collection began to grow unwieldy, he conjured a floating cage to keep them secure above the ground. Warren, seeing this, could only shake his head in resigned amusement and continue leading the way. By now, he had spotted the tracks of a horned bull beast. If they could bring down this creature, it would be time to head back. After following the tracks for a while, the two of them arrived at a patch of dense shrubs. Parting the foliage, they came face to face with a bull whose horn blazed with fire and whose massive frame was truly a sight to behold. To be honest, this creature truly lived up to the name beast. Not only did the flaming horn on its head resemble that of a rhinoceros, but its body was nearly as large as some elephants back on Earth. Warren held his breath, drew his bow, and took aim at the beast's eye, preparing for a decisive strike. Wait, Bai Yang whispered urgently beside him. Warren lowered his bow in confusion and glanced at Bai Yang. Look at the upper right. Bai Yang pointed toward the canopy above. Warren followed his gaze carefully. In an instant, his eyes narrowed. Not far away, coiled along a sturdy branch, was a gray python, its scales blending almost perfectly with the bark. If you weren't looking closely, you'd never have noticed it. At this moment, just like Bai Yang and Warren, it too had its gaze fixed on the rhino-horned bull, which was leisurely grazing with its head lowered. Warren gently set down his bow and arrows, clearly ready to give up. But just then, Bai Yang spoke up again. I'll deal with the serpent above. You take care of the bull with the flaming horns. Before Warren could react, Bai Yang had already vanished from sight. Warren reached out instinctively, his face showing a trace of urgency. That snake was known for its illusions. Lock eyes with it, and you'd be drawn into a blissful dreamscape, only to be devoured while lost in pleasure. Warren took a deep breath, steadying his mind and calming his nerves. He knocked an arrow, drawing his focus tight, as the energy of the arrow gathered slowly. The jungle in this part of the forest had fallen into utter silence. The rhino-horned bull continued to graze peacefully, unaware of the two hunters lying in wait. As time ticked by, the bull seemed to sense something amiss. Its ears pricked up, alert, and it scanned its surroundings warily. Not a sound broke the stillness, just the whisper of wind rustling through the leaves. No birds flapping, not even a flutter of wings. The bull lowered its head, preparing to leave. But just as it turned, a sudden flash of white shot out with a piercing whoosh. A streak of white light shot straight through the bull's eye. With a guttural, pained bellow, the bull reared up in agony. Perched on the tree trunk, the phantom serpent was startled by the sudden attack, flicking its crimson tongue in shock. A heartbeat later, its cold, frost-like eyes fixed menacingly on Warren's position. But before it could make a move, a heavy, thunderous roar erupted above it. With a crash, Bai Yang leapt from the portal, wielding his massive hammer, and landed squarely on the serpent's head, bringing the weapon down in a devastating blow. The force of the hammer sent both serpent and thick branch plummeting to the ground. Seizing the moment while the serpent reeled in dizziness, Bai Yang swung his hammer again and again. Thud, thud, thud. The weighty blows echoed through the silent forest, relentless and unyielding. The huge serpent thrashed wildly on the ground, its bulk writhing and beating against the earth, shaking the ground with every strike. "Uncle Warren, cover me," Bai Yang called, noticing the serpent was gradually adapting to the hammer's force and quickly seeking backup. Warren finally snapped to attention, knocking his bow and loosing energy arrows that streaked toward the struggling serpent. The arrows sank deep into its flesh, each shot sending a sharp jolt of pain that seemed to snap it back to its senses. Yet Bai Yang continued to press the serpent down with his hammer, refusing to let it slip away. Though the serpent's mind was clearing, its body was quickly riddled with wounds. If it didn't find a way to escape soon, this would surely be its final day. Yet Bai Yang's hammer landed on its head with seamless precision, always dodging the deadly arrows and leaving the creature with no chance to escape. As its wounds grew, a cold, ruthless glint flashed across the phantom serpent's icy eyes. At that moment, Warren fired another arrow, once again aiming for the serpent's pupil. But this time, he sensed that something was amiss. The energy arrow, accompanied by a sharp whistle, pierced smoothly into the serpent's pupil. Not good. Warren felt a chill run through him. Before he could even close his eyes, the serpent's solitary pupil burned itself into his mind. The world around him went black. Then, with a burst of light, he saw his wife holding their daughter, appearing before him without warning. Meanwhile, in Bai Yang's hands, the hammer had transformed into a blazing holy sword. Catching the serpent during the brief interval as it cast its illusions, he brought the sword down along its head. With a sickening slash, the sacred sword of S.H.I.E.L.D sliced off the serpent's entire head. The severed head thudded to the ground, making the earth tremble once more. On Bai Yang's forehead, a gray vertical pupil appeared. The eye of the sorcerer. It granted him a glimpse into the near future. Every move the phantom serpent made had already played out in his mind. Suppressing his revulsion, Bai Yang approached the severed head. The single pupil still glittered with a lively brilliance, shining like a radiant green gem. He reached out toward the eye, letting magical energy drift gently towards the ethereal-looking pupil. Guided by Bai Yang's will, a gem-like green vertical pupil gradually materialized in his hand. Looks like today's haul wasn't bad at all. Bai Yang smiled as he admired the serpent's eye in his palm. Having obtained what he came for, Bai Yang made his way over to where Warren lay. At that moment, Warren's face was aglow with happiness, lost in some blissful dream. But with dusk descending, Bai Yang crouched down and nudged him, shattering his pleasant reverie. "Hey, Uncle Warren, wake up!" Bai Yang shook him vigorously. In his dream, Warren felt the world around him lurch violently, just as he saw Bai Yang raising a hand, likely to slap him awake. No, I'm awake, I'm awake." Warren scrambled up, waving his hands to stop Bai Yang's next move. "Oh, that's good then." Bai Yang lowered his arm, a little disappointed. Warren couldn't help but twitch at the sight. Getting to his feet, his thoughts suddenly returned to the serpent. He turned his head and looked. The massive snake's head stood silently not far away, one eye hollow, the other a bloody socket, a pitiful sight. The long, sinuous body behind it still twitched faintly. "You killed it?" he asked, looking at Bai Yang in astonishment. "Of course," Bai Yang replied with a shrug. "All right, it seems I've underestimated you," Warren finally admitted, realizing that although Bai Yang was very young, his strength exceeded all his expectations. "Take care of things here. Night is falling, and we need to leave as soon as possible. No matter what, in the jungle, danger multiplies after dark." "All right, but there's not much left to do. Just need to haul these two bodies out," he said, gesturing at the enormous carcasses before him. "Then let's just head out." Bai Yang nodded in agreement. Without further ado, Bai Yang opened a portal leading straight to Ivy's home. "Hurry up," I can't hold this portal for much longer, he called out to Warren while struggling to keep the red gateway stable. Got it. Warren nodded, then dragged the huge horned oxen through the portal. In no time, along with the adorable little animals Bai Yang had caught, the two of them found themselves back at Asgard's house. You mages really know how to make life easy, Warren exclaimed excitedly, eyeing the two massive bodies now piled in the courtyard. I could have stored them all in a pocket dimension, Bai Yang said with a sudden grin. So why did you make me go through all that trouble hauling them here? Warren asked. Well, it's been 7 days since you've had any real exercise. I figured you could use the workout. Oh, thank you so much for your thoughtfulness, Warren replied, his voice dripping with sarcasm. At that moment, Ivy, having heard the commotion outside, stepped out and found her father with Bai Yang. Did you two go hunting? She asked, walking over to the two carcasses. That's right. And what a haul it was today, Warren said cheerfully, brightening at the sight of his daughter. Bai Yang, meanwhile, fished a rabbit from the group of small animals. This blithe rabbit is for you, he said, handing it to Ivy. She glared at Bai Yang, her irritation barely concealed. So while we searched all over Asgard for you, you were off hunting? But as she looked at the adorable blithe rabbit, her annoyance melted away, her attention completely captivated. Wow, it really is a blithe rabbit. It's so cute, she exclaimed, thrilled as she hugged the rabbit, her eyes drawn to the green crystal on its forehead. After sharing dinner at Ivy's house, Bai Yang returned to his laboratory and resumed his research into Sif's hair. Uncle Warren's weapon had already been upgraded, and he made some progress with enchantment magic. Now, only the puzzle of Sif's hair remained. The phantom serpent Zahid obtained was also a treasure. It could be made into a crystal orb, or perhaps a staff. He spent the entire night researching, but to no avail. Eventually, he had to set it aside for the moment and return to his magical training. Time flowed by, and in the blink of an eye, nearly 2 months had passed. During this period, Bai Yang had gained a general understanding of all the magic in Asgard. With his previous experience studying at Kamartaj, he was able to quickly grasp the magical knowledge that Frigga explained to him. Meanwhile, news arrived from Vanaheim that the local war had gradually been quelled under the leadership of Odin's son, Thor. After wrapping up the final details in the next couple of days, they would return to Asgard. At once, the people of Asgard, upon hearing this news, burst into cheers and began preparing a grand feast to celebrate Thor and his companions' return. At this time, Bai Yang specifically requested a period of leave from Frigga, devoting himself entirely to his research. Through persistent experimentation, Bai Yang had finally found a glimmer of hope for restoring Sif's hair. Inside the laboratory, the surroundings were still dominated by white metal. In a small adjoining room, the decor featured various cauldrons and potions. On the table lay withered roots and shriveled insects, conjuring the scene of a wizard's apothecary from the last century. Bai Yang stood before a cauldron, his hair slightly disheveled, eyes bloodshot as he stared at the list in his hands, marked with numerous crimson crosses. He had been working tirelessly in the laboratory for 5 days, with all his attention focused on the faded hair before him. In the corner of the table, a lock of black hair rested quietly. At first glance, it seemed unchanged from before, but upon closer inspection, its color had dulled significantly, with faint hints of gold showing through. And after 5 days of relentless research, today had finally brought some results. With the list in hand, Bai Yang took a fresh sheet of paper and began recording the ingredients that had been crossed out. Crestia blue leaf, crescent blossom, ready saliva. One by one, a series of strange magical ingredients appeared on the page. Some had no magical properties themselves, but could react with other magical materials. Once the list was set, Bai Yang reached for his communicator. Assistant Cowl, could you help me gather these ingredients? If luck is on our side, you might not have to work so hard in the future, Bai Yang said, his lips dry but curling into a faint smile. Of course, I'll get them for you as soon as possible, came a strong, confident voice from the other side. Afterward, Bai Yang slumped into his chair and closed his eyes to rest. Cowl was a temporary assistant Bai Yang had found, as the growing number of required ingredients made it increasingly difficult for the laboratory to keep up with demand. He had had to trouble Elder Void again to help him find an assistant. He didn't know how long he'd slept, but when Bai Yang awoke, he found that new materials had already been placed on the table. It seemed they had been delivered while he slept. Bai Yang stood up and stretched, loosening his limbs as he stepped away from the lab bench. His first task was to carefully count the materials, then he began to organize and categorize them. Once the ingredients were neatly arranged, Bai Yang nodded in satisfaction and began heating the crucible. But this was no ordinary crucible. It could withstand temperatures of over 1,000 degrees, perfect for melting magical ingredients. Moon petal flower. Bai Yang picked up a blossom shaped like a crescent moon, and gently placed it into the crucible. He murmured an incantation, and a white-hot flame surged to life beneath. The moon petal flower slowly melted, turning into a shimmering silver liquid. Oxhorn powder. Next, he added a pinch of blue powder. Very soon, the contents of the crucible became a pool of black liquid, bubbling on the surface. After 4 hours of heating, the black gradually transformed into a radiant gold. Bayang carefully lifted the crucible and poured the liquid through a filter. The potion, having been evaporated and now filtered again, was reduced to just 5 milliliters. Bayang took up a test tube and held it under the light, watching as the golden liquid sparkled brilliantly. He gazed at it for a long while. Then, taking a deep breath, he picked up a strand of hair from the corner, tilted the test tube, and let a single golden drop fall onto the hair. The next moment, something thrilling happened. The black hair, upon contact with the liquid, behaved as if ink had been poured into water. The gold spread slowly, gradually covering the entire strand. "It's a success," Bayang exclaimed, his eyes shining with excitement. He carefully stored the sample away and left the laboratory. Today was the day Thor and his companions returned triumphant, so all the people of Asgard had gathered at the palace square to welcome them home. By the time Bayang arrived, the square was already packed with people. But Thor and the others had yet to appear. Bayang opened a portal and stepped straight onto the observatory. "Heimdall, can you see when they'll arrive?" Bayang asked the guardian standing by the Bifrost. "They're just about to arrive," Heimdall replied, glancing toward the bridge. In the next instant, several flashes of light appeared, and a contingent of soldiers clad in golden armor materialized on the observatory's open terrace. Thor swung his hammer, his face alight with excitement. After greeting Heimdall, he looked at Bayang in surprise. "What brings you here?" "I'm here for Lady Sif. Her gift is ready," Bayang replied with a smile to the group behind Thor. Hearing this, Sif stepped forward in disbelief. "My gift? Is it a way to turn my hair back to gold?" "That's right. I promised you, didn't I?" Bayang said, taking out a vial of golden potion and handing it to her. Sif took it from him with a hint of caution. "Whatever you do, don't drink it. This isn't for taking by mouth. It's for external use," Bayang quickly reminded her, genuinely worried that Sif might just gulp it down in one go. "How do I use it?" Sif asked. "Just pour the potion over your head, that's all." With a nervous hand, Sif picked up the vial, held it above her head, and tipped it over. After she had finished, Sif anxiously watched the others for their reaction. Wow, it's really turning gold." Volstagg, the big bearded man, stared wide-eyed at her in amazement. The others saw it too. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, Sif's long black hair was gradually covered in shimmering gold. As the transformation continued, Sif herself saw the golden strands cascading over her shoulders. She pressed a hand to her mouth in excitement. She had never expected her golden hair to return. Meanwhile, in Asgard's grand palace, a triumphant welcome celebration was underway. All of Asgard's elite had gathered, eagerly awaiting the arrival of Thor and his companions. Slowly, Thor led his army across the Rainbow Bridge, their marching steps perfectly aligned. And today, Sif, now crowned with golden hair, stood out brighter than anyone. Bayang, like the others, stood among the crowd, swept up in the cheers of the Asgardians. Odin, dressed in gleaming golden armor and holding his eternal spear, stood with a solemn expression to greet the returning army. The victory ceremony lasted well into the afternoon. That evening, a lavish feast was held within the palace. The long tables were piled high with food, and everyone reveled in the joy of the night. "Here, Bayang, we brought this back for you from Vanaheim," Hogun said, sitting at the table with Thor and the others. He pulled a small black statuette from his coat and handed it to Bayang. Bayang took it with surprise. "What's this?" "It's an heirloom from Vanaheim, though sadly, the clan it belonged to was wiped out. This is all that remains," Hogun said, his voice tinged with sorrow. "I remember you're fond of studying magic and mysterious energies. Maybe you'll like this." Hogun himself hailed from Vanaheim, but his homeland had been massacred long ago by the mysterious Mogul clan from the mountains. He had been taken in by the passing Asgardian army. "Thank you," Bayang said gratefully, then glanced at the others. "Ahem, I didn't find anything special in Vanaheim this time. If there's anything you want, just let me know," Thor said, a little embarrassed. I was busy fighting too, and I'm not really familiar with these things. But give me some time, I'll definitely find something you'll like," Volstagg added, scratching his beard with a sheepish grin. Sif and Fandral weren't familiar with Vanaheim either, and truly couldn't find an appropriate gift for Bayang. They also weren't the type to give a gift without thought, so they could only promise to prepare something special for him in the future. "Well, I like unique medals or books of knowledge. Nothing too extravagant," Bayang replied with a casual smile. "Understood. Next time we visit one of the other 9 realms, we'll bring something back for you." Thor and the others nodded solemnly. Then, since he didn't drink, Bayang eagerly began to examine the black stone statue in his hands. The statue resembled a yak, its body etched with long, flowing hair. When he touched it, a cool sensation spread through his fingers. He held it up to his face, inspecting it closely in the flickering, dim firelight. HM? Are those letters? As he turned the statue, he suddenly noticed some tiny inscriptions. But before he could study them closely, a surge of black energy burst forth from the statue, shooting straight through Bai Yang's eyes and into his mind. A stream of complex knowledge flooded into his thoughts. "Hey, Bai Yang, are you all right?" asked the bearded man closest to him, concern in his voice as Bai Yang suddenly closed his eyes. The others looked over, worried as well. After quickly skimming through the flood of new information in his mind, Bai Yang opened his eyes. "Oh, I'm fine. It seems this thing was storing some kind of knowledge, and I just received it," Bai Yang said, shaking the statue in his hand. "That's a relief." The group visibly relaxed. "What kind of knowledge?" Hogan asked, curiosity piqued. "There's some strange runes, probably Vanaheim script," Bai Yang answered. He'd seen the Vanaheim writing before, but never had the chance to study it in depth, so he could only recognize it in general. Then he remembered Hogan was from Vanaheim too, so he used a bit of magical energy to draw a few unusual runes in the air. "Take a look. Do you recognize these runes?" Bai Yang traced out what looked like the title at the top. Hogan frowned, studying the glowing yellow symbols in the air. After a moment, his eyes lit up. "This is a recipe for an elixir of immortality. Is there more?" "An elixir of immortality? Seriously?" Bai Yang was taken aback. "I'm not sure, but if you have the rest, show me," Hogan replied, equally surprised that the gift he'd carefully chosen was hiding something so valuable. Without hesitation, Bai Yang took out paper and pen, sketching everything from his mind. The others stopped drinking too, gathering around in amazement. Before long, Hogan finished translating. "This document contains records of an elixir for longevity, a panacea that awakens the mind, and miraculous pills that can heal any wound," Hogan said as he handed the paper back to Bai Yang. "There's not even a single recipe for brewing wine," Volstagg muttered, a little disappointed. "How much longer can the longevity elixir actually extend one's life?" Bai Yang asked, curiosity piqued as he received the document. "The notes say the longest anyone lived was just over 3,000 years. It's really more a farewell letter than a recipe," Hogan replied with a helpless shrug. "It seems not everyone can bear the weight of such endless years," Bai Yang sighed softly at the thought. Suddenly, something occurred to him. He turned to Thor and said, "Looks like you won't have to worry about your girlfriend's lifespan anymore." "That's wonderful. If you manage to make it, you must give me one," Thor exclaimed, unable to hide his excitement. At last, he no longer had to fret over the pain of parting from his beloved. "I'm not that skilled in pharmacology, so you might be waiting a long time," Bai Yang replied with a wry smile. In fact, his expertise was more in biotechnology, and the two fields didn't necessarily overlap. Sif, standing nearby, pressed her lips together, but still managed a warm, congratulatory smile. "It truly is our good fortune to have you in Asgard. You've solved nearly every challenge we've faced," Thor said gratefully, his eyes a little misty as he looked at Bai Yang. First, Bai Yang had built the Bifrost, solving their travel issues. Then, he'd restored Sif's hair, and now even Thor's greatest worry had hope for a solution. "It's nothing, really. You've helped me with plenty of things, too," Bai Yang said, waving his hand dismissively. Then, with anticipation, he asked, "By the way, do any of you know anything about Atlantis? I've run into some tricky translation problems lately." Bai Yang had been studying the Steel of Life span for some time, but the inscriptions still eluded him, and related texts were few and far between. Thor and the others all shook their heads. They weren't scholars, and none of them had the patience for dusty old books. The translation earlier had only been possible because Hogan was from Vanaheim. Otherwise, Bai Yang would have been left to decipher things on his own. After a night of revelry, Bai Yang resumed his studies in the Hall of Magic the next morning as usual. As time passed, Thor and his friends set off again to the other 9 realms to quell unrest. Meanwhile, construction of the space pillars steadily progressed. Once the Bifrost array was complete, Bai Yang would set out for Nidavellir. Nearly another year slipped by. On this particular day, Bai Yang was assisting Volstagg with the final space pillar when Odin's message arrived without warning. He bade Volstagg goodbye and left the laboratory at once. When he arrived at Odin's palace, he noticed that Thor, clad in his battle armor, was already there. The expressions on both their faces were grave. It was clear that something serious had happened. "Lord Odin," Bai Yang greeted him respectfully, his mind already filled with suspicion. If he was being summoned like this, could something have gone wrong on Earth? "Bai Yang, Loki appeared in Midgard yesterday and took the Infinity Stone hidden on your world. The Space Stone," Odin said, rising to address him. "What is he planning?" Bai Yang sighed inwardly. So it was about that matter. But, truth be told, this didn't really concern Bai Yang directly. As long as it wasn't an incursion from another dimension, he usually didn't need to intervene, unless those aliens were on the verge of conquering the entire Earth. Only then would the sorcerers of Kamartaj take action. And if things got really dire, Fury could always call in Captain Marvel. He intends to use the Space Stone to open a portal and lure alien invaders to Midgard. If he succeeds, your world will be completely overrun, Odin said, his tone solemn. Normally, your world has its own defenders. But Loki is a prince of Asgard, and we must take responsibility for capturing him ourselves. That's why I wanted to ask if you would return to Midgard with Thor. Odin continued. Odin's reason for including Bai Yang was to support Thor. He genuinely feared that Thor might be outmaneuvered by Loki once they descended to Earth. On the other hand, Asgard also needed the Space Stone to repair the Bifrost. No problem. In fact, it's been a long time since I've been back. Shall we leave now? Bai Yang considered for a moment, then nodded in agreement. He had been away for quite some time. It might be nice to return for a visit. Besides, with some luck, he might even be able to get his hands on the Space Stone, or perhaps the Mind Stone when the opportunity arose. Good. You can use the Space Bridge to travel directly. I hope you'll be able to retrieve the Space Stone, as Asgard needs it to repair the Bifrost. After that, its use will be left to your own discretion, Odin said with a nod. No problem. After bidding farewell to his father, Thor led Bai Yang to the observatory. Heimdall, send us to Midgard, Thor said as soon as they entered the observatory. Understood, Heimdall replied, stepping over to a computer terminal. Awkwardly, he began adjusting the coordinates, then pressed a button, and the space column roared to life. Truth be told, he much preferred the old Bifrost. Just thrust in the Guardian sword, think of a destination, and with a twist they'd be on their way. Now it felt like using some ancient relic, inputting programs, and fiddling with coordinates. Still, Heimdall retained his ability to sense what was happening across the 9 realms, so he was well aware of the current events on Midgard. A blue beam of light shot from the dais at the center of the chamber. Bai Yang and Thor stepped into it, and in an instant, they vanished from sight. Earth, New Mexico. At this moment, a pillar of blue light suddenly shot down from the edge of the sky. Yet in the blink of an eye, it vanished again. Though the sight was fleeting, it was still detected by institutions monitoring celestial and meteorological phenomena. It seems you're feeling rather conflicted, said a voice amid the barren desert. The wind was cold as it swept through the pitch-black night. The sun had only recently set, so the desert had not yet grown truly frigid. 2 figures walked together across the boundless sands. Thor pressed his lips together as he answered Bai Yang's question. Yes, I never imagined my brother was still alive. I thought he was dead. But now, seeing Loki reappear in such a way, he couldn't tell if he should feel joy or sorrow. Well then, let's see if we can find out where he is. Bai Yang smiled, and a sudden glint flashed in his eyes, the forgotten, long-in-use contact lenses. To Thor's amazement, a beam of light projected from within Bai Yang's eyes. A small girl in a white dress appeared as a holographic projection before them. Mr. Bai Yang, it's been a while. The White Queen greeted Bai Yang warmly as she materialized. This is Thor, the god of thunder from Asgard, Bai Yang introduced, gesturing to his companion. Hello, Thor said cautiously, raising his hand in greeting. She's called the White Queen, an artificial intelligence, and my most capable assistant, Bai Yang explained. Hello, Mr. Thor, replied the White Queen. After the introductions were made, Bai Yang turned back to Thor. Do you have a picture of your brother Loki? No, I didn't bring anything like that. All right, White Queen. Search S.H.I.E.L.D's activities from the past 2 days for keywords Loki and Asgard. Searching now. The images before them began to shift and change. Within the dim confines of a laboratory, an older man wearing glasses appeared on screen. He wore a checkered shirt, and his scalp was balding at the crown. Is that S.H.I.E.L.D? Thor exclaimed, surprised at the sight. Bai Yang said nothing, simply speeding up the playback. On the screen, Dr. S.H.I.E.L.D stood before a machine that resembled a collider. In the distance was a circular device, with a blue energy cube set at its center. A high-energy pulse was then fired toward the energy cube. In the very instant the pulse struck, the cube burst with power. Energy rippled outward, gradually stabilizing into a shimmering portal that looked as endless as the starry night. From within the portal stepped a man wielding a crescent-shaped staff, crowned by a gleaming golden helmet adorned with horns. The video sped up. The man seized the blue energy cube, and in the same motion, took control of both Hawkeye and Dr. S.H.I.E.L.D before driving away from the scene. Not long after he left, the entire laboratory self-destructed in a fiery explosion under Fury's control, plunging the scene into a blaze of flames. White Queen, lock onto the man wearing the golden ram-horned helmet. After extracting Loki's image, Bai Yang continued, "Find out his current location for me." "Those are Ares' horns," Thor added quietly from the side. "Searching now." As the White Queen spoke, the projected images flickered and shifted rapidly, until finally settling on a square in Munich, Germany. On the screen, Loki had already removed his battle attire and raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Standing before him were two figures, one clad in black and gold armor, and the other wearing a blue headpiece and holding a red, white, and blue shield with circular stripes. Loki was then escorted onto a jet by the two. Track the jet's location. Locked on. Immediately, Bayang drew a portal in front of them. "You go ahead," he said, maintaining the portal open for Thor beside him. "Okay." Thor spun his hammer and launched himself through, taking Bayang with him. Once the others had vanished, a layer of jet-black armor swiftly enveloped Bayang, a flash of crimson energy coursing across it, as he followed closely behind. At that moment, a jet was racing through the skies over Germany. Suddenly, above the speeding jet, a ring of crimson sparks appeared, and a figure draped in a red cloak leapt out. A deafening crack of thunder tore through the night. What had been a tranquil night sky was now streaked with wild bolts of lightning, as dark clouds gathered and quickly formed a raging storm. Loki, his hands bound, visibly tensed at the sound of thunder. "What's wrong? Are you afraid of lightning?" Captain America noticed Loki's reaction and asked. "No, I merely dislike the side effects that come with thunder," Loki replied. As he spoke, everyone else began to sense something was amiss. Suddenly, a heavy thud resounded from above as something crashed onto the roof of the jet, causing it to shudder and jostling everyone inside. The jet quickly stabilized. Tony Stark donned his Iron Man helmet and strode to the rear compartment, opening the hatch. With a sharp hiss, the iron door slowly opened, powered by hydraulics. As the hatch swung wide, a figure appeared before them, draped in a red cloak and clad in silver armor. Tony raised his arm, energy building in his repulsor, ready to blast the intruder off the jet. But before he could fire, Thor hurled his hammer, striking Iron Man and sending him flying. With a thud, Thor brushed past the fallen Iron Man and strode straight to his brother Loki, gripping him by the throat in fury and lifting him off the ground. Under everyone's watchful gaze, Thor took Loki and flew straight out of the aircraft's exit. "Is that another Asgardian?" Natasha, sitting in the co-pilot's seat, glanced back and asked. While they were still puzzling over this, someone appeared before them, a figure dressed in a black battlesuit, a sword strapped across their back. Crimson energy glowed at the neck, chest, knuckles, and knees, and the helmet resembled that of a knight. Yes, the helmet gradually faded away, revealing Bai Yang's face. "And you are?" Captain America looked at the newcomer with a puzzled expression. But Tony recognized the man before him, though for a moment, he hesitated, not quite daring to believe it. He asked uncertainly, "Bai Yang, is that you?" "It is. I can't believe you didn't recognize me. It's heartbreaking." Bai Yang shook his head in mock sorrow. "Well, who could have guessed you'd changed so much? Where have you been these past 2 years?" Tony retorted, exasperated by Bai Yang's transformation. During that year in Asgard, Bai Yang apparently hadn't bothered with a haircut. Surrounded by a group of ladies, he let his hair grow long and had pulled it back into a ponytail. To be honest, it looked a bit feminine. Maybe it was just his age. His bones hadn't fully matured yet. "I think we should talk about those two Asgardians," Natasha quietly reminded them. "We'll catch up later." Tony quickly brushed Bai Yang aside and flew toward the exit of the aircraft. Bai Yang glanced at the still confused captain. "Your uniform looks awesome." "Oh, yours is pretty cool too," the captain replied, a bit startled, then quickly recovered. "I'll catch up with you guys, see you." With that, the knightly helmet reappeared, and Bai Yang spun around and leapt out after them. Meanwhile, Thor landed with Loki, still clutching him by the neck, in a barren mountain range. "Where's the Tesseract?" Thor asked, his voice low as he stared down at Loki sprawled on the ground. Loki didn't answer. Instead, he smiled and said, "I've missed you." "Do I look like I'm joking?" Thor wasn't buying it. Loki sat up slowly, laughing. "You really should thank me. If I hadn't destroyed the Bifrost, Father wouldn't have had to summon who knows how much dark energy just to send you to your beloved Earth." "Dark energy? What dark energy?" Thor looked genuinely puzzled. Loki mirrored his confusion. "Wait, Father didn't send you here?" Just as Thor was about to answer, a portal suddenly appeared beside them. "It was my space bridge that brought you both here," Bai Yang announced, stepping out as Loki stared at him in shock. "A sorcerer of Midgard?" Loki suddenly realized he had seriously miscalculated. "Yes, but I'm not here on behalf of the sanctuary," Bai Yang said, once again removing his helmet to reveal a friendly smile. "Besides, this is really Asgard's business. Normally, the sanctuary wouldn't interfere." "Then what are you doing here now?" "I just happened to be coming this way, so I tag along. Thought I'd see if I could be of any help." Looks like we don't need any more help, Loki said, glancing at Thor and spreading his hands in resignation. Thor glowered at his brother, unable to contain his anger any longer. He hefted his hammer and pointed it at Loki. Listen carefully, brother, But before he could finish, a flash of white light exploded, knocking him clean off his feet and sending him flying. Bai Yang and his companion watched Thor disappear so suddenly, eyebrows raised in surprise. Their gaze shifted toward some flickering lights deep in the forest. The source of that sudden light was none other than Tony. Now the two had squared off, tension thick in the air. Don't touch me again. Thor got up, looking a bit disheveled, and barked his warning. Then don't take my stuff, Tony shot back, refusing to yield an inch. You really don't know your place. Thor's patience snapped, his anger playing. Tony, undeterred by the threat, threw in another jab. What? Are you an actor from Shakespearean play? And does your mother know you're running around in a red cape? But before he could finish, Thor hurled his hammer with a mighty swing. There was a heavy thud. Tony was sent flying once again. And who do you think you are, Tin Man? Thor sneered as he drew his hammer back, utterly unimpressed. Meanwhile, Bai Yang and his friend found seats for themselves on a nearby rock wall, watching the brawl with amused interest from afar. Thor spun his hammer, preparing to strike again, but Tony suddenly fired a blast of energy, sending Thor crashing away. The clash of metal and the sharp crack of splintering wood echoed through the forest as the two fought, their battle soon lifting them into the air. Your brother's fighting style is, well, let's just say he never learns, Bai Yang commented dryly, lips twitching at the sight of Thor using his head, quite literally, to send the armored Tony tumbling. He's always been like that, Loki replied, clearly used to the spectacle. But at this rate, it was obvious Thor would end up the victor. The fight raged on until, suddenly, a shield soared through the air, breaking up their attacks and bringing everything to a halt. Had enough yet? The shield obeyed no earthly law as it boomeranged back to its owner, the captain, who leapt down from a broken tree trunk. I don't know what brought you to Earth, he said. I'm here to put an end to my brother Loki's schemes, Thor replied. Then prove it. Put down your hammer, the captain suggested. That hammer of his is quite the treasure, maybe even more precious to him than you are, Bai Yang observed quietly to Loki. Sure enough, Tony, standing nearby, immediately sensed trouble. I don't think this is a good idea. You have to understand, I can tell he's absolutely in love with his hammer. He tried to smooth things over, but at that very moment, Thor flung the hammer with a single powerful swing, sending it flying through the air. So, you want me to put down my hammer? Thor glared furiously at the captain. Then, with a roar, he swung his hammer, leaping forward as the wind howled around him. A sharp, thunderous crash suddenly echoed through the jungle. The impact unleashed a wave of energy that rippled outward in a perfect arc. A wild gust swept through the trees, sending leaves swirling and branches snapping in all directions. The shield's defense rebounded instantly from the force of the blow. Wow, that man in a helmet actually managed to block it. Loki stared, mouth agape, amazed by the scene unfolding before him. That shield's got vibranium in it, even tougher than the URU metal forged by the dwarves, though admittedly, not the best choice for magic. Bai Yang explained from the sidelines, his interest clearly piqued. With that, he bounded over to join the others in just a few nimble leaps. Hey Thor, calm down. Bai Yang stepped between them, trying to reason with Thor. Clearly, Thor was agitated, most likely because of his brother Loki. But after the fight, he seemed to have vented some of that frustration. At that moment, Tony, who'd been knocked aside, returned to the group. I guess you could say we fought our way to an understanding. It was obvious to everyone that none of them were true enemies. The skirmish was just a way of testing each other's strength. When did you get down here? The captain eyed the youth clad in a crimson energy suit with some curiosity. I've been here for a while, just sitting over there, watching you all fight. Bai Yang pointed to a nearby hilltop. Loki was there too. When he saw them looking over, he smiled and waved. Suddenly, the sky was swallowed by a vast shadow, blotting out the moon entirely. A moment later, a barrage of searchlights swept down, turning night into dazzling day. Oh, I hate these lights. Feels like we're being chased by the police. Bai Yang winced against the glare, hastily flipping his helmet's visor down to shield his eyes. But Thor and the captain weren't so lucky. They could only squint, trying to adjust as quickly as possible. Above the night-shrouded treetops, a colossal aircraft carrier soared through the air, its blazing searchlights illuminating the whole hillside like midday. Then, a man in a long black coat, his bald head gleaming, and an eye patch covering one eye, led a squad of heavily armed agents as they descended right in front of the group. On Loki's side, a few soldiers also appeared, swiftly restraining him with handcuffs. Welcome, Prince of Asgard, and you as well, Bai Yang, Fury said, casting a complicated look in Bai Yang's direction. During this period, S.H.I.E.L.D. had been searching for Bai Yang, and not just S.H.I.E.L.D. Nearly every intelligence agency in America was looking for him. Natasha had already explained the situation to Thor about how he and Bai Yang had come to Earth together. "We mean you no harm, but the whereabouts of the Tesseract are still unknown. We need to detain him for now and conduct an interrogation," Fury said, turning to Thor. Thor pondered for a moment, glanced at Bai Yang, and then nodded. "All right." After that, the group followed and made their way onto the S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier. Once aboard, Tony called Bai Yang over to walk with him, while the others were led elsewhere. "So, where have you been these past 2 years?" Tony asked, his face revealing genuine curiosity. "I went to Asgard to study magic. It was actually quite fun there. Not only are there beautiful women, but all sorts of rare and wondrous creatures," Bai Yang replied, as his battle suit began to fade away from his body. "Magic? Ever since you disappeared, I've been looking everywhere for you. Is there any way for me to learn it?" Tony asked, a hint of excitement in his voice. "Of course," Bai Yang said, now fully emerged from the armor. To Tony's astonishment, the black suit simply vanished into thin air, as if it had just been tucked away in a wardrobe. "But it all depends on fate." Tony watched, a bit envious. "Looks like you've picked up quite a lot in the past 2 years. But is there a particular reason you pulled me aside?" Bai Yang asked. Hearing this, Tony suddenly fell silent. Standing before a metal wall, Tony pressed a button. A seam appeared, and the wall slowly parted. He then removed his own armor and placed it inside the compartment. Once finished, he closed the door, restoring the wall to its original, seamless state. Tony stood there for a long moment, silent, before looking at Bai Yang with a serious expression. "I know what happened in Tokyo was your doing, and I know why you did it." "So?" Bai Yang raised an eyebrow. "So, you're in a very dangerous position right now." "I feel like I've always been in danger." 2 months ago, I got word," Tony said, his face grave. "A military research institute has developed a cure for the T-virus. I don't know how far they've progressed. But lately, a lot of their actions have been focused on your company. Dubai Incorporated looks like they're preparing to make a move. So, you want me to hand over what I have of my own accord?" Bai Yang narrowed his eyes, the blue light in his contact lenses flashing. At that moment, the information collected by White Queen came through to him as well. As Tony had said, the military didn't just develop an antidote, they also created an airborne dispersal agent. By now, their technology had advanced enough to cover an entire archipelago. And the origin of the T-virus was none other than S.H.I.E.L.D. They must have obtained it during the outbreak in Tokyo. Though now, that shimmering city has sunk beneath the waves. It seems I still underestimated the level of biotechnology in the Marvel Universe. I thought even if they managed to create a cure, it would take 3 to 5 years at least. But to my surprise, they managed it in just over a year. After conducting a series of experiments and thoroughly analyzing the data, the military confirmed there was no longer any threat. Then they began searching for Bai Yang all over the globe. But at that moment, he was in Asgard, utterly out of their reach. Because the big white company was rather unique, with no employees inside. Ethan, its sole leader, only managed external affairs. And now, as a member of the Human Rights Council, he was untouchable. All internal operations and technology of the big white company rested in Bai Yang's hand alone. The authorities needed to ensure complete control over him. Once they captured Bai Yang, they planned to spread word that he was the mastermind behind the Tokyo incident, turning the big white company from a symbol of peace into a demon from hell. In this way, no matter how great the company's international reputation, it would become worthless. The authorities could then take over the big white company without resistance. They wanted to claim the big white company's fortune for themselves. After all, the profits from the big white robots and the cure were enough to make anyone green with envy. And now, with no need to worry about Bai Yang's T-virus weapon, they could finally act without restraint. At this moment, above the clouds, a massive aircraft carrier cruised through the sky. On its gleaming deck, fighter jets were landing one after another. Inside, Loki was being held in a sealed chamber, while Fury stood at the control panel, ready to interrogate him. Elsewhere, Thor, Captain America, and the others sat around a glass-topped round table in a large hall. Screens in front of each of them showed Loki's image. Meanwhile, Bai Yang and Tony were in the storage room. "No, but for your own safety, you need to stick with me at all times," Tony said, placing a firm hand on Bai Yang's shoulder, his expression serious. Bai Yang stared at him in silence for a long while, then suddenly smiled. Thanks for your concern, but I think you might be underestimating me." "I'm not joking." Tony frowned, seeing Bai Yang's nonchalant attitude. "All right, but I'll handle this myself," Bai Yang replied, a hint of resignation in his voice. "What do you think you can do? Don't fool yourself. Your armor and magic won't really keep them out." Tony was clearly frustrated, seeing that Bai Yang still wasn't taking his words to heart. "All right, whatever you say." I'll just stay by your side for a while then. Bayang didn't seem bothered by the situation at all. In fact, he figured this was a good chance to steal some more detailed intel for S.H.I.E.L.D. Tony breathed a sigh of relief at Bai Yang's response. He wasn't just worried for Bai Yang's safety. He was even more concerned about what might happen if things escalated between the two sides. The events in Tokyo had already shown that, given Bai Yang's personality, he'd sooner burn the house down than surrender. The kid was fearless, reckless even, and with big white companies' branches all over the country, each selling countless big white robots. If Bayang truly decided to go off the rails, the global impact could be catastrophic. Tony had seen what a big white robot, equipped with armor, was capable of in battle. If one of those machines went berserk in a crowded city, the casualties would be unimaginable. Soon after, Bayang followed Tony back to the central control room, where Thor and the others were deep in conversation about Loki. He has an army called the S.H.I.E.L.D. Thor, arms crossed, answered their questions. They're not from Asgard. I have no idea where he found them. He plans to use these S.H.I.E.L.D. constructs to wage war on Earth, to help him seize the planet. In exchange, I think he intends to hand over the Tesseract. Captain America's expression darkened. An army from outer space. That's what we're up against. Then why did Loki let himself be captured so easily? He can't command his army from here. Cap pressed, still unconvinced by how smoothly Loki had fallen into their hands. I don't think we should focus too much on Loki, Bruce said, uneasy. Who knows what's going on in his head? He's a lunatic. Thor bristled at that. Watch your words. Loki may be unreasonable, but he's still from Asgard. He's my brother. Natasha, cool and factual, added, he killed 80 people in the last couple of days. Thor shifted awkwardly and raised his hand. Okay, fine, he's adopted. Bayang, just entering the room, couldn't help but chuckle at that. Bayang and the others, along with Coulson, joined Tony. The group moved on to discuss recent issues with Hawkeye and Dr. Selvig gathering materials. Let's focus on the tech side. Why do they need iridium? Bruce asked himself, frowning in thought. They're after iridium to keep the portal large enough and stable enough for as long as they need it open. In other words, this time the portal won't be like the one in S.H.I.E.L.D's secret lab, opening for just a moment before exploding. Bayang said casually as he found a spot to sit down. Iridium has two naturally stable isotopes and belongs to the platinum group elements, making it chemically stable. That's right. They still need another main component, a high energy density power source. That's what drives the Tesseract, Tony said as he walked over to the control console without much ceremony. Bai Yang's eyes flickered as he watched Tony's subtle movements. He just placed a small device on one of the computer stations. Does Loki need some kind of special energy source? Captain America asked, his brows furrowing. They have to heat the Tesseract to 1.2 billion Kelvin to break through the Coulomb barrier. The Coulomb barrier, after all, is a resistance created when two atomic nuclei repel each other due to their electric charge. Unless Dr. Selvig already knows how to stabilize quantum tunneling effects. Yes, if he's figured it out, then he could trigger heavy ion transmutations with any reactor on Earth, Bruce Banner replied. Captain America's eyes widened, listening to the three of them. What on earth are you all talking about? Bayang walked over to Bruce Banner's side and nudged him with a shoulder. How's your research coming along lately? And you are? Bruce looked at the young man in front of him, a bit puzzled. Bayang, founder of Big Hero Company. Forgot we haven't met yet. Bayang reached out his hand. Sorry, you don't quite look like you do in the papers. But the healing serum you developed is amazing. And that Baymax robot. Combat robot, Bayang corrected with a smile. Oh right. Bruce scratched his head a little sheepishly. I've heard about you too. Recently, when our company was highlighting inspirational individuals, we caught footage of you. Heard you were working as a doctor in a small town in Argentina. Bayang pulled out a computer, and the screen displayed a scene of Bruce treating patients in a refugee camp. Generally, under Ethan's guidance, Big Hero Company not only provides aid, but also records stories of people making sacrifices in war zones, creating a collection to honor them internationally. If possible, they even invite one of these individuals to be a regional representative. Big Hero Company provides them with equipment and supplies. You guys actually saw me. What I did wasn't really a big deal. Bruce was well aware of Big Hero Medical Tech. Honestly, he admired the company's principles. Especially during this period of hiding, he felt the warmth of their mission even more deeply. The thought of a big, clumsy-looking white robot, using both its adorable appearance and exquisite medical skills to bring a glimmer of hope to the lifeless refugee base, made him feel increasingly connected to this company. So, would you like to join our company? Ethan keeps complaining about being shorthanded, and if you could lend him a hand, that would be fantastic, Bayang said, his eyes lighting up with anticipation. Bruce Banner seemed tempted by the offer, but just then, Fury suddenly walked in. Professor Banner is only here to track the cube. I want you all to work together, Fury said, casting a wary glance at Bai Yang, surprised that the kid was trying to recruit someone right under his nose. That doesn't conflict with joining Big White's company. Besides, if you're with us, you won't have to live like a rat, always running from your people's hunt, Bai Yang replied, curling his lip in disdain. If the military insists on chasing after us, we'll make their human experimentation public on the world stage. And what does that make you? Fury demanded. You should be grateful I'm not conducting experiments in your beautiful country. You wouldn't get away with it. Want to find out? Bai Yang narrowed his eyes, his gaze radiating danger. Fury stared at the young man for a long moment, then took a deep breath, turned, and walked away. Once this is over, I'll have to deal with you. Nearby, Bruce watched as the two suddenly broke into an argument, opening his mouth to speak, but unsure what was going on. I'll give this some serious thought, he said. That's fine, Bai Yang replied with a warm smile and a nod. What just happened? Captain America looked around, completely lost. Most people present were already in the know about Bai Yang, but for Captain America, who'd just been thawed out, and Bruce, it was all a mystery. And well, Thor too. Let's get started on studying the scepter, Tony called out to Bai Yang and the others. All right. The two nodded and followed along. At that moment, in the ship's laboratory, the crescent-shaped scepter Loki had brought was laid out on the table, the Mind Stone gleaming from its setting. Bruce Banner brought the scepter over to the gamma radiation scanner and began his analysis. Meanwhile, Bai Yang reviewed the data. Of all the energy sources he had studied, the Allspark was the most powerful, but now, with an Infinity Stone to examine, things were getting interesting. Tony, for his part, was busy cracking Dr. Selvig's encrypted files. The gamma readings are pretty much in line with Dr. Selvig's research on the Tesseract, Banner said as he looked over the data. But it's going to take a lot more time to process everything, Tony said, typing away at a computer. We could bypass their mainframe and access their entire network cluster, Bai Yang suggested. Great idea. Tony nodded in approval. This way, once they infiltrate the mainframe, they can access a wealth of critical information. That's exactly what Tony wants. And Bai Yang feels the same way. But I only brought a single toothbrush with me, Bruce said quietly. If you join our Big White company, I guarantee you'll get a laboratory that feels just like heaven. Bai Yang seized a moment to tempt him further. Thanks, but last time I was in New York, I almost leveled Harlem. Bruce replied, his voice tinged with regret. Don't worry. I can give you a place that's absolutely quiet and completely stress-free. And even if you turn into the big green guy, I've got ways to help you calm down, Bai Yang said, brimming with confidence. If it comes to it, he could just whip up a tyrant for Bruce to vent his anger on. But just then, Tony, suddenly curious, poked Banner with a small electroprod. Bruce yelped, clutching his lower back in pain. Hey, aren't you going to Hulk out? Tony leaned in, studying Banner's surprisingly calm face. At that moment, Cap walked in. Are you out of your mind? He said, his voice taut with concern as he addressed Tony. How do you keep your temper in check? What's your secret? Tony ignored Cap, his curiosity fixed on Banner. Can't you take anything seriously? Cap frowned, exasperated. Life's too much fun to always be so uptight, Tony quipped. Endangering everyone on this ship isn't my idea of fun, Cap retorted sternly. Bai Yang couldn't help but step in. I think you're all taking this way too seriously. Banner is just an ordinary scientist. He's not a threat. And if there's any danger, it's only because you chose to bring it here. You even built a cage for him. That hardly seems fair. It's just a precaution, Cap replied, his tone serious. If you can't fully trust him, why invite him in the first place? All right, it's fine. Banner hurried to smooth things over. Tony pointed at Banner. I think you're being way too cautious, big guy. You need to loosen up a little. And you need to focus, Mr. Stark, Cap shot back, clearly unimpressed with Stark's cavalier attitude. He glanced at Bai Yang, but seeing his youthful face, was momentarily at a loss for words. Me not focused? Stark countered immediately. Why did Fury call us here? Why now? Where is he before this? What is he hiding from us? I can't solve the problem if I don't know the whole story. Captain America paused at that. You think Fury is keeping things from us? He's a spy, the head of all spies. Tony reminded them. At that moment, Bai Yang chimed in as well. Stark Industries and Big Hero Tech both possess cutting-edge technology, and we're both dedicated to advancing humanity. So why won't S.H.I.E.L.D. let us join the Tesseract project? And what exactly has S.H.I.E.L.D. contributed to the energy sector? At that, Captain America fell silent. We should focus on the mission, he said, leaving those words behind before turning and walking away. Why did my father admire someone like him? Tony muttered, still unable to understand. The three of them, Bai Yang, Tony, and their companion, resumed their research, all the while continuing their slow incursion into the S.H.I.E.L.D. mainframe. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, Fury hurried into the lab. Bai Yang, Iron Man, what exactly are you two up to? He demanded, confronting them as soon as he arrived. I should be the one asking you that. Bai Yang shot back with a cold chuckle, glancing at the data and images in his hands. We're tracking the Tesseract. The model is locked in, and we're scanning for its signal. Once the scan is complete, we'll have its location narrowed down to within half a mile. That's right. Then you can have your precious Tesseract. No need to make such a fuss, Bai Yang added with a slight smile, pulling up the computer screen in front of him. The display flickered to life, revealing a person whose flesh was exposed and raw, eyes burning crimson. He was strapped to a lab table, struggling violently, his cries echoing like those of a wild beast. But now, maybe you can explain this to me. Looks like you've been experimenting with the T-virus. Tell me, if I send these images out to the world, who do you think they'll believe? Me or you? Bai Yang said, fixing his gaze on Fury, whose face was growing more and more grim. Oh, and let's not forget the containment plan and the post-operation agreement to carve up Big Hero Tech's assets. With every word, Fury's expression darkened further. How come I don't have any of this information? Tony frowned at his own screen, which only displayed weapon schematics. None of the classified data Bai Yang had just mentioned. How could his AI be outmatched by someone else's? Meanwhile, the S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier hovered high above. Inside the Tesseract research lab, Bai Yang and his two companions stared intently at Fury. What's Phase 2? Tony asked, still puzzled by the information Bai Yang had uncovered, but unable to ignore the data flashing on his own screen. Before Fury could answer, there was a heavy thud behind them. Captain America slammed a silver, bazooka-like device onto the table. Phase 2 is S.H.I.E.L.D's plan to use the Tesseract to build weapons, he replied to Tony. Sorry, the computer was just too slow for me. Fury glanced at the items Captain America brought in and tried to explain. Rogers, all the data we have on the Tesseract is for research purposes, but that doesn't mean we're making weapons. Why are you still trying to deny it? Bai Yang interrupted, displaying the documents detailing their weapons development. You're not only using the T-virus for human experimentation, but you're also turning the Tesseract into a source for mass destruction weapons. Fury's expression darkened. I was wrong, sir. The world hasn't changed at all, Captain America said in disappointment. At that moment, Natasha entered, leading Thor inside. I want to know why S.H.I.E.L.D. is using the Tesseract to develop weapons of mass destruction, and why you're experimenting on people with the T-virus, Banner demanded, pointing at the data on the computer, addressing both Fury and Natasha. Because of Bai Yang, and because of him. Fury suddenly gestured at Bai Yang and Thor. Me? Thor looked genuinely puzzled. A couple of years ago, an alien visitor arrived on Earth. There was a mighty contest. A whole town was destroyed. That was when we realized we're not alone in the universe, and just how weak and outdated our weapons are. Soon after, Thor couldn't help but interject. The people of Asgard only wish to live in peace with those on Earth. But you're not the only beings out there, are you? Nor are you the only threat. Fury looked seriously at Thor, then at Bai Yang. There are too many forces in this world beyond our control, beyond our ability to defeat. So, your answer is human experimentation? Try to control the Tesseract. Bai Yang asked with biting sarcasm. You. Fury turned to Bai Yang, about to respond, but Thor interrupted him again. You used the Tesseract, and that's what drew Loki and his allies here. You sent a signal to every corner of the universe. Earth is preparing for higher-level warfare. Higher-level warfare? Captain America repeated, uncertain. You forced my hand. We had no choice but to find a way, Fury insisted defensively. Then tell me this. Why go after a peaceful company? Why have you already mapped out how to split the spoils? Bai Yang shot back, unflinching. Don't think I don't know you were the mastermind behind the Tokyo incident. Your company is just a front, Fury shouted at Bai Yang. You have no proof. And even if I am in disguise, my cover saved over 100 million lives and countless families. What about you? What have you done? S.H.I.E.L.D. has done far more than you can imagine. We monitor every potential threat on Earth, Natasha added in a low, determined voice. Even Captain America counts as a threat, Banner retorted. We all do. Then why haven't you dealt with the nuclear bombs? Instead, you target the T-virus, which poses no threat to Earth, and even resort to human experimentation? And you're already scheming with the military and political leaders on how to carve up the Bai Corporation. After you split up the Bai Corporation, will you still go around the world offering help as you once did? Of course not. Countless people who are waiting for rescue will lose their lives because of your personal greed. To me, your so-called efforts to protect the Earth are nothing but a joke. It's all about serving your own interests, Bai Yang scoffed. That still doesn't excuse your disregard for human life. Fury retorted angrily, pointing at Bai Yang. I want to know what happened in Tokyo, Captain America suddenly interjected. But at that moment, no one paid attention to his question. Everyone was focused on interrogating S.H.I.E.L.D. about their actions. You just talked about control, but all you do is sow chaos. Tony continued, his voice sharp. That's how they operate. They call us a team, but when we're together, we only make things more chaotic. Dr. Banner, you're just one step away from losing control. My cage has already been rented out by you. The cell meant to contain Loki was originally built to restrain the Hulk. We need to calm down. Natasha, seeing the situation spiral further, tried to intervene. But no one had any intention of stopping. Tony and Captain America were now at each other's throats. Who are you without your armor? A playboy, a genius, philanthropist, billionaire. I know people 100,000 times better than you. You're nothing but a lab experiment, Rogers. You just happen to get lucky with a vial of special serum. Put on the suit. Let's see what you've got. The scepter's power was amplifying everyone's emotions. I have business to attend to at my company. I'll leave you to it, but you'd better not drag me into this. Feeling it was all pointless, Bai Yang opened a portal behind him, shot Fury a warning look, and stepped through, disappearing from the room. Wait! Fury tried to stop him, but Bai Yang had already vanished. The room fell silent. Everyone just stared, dumbfounded, at the spot where Bai Yang had disappeared. He did a spatial teleportation without any equipment. Banner's eyes widened in shock. What is this? Magic! Captain America, feeling the world had changed far too much during his long sleep, could hardly believe it. But with Thor and Loki around, perhaps it wasn't so hard to accept after all. He is one of your planet's sorcerers, but unlike you, they safeguard the security of Earth's dimensional balance, Thor explained, clearing up their confusion. I remember he came here with you? Fury asked him. Yes, he's been with us in Asgard for over a year now, learning our magic, came to reply. So, the mages have always maintained contact with Asgard? That's not something you need to know. At last, the tension in the room seemed to subside. I think you should tell me a bit more about that boy, Captain America said, turning to Fury. Since Bai Yang wasn't part of the Avengers initiative, no relevant information had been provided about him at the time. All right, Fury answered, his eyes clouded with complicated thoughts, lost in contemplation. But just then, the monitors blared with an alarm, and a burst of fire erupted on the helicarrier. The entire fleet sprang instantly into action. Meanwhile, Hawkeye had already infiltrated the fleet. After leaving, Bai Yang went straight to Queens. It had been over a year since he'd seen his friends and family, and he found himself missing them deeply. But just as he arrived home, a piece of news left him stunned. When did the director pass away? Bai Yang steadied himself on the sofa before asking. About 2 months ago, May replied, her expression tinged with sadness as she spoke of the old director. He was especially grateful to you before he left, and he passed very peacefully. The old man had been respected by many for his kindness. The director had always known that Bai Yang was making anonymous donations, and in recent times, the orphanage had expanded significantly thanks to those steady contributions, providing shelter for even more children. He was truly gratified by Bai Yang's gratitude, and left this world without any regrets. Don't be too sad. He lived a good life and left without any regrets. May comforted Bai Yang, noticing his sudden silence. I'm all right. I'm just feeling a bit sentimental. Still, I'm sure the old director is in heaven now, enjoying his peace. Bai Yang smiled and shook his head, though a sense of loss lingered in his heart. For some reason, even though he hadn't witnessed death firsthand, he still felt that inescapable loneliness that came with it. Where's his grave? I'd like to pay my respects, he asked, taking a deep breath. Sanctus Cemetery. There's a flower shop nearby. Ms. Molina is the caretaker there. You could buy some white chrysanthemums from her. Okay. Bai Yang nodded, then stood up, as if remembering something. By the way, Sister May, I'll have Hot Rod take you all to a small island in a bit. Things aren't very safe in the Big Apple for now. It's better for you to stay there for a while. What's Hot Rod? May asked, puzzled by the unfamiliar name. That black Lamborghini I gave you. It's actually a Transformer. Ever since the Transformers movie was released, a wave of fascination with machines swept across the globe once again, and the related toys became incredibly popular. Especially Optimus Prime, Megatron, and Bumblebee. These iconic Transformers captured everyone's imagination. Really? That car is a Transformer? May looked at Bai Yang in utter astonishment, making sure he wasn't joking. She had been over the moon when the car arrived, but now to discover it might actually be a Transformer was almost too much to believe. Yes, and I've created many more. Most of them are on the island. Hot Rod was sent here specifically to protect you. Oh my goodness, this is just too incredible. I need a moment to process this. She sat on the sofa, eyes wide, struggling to calm her excitement. Once she'd composed herself a little, Bai Yang continued. In the next couple of days, there's a good chance we'll have an alien invasion. To be safe, you'd better leave this place for now. Where did you get this information? Is this some kind of prank? Not at all. That island is my secret base. Nearly everything you've seen in my movies exists there in reality. Like I just mentioned, Optimus Prime, Megatron, all. Those Transformers are on the island, and Peter will absolutely love it there. You won't be bored, I promise. Bayang shook his head and managed a half-smile. All right, just make sure you stay safe. May nodded, not pressing him any further. Take me to see Hot Rod first, okay? She could barely contain her excitement. No problem. You parked him in the garage, right? Yes, that's right. Bayang followed May to the garage. Inside, a sleek black Lamborghini sat quietly waiting. Hey, buddy, you got a mission today. Bayang knocked on the hood, calling out. With a sudden surge of light, the Lamborghini's headlights flared to life, and the engine rumbled as the car rolled forward on its own. It drove out into the open courtyard, and just as May gasped in amazement, the car began to transform. Oh, Bayang, I've been cooped up for ages, Hot Rod complained, his towering form dropping to one knee as he addressed Bayang. And please, can you not schedule maintenance so often? Those people are always poking and prodding at me, he added, turning to May with a hint of exasperation. Bayang glanced at May with a smile. She could only respond with an awkward grin. Later, take me to pick up my brother Peter, then use the teleportation device at Dubai Laboratory to get back to Fengxing Tech Island, Bayang instructed Hot Rod. No problem. I'm finally getting out of here. Hot Rod said happily, transforming swiftly back into his car form. Hey, miss, are you leaving now? Just let me pack up, May replied, hurrying back inside to gather her things. What a hassle. After everything at home was settled, Bayang made his way to Saint Cemetery. Saint Cemetery was set on a small hill in the outskirts beyond the city, where rows upon rows of gravestones stood in knee formation. Once at the gates, Bayang stopped in front of a flower shop. Angel's Garden. After glancing at the sign, Bayang stepped inside. The shop was quiet, with a cool air about it, and most of the flowers were in shades of white and pale yellow. Young man, who are you here to honor? The shop owner approached. A kindly older woman with silver-streaked hair and a peaceful face, whose gentle smile seemed to ease away any sorrow. The director of Shareful Orphanage, Mr. Chestnut. Are you the caretaker of this cemetery? That's right. Let me check for you. She picked up a list and started searching. Her movements were gentle, as if she were afraid of disturbing something sacred. Here it is, Mr. Chestnut rests in the 3rd row, 7th spot. That's considered a very auspicious place. In Western tradition, the number 3 is seen as lucky, representing earth, sky, and sea, while 7 is tied to the belief in the 7 layers of heaven. What flowers do you think I should bring? Bayang pursed his lips, asking softly. Yellow carnations would be best. They stand for remembrance and wishing the departed a peaceful journey. They're also fitting for elders. With a warm smile, she picked out a few yellow carnations from the nearby display and handed them to Bayang. Thank you, Bayang said as he accepted the flowers. After paying, he carried the neatly wrapped bouquet into the cemetery. Following the directions he'd been given, he found his way to the 3rd row, 7th spot. Looking at the familiar portrait on the headstone, nostalgia flickered in Bayang's eyes. No matter how he looked at it, when he first arrived in this world, he was on the brink of starvation. It was the old director who took him in and gave him a home. In truth, the creation of biomedical technology was inspired by this man's influence. All those ideals of peace. But Bayang knew, deep down, he was still selfish. He could never be like Ethan, dedicating his whole life selflessly to the world. Bayang knelt by the grave for a long time. Evening was beginning to fall, and just as he was about to stand and leave, someone approached from nearby. Hey, Bayang, there you are. I finally found you. Logan's eyes lit up when he saw the figure crouched before the grave. Logan. Bayang was pleasantly surprised, but then, remembering something, he gave a resigned smile. Let me guess, the professor sent you to find me, didn't he? You knew. Logan looked at him, a bit taken aback. Let's talk outside. Before leaving, Bayang bowed respectfully to the gravestone, then made his way toward the exit. As he passed through the gate, the elderly florist looked at him with a kind, gentle smile. Bayang returned the gesture, offering a polite nod and smile, and then left Saint Cemetery at an unhurried pace. It must be about the recent rumors from the mutant laboratory, right? The two of them had now settled into a cafe, facing each other across a small table. That's right. Didn't you just get back today? Logan sounded a bit puzzled. Bayang seemed to have only just arrived. How could he already be so well-informed? Bayang simply smiled, not answering directly. I just got back today, and you managed to find me right away. Looks like your intelligence network isn't half bad, either. To be honest, we've been trying to track you down for a while now. If another couple of days had gone by, I'd have had to call you myself. Logan gave a helpless, wry smile. So, what's your view on the mutant suppression drug? Bayang asked straightforwardly. While Bayang had spent the past 2 years studying in Asgard, a great deal had happened back on Earth. Not only had an antidote for the T-virus been developed, but a pharmaceutical and food company's Worthing laboratory had succeeded in creating a gene suppression drug for mutants. Unlike previous attempts, this one was permanent. Meanwhile, Mystique, working under Magneto, had infiltrated the company and uncovered these developments. She'd even secretly filmed evidence of the company capturing mutants for human experimentation. Tension between humans and mutants quickly intensified. Yet these were not the details that most concerned Bai Yang. What truly captured his attention was the military's move. They had begun threatening Magneto, who was imprisoned, with this drug, in order to force him to participate in a plan to capture Bai Yang. That, in fact, was the source of their confidence in being able to catch him. But before Bai Yang could return, the relationship between humans and mutants had deteriorated even further. Now, it was as if the world was teetering on the brink, the tension so thick that a single spark could ignite everything. Still, the Worthing laboratory suppression drug was nearly complete. There was no way they'd give up on it now. On the other side, mutants believed that the experiments conducted on their kind would inevitably lead to their eradication once the drug was released. Both sides had established a council, gathering representatives to negotiate. The President of the United States had taken the matter extremely seriously, personally involving himself in the proceedings. Yet, as time dragged on and certain parties fanned the flames behind the scenes, more and more mutants had begun gathering outside the company's headquarters in protest. Just 2 days earlier, a spokesperson from Worthing Laboratory had officially announced the drug's success. They also declared that the mutant gene was a disease and promised to offer their cure free of charge. At that moment, the mutant community, led by Magneto, erupted in fury. They began plotting ways to destroy the Worthington Laboratory and to eliminate the developers of the suppressant drug. If no one intervened, open conflict was sure to break out within a couple of days. Yet, with the looming threat of an alien invasion, the beautiful country found itself stretched thin and unable to focus. Some officials even considered using force to quell the mutant uprising before the extraterrestrial crisis reached their doorstep. The founder of Dubai Medical Technology, Bai Yang, had appeared. The cosmic cube was missing. Aliens were about to invade, and the mutants were gathering, preparing to riot. Any one of these events, if mishandled, could inflict catastrophic damage on the beautiful country. Yet, fate had them all collide at once. It's hard to say. It's not just Magneto's followers. Even many at Xavier's Academy are deeply opposed to the mutant suppressant, Logan said, shaking his head in frustration. So, what is it you want from me? Bai Yang asked, taking a calm sip of coffee. We reached out to Mr. Ethan before, but he said that without your authorization, Dubai cannot get involved in mutant affairs. All right then, what would you like Dubai to do? The professor hopes Dubai can mediate. If he could help suspend the military's actions against mutants and halt the release of the drug, we would do our part to prevent the mutants from rioting. But that seems like a temporary fix at best, like taking a painkiller. It only postpones the suffering, Bai Yang observed thoughtfully. We'll keep looking for solutions, Logan sighed. This sort of thing wasn't his strong suit. Bai Yang set down his coffee, pondering for a moment before continuing. I'll think about it. In the next couple of days, I'll visit your place myself. In the meantime, do your best to keep things calm. All right, I'll wait for your message. Thank you, Logan said, genuinely moved. He knew Bai Yang had no obligation to involve himself in mutant affairs, but here he was, agreeing to help at Logan's request. If all goes well, this plan could sever the root of the conflict between mutants and humans. But I'll need to work out the details, and it'll also depend on your actions, Bai Yang said, standing up with a smile. Really? What is the plan? Logan, about to see him out, couldn't help but ask eagerly. It's essentially a way to separate the sources of conflict. As long as the core issues aren't touched, the tension can be fundamentally avoided. Logan frowned, not quite grasping the idea. All right, I'll visit your professor personally to discuss this. Just wait for my news in the next few days, Bai Yang said, turning to leave the cafe. Logan settled the bill and, with this news in hand, returned to Xavier's Academy. Did you meet Bai Yang today? How did the conversation go? As soon as Logan returned to Xavier's school, Hank hurried up to him, barely able to contain his curiosity. It had been Hank's idea to bring in the big white company at this stage. Professor X, Storm, and the others all looked at Logan expectantly. He said he'd think it over, and he has a plan to resolve the conflict between mutants and humans. What plan is that? Professor X pressed eagerly, knowing full well the tremendous effort he had put into changing the relationship between mutants and humans, only to see it all unravel so quickly with the introduction of suppressant drugs and a little manipulation. No, he didn't say, but he'll be paying us a visit in the next couple of days. We'll probably know more then. He's coming here? Professor X's voice betrayed a hint of anxiety. In the past, he would have welcomed Bai Yang warmly, but after the Tokyo incident, he realized that the boy was anything but as innocent as he appeared. His indifference to life left Professor X's heart troubled. Yes, I'll greet him personally. After leaving, Bai Yang went straight to the headquarters of Big White Medical Technology Company. By now, the company offered not only big white robots and healing serums, but had also launched a film production studio. The studio was created especially for the White Queen. Before leaving, Bayang had left her with a trove of classic film scripts, and with the White Queen's AI capabilities, she could produce an entire movie in just a month. As for the cast, at first the studio purchased the likeness rights of well-known actors, but as its reputation grew, it began creating original characters perfectly suited to each storyline. Thus, Big White Tech had become not just a leader in healthcare, but also a trendsetter in the world of entertainment. Inside the company's tower, many employees could be seen working in hallways and offices, but none of them were human. They were all bionic robots. Bai Yang pushed open a door, and a sweet, melodic greeting rang out. Welcome! On either side of the entrance stood two black-haired beauties, their smiles radiant and flawless. One would never guess they were robots. Smiling softly, Bai Yang continued to the elevator. White Queen, where are Ethan and the others now? My sister just resolved a terrorist attack and is on her way here. She should arrive in about an hour. Mr. Ethan just finished his voyage and is expected in 2 hours. All right. First, prepare reports on the mutants, the Worthing Laboratory, and the pharmaceutical and food companies backing them, Bai Yang instructed, then added, after a moment's thought, and also tally up the number of space teleportation devices produced by Fengxing Tech Island and map out the zones of Big Apple City. Understood. On the other side at the Pentagon. At this moment, the leaders of various departments were seated in the Defense Department conference room, each holding a dossier in their hands, occasionally leaning in to whisper to one another. Yesterday, a pillar of blue light appeared in the skies over New Mexico, but it was far too brief for us to gather any actionable intelligence, declared an elderly man with thinning white hair, his voice still robust as he spoke from the row of people seated at the table. Shortly thereafter, S.H.I.E.L.D. sent word that people from the so-called divine domain had made another appearance. Along with them was Bai Yang, the individual we've been searching for. According to the S.H.I.E.L.D. director, Bai Yang is part of an organization of mages and is closely connected to those from the divine domain. This confirms that our world is indeed home to a mysterious group of mages, he continued, turning his gaze toward the projector. On the projection screen, a series of mysterious events captured by chance appeared, many featuring figures clad in mage robes. Mages. According to those from the divine domain, they secretly protect Earth from dimensional threats. Therefore, I believe we must reconsider our approach to Bai Yang, he said. Agreed. Agreed. Opposed. Opposed. The room erupted as everyone began casting their votes. General Ross, please state your reasons for opposing. A middle-aged man with a formidable presence, a thick white beard, and dressed in an Air Force general's uniform rose to his feet, his expression stern. Bai Yang himself is extremely dangerous. We must bring him completely under control, especially after he released the virus in Tokyo and then threatened multiple countries with a video. Such a terrorist must be brought to justice. Now that we have a way to counter the T-virus, we must seize this opportunity. Understood. Now, Director Kinster, please share your reasons for supporting the proposal. A pale, slender man with a shock of thick black hair stood up. We have to consider what the Dubai Corporation represents. If we fail to apprehend him, can we really withstand the consequences that Dubai Corporation might unleash? And surely you don't believe the virus is their only weapon. You should know, nearly every city across the country is saturated with Dubai robots. Especially since we haven't located their hidden base, we have no idea how many methods they have up their sleeves. Acting rashly could plunge society into chaos. What's more, we must consider whether this would draw the attention of the mage organization behind him. Based on intelligence from S.H.I.E.L.D., this group keeps its distance from humanity. If they share Bai Yang's disposition, they may be entirely indifferent to the fate of humankind. Moreover, we still need to resolve the mutant issue. If we release Magneto, even with the suppressive drugs, there's still a chance he might escape. If that happens, we won't just be dealing with the great white medical technology company. We'll also have to face the mutants. In my opinion, even if we're to proceed with the plan against Bai Yang, we should at least wait until the Cosmic Cube incident is dealt with first. At this point, everyone in the room couldn't help but furrow their brows. I withdraw my earlier objection and support Director Kinster's view. Someone raised their hand and said. In the end, almost everyone voted in favor. The plan against Bai Yang and Great White Technology would be changed or postponed. Of course, the military wasn't the only party involved. There were also many capitalists working behind the scenes. If the plan changed, there would be a lot more matters to handle. While the military continued its research, Great White Company was also developing at a rapid pace. In this capitalist country, almost nothing seemed capable of stopping Great White's momentum. They had money, they had influence, and they had deterrence. You could play tricks in the shadows, but you couldn't openly declare war on Great White Company. Bai Yang sat in the conference room, reviewing the data compiled by the White Queen. The report clearly mapped out the entire layout and population of Big Apple City. "How many great white robots do we have in the city?" he asked. 1,370,000. Bai Yang brought up a projection, displaying a 3D model of the entire Big Apple City. He began marking each area with either a red or green dot. When the calculations were done, over 30,000 green dots had been marked, with the rest in red. "Do we have enough spatial teleportation devices?" Bai Yang asked White Queen after finishing the markings. "Not enough. We only have 26,000 units," she replied, shaking her head. Bai Yang fell silent for a moment, recalculating the figures. 26,000 should be just about enough. "By the way, how's the investigation going at the Worsing laboratory?" "Still ongoing. We expect to have their complete data in 37 minutes. "All right. Show me whatever information you've gathered so far." "Understood." As Bai Yang delved into his investigation, a woman in a red dress stepped into the room. "Boss." It was Alice. After returning, she had changed into fresh clothes for the occasion. "Take a seat. We still need to wait for Ethan," Bai Yang said with a smile, turning his attention back to the screen in front of him. Soon, Ethan arrived in the conference room as well. No one would have guessed that a meeting of an international conglomerate, now part of the United Nations, would have only 3 attendees and 1 artificial intelligence. And the entire operation of the company relied on the formidable computational power of White Queen. Diplomatic affairs were left in the diligent hands of Ethan. Security, meanwhile, was entrusted to Alice, who naturally possessed superhuman abilities. Most of the remaining positions were filled by hiring suitable people through outsourcing. "I call the two of you here today because I have something to arrange," Bai Yang said, as a virtual screen lit up between the 3 of them. "The first thing concerns the mutant suppressant serum. Professor X from Xavier School must have discussed this with you before, right?" he asked Ethan. "Yes, and personally, I believe the suppressant is beneficial for both mutants and humans," Ethan replied. He had been following mutant affairs lately. After all, the situation was close to spiraling out of control. "It's certainly a good thing," Bai Yang nodded, "but it's also sparked a sense of crisis among many mutants. They see the serum as something designed to wipe them out." He continued, "This is largely because of Worthing Labs' actions. When it came to light that they were using mutants as test subjects, people realized the suppressant wasn't developed out of noble intentions." "Are you suggesting our company should get involved?" Ethan asked. "Yes. Sometimes it matters whose hand something is in. If we hold the suppressant, many mutants wouldn't oppose it." "You want to obtain the suppressant?" "Exactly. As long as the suppressant is in our hands, and we manage the messaging well, we can set up a vaccination station at the Dubai sales points. Anyone who wants the injection can come voluntarily. There will be no coercion. It's like this. Imagine someone who once hurt you now offers you a cure, compared to a doctor offering you the same cure. Who would you trust? The one who hurt you, or the doctor?" The company behind the lab is called Starro Health and Food Corporation, and the government's influence is likely involved too. "I need you to transfer ownership of the suppressant to our company." "What if they refuse?" Ethan pointed out that Dubai wasn't known for playing dirty or using economic warfare. "If they recognize the situation, they'll agree. But if they stubbornly refuse, we'll release photos of their human experiments on the international stage and accuse them of violating human rights," Bai Yang suggested. Even though the mutant representative Hank had raised similar accusations in the Mutant Council multiple times in the beautiful country, such complaints simply disappeared without a trace. But Dubai Medical Technology, as a United Nations representative for peace and human rights, could, with solid evidence, accuse them in the Human Rights Council. And if they said to shut it down, it would be shut down. "All right, I'll handle the negotiations." "Good. Before that, you can ask them to release all the mutant test subjects from their labs as a gesture of goodwill. Our company is willing to take them in." "I thought our company wasn't hiring any new staff," Ethan asked, a bit puzzled. "This ties directly into our future plans. After all, when mutants gain powers, it often leads to dramatic changes in their mindset, sometimes for better, sometimes for worse." As Bai Yang spoke, he pulled up a series of video clips, displaying scenes of various mutants unleashing destruction in different places after acquiring their abilities. If these issues aren't addressed, the prejudice between humans and mutants will never go away. That's why we plan to recruit mutants who refuse the suppressant drugs into Alice's security department. I'll discuss the specific arrangements with Professor X in the next couple of days. All right, Alice's curiosity about mutants only grew stronger. As for the suppressant drugs, I'll leave that in Ethan's hands. "There's one more thing I need you for, Alice." Alice nodded in agreement. Bai Yang tapped the virtual screen, bringing up a 3D hologram of Big Apple City, dotted with clusters of red and green markers. In at most a week's time, this city beneath our feet may face an alien invasion. When that happens, there's no need to engage the aliens directly. Your main task will be to transport the spatial teleportation devices to these green-marked locations. An alien invasion? The two of them were visibly stunned. Yes. Once the devices are in place, have the Baymax robots escort the evacuation inside the city. No need to fight. Leave the combat to others. Shouldn't we give people a heads up? Ethan asked, worry evident in his voice. That would only spark panic. Besides, right now it's just my suspicion. Bayang shook his head. There will likely be a group of mutants assisting you during the evacuation. That's the real reason behind all of this. Bai Yang's intentions became clear. Allowing mutants to help in this crisis would boost goodwill across the board, both from humans and mutants toward the Baymax Corporation. One thing to remember, we are not combatants. Don't throw yourselves into a fight. Bai Yang gave a stern reminder. Understood. Alice nodded, her expression still tinged with doubt. All right, focus on these tasks for now. If you need detailed reports, ask the White Queen for them. With that, Bai Yang stood up, ready to leave. Alice followed him, but Ethan suddenly called out. Bai Yang, wait. What's really behind this alien invasion? Bai Yang glanced at Alice, shrugged with resignation, and then stepped over to Ethan. This alien incursion is a consequence of S.H.I.E.L.D's weapons experiments. Let them handle it first. If it gets out of hand, I have ways to resolve it. Don't worry, it won't spill over to affect the whole world. Seeing Ethan's worried face, Bai Yang reassured him. If they truly couldn't contain the threat, he would have to step in himself. Best to stop the Chitauri before they could threaten the entire planet. To be honest, with the technological prowess and magical abilities Bai Yang now possessed, he truly had nothing to fear from those extraterrestrial fleets. On the contrary, this seemed like the perfect opportunity to accomplish some of his own goals. Once Ethan had settled things, Bai Yang left the conference room. Are you waiting for me? He asked, noticing Alice standing outside. Yes, it's been a while since I've seen you, boss. I kind of missed you. Alice replied with a gentle smile. All right then, how has it been, living as a human these past few years? Bai Yang grinned and shook his head, falling in a step beside her. Not bad. Life's been full. There's a battle to fight every day. Once this mutant situation is handled, you should have time to do other things. It doesn't matter to me. As long as I can help you, that's enough. Well, in that case, I should make sure you get some downtime. I can't let a hero like you be overworked, right? Bai Yang laughed. Alice smiled. You're in a good mood today, willing to save ordinary people of your own accord, and even help the mutants. She knew, after the Tokyo incident, that apart from his family and friends, Bai Yang cared little about anything else. It's for a friend of mine. His name is Logan. Not sure if you've met him, Bai Yang explained to Alice. And besides, the mutants are a powerful force in their own right. What they lack is an organization that can truly accept and guide them. By the time Bai Yang had wrapped up his affairs, evening was drawing near. Now, all that was left was to wait for Ethan to acquire the suppressant, and then head to Xavier's school. Come to think of it, if it weren't for Magneto and Professor X, mutants would never have been able to enjoy the relative peace they had now. Even so, with those two around, there were still people capturing mutants for experiments. Clearly, their power of deterrence wasn't enough. And perhaps the current tension between humans and mutants was related to Magneto's capture. The next day, at around 2 in the afternoon, the Bai Corporation issued a public statement. They had purchased exclusive rights from Stark Europe, food and pharmaceutical company, to sell the mutant suppressant, and, at the same time, demanded that Worthing Laboratory release all detained mutants. They made no mention of forcibly administering the suppressant to mutants, and, after the announcement, everything fell silent once more. Yet the news had an immediate effect, quieting the agitated mutants. The tense atmosphere began to gradually subside. Some accepted the Bai Corporation's actions, some chose to wait and see, while those who still wanted to take action found no one willing to follow them anymore. Both sides of the Mutant Council breathed a sigh of relief. After that, they tried to reach out to the Bai Corporation for further talks. But ever since the announcement about the suppressant deal, the Bai Corporation acted as if nothing had happened, continuing its operations and politely declining all invitations. Upon receiving this news, Bai Yang also called Logan, expressing his intention to visit Xavier's school. Xavier's school was located in the northeastern corner of Westchester County, about 10 kilometers outside the Big Apple. The school resembled an ancient castle from the outside, yet inside it boasted advanced technological facilities. Even a concealed stealth jet was hidden within its walls. When Bai Yang arrived at the gates of Xavier's school, Logan was already there waiting for him. Beside him sat Professor X in his wheelchair, along with Hank in a suit and several others. It was clear that they regarded Bai Yang's visit as something significant. Child, we've been waiting for you for quite a while, Professor X greeted Bai Yang, his eyes narrowing as he regarded the young man. In this teenager, he sensed a silent divinity, a presence as detached and emotionless as a deity. His powerful mind granted him an acute sense of perception. "Hello, Professor." Senator Hank, Bai Yang greeted them, shaking hands as he stepped forward. But as he approached Professor X, Bai Yang reached out and gently patted the professor's head. Feeling the cool touch atop his head, the elderly man in the wheelchair was momentarily stunned. "What are you doing?" Storm immediately lashed out, a streak of lightning crackling toward Bai Yang. As though expecting this, Bai Yang swiftly stepped back, dodging the attack in advance. The arc of electricity struck the ground, leaving a charred patch in its wake. "I just wanted your professor to experience what it feels like to be an ordinary person for a moment." "Well, Professor, how was it?" Bai Yang asked with a carefree smile. Storm was about to strike again when Professor X raised a hand, stopping her. "I felt it. I apologize for what happened earlier," he said sincerely, bowing his head in apology to Bai Yang. "Professor," Storm's temper was clearly on the verge of erupting. "I think you might need a dose of suppressant," Bai Yang remarked, glancing at her before following the others inside. Led by the group, Bai Yang passed by a playground, watching his children played with various powers. His eyes widened in astonishment at the spectacle. "They're all good kids," the professor explained, noticing Bai Yang's gaze. "But because of their mutant abilities, they've been set apart as outcasts. All I can do is bring them here to teach them to control their powers. To humans, they are indeed outcasts. That's not something that can be changed," Bai Yang replied calmly. This remark made Storm and Hank both frown. Professor X could only shake his head helplessly. This young man certainly didn't mince words. The group then continued toward the study. "Please, have a seat, child." Professor X gestured toward the sofa opposite him. Around them, bookshelves lined the walls, filled with volumes, and sunlight streamed in through the windows, making the room feel warm and inviting. "I really appreciate that the Bai Corporation released those mutants and bought the suppressants. I wonder, what are your plans for the suppressants?" Once Bai Yang had taken a seat, he continued his questioning. "They'll still be made available. I'll set up vaccination stations, so anyone who wants to rid themselves of their mutant abilities can go there voluntarily." Bai Yang smiled gently at the little girl pouring tea. Rogue looked curiously at the boy who seemed about her age, finding the situation a bit odd. "Why? Mutants aren't a disease," Storm demanded, her anger barely contained. "Maybe it isn't a disease for you, but what about those whose powers only bring them trouble? Not every mutant likes their abilities, and not everyone has powers as impressive or dramatic as yours," Bai Yang replied. "Why do you always assume every mutant is just like you?" Storm fell suddenly silent. Take Mr. Hank, for instance. He's become this beastly figure because of his mutation. "Do you actually like the way you look?" Bai Yang turned to Hank, whose face was covered in blue fur. "No. When I first discovered my mutation, I desperately wanted to get rid of it. It was only with the professor's guidance that I gradually came to terms with it," Hank said thoughtfully and earnestly. "So, why do you think everyone should feel the same as you do?" Bai Yang asked Storm again. Storm had nothing more to say. "All right, child, I understand your point," said Professor X, taking over the conversation. "What I want to know is, how do you plan to resolve the conflict between mutants and humans?" Bai Yang didn't press Storm any further and turned to answer the professor's question. "Because of the instability brought about by mutants, peaceful coexistence with humans is unlikely. The moment humans find a way to control or counter you, they'll act against you without hesitation." "You're right," Professor X acknowledged without arguing. "That's why you need to be separated. With the suppressants, some of the conflict can be eased, but since many won't want to take them, those people will need to either separate themselves from humans or be eliminated," Bai Yang explained methodically. Hank and the others exchanged glances, then looked to Bai Yang expectantly. "How do you propose to separate us?" Professor X seemed to grasp Bai Yang's meaning. "The Bai Corporation can take you in. We'll build a city district specifically for mutants." "Wouldn't that be restricting our freedom?" Jean couldn't help but ask. "No. The city district would simply be your community, a place to live where you can avoid conflict with humans, but you'd still have the choice to become heroes, working with our corporation to carry out rescue missions all over the world. And once you take part in these rescue missions, our Dubai Corporation can subtly help change humanity's perception of you. And furthermore, in short, after joining our company, you'll be able to choose your own paths just like ordinary people, working, marrying, starting families, and you won't have to worry about discrimination any longer." Bai Yang painted a series of bright and hopeful visions, then set down his tea and spoke in earnest. Professor X and the others were already weighing the feasibility of Bai Yang's proposal. "In fact, the young girl beside me probably isn't fond of her own abilities," Bai Yang suddenly said, pointing at the excited Rogue. "Me?" She pointed to herself, looking puzzled. "You wrap yourself up so tightly. Surely it's because you don't wish to touch others. For a girl in the bloom of youth, losing the ability to connect physically with others must feel like a curse. Rogue lowered her gaze to her gloved hands, thoughts drifting to Bobby, the Iceman she admired, knowing her powers would forever keep her from any real closeness with him. A long silence fell over the group, until Professor X finally spoke up. What do you need from us? The question brought everyone back to reality, all eyes turning to Bai Yang. This is a plan where everyone wins. With your help, our company's security and rescue operations will be taken to the next level, and in return, you'll get to live as ordinary people, Bai Yang replied calmly. I'll need your answer today. If at any point you're dissatisfied, you're free to leave. Professor X studied Bai Yang for a moment, confirming his sincerity. Then he stepped forward, extended his hand, and said, Boss, here's to a good partnership. To a good partnership. Bai Yang smiled and shook his hand. The others exchanged glances, some joyful, some awkward, and some quietly thrilled. Since you've agreed, let me explain your upcoming arrangements, Bai Yang continued, standing up and producing a device, which he handed to Professor X. This is our company's emblem. Everyone who joins Dubai Corporation will wear one. Inside, you'll also find the contact details for Alice, our head of security, and Ethan, who handles foreign affairs. Professor X accepted the cartoonish disc, its face almost reminiscent of a smiling robot. Looks more like a toy company's badge, Storm remarked, craning her neck for a better look. To many, this little thing is nothing less than an angel's token, Jean said with a soft laugh. Ignoring their banter, Bai Yang went on. In about 2 days, there'll be an alien invasion in Big Apple City. I'll need you to team up with the Dubai robots under Alice's command and escort civilians to designated safe zones. You can also check the company badge device on your hand for your location. As expected, upon hearing Bai Yang's words, the room erupted in a wave of commotion and questions. But since they were now essentially part of his company, he patiently took the time to explain. Of course, I need you to follow the Baymax robot and not act on your own initiative, Bai Yang instructed them earnestly. After a moment's thought, he added, and one more thing. Please pick people whose faces aren't too unpleasant to look at. No problem. Now that they had decided to join Baymax Company, and since the future of mutants was at stake, Professor X became fully attentive. After Bai Yang went over a few more important points, he moved on to the second topic. What I just discussed concerns arrangements for you. Now let me talk about the members of the Brotherhood. Many of them have suffered at the hands of humans. I hope we don't push them to the brink, Professor X said with some anxiety. Of course. That's why I need to meet with the president to negotiate Magneto's release, Bai Yang replied. He certainly had no intention of exhausting himself trying to win over every member of the Brotherhood. But among the Brotherhood, many carried severe emotional scars. Bai Yang didn't plan to take them all in. They won't let him go. He's far too dangerous, Professor X said, shaking his head. If I manage to get him out on bail, can you persuade him? Bai Yang asked seriously. As long as Baymax Company is truly willing to accept mutants, I believe I can convince him, Professor X nodded. Then the rest is up to me, Bai Yang replied with a nod. He then stood up and turned to Hank. Senator Hank, your parliament, President Dennis, is involved as well, right? I'd like to meet him. I'll check if he has time, Hank replied, nodding. Taking advantage of this moment, Professor X suddenly invited Bai Yang. Child, no, that's not right. You're our boss now. Would you be interested in touring our academy? He chuckled, a sense of relief evident now that a solution for the mutants seemed within reach. Sure, Bai Yang agreed with a nod. Hank began making arrangements, hoping to convene another meeting soon. This is our classroom, where I teach them how to use their abilities, Professor X explained as he led Bai Yang on a tour. The others had already started carrying out Bai Yang's instructions. I hope you're not teaching them to misuse their mutant powers, Bai Yang remarked with a wry smile. No, I was too reckless before. Still, I hope you can forgive an old man like me. I don't want to give up on any opportunity to improve the lives of mutants. Your approach isn't bad either, but your influence in human society is simply too limited. Even among mutants, your group is split in two factions. No matter how hard you try, in the end, extinction seems inevitable. Bai Yang spoke, his expression softening a little. But you know, Logan was lucky enough to meet you. Professor X smiled as he replied. Mainly, it's because you all have real value. Bai Yang shook his head and stepped into the classroom, his eyes falling on the computer atop the podium. To be honest, what happened in Tokyo really shocked me. I never imagined it was your doing. Professor X suddenly brought up the Tokyo incident. I don't have anyone looking out for me. I just have to survive by lashing out like a madman. Bai Yang spread his hands helplessly. Maybe you could consider working with the military. In that case, you mutants wouldn't be living so peacefully now, or rather, the whole world wouldn't be as peaceful as it is. With Big White, companies still able to provide aid in every war zone. Handing it over to the military might lead to consequences that are truly unpredictable. In the Marvel Universe, world crises sparked by experiments are all too common. That's true. Are you really not a mutant yourself? To be honest, the professor still found it hard to believe that a boy in his teens could achieve so much. There's no mutant gene in my body. Bai Yang shrugged, a touch of resignation in his gesture. Bai Yang wandered the campus alongside Professor X, who, for once, refrained from using his telepathy, choosing instead to have a sincere conversation. After their stroll, Hank received some news. President Dennis is willing to convene a meeting. He hopes you'll attend. They had originally planned to contact Ethan, but he hadn't responded. Unexpectedly, Bai Yang had reached out directly. Upon receiving Hank's invitation, Bai Yang immediately adjusted his schedule. After saying his farewells to Professor X, Bai Yang followed Hank to the meeting venue. Previously, the relationship between mutants and humans was far from harmonious. Things only eased slightly after Magneto, the Brotherhood's leader, was apprehended and Professor X adopted a conciliatory stance for the sake of avoiding further upheaval. To that end, a council was established to mediate between mutants and humans, with Hank serving as the mutants' minister, responsible for their diplomatic efforts. Hank had once been a scholar. From birth, his body was different from others. Discovering his own uniqueness, he devoted himself to developing a suppressant. Unfortunately, not only did he fail to create a working inhibitor, but the serum actually enhanced his mutant abilities. His feet became ape-like, his body sprouted thick blue fur, and fangs emerged from his mouth. Some people noticed his unusual behavior and kidnapped his parents, forcing him to work for them under threat. Later, he was rescued by Professor X and joined Xavier's school. Now, he serves as a diplomat for mutants, negotiating with humans in the council. Bai Yang and Hank arrived at a military base in the Big Apple. After passing through multiple layers of security, they finally reached a meeting room that was not particularly spacious. The room felt rather cramped, with every seat around the table already filled. Most of those present wore formal suits, and when they saw Bai Yang and Hank enter, their eyes lit up with interest. Bai Yang, at that moment, a burly, bald black man strode over, clearly excited to greet Bai Yang. However, seeing the youthful face before him, he hesitated, unsure what to call him. "Hello, just call me Mr. Bai Yang said, shaking his hand. Then, following Hank's lead, he found a seat. After sitting down, Bai Yang took a moment to shake hands and introduce himself to everyone around the table. Ready to get down to business, he glanced at President Dennis, who was sitting in the center. "Mr. President, under your leadership, America has experienced remarkable, visible growth in recent times. Do you intend to run for another term?" Bai Yang asked, looking at the middle-aged man whose hair, though streaked with gray, was meticulously groomed. President Dennis paused, caught off guard, but soon understood the deeper meaning behind Bai Yang's words. His expression flickered briefly before returning to normal. "Does the Bai Corporation have any proposals to bring forward today?" he replied, choosing not to answer directly, wanting first to see if Bai Yang's request would exceed his authority. "Today, I'm here to resolve the conflict between mutants and humans, and to ensure that the Big Apple doesn't descend into chaos." "And how do you plan to do that?" someone immediately asked with curiosity. "I just met with Professor X. He's willing to have Xavier's school joined up by corporation and take charge of the suppression drug vaccine stations, as their director, overseeing both the construction and security of these sites. How can you ensure that every mutant gets their injection if mutants themselves are supervising the administration of the suppression drug?" the burly black man asked, frowning with concern. "No, I'm not proposing mandatory injections for all mutants. It should be entirely up to each individual's choice." "Then what about the mutants who refuse the drug?" Most of those present clearly hoped every mutant would be injected, ridding the world of their superhuman abilities. "Our company would like to purchase a section of land on the northeastern edge of Westchester County, centered around Xavier's school, to build a dedicated community exclusively for mutants. In the coming days, under the leadership of the Bai Corporation, they will be dispatched to disaster zones around the world to carry out rescue missions." As Bai Yang spoke, he carefully observed the expressions of everyone present. "If this initiative were carried out under the guidance of the president, your wise decision-making would surely win even greater praise. If the conflict between mutants and humans could truly be resolved, it would indeed be a remarkable achievement for the president, worthy of celebration and song." But it was a different story for the others. The moment Bai Yang's suggestion was voiced, many faces around the table tightened with anxiety. "That's impossible. They can't be allowed to join your company," someone blurted out instinctively. "Exactly. They're already an unpredictable force. If they were to become part of the Bai Corporation, it could lead to even greater disasters. If mutants really were allowed to join the Bai Corporation, The consequences would be beyond control. For a moment, opposition filled the room. Only President Dennis remained silent, weighing the pros and cons of the proposal in quiet contemplation. Besides, even if the others disagreed, would anyone here truly dare to challenge the Bai Corporation head-on? After all, Professor X, leader of the mutants, had already agreed, meaning the mutants had pledged themselves to the Bai Corporation. Unless the Sentinel program was already fully operational, there was little hope of standing against the Bai Corporation. But previous assessments had shown that Bayang possessed the ability to breach almost every computer system in the Pentagon. Just 2 days ago, the S.H.I.E.L.D. evaluation report confirmed that Bayang's hacking skills were formidable. So, how could they be sure the Sentinel program hadn't already been compromised? "You're welcome to present your arguments against my proposal," Bayang said calmly, looking at them after they finished speaking. At that, those present were left speechless. They truly had no solid grounds for objection. They couldn't very well claim that mutants, as citizens of the United States, were forbidden from joining the Bai Corporation. After all, the Bai Corporation was not bound by any single nation standards. It was simply a company. If the Bai were a country, perhaps the accusation of treason could be made. But clearly, that wasn't the case. For a while, those in the conference room exchanged anxious glances, each searching for a solution. At this point, President Dennis spoke up again. "Does the Bai Corporation have any further proposals?" "Yes. Since we intend to resolve the conflict between the two sides, we must address it thoroughly. I wish to release Magneto and negotiate with him to gather the members of the Brotherhood. Most members of the Brotherhood are on wanted lists. There's no way we can let them go," Kinster said with a helpless shrug. "Absolutely. But I hope those who are willing to take the injection and return to being ordinary people can have their sentences reduced. As for those who've never hurt anyone, perhaps they could be released. What do you think, Mr. President?" Bayang looked at him and asked. The people nearby were even more opposed when they heard that Magneto might be released. This time, they had plenty of reasons for their objection. Ignoring the others' arguments, Bayang watched President Dennis sink into thought, then stood up. "Mr. President, take a couple more days to think it over. Our Bai Corporation will always support you." With that, Bayang followed Hank back to Xavier's school. "How'd the conversation go?" Logan, walking alongside them in the corridor, asked curiously. At that moment, Professor X was probably teaching, and everyone else was busy with their own affairs. Only Logan seemed to have free time, so when he saw Bayang and Hank return, he came over. "It went well. After this alien invasion is over, I plan to build a city around Xavier's school. The expansion will be based on your numbers, and you'll also be getting some new neighbors." The three of them walked side by side, nearly blocking the whole corridor. "What kind of neighbors?" Not only Logan, but Hank also looked puzzled. "The Transformers, Optimus Prime, Ironhide, and the other Autobots. They'll be living with you," Bayang explained. "Really? Are you serious?" Both men turned to Bayang, excitement and disbelief shining in their eyes. "Of course. They're probably a bit lonely on their island right now, so you'll be keeping them company. Remember, they're not just machines, they're living beings." "That's awesome. Will Bumblebee be there? I absolutely love him." Logan, suddenly like a die-hard fan, pressed Bayang for details. "No, just Optimus Prime and a dozen or so other Transformers. But there'll be more in the future," Bayang replied, shaking his head. "I like Optimus Prime," Hank exclaimed happily. With the major arrangements settled, Bayang opened a portal and stepped directly onto his own Fangxing Tech Island. By now, the underwater hive beneath Fangxing Tech Island had been fully constructed and all equipment was in place. The teleportation devices had been upgraded and could now transfer living beings. A total of 26,000 units had been built. Originally, these were meant for Dubai's various branches around the globe. But with the situation at hand, priority would be given to this region, and only later would they be distributed worldwide. Meanwhile, the rocket satellites had been completed, with only test launches remaining. However, after acquiring space bridge technology from the Transformers, Bayang realized he could install space pillars on the satellites, allowing instant teleportation to any location on Earth that the satellites could detect. By then, if we add the armor system, it'll almost feel like those warriors in Armor Hero. But the space pillar doesn't just serve as a teleportation device. It's surprisingly good for direct strikes, and a lot more convenient than those nuclear deterrents. Luckily, I still have some materials left from my time in Asgard, just enough to retrofit one of the satellites with a space pillar. Later on, we can launch and dock more as needed. When Bayang arrived on Fangxing Island, he immediately saw several giant robots roaming lazily across the grassy field. Peter, at some point, had donned a suit just like Iron Man's and was zipping back and forth among them. Suddenly, the roar of an engine shattered the calm beside Bayang. A Lamborghini came speeding right at him. "Move! Move!" Through the windshield, May could be seen at the wheel, waving frantically at Bayang to get out of the way. But Bayang simply stretched out a hand, and the sports car defied all logic, coming to an abrupt halt right beside him. My goodness! May, still gripping the steering wheel in shock, opened the door, her nerves rattled. Looks like you're having a great time here, May, Bayang said, arms open as the two shared a quick hug. You scare me half to death, showing up out of nowhere. Still flustered, May gave him a playful smack on the back of his head. I'd say it's your reckless driving that's the problem, Bayang protested, rubbing his head and looking at her in disbelief. I can vouch for that. It was definitely you driving too fast, Hot Rod, now, in human form, raised a hand to testify. I think you should go play with them, May replied with an exaggerated eye roll, gesturing toward the Transformers, tossing a ball nearby. Okay, bye. Hot Rod had been waiting for that, and dashed off to join the group in their game. You and Peter seem to be settling in here, right? Bayang asked May. Absolutely. We're loving it here. Not only do we have robots at our beck and call, there's all kinds of seafood. And your little brother was so excited to meet Optimus Prime and the others. He didn't sleep a wink last night, May replied, her face bright with excitement. She shielded her eyes and glanced up at the sun overhead. The only thing is, the sun doesn't feel all that warm. That's because it's a hologram, not the real thing, Bayang explained. What? It's fake. May was genuinely surprised. She hadn't noticed at all. The sun's rise and set followed the usual rhythm, and there was even a moon at night. White Queen disengaged the virtual overlay. A projection of the White Queen AI appeared before them. It's currently pouring rain outside. Are you sure you want me to disable the projection? Never mind then, Bayang said with a resigned glance at May. So, are those Transformers for real? May asked, pointing at Peter and Hot Rod playing ahead. They must be real. Can't you feel it yourself when you're driving? All right, but all of this just feels so unreal to me. May let out a helpless sigh. Meanwhile, aboard the S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier. Not long after Poplar left, the fleet came under attack. The helicarrier was now battered and torn, with gaping holes blasted through various sections. Yet, against all odds, it stubbornly kept flying. After Bruce Banner transformed into the Hulk and wreaked havoc within the fleet, he was eventually hurled out of the ship. Hawkeye was captured during his fight with Natasha, regaining his senses in the process. Thor, upon finding Loki, was tricked and ended up trapped in that same cage, which cage and all was thrown from the fleet. In the blink of an eye, the gathered Avengers were scattered apart. At this very moment, in the heart of the Big Apple, stood the tallest building, Stark Tower, revered as a beacon illuminating all of humanity. Under the influence of the Mind Scepter, Dr. Selvig was now atop the tower, installing a specially crafted device. At the center of this device gleamed a blue energy cube, the Tesseract. Elsewhere throughout the city, many noticed that Baymax Corporation had deployed numerous circular metal devices in various districts. Although they hadn't been activated yet, they had certainly drawn public attention. Families with Baymax robots discovered a new announcement displayed on their robots' chests. A spatial escape device has been placed at the intersection of Ter Street in Harlem. In case of danger, please proceed immediately to the designated location. Queens, Manhattan, Brooklyn. These are the latest safety installations by Baymax Medical Technology Company. We hope they will not cause unnecessary panic. Almost every Baymax robot now displayed a suitable evacuation route. A storm was brewing. The Big Apple. At its center, Stark Tower. A colossal beam of energy shot up from the top of the tower, piercing the clouds. Moments later, as the energy column reached a certain height, a mysterious blue portal began to open in the sky. From within, a swarm of creatures poured out, reminiscent of a plague of locusts. A figure rose from Stark Tower to confront them. It was Iron Man. But when faced with the overwhelming numbers of the Chitauri army, his efforts were nothing more than a drop in the ocean. The Chitauri soldiers, piloting craft that resembled speedboats, began their descent toward the city. On the streets below, every car screeched to a halt. Passengers flung open their doors, staring in shock and awe at the unfolding spectacle, utterly bewildered by what was happening. And just as confusion threatened to turn to panic, a swarm of Baymax robots in red armor surged onto the scene from who knows where. Alert! Alert! A dangerous incident is occurring here. Everyone, please follow the evacuation route to the designated area. Some of the Baymax robots in the convoy lit up red exclamation marks on their chests, broadcasting the warning to those around them. Evacuation route? Those who hadn't purchased a Baymax robot looked confused, but those who had already received the evacuation instructions turned anxiously, grabbing their Baymax robots and heading quickly toward the nearest safe point. Follow me, this way. As they ran alongside their Baymax robots, they called out to guide others as well. Bang! 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 At that moment, the vanguard of the Chitauri forces burst onto the ground, standing atop their aircraft and launching wild attacks on the fleeing crowds. Screams filled the entire Avenue district in an instant. But as they ran, people began to notice that, despite the intensity of the explosions, very few blasts landed anywhere near them. Looking up, they saw that many Baymax robots clad in red armor had flown in and were now hovering overhead with shields on their arms, blocking every deadly energy pulse from above. "Oh my God, thank you," a young man with curly hair whispered fervently in gratitude. Amid the thunder of explosions, families with Baymax robots took the lead, and those with children had Baymaxes helping to carry them. Whenever flying debris from the blasts threatened them, Baymax was there, shielding them with gentle care. In that moment, the Baymax robots, usually known only for their cuteness, had become the most dependable bodyguards anyone could wish for. Inside Baymax Company, every robot responsible for security was activated, rushing to key locations and quickly setting up defensive lines. The civilian Baymax units were tasked with sounding alarms and guiding crowds to follow the safest routes. As a result, after the energy portal appeared in the sky, those living in the city center didn't panic as much as one might expect. They evacuated in an orderly fashion, strictly adhering to the escape routes provided by Baymax Company. Even people without their own Baymax robots followed those who did, joining the organized retreat. And whenever the Chitauri attacked, armored Baymax robots were dispatched to shield the fleeing crowds. The police, arriving in haste, coordinated with Baymax Company to establish safety perimeters along the evacuation routes, escorting people to safety. However, as more and more Chitauri poured in, the Baymax robots flying overhead to protect everyone began to struggle under the pressure. The growing number of evacuees along the escape routes also drew the Chitauri's attention, and they began deliberately closing in to surround those corridors. In that moment, it became clear that neither the police nor the Baymax robots could hold back the overwhelming tide of Chitauri forces for much longer. "Ares, hurry up. We're almost there." On the evacuation route, a burly man whose thin clothes could hardly conceal his powerful muscles shouted from within the crowd, his bald head gleaming. But now, worry clouded the big man's face. He looked anxiously at his son, who was holding the hand of a large white robot beside him. "Daddy, are they all aliens? Why are they attacking us?" the little boy asked with innocent curiosity. "I don't know, but I think they want to take over Earth." Tuck was Tanzanian, his features not unlike those of an Indian. "Then, can the big white robot defeat them?" "It definitely can." Tuck nodded seriously, but just as he finished speaking, a red figure trailing thick smoke crashed into the ground right beside them. The smoke gradually cleared, revealing a large white robot clad in battle armor. Its entire body shimmered with residual heat, and its armor was battered and pitted, as if it might fall apart at any moment. After hitting the ground, the robot forced itself upright, inch by inch. It looked up at the sky, its pair of black, round eyes now burning with determination. But when it tried to take off, its jet wings sputtered and died, failing to ignite despite several attempts. Then, as if the attack just now had destroyed its internal circuits, sparks flickered across its battered body. It collapsed back into the crater with a heavy crash and did not rise again. "Hey, Ares, what are you doing?" At that moment, Tuck suddenly saw his son let go of his hand and run toward the spot where the robot had fallen. He hurried after him with the large white robot. He found his son struggling to drag the battered and broken robot out of the pit. "What are you doing? We have to get out of here now." Tuck couldn't help but scold, reaching out to pull his son away by force. "No, it just protected us. I want to save it too." Ares stubbornly clung to the robot, refusing to let go. Tuck fell silent at his son's words. He looked up and saw other big white robots flying through the air, shielding people from incoming attacks. Some of them struck, but as long as they could move, they kept doing everything they could to protect the evacuating crowd. With a sigh, he silently joined his son in dragging the wounded robot from the crater. But just as father and son managed to haul the paralyzed robot out, a massive chunk of rubble, no one knew where it came from, hurtled toward them. A huge shadow swallowed them up. They stared in horror at the enormous debris crashing down on their heads. Driven by a surge of desperation, Tuck lunged toward his son. A heavy thud resounded in his ears, but the pain he expected never came. "Sir, please take your son and get out of here now." Taz turned around and saw an orc with a thick mane of blue hair holding up the massive boulder, keeping it from falling. The orc wore a white, work-style uniform, and emblazoned across the back was the logo of Big White Company. Big White Company. The familiar emblem made his voice tremble with excitement. "Yes, please make your way to the safe zone as quickly as you can. We'll protect you," Hank replied, tossing the boulder aside effortlessly before heading off to the next location. Taz quickly got to his feet, taking his son by the hand as they hurried toward the designated safe zone. Meanwhile, as the Chitauri continued their relentless invasion and destruction, the Bronx in the heart of Big Apple City had become a wasteland of shattered ruins. Yet, amidst the debris, the sight of the big white robots brought a glimmer of hope. With their round, huggable bodies, they shielded their owners from harm, standing guard over them. Though they remained as adorable and gentle as ever, their medical skills and emergency care gave the wounded a sense of solace, even amid the chaos of war. Still, the big white robots were never designed for combat, and when the Chitauri's energy cannons rained down from the skies, some of them were inevitably destroyed. But now, the rescue efforts included more than just big white robots. Mutants with extraordinary superpowers had joined the fray as well. Clad in white uniforms bearing the big white company logo, these mutants patrolled outside the main evacuation routes, guiding and protecting civilians trapped inside buildings, leading them safely toward the escape corridors. "Hey, ma'am, are you all right?" Iceman Bobby called out, having just frozen a Chitauri soldier in front of him. He turned to a woman behind him, her hair wildly disheveled. Thank you so much. I'm all right now," she gasped, eyes wide with lingering fear. Just moments before, a robot had nearly run her through with a spear-like weapon. "Didn't you have a big white robot?" Bobby glanced around, noticing the sparse crowd, as though she'd been left behind by others. She caught her breath between words, her chest heaving. "I did, but it was destroyed in a single shot while protecting me. And I hardly know my way around these streets. I can't even find the evacuation route." "No worries. I'm headed that way right now. You can follow me," Iceman said, turning swiftly to freeze another Chitauri in his path. Thank you, she exclaimed, her gratitude overflowing. All along the way, Iceman conjured sheets of ice to rescue people from the Chitauri's grasp, leading them steadily toward the evacuation route. Elsewhere, the other mutants managed their own assigned sectors. Those with less formidable abilities often teamed up with armored big white robots to conduct their rescue missions together. You should go join their group. Follow them, and you'll reach a safe zone and get out of this dangerous place. At that moment, Iceman led them to a street corner where they could see the main avenue ahead, packed with countless people pushing forward together. Pulses of energy rained down from the sky, yet the large white robots hovering above shielded everyone from harm. Aren't you coming with us? The first woman rescued asked, her voice tinged with concern. No, I need to go back and search for any other survivors, Iceman replied, shaking his head. He turned and quickly walked away. Suddenly, a beam of light exploded not far from them, sending a ripple of panic through the crowd. Hurry, get to the main street, someone shouted, clutching their head as they bolted into the avenue, merging with a flowing tide of evacuees. The woman, swept along with the others, felt a powerful sense of safety as she ran amid the orderly stream of people. Although the sky was still ablaze with artillery fire, not a single attack struck the crowd. She stayed with the group, following the lead of the white robots at the front, and soon they arrived at the plaza on 37th Street. In the center of the square stood a massive, circular device. Its core shimmered like a swirling pool of rainbow light. Beside it, bold characters proclaimed, "Portal." A notice nearby reassured everyone. This device has been tested. It will transport you to a safe area. Please don't be afraid. Some hesitated, but as the crowd steadily flowed through, most gritted their teeth and stepped forward. When she passed through the portal, it felt just like walking through a doorway. There was a brief moment of darkness, and then the world before her changed completely. She found herself surrounded by lush greenery, and not far away stood an ancient castle whose architecture spoke of a long history. Hello, here's an information sheet. It'll help you understand where you are now. A young boy approached, handing her a piece of paper. Thank you, she replied with a warm smile, taking the sheet. As he walked off to help someone else, she unfolded the paper and began to read. The instructions detailed their current location and explained that their rescue had been coordinated by the White Company and the mutants. It also described the situation back in Big Apple City and noted that anyone who wanted more information could watch a live broadcast on their phones. Not far away, Ethan and Professor X moved among the crowd, soothing people's frayed nerves. It looks like we're safe now, she thought, glancing toward Big Apple City, where the massive hole in the sky was still faintly visible. Because of this, the Baymax robots tasked with security for Baymax Corporation set up a defensive line along the designated evacuation route. While the mutants operated beyond these defenses, rescuing civilians and guiding them back within the safety perimeter established by Baymax Corporation. Through their tireless efforts, countless civilians were shielded from danger and escorted to the nearest safe zone. At each safe zone, teleportation devices have been installed, and on the other side of the portal, across the grassy lawn surrounding Xavier's school, Ethan, Professor X, and the children were ready to comfort and reassure everyone who arrived. However, with the Chitauri continuously pouring in through the rift and the battlefront expanding, The defensive line held by the mutants and Baymax robots was beginning to strain under the pressure. Fortunately, just then, Captain America and his team arrived right on time. Thor was already locked in fierce combat with his brother Loki atop Stark Tower. With Baymax robots bolstering their ranks, Captain America and his allies were able to slow the Chitauri's relentless advance. As the Avengers gathered, the Chitauri seemed to receive a signal, converging on their position from all directions in a tightening encirclement. Loki's true target was only Iron Man and his comrades. Thanks to this, the Baymax robots and mutants found their burden ease considerably. Time ticked by, and under Baymax Corporation's coordinated efforts, civilians were quickly evacuated. Meanwhile, the military had established a defensive line on 39th Street to prevent the Chitauri from expanding their front any further. By now, the heart of the Bronx was almost entirely cleared, leaving only Captain America's team and the unending waves of Chitauri swarming down from the sky. But the Avengers had barely regrouped when, suddenly, a colossal shadow burst from the portal overhead. The Leviathan had arrived, the Chitauri's fearsome warship. This warship, one of the most iconic in the Chitauri's arsenal, was the product of advanced bioengineering, a hybrid weapon fusing the attributes of a cosmic shark. Its serpentine body moved with an eerie, resonant hum, gliding through the cityscape like a river serpent threading between towers. While Chitauri troops continued to pour from its hull, leaping from its sides and onto the buildings, swarming like a troop of monkeys. The pressure on the Avengers intensified. They now faced not only the airborne Chitauri on their gliders, but also a tide of enemies storming the streets below. To make matters worse, the massive Leviathan rampaged through the skyscrapers, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Yet, despite the overwhelming odds, the team found brief moments to exchange a few words. "Honestly, I still can't believe Poplar would do something like that," Captain America said, gripping his shield, standing back-to-back with Natasha and Hawkeye. "Which thing? The one in neon?" Natasha replied, dispatching a charging Chitauri with practiced ease, then deftly picking up its weapon to return fire. "Yes, no matter how you look at it, wiping out an entire nation is just too outrageous. And the fact that it was our country that launched the nuclear weapon makes it even more unbelievable," Captain America said as he shielded Hawkeye from an energy pulse. "We can't just look at appearances. We found a lot of footage, and his shadow is always in the background. In the end, our own country ended up taking the blame," Hawkeye replied, turning to Captain America with a wry smile. "Then why didn't anyone move to arrest him at the time?" Captain America asked, still puzzled. "When a situation is 100% certain, nobody dares to act." Natasha shook her head, recalling the devastation in Neon. "So what do you make of Big White Company's rescue efforts now?" Captain America's voice softened, still moved by the sight of Big White Company doing all they could to save civilians just moments ago. "After you told me about the Tokyo incident, I looked into it. The company he founded, Big White, has already rescued nearly 200 million people so far always. Being the first to respond, even before us." Captain America didn't finish his sentence. Suddenly, another energy pulse came hurtling toward the three of them. At that moment, a swarm of Chitauri on flying machines appeared in the sky above, raining down explosives on the trio. With no choice, they quickly split up, each scrambling to find cover. Down below, Tony saw the Leviathan continuing its rampage. He dove down, drawing its attention and luring it into wide circles in the air. Faced with the massive Leviathan and the relentless stream of Chitauri pouring from the portal, Captain America and the others felt their frustration mounting. They knew this couldn't go on much longer. But up to now, they still hadn't found a solution. Fortunately, just then, someone in a Big White Company uniform came speeding through the rubble on a motorcycle. "Wait, is that Banner?" Natasha squinted, unsure. As the rider drew closer, Banner parked the bike and walked over. "This doesn't look so great," Banner remarked, taking in the chaos around him. "I've seen worse," Natasha replied, thinking that nothing here could compare to what she'd witnessed in Tokyo. "You joined Big White Company." Natasha gestured at his uniform. "That's right, Bai Yang sent me here to help you," Banner replied, proudly showing off his outfit. In truth, Bai Yang hoped Banner would take this chance to let off some steam. "Iron Man, we've found him," Captain America said into his earpiece, signaling Tony, who was still leading the Leviathan on a wild chase. "Banner." Tony's voice crackled over the comm. "Yes, you asked us to tell you as soon as he showed up. Then tell him to suit up. The real show's about to start." Tony's eyes lit up as he glanced back at the towering Leviathan, then veered sharply, accelerating toward Captain America and the others. Immediately after, Captain America and the others saw Iron Man flying toward them, trailed by a massive creature. "I'm not sure this is anything to get excited about," Natasha said nervously. Tony began to lower his altitude, steadily drawing closer to the ground. The Leviathan behind him followed suit, dipping lower and gliding through the air. Banner turned and started walking straight toward the oncoming Leviathan. "Dr. Banner, now might be a good time to get angry," Captain America called out to him. Banner glanced back with a small smile. "That's my secret, Cap." He paused for a moment, anger gradually overtaking his expression. "I'm always angry." At that instant, the Leviathan charged right up to him. Banner's body swelled dramatically, his clothes tearing apart in an instant. With a thunderous punch, the Hulk landed a blow squarely on the Leviathan's forehead. The two creatures, vastly different in size, collided. Yet with that single strike, the towering Leviathan was flipped head over tail. It let out a guttural, agonized roar. "Let me have another go," Iron Man called out, locking onto the Leviathan's now exposed flesh and firing off a missile. A series of deafening explosions tore through the air, blasting the Leviathan's body to pieces. Captain America raised his shield, shielding Natasha from the flying gore. Hawkeye dove behind the wreckage of a car for cover. The Leviathan's enormous metallic bones crashed to the ground with a heavy, echoing thud. All around, the Chitauri warriors turned on the Avengers, snarling with rage. Without their metal masks, their feline faces were twisted in fury. "Whoa, wow!" Bayang, seated atop the landing platform of Stark Tower, let out a gasp of amazement as he watched the scene unfold. "Hey, Thor, sure you don't need my help?" he called out after a moment, glancing over at Thor, who was locked in battle with Loki. "No, just help get the people to safety," Thor replied, slamming Loki's scepter aside before landing a swift kick to his brother's abdomen, sending him flying. But as the fight wore on, Thor couldn't help but try to reason with Loki. "Do you really think you can still control things now?" he demanded angrily of his brother. Loki's face was a mix of pity and regret. "It's too late." He looked down at the devastation below, at the Chitauri still wreaking havoc, and his eyes filled with remorse. "There's no stopping them now." "No, there is. Together, we can still do it," Thor insisted, seizing the moment to try and persuade him. The two brothers locked eyes, tension and emotion crackling between them. Bayang. But, suddenly, as expected, Loki lashed out, plunging a dagger into Thor's side with a sudden, vicious thrust. "You let your feelings cloud your judgment too easily," Loki sneered, watching Thor clutch his wounded side. But Thor was no ordinary opponent. He was a warrior. Just as Loki was basking in his triumph, Thor grabbed him around the waist and hurled him away in a powerful throw. Loki's scepter slipped from his hand and clattered to the ground. The two brothers then engaged in hand-to-hand combat. Even though Thor was injured, he still managed to overpower Loki with ease. But in the midst of their struggle, Loki seized an opportune moment. He rolled off the platform, landing squarely atop a passing aircraft. He waved to Thor, flashing a mischievous smile as he made his escape. "Looks like your brother forgot to take his scepter." Bayang glanced at the fallen mind scepter. "Thank you. I'll leave it in your care for now," Thor replied, grabbing his mighty hammer before launching himself back into the sky. "Well, Asgardians really do things in style," Bayang quipped, summoning an energy whip to deftly retrieve the scepter. He turned it over in his hands, examining it with curiosity. Just then, an urgent communication came through. "Mr. Bayang, this is President Kenneth. I know you have a way to resolve this crisis, and I'm prepared to grant whatever you ask." Meanwhile, in Washington, D.C., President Kenneth sat with a grim expression, watching the live footage on the screen before him. The images showed the Chitauri relentlessly invading New York City, pouring in from the skies. With the appearance of the Leviathan warships, they weren't just wreaking havoc above. Their forms now crawled between buildings everywhere at once. They wielded advanced weaponry, rendering human firearms nearly useless against them. Yet, to his relief, the Big White Company had issued an early warning at the onset of the invasion, and their teleportation devices had swiftly evacuated the city's residents. With mutants joining the battle, the situation had gradually stabilized. However, as the number of Chitauri invaders continued to grow, things were spiraling out of control. A decisive solution was urgently needed. "Mr. President, we must deploy nuclear weapons over New York to close the portal in the sky," his aide announced, patching in the Secretary of Defense. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff joined the call as well. Both urged President Kenneth to authorize a nuclear strike on New York. Under protocol, a final decision to use nuclear weapons required the approval of the President, the Secretary of Defense, and the Speaker of the House. The Big White Company is still working tirelessly to rescue people. "We can't authorize a nuclear strike in such a densely populated area," Kenneth said, frowning as footage of the crisis streamed in nonstop. "If we don't stop them here, we'll end up with nothing at all," the Speaker replied calmly. "This is our best option. If we fail to contain them, the entire nation, Even the whole world will be at risk, added the Secretary of Defense from the screen's left side. We understand the consequences, but we have no choice. Kenneth narrowed his eyes, turning to look at the footage coming in from Big Apple City. He watched as one by one, mutants escorted, civilians just like ordinary people, and the silhouettes of Baymax robots stepped forward at every crisis, standing as guardians. Suddenly, a figure flashed through his mind. "Listen, I think there's someone who might be able to fix that gaping hole in the sky," he said, his eyes lighting up with a spark of hope. "Who?" The two council chairmen furrowed their brows at his words. Still, if they could avoid a nuclear strike on Big Apple City, that would be the best outcome. The founder of Baymax Corporation, Bai Yang. Bai Yang? Are you suggesting he release some kind of viral weapon in Big Apple City? That won't help seal the portal at all, the Secretary of Defense blurted out, then shook his head in disbelief. Besides, he's a known terrorist. I don't see how he could help us. Have you not seen what's happening inside the city? They have teleportation devices capable of transporting living beings. It's clear they have a deep understanding of spatial technology. Maybe he really does have a way, Kenneth insisted, enlarging two video feeds. On the screens, people could be seen stepping through portals under the guidance of Baymax robots, emerging instantly on the other side. A nuclear strike is our last resort. We must proceed with utmost caution, Kenneth said, his expression grave. Then let's contact him as soon as possible and hope he has a solution. The two men considered for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Unless there is truly no other option, they would never choose to destroy Big Apple City with nuclear weapons. After all, it was the nation's financial heart, not the capital, but its loss would be a devastating blow. As for the matter of identity, that was a negotiation in itself. Moreover, Baymax Corporation's headquarters was there as well. When Bai Yang received the call, he was a bit surprised. They had actually managed to track him down. "I do have a solution," he said, turning the psychic scepter in his hand. "That's wonderful. How much time do you need?" Kenneth asked, unable to hide his excitement. And who could blame him for being so worked up? If, during his term, he ended up ordering the destruction of Big Apple City, the economic fallout alone would be catastrophic for the nation. Not to mention, history would never look kindly on such a decision. This wasn't like dropping bombs on neon during World War II. Launching a nuclear strike on their own soil was nothing to be proud of. "I've just obtained the means to access the spatial portal. I can act right now, but I'll need the president to sign this agreement." "First," Bai Yang replied. As he finished speaking, a contract appeared on the computer screen in front of Kenneth at the White House. "Of course, you have nothing to worry about. It's the same deal as before. I've just added a clause concerning Dr. Banner," Bai Yang explained. After all, it was far better for them to agree willingly than to be coerced. The agreement was lengthy, but the adjutant at his side still managed to skim through it quickly and indicated that there were no issues. "Very well. On behalf of the residents of Big Apple City, I'd like to thank the Bai Corporation for their relief efforts. Once this incident is over, we'll hold a commendation ceremony to express our gratitude." After stamping his fingerprint and signing, Kenneth spoke solemnly. "Thank you. I believe that under the leadership of Mr. President, this beautiful nation will flourish, and our Bai Corporation will always support you." This was White Queen imitating Bai Yang's voice, sending the message across. "We came to exchanging pleasantries in business. Bai Yang really wasn't all that experienced. By the way, you'd best halt your research into the T-virus. If anything truly uncontrollable happens, I doubt you'll have anything left to bargain for. If the Marvel Universe's biotech tree kept branching out, who knew how far the T-virus might go?" Back in Tokyo, only a single day had passed before unforeseen incidents arose, forcing Bai Yang to cut his experiment short. If things got out of hand, a Marvel Zombies universe might be just around the corner. "I'll keep that in mind." Kenneth nodded, clearly taking this warning seriously. "All right, I'll handle the rest. And while I'm at it, let me show you something interesting." Bai Yang smiled and ended the call, then contacted Optimus Prime and the others on the distant Fangxing Technology Island. "Hot Rod, want to come over?" Bai Yang pointed the camera skyward, just as two massive leviathans soared out from the portal. "Of course, boss. Get us over there. I can't wait another second." Hot Rod's excited voice came through immediately. "This is great. Finally, some action. We've been rusting away on this island." Megatron chimed in as well, having already transformed into a jet without anyone noticing. "Come on, move it. We got work to do." Ironhide shouted to Ratchet and the others, who were still busy passing a ball around. "For real?" All at once, every Transformer gathered around in excitement. "You can come straight through to Bai Corporation's teleportation device." "White Queen, open up the portal for them," Bai Yang instructed. In the distance, Loki could be seen on an aircraft, looking rather pleased with himself as he clutched an alloy arrow. A deafening bang rang out. Ugh! With a muffled grunt, Loki was blasted back and crashed onto the terrace of Stark Tower, right at the spot where he'd just been fighting Thor. "Wow, That was quite the freefall, Bai Yang teased, watching Loki's disheveled state. Loki climbed to his feet, clearly annoyed, and glared at Bai Yang. "Give me back my scepter," he demanded. "This one?" Bai Yang lifted the mind scepter in his hand. "Yes, hand it over. Now." Loki stared daggers at him. "I think you should cover your head with your hands first," Bai Yang advised, sensing what was about to happen. Loki felt deeply insulted. He pointed angrily at Bai Yang. "You want a god to cover his head with both hands? Are you?" But before he could finish, a massive green figure suddenly hurtled upward and slammed into him, sending him flying. With a tremendous crash, Loki was smashed through the glass and thrown inside the building. The Hulk bellowed fiercely at the crumpled Loki, sprawled on the ground, and then charged at him again. "Enough!" Loki scrambled to his feet, shaking shards of glass from his body, and shouted in fury. The Hulk paused, momentarily confused. "All of you, every last one, you will kneel before me." Loki caught his breath, his voice dripping with authority. "I am a god. You ignorant creatures. How dare you treat me this way?" Thud, thud, thud. One after another, the Hulk flung Loki around like a rag doll. Watching this, Bai Yang couldn't bear it. He raised his hand to shield his eyes. "That's brutal." Loki now lay stiffly among the rubble, dazed and motionless. The Hulk spat contemptuously. "Pathetic weakling," he scoffed, then, finding no more amusement, leaped out through the shattered window. Loki remained sprawled on the ground, his face etched with disbelief, muttering incoherently under his breath. Meanwhile, between the buildings below, two leviathans rampaged through the city. As living warships, they disgorged wave after wave of Chitauri warriors who stormed the streets, their weapons blazing, destroying everything in their path. Iron Man and Thor fought desperately to hold them back. Despite the relentless efforts of Big White Company and the mutants, there were still people hiding in parking lots and inside buildings, desperate to survive. But as more and more Chitauri poured in, the defensive lines set by the military and Big White Company along the evacuation routes began to falter. Even mutant rescuers were starting to take casualties. The situation was turning grim. If the defenses collapsed, only a nuclear strike could wipe out the invaders. At that moment, inside a church, a group of people huddled together in the main hall, seeking comfort and a sense of safety. Suddenly, a window shattered on the second floor. Everyone inside froze, holding their breath, eyes glued to the top of the stairs, terrified of drawing the aliens' attention. Their fears proved justified. A Chitauri soldier soon emerged at the stairwell, spotting the frightened humans gather below. His masked face betrayed no emotion, but a guttural, mocking laugh, like a beast gurgling beneath the water, escaped his lips. He pulled out an energy pulse grenade, pressing the button, preparing to toss it into the crowd. But just as he was about to release, a shield whistled through the air, intercepting the grenade and sending it clattering harmlessly to the floor. Captain America came sprinting over from a distance, landing a solid kick to the head of the Chitauri soldier before him. Without missing a beat, he picked up the bomb lying on the ground and hurled it out the window. There was a thunderous blast. Before the bomb even hit the ground, it exploded. A wave of terrifying blue pulse energy swept through the window, the sheer force flinging Captain America across the room and slamming him hard against a wall. Fortunately, he had his shield up, absorbing most of the impact. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he forced himself to his feet. But as he steadied himself and looked around, he saw 5 or 6 Chitauri warriors, weapons at the ready, closing in on him. He bared his teeth in a grin, raising his shield. That long-lost surge of adrenaline coursed through him, his strength quickly returning. But before he could charge, an explosion erupted behind the group of Chitauri soldiers encircling him. Another deafening blast. Shards of debris flew at Captain America, who instinctively raised his shield to block them. Squinting through the dust, he tried to see what had happened. "You're impressive, human." When the smoke cleared, a metallic face crown with a blue helmet gleamed in Captain America's eyes. "Thank you," Captain America replied, his guarded expression relaxing just a little. "I am Optimus Prime. The Baymax Corporation sent me to eliminate the enemy. Will you join me?" Optimus Prime reached out a massive hand through the shattered window. Captain America stared, momentarily stunned by the enormous metal hand before him. He glanced up at Optimus Prime's face, then quickly stepped onto the outstretched palm. "Of course. It's an honor to fight alongside you." Once aboard, Captain America gripped his shield tighter. Not long after they departed, a squad of mutants arrived to rescue the people inside. As Captain America emerged, he noticed that the battlefield around them had suddenly gained several gigantic robots. By the looks of it, they seemed to be on Optimus Prime's side. "Listen up, have your fun, but don't mess with the Hulk. If he tears you apart, don't come crying to me." At that moment, Bai Yang's voice echoed in Optimus Prime's mind, accompanied by a stream of data. Copy that. Understood. The other Transformers, who had been busy decimating the Chitauri, all paused to reply before grabbing their weapons and charging back into battle. Let's get started. Optimus Prime drew a massive sword from his back and stormed into the fray, swinging powerfully between the buildings. Captain America followed close behind, shield at the ready. Hey, Ironhide, turns out hurling rocks at them works pretty well. Hot Rod called out, hefting a chunk of stone and flinging it at the Chitauri on the street. With a heavy crash, several enemies fell. Ironhide, who had been firing his weapon, brightened at the idea. He grabbed a wrecked car from nearby and hurled it at a group of Chitauri riding flying machines overhead. There was another loud crash. The aircraft was struck down hard, smashing into the ground and erupting in a burst of flame. The two of them, caught up in the excitement, started picking up objects and hurling them around. What's wrong with you guys? You're armed, yet you're tossing stones like a couple of cavemen. A samurai dressed in red, gliding past with his sword, asked them in exasperation. You want to talk, swinging that giant blade of yours everywhere. Hot Rod shot back without missing a beat. The samurai, casually slicing through a group of Chitauri nearby, turned and replied, but at least I'm not throwing things like you two. You should be helping Megatron deal with the enemies in the sky, Ironhide interjected, pointing to a distant black fighter jet that was systematically taking out Chitauri standing atop their flying machines. No way. How am I supposed to cut anyone down when they're flying? The samurai shook his head and strode off toward the next block. At that moment, Optimus Prime set his sights on a Leviathan. Tony, sticking to the strategy he used the first time, fired a flare to grab the Leviathan's attention while scanning the chaos for the Hulk. But the city was in utter turmoil, and Hulk was rampaging wherever he fancied, leaving no clear pattern to follow. For a moment, it really was impossible to track him down, left with no other choice, and unwilling to let the monster behind him continue its rampage. Tony braced himself to handle things on his own. He eyed the Leviathan behind him, quickly formulating a plan. Just then, Captain America's voice suddenly came through his comms. Iron Man, reinforcements are here. You're going to see a red and blue robot. Don't attack him. He's here to help you take care of that monster on your tail. I don't recall us having any reinforcements that impressive, Iron Man replied skeptically, but still veered in Cap's direction. The big robot from Big Hero Company. Captain America glanced over at the towering Optimus Prime. Having only recently awakened from the ice, he had never seen the Transformers films produced by Big Hero Company. Had Tony and the others been there, they would have recognized Optimus in an instant. What's Papa been tinkering with this time? Iron Man muttered as he accelerated, quickly spotting a massive semi-truck thundering down the street. Don't tell me it's just a big truck, Iron Man said, puzzled, though for some reason, the red and blue truck ahead seemed oddly familiar. No, it can transform. I have no idea how it does it, Cap replied, still bewildered by the sight of Optimus charging ahead in truck form. Are you sure he's up for this? I'm sure. Just do what you did last time. Lure the beast down for him. With that, Tony dove lower, pulling off a sharp turn right in front of the massive truck. He hovered in midair and glanced back, only for the next scene to make his eyes go wide in astonishment. My goodness, Bayang actually managed to create Transformers, he muttered in disbelief. At the very moment when Leviathan and the massive truck were about to collide, the red and blue truck flipped over and swiftly transformed into a towering robot. As soon as the transformation was complete, Optimus Prime's body surged forward with the momentum, drawing a long sword from his back in one motion. He leapt high, raising both hands above his head, and drove the blade straight at Leviathan's head. With a sickening thrust, the great sword pierced through the metallic skull and plunged deep into the creature's flesh. Although Optimus Prime charged forward with considerable force, the sheer mass and momentum of Leviathan were even greater, forcing Prime steadily backward. With a fierce struggle, Optimus Prime pressed forward with all his might, but Leviathan's inertia was overwhelming. He could only dig in, sparks flying from his feet as he was relentlessly pushed back. At last, with a heavy crash, Optimus Prime came to a halt, and Leviathan's lifeless body slammed down onto the ground with a tremendous thud. Optimus tightened his grip on the sword's hilt and, with some effort, wrenched the blade free, bringing with it a spatter of dark, viscous blood. Jarvis, how many of these robots have appeared in the city now? Tony, witnessing the scene, turned to ask his AI. 10, came the reply. I think they don't really need us here anymore, Tony said in amazement, watching the footage Jarvis was streaming. But wait, are those two Transformers supposed to be gorillas? He suddenly spotted something unusual in the feed. Hot Rod and Ironhide tossing objects back and forth in the heat of battle. With Leviathan dispatched, Optimus Prime immediately headed to the next location. The situation steadily stabilized with the Transformers joining the fight, and the burden on Iron Man and the others was noticeably lighter. Meanwhile, Bayang had arrived at the roof of Stark Tower. At first glance, he saw the massive device sustaining the portal, its exterior encased in a shimmering blue energy shield, with the Tesseract pulsing at its core. Next to it stood a woman in a sleek black tactical suit, her wine-red hair cascading in waves. It was Natasha. Bayang. Natasha spotted him and glanced at the scepter in his hand, her eyes narrowing slightly. Looking for this? Bayang held the scepter in front of him, a playful smile on his lips. Yes, we need to use it to shut down the portal as soon as possible. Otherwise, these aliens will keep coming through nonstop, Natasha replied, her voice tense as she eyed Bayang. Sorry, but I still have some business with them. I'll close it when I get back, Bayang said, and with that, the scepter vanished from his hand. No, Bayang, Natasha began, but before she could finish, a massive shadow swept across the sky. What happened next left her utterly stunned. Behind Bayang, a colossal blue mecha materialized out of thin air. Its massive frame soared to a height nearly rivaling that of Stark Tower. The scepter of the mind vanished from Bayang's hand, replaced by a black cube. The all-spark. Then, Bayang floated upward, gently drifting into the cockpit nestled within the mech's chest. He could have simply teleported inside, but wasn't this way so much more impressive? A V-shaped beam of orange-yellow light flared to life on the mecha's head. Its arms swung up, hands clasping together in a powerful salute. A thunderous boom echoed out. What is that? The moment the Wanderer mech appeared, nearly everyone caught sight of this titan, blotting out the very sky. How many things has Bayang created? Tony hovered frozen in midair, staring in awe at the distant machine. He thought the Transformers were already mind-blowing, but now he realized Bayang's capabilities went far beyond what he'd imagined. The invading Chitauri paused as well, their actions halted, gazing dumbstruck at the mecha, slowly lifting off the ground. But it wasn't just those present who witnessed the machine. Across the Defense Department, the White House, and Congress, everyone watching via satellite saw the same staggering scene unfold. Fury's eyes went wide with disbelief as he stared at the screen, watching the mecha stand tall above the city, like a god forged of steel. Those who had been plotting against Big White Corp and Bayang were suddenly struck silent. In that moment, countless people were transfixed, overwhelmed by the spectacle before them. Closest of all, Natasha and Dr. Selvig felt the full force of this awe-inspiring event. The instant the neural link connected, Bayang's field of vision expanded dramatically. He tilted his head back, looking up toward the portal. Energy surged, immense and terrifying, as it powered the giant mecha skyward. Under the gaze of all assembled, the machine soared through the spatial gateway and gradually faded from view. So this is what you're capable of. In the White House, President Kenneth murmured as he watched the footage unfold. At the same time, the Defense Department, S.H.I.E.L.D, and Congress snapped into action, immediately issuing orders to halt all plans targeting Bayang and Big White Corp. And in their hearts, they all felt a wave of relief that they hadn't rushed to launch an attack on Bayang.